Chapter 1, The first day of school, the school beauty came to pick me up. In September, the sun is scorching. At the entrance of Zhang Xian University. At this moment, a school bus picking up new students is slowly approaching. In the window seat on the left side of the third row from the rear, a young man sat in the car with a dazed look on his face, cold sweat on his forehead, and even his body was shaking, as if he was seriously ill. Have I traveled through time? Zhang Xian didn't expect that he was so unlucky. He just drank a bottle of expired fat water that he was reluctant to throw away. How could he die suddenly? When he woke up, he came to this world, a parallel world of Earth. Zhang Xian opened his phone and took a look at himself. He was very satisfied with his new look. Maybe because of his illness, his face looked a little pale, but even so, it couldn't hide his handsomeness. The girls around kept looking here, taking a quick glance and then turning back immediately, for fear of being discovered by the people around them. Classmates, we've arrived at school. Get off the bus and enjoy your wonderful college life with peace of mind, the driver said as he stopped the car. Everyone got out of the car upon hearing this, and a burst of noise suddenly hit them. Dongshan University, here I come. My girlfriend, here I come. Suddenly a loud roar was heard, attracting the attention of people around. Dude, you're in love in high school? Your girlfriend came here with you, someone joked. No, but I'm sure my girlfriend is waiting for me at school right now. Is it in a mother-in-law's belly? Ha ha ha. There was a burst of good-natured laughter all around. At this moment, a girl in a light blue dress appeared in everyone's sight. Her curvy figure made the surrounding perverts stand in awe, and her skirt fluttered like the autumn wind. Especially when the girl walked, the water rippled. Seeing the scene, all the animals' eyes quickly gathered around her. Zhang Xian also took a look and couldn't help but sigh, being a woman is really good. A boy stood out from the crowd and shouted to the girl, "Honey, I'm here." He walked over and put his arm around the girl's waist very naturally, and then the two of them walked towards the school, talking and laughing, with ambiguity in their expressions. The old men all looked envious and jealous, their eyes scanning everywhere, wishing they could find a girlfriend immediately. That look was similar to that of the Japanese invaders who raided the area back then. It's great to have a girlfriend. I have someone who loves me for 4 years in college. I won't feel lonely at all. I swear, within a month, I will find my own little sister. I'm so stupid. Why didn't I ask my girlfriend to apply to the same school as me? Hearing their discussion, Zhang Xian couldn't help but smile slightly. When he was on Earth, he was an orphan with no money and no house, so even if he had a girl he liked, he never dared to tell her until his death. Coincidentally, his name in this world is also Zhang Xian. He has parents at home and a girlfriend he has been dating for 2 years. We just broke up and I chose to go to Shanghai University. Let's go, don't just stand here, go report. Everyone pulled their luggage and walked inside. At this moment, the atmosphere around them suddenly became a little strange. The team stopped and there were gasps one after another, as if they had seen something incredible. Especially the guys in the front, their eyes were about to pop out. So beautiful. Are the girls at Todai so high quality? TSK, you know shit, do you know who this is? This is Xia Meng, the sophomore campus beauty from Dongda University. Ha! Why is Xia Meng, the campus beauty from Dongda University, here? Xia Meng's eyebrows and eyes are delicate, as if she walked out of a painting. She has a tall figure, and her 2 white calves are exposed under her white skirt. She was wearing a pair of white sneakers, and her whole body was filled with an unconcealable youthful beauty. This kind of beauty, without any embellishment, is heartwarming. The girls in the team couldn't help but compare themselves with Xia Meng, but when they saw her pride and exquisite and perfect facial features, they couldn't help but lower their heads. Xia Meng walked towards the side with brisk steps, a smile on her face, as if she had encountered something wonderful. The youthful and restless long hair seemed to be coated with a layer of golden glow under the scorching sun. When they saw Xia Meng, everyone near the gate was stunned. They couldn't help but wonder what made the school beauty so happy. Xia University campus belle, I called you yesterday, but you didn't say you had something important to do today and you wouldn't come? Hurry up and get under the umbrella. It's too hot outside. Are you all blind? Bring a chair for the school beauty. The boys in charge of welcoming the new students were all talking loudly to each other, fearing that the school beauty wouldn't see them. Thank you everyone, I'm here to pick someone up, you guys get busy. Xia Meng smiled slightly and politely rejected those male classmates. However, her smile instantly made the male students around her freeze in place. This moment was like a spring breeze blowing on one's face, making people intoxicated. This is the dream goddess of all the boys in the school. So beautiful. I'd be willing to live 10 years less if I could be her boyfriend. 10 years? I'd be fine with living 20 years less. TSK, this is the campus beauty of Xia University, noble and elegant, beautiful beyond compare. Do you think an ordinary person can be worthy of her? Seeing Xia Meng, Zhang Xian was also amazed. Xia Meng was much prettier than the movie stars in his previous life. At this time, Xia Meng's eyes kept flickering, as if she was looking for someone. Everyone couldn't help but wonder who that person was who could make the school beauty come to pick him up in person. Suddenly, Xia Meng's beautiful eyes lit up. At that moment, many male classmates forgot to breathe, and their faces and necks turned red without realizing it. Zhang Xian looked at it curiously. He also wanted to see what kind of person in this world was worthy of being picked up by the school beauty. At this moment, Xia Meng moved and walked towards the freshman team. Fuck, the school beauty is coming towards us. Could it be that my glorious deeds have spread here, and she's moved by me, so she decided to live with me? Get lost. The school beauty is looking at me. Look, she's smiling at me. It's over. My heart won't beat. The boys around Zhang Xian became excited and their breathing became rapid. Everyone's eyes followed Xia Meng. Zhang Xian frowned, wondering if it was his illusion. Why did he feel that the school beauty was looking at him? He must have been mistaken, they didn't know each other. Involuntarily, Zhang Xian moved a few steps to the side. Right at this moment. Hello, Junior, give me your bag and I'll take you to report. A faint fragrance wafted over, and at the same time a crisp and playful voice suddenly sounded in my ears. Zhang Xian was a little confused. School beauty, are you here to pick him up? Chapter 2. Hello, my name is Xia Meng, and I am Zhang Xian's girlfriend. Is it an illusion? Of course, I don't know him. Zhang Xian searched his mind and was sure that he did not know the school beauty in front of him. He immediately stepped aside. Perhaps the school beauty was talking to the person behind her. Junior, where do you want to go? You must be tired. Give me your bag. A pair of jade hands grabbed Zhang Xian, then took the bag from his back. Her beautiful eyes kept staring at Zhang Xian, as if she wanted to remember Zhang Xian's face firmly, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. At this moment, everyone turned their heads and looked at Zhang Xian, their eyes full of disbelief. In fact, not to mention others, Zhang Xian himself was also confused. He was very sure that he definitely did not know this campus beauty Xia University. Why did she come to see me? Could it be that before I traveled through time, something unspeakable happened between the owner of this body and the school beauty? But why didn't he have any impression of it at all? While Zhang Xian was stunned, Xia Meng reached out and tried to hold Zhang Xian's arm. Zhang Xian dodged to the side and was about to speak when an electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding, the God-level selection system is binding. System binding successful. Choice 1, follow the school beauty to report. Rewards, 50% of Dongshan Industrial shares, 1000x cashback cards, and +1 appearance. Choice 2, reject the school beauty. Reward, a Dongting Foodie apartment, the title of straight man, and a 1 rating for popularity with women. When Zhang Xian heard the electronic sound ringing in his mind, his body trembled. System? As an old bookworm who has been immersed in the sea of books for more than 10 years, I am certainly familiar with the word system. What the hell are you hesitating about? Thank you so much, senior. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian's arm, which had originally avoided the attack, quietly reached out to Xia Meng's hand. Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice. The reward has been issued. The share purchase contract and the 1000x cashback card have been sent to the host's storage space. Note, the 1000-fold cashback card is not a physical item. As long as the system detects that the host has made a purchase, it will automatically deduct the amount. Zhang Xian couldn't help but widen his eyes, still a little bit unbelieving. Is there really a system? Let's go. Xia Meng didn't care about that. She took Zhang Xian's arm, smiled sweetly at the people around her, and walked into the school. Looking at the backs of the two people, the school gate became silent. Everyone stared blankly, with disbelief in their eyes. How is this possible? She is the school belle. She's here to pick up a man? Those people from the student union stared at Zhang Xian's back with vicious eyes. Who is this jerk? What qualifications does he have to be favored by the school beauty? Big news today. The so-called iceberg beauty Xiade actually took the initiative to link her arms with a freshman. Look at her expression, so ambiguous. I'm blind and can't see. The young master of Dongshan Industrial bought a Porsche 911 to express his love for the school beauty, but he was rejected. How could this boy deserve the favor of the school beauty? What do you think? Maybe the school beauty is fed up with those people's harassment, so she's using that boy as a shield. Didn't you see the boy's expression just now? He didn't look like he knew the school beauty. Everyone was talking about it, and the whole reception area was in an uproar. Even though they knew they couldn't get the school belle, they still couldn't accept seeing her being so intimate with an unknown boy. I know the boy's name, Zhang Xian. He's in Class 8 of the finance department and he's not from here. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Xia Meng is a native of Dongshan and has been studying locally. Zhang Xian is not a local, so it is really unlikely that the two knew each other before. Even if I'm used as a shield by the school beauty, I'm still happy. Didn't you see the school beauty holding that boy's arm just now? It's worth it to live 10 years less just to have the school beauty holding my arm. Along the way, Xia Meng held Zhang Xian's arm tightly. Feeling the soft touch on his arm and sniffing the rich aroma that made him restless, Zhang Xian, a bachelor of over 20 years, had never experienced anything like this before. He couldn't help but feel a wave of distraction and had some uncontrollable physiological reactions. Hearing the school beauty's laughter, Zhang Xian came to his senses and felt embarrassed. Senior, we shouldn't know each other, right? Yes. And you? Xia Meng stared at Zhang Xian with a smile on her face until Zhang Xian's face became hot, and then she said, Yesterday, a fortune teller gave me a prediction. He said that my life is not strong enough. I can only get over this difficulty if I find a freshman named Zhang Xian and become his girlfriend. Otherwise, I won't survive this year. Puff. Zhang Xian was about to vomit blood. Could he come up with a more lame excuse? Senior, we are all college students, we must believe in science. Although it is a very happy thing to have such a beautiful girlfriend, Zhang Xian felt frightened when he saw the gazes around him that were like those of an enemy, as if he would be torn to pieces in the next moment. He didn't want to be stared at as an enemy wherever he went. Isn't this very scientific? I just followed his advice and came to the gate, and now I run into you. Where's your phone? Xia Meng smiled at Zhang Xian, which stunned the people passing by. Some people were so exaggerated that they walked directly into the flower bed and fell flat on their faces, even knocking out their teeth, but they still stared at Xia Meng reluctantly. What you up to? Zhang Xian's face was full of fear. Xia Meng rolled her eyes, reached into Zhang Xian's trouser pocket, took out her cell phone, and said, Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Am I that scary? Then enter a number and save it. This is my number, remember it. He even added Zhang Xian on WeChat without asking his opinion at all. Arriving at the dormitory assigned to Zhang Xian by the school, Xia Meng said, You must be tired after sitting in the car for such a long time. Rest for a while and I will make the bed for you. As he said that, he made the bed for Zhang Xian. Looking at Xia Meng's back, Zhang Xian stood blankly beside the bed. For a moment, it was hard to believe that everything he saw was real. I just traveled through time and the beautiful campus beauty declared that she wanted to be my girlfriend and even made my bed herself? Am I really not dreaming? At this moment, the door was pushed open and a tall and burly boy walked in. He just saw Zhang Xian standing there, but did not see Xia Meng behind Zhang Xian. I thought I came early enough, but I didn't expect you to be here earlier than me, brother. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Chang, and I'm a local. Bro, do you know what happened just now? Damn, my goddess Xia Meng actually went to the school gate to pick someone up in person. And it was a man. My heart is so cold. I got into Dongshan University just for my goddess. Don't let me see that bastard. If I see him, I will tear him apart. For the goddess, I will duel with him. As Wang Chang spoke, he patted his chest in pretending to be heartbroken. Hey, is your roommate here? Xia Meng had made the bed for Zhang Xian at this time. She stood up and looked at Wang Chang, introducing herself with a smile. Hello, my name is Xia Meng, and I'm Zhang Xian's girlfriend. Gah! Wang Chang was confused. Chapter 3, The School Beauty Seems to be Really in Love. Zhang Xian. It's over, this school beauty is too unrestrained. Although he felt happy, Zhang Xian always felt a little embarrassed when a strange woman claimed to be his girlfriend. Moreover, he had a girlfriend. He remembered that he had a good relationship with that woman and he was not prepared to have any contact with her. Now there was another school beauty, and Zhang Xian felt his head was even more confused. Wang Chang looked back and forth between Zhang Xian and Xia Meng in a daze, unable to believe what he saw. The bed is made for you, you can rest first. I'm going to go home now. Call me if you need anything. Xia Meng smiled slightly at Zhang Xian, turned around and left with a red face. Wang Chang was stunned by the brilliant smile. As for Zhang Xian, he was a little confused for a moment and couldn't come back to his senses. It must be fake, right? Just because of a fortune-telling, the school beauty found him and became his girlfriend? How could this all be so unrealistic? This is outrageous. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that the two of them came to their senses. The next moment, Wang Chang stared at Zhang Xian intently. For a moment, Zhang Xian felt a little creepy. Brother Xian, please accept my humble respect. Brother Xian, please teach me the secret of picking up girls. I will spend all my wealth to get you what you want. Great God! Looking at Zhang Xian's appearance, apart from being a little more handsome than him, he is just an ordinary boy. Why can the school beauty take the initiative to pursue him? Zhang Xian smiled bitterly and said, Brother, I want to say that I just met Xia Meng and have never seen him before. Do you believe it? Wang Chang curled his lips and looked at Zhang Xian, saying, Brother Xian, do you think I believe it? The bed is already made, and we just met? If I tell a ghost about this, will it believe me? The door was pushed open with a creaky sound. Damn it, I'm going to die. I applied to the University of Tokyo just for the beauty queen at Xia University, but now I hear she showed up on campus with a jerk on her arm. Ah, don't let me find out which dorm that little jerk lives in. I want to duel him. After hearing what this gentleman said, Wang Chang suddenly felt like he had found a close friend. Zhang Xian. Is Xia Meng's influence so great? When he was in school, there were also school beauties, but no one was so obsessed with them. These two guys look like star chasers, it's too exaggerated. There was a sound of footsteps, and a boy wearing branded clothes walked in. The boy greeted the three people in the dormitory calmly. Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a normal person came in. If 3 out of 4 people in a dormitory are fanatical fans of Xia Meng, will he still be able to survive? Yang Ming. Zhang Xian. Wang Chang. Fang Shiming. We are brothers from now on, please take care of me. I just heard you talking about the school belle. What happened? Yang Ming asked curiously. Zhang Xian's face darkened. Why did the topic turn to the school beauty again? Brother, you're not from Dongshan, are you? Xiada's campus beauty is a flower in our Dongshan city. She made guest appearances in various TV series and movies when she was still in high school. Brother, are you talking about Xia Meng? Yang Ming raised his eyebrows and asked excitedly. I came here this time just because of her. I now declare that Xia Meng will be my girlfriend from now on. Okay, stop bragging. The school belle is already taken. Wang Chang looked at Zhang Xian with a smile. Zhang Xian immediately looked at Wang Chang, his eyes full of pleading. It's over. Why does he feel like his life is in danger at any time if he lives here? What do you mean? Yang Ming and Fang Shiming raised their eyebrows, a fighting spirit rising in their hearts. Sorry, I dropped my phone. Xia Meng pushed the door open and walked in. She blinked at Zhang Xian with a hint of coquettishness in her eyes. Oh, everyone in your dormitory is here. Hello, I'm Zhang Xian's girlfriend, Xia Meng. Please take care of me in the future. Zhang Xian had already felt 3 murderous glances, so how could he dare to let Xia Meng continue? He covered Xia Meng's mouth, hugged her and walked out. The two came downstairs, and Zhang Xian looked at Xia Meng helplessly. Senior sister, what on earth do you want to do? I want to be your girlfriend. Xia Meng showed a cute expression. At the same time, everyone in front of the dormitory building was staring at the two of them. Zhang Xian felt pressure from all sides. He felt helpless. This woman was really not afraid of causing a scandal. Okay, I'll be leaving first. Xia Meng said with a smile. Zhang Xian quickly waved his hand. Senior sister, take care. If Xia Meng stayed for another second, Zhang Xian would feel like he was about to be ignited by the jealousy in those eyes. After returning to the dormitory, Wang Chang and the other two immediately closed the door and surrounded them. Hey, let's talk it out. We're brothers in the same dormitory. There's no need to fall out over a woman, right? Besides, I really don't know the campus beauty of Xia University. Yang Ming sneered, come on, I've even made the bed for you. Look at the way the school beauty looked at you just now. She wanted to swallow you up in one gulp. Humph, we can't just let this go. We might be ripping you off today. Without 5 cases of beer, you won't be forgiven. Yang Ming and Fong Shiming nodded repeatedly. At the same time, as soon as Xia Meng entered the dormitory, she was pushed onto the bed by her 3 roommates. The 3 of them stared at her, their beautiful eyes full of disbelief. Hey, what are you doing? Xia Meng crossed her arms over her chest, looking terrified. She blinked her eyes and continued, oh, you 3 scared me. Don't try to change the subject. Tell me, what happened today? The 4 of them have been living together for a year and are very familiar with each other. God knows how surprised the 3 of them were when they saw the photos on the campus forum today. Moreover, look at Xia Meng's expression now. Her eyes are as clear as water and there is shyness on the corners of her mouth. She looks like a little girl who is deeply in love. They simply couldn't believe it. There are so many young men in the school who are desperately pursuing this girl. They thought of everything they could think of, including a sea of flowers, diamond rings, sports cars, etc. But what was the result? Xia Meng was as hard-hearted as a rock and was completely indifferent to those people. You know, among those who pursue her, there are some who are so handsome that they are stunning. But no matter how handsome or considerate the other person was, he was rejected by this girl. They even thought that this girl had an abnormal sexual orientation. What happened today? It's nothing, really. Xia Meng's face was full of smiles. That big fool who promised me when he grew up that he would marry me is here today. When saying this, Xia Meng couldn't help but smile, and her beautiful eyes narrowed into slits. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. It seemed that the school beauty was really in love. Chapter 4, Earn 5 million. Meng, you are not really going to be his girlfriend, are you? The 3 of them looked at each other, the fire of gossip burning in their eyes. Why not? Xia Meng suddenly came back to her senses, her cheeks slightly red. Why are you asking this? How could I really be his girlfriend? Xia Meng immediately denied it. Zhang Xian and I grew up together, but later I followed my parents to Dongshan. We haven't seen each other for 13 or 14 years. Then why did you say in front of so many people that you were his girlfriend? Wang Shui looked at Xia Meng suspiciously. Sun Tian and Mang Li nodded repeatedly. That's right. I'm afraid this matter will spread throughout Dongda soon. I think you did this on purpose. Tell me, are you really in love with him? Oh, how is that possible? I was really just joking with him. Apart from people close to me, when have you ever seen me get close to a man? Xia Meng explained hurriedly. Sun Tian and the other 2 pondered for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully, that's right. You don't even care about the famous star Wu Yufan. We really don't believe you can be interested in any other man. Xia Meng rolled her eyes. That's right. We swore to be sisters for life. If I fall in love with a man, I will definitely tell you. Why do I need you to check it out? After saying that, Xia Meng looked at the 3 of them with a guilty look on her face. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked at each other and nodded. Xia Meng breathed a sigh of relief, finally passing this level. Just then, the cell phone rang. Xia Meng took a look and saw that it was her younger brother calling. Little gentleman, how is the matter going? Sister, where did you find such a gold digger? She pretends to be more reserved and ladylike than anyone else, but in reality, she's more slutty than anyone else. She got it done with an iPhone and a bag for less than 20,000 yuan. She even hinted that we could get a room tonight. Hey, sister, how did this girl offend you? Oh, and you have to reimburse me for the expenses of this event. If my parents knew I spent so much money, they would skin me alive. Hearing this, Xia Meng's beautiful eyes narrowed into a slit and said, I understand. Zhang Xian, I'm not plotting against you. I was just giving your girlfriend a little test. I didn't expect her to be so weak. He, you will be mine in the end. Xia Meng was secretly delighted and thought to herself. Wang Shui and the other 2 looked at Xia Meng in disbelief. She said she was not in a relationship, but she clearly had the expression of a little girl who was deeply in love. Xia Meng came back to her senses and noticed 3 pairs of scrutinizing eyes. She immediately knew that her expression had given her away. She immediately stood up and changed the subject. Taoyuan residents, who's going? I. Although they knew that Xia Meng was trying to change the subject, the 3 girls still couldn't resist the temptation of the food. Their eyes lit up and their mouths were watering. Teo Yuanju was the most upscale restaurant in the university town, and its food is no worse than those in 5-star hotels. Brother Xian, are you sure you're here? Yang Ming glanced at the plaque of Teo Yuanju, then looked at Zhang Xian. Judging from the way Zhang Xian is dressed, he doesn't look like a rich man, nor does he look like the kind of person who is trying to show off. Maybe you don't know what the minimum consumption here is? Yang Ming had the best family background among the 4, and he had already made up his mind to come out and pay the bill first. Let's split the bill. We're all brothers from now on, there's no need to be so clear about the divisions. Wang Chang and Fang Ximing had obviously heard of Teo Yuanju, and were afraid that Zhang Xian didn't know the consumption level here, so they spoke immediately. Seeing this, Yang Ming nodded slightly. These people in the dormitory were indeed a group worth making friends with. You're slapping me in the face. I said it was my treat, so it's my treat. If anyone else rushes to pay, don't blame me for getting angry. He also has 10 cards that offer 1,000-fold cash back on purchases. This is a money-making business, so of course the more he spends, the better. The 3 of them looked at each other and wanted to remind him, but were afraid of losing face for Zhang Xian. Sir, are you in a private room or the lobby? The waiter came up and asked Yang Ming. Among the 4 people, only Yang Ming was wearing designer clothes, and it was obvious that he was the one who paid. The private room, the biggest one. Zhang Xian said with great pride. Sir, the highest charge for our private room here. The waiter didn't expect that it was Zhang Xian who spoke. He looked at Zhang Xian's clothes and gave a kind reminder, but did not look at Zhang Xian differently because of his clothes. Money is not a problem, take us there. Okay, sir, please follow me. The waiter didn't expect that Zhang Xian, who seemed to be dressed inconspicuously, was actually a hidden big boss. Zhang Xian and his 3 companions did not notice that the moment they entered the private room, 4 young and beautiful girls walked over. Xia Meng looked over in confusion. Zhang Xian? Her beautiful eyes lit up. He was indeed the man she had chosen. What a fate they had. What's wrong, Meng? Wang Shui and the other 2 followed Xia Meng's gaze and looked over, but didn't see anything. It's okay, I saw someone I know. Let's go, don't be polite with me, just order whatever you want. Wow, I love you so much, little rich girl. Eat this show-off woman out of money. The 4 girls were all young and beautiful. Wherever they went, they were an eye-catching sight and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Mr. Qin, she's the campus beauty of Xia University. Mr. Qin, your destiny has arrived. Behind them, a group of people dressed in fancy clothes drove up. When they saw the backs of Xia Meng and the other 3, they immediately spoke flatteringly to Qin Xiaotian, who was in the lead. Qin Xiaotian's eyes widened and his saliva was about to flow. He asked the name of the private room where Xia Meng and the other 3 were staying and walked in. Zhang Xian ordered more than 5,000 yuan worth of dishes in one go, but he was still a little dissatisfied. Hey, don't you have more expensive dishes here? 1,000-fold cashback is only 5 million, which is a bit far from his small goal of 100 million. Waiter. Yang Ming and the other 2. Brother, we give you full marks for your pretense. Is 5,000 yuan too little for a meal? This is a university town, and there are regulations on consumption levels. Sir, could you please pay the bill first? The waiter saw Zhang Xian being so pretentious and felt a little confused. Was he here to dine and free? Sure, why not? Although 5 million is a bit far from 100 million, an ant is still meat no matter how small it is. Zhang Xian immediately followed the waiter out. Brother Xian is unfathomable. Yang Ming came from a wealthy family and found that he could not see through Zhang Xian. Wang Chang and Fang Ximing nodded repeatedly. Judging from Zhang Xian's performance just now, he was either really awesome or the kind that would be struck by lightning. On the other side, Zhang Xian opened the payment code, the other party scanned it, and heard a beep sound, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xian paid the money and waited. The next moment, his phone suddenly vibrated and he turned on the phone. China Construction Bank, latest transaction alert for your savings card with the last number 0179, received 5 million yuan. Seeing the content of the text message, Zhang Xian was very excited. The 1,000-fold cashback had been received. Chapter 5. The school beauty came to borrow money from me. The cost of living here is still too low. I guess I have to go downtown if I want to make a fortune. Zhang Xian thought to himself. It just so happened that he needed to replace his cell phone and computer. If he bought a few more, he would be close to his small goal. Thinking that he had suddenly become a millionaire, Zhang Xian felt as if he was in a dream. So wonderful! Just as he turned around to go back, he heard the waiter beside him exclaim, "How beautiful!" Zhang Xian looked over in confusion, saw the familiar beautiful figure, and turned around to escape. "Junior, what a coincidence!" Xiaomeng looked at Zhang Xian with a smile on her face, ran over and grabbed Zhang Xian's arm, her cheeks flushed. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be quiet. The waiter next to him was dumbfounded and didn't even dare to breathe. Xiaomeng was a star figure at Dongda University, so the waiter naturally knew her. At this moment, he was roaring in his heart. How is this possible? When had I ever seen the so-called iceberg campus beauty Xia take the initiative to hold a man's arm? She looked like she was afraid the man would run away. Is there something wrong with his eyes? He had never seen a boy next to the campus beauty Xia University, and those who tried to get close to her were ruthlessly rejected without exception. Why is Xiaomeng recognized as a goddess? The goddess is unattainable and otherworldly. You can only admire her from afar and dare not approach her. Such a goddess who has never opened her heart to any man, actually took the initiative to pull a man's arm today, and her pretty face was flushed. At this moment, the school beauty's beautiful eyes are filled with the man in front of her. This is definitely a sign of being deeply in love. Who is this man? This is such a lucky thing that I was favored by the school beauty. Senior, what a coincidence! Zhang Xian smiled bitterly and enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention again. To stand with the girl in front of you, you need to have a strong heart. Yes, what a coincidence! I was saying that the fortune teller must be truly talented and knowledgeable. He predicted that we would meet here. Junior, I didn't bring enough money when I came out. Can you lend me some? Xiaomeng's beautiful eyes turned, and she suddenly thought of a way to get close to Zhang Xian every day. Borrow all of Zhang Xian's money so that she would have an excuse to be with Zhang Xian every day. Thinking of this, Xiaomeng cheered for her little idea in her heart. I'm a little genius. How much do you want to borrow? With 5 million, Zhang Xian was full of confidence when he said this. This lady's meal will be charged to my account. At this moment, an arrogant and domineering voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, everyone looked over and saw Qin Xiaotian walking over. His eyes were burning with passion, and there was only Xiaomeng in his eyes. He looked as if he wanted to eat Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng, I frowned. I have my own boyfriend. Do I need you to pay the bill? As she spoke, she took Zhang Xian's arm and whispered in Zhang Xian's ear, Junior, do me a favor and I can agree to one of your requests. After Xiaomeng finished speaking, she felt her whole body getting hot. She didn't expect that she would actually say such embarrassing words to Zhang Xian. However, seeing Zhang Xian's stunned look, she couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile on her face. Feeling that the gazes were like red-hot irons burning on his body, Zhang Xian was about to refuse when suddenly an electronic sound rang in his mind. God-level selection system activated. Option 1, pay the school beauty. Reward, 100% of Teo Yuanju's shares, but Jiquin Grandmaster level mastery, appearance +1, physical fitness +1. Option 2, refuse to pay the school beauty. Reward, a Porsche 911, God-level driving skills, the title of straight man, and 1 popularity with women. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. Do I even need to choose? The system is forcing him to choose one. My dear classmate, I am Qin Xiaotian, the eldest son of Dongshan Industrial. I know Meng Meng is using you as a shield. As long as you tell the truth, I, Qin Xiaotian, will owe you a favor. When Qin Xiaotian saw Xiaomeng being intimate with Zhang Xian, he was so jealous that his lungs were about to explode. At this moment, he wished he could throw Zhang Xian into the Dongshan River to feed the fish. But he couldn't do this in front of Xiaomeng. He must not leave a bad impression in Xiaomeng's eyes. Moreover, this is Teo Yuanju. The boss behind Teo Yuanju is not simple. Even his arrogant father reminded him when he came here not to cause trouble in Teo Yuanju, otherwise the Qin family will not be able to save him. So, he pointed out his identity as the eldest son of Dongshan Industrial, with the aim of making Zhang Xian give up. Dongshan Industry is a star enterprise in Dongshan City, with a market value of hundreds of billions. No one can refuse to owe him a favor. Thinking of this, a hint of pride appeared on Qin Xiaotian's face. He had a firm grasp of the relying on billions to get close to people aspect. Dongshan Industry? Such a familiar name. Zhang Xian seemed to have heard it before, but he couldn't remember where. Yes, Dongshan Industry. Hearing Zhang Xian's muttering, Qin Xiaotian became even more proud. As expected, no one in Dongshan City didn't know about Dongshan Industry. At this moment, Zhang Xian's cell phone rang. Hello, are you Mr. Zhang Xian? A sweet voice came from the microphone. I'm Zhang Xian, who are you? Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm Bai Weiwei, the general manager of Dongshan Industrial. The company will hold a board meeting in the next 2 days to announce you as the new chairman. When do you think you can come over? Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this. No wonder he felt that Dongshan Industrial was very familiar. Didn't the system reward him with 50% of Dongshan Industrial's shares? I'm doing military training these 2 days, I'll wait for a while. Okay, I'll notify the board of directors and reconvene on another day. The other party said and hung up the phone. Meng, look, don't make things difficult for this classmate. Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't mention borrowing money, Qin Xiaotian smiled complacently, took out his bank card and was about to hand it to the cashier. Settlement the bill with this lady. Zhang Xian said, nothing can stop him from making money. Ding, congratulations to the host for making your choice. The reward has been issued. You have become the boss of Teo Yuanju and have obtained the master level of Bajiquan. The moment the electronic sound rang, Zhang Xian felt that some Bajiquan moves suddenly appeared in his mind. Those moves were alive in his mind, as if he had been immersed in this style of boxing for decades. Thank you, Junior. Classmate, it's not easy to be away from home. Be careful when you go out. It's not worth getting beaten up. Qin Xiaoqi was so angry that his whole body began to tremble. He glared at Zhang Xian fiercely, snorted coldly, and went back to the private room. Chapter 6, The School Beauty is not excited at all. Sir, you can't afford to offend young Master Qin. Seeing Qin Xiaotian walking away, the waiter kindly reminded him in a low voice. He has been working here for 3 years and has heard many glorious stories about young Master Qin. Anyone who provokes Qin Xiaotian will end up badly. Thank you, it's okay, just scan the code. Isn't it Dongshan Industry that Qin Xiaotian relies on? Now he is the largest shareholder and chairman of Dongshan Industry. Why should he be afraid of a small rich second generation? Xiaomeng looked at Zhang Xian with an extremely sweet smile. It was very abrupt. Xiaomeng suddenly felt a little confused. She didn't know if it was her illusion. Why did she feel that Zhang Xian was more handsome than when she saw him at the school gate before? No, we must take him down as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he keeps this peach blossom face, who knows how many butterflies he will attract. Xiaomeng looked at Zhang Xian and became fascinated unknowingly, her eyes gradually becoming blurred. They haven't seen each other for many years. She had never forgotten him over the years, but that bastard Zhang Xian didn't even recognize her. Even when I heard her name, there was no reaction at all, which made me angry. Noticing Xiaomeng's eyes, Zhang Xian complained in his heart, what's so cold about her being a cold school belle? She looks like a complete nymphomaniac. He deeply suspected that everyone at Dongshan University had made a mistake, or was Xiaomeng's aloofness just an act? Drop. Payment successful. Xiaomeng snatched the receipt and when she saw the amount on it, she suddenly felt embarrassed. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Xian's phone vibrated. China Construction Bank, latest transaction alert for your savings card ending in 0179, received 5 million yuan. After seeing the message on the phone, Zhang Xian's wounded heart finally found some comfort. Well, he was a little closer to one of his small goals. Junior, will you be unhappy if you lend me so much money at once? Xiaomeng didn't expect that the 3 women were so powerful that they ordered things worth 5,000 yuan at once. Xiaomeng knew about Zhang Xian's family conditions. She asked Zhang Xian to take out so much money at once. Could it be that Zhang Xian used Huabei to pay the money? Thinking of this, Xiaomeng felt a little embarrassed. Kai. Senior, I've become a pauper all of a sudden. Please pay me back quickly. Zhang Xian was very excited after making 5 million in one go. Just as he said that, he suddenly remembered that if he acted particularly happy, the school beauty might think that he really wanted to lend her money. Besides, he has a girlfriend. Although Zhang Xian has not figured out how to get along with that woman, he can't act like a scumbag. Really? Xia Meng pretended to be embarrassed, but her eyes were sparkling. Does this mean her plan can begin? From now on, can she have dinner with Zhang Xian every day? She didn't even have to think of a reason. What the hell? Zhang Xian looked at Xia Meng in confusion. What was that expression on the school beauty's face? Why does the school beauty seem so excited when she hears that he has no money? Could it be that the school beauty is a liar? Do you use this trick on every man? There are so many male classmates at Dongshan University. If she borrows some money from every one of them, she will become a billionaire. He couldn't think about it too much. The more Zhang Xian thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. Senior, I'm leaving first. Go eat. No, leave quickly. Stay away from women like this in the future. What a deep scheme. Having said that, without waiting for Xia Meng to say anything, Zhang Xian immediately ran back to the private room. Hello. Seeing Zhang Xian running away in panic, Xia Meng pouted. Is she so scary? Since you have no money anyway, let's see what you can do then. You still have to fall into my hands obediently. Thinking of this, Xia Meng smiled and returned to her well-educated and ladylike appearance. Back to the private room. Fang Ximing saw Zhang Xian's expression and asked in confusion, Brother Xian, what happened to you? Were you chased by a dog? Almost. Thinking of his discovery just now, Zhang Xian was secretly proud, with a sense of pride that everyone is drunk but I am sober. I didn't expect that the cool and aloof school beauty would be such a person. What on earth happened? Seeing Zhang Xian's expression, the three people became even more curious. Eat, there's nothing to worry about. Zhang Xian quickly changed the subject. If these three guys knew that he had just met the school belle, maybe these three idiots would run over immediately. He has been cheated, and he can't let his roommate get cheated too. On the other side, Xia Meng returned to the private room triumphantly. The three little sisters looked at her in confusion, always feeling that something was wrong with Xia Meng. The three of them looked at each other, wondering if something new had happened. Xia Meng didn't know that her image in Zhang Xian's mind had been completely ruined. When she thought of her plan, excitement flashed in her eyes, and she seemed to be looking forward to what was to come. Wang Shui and the other two looked at each other. Now they were certain that Xia Meng was definitely in love. The three people's eyes sparkled with excitement, they were extremely curious. What kind of man in this world could make this icy beauty fall in love with him? Qin Xiaotian returned to the private room, feeling angrier and angrier. In Dongshan City, few people dared to offend him. Mr. Qin, how's it going? Is the school beauty very touched? Hearing his friend's question, Qin Xiaotian's anger grew even more intense. Damn, this matter absolutely cannot be let go like this. Mr. Qin, did something unexpected happen? When everyone saw Qin Xiaotian's expression, they knew something unexpected had happened. However, everyone is used to it. If Qin Xiaotian really impressed the campus beauty of Xia University, that would be really strange. Although Qin Xiaotian is wealthy, they still feel that he is not worthy of the school beauty. In fact, it's not just Qin Xiaotian. They all feel that no man in the world is worthy of the school belle. Xia Meng kept a certain distance from everyone who wanted to get close to her, and her every move exuded a sense of unattainable distance. No matter how noble a person's status is, in front of the school belle, he seems to become a vulgar person, and the school belle is like the bright star hanging high in the sky. In the eyes of everyone, Xia Meng is a fairy who is detached from the mundane world and should not be contaminated by the secular world. Brother Bian, come here. Qin Xiaotian suddenly thought that he and the lobby manager here were good friends. He had spent so much money here, so it wouldn't be too much to ask that guy for a favor, right? Boy, I'll let you know the price of messing with me. Qin Xiaotian had a sneer on his face. Judging from the way Zhang Xian is dressed, he doesn't look like a rich man. He has plenty of ways to kill people like him. Seeing Qin Xiaotian's appearance, the people in the private room couldn't help but shudder. Someone is going to be in trouble. Just then, a man pushed the door open and walked in. Qin Xiaotian whispered his plan to the man, and then directly transferred 10,000 yuan via WeChat. The man immediately patted his chest and said that he would take care of the matter, then walked out and headed towards Zhang Xian's private room. Chapter 7, Being Blackmailed in My Own Restaurant. Holy crap, Brother Xian, you're famous. Go check out the campus forum. While eating, Wang Chang suddenly said. Yang Ming and Fang Shiming immediately opened the forum. On the first day of school, the school beauty personally came to the school gate to pick someone up. Who is that lucky man? School beauty's elegance at the school gate. Under the dormitory, the school beauty and a boy stood affectionately together. What is their relationship? 18 analyses brought to you by a LSP who wants to lick the school beauty. Boy, get out here. I want to duel with you. Only the winner will be able to own the school beauty. Among the 10 top news items, 4 are related to school beauties. Zhang Xian glanced at him and said helplessly, Old Wang, you're wrong. I'm not famous, I'm ruined. Although he had anticipated this incident, he was still a little confused when he saw that it caused such a sensation. She's just a school beauty, how could she cause such a sensation? It's not like a celebrity is having an affair. The reporters in this school are even more ridiculous than the paparazzi on Earth. Damn it, he doesn't want to be famous. If these news are true, he will accept it. The problem is, these are all fake. He and the school beauty have no relationship at all, they don't even know each other. This is a huge misunderstanding. Zhang Xian could only hope that things would calm down soon. Brother Xian, that's awesome. TSK, covering the school beauty's mouth all the way down from the dormitory, close physical contact. The 3 people looked at the picture on the forum, glanced at Zhang Xian, and silently gave a thumbs up to the person who posted the picture. Noticing the gazes of the 3, Zhang Xian looked at them solemnly. Brothers, I swear to you with my life that I really have nothing to do with the school beauty. As he was speaking, his cell phone rang. Zhang Xian took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He picked up the phone in confusion. Hello, are you Mr. Zhang Xian? I am, who are you? Hello, I'm Wang Chuan, the general manager of Teo Yuanju. Where are you now? I want to see you. Then come over now. I'm having dinner at Teo Yuanju. Please wait, I'll be right there. When Wang Chuan heard that the boss was having dinner at Teo Yuanju, his heart skipped a beat. The boss is going to Teo Yuanju at this time. Could it be that he is going on a secret visit? Squeak. Zhang Xian had just hung up the phone when the door of the private room opened and a man walked in with a bottle of red wine. Seeing the newcomer, the 4 looked at him puzzledly, only to see that person's face filled with a warm smile. Boss Zhang, your red wine is here. As he spoke, the man walked straight towards Zhang Xian. When the 4 people heard this, they knew that they had recognized the wrong person. This was a very normal thing, and the 4 of them didn't care. Zhang Xian stood up and was about to explain, but the next moment, he was stunned. Bang! The man handed the red wine to Zhang Xian, but before he could reach Zhang Xian, the man's hand loosened and the wine fell to the ground. In an instant, a strong aroma of wine spread out. You've got the wrong person, we don't have a boss Zhang here. This scene was a bit awkward, but it had nothing to do with him, Zhang Xian explained. What? Who would have thought that this person's reaction was unexpectedly big, almost jumping up? You broke my bottle of red wine, and you're trying to distance yourself from it by saying you had the wrong person? Do you know how expensive this bottle of red wine is? Kid, this is 45 Romane Conti. You ordered this bottle and I gave it to you, but you deliberately refused to take it. You broke it and then said it wasn't the wine you ordered. Are you kidding me? Do you know where this is? Teo Yuanju. No one dares to cause trouble here. Boy, you can do it. Dian Changmin pointed at Zhang Xian's nose and shouted loudly. After taking a look, everyone immediately understood that they were being blackmailed. Zhang Xian was angry, not only because he was being blackmailed, but also because Teo Yuanju was his own property, and this person's actions were ruining Teo Yuanju's reputation. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing the first time he came here. Romane Conti 45? Are you kidding him? Is it possible that such a precious red wine would appear here? There was a smile flashing in the depths of Bian Chengmin's eyes. He was the lobby manager of Teo Yuanju. With the support of Teo Yuanju, it was very easy for him to get a kid. By doing this, he not only got 10,000 yuan, but also gained the friendship of Qin Xiaotian, the eldest son of Dongshan Industrial. If he handled it properly, he could also cheat some money out of the kid in front of him. As for this kid not admitting it, should he be afraid? This is Taoyuan residence. There was once a rich second generation from another province who acted arrogantly here and even threatened to destroy Teo Yuanju. As a result, the next day the rich second generation came to kneel down and apologize. You're blackmailing me. Brother Xian, don't bother with him. He's clearly trying to blackmail you. We're your witnesses. It was this guy who broke the bottle of wine himself. Fang Ximing and Wang Chang were unhappy and started yelling. Yang Ming frowned. The matter in front of him was not simple. He knew the power behind Teo Yuanju. How could someone dare to blackmail others in Teo Yuanju? There must be someone behind this. He looked at Zhang Xian in confusion, not understanding who Zhang Xian had offended. It seemed that the other party wanted to kill Zhang Xian. What the hell, how can you talk like that? I'm the lobby manager of Taoyuan residence. How could I do something that would ruin my reputation? Stop the bullshit and take my money. Dian Changmin threatened coldly. Hearing that this person was actually the lobby manager of Teo Yuanju, Zhang Xian was furious. He sat down calmly with a nonchalant expression and looked at Dian Changmin. What's your name? Are you really the lobby manager of Teo Yuanju? What? Is there anyone who dares to pretend to be from Teo Yuanju? This is my name badge. Pay me, kid, 4 million. Seeing Zhang Xian so indifferent, Dian Changmin felt that his dignity was offended and slammed his badge on the table. 4 million? Are you sure? The general manager of Teo Yuanju would be coming over soon. He was just about to ask this person how he managed his subordinates. Zhang Xian would never allow such a person to exist in his restaurant. He is so bold as to extort 4 million yuan from the customer. When Dian Changmin heard Zhang Xian's words, he thought Zhang Xian had already given in, and he couldn't help but feel proud. I'm sure, very sure. Brother Xian, don't listen to this guy's babbling. I'll figure out a way to deal with this. Wang Chang was furious at Dian Changmin's attitude. Yang Ming had already taken out his cell phone and dialed a number. At this moment, Zhang Xian's cell phone rang. Zhang Xian glanced at the caller ID and said calmly, I'm in room 16. After saying that, he hung up the phone. In the hall, Wang Chuan's face changed drastically, and a feeling of palpitations suddenly surged up in his heart. It's over, the new boss's tone is not right, it seems like something really happened. He immediately asked the waiter beside him, who's on duty today? General Manager, it's Manager Bien. Where are the others? Manager Bien went to room 16. When Wang Chuan heard the waiter's words, his face turned pale instantly. Could it be that the bastard Dian Changmin offended the boss? Chapter 8. The more arrogant a person is, the harder he will fall. Boy, let me tell you, it's useless no matter who you call today. Dian Changmin was very proud. Really? Then I'll tell you something, I'll make you roll up your bedroll and get out of here. This matter is really terrible. In the service industry, reputation is the key. Such a pest has appeared in Teo Yuanju and must be cleared out. Zhang Xian also realized that this matter was not simple. He and Dian Changmin had no grudges against each other, and the other party would not come to trouble him for no reason. Suddenly, he thought of someone, Qin Xiaotian. If there was anyone he could have offended, it could only be Qin Xiaotian, whom he had just met in the hall. The more Zhang Xian thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. He was helpless, beauty is a disaster. Unexpectedly, someone attacked him on the first day of school. Moreover, the amount is so huge, he asked for 4 million right away. He will not stop until he kills him. This is just him. If it were an ordinary person, he might really be completely ruined by Qin Xiaotian. No, stay away from the school bell from now on. Xia Meng, who was in another private room, didn't know what Zhang Xian was thinking yet. At this moment, she was daydreaming about the beautiful dream of being with Zhang Xian. You want me to pack up and get out? Ha, kid, I want to see how you can make me pack up and get out. Dian Changmin had seen many arrogant people, and what Zhang Xian said did not pose any threat to him at all. Instead, it made him laugh. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Who? Dian Changmin was puzzled. Didn't he tell the waiter not to come during this period? Mr. Zhang, I'm Wang Chuan. May I come in? When they heard the name Wang Chuan, not only Yang Ming and the other three were dumbfounded, but Dian Changmin's heart skipped a beat and he swallowed his saliva frantically. General Manager? The general manager calls Zhang Xian Mr. Zhang? Who on earth is Zhang Xian? How could he possibly be so respectful to Wang Chuan? Yang Ming put the phone into his pocket quietly. They seemed to have underestimated Zhang Xian. But think about it, how could a man who was actively pursued by the school beauty be an ordinary person? Come in. Zhang Xian looked at Bian Changmin indifferently. Being looked at like this by Zhang Xian, Bian Changmin broke out in cold sweat and trembled all over, anticipating that something bad was going to happen. The door creaked open and a big, square-faced man in a suit walked in. When he saw the big man coming in, Bian Changmin's hope immediately disappeared and his face turned pale. The big man who came in was Wang Chuan, the general manager of Teo Yuanju. Excuse me, which one of you is Mr. Zhang Xian? Wang Chuan looked around and fixed his eyes on Zhang Xian. I'm Zhang Xian, find a quiet place. Wang Chuan said respectfully, Mr. Zhang, please follow me. Hey guys, eat first, I'll be right back. Zhang Xian said to Yang Ming and the other two, and when he passed by Bian Changmin, he said lightly, you come along too. Bian Changmin was shocked by the general manager's respectful attitude towards Zhang Xian. How could he dare not disobey? Brother Xian, we. Fang Ximing was afraid of something happening, so he immediately stood up and wanted to follow them. It's okay, I'll be back soon. Although it was the first time he met the three people in the dormitory, they all had very good personalities. If there was a chance in the future, Zhang Xian would like to help them. Seeing that Fang Ximing was still worried, Yang Ming held him down. Old Yon, this is Teo Yuanju. I've heard of it before. If Brother Xian follows them, will it be possible? Don't worry, didn't you see how respectful Wang Chuan was when he looked at Brother Xian just now? No wonder the school belle fell in love with him. I was saying it, how could an ordinary person possibly win the favor of the school belle? What do you mean? Are you saying that my goddess is a vain person? Damn, Lao Yang, I'm also a believer in the goddess. What I mean is that Brother Xian is awesome. If you don't agree, let's practice together? Let's practice, let's practice. 10 bottles per person, whoever can't finish it is a grandson. I'll drink it first. Zhang Xian followed Wang Chuan, and when they passed a private room, the door creaked open and a head popped out. When Qin Xiaotian saw Zhang Xian, he thought Zhang Xian had been taken away, and a ferocious sneer appeared on his face. Boy, if you dare to go against him, you will die. Seeing Qin Xiaotian's expression, Zhang Xian knew that his guess was correct, and this matter was indeed related to Qin Xiaotian. Qin Xiaotian returned to the private room with a smug smile on his face. Mr. Qin, has that kid been dealt with? Seeing Qin Xiaotian's expression, his friend immediately asked. Of course. If you dare to go against me, I will make sure he never gets over it. Qin Xiaotian said coldly. Everyone in the private room couldn't help but shudder, and they didn't doubt Qin Xiaotian's words at all. Ever since Qin Xiaotian appeared at Dongshan University, no one who provoked him had a good ending. Qin Xiaotian said as he looked at someone, go check the identity of that brat, I want to destroy his entire family. At this moment, everyone in the room froze. In their opinion, Zhang Xian's family was completely finished after provoking Qin Xiaotian. Entered the general manager's office. Zhang Xian sat down directly in his seat. When Bian Changmin saw that Wang Chuan was not unhappy at all, but stood respectfully aside, he was instantly frightened and turned pale. Zhang Xian's status was even greater than he had imagined. You know, even if Qin Xiaotian's father Qin Zhanyang came, Wang Chuan just nodded in agreement. Even so, it was enough to make Qin Zhanyang very excited. All this is because behind Wang Chuan is the owner of Teo Yuanju. Bian Changmin had never met the legendary boss behind the scenes, but since he became the lobby manager of Teo Yuanju, those people who were previously high and mighty and whom he could not even reach would greet him in a friendly manner when they saw him. Bian Changmin had never seen Wang Chuan be so respectful to anyone before, but now he had seen it. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through Bian Changmin's mind, and he thought of a possibility. If Zhang Xian is Gudong. Bian Changmin swallowed his saliva frantically, he didn't dare to think any further. If he continued thinking about it, he would be scared to death. Damn Qin Xiaotian, I'm going to be badly hurt by you this time. Bian Changmin cursed Qin Xiaotian's entire family in his heart. This is such a fucking scam. Boss, this is my fault. Wang Chuan lowered his head to admit his mistake and carefully observed Zhang Xian's reaction. Plop. Bian Changmin collapsed to the ground. Wang Chuan's words completely shattered the last bit of hope in his heart. Is this Qin Xiaotian's idea? Zhang Xian asked. Yes, boss, this was all Qin Xiaotian's idea. He said. Bian Changmin seemed to have grasped the last straw and told everything. Do this to Qin Xiaotian again, and then get out of here. I don't want to see you here again. Zhang Xian looked at Wang Chuan and said, you are the boss here from now on. Contact me if there is anything important. After saying this, Zhang Xian stood up and left. He had just taken over here, so it should be a smooth transition. As for Wang Chuan, Zhang Xian decided to observe him for a while longer. Plop. Bian Changmin was completely dumbfounded. Those days of being high and mighty are long gone from him. Chapter 9. This restaurant is mine. Wang Chuan stared at Zhang Xian's back in a daze. Although he had guessed that the new boss was young during the phone call, he didn't expect that the new boss would be so young. No one knew better than him the power behind his former boss. It was precisely because of this that he felt even more shocked that his boss gave this place to Zhang Xian. Moreover, the other party didn't replace him. Was it because they couldn't do it? Or was it because they didn't care? In Wang Chuan's opinion, the latter is more likely. Wang Chuan didn't think that the person who could make the boss give up Teo Yuanju obediently would be a simple person. The students are probably used by the new boss to conceal his own identity. Zhang Xian walked out of the general manager's office, and on his way back to the private room, he ran into the waiter who had reminded him. Zhang Xian stopped him and asked, "What's your name?" The waiter was stunned, not understanding why Zhang Xian asked this, but he still replied politely, "Sir, my name is Zhou Yi." Zhou Yi? This person has good character. After all, they need to cultivate one of their own people here. Zhang Xian said to Zhou Yi, "You will be the lobby manager of Taoyuan residence from now on. Go find Wang Chuan and ask him to confirm it. Just say it was me who said it." Zhang Xian left after he finished speaking, leaving Zhou Yi standing there in confusion. He was a little amused. Although Zhang Xian's temperament was not like that of an ordinary person, this was Teo Yuanju, and not just anyone could be the lobby manager here. At this moment, Wang Chuan came out. Zhou Yi immediately shouted respectfully, "Meet the general manager." "Well, what did Mr. Zhang say to you just now?" Wang Chuan asked in confusion. He heard Zhang Xian's voice, so he came out to see. "Mr. Zhang?" Zhou Yi was stunned. Who was Wang Chuan? The general manager of Teo Yuanju. When Wang Chuan mentioned Zhang Xian, his tone was indescribably respectful, which Zhou Yi could still hear. When had he ever seen the general manager be so polite to others? Even if the CEO of Dongshan Industrial came, he wouldn't be as polite to the general manager. His heart suddenly warmed up. Could it be that his luck had changed? Is Zhang Xian really a big shot? Zhou Yi got excited and said, "Mr. Zhang just asked me to be the lobby manager." After he finished speaking, his heart was pounding. "What's your name?" Wang Chuan asked. "General manager, my name is Zhou Yi." Zhou Yi? Okay, since Mr. Zhang said so, then you will be the lobby manager here, right? Come here, I want you to do something. This is Mr. Zhang's order. Wang Chuan gave instructions in a low voice, and Zhou Yi listened in a daze. Do you know what to do? Zhou Yi had disliked Qin Xiaotian for a long time, but he had no choice. He was just a small figure. But since even the general manager said so, what else did he have to fear? Dry. In the private room, Qin Xiaotian couldn't hold back any longer. He couldn't wait to see Zhang Xian's distraught and collapsed look. When I opened the door, I saw Zhang Xian walking towards me. Qin Xiaotian was stunned. How could Zhang Xian be okay? This is not right. Didn't Bian Changmin take action? Zhang Xian smiled politely at Qin Xiaotian, as he was a big customer of his. When Zhang Xian thought about making 4 million from Qin Xiaotian in a while, he suddenly felt that Qin Xiaotian was not so annoying anymore. Seeing Zhang Xian smiling at him, Qin Xiaotian was stunned. Could it be that Bian Changmin really hasn't taken action yet? "Mr. Qin, your red wine is here." Just then, a waiter came over with a bottle of red wine. Wine. Qin Xiaotian was puzzled. He had a passionate game to play in the evening, so why didn't he order any red wine? Just when he was wondering, bang, the red wine fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Qin Xiaotian was stunned for a moment and was about to curse when a big man with a square face walked towards him. Seeing the big man, Qin Xiaotian was stunned. Push opened the door of the private room. 3 pairs of eyes looked over at the same time. Fuck, brother Xian, are you really okay? How was this handled? When everyone saw that Zhang Xian had really returned, they breathed a sigh of relief silently. What could happen? This restaurant is mine, it's my territory. Zhang Xian shrugged and curled his lips. They are brothers in the same dormitory, and this matter cannot be kept secret for long, so it is better to come clean. The whole place was silent, as if time had paused at this moment. Wang Chang and the other two glanced at Zhang Xian, then looked at each other. Their expressions suddenly became strange, and then, ha ha ha. Brother Xian, this is definitely the biggest joke of the century I have ever heard. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. We brothers won't force you to ask, so why make up such an excuse? Don't make jokes like this. If the boss of Teo Yuanju hears you, you'll be in big trouble. Someone in your family must know General Manager Wang Chuan, right? Brother Xian, you're amazing. You actually have a connection with such a person. It seems Brother Xian's family background is not simple. Does anyone in your family know Wang Chuan? What the hell? Isn't Wang Chuan the general manager of Teo Yuanju? Could it be that Wang Chuan has some other important identity? What kind of big shot is the general manager of a restaurant? This time it was Zhang Xian's turn to be confused. No matter what, he has told these three guys anyway. If they find out later, don't blame him for hiding it from them. Okay, guys, military training starts tomorrow, so you better not drink too much. Zhang Xian reminded. It's okay. How much has he drunk? I'm going to get this bastard drunk to death today. He actually insulted my school beauty. Yang Ming said with great enthusiasm. Fuck. Who insulted the campus beauty? The four of them started drinking, but most of the time it was Wang Chang and Yang Ming who were competing in drinking, while Zhang Xian and Fang Ximing were eating. The next day, Yang Ming and Wang Chang let out the most miserable howl of the century. Damn it, if I drink again, I'll stand upside down and eat shit. It's all your fault. If you hadn't forced me to drink, would we be like this? I didn't eat much, and my stomach is full of wine. Zhang Xian and Fang Ximing came back with breakfast and burst out laughing when they heard the conversation between these two funny guys. The instructor has already notified us to line up, so hurry up and eat. Thank you, Brother Xian, I love you so much. This is mine, don't fight with me for it. Yang Ming and Wang Chang spoke incoherently while stuffing buns into their mouths. Damn, I went there too, why are you only thanking Brother Xian? Fang Ximing was unhappy. After eating breakfast and seeing the text messages on his phone, Zhang Xian thought to himself, MMP. He forgot that he had paid for breakfast, which cost less than 30 yuan in total. He ended up wasting a cashback card. He had to go out in the evening, otherwise he would have to spend money at school. Once he spent the money, it would be a pit. After dinner, when they came to the classroom, they were confused. I saw a lot of people standing outside the classroom, all of them were filled with righteous indignation. Looking at these people, it seemed as if they were here to fight. Seeing this, Zhang Xian was filled with doubts. Fuck this bastard. He dares to approach my school beauty. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted. Zhang Xian. Chapter 10. The instructor is also a school beauty. Is that bastard here yet? Not yet? Why are you in such a hurry? If he dares to approach our goddess, I want to chop him to death. How can I not be anxious? You're not the only one who wants to kill him, so what's the point of being anxious? Standing behind the crowd, Zhang Xian was trembling all over. Damn, are these people sick? Should we blame him for being in contact with the school beauty? He is innocent, okay? Do these bastards think he wants to get in touch with the school beauty? Hey, you three bastards! Zhang Xian was feeling depressed, but when he turned around, he found that the three guys around him had walked to within more than 10 meters of him, and it was obvious that they wanted to distance themselves from him. This bastard is here. Suddenly, just when Zhang Xian was trying to find a way to leave, a fat guy next to him grabbed him and yelled at him. Swish! Hundreds of eyes looked over at him, and Zhang Xian instantly felt like he was being put on the spot. If I say I have nothing to do with the school beauty, would you believe me? Zhang Xian's whole body was stiff, as if there was an invisible force restraining him. He wanted to turn around and run away, but his legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Do you believe it? Beat that bastard to death. I don't know who shouted, but a group of people surrounded us in an instant. Get out of here, everyone. I want to see who dares to cause trouble on my territory. A loud roar was heard. Everyone looked back and saw a woman walking towards them. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a long white dress. She had a tall figure, which made her look even more slender against the backdrop of the dress. Her appearance is also extremely delicate, with an oval face, as white as jade, and so tender that it seems to be dripping with water. A pair of beautiful eyes are big, like the brightest star in the night sky, which makes people immersed in them at first sight. With short hair, she looks very capable, and wearing a pair of half-frame glasses, she exudes an intellectual beauty. This woman's appearance is no less than Xia Meng's. They each have their own merits. Moreover, this woman has an intellectual beauty that Xia Meng does not possess. It's Gu Qingcheng, the campus beauty of Gu University. Why is she here? Seeing the person coming, those who originally wanted to beat Zhang Xian up were stunned where they were, and some even acted like gentlemen and smiled at Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng. A graduate student in the Department of Finance, she has been selected as the campus beauty every year since entering Dongshan University. She is also a very good student. Her papers have been published in major global financial magazines. Unlike Xia Meng, she had a failed love experience, and it was this experience that made her treat every man coldly. Also, she and Xia Meng are sworn enemies. I heard that Gu Qingcheng broke up with her boyfriend because of Xia Meng. Of course, this is just a legend, because none of the three parties involved in this incident have responded. Besides, the campus beauty Xia is so aloof and I have never seen her get close to any man, so the story is probably fake. However, perhaps influenced by the rumor, the two campus beauties were always at loggerheads with each other every time they met. Over time, they really became sworn enemies. Gu Qingcheng was holy and proud, like a lone and proud swan, and walked over. Sister Gu, why are you here? School bell Gu, are you passing by here on your way to do something? Hurry up, don't just stand there, make way for school bell Gu. No one dared to hesitate. Gu Qingcheng, in addition to being the school belle, was also the president of the martial arts club. She once encountered hooligans outside the school, and more than a dozen hooligans were unable to get close to her. This is a rose with thorns. No one dares to touch it for fear of being pricked. What the hell? I'm the instructor of finance class 8. Are you tired of living by causing trouble in my class? Gu Qingcheng focused her beautiful eyes and looked around fiercely. The freshmen had never been exposed to Gu Qingcheng's power, so when they saw the scene, they were instantly attracted. When the old students heard her words, they ran away in an instant. Looking at their miserable appearance, she wished her parents had given them 2 more legs. Zhang Xian's heart was pounding. He walked up to the 3 ungrateful bastards and glared at them angrily, hoping to make them feel his anger. However, what made Zhang Xian speechless was that these 3 guys fell for Gu Qingcheng the moment they saw her. No matter how Zhang Xian glared at them, these 3 guys didn't notice at all. They stared at Gu Qingcheng straight in the eyes, and even seemed to forget to breathe. Dear instructor, my name is Yang Ming, and I'm a student in your class. Please take care of me in the days ahead. Yang Ming struck a pose that he thought was very handsome, and then stretched out the 3 words dear, obviously trying to gain the upper hand verbally. My name is Wang Chang. My name is Fang Shiming. The other 2 LSPs introduced themselves immediately, fearing that they would be too late and would not be noticed. But at this moment, Zhang Xian felt something strange. He couldn't help but shiver, because Gu Qingcheng's eyes seemed to be locked on him. Day. A fragrant breeze blew over, and Gu Qingcheng walked to Zhang Xian's side, staring at Zhang Xian with a scrutinizing look, with a bit of teasing in her eyes. Zhang Xian's hairs stood on end. Could it be that this woman is also curious about him? How is that possible? Zhang Xian burst out laughing. Xia Meng alone had caused such a big scene. If Gu Qingcheng was involved, would he still be able to survive? You are Zhang Xian? Hello, instructor, my name is Zhang Xian, and I am Xia Meng's boyfriend? Gu Qingcheng interjected. Zhang Xian was speechless. Xia Meng's boyfriend? He meant the student in finance class 8. TSK, you're really quite handsome, very nice, no wonder Xia Meng likes you. Gu Qingcheng looked Zhang Xian up and down, making the hairs on Zhang Xian stand on end. Damn, this feels bad. Gu Qingcheng stared at him for a long time, as if confirming something. Come in. As he said that, he walked into the classroom first. Damn, brother Xian, what's going on? Do you know my wife? Yang Ming immediately ran over and said shamelessly. It's my 2nd day of school, just like you. Zhang Xian glanced at the LSP speechlessly and walked in. Hiss. The moment Gu Qingcheng walked into the classroom, all the boys in the class gasped and then became excited. With such a beautiful counselor, they will be blessed in the days ahead. Some people also focused their attention on Zhang Xian. After all, the scene just now was too grand, and the gimmick of Xia University's campus belle's boyfriend was eye-catching enough. Damn, this is the boyfriend of the legendary campus beauty of Xia University? He's just average looking. So many people came just now, why didn't they beat him to death? Damn it, how dare you get so close to my goddess? Hearing these introductions, Zhang Xian felt unwell. He is innocent, what does this have to do with him? He just wanted to go to college, how did it turn out like this? Chapter 11 Hello Sister-in-Law. Hello everyone, I'm your instructor, Gu Qingcheng. You can call me instructor or Sister Gu. Gu Qingcheng was speaking at the podium, and the LSPs below were staring at her, with thousands of fantasies in their minds. Okay, except for Zhang Xian, please introduce yourselves. After hearing this, Zhang Xian felt even worse. What the hell? Why accept him? You're a celebrity now, do you still need an introduction? The people who want to beat you to death are lined up outside the school gate. Wang Chang, this bastard, was taking advantage of someone's misfortune, and Yang Ming and the others were trying hard to hold back their laughter. Zhang Xian. According to the practice in previous years, they should go to a specific place for military training, but due to some special circumstances this year, they conducted military training directly on the school playground. After everyone introduced themselves, they lined up on the playground. Fortunately, it was cloudy today and the weather was not hot, so after a morning of military training, everyone didn't feel anything except a little tired. Seeing that the time was almost up, the instructor announced the dismissal. Everyone could no longer hold on and scattered like ducks, running towards the cafeteria. Zhang Xian's heart sank. No, he absolutely would not spend money on this meal, otherwise wouldn't he be wasting another cashback card? As we were walking, the atmosphere around us suddenly became strange. At this time, Xia Meng and 3 others came to the cafeteria. Their appearance instantly made the entire cafeteria quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on them. Oh, Meng, I told you not to come here, but you insisted. Not only is the food here not tasty, but every time you come here, we can't have a peaceful meal. Wang Shui complained. Meng, don't you hate the cafeteria's sanitary conditions? Why did you suddenly want to come to the cafeteria today? The 3 people were talking, but they were shocked to find that Xia Meng was not listening to them at all, but was looking around, as if looking for someone. Just as Meng Li was about to speak, Wang Shui covered her mouth and signaled her not to speak. Wang Shui and Sun Tian's eyes rolled around, following Xia Meng as she walked among the crowd. The next moment, they noticed that Xia Meng's beautiful eyes lit up and she looked very happy, then she left the 3 of them and ran in a certain direction. Aren't those the freshmen this year? Yeah, he's wearing military training clothes. The 3 people suddenly stopped talking. They suddenly thought of something and their eyes followed Xia Meng's figure. Xia Meng ran to a handsome boy and stopped. The 3 of them's eyes lit up and they ran over immediately. Junior, I finally see you. Let's go and have dinner. Xia Meng took Zhang Xian's arm and said with a smile. At this moment, the world seemed to be quiet. Everyone around Zhang Xian was dumbfounded and stared blankly. Hearing about it is one thing, seeing it with your own eyes is another. Everyone stared at this place, not even daring to breathe. The old students rubbed their eyes hard, unable to believe what they saw. Are the rumors true? Is the goddess really going to belong to someone else? Xia Meng actually took the initiative to put her arm around a boy. Are they blind, or is this world crazy? Xia Meng ignored the gazes around her. Her eyes were smiling, as if in her world, only when she saw Zhang Xian did the whole world regain its color. Zhang Xian's whole body instantly stiffened when Xia Meng held his arm. He greeted her awkwardly, "Senior, what a coincidence." 1,000 divine beasts were passing through Zhang Xian's heart. Could it be that the school beauty came here specially to wait for him? Hasn't he been cheated out of 5,000 yuan? Even the school belle can't just pick on someone and try to trick him. What a coincidence. I was waiting for you here. Xia Meng giggled at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian. He could feel that the gazes around him had changed again. Oh my god, will he get beaten up when he walks on campus next time? Zhang Xian laughed awkwardly and said, "Senior sister, you are joking again. Why are you waiting for me?" Xia Meng brushed a few naughty strands of hair behind her ears. At this moment, everyone around her began to breathe faster. I borrowed money from you, but you're broke, aren't you? I can't come up with so much money to pay you back right now, so I'll treat you to a meal every day and pay you back bit by bit. As Xiaomeng spoke, she couldn't help but give a thumbs up to her own little idea again. Borrow money? Has the school beauty borrowed money from this boy in front of her? Suddenly, people around realized that there are such benefits in lending money to the school beauty. Wouldn't this mean I can have dinner with the school beauty every day? What kind of luck does this kid have? Some people beat their chests and stamped their feet, saying, "Damn, why doesn't the school beauty come to borrow money from them? Campus Belle, I have money here. I'll pay it back for you. You don't have to pay me back." A rich second generation couldn't help but step forward and say with his eyes shining, if he had known that being with the school beauty was so easy, he would have done it long ago. Really? 5. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up when he heard that. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Xiaomeng now. He was fed up with the feeling of being the center of attention. Are all the people in this world sick? Isn't she just a school beauty? It makes them crazier than star chasers. But just as he opened his mouth, he heard Xiaomeng smiling and saying to the rich second generation, "Get lost." The rich second generation left in disgrace, and gave Zhang Xian a fierce look before leaving. Zhang Xian expressed his innocence. What does it have to do with him? He immediately looked at Yang Ming and the other two, hoping they would come to rescue him. As a result, when these three LSPs saw the school beauty, they immediately forgot their brotherhood. Sister-in-law. "Hello, sister-in-law." Wang Chang and the other two immediately shouted obediently. "Oh, you are all here, let's go eat together." Because of her love for Wang Chang, Xiaomeng also liked Wang Chang and the other two much more. Okay. Yang Ming and the other two were very excited. The 4 people in Xiaomeng's dormitory were all famous beauties in the school, but because of Xiaomeng's halo, Wang Shui and the other two were overshadowed. They just saw Xiaomeng and 4 others coming here together. The 3 LSPs looked at each other and clenched their fists excitedly. As for Zhang Xian's look for help, they ignored it. "Hello, my name is Wang Shui, and I'm Meng Ming's best friend. My name is Meng Li. Sun Tian." Wang Shui and the other two trotted over and looked at Zhang Xian curiously. "He's quite handsome, no wonder he can capture the heart of our Xia University's campus beauty." "Oh, don't talk nonsense. There's nothing between me and Zhang Xian," Xiaomeng said. A blush crept up her cheeks, and she lowered her head shyly. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly and said, "Just explain it. Why are you so shy? Isn't this just admitting guilt? Besides, when did he ever try to win the heart of the school beauty? He has always been passive, okay? Seniors, you misunderstood. I have. Oh, everyone must be hungry, let's go in and eat." Xiaomeng immediately pulled Zhang Xian into the cafeteria and stopped Zhang Xian from saying anything. Zhang Xian was helpless, and the misunderstanding became even bigger. He has a girlfriend. Chapter 12, Sitting on Pins and Needles. After entering the cafeteria, Zhang Xian realized that the commotion outside was just an appetizer. He had just sat down for a while when no less than 10 boys came past him with small spoons in their hands. Zhang Xian suspected that if he came over alone, they would smash his skull with the spoons. "Eat it, isn't it delicious? Then let's change." After taking a look at Zhang Xian, Xiaomeng smiled and switched their plates. Then, in full view of everyone, she started eating without caring that the food on the plate had already been eaten by Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian. Everyone. Wang Shui and the other two looked at each other, and then looked at Xiaomeng in disbelief. Xiaomeng has a slight obsession with misophobia, but today she actually ate the food that Zhang Xian had already eaten. Zhang Xian was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. Now he can't clear himself even if he jumps into the Yellow River. He couldn't understand why Xiaomeng relied on him. To say he is handsome, yes, even someone as honest as him has to admit that. He is a little bit handsome, but not handsome enough to charm a school beauty, right? Xiaomeng had just taken a bite when she suddenly came to her senses and her pretty face turned red. She raised her little face and saw the surprised looks around her. She tried to say something several times but couldn't. Seeing Zhang Xian also looking at her in surprise, Xiaomeng pouted and said, "What are you looking at? Why don't you eat?" This idiot doesn't even know how to say a word for her. She just acted like this in a fit of rage. But it's done. She will definitely get Zhang Xian anyway. Isn't it the same whether she does it sooner or later? Zhang Xian. Why was she being so mean to him? It wasn't like he asked her to eat the meal he had already eaten. Besides, Xiaomeng had already eaten the food she exchanged for him, so how could he eat it? Especially in front of so many people, Zhang Xian could feel at least hundreds of eyes focused on him. Finally, under Xiaomeng's vicious gaze, Zhang Xian compromised, picked up the spoon Xiaomeng had used, scooped a mouthful of rice and started eating. Xiaomeng then lowered her head in satisfaction, a blush spreading across her face and extending to her neck. Wang Chang, Wang Shuet and the other 6 people looked at each other. They seemed to be fed up with dog food. Oh, I'm going crazy. That kid actually ate with the spoon that the school beauty used? Is that considered indirect kissing? I'm going to challenge him. He dares to desecrate my school beauty. When several rich second generations heard that the school beauty was coming to the cafeteria, they rushed over. They didn't expect to see such a scene. They were so angry that their eyes turned red and they wanted to eat Zhang Xian. The arrival of these rich second generations immediately attracted the attention of the entire cafeteria. Get out of my way, everyone. Why are you blocking me here if you don't want to eat? Just when those rich second generations wanted to come over and cause trouble, a cold voice suddenly sounded. The next moment, the rich second generation froze all over, and then walked out dejectedly like mice seeing a cat, as if they had encountered some ferocious beast. Ha! It's the campus beauty of Gu University. I heard that Gu Qingchengguo will be teaching a class this year. That kid's class. Seeing Gu Qingcheng, the whole cafeteria became quiet. Gu Qingcheng went to the window to get some food, looked around, and then walked straight towards Zhang Xian. Sister Gu, this way. Sister Gu. Yang Ming's eyes were burning with excitement. While everyone was looking at him like an idiot, he stood up and warmly welcomed Gu Qingcheng. Zhang Xian was in a miserable state. The 2 beauties were competing with each other for beauty, but he had no interest in appreciating them and was so restless that he couldn't sit still. Chapter 13 is trending again. Zhang Xian felt very uncomfortable during this meal. On the way back to the dormitory, he was surrounded by people all the way. There were 2 school beauties on his left and right. Zhang Xian was going crazy. Came downstairs to the dormitory. Gu Qingcheng simply held Zhang Xian's arm and walked upstairs. Xiaomeng raised her eyebrows. Sister Qingcheng, this is the boys' dormitory. Gu Qingcheng glanced at Xiaomeng calmly. I'm the instructor, I need to check their housekeeping. After saying that, he added, this is the boys' dormitory, so don't follow me. Xiaomeng. She was so angry that she stamped her feet. So angry. Why can Gu Qingcheng do it but she can't? Isn't he just a lousy instructor? What is so great about being a counselor? Meng, it's time for us to go back and rest. We still have classes in the afternoon. Wang Shui hurried to persuade them, but the 2 started fighting as soon as they met. If she hadn't been with Xiaomeng almost every day, she would have thought that Xiaomeng had stolen Gu Qingcheng's boyfriend when she saw this scene. A beautiful girl came to the boys' dormitory, and the whole building was in an uproar, with everyone in chaos. Zhang Xian even saw a few people running around in their shorts. Wherever they passed, the small window of the door was crowded with heads, all with curious eyes. Some people's faces flushed, their heads trembled, and their eyes were fixed on the campus beauty Gu. It seemed as if they were practicing the coordination of their left and right hands. The campus beauty Gu was walking on her own, as if she didn't notice what was happening on both sides, and she was extremely calm. Yang Ming's face turned pale and he kicked him. If it were in the past, those people would have come out and beat this guy up. This time, those people immediately disappeared from the small window, looking panicked. Everyone came to Zhang Xian's dormitory, and Gu Qingcheng locked the door as soon as she entered. Yang Ming's heart was broken. He walked to Zhang Xian's side, gritted his teeth and whispered, Brother Xian, I hate you. Zhang Xian said that he was also helpless. What is going on in this world? Was all this just his dream? He's still on Earth, right? He didn't travel through time at all this was just a dream. Yes, that must be the case. I heard that if you slap yourself hard in the face while dreaming, you will wake up. Gu Qingcheng looked around the dormitory of Zhang Xian and the other 3, and nodded with satisfaction. It was okay. There were no contraband as rumored, and no smell. Instead, there was a faint fragrance. It must have been specially sprayed with air freshener. Bang! She was stunned, and the 4 people in the dormitory looked at Zhang Xian in surprise as he slapped herself. Zhang Xian closed his eyes tightly, then slowly opened them. This must be his dream. Although the dream is beautiful, he still has to go to work. However, when he opened his eyes, what came into view was Gu Qingqing's extremely beautiful face. Zhang Xian, what are you doing? As college students, the school doesn't forbid dating. It's just that I don't quite agree with you and Xia Meng being together. Do you know her identity? It's impossible for you two to be together. But it's not your fault. There's no need to beat yourself up. Your attitude of admitting your mistakes is quite good. Stay away from Xia Meng from now on, otherwise it won't be me who'll talk to you, but the school leaders. After Gu Qingqing finished speaking, she patted Zhang Xian on the shoulder and left. Still there? Is it because he is not strong enough? Or is the fighting posture wrong? Bang! Zhang Xian hit himself again. Brother Xian, stop hitting me. I know it's not your fault. My wife just said that she just came to talk to you and told you not to fall in love with Xia Meng. Seeing that Zhang Xian was still ready to hit him, Yang Ming grabbed Zhang Xian's arm. He breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw Gu Qingqing treating Zhang Xian like that in the cafeteria, he thought Gu Qingqing also fell in love with Zhang Xian? It seems not. That's good, he still has hope. Thinking of this, Yang Ming was filled with energy. Zhang Xian lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling. It seems that he really traveled through time, and everything he saw was real. Teo Yuanju, which owns 50% of Dongshan Industrial's shares, is pursued by the school beauty. When he was on Earth, each of these things was out of reach for him, but now they are all within his reach. In the afternoon, after the military training, Wang Chang suggested that they go to the city. Zhang Xian was just about to use those cashback cards, so the four of them happily went there. In the taxi, Fang Ximing was looking at his cell phone in a frivolous manner. Zhang Xian leaned over to take a look in confusion and was immediately speechless. Sure enough, the scene in the cafeteria has become a hot search on the campus forum and has been pinned to the top. Shocking. Two beautiful girls are competing for one freshman. I was stunned. The campus beauty Gu actually drank that boy's millet porridge. Who is this man? Let me give you an in-depth analysis. After leaving the cafeteria, the beautiful schoolgirl Gu followed the man to the dormitory. What did they do during these few minutes? The top 10 hot searches are all related to Zhang Xian. The exaggerated speculations and descriptions are much more powerful than the gossip on Earth. Some people speculated that he was a hidden rich second generation, sent by his family to experience life, so the school beauty would throw herself at him. Seeing this, Zhang Xian sneered. His parents were just ordinary workers, and he heard that his mother was facing layoffs. Is he thinking about picking a suitable opportunity to tell his parents that he is rich? Although he had just traveled through time, Zhang Xian did not feel at all unfamiliar with his parents, and the affection he felt for his family made him feel satisfied, a feeling he could not experience on Earth. Seeing the three LSPs around him watching with great interest, Zhang Xian was even more speechless. Just then, the cell phone rang. Seeing the word mother on the caller ID, Zhang Xian's heart trembled. He took a deep breath and picked up the phone. His body was stiff and his tone was dry, Mom. Who knows how much Zhang Xian wanted to call this name to someone when he was on Earth. Xuanzi, have you arrived at school? A gentle voice came from the microphone. When Zhang Xian heard this voice, tears welled up in his eyes. I'm sorry, Mom. I was too busy last night and forgot to call. It's okay, Mom knows. School has just started and everything costs money. I'll ask your dad to transfer 1,000 to you later. Don't just focus on saving money, your health is more important. Mom, I understand. Zhang Xian couldn't refuse the money. It was his parents' intention. Only if he accepted it would they feel at ease. Mom, I have something to tell you. I actually learned how to trade stocks in high school. I'll be able to earn my living expenses for school in the future. I've made a little money recently, so maybe I'll be rich soon. Zhang Xian could tell his mother was not in a good mood, and his heart ached. He quickly told her the reason he had just made up. Stock speculation? Son, you're in college now, study first. Don't let that little bit of money delay your studies. Your parents don't have to work hard. After hearing what his mother said, Zhang Xian could no longer hold back and tears rolled down his eyes. Is this what it feels like to be loved by your parents? Sure enough, it's really good. Chapter 14, is Teo Yuanju's market value over 100 billion? Parents always appear to their children as powerful as supermen. It seems that nothing can stump them. In his previous life, Zhang Xian saw others being loved by their parents, and God knows how envious he was. Now that he has experienced it, his heart aches. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xian closed his eyes and swore that he would let his parents enjoy a good life as soon as possible. Yang Ming was sitting next to Zhang Xian and heard every word of Zhang Xian's conversation with his parents. He glanced at Zhang Xian in confusion. Looking at the clothes Zhang Xian was wearing, he knew that Zhang Xian definitely did not look like a child from a wealthy family. However, looking at his spending in Teo Yuanju, he did not look like a child from a poor family. It seemed as if there was a layer of fog on Zhang Xian's body, covering him. Fuck, look at the 19th and 20th trending searches on the campus forum. Wang Chang suddenly said. Zhang Xian was speechless. It was already ranked 20th, how could it still be considered a hot search? He opened it and took a look. The 19th item was a photo of him, Xiaomeng, and Qin Xiaotian at the cashier counter. It must have been taken by a classmate who was eating there and passed by. Because of Xiaomeng's obstruction in the photo, only half of Zhang Xian's face is exposed. The post explained the whole story, and at the end the poster speculated that the person in the photo was going to be in trouble. Although others couldn't guess who that person was, Wang Chang and the other two recognized him instantly when they saw his clothes. It was Zhang Xian. Then, thinking about the red wine incident at Teo Yuanju yesterday, they immediately guessed that the incident was probably planned by Qin Xiaotian. The post was afraid that people didn't know how terrifying Qin Xiaotian was, so it also wrote out Qin Xiaotian's identity in great detail. The eldest son of the chairman of Dongshan Industrial is still a student, but he already has his own company outside and is worth at least 100 or 200 million. A true bachelor, he even compiled all of Qin Xiaotian's glorious history, and finally posted a message saying that if nothing happened to the person in the photo, the poster would eat shit on live broadcast. The comments under the post are all about the person in the photo deserves to be beaten. Although Qin Xiaotian had a bad reputation in Dongshan University, this time everyone supported Qin Xiaotian in bringing down Zhang Xian. Opening the 20th hot search, it was about Qin Xiaotian breaking a bottle of Roman Dicani at Teo Yuanju last night. He even found some information about this bottle of red wine on the internet. The selling price of 4.36 million was jaw-dropping. The poster said that Qin Xiaotian had no money and wanted to cheat. Even after calling his father Qin Zhangyang, he still had to pay 5 million. Only then did the father and son leave in disgrace. Seeing this, Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. Wang Chuan did a good job in this matter, but he didn't expect Qin Zhangyang to come, and Wang Chuan didn't give him face. Is it because Wang Chuan knows that Qin Zhangyang is no longer the chairman of Dongshan Industrial? Well, that's definitely why. After turning off his phone, he immediately noticed 3 pairs of eyes staring at him. What are you doing? These 3 LSPs looked like they were about to bite him off. Brother Xian, tell me the truth, did you do this? Yang Ming pointed at the 20th trending search and asked. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that their guess was right. They guessed that Zhang Xian had some relationship with Wang Chuan of Teo Yuanju, but joining forces with Wang Chuan to cheat Qin Xiaotian out of 5 million yuan was not something that could be done through ordinary relationships. They became even more curious about Zhang Xian's identity. No. Zhang Xian denied it flatly. Although it was his idea, he didn't do it. It was Wang Chuan who did it. He didn't lie to these 3 guys. Yang Ming and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xian was from another place and did not understand the power of Teo Yuanju. If Zhang Xian could really get Teo Yuanju to do things for him, then Zhang Xian's strength would be amazing. Qin Xiaotian deserves it. This guy has done nothing good in school. He relied on the fact that Dongshan Industry was his backer. He has ruined so many girls. Cheating him out of 5 million is like getting rid of a pest for the people. This is only possible with Taoyuan residents. Otherwise, most people wouldn't dare to do this. Hearing them say this, Zhang Xian became curious. Why did they sound like Teo Yuanju was so awesome? It's just a restaurant, what's so great about it? No matter how prosperous Teo Yuanju's business is, can it be compared with Dongshan Industrial? Dongshan Industrial is a company with an estimated market value of tens of billions. Zhang Xian asked his doubts, and Yang Ming and the other 2 laughed out loud, even the taxi driver laughed. Now Yang Ming and the other 2 were completely relieved. It seemed that this matter really had nothing to do with Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was depressed. Was the question he asked funny? Wasn't it normal? How can a restaurant be compared with a large enterprise? Young man, you are not from Dongshan City, are you? The driver asked with a smile. Yes, I'm from Binchang. More importantly, he came from another place, so naturally he didn't know much about the things here. No wonder, little brother must have been a good student who studied hard. Teo Yuanju is not ordinary. Teo Yuanju covers several industries and has a market valuation of over 100 billion. But taxi drivers like us know that Teo Yuanju's market value can't be that low. Puff. When Zhang Xian heard what the driver said, he almost vomited blood. What? More than 100 billion? Not only does he have a company worth tens of billions of dollars under his control, but he also has Teo Yuanju with a market value of over 100 billion yuan? He wanted to slap himself hard again. Was he now a billionaire? Seeing Zhang Xian's confused look, Yang Ming and the other two burst into laughter, and even took a picture of Zhang Xian's look and made it into an expression. Zhang Xian's face was full of black lines. These three guys. The phone rang again and Zhang Xian picked it up. Zhang Xian, you are so hateful. I want to break up with you. When Zhang Xian heard the voice coming from the microphone, he was stunned for a moment, then he saw that it was his girlfriend Li Xiaoman calling. His heart ached, and only then did he realize how important Li Xiaoman was to Zhang Xian in the past. Why? Zhang Xian didn't notice that his tone was filled with heartache. In his mind, the scenes with Li Xiaoman were also turned over by memory, and a strong feeling of reluctance emerged. Why? You still have the nerve to ask me why? What did you do at Dongshan University? Don't you know it yourself? You're amazing. You can even catch up with the campus beauty. It's even on the trending searches. Zhang Xian, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Bah, scumbag, let's break up. Xiaoman, Honey, I've broken up with him. Do you believe me now? I even gave you my first time. I don't really love him at all. The person I truly love is you. Zhang Xian was about to explain when Li Xiaoman's voice suddenly came from the microphone. At this moment, his heart was in immense pain. Chapter 15. Do we look like people who need discounts? In my memory, Li Xiaoman was so gentle and considerate. At this moment, hearing the unbearable voices in the microphone, Zhang Xian silently hung up the phone. Yang Ming and the other two pretended not to hear and continued chatting to ease the awkwardness. At this moment, 4 people came to the commercial street. On the other side, a 3-court trial was taking place in Xia Meng's dormitory. Wang Shui and the other two blocked Xia Meng in the corner of the bed. 3 pairs of beautiful eyes stared at Xia Meng, listening to her explanation. Okay, now you can quibble. Xia Meng rolled her eyes. Is this an excuse? Zhang Xian is my childhood best friend. We've been together since we were little, but my family moved because of my parents' work. After all these years, this bastard has forgotten me. It's that simple. Xia Meng blinked her beautiful eyes slightly, and that look was enough to charm thousands of teenagers, but her trick was obviously aimed at the wrong person. Wang Shui and the other two were also beauties, and they had lived together for more than a year, so they had already become immune to it. Then why did you say he was your boyfriend in front of so many classmates? And what happened in the cafeteria? You complained about the water cup I drank from, but you didn't mind the food Zhang Xian had eaten. Xia Meng, you better give me a perfect explanation. That's right. And what's going on in Teo Yuanju? No wonder Qin Xiaotian looked like he'd eaten shit when we left. It turned out he broke the red wine and had to pay 5 million in compensation. You said you owed Zhang Xian money, right? That was when we had dinner at Taoyuan residence, right? Humph, what a liar. You, Xia Meng, a talented woman in the finance department, can make tens or even hundreds of millions just by trading. How could you be short of money? I have to say, Meng, your way of chatting people up is really low. Low? Do you have any sophisticated ways to pick up girls? I feel like my methods are a little off. If I change the method, I think it will be more effective. Xia Meng's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at the 3 little sisters eagerly. Wang Shui. Meng Li. Sun Tian. Sister, is this the point? We were saying that something was not right between you and Zhang Xian, but your focus was on how to pick up girls? And you're saying you two have no relationship? Isn't that just admitting it yourself? As soon as Xia Meng said this, she realized that she had said something wrong and immediately pretended to be stupid. The 3 people looked at Xia Meng speechlessly. They couldn't understand. With Xia Meng's family background and abilities, what kind of man could she not find? Why did they choose Zhang Xian? Why couldn't they see what was so fascinating about him? But this is Xia Meng's own business, and they can't do anything about it. A cell phone rang. Xia Meng took a look and picked up the phone. Sister, it's okay, they broke up. Really? Well done. Bro, I'm very satisfied this time. Then, sister, funding. I don't have much here, only 200,000. You should spend it sparingly. Sis, I love you. Xia Meng was delighted, her big gem-like eyes shining. Ha, you're exposed, right? Aren't you broke? You need to borrow 5,000 yuan for food, and you gave me 200,000 yuan just like that. Xia Xianyo, you. Who's going shopping downtown? Hearing that Zhang Xian had broken up with Li Xiaoman, Xia Meng was very happy. She immediately interrupted her sister's long speech and made a suggestion. She clenched her fists excitedly and shouted yes silently in her heart. This was her first step to get close to Zhang Xian. I. And me. When Mengli and Sun Tian heard the word shopping, their beautiful eyes almost popped out. Wang Shui looked at her two best friends speechlessly. They were so simple-minded. Would they be sold off and help others count money when they entered society in the future? Xia Meng bared her teeth at Wang Shui, revealing a smile of success. Wang Shui was even more speechless, but this was Xia Meng's business, as long as Xia Meng was happy. The four of them excitedly rushed to the commercial street. Who can resist shopping? On the commercial street. Brothers, come with me to buy a laptop. During the 4 years of college, girls and games are both indispensable. Whether it's girls or computers, the configuration must be high, otherwise you won't be able to play for long and you will throw it away. Yang Ming expressed his heretical and twisted theories. What made Zhang Xian speechless was that Wang Chang and Fang Ximing, the two LSPs, actually nodded in agreement. Boss, bring out the best equipped gaming laptops you have. Wang Chang walked into a digital store and spoke in a very loud voice, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. Zhang Xian took a look at the three LSPs and could tell that they all came from rich families. Fortunately, he was bound to the system, otherwise, given his previous family background, today would be very embarrassing. This is also an embarrassing thing that anyone may encounter. A group of people go shopping together, and everyone else buys things worth 10,000 or 20,000 yuan. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you don't have money? The boss's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately came over, rubbing his hands and asking with a smile, which brother wants to buy a computer? Just as he was thinking about it, Zhang Xian felt embarrassed because the boss looked at Yang Ming, Wang Chang and Fang Ximing, but not at him. We want all four, boss. 4, you have to give us a discount. Yang Ming greeted the boss familiarly and handed him a cigarette. The boss took it and looked at it. He saw it was Xinlong Shengshi. He raised his eyes and thought, this is a good cigarette. 1,800 for a pack. Big business is coming. Okay, if all 4 of you want it, I'll give you a 10% discount. What they want is a high-end version, and a 10% discount is already a significant discount. I know how to do business. Boss, please recommend me one. Puffing out smoke skillfully, Yang Ming raised his head and blew out a smoke ring with satisfaction. Fuck, this bastard actually smokes by himself and doesn't share any cigarettes with me. He's so stingy. Wang Chang said as he took out a box of cigarettes and gave them to Zhang Xian and Fang Ximing. Then the three of them lit up the cigarettes skillfully and puffed them with pleasure. They look like old smokers. The boss had a sharp eye and said, oh, it's platinum crystal Su cigarettes, which are also good cigarettes worth less than 2,000 yuan. Since you brothers are open about this, I won't recommend that traitorous guy to you. That would be a slap in your face. I recommend you buy this Makrivo Titanium Tantalum Plus. The latest graphics card 3070, 100% color gamut, 2K display, and more importantly, a direct connection to the dedicated graphics card, and the price. Zhang Xian had set his eyes on this model before he came, and without waiting for the boss to finish speaking, he took out his bank card. This is the one, swipe the card. Yang Ming and the other two were listening with great interest, but were completely stunned when they heard Zhang Xian's words. Zhang Xian was so happy. The boss was also confused and looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment. Judging from his clothes, Zhang Xian was the poorest among the 4 people. His clothes cost no more than 200 yuan, unlike the other 3 who were wearing branded clothes. Okay, brother, it's a good deal, 10% off. Discount? Boss, do we look like someone who needs a discount? I was just kidding you. A 1,000-fold cashback card. Naturally, the more you spend, the better. Zhang Xian has already decided to pick up a car. It's a pity that there is not enough time, otherwise he would buy a villa. Chapter 16 Junior, what a coincidence. When the boss heard Zhang Xian's words, he was dumbfounded. Anyone else asking for no discount? But he was so happy to earn more money, how could he refuse? Yang Ming. Fong Shiming. Wang Chang. Brother, you don't need a discount if you have money, but we do. 10% off, saving $1,000. This notebook is my gift to my brothers. Seeing the three people looking at him, Zhang Xian immediately said with a smile. Don't refuse, that would mean you look down on me. Nothing can stop Zhang Xian from making money. Although he already owns Teo Yuanju with a market value of over 100 billion yuan and Dongshan Industrial with a market value of tens of billions, who would complain about having too much money? The three of them looked at each other and found that they really couldn't see through Zhang Xian. However, Zhang Xian's eyes were clear, and he didn't seem to be pretending to be cool in front of them. Brother, the total charge is 46,000 yuan. Here is the receipt. At this moment, the boss has already swiped the card. Could this be the legendary landlord? As expected, the most inconspicuous person may be the richest. At this moment, Zhang Xian's mobile phone rang. 46 million has arrived. Zhang Xian bared his teeth, the system is awesome. Okay, brother Xian is so generous. I'll accept this gift. Just when Wang Chang and Fong Shiming were hesitating, Yang Ming took the computer and said proudly. Wang Chang and the other man had no choice but to accept it. Although they had the money for something worth more than 10,000 yuan, they still felt a little uncomfortable accepting such an expensive gift from someone else for no reason. Let's go, we didn't bring enough clothes when we came here, let's go buy some clothes. Zhang Xian took the initiative to suggest. The four of them walked towards the clothing section. Just when the four of them arrived at the clothing area, they were surprised to see a lot of people gathered there. They walked over in confusion and saw four young and beautiful girls coming from the opposite direction. Who else could it be but Xia Meng? All the male customers in the clothing section stared blankly, their attention drawn to the four girls. Seeing Xia Meng and the other three, before Zhang Xian could turn around and leave, Yang Ming grabbed his arm and waved at Xia Meng, saying, "Sister-in-law, this way." Xia Meng and the others were stunned when they heard Yang Ming's voice, and immediately saw Zhang Xian being held by Yang Ming. Her cheeks suddenly turned red and she looked very happy. Xia Meng immediately walked towards the side, and even her steps became much lighter. Hi, Junior, what a coincidence, are you here to buy clothes too? The moment Xia Meng walked over, Zhang Xian suddenly felt that the gazes from people around him became much more fierce. Yeah, brother Xian said he didn't bring enough clothes when he came here, so he wanted to buy some clothes. But we old men don't know how to choose clothes, so we just happened to meet my sister-in-law. This is really fate arranged by God. Yang Ming ignored the look Zhang Xian gave him and spoke to himself. Wang Chang and Fong Shiming secretly gave Yang Ming a thumbs up. Yang Ming had his own little thoughts in doing this. Although Gu Qingcheng dragged them back to the dormitory and said those words, he felt uneasy because Zhang Xian and Xia Meng were not together. Of course, he had absolutely no bad intentions in doing this, because he could see that Xia Meng really loved Zhang Xian. Only when Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian did her eyes reveal the kind of brilliance that only lovers could have. Great! Xia Meng's eyes lit up when she heard that. When she thought of Zhang Xian trying on various clothes, she couldn't wait. The two teams merged into one and walked into a store. Hey, let's go over there and take a look. At this moment, the mall leader was patrolling the store. When he saw Xia Meng and the other three, his eyes instantly became hot. The people around followed the leader's gaze and saw four beautiful figures. They immediately knew what the leader was thinking. The leader saw Zhang Xian and his three companions, but he didn't take it seriously. They are just a bunch of chicks, how can they compare with a successful person like him? Nowadays, female college students are the easiest to trick into bed. As long as the money is right, there is no beauty that you can't sleep with. Seeing the appearance of Xia Meng and the other three, the leader's breathing became a little rapid. While others were not paying attention, he pretended to chew gum and swallowed a special-purpose medicine. The drug needs half an hour to take full effect, and this half an hour is enough for him to take down the four beauties. Especially, he looked at Xia Meng beside Zhang Xian with fiery eyes. Junior, hurry in and try on these two sets. Xia Meng handed 2 sets of clothes to Zhang Xian and pushed them into the fitting room. As soon as the chain was pulled up, Xia Meng's saliva was about to flow down. She had already imagined what Zhang Xian would look like wearing clothes. "My dear lady, I am the general manager of this shopping mall. My name is. What does your name have to do with me? Get out of here." Xiaomeng was just waiting to see Zhang Xian wearing his new clothes when a big head appeared in her sight and her eyes immediately burst open. The leader was confused. Didn't he make his identity clear just now? Beauty, I. Roll. Xiaomeng frowned. It was obvious that this old bald guy was not a good person. In the fitting room, Zhang Xian put on new clothes. It must be said that Xiaomeng's taste is really good. The clothes really suit him, as if they were tailor-made for him. I put on my clothes and walked out, and saw a group of people gathered there. What's wrong? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Upon hearing his voice, Xiaomeng immediately changed from a cold and hostile attitude to a little bird-like one. Junior, are you ready? Let me see. Everyone clearly saw that the moment Xiaomeng looked at Zhang Xian, countless colors burst out of her eyes, which she had never had when looking at anyone else. Is this true love? In the school beauty's eyes, there is only Zhang Xian. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhang Xian with envy. What a happy thing it is to be loved and admired by such a school beauty. The leader is unhappy, he is the protagonist here, okay? Shouldn't the plot be that after he arrived, several little girls admired his talent and offered themselves to him? Ahem, everyone, I'm the manager of this mall. Today is our 10th anniversary, and we've decided to randomly select a few people to play a little game with me. The winner will receive a 20,000 yuan LV bag from me. As soon as the words fell, the crowd around him burst into exclamations. Just by playing a small game, you can get a 20,000 yuan LV brand bag. What a deal! Suddenly, many people raised their hands to sign up. The leader was secretly proud of this. This was what was right. He glanced at Xiaomeng. Later, he would pretend to have chosen Xiaomeng by accident, and then find a way to give her the LV bag. Girls, especially female college students like Xiaomeng, have no resistance to such things at all. He seemed to have seen the scene of Xiaomeng lying on the bed and looking at him lovingly. Chapter 17. Is this guy a straight man? You, and you, oh, and this female classmate. The leader picked a few people at random. Of course, these were just a cover-up. In the end, the 4 girls from Xiaomeng were his ultimate targets. Originally, his target was Xiaomeng, but when he came closer, he could see clearly that Xiaomeng's 4 daughters were all celestial beings. As he looked at them, his body had some reactions. The leader is already impatient. Those who were selected were very excited, while those who were not selected were full of loss. But an embarrassing scene occurred for the leader. Xiaomeng and the other 3 girls had no intention of paying any attention to him, but were concentrating on looking at the clothes. He coughed and walked in front of Xiaomeng, a little embarrassed. My female classmate, you are very lucky, we. Wow, so handsome. Junior, the clothes really suit you. Before the leader finished speaking, Xiaomeng's beautiful eyes lit up and she walked to Zhang Xian's side. The leader was left alone in an awkward and messy state. Zhang Xian couldn't stand the school beauty's fiery gaze. Senior, what are you doing? Why are there so many people here? Unable to bear Xiaomeng's gaze any longer, Zhang Xian changed the subject. Hello, I am the department manager of this shopping mall, our leader. The department manager couldn't bear to see his leader so embarrassed, so he walked over and spoke. Are you okay? If not, go away. Can't you see we're whispering? Are you mall people so rude? I really can't help it, Xiaomeng frowned and said. It's so rare to spend time with Zhang Xian, but there are always some self-righteous people coming to make trouble. The department manager was embarrassed and remained silent. Girls, you. The department manager didn't want to give up just like that, but just as he finished speaking, Xiaomeng said, Junior, let's go to another store and try. As she said that, Xiaomeng took Zhang Xian's arm and was about to walk out. How annoying. I'm disturbing her from admiring her junioress figure. With Xiaomeng holding his arm, Zhang Xian became very stiff. Suddenly, he covered his nose. The lethality of school beauties is just too strong. Zhang Xian already felt his nose getting hot, and if he was a step late, he would have started bleeding. He quickly pulled his arm free and took a few steps back. Not to mention being held by the school beauty, even smelling the fragrance emanating from her body, Zhang Xian felt the urge to commit a crime. Xiaomeng couldn't help feeling disappointed. She had already been so proactive, so why was Zhang Xian so unromantic? A straight man of steel? No, steel is not enough to describe Zhang Xian as slowness. Zhang Xian should have reached the vibranium level. Xia Meng was a little discouraged. She clearly saw that Zhang Xian had feelings for her, and those physiological reactions could not be faked, but why did Zhang Xian not want her to get close to him? Junior, did you have a childhood sweetheart? Xia Meng couldn't help but remind her, she couldn't help it anymore, she wanted to show her cards. Have you ever promised me that you would marry me when you grow up? As Xia Meng spoke, her beautiful eyes blinked, full of hope, hoping that Zhang Xian could remember his childhood. Zhang Xian looked at her in astonishment and asked hesitantly, "School belle, you are?" Then she nodded modestly, and finally the two of them hugged each other, and from then on they lived a shameless life. Senior sister, aren't you here to buy clothes? Time is precious, you. Zhang Xian's mind was a little confused. I'm fine. So angry. Is she so unattractive? She looked at the old bald man tentatively, and immediately saw the burning desire in his eyes. So charming. But why does this little bastard Zhang Xian want to drive her away so much? Listening to their conversation, Wang Shui and others were speechless. Unable to bear it any longer, she asked Wang Chang beside her, "Doesn't Zhang Xian like women?" They really couldn't believe that there was anyone in this world who could resist Xia Meng's beauty. How is that possible? Brother Xian has a girlfriend, but they just broke up, and she cheated on him. I guess Brother Xian is still immersed in grief and dare not accept a new relationship. Wang Chang greedily sniffed the body fragrance of the beautiful woman beside him. Although Wang Shui and the other two are not as beautiful as Xia Meng, they would definitely be school beauties if they moved to other schools. No, I must ask Brother Xian to help me with this when I get back. The school belle only has Brother Xian in her eyes, so he doesn't dare to think about it anymore. But he still has hope for the school belle's beautiful roommate. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. Wang Shui suddenly thought of the phone call Xia Meng received before she came. Xia Meng's brother had just broken up a couple. Xia Meng was excited for a long time after hearing it. When she thought about the fact that Zhang Xian had just broken up, it was not difficult to guess what had happened. Xia Xianyou, for your own happiness, you actually designed to make others break up. You are so sinister. Wang Shui looked at Xia Meng speechlessly. She couldn't understand. Zhang Xian was just a little handsome, but not so handsome that Xia Meng would completely give up her self-esteem. Senior, what did you say? Is the school beauty evil? Her own happiness? A flash of light flashed through Wang Chang's mind, and he looked at Zhang Xian in a daze. No way? He was not only a little jealous of Zhang Xian, but also felt that he had actually made the cold goddess become like this. Nothing. Wang Shui's eyes were a little evasive and she covered her mouth. The leader who was left aside was so angry. His medicine had taken effect, but these four girls ignored him? Since he became the person in charge of this shopping mall, he has never been treated like this. He looked at Zhang Xian with resentment, and when he saw Zhang Xian's extremely handsome face, the anger in his heart became even more intense. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly saw a group of people coming towards him. When the leader saw that person, a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face and he went to greet them. Ha! Xia Meng, why are you here? At this moment, a man in a suit came over, saw Xia Meng, and asked in surprise. Uncle Wang? Why are you here? When Xia Meng saw the other person, she immediately walked over affectionately and took his arm. The man touched Xia Meng's head lovingly. Hello, Mr. Wang. When the leader saw how intimate Xia Meng was with the man, his heart started pounding and he was secretly glad that he had not done anything too extreme. Wang Linqing glanced at his leader, his face full of smiles. Hello. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the leader, but looked at Zhang Xian beside him with interest. Seeing this, the leader not only did not dare to show any unhappiness, but instead tactfully signaled his subordinates to lead the crowd to move aside. Leader, that person is? The department manager asked in confusion. It was the first time he saw his leader being so humble in front of someone. The leader looked very proud, as if it was a great fortune to just say a word to the other party. When he heard the department manager's question, he became even more proud. This person is truly remarkable. He is one of the top figures in Dongzhan. Have you ever heard of Teo Yuanju? What? Leader, do you mean that Mr. Wang is from Teo Yuanju? Seeing their leader nod, they all gasped. Chapter 18 Buying a Skirt for the School Beauty. Teo Yuanju was a very transcendent place in Dongshan City. Being able to get to know such a person means that he is definitely a well-known figure in Dongshan City. Although their leader is a rich man, being able to say a word or two to the people in Teo Yuanju and become familiar with them is definitely something worth bragging about. Leader, will the event still be held? Asked the department manager. As an old subordinate of the leader, he naturally knew why the leader held the event just now. Now that the other party was not fooled at all, there was no need to continue the event. That woman with the beauty mole on her face is pretty. As he was speaking, the leader's cell phone rang. He took a look, gave the department manager a look, and then walked aside to answer the phone. The department manager nodded immediately, knowing that the leader had taken a fancy to that woman and would ask him to make the connection later. Old Ding, what's the matter? Manager Su, the car you like is here, but a few people heard that I had this car and came to see it immediately. You should come over now, otherwise I'm afraid I can't keep it secret. What? The leader was anxious. He had been eyeing this car for a long time, but there had never been a source of it. Now he finally got one. If someone else got it first, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Thinking about the woman with the beauty mole and then thinking about the car, the leader gritted his teeth, said something to his subordinates, and rushed to the car dealership. Young man, are you also a student of Dongshan University? Wang Linqing looked at Zhang Xian with a smile. Which class are you from? Is she in the same class as our Xiameng? Where are your parents from? You. Uncle Wang, are you checking the household registration? This is my junior, we just met. Xiameng looked at Wang Linqing speechlessly and said coquettishly. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the school beauty had such a side to her. Just met? Young man, come and play with Xiameng at her home when you have time. Wang Linqing said he didn't believe you at all. He just saw Xiameng holding Zhang Xian's arm, so he came over to take a look. Xiameng is such a proud girl that she has never lacked boys chasing after her. She even had her good-for-nothing son in her family in her life for many years. Later, when she realized that there was really no hope for her, she changed her target. Over the years, there has been an endless stream of people proposing marriage to the Xia family, but they were all rejected by this girl. This is definitely the first time he has seen Xiameng be so affectionate towards a boy. There's definitely something wrong with these two. Zhang Xian sighed slightly in his heart. The relationship between him and Xiameng was hard to explain. Uncle, hello. I will definitely come to your house when I have time. Xiameng was overjoyed when she heard this. Really? Meng Li and the others were speechless. This woman's IQ would really drop infinitely once she fell in love. This was obviously Zhang Xian's polite remark, but the girl took it seriously and looked so excited. Only then did they realize that without them realizing it, Xia Xiaonu had completely fallen for them. When Wang Linqing heard Xiameng's words, he was stunned for a moment and looked at Zhang Xian with even more interest. Uncle Wang, what are you doing here? Xiameng asked curiously. Oh, my elder brother has taken a fancy to this place and plans to buy it. Wang Linqing's tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Okay, Uncle Wang, give me a membership card, preferably one with unlimited overdrafts. Okay, next time you come here, just take whatever you like. Consider it a gift from your uncle, okay? You young people, just play here. I'll go first. Wang Linqing said, smiled at Xiameng and others, and then left. Meng, come here and take a look. This dress suits you very well. At this moment, Sun Tian suddenly said in a store. Xiameng didn't care whether Zhang Xian agreed or not and just pulled him over. Zhang Xian said he was helpless. It turns out that being handsome is also a sin. On the other side, Wang Linqing walked to the corner and immediately called his old friend Xia Tianjun. What's up, bro? Old Xia, guess who I saw today? You and my brother are still playing dumb. If you want to talk, just say it. If you don't want to, forget it. I'm making dumplings at home. Come over and eat later. Xia Tianjun on the microphone was not fooled at all. Wang Linqing curled his lips. You really don't want to hear it? I'm telling you, if you don't give me a shop, I won't tell you this. Hello? Aching, is this related to our Meng? Have you seen her boyfriend? At this moment, a gentle and elegant female voice came from the microphone. Wang Linqing laughed heartily upon hearing this. Sister-in-law is still right in her guess. With old Xia's IQ, he could probably guess for half a year. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a series of ping-pong sounds from the microphone. Obviously something was knocked over, and then the phone was hung up. Hiss, so beautiful. I'm so angry. Why does Miss Xia look so good in clothes? That's right, how could God give her all these excellent conditions? Wang Shui and the other two girls pouted inside. Yang Ming and the other two were so shocked that they were speechless. Zhang Xian was also stunned. Xia Meng walked out of the fitting room wearing a pure white dress. The V-neck reveals Xia Meng's delicate collarbone and fair skin. Noble and cold, yet not lacking a touch of elegance. Like a princess, one can't help but admire her, but dare not get too close to her, as if that is a kind of blasphemy to the princess. Everyone in the store was stunned, and they didn't even care about the female companions beside them. All their eyes were focused on Xia Meng. At this moment, the school beauty is definitely the focus of everyone. Brother Xian, you are so lucky. Such a beautiful woman is pursuing you. What else do you want? Get her. That's right, you don't even want a beauty like this. How beautiful was your ex-girlfriend that you could resist the temptation of a school beauty? Brother Xian, since you are single now, you should just marry the school beauty. The three LSPs drooled as they tried to comfort him. Hee, Junior, does it look good? Xia Meng walked in front of Zhang Xian, turned around, and spoke in a coquettish tone. Yang Ming and the other two almost stumbled and knelt down in worship. What did they see? The noble princess is actually acting coquettishly. Zhang Xian was stunned at this moment, staring at Xia Meng with awe. At this moment, Xia Meng's beauty is so breathtaking that it makes people lose their minds. Hee, Junior, you are not honest. Xia Meng noticed Zhang Xian's reaction at a glance, approached Zhang Xian, blew air into his ear, and whispered. A warm current surged up and Zhang Xian started bleeding from his nose. God-level selection system activated. Choice 1, buy this dress for the school beauty. Rewards, a Porsche 911 Turbo S 3.8T, God-level driving skills, appearance +1, and a school beauty sign-in card. Choice 2, ignore the school beauty's affection. Reward, a steel straight man bicycle, God-level driving skills, the title of straight man, and 1 popularity with women. Hearing the voice in his head, Zhang Xian covered his nose and yelled at the clerk, buy this skirt. Chapter 19 School Beauty Sign-in Card. Ah! Wang Shui and the other two were stunned. This skirt is not cheap, it costs more than 40,000 yuan. Didn't Xia Meng say that Zhang Xian's family is very wealthy? He swiped his credit card to buy a skirt worth over 40,000 yuan without even frowning. Is this not considered rich? Does Xia Meng have any misunderstanding about the word rich? The female clerk reacted quickly and immediately took Zhang Xian's card. When the payment was successful, the clerk looked at Zhang Xian with much more enthusiasm. I didn't expect that this guy wearing cheap clothes was actually a hidden rich man. Unfortunately, such a high-quality boy has nothing to do with her. She glanced at Xia Meng beside Zhang Xian and completely abandoned the unrealistic idea in her mind. Sir, this is your dress. Here's your membership card. Use this card to shop at our store and enjoy a 9.5% discount. Ding, congratulations to the host for making your choice. The reward has been issued. The Porsche 911 Turbo S 3.8T is already at Sihai Car Dealership. Please go and claim it with your purchase receipt. You have received God-level driving skills, appearance +1, and a school beauty sign-in card. Note, school beauty sign-in card bound to exclusive school beauty Xia Meng. As long as the host appears next to Xia Meng, the wealth value increases by 100 yuan every second. 100 yuan per second, 6,000 yuan per minute, and 360,000 yuan per hour. This means that as long as Zhang Xian stands next to Xia Meng for an hour, he can get 360,000 yuan. Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows. The system was forcing him to be with Xia Meng. Otherwise. He glanced at Xia Meng, who was looking at him with her big watery eyes. Otherwise, would he give in? Junior, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling my beauty? Xia Meng noticed Zhang Xian's gaze and said with a grin. Thanks for the dress. She hugged the skirt tightly in her arms. This was the first time this guy bought her clothes. No, it must be protected well. This skirt is very commemorative. Smelling the scent on the skirt, Xia Meng was almost intoxicated. Zhang Xian. The senior sister is still so passionate and unrestrained. At this moment, a text message came, and another 1,000-fold cashback card was used, and more than 40 million yuan was deposited into the account. As expected, it's better here. It's a complete waste to stay in school. After buying clothes, he was planning to buy a car, but he didn't expect the system to give him one directly. Porsche 911 Turbo S 3.8T, 650 horsepower, top speed 330 km/h, the latest top-of-the-line model costs over $3 million. He couldn't wait to go and take a look. The god-level driving skills in his mind were ready. At this moment, he looked like an experienced driver who had been driving for decades. The 8 people soon filled up the place with bags of all sizes, and the 2 girls, Meng Li and Sun Tian, were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. At this moment, Yang Ming's cell phone rang. Hello, are you Mr. Yang Ming Yang? I am. Hello, Mr. Yang. This is Sihai Car Dealership. The modified BMW 5 Series 530 Li Executive Edition you ordered has arrived. When are you available to pick it up? Hearing the voice coming from the microphone, Wang Shui and the other 2 girls looked at him in surprise. They didn't expect that this boy was actually quite rich. Yang Ming noticed the gazes of the 3 women and suddenly felt a little proud. Sure enough, buying a car while in school was definitely the right decision. This way he won't have to worry about not having a girlfriend. However, Yang Ming felt a little regretful. If he had known that he would meet a top beauty like Gu Qingcheng, he would have bought a better car. This car is a bit low now. Okay, kid, there's a lot of money at home. Wang Shui patted Yang Ming's shoulder. Sister Shui, you're joking. A car worth 500,000 yuan isn't a good one. Stop laughing at me. Yang Ming said modestly. Zhang Xian and the other 2 immediately gave Yang Ming a thumbs up. They gave him full marks. Oh, I told you were fat and you're out of breath. Since we're all fine, why don't we go pick up the car together? I also want to see the legendary luxury car. Meng Li suggested. Okay. The group immediately got into a taxi and headed straight for Sihai Car Dealership. When he arrived at the car dealership, Zhang Xian looked at the name of the dealership and suddenly felt familiar. But everyone had already gone in, so he had no choice but to follow them in. A group of people, handsome men and beautiful women, their arrival immediately attracted the attention of the entire car dealership. Xia Meng, why are you here? Are you here to look at the car? At this moment, a loud voice sounded, attracting everyone's attention. In the hall, a boy wearing branded clothes suddenly stood up. This man was wearing a pair of glasses, looked very scholarly, and was also very handsome. He stood up at this moment, his face full of excitement. Hey, it's the school hunk Yan Shuqing, why is he here? I heard that Yan Shuqing's father is the general manager of Haida Trading. He's definitely tall, rich, and handsome. What's so strange about him coming here? Hee, Zhang Xian, your love rival has appeared. Yan Shuqing is our Meng Ming's die-hard pursuer. Sun Tian said to Zhang Xian with a smile. Junior, don't listen to Tian Tian's nonsense. Yan Shuqing and I are not familiar with each other. Xia Meng quickly explained, fearing that Zhang Xian would misunderstand her, and then she glared at Sun Tian fiercely. Sun Tian stuck out her tongue at Xia Meng. Xia Meng had completely changed since Zhang Xian appeared. Okay, I understand. Zhang Xian laughed dumbly, but some subtle changes occurred in his heart. Senior, why are you so nice to me? He couldn't help but asked in a low voice. You guess. Xia Meng said arrogantly, but in her heart she was saying, silly boy, if you hadn't saved me when I was a child, I would have drowned. It's a pity that I've remembered you all these years, but you've completely forgotten me and even found a girlfriend. I'm so angry. After Yan Shuqing finished shouting, he was embarrassed to find that Xia Meng had no intention of paying any attention to him at all. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Although a little embarrassed, Yan Shuqing still didn't want to give up such a good opportunity. He walked over and said, Meng, are you here to look at cars? I know the general manager here. If you want to buy a car, I can ask him to give you the biggest discount. Thank you, we still have things to do, so we'll go get busy first. Xia Meng didn't even smile and directly refused. Only then did Yan Shuqing notice Zhang Xian beside Xia Meng. He had been outside the school all this time and had not noticed what was happening inside the school at all. When he saw Xia Meng and Zhang Xian so close to each other, his eyes widened instantly and he thought to himself that it was impossible. Is he blind? Xia Meng, she is the coldest goddess in everyone's heart. When have you ever seen her so close to someone? Moreover, the other party is a man. He and Xia Meng went to the same high school. He had been pursuing Xiaomeng for 3 years, but she had never given him a good look. Why did that boy do that? Yan Shuqing couldn't help but follow. Chapter 20. That Porsche is really nice. Everyone, let me tell you, when buying a car, don't buy one that's too cheap. 500,000 is a barrier. Don't buy a junk car below 500,000. Not only is it uncomfortable to sit in, but it also smells. Yan Shuqing talked boastfully. I'm here today to pick up an Audi S6 LTFSI. It's not too expensive, just over 560,000 yuan. I originally wanted to pick up the top-of-the-line Porsche 911 Turbo S 3.8T, but unfortunately, there are so many people eyeing that car. Even though I've prepared the money, I'm still too late. It's already been reserved by a mysterious wealthy man. So, I just bought a car worth 560,000 yuan. When the top-of-the-line Porsche 911 Turbo S 3.8T is released, I'll buy another one. Yan Shuqing said with a look of regret. His voice was not low, and those who were looking at cars in the hall looked embarrassed. Looking at the car in front of them that they had long coveted, they didn't know whether to look at it or not. Some people wanted to beat up Yan Shuqing, the big-tailed wolf, but when they heard Yan Shuqing mention that he wanted to buy the Porsche 911 Turbo S 3.8T top-of-the-line version and had already prepared the money, they suppressed their anger. That car costs more than 3 million yuan. They can't afford to offend anyone who can afford such a luxury car. Yang Ming felt extremely disgusted when he heard this. This bastard wants to show off, but he should stop pretending here. Originally, it was a very happy thing to come here to pick up the car, but after hearing what this bastard said, Yang Ming suddenly felt that his beloved car was not so attractive anymore. You know, it took him a lot of effort to get his parents to agree to buy him this car. Meng, what car are you here to see? Yan Shuqing asked with secret pride. The salesperson next to him couldn't help but click his tongue. It was true that birds of a feather flock together, and the friends around the rich were all rich people. After hearing Yan Shuqing's words, the salesperson answered on his behalf. Mr. Yang bought a modified BMW 5 Series 530 Li executive model. Oh, this one is not bad either. You have good taste, brother. But that Porsche is still better. Yan Shuqing paused when he heard this. He had wanted to show off, but looking at the way Zhang Xian and the others were dressed, he thought it would be good enough for them to buy a car worth at most a few 100,000 yuan. After all, there are not many students who can afford to buy a car during college, and being able to buy a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan is enough to show off in front of everyone. But he didn't expect that Yang Ming's net worth was also quite high, and the price was not much different from that of his car. I couldn't help feeling a little depressed. I wanted to show off but failed, so I immediately changed the topic back to the Porsche. As for what he said about having the money ready, of course it was just bragging. He had been bargaining for a long time for this Audi, and he even caught his father having an affair with a mistress before his father agreed to buy him one. But that doesn't stop him from bragging. Well, that Porsche is really nice. Zhang Xian interrupted and he remembered why the name of this car dealership sounded familiar. Wasn't the car the system gave him at Sihai car dealership? Doesn't this mean that the Porsche 911 in the store is his? Brother Xian, why are you just agreeing with this bastard? Haven't you seen enough of him pretending to be cool? Yang Ming was speechless. Brother, you're also interested in that car? But that car, I think with your ability, you should be able to buy one after working hard for decades. Don't mind me, brother, I'm just joking. Yan Shuqing saw the cheap clothes Zhang Xian was wearing and made fun of him. Junior, do you like that kind of car? I have an idle one at home. It's just sitting there anyway, so why don't you take it and drive it for fun? Xiaomeng looked at Zhang Xian seriously. Yan Shuqing. The smile on his face was extremely awkward. Damn, who is this guy? Why did he get the attention of the school beauty? He has good looks and money, how can he not compare to the pretty boy in front of him? When the people in the hall heard this, their eyes towards Zhang Xian immediately changed. Turns out he's a gigolo. No future. I despise gigolos who live off their wives the most. A group of people whispered to each other, feeling extremely jealous. Damn, why can't such a good thing happen to me? What's wrong with me? Their eyes looked at Xiaomeng even more passionately. They didn't expect that the school beauty was not only beautiful, but also had such a rich family. Meng, you're not right to say that. Men should always have dignity. If this brother still drives your car after you say that, wouldn't that be shameless? Yan Shuqing was burning with jealousy. Why? He has been pursuing Xiaomeng for so many years, Why does Xiao Meng always ignore him but take such good care of a little punk? In this case, he said it out loud first. He didn't believe that Zhang Xian was so shameless as to drive Xiao Meng's car. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the school beauty would have such a luxury car. However, he had one of his own, so there was no need for him to drive Xiao Meng's car. Senior, no need. Zhang Xian smiled at Xiao Meng. With such a beautiful woman being so kind to him, Zhang Xian's heart was not made of iron, so of course he would be deeply moved. Unconsciously, Zhang Xian's gaze towards Xiao Meng changed. When Xiao Meng heard Yan Shuqing's words, she immediately frowned and shouted angrily, "Get out of the way! We're just looking at cars here, what does it have to do with you? Do you really need to give us orders? You." Yan Shuqing didn't expect Xiao Meng to be so ruthless. He immediately lost face and his expression changed rapidly. Finally, he left in shame. Zhang Xian. Everyone. No one expected Xiao Meng to show such a side of her. Everyone's impression of her has always been gentle and graceful, but this kind of school beauty is more down to earth and closer to everyone's lives. Junior, it's all that person's fault. I don't mean to look down on you, I just. Xiao Meng pouted and wanted to explain, but she found that she, who was usually eloquent, suddenly became speechless when facing Zhang Xian. It's okay, I know what you mean, but I really don't need it, I have my own. Yan Shuqing did not go far. In his heart, Xiao Meng was his designated wife, and he would never let Xiao Meng stay with an unknown boy. At this moment, he heard what Zhang Xian said and immediately sneered. In his opinion, Zhang Xian said this on purpose in order to pretend in front of Xiao Meng that he was not interested in the money of Xiao Meng's family. But he had to admit that Zhang Xian was indeed a formidable opponent. Boy, I won't let you succeed. Yan Shuqing followed quietly behind. Fuck, brother Xian, really? Get it and let me drive it for 2 days. Others may not believe it, but Yang Ming and the other two do. On the first day of school, Zhang Xian spent more than 100,000 yuan, and he didn't even frown when he spent the money. He was definitely not just trying to show off. Okay, that Porsche in this car dealership should be mine. We can go take a look later. Zhang Xian said that the system would never make mistakes. Keep pretending, and wait and see how you end up. Yan Shuqing, who was hiding behind, became even more disdainful of Zhang Xian. Chapter 21 Mr. Zhang is here. Xiao Meng was stunned when she heard Zhang Xian's words. In her impression, Zhang Xian's family conditions were not very good. Moreover, over the years, she had asked people to inquire about Zhang Xian, but she had never heard that the Zhang family had become rich. Wang Shui and the other two looked at Xiao Meng. Previously, Zhang Xian spent more than 40,000 yuan to buy clothes for Xiao Meng without even frowning. Now he has a luxury car. Is the Zhang Xian in front of them the same Zhang Xian that Xia Xiaoniu was talking about? On the way, they asked Yang Ming and others. The four of them had gaming laptops given to them by Zhang Xian. Each computer cost more than 10,000 yuan. Such a generous person is definitely not the same person as Xiao Meng. My dear brother Xian, of course I'll look at your car first. I won't look at my junky car for now. After hearing that the Porsche in this car dealership belonged to Zhang Xian, Yang Ming no longer had the heart to look at his own car. Originally, he was very much looking forward to the BMW 5 Series, but when he learned that Zhang Xian had a Porsche 911, he immediately felt that his car was not so attractive anymore. The saleswoman was a little confused when she heard Zhang Xian's words. She turned around and looked at Zhang Xian, hesitantly asking, "Are you Mr. Zhang Xian?" "Yes, it's me. When can I pick up my Porsche?" Seeing that the female salesperson could accurately call out his name, Zhang Xian was sure that the Porsche was his. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I just tried to call you but couldn't get through. I didn't expect you to come in person. Please come this way." The way the saleswoman looked at Zhang Xian almost melted him. Unexpectedly, the boy with the most inconspicuous clothes was the richest among them. "Mr. Zhang, our manager has been waiting for you." After hearing what the saleswoman said, everyone had no more doubts in their minds. Xiao Meng widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief, her heart filled with astonishment. Could it be that the detective agency she found was deceiving her? I'm so angry. Her Zhang Xian is so outstanding, but that detective agency actually lied with open eyes. "Miss Xia, didn't you say that Zhang Xian's family conditions are very ordinary?" Wang Shui walked to Xiao Meng and asked in a low voice. "Humph, need I explain?" Meng must be afraid that we will snatch her Zhang Xian away, So she deliberately said something unpleasant about Zhang Xian. How sinister. Meng Li and Sun Tian pouted and rolled their eyes. Tisk. Xia Meng straightened herself up, then looked at Meng Li and Sun Tian. You want to snatch my junior? Do you have what it takes? Meng Li and Sun Tian looked at their own scale and became discouraged. So angry. Xia Meng would expose their shortcomings. In fact, their breasts were also very big, but compared with Xia Meng's, they were indeed a little smaller. I really don't know. The last survey was a year ago. Maybe Uncle Zhang's family got rich in the past year. Xia Meng didn't care. She loved Zhang Xian as a person. She liked him regardless of whether he was rich or not. However, she would be happier if her future husband's family was more affluent. Upon hearing this, the three of them gave Xia Meng a thumbs up. In order to pursue someone, she even used a detective. How awesome! Let's go and see my Zhang Xian's new car. Xia Meng's beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. Yan Shuqing, who was following behind, felt uncomfortable all over. Is Zhang Xian really rich? No, I can't give up like this. Yan Shuqing strengthened his belief that their family's development had reached a bottleneck and that they had to rely on external forces if they wanted to continue. The Xia family is a good choice, not to mention that Xia Meng's appearance is like a fairy. He can help the family and marry such a beautiful woman as his wife. The entire Yan family supports him. The manager's office of Sihai car dealership. Old Ding, are you kidding me? I finally got a new car, and you told me it was already reserved. Didn't I tell you 6 months in advance? I don't care, I want this car. After waiting for a long time for the new car, he wanted to drive it and spend a night with the beautiful girl with a beauty mole. But when he got there, the manager of the car dealership, Ding Taisheng, told him that the dealership had made a mistake and the car already had an owner. Wasn't they playing a trick on him? Su Maokai was so angry that his whole body was shaking. I'm sorry, old Su. Don't be angry. I'll definitely keep the next one for you. This one wasn't sold by me. The headquarters sold it a long time ago. It was just shipped to me and I was asked to deliver it on their behalf. Ding Taisheng smiled bitterly. He had already spread the news and thought it was a quota given to him by the headquarters. He didn't expect that someone placed an order directly from the headquarters. I don't care. What about your reputation, old Ding? Talk to that guy and get him to give it up. I can offer a 100,000 yuan premium. How about that? I won't let you, old Ding, work in vain. 50,000 yuan as a reward is enough for me, right? Su Maokai had already boasted and even posted it on his circle of friends. If he didn't mention the car, he would be embarrassed. He felt bad about the 150,000 yuan premium, but it was worth it to be able to buy this car. The relationship between the two countries has not been very good during this period, and trade exchanges have been affected. It is not easy to get a car like this. Ding Taisheng smiled bitterly when he heard this. Did he think he didn't want to? He just doesn't have that ability. Su Maokai noticed Ding Taisheng's expression and asked hesitantly, can't do it? Ding Taisheng nodded. Headquarters is talking about the owner of Teo Yuanju. Gudong. Su Maokai swallowed his saliva, his eyes widened, his body trembled, and his heart skipped a beat. The owner of Teo Yuanju. This person is enough to shock the entire Dongshan city. Over the years, this person has always been very mysterious. Except for the senior executives of Teo Yuanju, I am afraid no one has ever seen this boss. So, Lao Su, I can only say sorry for what happened today. It's okay, it's okay. Since it belongs to that person, it's not something you can control. Alas, I can only say that this car and I are not destined to be together. Old Su, I have good news for you. Bilateral relations have eased now. By then, this Porsche will become just another ordinary car. By then, I'm afraid you, old Su, won't even be interested in it anymore. Su Maokai sneered when he heard this. Isn't this nonsense? Why is he so obsessed with this car? Isn't it because it's rare? Besides, it's not just this car that's hard to buy. All luxury cars priced over 3 million are hard to buy. Old Ding, when will that person come to pick up the car? Can you? Everyone wants to know this boss, and Su Maokai is no exception. If he can get to know him, his future will be much easier. Ding Taisheng didn't dare to respond carelessly. If it was any other matter, he would have agreed, but since it involved that person, he didn't dare to agree carelessly. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Manager, Mr. Zhang is here. Ding Taisheng's eyes lit up when he heard this and he stood up excitedly. The female salesperson was a little confused when she saw Ding Taisheng like this. Ding Taisheng didn't have the heart to pay attention to the female salesperson. Only when you have a certain status in Dongshan City can you understand why he is so excited. Please come in. Ding Taisheng's heart beat faster and he didn't care about Su Maokai standing beside him. He immediately went out to meet him. Su Maocai's expression changed rapidly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and followed. He knew that this was an opportunity, but if the other party had a bad temper, he would be doomed. He is risking his own destiny. Zhang Xian and his group walked in. Manager, this is Mr. Zhang, the saleswoman introduced. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Ding Taisheng was stunned when he saw Zhang Xian's expression and glanced at the female salesperson. Could this be a mistake? Boss, are you so young? It's him. Su Maokai, who was following behind, was stunned when he saw Zhang Xian. Chapter 22, Even the school beauties panic sometimes. Mr. Zhang, your car purchase contract and invoice. Although Ding Taisheng had some doubts in his heart, he did not say it directly. After all, it was related to the boss. What if the young man in front of him was the boss's descendant? Here. Zhang Xian remembered the system's reminder, muttered to himself, and took out the car purchase contract and invoice in his hand like magic. Everyone didn't see clearly where Zhang Xian took it out from, and thought he had already had it in his hand. Ding Taisheng took it and looked at it carefully. After a while, he respectfully returned it to Zhang Xian. Mr. Zhang, please follow me. As they spoke, a group of people walked towards the garage. When they passed by Yan Shuqing, no one paid any attention to him. Yan Shuqing was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Could it be that the car really belongs to that kid? But why is that boy dressed so poorly? Is this how people play nowadays? Pretend to be poor on purpose and then enjoy the feeling of slapping others in the face? Su Maokai was also dumbfounded, his heart pounding. Oh my god, he actually wanted to cause trouble for Mr. Zhang before. Isn't this like an old man eating arsenic and seeking death? Did Mr. Zhang glance at me just now? What exactly does Mr. Zhang mean? Is he mad at me? Su Maokai was extremely conflicted. However, Zhang Xian didn't know what he was thinking, because he didn't even notice that there was such a person. Fuck, that's so cool. Brother Xian, you must let me drive it for 2 days. When everyone saw the red car, they fell in love with it at first sight. Even Wang Shui and the other 2 girls, who knew little about cars, were fascinated by it. Take it. The car dealership had already completed the license plate procedures and everything, so they could just drive away. Zhang Xian threw the keys to Yang Ming. Numa, brother Xian, I love you so much. Yang Ming directly threw his car purchase contract to Zhang Xian, and then the 3 LSPs got in the car and drove away. Hey, these 3 bastards. Wang Shui and the other 2 were very depressed, secretly sighing that men are really uncontrollable and don't want girls anymore when they have a car. They had wanted to ride in a luxury car, but it seems that's not possible today. Mr. Zhang, this is. Ding Taisheng asked in confusion after seeing their unique car purchase contract. Oh, my friend bought a BMW 5 Series from you. Here are the purchase contract and invoice. Zhang Xian handed it to Ding Taisheng. Oh, that Mr. Yang is your friend? I'm sorry, Ding didn't know about this beforehand. Go and return the 50,000 to Mr. Yang. How can we earn money from Mr. Zhang's friend? Ding Taisheng looked at Zhang Xian flatteringly. No matter what the relationship between Zhang Xian and the mysterious boss was, he just had to curry favor with him. Thank you very much. Although Zhang Xian was a little surprised why the manager was so polite, it was a good thing to help Yang Ming, the LSP, save 50,000 yuan. You're welcome. Ding Taisheng was flattered and extremely excited. Then I'll drive away. It's up to you, the formalities are all done. Zhang Xian got in the car and Xia Meng immediately got on the passenger seat. Hey, Junior, help me fasten my seatbelt. Xia Meng's beautiful eyes narrowed into slits. Wang Shui and the other 2 watched in silence from behind, being really caught off guard by the dog food being fed to them. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and suddenly, he leaned over and stood in front of Xia Meng. This action instantly made Xia Meng's whole body stiffen. Her beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief. Feeling Zhang Xian's breath hitting her body, Xiaomeng suddenly became nervous and her pretty face slowly turned red. Senior, didn't you ask me to? Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, and feeling Xiaomeng's nervousness, he gave up his next move. Did he misunderstand Xiaomeng's meaning? Was Xiaomeng just playing a joke on him? I'm sorry, I thought you were serious. Zhang Xian apologized immediately, saying that his actions just now were indeed a bit reckless. Xiaomeng originally wanted to tease Zhang Xian, but based on Zhang Xian's previous behavior, he would probably shyly refuse. However, no one expected that Zhang Xian would actually obey and fasten her seatbelt. Senior, I'm starting the car, please fasten your seatbelts. Zhang Xian said this, and without waiting for Xiaomeng to say anything, the car started and drove towards the school. Even after they entered the school and returned to the dormitory, Xiaomeng had not recovered from her previous nervousness. Wang Shui and the other two followed Xiaomeng cautiously. This girl has been confused since Zhang Xian's action. They were a little confused. Hadn't this girl been clamoring to pursue Zhang Xian? How come Zhang Xian obediently fastened her seatbelt, but this girl ended up like this? Xiaomeng doesn't really like Zhang Xian? That's absolutely impossible. Not only were they college classmates, they also attended the same high school. Over the years, they had never seen Xiaomeng take the initiative to approach a man. But what was going on here? Furthermore, it was Xiaomeng who took the initiative to ask Zhang Xian to fasten her seatbelt. Meng, what's wrong with you? Mengli couldn't help it anymore, so she walked to Xiaomeng and asked in a low voice. Zhang Xian actually wants to fasten my seatbelt. Ahaha, is he moved by me? Xiaomeng suddenly jumped up excitedly, her face flushed. Wang Shui. Mengli. Sun Tian. Sister, is your reaction time so long? Judging from the way you looked just now, Zhang Xian probably thought you were scared. The three of them looked at Xiaomeng speechlessly. Is this still the cold and aloof school belle? What is the difference between Xiaomeng and those little girls who are just beginning to experience love and are at a loss? Meng, Zhang Xian isn't your first love, is he? Mengli suddenly asked. She didn't even believe what she said. Xiaomeng has been the goddess in the eyes of thousands of boys since high school. The flowers and love letters she receives every day can hardly fit into her school bag. Such a beautiful girl, has she never been in love? Why are you asking this? Oh, the way I looked just now, will he think I rejected him? Xiaomeng suddenly became nervous. Wang Shui and the other two looked at each other and secretly sighed in their hearts. It's over, this girl has completely fallen this time. Who would have thought that such a beautiful girl would be so pure and innocent when it comes to love? You know, this girl is a talented girl who can stir up the stock market in Dongshan City. No, I have to explain to Zhang Xian. She finally got some response from Zhang Xian, the straight man made of vibranium. If Zhang Xian rejected her again because of what happened just now, where could she go to cry? Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. Please try again later. When Xiaomeng heard the cold voice coming from the microphone, her pretty face suddenly turned panicked, and there were even tears in her beautiful eyes. He turned off his phone. Is he angry? No, I have to go find him and explain everything to him. I can't live without him. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaomeng rushed out. Wang Shui and the other two slapped their foreheads. It was over. This girl really became stupid. Chapter 23 The School Beauty Confesses in Public. Brother Xian, thank you. After returning to the dormitory, Yang Ming and the other two LSPs took turns driving around the school and showing off. Each of them asked for the WeChat numbers of several girls. We're brothers, why be polite? Zhang Xian fiddled with the new computer, activating the system step by step. Brother Xian, what's wrong with your phone? I can't get through. Fong Shiming asked. Oh, it's out of battery and turned off. It's charging. Zhang Xian. Come down. As he was speaking, a female voice suddenly came from downstairs in the dormitory. Zhang Xian, I wasn't rejecting you. I want to be your girlfriend. I've been thinking about this from the beginning. How could I possibly reject you? Zhang Xian, please stop being angry, okay? Come out, I want to see you. Boom. Hearing this voice, all the boys in the freshman dormitory leaned their heads out to look over. When they saw who was downstairs, they were shocked. Fuck, it's the campus beauty of Xia University. The school beauty is looking for that guy named Zhang Xian again. Damn it, What kind of spell did that bastard cast on the school beauty? The school beauty actually ran downstairs to confess her love. I'm so jealous of this bastard. Ah. Not only were the freshmen in the dormitory shocked, but someone also filmed the scene and uploaded it to the campus forum. At this moment, the entire Dongshan University was in an uproar. That's awesome, Brother Xian, my sister-in-law is here to confess her love. Fuck, Brother Xian, did you do something in your past life? Why do all the good things happen to you? Yang Ming and the other two looked at this scene in shock. At the beginning, there was a popular young actor who asked for a relationship with a school beauty in public, but was directly rejected by the school beauty. Unexpectedly, the school beauty now took the initiative to ask for a relationship in front of so many people. When a girl does this for a man, it means she loves him to the extreme. Zhang Xian was also stunned. He didn't expect Xia Meng to do this. Zhang Xian, come down, I was wrong, There was already a tone of tears in Xia Meng's voice. Brother Xian, what are you waiting for? Go down. Wang Chang roared. Zhang Xian clenched his fists and ran down immediately. There is a girl who loves him to the core. What right does he have to refuse? When he came downstairs, a group of people had already gathered in front of the dormitory building. These people were all looking at Xia Meng, who was in the center of the shocked crowd. Zhang Xian is a bastard. He dared to make the school beauty so sad. He deserves to die. Damn, where's Zhang Xian? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Is he looking for death? Someone couldn't bear to see Xia Meng's pitiful appearance and roared. Looking at Xia Meng surrounded by the crowd and seeing her pitiful appearance, Zhang Xian felt a pain in his heart, but also some inexplicable sweetness. Is this the taste of love? This was an unprecedented experience. Zhang Xian couldn't help but walk towards the girl, but there were too many people in front of him and he couldn't squeeze in at all. Senior! Zhang Xian was outside the crowd and couldn't squeeze in, so he had to shout loudly. I'm here. Zhang Xian, you, please make way. Hulala! The person blocking Zhang Xian immediately made way for him, and through the passage, Xia Meng finally saw Zhang Xian. A smile finally appeared on her tear-stained face, and then she ran into Zhang Xian's arms. Zhang Xian raised his arms, not knowing where to put them for a moment. Feeling the girl's body trembling in his arms, he was completely touched for a moment. He sighed softly and hugged the girl tightly in his arms with both hands. Wow! Xia Meng burst into tears, feeling so aggrieved yet so excited. Senior, stop crying. I'm not angry. Zhang Xian was a little at a loss as he had never dealt with such things. Xia Meng is like a blank sheet of paper when it comes to feelings, and so is Zhang Xian. In his previous life, he had been a bachelor for more than 20 years. On the second day after he came to this world, he was pursued by a girl like this. How could he have experienced such a situation? Okay, I won't cry anymore. Don't be angry next time and don't ignore my calls, okay? Xia Meng hugged Zhang Xian tightly, nestled in his arms, looked at Zhang Xian eagerly, and begged. Okay. Senior, can we go somewhere else? Here, surrounded by the crowd, Zhang Xian felt like an animal in a zoo, the kind that was going to be beaten. No, you can't leave. We want to see the school beauty. Some people started to make a fuss. They couldn't accept that the school beauty they had liked for a long time was just leaving with someone else. Where to go? Somewhere where there are no people? They shuddered at the thought of such a scene. Would you please all move aside? Xia Meng was so anxious that she didn't care about anything. Only then did she notice that there were people all around her. She immediately felt embarrassed. The beautiful woman's words really worked. As soon as Xia Meng finished speaking, someone immediately made way for her. Xia Meng lowered her head, hiding her exquisite and perfect face. She looked extremely shy, yet adorable. Zhang Xian quickly took Xia Meng away. I came to an empty corner of the school library. Xia Meng, who was originally carefree, became shy and didn't dare to look up when facing Zhang Xian alone. Senior. Yeah. Xia Meng lowered her head and responded in a mosquito-like voice. If they were not so close, Zhang Xian would not be able to hear her voice. Why do you like me? Zhang Xian looked at her and asked the questions in his mind. I just love you. I've loved you for a long, long time. Xia Meng said this in a firm tone, but when she noticed Zhang Xian's gaze, she lowered her head shyly. Very early? Zhang Xian was searching through his memories. He was sure that he had never seen Xiaomeng before. He has been living in Bincheng, while Xiaomeng is from Dongshan City. The two are in two different cities and have never met each other. But looking at Xiaomeng's expression, she didn't seem to be joking. Seeing Zhang Xian's puzzled look, Xiaomeng felt anxious and angry. Zhang Xian seemed to not take his childhood memories to heart at all. Junior, am I your girlfriend now? Xiaomeng asked nervously and expectantly, her beautiful eyes looking at Zhang Xian eagerly. Zhang Xian smiled at Xiaomeng. Senior, I just ended a relationship and I'm not sure if I can accept you right away, but I'm sure my feelings for you are different from others. Can you give us some time? Just 2 days after crossing over, Zhang Xian got a girlfriend who was as beautiful as a fairy. He always felt that all this was so unreal. He was afraid that this was all fake. Good. When Xiaomeng heard that Zhang Xian felt differently about her, her heart started pounding. Let's go back, it's getting late. Good. Xiaomeng stretched out her hand. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment and grabbed the hand in his own. The two smiled at each other and walked outside. Xia University's campus beauty confesses her love to Zhang Xian. Who exactly is Zhang Xian? Let me explain. I am a disciple of the love saint Zhang Xian, and I will teach you 18 ways to seduce the school beauty. The entire campus forum exploded, and I heard that even the server rented by the school was paralyzed. Chapter 24 Gu Qingqing's Fierce Words. This night, Zhang Xian, who was in love for the first time, suffered from insomnia. The next day when he lined up on the playground, he appeared with a pair of panda eyes and yawned continuously. Yang Ming and the other two LSPs looked at Zhang Xian jokingly, their eyes full of smiles. Zhang Xian, step out. The instructor frowned when he saw Zhang Xian like this. What's wrong with you? Replying to the instructor, I'm fine. Are you okay? How did you get these eyes, which are precious protected animals? Ha ha ha. All the students in the class were trying hard to hold back their laughter when they saw Zhang Xian's expression. After hearing what the instructor said, they couldn't help themselves and burst into laughter. Some of them even couldn't help laughing anymore and knelt on the ground with stomachache. What are you laughing at? Everyone, stand at attention. Everyone had to stand at attention. The instructor walked up to Zhang Xian and said, Young man, don't neglect your body. Staying up late playing games? Reading novels? Movies? The reason the school makes you undergo military training is to give you a good physical fitness and to enhance your collective consciousness. Zhang Xian, look at yourself. Go over there and sit for a while. Yes, thank you, instructor. Zhang Xian saluted the instructor and walked under the shade of the tree. As soon as I sat down, a fragrant breeze blew over me, accompanied by the sound of high heels. Zhang Xian looked up and said, Sister Gu. The next moment, a piercing pain came. Gu Qingqing twisted his ears twice. Okay, you ignored my words, didn't you? Follow me. Gu Qingqing held Zhang Xian's ear and walked towards the principal's office. Wherever he passed, everyone looked at him with respect. Zhang Xian was extremely embarrassed. No wonder Gu Qingqing was called Auntie Gu. She was beautiful, but she was really strong. Ordinary men could not conquer her. Sister Gu, spare me, Sister Gu. Let go, it's coming down. Zhang Xian begged for mercy. Humph. Although Gu Qingqing let go of her hand, her face was sullen and she was obviously very angry. Hey, Sister Gu, where are you taking me? Zhang Xian asked with a shameless face. He didn't understand how he had offended this she-devil. The matter between you and Xiaomeng has become so serious that even the principal knows about it. Let me see how you explain it this time. Gu Qingqing pouted and scolded. If she didn't speak, her charming appearance would give people a sense of elegance and beauty, which would make people fascinated. However, when she spoke, the principal is looking for me? This is a university. It's not illegal to have a relationship, and it doesn't violate school rules, right? Zhang Xian frowned. Isn't this a matter between him and Xiaomeng? If you were looking for an ordinary person, the school would certainly not care about you, but who asked you to look for Xiaomeng? Does Xiaomeng have any special identity? Why can't it be her? Zhang Xian was puzzled. He was very confused when Gu Qingqing said it last time. This time even the principal came out. What special identity does Xiaomeng have? First, the principal is Xiaomeng's aunt. Would she allow someone with bad intentions to get close to her niece? Second, in a few days, Xia Meng will represent our university in the Mathematical Olympiad. It's a world-class competition, bringing honor to our school. The school won't allow anything to affect Xia Meng's grades. When Zhang Xian heard that the principal was Xia Meng's cousin, his head suddenly became big. He hadn't made plans to meet Xia Meng yet, so how could this happen so suddenly? Sister Gu, dear sister, can you not go? Zhang Xian stopped. Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian with a half-smile and snorted coldly, aren't you and Xia Meng very brave? Hugging each other in front of so many people, it even became a hot topic. How come you don't have the courage to go see the principal? The principal is very beautiful and has a good temper. What are you afraid of? Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't want to leave, Gu Qingcheng grabbed Zhang Xian's arm and forced him to move forward. Principal's office. Zhang Xian was carried in by Gu Qingcheng. The director and deputy director of the finance department, as well as directors of other departments, were all there. Everyone was sitting around an oval table. When Zhang Xian walked in, he was instantly fixed with more than a dozen gazes. They all knew what happened yesterday. Who would have thought that Xia Meng, who is usually like a good kid, would actually propose to a new student in public? When they learned about this, they were shocked. They couldn't understand why Xia Meng, the goddess-like figure in the eyes of all boys, fell in love with Zhang Xian at first sight. At the beginning, the popular young actor Jiang Hanyu came to the school to propose to her, but Xia Meng rejected him without hesitation. They were very relieved when they learned of Xia Meng's decision. For college students, studying is the most important thing, and emotional matters should be put aside. Xia Meng is the student they trust the most. But how could all this change the moment Zhang Xian appeared? How can this be? Xia Meng will represent the school to participate in a competition in 2 days. They don't want to affect Xia Meng, so they set their sights on Zhang Xian. And they had the principal as their trump card. It wasn't unreasonable for an aunt to care about her niece, right? No one could say anything. When Zhang Xian came in, all the leaders were obviously stunned. They had to say that this kid Zhang Xian was really handsome. Moreover, there is a kind of temperament about him that makes people feel close to him involuntarily. No wonder Xia Meng, such a good girl, would also be tempted by worldly desires. Are you Zhang Xian? Sit down. Principal Xia Qingyan said lightly. Zhang Xian glanced over and saw Gu Qingcheng had already sat down on the last chair. Where should he sit? On the ground? This is obviously a warning to him. Zhang Xian was helpless. No need, there's no place for me to sit with all the teachers here. Okay, then stand. Xia Qingyan nodded. All the teachers looked at Xia Qingyan and asked her to get to the point. Xia Qingyan showed a hint of unnaturalness on her fair face. She felt a little embarrassed as a principal to be asked such a private question in front of so many people. Zhang Xian, tell the teacher the truth. Gu Qingcheng on the side curled her lips and asked directly. Chapter 25, Trial by 3 Courts. It's such a simple thing. As a principal, he has experienced everything, but you are too embarrassed to ask. Gu Qingcheng rolled her eyes at all the teachers. They were so old, yet they couldn't even do such a simple thing. Xia Qingyan. Zhang Xian. All teachers. Shut up. You'll have to explain your business later. Tang Xiaosheng, director of the finance department, glared at Gu Qingcheng fiercely. He was Gu Qingcheng's graduate supervisor, and this student both loved and was angry about Gu Qingcheng's problem. Gu Qingcheng's learning ability is comparable to Xia Meng's, and she is also one of the seed boxers participating in the school's competition this time, but this girl is equally capable of causing trouble. Yesterday, news broke that this girl drank the millet porridge that Zhang Xian had drunk. He also dragged Zhang Xian back to the dormitory for a few minutes. My business? What's my business? Oh, you mean drinking Zhang Xian's millet porridge? Old Tang, what era is this? Why are you still so old-fashioned? I'm just pissing off Xia Meng. I'm not really attracted to this guy. This guy has nothing good in him except his good looks. Do you think I'm Xia Meng? While Gu Qingcheng was explaining, she did not forget to belittle Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was speechless. Old Gu was so unkind. He could just explain it. Why belittle him? Gu Qingcheng. Tang Xiaoxing's face turned dark, and the other teachers tried hard to hold back their laughter. They were glad that Gu Qingcheng did not apply for a postgraduate degree under their name when she applied, otherwise they would have been the ones with the headache. Alright, today Zhang Xian is the protagonist. Why are you dragging me into this again? Hurry up and scold this guy. I just scolded him, but he didn't take my words to heart at all and just treated them as bullshit. Gu Qingcheng, if you keep talking nonsense, get out of here. Tang Xiaoxing's face was so dark that black lines were about to fall off. Zhang Xian gave old Gu a thumbs up, and Gu Qingcheng curled her lips in disdain, indicating that she didn't need Zhang Xian's flattery. Zhang Xian was speechless. He didn't care. He hoped that Lao Gu would be more helpful so that all the teachers would forget about him. That's enough, principal. You should get down to business first, or these guys will think I'm the one you're criticizing today. Hearing what Lao Gu said, Zhang Xian cursed in his heart. This girl seemed to be a worm in his stomach. How could she guess so accurately? Zhang Xian, Teacher Gu also told you this just now, right? Xia Qingyan coughed, indicating that today's target was not Gu Qingcheng, and then spoke to Zhang Xian. I'm Xia Meng's cousin. I'm here to talk to you about what's going on between you and her on behalf of the Xia family. Our Xia family simply won't agree to this. The other teachers nodded secretly when they heard this. As expected of the principal, he was straightforward. Okay. Teacher, can I go now? Zhang Xian agreed, but he would not be responsible once he left the house. Xia Qingyan was stunned. Zhang Xian agreed? Is it so straightforward? Was the promise too perfunctory? Scumbag. Gu Qingcheng glanced at Zhang Xian with disdain and muttered. Zhang Xian, do you agree? The other teachers looked at Zhang Xian and asked, obviously not expecting Zhang Xian to agree so readily. Yes, do you teachers want me to refute your views? Zhang Xian asked. No, but. The director of the finance department looked at Zhang Xian, feeling that things would not be that simple. Zhang Xian, it's not that the school is unreasonable. You're college students now, and the school allows you to date. It's just that this mathematical Olympiad is very important to both Dongshan University and Xia Meng's personal future. So, if you really want to treat Xia Meng well, don't bother her during this period. And you have to help us calm Xia Meng's emotions and help her get through this period peacefully. The deputy director of the finance department said earnestly. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement on the surface, but he was thinking MMP in his heart. These old guys want to stabilize him first, and who knows what tricks they will use in the future. Seeing Zhang Xian's attitude, the teachers felt uneasy. If Zhang Xian denied everything, they would have plenty of ways to deal with it, but no matter what they said, Zhang Xian agreed. What should they do then? Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian's face full of smiles and thought to herself, little fox. Zhang Xian, can you help the teacher persuade Xia Meng? Okay, teachers, don't worry. I will definitely persuade her to focus on her studies during this period and strive to shine in the Olympiad competition and win honor for you teachers. But everyone's expression froze when they heard this, and they stared at Zhang Xian nervously. No wonder he was so easy to talk to. It turned out that he was waiting here? They were on high alert, wanting to see what Zhang Xian was up to. Which man can resist a peerless beauty like Xia Meng? Zhang Xian agreed so readily, he must have some purpose. In their opinion, Zhang Xian's purpose is now about to be exposed. Teachers, senior is an individual after all. I can't make decisions for her. I can only help you persuade her, but I can't guarantee that she will listen to me. Zhang Xian explained. Little guy, you're shirking your responsibility. Xia Qingyan said speechlessly. How is this shirking responsibility? Principal, if you were sure that the senior sister would listen to you, would you have called me? Zhang Xian looked at them and said. You. Hearing this, the teachers looked at Zhang Xian in shock, not knowing what to say for a moment. Zhang Xian, and you're a student. You've spent your parents' money to go to school here. Your parents sent you here so you can learn knowledge. Do you think you'll face anything if you only want to fall in love and enter society? What do you think you can do in society with your current abilities? Listen to the teacher and focus your main energy on studying. Just then, Zhang Xian's cell phone rang. Zhang Xian looked at everyone apologetically, then walked to the side of the office and answered the phone. As a result, I accidentally clicked it and it became a loudspeaker. Chairman, the restructuring of Dongshan Industrial is urgent. Please come to the company tomorrow. There are some things that I can only handle with your authorization. Bai Weiwei's voice came from the microphone. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment before realizing he had pressed the wrong button. He quickly clicked on the microphone and whispered, Okay, I'll go over tomorrow. I have something else to do here right now. I'll call you when I get there tomorrow. Okay, Chairman. Bai Weiwei on the other side breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Zhang Xian's words. The Qin family was unwilling to have their rights deprived. Relying on the fact that Zhang Xian was not in the company, they had been making small moves in the past 2 days, causing continuous damage to the company's interests. As the general manager of the company, Bai Weiwei didn't want to see Dongshan Industrial disappear like that, so she had to call Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian hung up the phone and then noticed that everyone's eyes were on him. Chapter 26 What can you do after you leave school, Chairman? The whole office fell into dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at Zhang Xian, who was standing there. Zhang Xian is the chairman of Dongshan Industrial? Some time ago, Dongshan Industrial was acquired. It was a sniper battle so beautiful that it amazed everyone. It can even be regarded as a classic case in the Department of Finance. Everyone is wondering who did all this. From time to time, they marveled at how clever that person's methods were. One professor even suggested finding this person and having him give a speech at school to broaden the knowledge of students in the finance department. They guessed that the traitor who could carry out such a beautiful sniper battle must be an old guy who had been in the business world for many years. Unfortunately, no one knew who that person was until now. Could it be that person was Zhang Xian's parents? But that is not what Zhang Xian's information says. His parents are just ordinary workers. Boy, you are the chairman of Dongshan Industrial. Gu Qingqing looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment and asked the question that all the teachers had in their minds. Who of your people was responsible for that sniper attack? All the teachers looked at Zhang Xian hopefully, hoping to get an answer. Zhang Xian was a little stunned. I'm the chairman of Dongshan Industrial. As for who did it, I can't tell you. The key is this question, he can't answer it. He can't say that it was the system that did it. Hearing Zhang Xian say this, all the teachers couldn't help but feel anxious. Zhang Xian, we just want to find that person and give a speech at our school. This is very important to our school. As a student of Dongshan University, can't you do this for the school? Having finally found a clue, Tang Xiaosheng didn't want to give up this opportunity. I'm sorry, it's not that I don't want to help, it's just that I really can't help. Zhang Xian was helpless. It was the system that did this. How could he make the system appear in front of everyone? Okay, old Tang, don't make things difficult for Zhang Xian. Xiao Qingyan said. She also saw Zhang Xian's embarrassment. Teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Goodbye, teachers. After the door closed, all the teachers came to their senses. Thinking of what they had just said to Zhang Xian, they couldn't help but blush. They were still persuading Zhang Xian to study hard, saying that if Zhang Xian didn't study well, he wouldn't have a good job or a good future when he entered society. But it turned out that he was about to become the chairman of Dongshan Industrial. They would not be so foolish as to think that after the mysterious man acquired Dongshan Industry, he would casually hand over Dongshan Industry to a college student who knew nothing about management. Since he handed over such a large enterprise to Zhang Xian, it means that the person trusts Zhang Xian very much. Xiao Qingchun, what's going on with Zhang Xian in your class? Tang Xiaosheng asked. Gu Qingchun was still in shock. After hearing what the teacher said, she glared at Tang Xiaosheng angrily. I've only been his instructor for 3 days. How should I know? But his information says that his parents are ordinary workers, not big shots. If it wasn't given by his parents, then that mysterious person was impressed by Zhang Xian's strength? Xiao Qingchun, please pay more attention to Zhang Xian during this period. It's best to get to the bottom of this matter. The appearance of a chairman of a star enterprise in the school made them both excited and curious. The fact that that person values Zhang Xian so much shows that he is not an ordinary person. There is a great possibility that Zhang Xian is a genius like Xiao Meng and Gu Qingchun. If that were the case, their Dongshan University would have become prosperous. When they first learned that Gu Qingcheng and Xiao Meng had entered Dongshan University, Kyoto University, Moda University, and several other top universities beat their chests and stamped their feet, secretly cursing them for who knows how long. If it is confirmed that Zhang Xian is also such a genius, Dongshan University will be able to be proud again. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingcheng immediately chased after him. Boy, wait for me. Hearing Gu Qingcheng's voice, Zhang Xian ran faster. Boy, if you still want to take a day off tomorrow, stop right there. Gu Qingcheng used her trump card. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian immediately stood there. Damn it, he forgot this point. His weak spot is still firmly in the hands of old Gu. Why don't you run away, kid? Run away, kid. Gu Qingcheng came up and grabbed Zhang Xian's ear. This scene looked like a young couple flirting. Fuck, who is that warrior? How dare he be with Aunt Gu? Dragon Slayer. A role model for our generation. Role model? Do you want to hook up with Aunt Gu too? Get lost, I'm just envious. If Aunt Gu doesn't make a move, who would dare to say she's not a beauty? Some people passing by were immediately excited when they saw it, and someone secretly took a picture of it. Sister Gu, please spare me. Everyone is watching us. It doesn't matter if I lose face, but your image cannot be ruined because of me. Zhang Xian finally understood why everyone was afraid to approach Gu Qingcheng. With such a fierce personality, no matter how beautiful she is, it takes a lot of courage to pursue her, and you also need to have a great body, otherwise she may ruin you in a few days. Gu Qingcheng snorted coldly and disagreed, but let go of Zhang Xian's ear. Do you want to ask for leave? Gu Qingcheng raised her eyebrows at Zhang Xian. I want to, Sister Gu, tell me your conditions. Seeing Lao Gu like this, Zhang Xian knew that he was bound to be slaughtered. Okay, let's go. I'll accompany you to Dongshan Industry tomorrow. That's it? Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was something difficult to deal with. You agree? Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian blankly. Yeah, Sister Gu, are you joking? Of course not. Let's just put it this way. See you tomorrow. Gu Qingcheng quickly denied the matter. After a trip to the principal's office, Zhang Xian became much more sober and returned to the team. Military training during college mostly involves marching in step, etc. Some places also teach some military boxing. At this moment, the instructor is teaching some simple military boxing moves. The boys were originally very interested, but after practicing for an hour, everyone got bored. This was so different from what they had imagined, and it had no practical use at all, so they were all listless. Everyone, stand at attention. The instructor saw it, laughed, and gave an order. Classmates, do you feel that this military boxing has no practical significance? Yes. A burly-looking boy shouted loudly. His eyes were full of excitement. He has been practicing martial arts since he was a child, but he has never had a chance to use his skills. Now he finally has the opportunity to show his skills. Zhang Huntao, step out. Zhang Huntao came out. The instructor looked at him and asked, You think military boxing has no practical use? I heard that you come from a martial arts family and have practiced martial arts since childhood? Yes. Zhang Huntao answered loudly, and took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Wow! Sure enough, the way the girls around him looked at him changed. Zhang Huntao was secretly happy, this was exactly what he wanted most. Please give me some advice, instructor. Hearing this, the students around were all excited. Challenge the instructor. Now there's something good to see. Chapter 27. Zhang Xian was helpless. He didn't want to pretend. Hearing the cheers of the people around him and noticing the attention of the girls in the class, Zhang Huntao's blood boiled. After so many years of practicing martial arts, he finally had a place to put his skills to use. Maybe whether I can get out of being single immediately depends on this time. Zhang Huntao looked at Zhang Xian provocatively. During this period, all the limelight was snatched away by Zhang Xian. Not only did the school beauty come to the school gate to pick him up, but she even confessed her love to him last night. Until now, people are discussing this matter everywhere. Now, it's his turn to be in the spotlight. He has been practicing boxing for more than 10 years. As long as he defeats the instructor, he will let all the girls see what a macho man is. Besides, he is not bad looking, so it should be easy for him to find a beautiful girlfriend. Noticing his gaze, Zhang Xian was speechless. What did this matter have to do with him? Just at this moment, Xia Meng walked towards the side with a bottle of Pocari Sweat. Today, she wore a t-shirt with a heart printed on it and ripped jeans, giving off a youthful and beautiful vibe. Especially when the sunlight shone on her, it seemed as if she was wearing a golden wedding dress. It's the campus beauty of Xia University. She's here again. Is she here to look for Zhang Xian? Zhang Xian is so lucky to be favored by the school beauty. I heard that the school beauty confessed her love downstairs at Zhang Xian's house last night, and then they checked into a hotel. How do you know? Don't you see that both of them have a pair of rare animal eyes? Hey, it really is. Damn, Zhang Xian is so lucky. She's the campus beauty, even prettier than a movie star. Because of Xia Meng's appearance, there was a sudden commotion in the team, and everyone was talking in a low voice. The boys in the class couldn't help but look at Zhang Xian. They couldn't understand what was so attractive about Zhang Xian and why he could win the heart of the school belle. Zhang Xianyue couldn't help but look at Xia Meng and smiled at her. Xia Meng noticed Zhang Xian's gaze and waved her hands, which immediately caused a huge wave of excitement and made people think about it. Seeing the school belle coming, Zhang Huntao became even more excited. Although he didn't know why the school belle fell in love with Zhang Xian, since Zhang Xian could win the school belle's heart, then he could definitely do it too. Instructor, please. Girls? They all admire heroes. As long as he shows off his superb martial arts skills, I believe no woman can resist his charm. The instructor also saw Xia Meng at this moment. He laughed twice and said, well, since you all say that military boxing has no practical use, then today I will use military boxing to fight Zhang Huntao for a few moves. Zhang Huntao took up his stance. Instructor, I've practiced martial arts for many years, but I still can't control my strength well. The instructor waved his hand indifferently, indicating that Zhang Huntao could make his move. Zhang Huntao rushed out a few steps and threw a punch. The instructor dodged easily to the side, then slapped Zhang Huntao on the chest, knocking him back a few steps and causing him to stagger and sit on the ground. Boom! All the students in the class were excited, and even the students from other companies were excited. It's not just Zhang Xian's class, everyone else feels the same way. They all feel that this military boxing is completely useless. The move the instructor just used was one they had learned before, but they didn't expect that it could be used in that way. Zhang Huntao stood up, his face turning pale and blue at a rapid pace. I originally wanted to show off in front of everyone, but I didn't expect that I didn't have to pretend anymore, and it succeeded directly. He felt his face getting hot. Puff! Yang Ming saw Zhang Huntao's provocative look at Zhang Xian just now. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Brother Xian, isn't this funny? Zhang Xian shook his head slightly. But Jiquan is still very powerful in actual combat, but Zhang Huntao is more theoretical than practical. If someone else were to come, who would win or lose is still unknown. He is now a master of Bajiquan, and he saw Zhang Huntao's problem at a glance. Bullshit, Zhang Xian, stop talking about others behind their backs. If you have the guts, come out and practice. Zhang Xian's voice was very low, but Zhang Huntao had been paying attention to Zhang Xian. When he heard what Zhang Xian said, he immediately became unhappy. It would be fine if other people said that, but he just provoked Zhang Xian, and Zhang Xian said that his kung fu was not good enough. Isn't that a mockery of him? The instructor also heard what Zhang Xian said. He had a good impression of Zhang Xian and said to him with a smile, Zhang Xian, step out. Zhang Xian was helpless. He just said it casually and was not mocking Zhang Huntao. Strictly speaking, Zhang Huntao has been practicing Bajiquan for more than 10 years and is quite talented, but he does not have much practical experience. Zhang Xian, I didn't expect you to have practiced this before. The instructor said with a smile. No. Zhang Xian immediately replied that he didn't want to fight with the instructor, it would be bad if he hurt anyone. Laugh. Zhang Huntao sneered, I thought you were some martial arts master, but it turns out you're just talking nonsense. Zhang Xian, if you have the guts, come out and compete. If you don't, just stand in line and let me bully you. What I hate most is people who talk big. They can't do anything else but their mouth. Being watched by so many people, Zhang Huntao felt a little angry and embarrassed, and with Xia Meng around, he vented all his anger on Zhang Xian. Why are you like this? It seems Zhang Xian didn't say anything bad about you, did he? Xia Meng was unhappy. This man was obviously making excuses. He felt that he had lost face and wanted to regain his face from Zhang Xian by relying on his martial arts training. Zhang Huntao was even more embarrassed and angry when he heard this. He looked at Zhang Xian angrily. Zhang Xian, is all you can do to hide behind a woman? Come out and compete with me. Zhang Huntao. Do you know what you are doing? Return to the team. The instructor got angry and scolded. The way other people looked at Zhang Huntao also changed. They say that people who practice martial arts have bad brains. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. It's also Zhang Xian's fault for being too talkative. He clearly doesn't understand anything, but he insisted on saying more. Now he's pissed off Zhang Huntao. However, most of those who said Zhang Huntao was unreasonable were girls, while most of those who said Zhang Xian was talkative were boys. At this moment, something happened that no one expected. Zhang Huntao's expression changed rapidly, and then he suddenly rushed towards Zhang Xian. If you dare not master my Bajiquan, I will show you whether I have mastered it or not. Zhang Huntao, stop it. Although the instructor defeated Zhang Huntao with one palm, he was still sure of Zhang Huntao's strength. Zhang Xian was right, Zhang Huntao just lacked experience. Otherwise, if he only used military boxing, he would be the one defeated. Zhang Xian is so delicate and tender, how could he be a match for Zhang Huntao? Zhang Xian. Xia Meng's beautiful eyes widened in panic, and she didn't even notice her pulse falling to the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, a figure flew backwards. Not good. The instructor's face changed drastically. That was the football goal frame. It would be bad if it hit it. Chapter 28. The School Beauty is here again. Zhang Xian poured his strength into his legs, stomped on the ground, and ran over with a whoosh. The moment Zhang Huntao fell to the ground, he grabbed him. The whole place was silent. Everyone in the class was stunned, staring at the scene in front of them with their mouths wide open. They looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment. Zhang Xian was about 1.75 meters tall and thin, while Zhang Huntao was about 1.8 meters tall and weighed at least 180 kilograms. Moreover, Zhang Huntao launched the attack suddenly, and Zhang Xian was passively fighting back hastily. Unexpectedly, it was Zhang Huntao who was defeated. Fuck, brother Xian is awesome. 666. Wang Chang and the other two looked at it in shock and couldn't help but shout out. Applause broke out in Finance Class 8. The other classes who saw this scene couldn't help but applaud. The instructor breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. If something had happened, he, as the instructor of this class, would be to blame. He looked at Zhang Xian with gratitude. If it were Zhang Xian, he would definitely have to bear this punishment. I'm sorry, After Zhang Huntao was helped up by Zhang Xian, he was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. He looked at the football goal frame behind him and felt a little scared. With the impact just now, if he hit it, he would definitely be injured. He couldn't stand the girl's ridicule just now, so he lost his mind and acted irrationally. Even if something happened, it was probably his own fault, because Zhang Xian didn't move at all from beginning to end. It was just that when he hit Zhang Xian, a huge force came back from Zhang Xian's body, which made him fly backwards. It was Zhang Xian who saved him. When Zhang Huntao saw Zhang Xian's clear eyes, he felt even more guilty. It's okay. You've been practicing Baji for a while now. You just lack experience. I don't mean to look down on you. I apologize for what I said just now. You have also practiced Baji? When Zhang Xian said this before, Zhang Huntao felt that Zhang Xian was humiliating him, but after what happened just now, if Zhang Huntao couldn't see that Zhang Xian was a master, then he would be really stupid. I've practiced a bit. Zhang Xian smiled slightly. I'm open to asking for your advice when the chance arises. That isn't like what I just said. This is a serious question. Zhang Huntao blushed slightly and quickly explained. No problem. Zhang Xian said with a smile. Junior, are you okay? Xia Meng didn't care about anything else, ran over and asked. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Seeing this scene, all the boys around were jealous. It's okay, don't worry, senior. How can I not worry? What would I do if something happened to you? Zhang Xian blushed. He was still not used to Xia Meng's initiative. Hiss. This dog food really caught me off guard. What good things did this kid Zhang Xian do in his previous life? Did he save Lady Bai? Seeing the scene, many eyes began to focus on Zhang Xian and Xia Meng. Senior, we are still in military training. Don't you have classes today? No, that's why I came to watch your military training. Here. Xia Meng happily handed the bottle of Pocari Sweat to Zhang Xian. Just as Zhang Xian was about to take it, Xia Meng unscrewed the lid and took a sip, then handed it to Zhang Xian with a smile. Oh. The classmates around burst into laughter. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly, his face turned even redder, and he took it with gritted teeth in front of everyone. Xia Meng had no intention of leaving, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on him. Zhang Xian was puzzled. Senior sister, you have a sip. It's so hot, aren't you thirsty? Xia Meng blinked at Zhang Xian, her beautiful eyes full of innocence. It looks like Xiaomeng won tea leave unless he drinks. Zhang Xian had no choice but to take a sip, then Xiaomeng took it and took another sip before walking to the audience seats on the side. The people around looked at Zhang Xian with even more envy. Awesome, that's an indirect kiss in public. Is the school beauty so proactive now? It turns out it's not that the school beauty doesn't love me, it's that I'm not good enough. Did the school beauty already know that Zhang Xian's martial arts were so powerful? Hearing the discussions around him, Zhang Xian could only smile bitterly. Before I knew it, I was the focus again. Good boy, there are talented people in the university. I didn't expect that I was wrong. There are actually 2 Baji seedlings here. At this moment, a man with a 3-star bar on his shoulder came over. It was obvious at first glance that this man was no ordinary person. Every step he took seemed as if it was measured with a ruler, and he walked with great vigor. Boss. When the instructor saw the person coming, he immediately saluted respectfully. The man returned the salute, then looked at Zhang Xian and Zhang Huntao. Both little guys, it looks like you've practiced before. What's your name? Baiji Zhang Huntao. Zhang Huntao replied with a fist salute. My surname is Zhang. Who is old master Zhang Chongmuan to you? Zhang Huntao's eyes lit up when he heard this, my grandfather. Ha, it turns out to be my nephew. Your grandfather is my master. The man laughed. How is the old master? Zhang Huntao was stunned for a moment, then looked at the man in surprise and asked hesitantly, Are you junior uncle Zhang Juanxiang? Seeing Zhang Juanxiang nod, Zhang Huntao looked at him with admiration. In reply to Uncle Master, my grandfather is in good health. The two chatted for a few more words, and Zhang Juanxiang looked at Zhang Xian. I guess you are from the Lin family of Nanling Baji sect? Zhang Xian smiled and shook his head. Instructor guessed wrong, I am self-taught, I have no inheritance. Oh? The man's eyes sparkled. The others were also stunned and looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief. Zhang Huntao has inherited the martial arts from his family and practiced it for more than 10 years, but he was no match for Zhang Xian in one move. Zhang Xian must also have inherited the martial arts from his family. I didn't expect Zhang Xian to say that he learned it by himself. What the hell? 2 hands? Zhang Juanxiang rolled up his sleeves. When the instructors around saw this scene, they knew that their boss was excited by the sight of prey, so they immediately disbanded their team and surrounded him. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this, and then he started to feel itchy. He had never competed with anyone since he learned Bajiquan, and he didn't know what level of practical experience he had. Zhang Huntao seems to be a master of Bajiquan, so we should be able to test his level. Good. Zhang Xian said this and got into position. Junior. Seeing this scene, Xiaomeng came over again and shouted worriedly. Don't worry, I won't hurt your lover. Zhang Juanxiang's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Don't worry, senior sister. Zhang Xian comforted. Some students took out their cell phones and started taking pictures. You go first. Zhang Juanxiang got into the starting position for Baji and signaled Zhang Xian to take the first move. Zhang Xian stepped on the ground with one foot, and his whole body was like an arrow shot from a bow, and his right arm slammed forward like a wooden stake. Good boy. Zhang Juanxiang was not willing to be outdone and also rushed over. Bang! A muffled sound. Everyone even heard the sound of metal colliding and couldn't help but gasp. Is this Bajiquan? What was shown on TV was nothing compared to what they saw today. Chapter 29 Compete with the Instructor. After the muffled sound, Zhang Juanxiang took a small step back. The instructors around were stunned for a moment and looked at Zhang Xian in shock. In this encounter, their boss was actually at a disadvantage. After this collision, Zhang Xian's fighting spirit was aroused. He was afraid of hurting the opponent, so he only used half of his strength. The opponent had the same idea. Just now, the opponent reduced his strength, so he was at a disadvantage. Instructor, I'm going to use all my strength, so please don't hold back. Good boy, let's have fun today. Zhang Juanxiang was indeed afraid of hurting Zhang Xian. After all, they were competing and Zhang Xian was just a college student. If he couldn't control his strength and hurt Zhang Xian, it would be a big deal. Xiaomeng watched from the side, feeling both worried and proud. When did her little man become so powerful? As she watched, she was unconsciously immersed in it. I feel so safe having a boyfriend like this. The two fought back and forth for dozens of rounds, and Zhang Xian's understanding of Bajiquan became deeper. At this moment, he glanced at the sweat on the opponent's forehead and realized that the opponent had reached his limit. He immediately stepped back more than 10 steps. No, instructor, I give up. Zhang Xian clasped his fists and admitted defeat gracefully. The entire playground was silent. Everyone stared at the two of them in a daze, unable to recover for a long time. It turns out that those exciting fighting scenes in the movie are real, and what is shown is far from enough. The fight between these two people is really exciting. Ah, boy, you are really good. Do you have any idea of developing here? Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Xian with eyes full of love for talent. The people around were staring at him in amazement. What did this mean? Did they want to recruit Zhang Xian into the army? Instructor, this is Dongshan University. Besides, I still have a lot of things to do. It would be inconvenient to handle many things in the military. Zhang Xian smiled and said, Okay, it's time for dinner, let's disperse. Zhang Xian said with a smile. Oh. A group of people immediately rushed towards the cafeteria like wild horses. Junior, are you okay? Xiameng immediately ran over and looked at Zhang Xian carefully, fearing that something might have happened to Zhang Xian. It's okay, senior sister, let's go eat. Okay. When Xiameng heard Zhang Xian take the initiative to suggest going out for dinner together, her beautiful eyes narrowed into slits. She was so happy that there was no reason for her to refuse. Boss, you're so optimistic about that kid? That's right, there aren't many of us who can hold our own for this long. This kid's strength is extraordinary. After Mu Qingfeng finished speaking, he still didn't hear Zhang Juinxiang's response for a long time. He turned around in surprise and saw Zhang Juinxiang's face twisted. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Zhang Juinxiang swung his arms and made a hissing sound. Boss, what are you doing? Mu Qingfeng looked at it blankly. Bullshit, do you really think I won? Zhang Juinxiang looked at Mu Qingfeng unhappily. That guy saw that I couldn't bear it anymore, so he gave up on his own initiative. This guy didn't even use his full strength. Mu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. This. How is that possible? Zhang Xian became famous again. On the campus forum, the footage of Zhang Xian and Zhang Juinxiang's fight was played 100,000 times in less than an hour. Not only that, some people edited the video into several segments and posted them on Douyin, and the number of likes quickly exceeded 1 million. Of course, many people questioned whether this was a clip from a movie, but this was refuted by many students from Dongshan University. At noon, lying on the bed, Zhang Xian closed his eyes and recalled the battle. Although the system gave him a lot of experience, only by experiencing it personally can it truly be considered his own. After this battle, Zhang Xian's understanding of Bejiquan became more thorough. During the military training in the afternoon, the way classmates looked at Zhang Xian changed, especially the girls, who looked at Zhang Xian as if they wanted to eat him up. Before the military training was over, Xiameng came here early to wait for Zhang Xian. Seeing this scene, the students around were envious again. Just as the instructor announced the dismissal, Zhang Xian's cell phone rang. When Zhang Xian saw that it was Wang Chuan, he immediately answered the call. Mr. Zhang, do you have time tonight? I would like to report to you on Teo Yuanju's revenue during this period. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. How about this, I'll go over there later. Last time, he heard the driver say that Teo Yuanju's market value was more than 10 billion yuan. He was very curious, but he hadn't had time to go and take a look. This time, it was a good opportunity to go and take a look. Okay. I'll wait for you here. Wang Chuan hung up the phone after he finished speaking. What's the matter? Xiameng looked at Zhang Xian curiously. It's okay, senior sister, don't you have your own things to do? Zhang Xian was quite curious. Xiameng is a contestant in the school's mathematical Olympiad and will be participating in the competition in 2 days. She should be very busy recently. But these past 2 days, this girl was either chasing him or on her way to chase him, and she didn't show any nervousness at all. No wonder the school was afraid that he would affect Xiameng's grades. If this continued, Zhang Xian was really afraid that Xiameng would be ruined because of his existence. Yes, I have. Xiameng was confused and didn't understand why Zhang Xian asked this. Then why don't you go do your own things, senior sister, and always come here to accompany me? Although a talented school beauty like Xiameng also needs to fall in love, she should keep her public and private life separate. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Xiameng pouted. What did Zhang Xian mean? Are you annoyed with her? Isn't she cute? Xiaomeng looked at Zhang Xian, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Zhang Xian suddenly felt a surge of pressure and said with a wry smile, "Forget it, let's go eat." Snort. Seeing that Zhang Xian had given in, Xiaomeng, who thought she had turned the tables, snorted, then put her soft little hand into Zhang Xian's hand and stared at Zhang Xian closely. Zhang Xian had no choice but to bite the bullet and grab Xiaomeng's hand. At this moment, he seemed to hear a lot of heartbreaking sounds. When Yang Ming and the other two LSPs saw Xiaomeng appear, they knew that Zhang Xian would not go to dinner with them, so they slipped away long ago. Zhang Xian returned to the dormitory, changed his clothes, and then took Xiaomeng to Teo Yuanju. "Junior, aren't we going to the cafeteria?" "No, let's go to Teo Yuanju." "Oh." If others heard about Teo Yuanju, they would definitely be overjoyed, but Xiaomeng just said oh simply after hearing it, obviously not caring much. Along the way, everyone was surprised to see the two of them together. Xiaomeng was jumping around excitedly, looking like a little woman in love. Zhang Xian smiled slightly when he saw this scene. Although he had not been in contact with Xiaomeng for a long time, the shadow of this girl had already appeared in his heart and could not be shaken off. "Mr. Zhang, you're here?" As soon as he entered Teo Yuanju, Zhou saw Zhang Xian and immediately came up to him excitedly. His status has now been elevated, and all of this was brought to him by Zhang Xian. Seeing his benefactor, Zhou Yi's body trembled. "Give me a private room," Zhang Xian said. He couldn't be in the hall with Xiaomeng, otherwise he would be like a giant panda and be watched by everyone. "Okay, Mr. Zhang, please follow me." "Xiaomeng? Are you coming here to eat too? Want to join us?" At this moment, a loud voice came from the side. Chapter 30. It turns out you are not mentally ill. "Xiaomeng, are you coming here to eat too?" The private rooms here are hard to get. You need to make a reservation in advance. Especially in the past 2 days, the service here has improved a lot, so it's even harder to make a reservation. I know someone here, so I was able to reserve a private room. A boy wearing a Lakers jersey walked over with a confident and complacent smile on his face. "Long time no see, how have you been lately? Let me tell you a little gossip. Both sets of parents were planning a blind date for us these past few days. I found out in advance and I turned it down." "Are you kidding me? With our relationship, why would we even need a blind date? We just naturally got together. Brothers, meet your sister-in-law." The boy in the jersey said to the dozen or so people behind him with a proud look on his face. "Hello, sister-in-law. Ha, Master Lin is awesome. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. She must be the campus belle, right?" "Nonsense, a girl as beautiful as my sister-in-law is naturally the campus belle. Even a blind person would know that." These people were all wearing Lakers jerseys, probably from a college basketball team. Zhang Xian was slightly stunned. "Xiaomeng's blind date?" Xiaomeng looked at the other person, tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "First of all, this is my boyfriend Zhang Xian. Also, who are you?" Zhang Xian was slightly stunned, and his mouth twitched with embarrassment. This girl really didn't give him any face at all. As for Xiaomeng saying in public that he was her boyfriend, he was used to it and was too lazy to refute it. Lan Junqian was a little confused and felt a little embarrassed. He had just boasted in front of everyone that he would definitely drag Xiaomeng to have dinner with them to get to know them. As a result, Xiaomeng said to him, "Don't you know him?" Lan Junqian felt his face burning with pain. They had just met a few days ago, and Xiaomeng had even smiled at him. How could she not recognize him? It has only been a few days. During these days, he has been thinking about Xiaomeng day and night. In addition, considering the opinions of both parents, he thought Xiaomeng felt the same way about him. As a result, Xiaomeng actually didn't remember him. Wouldn't this make him so embarrassed that he couldn't even find a crack in the ground? He looked at Zhang Xian. Why did this kid get Xiaomeng's approval? He is the most suitable partner for Xiaomeng. He, Lan Junqian, is the second young master of the Lin family and the most famous campus idol of Dongshan University of Finance and Economics. Even female stars have publicly expressed their love for him. His popularity is unparalleled. Xiaomeng has the same experience, so they are the most suitable couple. What's more, the Xia family and the Lin family are both big families in Dongshan province. If the two families join forces, they can also invisibly enhance the influence of the two families. Lan Junqian found it unbelievable. "Xiaomeng, think about it carefully. A few days ago, I went to visit the Xia family with my parents. I played a song for you, and you excitedly shouted yes. Think about it carefully. Oh, it's you. Xia Meng finally remembered, so you're not a psychopath. That day, she got the news that Zhang Xian was coming here to study, so she was so excited that she couldn't control herself and shouted out excitedly. As a result, this idiot kept waving excitedly at her. Xia Meng thought he was a mental patient, but it turned out that he was not. What? Lan Juinqian's expression froze. You waved at me like a fool the other day, and I thought. As soon as he finished speaking, the students passing by could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Someone recognized Lan Junqian, the school hunk from the neighboring Dongshan University of Finance and Economics. He was rich and powerful, and it was said that he had slept with 100 women, and every one of them was totally devoted to him. It was rumored that this guy had a group sex with 10 people and even filmed it and spread it around. Xia Meng is the school belle of their Dongda University. How could she be involved with such an idiot? Just now they heard that the Xia family was interested in accepting this playboy, and they felt a little sorry, but they didn't expect that the school beauty actually thought he was a psychopath. This is ridiculous. So at this moment, no one could hold back. What are you laughing at? Are you looking for a beating? Damn it! How dare you laugh at Master Lan? I think you're tired of living. These people are all from the Dongshan University of Finance and Economics basketball team. In fact, this team was founded by Lan Junqian so that he could show off and seduce girls. Now seeing Lan Junqian being humiliated, these people, as his lackeys, were naturally unhappy. Kid, who are you? Don't you know that our Master Lan has taken a fancy to my sister-in-law? Why don't you get out of here right now? Do you want to get beaten? A tall and strong man walked out, glared at Zhang Xian and scolded him. Get out if you dare to cause trouble here. Joey scolded that his boss was bullied and it was his chance to show off. You're just a small lobby manager, how dare you? Shut up, you naughty monkey. Lan Junqian was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat when he heard Ma Tao's words. He knew the strength of Teo Yuanju, so he never caused trouble here. I'm sorry, my brother spoke without thinking and offended you. I apologize to you on his behalf. Lan Junqian was wrong to accompany him, but when those people saw Lan Junqian's expression, they immediately realized that they had almost gotten into trouble and immediately apologized. Forget it, we are guests, let's go. After all, this is his own place. When guests come, Zhang Xian can't just drive them out. It would affect the reputation of Teo Yuanju. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Joey responded immediately, and then took Zhang Xian and Xia Meng to the private room reserved for him. Zhang Xian, how have you become so rich in recent years? Xia Meng covered her mouth and glanced at Zhang Xian with her beautiful eyes. She almost let the cat out of the bag just now. Fortunately, Zhang Xian didn't understand the meaning of her words. Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian with a crazy look. Being looked at like this by Xia Meng, even though Zhang Xian had a thick skin, his face turned red at this moment. Senior. Do you see other people like this? No, why would you ask that? I just like you, so of course I'm obsessed with you. Xia Meng answered as a matter of course. Zhang Xian. Junior, I really don't know that person just now. Xia Meng suddenly rubbed the corner of her clothes and said. I know. Seeing that the person looked like a stranger, Zhang Xian was not blind and could naturally tell. Do you believe me? Junior is so nice. I love you. After hearing Xia Meng's words, Zhang Xian was once again glad that coming here to eat was the right decision. If others heard this, he would turn into a giant panda again. When they had almost finished eating, Zhang Xian said to Xia Meng, Senior sister, I have something to take care of. Please wait here for me. Okay. Xia Meng said obediently. In another private room. The more Lan Junqian thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Xia Meng was his designated wife, but now someone else has gotten her first. No, this matter absolutely cannot be let go like this. Brothers, how should I treat you? Lan Junqian looked at the dozen or so people from the basketball team who were eating with their mouths full of oil and spoke. Master Lan, you treat the brothers like brothers, nothing can be said about you. Tell me, what do you want the brothers to do? I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Okay, brothers, that's what I've been waiting for. In a moment, you. Chapter 31 Junior, do you want to live together? In the manager's office. Wang Chuan told Zhang Xian about Teo Yuanju's profitability over the past period of time. Zhang Xian listened without saying anything, but in fact his heart was in turmoil. Oh my god, he thought Teo Yuanju was just a restaurant, but he just found out that Teo Yuanju here is not profitable at all, and the purpose is to promote Teo Yuanju. The purpose is to leave an impression in the minds of these college students so that they will remember this name after they graduate and enter society. The industries under Teo Yuanju's name cover clothing, film and television, shopping malls and supermarkets, financial investment and many other industries, with a total market value of more than 200 billion yuan. Wang Chuan called Zhang Xian over for a simple reason: Teo Yuanju was out of money. The cash flow in the account is less than 1 billion yuan, which is a drop in the bucket for such a huge industry. After Wang Chuan finished speaking, he secretly glanced at Zhang Xian, wanting to know what the new boss had in mind. This was also a test of Zhang Xian. If he wanted to take action, this matter could be easily resolved. With the connections that Wang Chuan had built up over the years, he could still borrow 10 or 20 billion. But he wanted to take this opportunity to see Zhang Xian's strength. If Zhang Xian could come up with the money quickly, he would follow Zhang Xian wholeheartedly and help Teo Yuanju reach the next level. But if Zhang Xian has no other choice, then he can only withdraw. It's not that Wang Chuan is unwanted. His previous boss hired him because he saw his talent, and he did not disappoint his boss. Within 10 years, the market value of Teo Yuanju doubled. What's the minimum amount of money needed to make this plate come alive? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment and asked. 30 billion. Wang Chuan deliberately said an extra 10 billion, one because he had found a good project with the extra funds, and the other was to test Zhang Xian's strength. Ding, the God-level selection system is activated. Option 1, get 50 billion in funding. Rewards, appearance plus 10, constitution plus 10, spirit plus 10, Wang Chuan's loyalty. Choice 2, reject Wang Chuan. Reward, wealth plus 100 billion, Wang Chuan's betrayal. 30 billion isn't a lot. I'll give it to you in 2 days. Anything else? Is there any need to choose? Of course he has to choose one. Teo Yuanju has a market value of 200 billion yuan. If it is revitalized, he will have more than 200 billion yuan and also gain a general. Although the reward for option 2 is not bad, and he has so much money, Wang Chuan's betrayal is not that important to him. However, Zhang Xian has traveled through time and space and has a system, so his ambition is not just as simple as 100 billion. There's nothing else to say, boss. We have a big funding gap. I hope you can resolve it as soon as possible. When Wang Chuan heard Zhang Xian say that 30 billion was not a lot, his face remained expressionless. He did not immediately express his loyalty because of this sentence. He was not a 3-year-old child and would not believe what Zhang Xian said without seeing the money. Well, think of a solution in the next 2 days. I've invited you to be the general manager of Teo Yuanju, and you must shoulder the responsibilities of this position. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, he stood up and returned to the private room. Is the work done? Xiaomang looked at Zhang Xian sweetly and asked with a smile. Well, senior sister, you are from Dongshan and are familiar with this place. Do you know where to buy a villa here? Getting money? In the past, Zhang Xian would have been shocked when he heard 30 billion. But now, he still has several thousand-fold cashback cards. Just buy a villa and the funding problem will be solved. Villa? Junior, what do you want to do? Xiaomang looked at Zhang Xian in confusion. Could it be? Her pretty face turned red instantly. Zhang Xian is so mean. Didn't he say yesterday that he would wait for 2 days before deciding whether they were suitable? Why are you so anxious now? But living together is fine, since she has decided to be with Zhang Xian for the rest of her life. You have to keep it a secret from your parents, otherwise something serious will happen. Yesterday, her mother called and said that Uncle Wang saw her in Zhang Xian. Fortunately, they were not alone, Wang Shui and others were there too. After hearing this, her mother let her go. However, the parents must have been worried, so they agreed to the Lan family's blind date proposal. No, I want to buy a villa. Zhang Xian looked at Xiaomang in confusion. What did it mean? Of course, the purpose of buying a villa is to live in it. Does it have other uses? Are you alone? Xiaomang blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhang Xian hopefully. Senior, can you come with me? Zhang Xian teased, a smile on his face. Although Xiaomang was very brave to confess her love to him, she probably wouldn't dare to live with him directly. The next moment, Zhang Xian couldn't laugh anymore. Xiaomeng was delighted when she heard Zhang Xian's words. It turned out that the junior student had some intentions towards her. So happy. So happy. Great. There's a villa area not far from Dongshan University. The scenery is beautiful and pleasant. It's very nice. Xiaomeng's face flushed. Was she going to live with Zhang Xian? Zhang Xian. He shouldn't have said that. The two walked out. There was a narrow path between Teo Yuanju and Dongshan University. Usually there were many students here, but today there was no one. Xiaomeng held Zhang Xian's hand and kept her head down, and did not notice anything unusual, but Zhang Xian was no longer the same as before and immediately noticed the abnormality. But he did not withdraw, and he had never offended anyone. He wanted to see who wanted to harm him. When they were halfway there, Xiaomeng realized something was wrong. She looked at Zhang Xian and said, "Junior, it seems." Walala. A group of people with masked faces and bats jumped out from both sides. "Junior, I'm scared." When Xiaomeng saw the scene, she immediately hid in Zhang Xian's arms, looking around with her beautiful eyes. Zhang Xian was speechless. "Senior sister, if you want to pretend, just pretend to be more convincing. If you are afraid, then be afraid. Why are you excited?" Xiaomeng hugged Zhang Xian's waist tightly, smelling the masculine scent emanating from Zhang Xian, and was completely intoxicated. This feeling is so comfortable. Holding Zhang Xian, Xiaomeng felt a sense of security and hoped that this could continue forever. On the other side, Lan Junqian was full of vigor and asked the people around him, "You rascal, where did you find these people from?" The man known as the monkey laughed smugly, "Master Lan, don't underestimate these people. They are all gangsters and very ruthless. My cousin controls a gang there. He only agreed to come and help after hearing your name, Master Lan." Lan Junqian smiled proudly, "Okay, you did a great job on this. Take your brothers out for some fun later, and I'll pay for it." "Thank you, Master Lan." More than a dozen people became excited. "By the way, have you explained everything to your cousin? Don't hurt Xiaomeng, she's your sister-in-law." "Don't worry, Master Lan. My cousin is a professional when it comes to this kind of thing." The monkey patted his chest and promised. "Okay, just wait, it's time for me to show off my prowess." When Lan Junqian saw Zhang Xian and Xiaomeng being surrounded, he immediately walked out with high spirits. Chapter 32 Poor Acting. He was going to be a hero and save the beauty. Although this plot was old, Lan Junqian didn't believe that Xiaomeng would not be moved. Wouldn't Zhang Xian be afraid when facing a dozen people from society? I guess she must be in a very ugly state at this moment. Seeing the perfect man in her mind being so cowardly, she must be extremely disappointed, right? At this time, he descended from the sky like a god, knocked down more than a dozen people, and displayed his unparalleled prowess in front of Xiaomeng. Which beauty could withstand this? He seemed to have already seen the scene of Xiaomeng throwing herself tightly into his arms. But before he could walk over, he suddenly saw a person flying backwards in the distance. Lan Jun was stunned for a moment, but then he became very excited. The monkey was awesome. Was the person he found so powerful? He kicked him away directly? He will have to pay more money later, as he may need it in the future. However, as he walked, Lan Junqian felt something was wrong. "Senior, please let go. I can't do anything with you like this." More than a dozen people were getting closer and closer, but Xiaomeng was hugging him tighter and tighter, and Zhang Xian was almost unable to breathe. "Ah. Oh." Xiaomeng's face turned red and she quickly let go of Zhang Xian's waist. Zhang Xian took a few steps forward, bent his right arm, and rushed towards the leader. Bang! The leader flew backwards before he could even finish his words, vomiting bile. Zhang Xian was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and Bajiquan shone brilliantly in his hands. Every time a move was launched, one person would fly backwards. However, in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people fell to the ground and could not get up. At this moment, a man suddenly ran over with a baseball bat in his hand and yelled from a distance, "A bunch of bastards, get out of here. Whoever dares to hurt my Meng Meng, I will kill his entire family." Zhang Xian looked at the people on the ground, then looked at Lan Junqian who was running over, and remained silent. Is this a hero saving a beauty? Are you stupid? The acting is not up to par. He shouted to save Xiaomeng before he even ran over. Who would believe it if they didn't know it in advance? Ah! Lan Junchen felt like he was possessed by a god at this moment, and rushed forward waving the baseball bat in his hand. He swung the baseball bat at Zhang Xian, the only one still standing. Zhang Xian. Xia Meng was nervous. Zhang Xian kicked the baseball bat and it broke into two pieces instantly. One of the pieces hit Lan Junqian's foot. He let out a cry, hugged his foot and sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Are you okay? Xia Meng ran over and hugged Zhang Xian, her eyes filled with tears. It's okay, don't worry. Seeing Xia Meng's worried look, the soft spot in Zhang Xian's heart was completely imprinted with Xia Meng's current appearance. How could he have deserved the affection of a fairy-like person like Xia Meng? Senior, let's go. Zhang Xian took the initiative to hold Xia Meng's hand and walked towards the school parking area. Being held by Zhang Xian's big hands, Xia Meng had never felt so happy. Monkey, is this reliable? Everyone was smoking and waiting at the end of the road. Anyone who wanted to come over was immediately stopped by them. What are you doing? Get out of the way, this road is blocked. Are you looking for trouble? This is a highway? You say it doesn't hurt and it can't be passed? The monkeys originally thought that if they scared the people, the newcomers would retreat, but they didn't expect that the newcomer was also a fool and directly confronted them. The monkey immediately became angry and grabbed the man by the collar. You want to die, don't you? Bang! A slap directly knocked the monkey unconscious. Damn, you're blocking the road to our Dongshan University at the gate. I think you're tired of living. Brothers from Dongshan University, someone's here to cause trouble. As the shouting ended, nearly 100 people gathered around. The monkeys were dumbfounded. Brothers, this is all a misunderstanding. We were just playing a joke on this guy. What the hell are you kidding me? You just slapped me and chased me away. I called these people here, beat them up. If you dare to bully us at Dongda, I'll beat you to death. Run. What are you waiting for? Just run away first. Po Ho and the others immediately fled in a panic. When Zhang Xian and his group passed by, they were seen by Po Ho and his group. The monkeys were confused. They ran here just to find their cousin and let him intimidate these people. But what the hell is going on now? How come Zhang Xian came here safely? Where are my cousin and Mr. Lan? Brothers in front, stop them. How dare they bully people from Dongshan University? Okay. Zhang Xian asked Xia Meng to hide aside first, and then he rushed towards the leading monkey. Bang! Puff! The naughty monkey vomited out the coke he had just drunk. Good job. Hit me. A group of people snatched the baseball bats from the monkeys and started swinging them at these people. Zhang Xian saw that Po Ho and the others were beaten, so he grabbed Xia Meng's hand and left. Chuckle. In the car, Xia Meng kept laughing. Senior, you don't have to laugh for so long, right? They say Lan Junqian is mentally ill, but he still refuses to admit it. He's a hero saving a beautiful woman? He's a coward at best. Is that all he can come up with? Zhang Xian burst out laughing. The two drove quickly to the Maple Leaf Villa sales area. Maple Leaf Villa District is definitely the most luxurious villa district in Dongshan City. The average price of villas here is around 100 million yuan. The better the geographical location, the higher the price. They arrived quite late, but the sales office was still brightly lit. When I walked into the sales office, I saw a lot of people looking at the houses. The moment they walked in, at least a dozen eyes looked over at them. Zhang Xian took a glance and was surprised to find that Xia Meng seemed unaware of it. He couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that Xia Meng had experienced such scenes many times and was used to it. Sir, madam, are you here to look at a wedding house? What kind of house do you like? A sales lady was introducing a bald old man. When she glanced at Zhang Xian and Xia Meng, her eyes suddenly lit up and she immediately greeted them. Sir, do you mind? The sales lady asked the bald old man apologetically. When the bald old man saw Xia Meng, his eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance, and his eyeballs almost popped out. He suddenly felt that the woman next to him was no longer attractive. Compared with Xia Meng, the woman next to him looked like a lady picked up from a roadside nightclub. I don't mind. As he said that, he looked at Zhang Xian jealously, wondering how this guy could have such a beautiful woman. Suddenly, the gleam in his eyes became brighter. He has plenty of money. As long as he shows a little bit, then Xia Meng. Thinking of this, the bald old man became even more excited. Is there any villa left? If so, take us to see it. As soon as Zhang Xian opened his mouth, the sales lady and the bald old man were stunned. The sales lady was the first to react, and her gaze towards Zhang Xian became even more fiery. Yes, sir, please follow me. She didn't care about the bald old man anymore. This old man kept glancing at her. If it weren't for the performance, she would have slapped him long ago. Relatively speaking, a handsome guy like Zhang Xian was more pleasing to the eye. Hey, why are you like this? I haven't finished my work yet, why are you leaving? The bald old man was unhappy. Chapter 33 Buying a Villa. Sir, I've been introducing you all afternoon. I've told you everything you wanted to know. If there's anything else you want to know, can I tell you after I show this gentleman around the villa? The customer is God. Even though she felt extremely disgusted in her heart, the sales lady had to put on a smile and said, Aren't you looking down on me? You've told me so much, but did you mention the villa? I want to buy a villa too. The bald old man was not happy to be overshadowed by Zhang Xian, so he immediately yelled. What made him even more angry was that since Zhang Xian came, the girl next to him had been secretly looking at Zhang Xian. What does Zhang Xian have? Isn't he just a little more handsome and younger than him? In this era, are handsomeness and youth as useful as money? The villas here cost at least 100 million yuan. He didn't believe that a gigolo like Zhang Xian could afford it. Wasn't he just showing off by bringing his female companion? He can also pretend to be cool, and he does it better. As soon as the bald old man finished speaking, the girl next to him smiled coquettishly and said, Oh, dear, really? Are you really going to buy me a villa? Seeing this, Zhang Xian almost vomited, but everyone has their own aspirations, and he has no right to judge other people's lifestyles. The girl had been paying attention to real estate, trying her best to get the old man to buy her a house. When she heard that the old man wanted to take her to see a villa, her eyes suddenly lit up. The bald old man noticed that everyone around him was looking at him. Even though he was unwilling in his heart, he had no choice but to agree. Of course, as my woman, I must buy her the best. Zhang Xian knew when he heard this that the old man was talking to Xia Meng. Since you all want to see the villa, let's go together. Now that's good, both parties don't have to offend each other, so the sales lady will naturally be happy. The bald old man walked behind the sales lady, his saliva almost flowing as he looked at her back. That old guy is so disgusting. Xia Meng wrinkled her nose and said in a naive tone. Zhang Xian burst out laughing. Come to the villa area. Zhang Xian was very satisfied with the environment here. The house had been decorated long ago and the furniture had been purchased, so he could just move in with his luggage. When the bald old man saw the villa, he immediately wanted to retreat. No wonder the villas here can be bought for 100 million yuan. They are not hyped up, but are really worth the money. The furniture are all well-known domestic and foreign brands, and the vegetation inside has been trimmed by professional landscapers. The villa not only has a swimming pool, but also a rockery. A river flows through here and is dug through the villa area. If you want to fish, you can do it in the small courtyard of the villa. There is also a wooden house built on a tree in the yard, which has a unique charm. There are also leisure areas, racecourses, and golf areas near the villa area. You can find everything you want to play here. The bald old man has some money, but is he stupid to spend more than 100 million to play with women? The girl next to him fell in love with him as soon as she got here, and she wanted to hang on the bald old man. Honey, this place is so beautiful, how about we buy it? Look at that little cabin, they can give it to you inside. Hee hee, honey, what do you think? Buy it, the girl screamed in her heart, wishing she could personally force the old man to buy it for her. As long as I can get this villa, it will be worth it no matter how many nights I spend with the old man. What's the rush? Let's go inside and take a look. When the bald old man heard what the girl said, he almost couldn't help but slap her. Don't you know what you look like? Buy. How many celebrities can I buy with 100 million? Would I choose someone like you? The beauty next to her is pretty good. However, the total market value of his company is only over 100 million yuan. He is not a fool and would not buy it if he were asked to spend all his money to buy this villa. Little brother, what do you think of this villa? Do you want to buy it? He couldn't buy it, and there was no way he would give up such a good opportunity to slap someone in the face. Zhang Xian nodded. Miss, can I go in and take a look? Sure. The sales lady ignored the bald old man. She could tell at a glance that the old man didn't want to buy it all and came to the sales office just to keep the girl steady. That girl is so stupid. An old man like that is simply unwilling to spend money on a woman. In her opinion, the girl is likely to get nothing. Seeing that Zhang Xian was not giving up and wanted to continue pretending, the old bald man sneered and followed him in. After taking a look at all the rooms, Zhang Xian was basically satisfied. With 9 bedrooms, it was enough for his parents and sister to live in. Even if he and Xia Meng really got together in the future, so many rooms would be enough for them to live in. The girl who followed the old bald man came in and started shouting and didn't want to leave at all. "Honey, let's buy it. It's so beautiful here." Seeing the girl's appearance, the old bald man's eyes showed obvious disgust. "Senior, what do you think of this place?" "Miss, are there any other villas?" "It's okay." Mainly because of the girl and the old bald man, Xia Meng felt a little disgusted. At this moment, the girl was already lying on the bed. Even if Zhang Xian bought this place, Xia Meng would still have to change this bed. "There's another one next door with a better view, but the price?" the sales lady said embarrassedly. "How much is this one?" Zhang Xian asked curiously. "This building is over 85.88 million, and the down payment is 20 million. If you can pay in full, we can give you a discounted price and charge you 85 million. The old bald man was shocked when he heard this and looked around. It was so expensive. Although he had expected it, he was still shocked when he heard the sales lady say it herself. When the girl lying on the bed heard the price, her face suddenly turned red, her breathing became rapid, and she trembled all over and fainted, with a water stain on her pants. Hey, call 120. The sales lady panicked when she saw this scene. The old bald man took the opportunity to slip away. He came here just to show off, but the price is too scary. He can't show off, so why not sneak away? Xia Meng was full of contempt. If a woman met a man like this, how unlucky she would be. The girl woke up before the ambulance arrived. When she heard that the old baldy had passed away, she was so angry that her whole body was shaking. After the girl walked away, Zhang Xian and the sales lady couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xia Meng was a little confused. "What are you laughing at?" The sales lady tried to suppress her smile but didn't answer. Zhang Xian whispered in Xia Meng's ear to explain. Xia Meng's face gradually turned from confusion to embarrassment. "You bad guy." The three of them came to another villa, and Zhang Xian was instantly attracted. The previous one was beautiful enough, but it was still a little inferior to this one. "Mr. Zhang, this one's a bit more expensive, but if you can pay in full, I guarantee you can get it for 100 million. Oh, and there's a celebrity living in the villa next door. So if you buy it, you won't lose out," the sales lady said with a smile, and just as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a murderous aura enveloping her. Only then did she realize that there was an extremely beautiful woman beside Zhang Xian. Chapter 34 Unexpected. Xia Meng looked at the sales lady murderously. How abominable. This woman actually said that to her face. "Ma'am, please don't misunderstand me. What I meant is that if Mr. Zhang is a fan, it would be convenient for him to get an autograph." After the sales lady finished explaining, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Mr. Zhang, let me be clear. This villa only accepts full payment. No installments are allowed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to buy this building for just 100 million. The current market value of this building has risen to 150 million. Seeing Zhang Xian and Xia Meng were a little confused, she explained, "Actually, this villa already has an owner, but he's never lived here. I heard he had some business problems and urgently needed money, otherwise he wouldn't sell it so cheaply." After the three people came in, Zhang Xian immediately liked it. Although the previous villa was decorated luxuriously enough, it was far inferior to this one. Moreover, there is not a rockery behind this building, but a real hill, but it has been carved to make it more quiet. In addition, there is a swimming pool built next to it, and a retro feeling comes to the face. This time, even someone as quiet as Xia Meng showed a look of delight on her face. "Okay, I want this one. But I have a request." "Sir, please go ahead." The sales lady blushed when she heard that. If this deal was successful, her commission would not be small. They generally won't refuse requests from people like this, even if the other party's condition is their bodies. However, the sales lady did not resist at all to a guy as handsome as Zhang Xian, but was instead a little excited. "The formalities need to be quick. It would be best if we could finish it today. Is that okay with you?" Zhang Xian was in urgent need of money, so he made this request. Ah? Is that all? When the sales lady heard Zhang Xian's request, she felt a little disappointed. What? Can't do it? Zhang Xian frowned, but he didn't blame the sales lady. It was already late, and this request was indeed a bit unreasonable. No problem, leave it to me. Can you come back tomorrow? The sales lady patted her chest and promised, wanting Zhang Xian to notice her size. Okay, go sign the contract. Zhang Xian's mind was completely focused on the villa, so how could he have the time to look at her? Looking around every corner of the villa, this will be his home from now on. Sir, let's go back. The sales lady was trembling with excitement, her breathing became rapid, and she suddenly felt the urge to urinate, but she suppressed her excitement and the deal was done. If she completes this order, she won't have any problem taking a break this year. After signing the contract, on the way back, Xiaomeng suddenly opened her eyes wide and stared at Zhang Xian in a daze, her beautiful eyes full of shock. Zhang Xian found Xiaomeng's surprised expression amusing. Senior, what's wrong? You just spent 100 million to buy a villa? In the past 2 days, she gradually accepted the fact that Zhang Xian was rich, but this was 100 million. Even if Zhang Xian's family is rich, they won't give him 100 million in pocket money, right? Aren't you always here? Can. Xiaomeng just stared at Zhang Xian closely, as if she was meeting him for the first time. Senior sister, you look so cute like this. When they arrived at the school and stopped the car, Zhang Xian stroked Xiaomeng's head with amusement. Oh, you're so annoying. If you keep touching me, I won't grow any taller. Xiaomeng said coquettishly, in fact she really enjoyed this feeling. When he was a child, Zhang Xian also liked to stroke her head like this. Even if I don't touch you, you still won't grow taller. Zhang Xian laughed out loud. Let's go, I'll take you back to the dormitory. Along the way, the two walked slowly and unknowingly arrived at the bottom of Xiaomeng's dormitory. Xiaomeng sighed and wished that this road could be longer. Junior, I'm here, I'm going upstairs. The next moment, everyone suddenly exclaimed and looked here in surprise. Xiaomeng walked to the entrance of the corridor, suddenly turned around and ran back. In front of Zhang Xian's surprised gaze, she kissed him and then hurried into the dormitory building. Zhang Xian was stunned until Xiaomeng poked her head out of the dormitory and waved to him. He covered the place where he was kissed, and the gentle touch lingered for a long time. He was kissed? Just like that, Zhang Xian returned to the dormitory and lay on the bed. Ouch, Brother Xian, I've lost a lot of energy. Let's go eat a couple of skewers of kidney to nourish ourselves. How about taking some Luwei Dihuang pills? When Yang Ming and the other two saw Zhang Xian coming back, they immediately joked. However, after they finished speaking, they saw that Zhang Xian seemed to have lost his soul and lay back on the bed like a zombie, completely ignoring their thoughts. What happened? Did the school beauty dump you? 3 people immediately walked over and looked at Zhang Xian worriedly. Zhang Xian covered his face, still feeling a warm and cool touch on his face. This is bad, Brother Xian is not really being dumped, right? I pinched him just now, but he didn't feel any pain. Could it be that he was really dumped? Could this be a trap? Brother Xian just arrived at school, and the school beauty went to the door to pick him up. This is strange, right? Why would the school beauty fall for Brother Xian when they are 2 complete strangers? Could it be that all the money on Brother Xian was scammed out? Yang Ming and the other 2 used their rich imaginations to make up one wonderful story after another in their minds. Just then, the cell phone rang. Zhang Xian, who was in a daze, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. He looked at his phone and saw that the caller ID was Senior Sister. He immediately picked up the phone. Then there was silence for 2 minutes, and neither of them spoke. Yang Ming and the other 2 LSPs were now certain that there was definitely a problem between Zhang Xian and Xiaomeng. Junior, are you angry? Just when Zhang Xian couldn't help but want to speak, Xiaomeng's timid voice came. Zhang Xian was stunned. He didn't speak because he was shy. Being kissed by a peerless beauty was a first for Zhang Xian. He had never experienced this before, so he was still a little confused. I kissed you, are you angry? On the other side, Xiaomeng was feeling anxious, her heart pounding. Just now, she didn't know what happened to her. She just suddenly wanted to do this, so she did it directly without thinking about the consequences. Wang Shui. Meng Li. Sun Tian. Shocking news. Xiaomeng actually kissed Zhang Xian. The three of them jumped out of bed and came to Xiaomeng's window, listening attentively, afraid of revealing a word. No. Zhang Xian's voice came from the microphone. Just what? Xiaomeng asked anxiously. The three of them looked at each other and thought, it's over, it's over. The cold goddess lost her mind. I just didn't expect you to do this. I love it. After Zhang Xian said this, his heart beat faster. Yang Ming, fuck. Wang Chang, kiss. Fang Ximing, awesome. Yeah, I like it too. After saying that, Xiaomeng hung up the phone, her face flushed red. So shy. Chapter 35 Unreasonable. The next morning, just after 6 o'clock. Zhang Xian's cell phone rang. Brother Xian, what are you doing? Setting the alarm so early. Turn it off now. Otherwise it'll be your turn. Zhang Xian turned off his phone sleepily, but it rang again just as he hung up. Only then did Zhang Xian realize that it was not an alarm clock, but a phone. Hello, who is this? It's me, get out of here right now, or I'll go to your dorm. Gu Qingqing's loud voice came from the microphone, shocking. Are you sick? What time is it now? Zhang Xian said and hung up the phone. Who is it? Brother Xian. A psychopath, yelling at me to get up for no reason, and saying I can't get up, so come to the dormitory. Come on, we four are still little boys. Oh. The four people in the dormitory fell asleep again. Bang. Just when the four people had just fallen asleep, a muffled sound suddenly rang out, directly confusing the four people in the dormitory. The four of them raised their heads and looked sleepily at Gu Qingqing, who kicked the door in. The next moment. Ah! Yang Ming instantly wrapped himself tightly in the quilt. Wang Chang and Fang Ximing almost fell off the bed. Zhang Xian was not so lucky. Before he could come to his senses, the quilt was lifted off him. Sister Gu, you. Zhang Xian was extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, he did not have the same habit as Yang Ming, otherwise he would have been seen naked this time. Me? Didn't we say we were going to Dongshan Industrial today? Get out of here. Gu Qingqing sat down, her right foot on the chair. How could she look like a teacher? She looked more like a female hooligan. Sister Gu, it's only 5:30, can you please let us go? Faced with this unreasonable woman, it would be better for Zhang Xian to do as he was told. So fierce. She is worthy of the title of Aunt Gu. The three LSPs in the dormitory mourned for Zhang Xian in their hearts, and buried their heads in the quilt without any loyalty, pretending that they saw nothing. After washing, Zhang Xian followed Gu Qingqing to the downstairs of the dormitory building, where a 3.6L flagship Honor Edition Grand Cherokee was parked. This car has 286 horsepower, which is very powerful, with a maximum power of 210 kW. If a man has such a car, he will be extremely domineering. Zhang Xian liked this car very much when he was on Earth, but he didn't expect to see it here. The next moment, Zhang Xian was stunned. He saw Gu Qingqing took out the car key and pressed it. The car beeped and she got in. What are you standing there for? Come up. I saw Zhang Xian staring at Gu Qingqing in a daze. This Grand Cherokee belongs to Lao Gu? Zhang Xian got into the car and found it was indeed very comfortable. Moreover, the chassis was high and the vision was much better than his Porsche. Sister Gu, did you buy this Grand Cherokee? What's wrong? Is it not possible? Can't I buy a luxury car? Okay, that's great. Can you lend it to me for 2 days next time? Zhang Xian said with a shy face. Okay, cut off contact with Xiaomeng and I'll lend it to you for 2 days. Gu Qingqing said jokingly. Zhang Xian's face turned dark. Why was this woman competing with Xiaomeng? Sister Gu, have you eaten? I haven't eaten yet. I'll give you one chance, a chance to treat a beautiful lady to a meal. Gu Qingqing brought Zhang Xian to the stall in front of the school gate, and several owners greeted Gu Qingqing enthusiastically. Zhang Xian looked at Gu Qingqing in surprise. He didn't expect that Gu Qingqing had such a side to her, which he had never seen in school. Breakfast was a simple meal of soy milk and fried dough sticks. After eating, the two drove to Dongshan Industrial. Inside a hotel. Ding Taisheng, Su Maokai, Qin Zhengyang and several beauties were lying on the bed in a mess, with great results. The whole box of Viagra on the table was eaten up. At this moment, Qin Zhengyang's cell phone alarm rang. Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai also opened their eyes, and Qin Zhengyang signaled all the women to leave. Old Qin, you still know how to play. Ding Taisheng rubbed his aching waist and felt dizzy every time he took a step. Qin Zhengyang laughed heartily. These are just some 18th tier celebrities. Brothers, I'm not saying anything bad about you two, but if you want to play, you have to play openly. If you're afraid of this and that, what's the point of playing? With the strength of the two brothers, as long as they spread the word, not to mention these 18th tier celebrities, even 2nd and 3rd tier celebrities will be vying to climb into their beds. Su Maokai smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm too old to do that. The future belongs to the young. Ding Taisheng nodded in agreement. Yes, even the boss is training his own successor, so it's time for us to start delegating power to the next generation. Qin Zhengyang was stunned when he heard this. Two brothers, did you really see the boss's son? Upon hearing this, Ding Taisheng shook his head, then nodded. This scene made Qin Zhengyang even more confused. Su Maokai took over and said, Old Ding and I are not sure whether that young man is the boss's son, but to be able to hand over such a large industry to that young man, even if that young man is not the boss's son, he must have a close relationship with the boss. My son is about to graduate from college. I want him to learn from me slowly. When he graduates, I will give him a small 4S shop and let him hone his skills for a few years. Then I will give him all my assets. I don't want to play anymore. I can't afford it anymore when I'm too old. Ding Taisheng said with a smile, and Su Maokai nodded, indicating that he also planned so. Alas, my two brothers are fine, but I can't leave some family property to Xiaotian, so I need your help. As long as you help me, Zhang Yang will be grateful. Qin Zhengyang didn't expect that because of his momentary negligence, he was sniped by the other party and lost 50% of his shares. He built Dongshan Industry day by day, and he would never allow others to take it away so easily. Okay. Brother Qin's business is our business. Since that person has summoned all the directors today, let's meet this mysterious person together. Su Maokai said with a smile. Chapter 36 Ding Taisheng's phone call. Old Qin, the fact that they were able to take over 50% of your shares in such a short period of time shows that they are quite powerful and have bad intentions. Have you ever considered that perhaps the three of us are not a match for the other party? Ding Taisheng pondered for a moment and said. Qin Zhengyang's face was filled with worry when he heard this. He had also been worried about this problem, but Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai were the last solution he could think of. For the other party to be able to do all this within one day, it not only requires connections, but more importantly, a lot of money. And a large amount of funds is exactly what he lacks most at the moment. Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai looked at each other, their eyes full of contempt. Isn't it you, Qin Zhengyang, who's been messing around? You've been trying to promote a female star and have been dreaming of entering the entertainment industry, which is why all this happened. In their opinion, this matter was most likely caused by the other party. But this is none of their business. Qin Zhengyang has already promised them enough benefits. As long as the benefits are in place, they will give it a try. If it fails, they will not suffer any loss. Old Ding, do you think it's possible to ask that person to help with this matter? Su Maokai suddenly said. Ding Taisheng was stunned for a moment, and instantly knew who Su Maokai was talking about. Qin Zhengyang promised them many benefits, and they were tempted, but these benefits were based on their ability to help the Qin family keep Dongshan Industry. If the other party is truly powerful and they cannot help, then these benefits will naturally have nothing to do with them. If they could bring Zhang Xian along, with Teo Yuanju's strength, this matter would naturally be a sure thing, but correspondingly, the benefits they would get would be much less. But Ding Taisheng was not stupid. He immediately understood why Su Maokai did this. If they can get closer to Zhang Xian, they would be willing to do so even if it does not benefit them at all. In Dongshan province, is there any greater benefit than getting closer to Zhang Xian? That's Teo Yuanju. When Qin Zhengyang heard what Su Maokai said, his eyes widened immediately. At this moment, he was willing to do anything as long as it could help him maintain the Qin family's control over Dongshan Industrial. Brothers, what are you talking about? I'm so anxious. Su Maokai glanced at Qin Zhengyang and said, Brother, I have a surefire way here, but if you want that person to take action, you may have to pay more. Real? Qin Zhengyang's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the only word in his mind was a sure thing, so he didn't care about what he had to pay. As long as Dongshan Industrial can be saved, he would be willing to recognize the other party as his father and give up his 4 wives. Who is it? Please give me some advice, brothers. Qin Zhengyang asked curiously. Su Maokai looked at Ding Taisheng, and Qin Zhengyang immediately looked over, his eyes full of hope. Ding Taisheng pondered for a moment and then said, "He's the boss's successor. I've met him once before, and he's a very kind person. If he's willing to help you, then this matter is almost certain to happen." Qin Zhengyang's shoulders slumped upon hearing this, his expression awkward. "Brothers, to be honest, some time ago, my son Xiaotian accidentally offended Mr. Wang Chuan of Taoyuan residence. I'm afraid." He didn't finish his words, but everyone knew what he was afraid of. Hearing this, Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai sucked their teeth and took a deep breath. Fortunately, although their children were arrogant, they had good judgment and had never caused them such a big trouble. If their son could do something like Qin Xiaotian, they would probably cry to death. They had seen people who cheated on their parents, but this was the first time they had seen someone so cheated on their parents. "Let me give it a try. If that person is willing to help, your offense against Wang Chuan can be resolved at the same time. The person who just took over Teo Yuanju must be eager to achieve certain results," Ding Taisheng said after thinking for a while. Qin Zhengyang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Ding Taisheng dialed Zhang Xian's number. "Hello?" Zhang Xian's puzzled voice came from the microphone. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm Ding Taisheng from Sihai Car Dealership." "Oh, it's Manager Ding. What's going on?" "Mr. Zhang, this is the case. I have a friend." Ding Taisheng did not mention Dongshan Industrial. Before he was sure whether Zhang Xian would help Qin Zhengyang, if he said it out, it would very likely harm Qin Zhengyang. "Okay, but not today. I have something very important to do today." "Sister Gu, what are you doing?" Zhang Xian didn't expect to receive a call from Ding Taisheng. As he was talking, Gu Qingcheng came over and tried to eavesdrop. He turned around and was about to kiss Gu Qingcheng on the face. Gu Qingcheng was stunned for a moment, and her fair and flawless face immediately turned red. However, her carefree personality meant that she would never admit defeat, and she said stubbornly, "I didn't do anything. Is this your house? Can't I stand here? Okay, we're almost there. You must let me follow you later. If you dare to hide from me, be careful that I will tell Xia Meng about this." "I know." Zhang Xian looked at Gu Qingcheng speechlessly. This woman was really fierce. If anyone was favored by her in the future, he would be in trouble and would not even know how he died. "Manager Ding, I have something else to do here, so I'll hang up first." On the other side, Qin Zhengyang heard the voice coming from the microphone, and the expectation on his face turned into frustration. "Thank you, Brother Ding. However, with the help of both of you, this matter will not be a problem." Su Maokai sighed softly. He had originally wanted to use this incident to climb onto Zhang Xian's big ship, but now it seemed that his wishful thinking was just a pipe dream. "It's almost time, brothers, please follow me. I want to see who this mysterious man is." Qin Zhengyang regained his high-spirited self. The three people headed towards Dongshan Industrial. Arrived downstairs of Dongshan Industrial, Zhang Xian stood downstairs, looking up at the building that now belonged to him. "Go in." Gu Qingcheng was already a little impatient. She didn't believe that she couldn't find any clues that Zhang Xian was sniping Dongshan Industrial. She will definitely be able to find a solution from this, so that her next paper will have a solution. The two came to the front desk. "Hello, how can I help you?" The lady at the front desk asked politely. Zhang Xian nodded secretly. The company's front desk was very polite. "I'm here to see Bai Weiwei. We made an appointment yesterday." "Looking for Mr. Bai?" "Sorry, sir, Mr. Bai is not accepting any appointments. Please go back." The receptionist, who was originally smiling, immediately changed her expression when she heard Zhang Xian's words. Although she was still smiling, it was obvious at a glance that her smile was very stiff. Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian with disdain, and Zhang Xian felt embarrassed. Chapter 37 Bai Weiwei. "Miss, did you see clearly? Bai Weiwei and I have already made an appointment." Zhang Xian was embarrassed, especially when he saw the mocking look of Gu Qingcheng, the woman. He felt even more embarrassed. The receptionist smiled and said, "Sir, your method isn't very clever. Every day, there are at least 8 or 10 people pursuing our CEO Bai. Your method has already been used by others. But you did innovate this time, calling a beautiful woman as your wingman. If it were someone else, you might have gotten away with it, but not with me." "Ha ha ha." Gu Qingchang was already feeling uncomfortable holding it in, and after hearing what the receptionist said, she couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed out loud, pinching her waist exaggeratedly. Zhang Xian's face was full of black lines. It seemed that Bai Weiwei was very beautiful, but she had so many suitors. The receptionist kept calling her you, but he could still see the contempt in her eyes. How embarrassing. He took out his cell phone and dialed Bai Weiwei's number. Hello, Chairman. Bai Weiwei's respectful voice came from the microphone. When the receptionist heard Bai Weiwei's voice and how she addressed Zhang Xian, she was stunned. She looked at Zhang Xian in surprise. Is this young man the new chairman? She immediately took out the appointment form and finally saw the special notes proposed by Mr. Bai on it. She was stunned. It's over, she locked the chairman out. Will she be fired? So worried. But the new chairman is really young, like a college student. And so handsome. The receptionist felt relieved, her pretty face filled with apology. I'm sorry, Chairman, I didn't know you were coming. Mr. Bai has already made a special note of it. It's just that someone came to pursue Mr. Bai just now, and Mr. Bai asked me to block it. Manager Bai, I'm at the front desk. I'll come up to you right away. Zhang Xian smiled at the receptionist. It's okay. You did a great job. But next time, you'd better check carefully. If it's a special guest and you turn him away, wouldn't that cause misunderstandings? Right? Chairman, I'm sorry. The receptionist turned pale when she heard this, thinking that Zhang Xian blamed her. It's okay, just focus on your work. Is this the way up? You have a great work ethic, keep it up. I'm rooting for you. Zhang Xian said as he walked towards the employee-only passage. When the receptionist heard what Zhang Xian said, she was so excited that she almost cried. She looked at Zhang Xian's back and didn't expect that the new chairman was not only young but also had such a good demeanor. After Zhang Xian's back disappeared, the pretty face of the girl at the front desk suddenly turned red. The chairman is so handsome, I love him. In the elevator. Gu Qingcheng stared at Zhang Xian intently, making Zhang Xian's hair stand on end. Sister Gu, we are one family, please don't hurt anyone by mistake. Zhang Xian quickly reminded. Roll. Gu Qingcheng said unhappily. You're not very good looking, are you? The way that receptionist looked at you just now, it looked like she was about to swallow you up. Zhang Xian remained silent. He couldn't go against his conscience and say that he was not handsome when asked this question. He would be struck by lightning if he lied. The elevator arrived at the 9th floor. As the elevator door opened, a woman stood outside. She was about 30 years old, wearing a black women's suit. She was tall, about 1.78 meters tall, almost the same height as Zhang Xian. Her makeup is extremely delicate, with perfect facial features, a fair face, and big eyes, which are like stars twinkling in the night sky, making people fall in love with her at first sight. The black suit tightly wrapped around her body, making her perfect figure look even more flawless. It was a true S-curve, and her slender waist seemed like it could be held in one hand. No wonder the receptionist was wary of him, like a pervert. Women like him really need protection. When Zhang Xian was looking at Bai Weiwei was also looking at him. Bai Weiwei almost thought there was something wrong with her eyes. Zhang Xian is very handsome, but too young. Is this little brat the mysterious person who completed the sniper battle? She doesn't believe it. General Manager Bai? Seeing Bai Weiwei nod, Zhang Xian introduced with a smile, I am Zhang Xian, and this is my. Hello, I'm Zhang Xian's sister Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng took the initiative to introduce. Zhang Xian, Sister Gu. He was about to explain, but when he saw Gu Qingcheng's fierce eyes, he immediately backed down. This woman doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Chairman, please follow me. Bai Weiwei was amazed by Gu Qingcheng's peerless beauty, but since she also had a peerless beauty, she was not too surprised and brought Zhang Xian to the general manager's office. Xin Zhangyang is unwilling to have his power taken away, and has been staying in the chairman's office and refusing to leave, so the chairman has no choice but to come to me. Bai Weiwei said lightly, her voice cold, as if that was her character. Oh? Zhang Xian was puzzled, but this was also human nature. He had checked on the internet and knew that Dongshan Industry was built by Qin Zhenyang from scratch. It was normal for him to feel a little unwilling to see his company become someone else's. Bai Weiwei glanced at Zhang Xian and instantly understood what he meant. She said, Chairman, this Dongshan Industry was not built by Qin Zhenyang from scratch. It originally belonged to my Bai family, but was snatched away by Qin Zhangyang through improper means. Who is Bai Zhangmin to you? Gu Qingqing suddenly asked. When Bai Weiwei heard this, a hint of panic flashed in her eyes, and when she looked at Gu Qingcheng, there was a hint of fear in her eyes. You're investigating me? Bai Weiwei's voice could no longer conceal her anger. Who has the time for that? I just know that Dongshan Industry wasn't called Dongshan Industry before, but Bai's Company, Limited. It was a very small company. Later, it was acquired by Qin Zhangyang. Then Qin Zhangyang changed the name to Dongshan Industry and gradually developed it from a small company into the well-known enterprise in Dongshan province today. Gu Qingcheng said with a pout. Zhang Xian looked at Gu Qingcheng in surprise. This woman actually knew such gossip. When Zhang Xian targeted Dongshan Industrial Stock Market, a series of scandals involving Qin Zhangyang suddenly surfaced, causing the company's stock price to plummet. You were responsible, weren't you? Are you Bai Zhangmin's daughter? The moment Gu Qingcheng saw Bai Weiwei, she immediately guessed some things, and all the things that she couldn't figure out before immediately became clear. Yes. It's me. Bai Weiwei admitted, then looked at Zhang Xian, so don't worry, I will wholeheartedly help you drive the Qin family out of this company. However, you must also be mentally prepared. Qin Zhangyang has done too many illegal things over the years, so the company may suffer heavy losses. But if you believe me, I can guarantee that within 2 years, I will help you make up for those losses. Bai Weiwei said with clear eyes. 1 year will be enough, not 2 years. At this moment, Gu Qingqing suddenly spoke. Chapter 38 being stopped. As soon as Gu Qingcheng finished speaking, Bai Weiwei immediately looked at Gu Qingcheng. After the brief confrontation just now, Bai Weiwei realized that this beautiful girl was not just a pretty face, but a very capable person. You're still not ruthless enough. Although I don't know what methods Qin Zhangyang used to deal with your Bai family, it was definitely not a fair method. If that's the case, why are you still so kind to him? Also, you should know why Qin Zhangyang's funds were not available in time when the sniper battle took place. Leaving a damned man like him with even a penny is unfair to those he harmed. Gu Qingcheng said coldly. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei fell into deep thought. Zhang Xian looked at her indifferently. Although Aunt Gu was a little unreasonable, what she said was still very reasonable. What he found on the internet also made it difficult for him to feel sympathy for Qin Zhangyang. You know, people like Qin Zhangyang will definitely try their best to eliminate those bad comments about him on the internet. Even so, Zhang Xian can still find so many news, which is enough to show that Qin Zhangyang has done too many disgusting things that are difficult to list. To show mercy to a person like this is to be cruel to those who have been harmed. Bai Weiwei pondered for a moment, and when she raised her head again, her eyes were filled with determination. You're right, I'm indeed too soft-hearted. People like him don't deserve mercy. This time, Qin Zhangyang will definitely not be willing to accept defeat and may seek external assistance. Chairman, do you have any countermeasures? Bai Weiwei looked at Zhang Xian, and even Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian curiously. He also wanted to know what Zhang Xian would do. Zhang Xian smiled slightly. Since this is your battle of revenge, then you will be in charge of this matter today. As for how much loss will be incurred, I don't care. As long as Qin Zhangyang gets the punishment he deserves, everything will be worth it. Bai Weiwei and Gu Qingcheng were slightly stunned when they heard this. The way the two looked at Zhang Xian changed. You know, if this situation isn't handled well today, Zhang Xian's losses won't be just 1 or 200 million, but billions, or even tens of billions. Gu Qingcheng leaned close to Zhang Xian's ear and whispered, Little guy, you're not attracted to Bai Weiwei, are you? That's right, although Bai Weiwei is a little older, her vagina is also bigger. It's normal for a guy like you to be attracted to her, considering how lustful you are. But, you spent tens of billions just to pick up girls. Aren't you afraid that Xia Meng will get jealous? Zhang Xian's face immediately turned dark. What the hell was going on? Why is it that this silly girl's mind is only filled with matters between men and women? And everything can be linked to Xia Meng. Xia Meng told him about Gu Qingcheng. Can Xia Meng be blamed for that? It was Gu Qingcheng's boyfriend who fell in love with Xia Meng, but Xia Meng never responded to that scumbag from beginning to end, okay? As a result, the silly girl has been competing with Xia Meng since then. Thank you. Bai Weiwei's eyes were red as she looked at Zhang Xian with gratitude. But I have one condition. Zhang Xian said with a smile. Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian with a half-smile, clicking her tongue. She said, this kid Zhang Xian must have taken a fancy to her. All men in the world are the same. All they care about is money and women. There was a hint of caution in Bai Weiwei's eyes when she looked at Zhang Xian, and then she was overwhelmed by the desire for revenge. You say. Sign a contract with me, work for me forever, and promise me that you will restore the company to its peak. I will give you complete autonomy and will not interfere with any of your decisions. I only want results. When Zhang Xian finished speaking, both women were stunned. Is that the condition? What's the difference between this and not mentioning any conditions? Especially for Bai Weiwei, this is not a condition, but it enhances her status in Dongshan Industrial. Mr. Zhang, are you kidding? Bai Weiwei found it a little unbelievable. Zhang Xian jokingly said, I'm a student and I have to focus on my studies. I don't have the energy to manage things here on weekdays. Of course, I will also have some constraints on you in the contract. Otherwise, if you run away with my company, where can I find you? Bai Weiwei took a deep breath upon hearing this. When she looked at Zhang Xian, her beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Zhang. I will definitely not let you down. Seeing this, Gu Qingcheng leaned close to Zhang Xian's ear and whispered, Boy, you're quite skilled. You're about to get a beautiful woman. Zhang Xian. This woman has a problem with her brain. He didn't want to date anyone at the moment, he just wanted to make more money. If there is no woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword. Besides, Bai Weiwei is not his type at all. Just then, it was almost 9 o'clock and the meeting was about to begin. The three of them walked towards the meeting room. Downstairs of the Dongshan Industrial Office Building, Qin Zhengyang looked up, his fighting spirit boiling in his heart. Today, he will fight a desperate battle. It's done, Dongshan Industry is still his. If he fails, he will fall into an irretrievable situation. Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhengyang turned around and said to Su Maokai and the others, Brothers, I'm counting on you for today's matter. Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai nodded, and the three of them walked into the office building. A man came towards them and stood beside Qin Zhengyang. The two of them were whispering to each other. Qin Zhengyang's expression remained unchanged, but people who knew him could see the panic in his eyes. Qin Zhengyang clenched his fists. The mysterious man had come, and that bitch Bai Weiwei had secretly done something against him. Although the company looked calm on the surface, in his eyes it was as if a gluttonous beast had opened its mouth and was waiting for him. Qin Zhengyang knew that this was not a good sign, but at this moment he had no way to retreat. Once he retreated, what would be waiting for him would be an abyss. The two people beside him are his last resort. Maybe he will betray these two people this time, but he really has no other choice. Even if these two people become his enemies later, he will accept it as long as he can get through this hurdle today. He tried hard to overcome the fear in his heart, turned to Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai and said with a smile, Brothers, follow me. Ding Taisheng sensitively noticed Qin Zhengyang's change. He remained expressionless and walked to Su Maokai, patted him on the shoulder quietly, and signaled Qin Zhengyang with his eyes. Just as the three people walked into the company, they were stopped by the security guard at the door. Bang! Qin Zhengyang was furious and slapped the security guard in the face. You are so blind that you can't see me? I'm sorry, Manager Qin, the company is holding a board meeting right now, so non-board members are not allowed to enter. I'm not stopping you, I'm stopping the two gentlemen next to you. The security guard who was beaten clenched his fists. The security captain standing nearby saw that his brother was angry and was afraid that this young man would hurt someone, so he immediately came out and explained with a smile. Manager Qin? I founded Dongshan Industry and I'm the chairman. If I don't come, who has the right to convene a board meeting? Qin Zhengyang was so furious that he wanted to skin Bai Weiwei alive. Needless to say, this order must have been given by her. Chapter 39, Qin Zhengyang, a man with a strong appearance but a weak heart. Chairman, don't you know what you did? I put on this outfit and took that slap from you, so I won't fight back. But if you take this outfit off, I can kill you with that slap. The beaten security guard roared angrily, his eyes turning red with grievance. How dare you? My company supports your entire family. Without me, would you have this respectable job? I'm here today to take back the chairman's position. When I become chairman again, the first thing I'm going to do is fire you, you stinky security guard. Qin Zhengyang was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He felt like a tiger in plain land being bullied by a dog. He didn't expect that even the security guard would dare to scold him for his work. However, he could not have imagined that in the eyes of others, he looked more like a coward who had no confidence and had to rely on shouting to prove his existence to others. Upon hearing this, the security captain stopped Qin Zhangyang from shouting, and his expression changed as he looked at Qin Zhangyang. Manager Qin, you'd better save some face. If you become chairman again, I won't have to fire you. I'll resign with my brothers. Calling you manager is already enough respect for you. What have you done this past year? Do you want us to review it for you? If you hadn't been obsessed with women, would Dongshan Industrial have become what it is now? Without President Bai, this company would have collapsed long ago. Didn't you listen to what my brother just said? Let me say it again, I am polite to you not because you are worthy of our respect, but because this is the company's rules and regulations. Take off this piece of clothing and I'll slash you, do you believe it? If you say another word, I'll slash you right away, would you like to try it? Hearing the commotion here, several security guards gathered over. After learning the whole story, their eyes changed when they looked at Qin Zhangyang. He looked like he wanted to beat him up right away. A bunch of reckless men. I won't argue with you security guards. These two aren't outsiders, they're directors of the company. Here's their shareholding certificate. Qin Zhangyang was so angry that his whole body was shaking, but facing several fierce security guards, he backed down. You bunch of dogs, just wait for me, I will definitely fire you. Ding Taisheng and the other man glanced at Qin Zhangyang with disdain. To have behaved to this point, Qin Zhangyang was an utter failure. Even the company's security guards were not convinced, which shows how many unpopular things Qin Zhangyang had done. If a person is disloyal in the company, can such a person really become the chairman again? Even if they help Qin Zhangyang gain a foothold this time, they must withdraw immediately after gaining benefits, otherwise they will be dragged down and trapped by Qin Zhangyang, and it will be difficult for them to withdraw at that time. Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai looked at each other, nodded quietly, and reached a consensus at this moment. The security captain took the equity certificates from the two men and knew that Ding Taisheng and the other man were helpers hired by Qin Zhangyang, so he looked at them with an unfriendly look. But they still remembered their duties and let him go. Ding Taisheng's eyes lit up. Although these people were just security guards, their quality was very good. If such people could be trained, they would definitely be of great use. Led by Qin Zhangyang, the two walked towards the conference room. Qin Zhangyang clenched his fists. If he succeeded this time, he would definitely replace all the people in the company. At this moment, Su Maokai suddenly saw a figure enter the toilet. He trembled and said to Qin Zhangyang, "Old Qin, you guys go in first. I'm going to the toilet." Damn, the drug last night was too strong. Qin Zhangyang had no doubts when he heard this. He knew exactly how much medicine the three of them had taken and how much they had done last night. Ding Taisheng frowned. This didn't seem like Su Maokai. Although this guy is greedy for women and lustful, he is absolutely reliable on key issues. And judging from his appearance, there is definitely something wrong with him. I'll go too. Can you do it yourself, Lao Qin? Ding Taisheng took a few steps and said. Qin Zhangyang frowned, then suddenly relaxed. Isn't this his moment to strike back? Let Bai Weiwei and the mysterious man be proud first, and then his backup will appear and launch a desperate counterattack. In this way, he could see the unwilling expressions on Bai Weiwei and that mysterious man's faces. He wanted to laugh at those people unscrupulously and make them leave his company in disgrace. Thinking of this, Qin Zhangyang started to boast, "Okay, then I'll go to the meeting alone and see their ugly faces first." Qin Zhangyang said this and strode forward. "Enemy, here I come, wait for the burning of my fire of revenge." Ding Taisheng turned and walked towards the toilet. At the toilet door, he saw Su Maokai standing there respectfully. Old Su looked as if he was going to meet some leader. Ding Taisheng was not in a hurry to show up, but waited quietly. Who is in the toilet? In the toilet. Junior, what were you doing with that stinky woman Gu Qingcheng? Xia Meng's coquettish voice came from the microphone. I'm here to do something outside, senior, don't you have class? Doing something? What kind of thing? Something between a man and a woman? Why not call me? I don't mind a threesome. Zhang Xian almost vomited blood when he heard this. It was such a vicious and ruthless word. The image of the goddess in his mind was completely destroyed. Whether it was Gu Qingcheng or Xia Meng, they could actually say such vicious words. But Zhang Xian suddenly looked forward to that scene, holding Xia Meng in his left hand, Gu Qingcheng in his right hand, and Bai Weiwei riding on. Zhang Xian shook his head. What was he thinking? I actually thought of Bai Weiwei. As expected, every man has a heart that wants to become a scumbag. Okay, senior sister, stop making trouble. I have something important to do. I'll find you when I get back. Alright. Junior, don't attract attention. I'm back, I need to check. Xia Meng said naively. The corners of Zhang Xian's mouth raised involuntarily. It seemed that the feeling of being cared for by a beautiful woman was really good. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xian washed his hands and walked out. Mr. Zhang, it's really you. When Su Maokai saw Zhang Xian coming out, his heart skipped a beat. No way, his guess was true, and it was Zhang Xian who acquired Dongshan Industrial? Damn, luckily he just saw it. Su Maokai has always trusted his intuition, so he was careful. Unexpectedly, he made the right bet again. Who are you? Zhang Xian frowned, the person in front of him looked somewhat familiar. We've met before at Dadong shopping mall. We also met you when you were at Sihai car dealership. I'm Su Maokai. Su Maokai didn't feel embarrassed at all when he heard that Zhang Xian didn't know him. Instead, he introduced himself enthusiastically. Ding Taisheng, who was hiding aside, took a deep breath and pretended to go to the bathroom. Mr. Zhang, why are you here? Manager Ding? When Ding Taisheng heard Zhang Xian's name, his mouth almost opened wide. Chapter 40, Two powerful reinforcements were scared away. Manager Ding, why are you here? Zhang Xian looked at Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai in confusion. Suddenly, he remembered what Bai Weiwei said, that Qin Zhengyang would find external aid, and then thought of Ding Taisheng's previous phone call. Could it be that these two people were Qin Zhengyang's external aid? Thinking of this, Zhang Xian's expression became much more indifferent. Mr. Zhang, were you responsible for the equity sniping war of Dongshan Industrial? Ding Taisheng noticed that Zhang Xian's expression was not right. He panicked for a while, but immediately calmed down. He hadn't done anything to help Qin Zhengyang yet, but the situation could be resolved. This is all correct, he said. Why are there so many mysterious people in this world? If there is a party with the power to quietly acquire Dongshan Industry without interference from the higher-ups, it is probably only the boss. In addition, Qin Zhengyang did do a lot of disgusting things in the past year. Not only did the higher-ups not stop him, they also secretly supported him. Otherwise, Zhang Xian would not have been able to take over Dongshan Industrial so quickly. Su Maokai also thought of this at the same time, but his heart was still pounding. After all, he didn't know whether he had left a bad impression on Zhang Xian when he was in the mall and the car dealership. It's me. There is nothing to hide. The affairs of Dongshan Industrial will be exposed sooner or later. Beautiful. It's really beautiful. To have accomplished this in such a short time, I think Mr. Zhang is the only one in Dongshan province who can do it. Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai flattered Qin Zhengyang, but cursed him in their hearts. You bastard, not only did he get into trouble himself, but he also wanted to drag the two of them into trouble as well. Fortunately, they had good eyesight, otherwise they would have become Mr. Zhang's enemy by now. As for becoming the enemy of Teo Yuanju, one can imagine what the fate would be. Are you Qin Zhengyang's friends? Zhang Xian looked at the two of them with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ding Taisheng and Su Maocai's faces turned pale. If they say yes, their company legal person and position will probably be replaced tomorrow. The two men naturally tried their best to deny it. Mr. Zhang, you misunderstood. We heard that the mysterious person involved in the Dongshan Industrial sniper battle would appear here today, so we came here to pay our respects. We just didn't expect it to be you. It's not that we didn't expect it, but we thought someone like you wouldn't look down on this shabby Dongshan Industrial. Zhang Xian was about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. He saw that it was the sales lady from yesterday, so he immediately signaled to Ding Taisheng and walked aside to answer the call. Mr. Zhang, we have something to do in the company, so we'll leave first. We'll treat you to dinner when you're free. Cold sweat dripped down Ding Taisheng's forehead. This time, he was almost killed by Qin Zhengyang. The two men staggered away. Zhang Xian didn't care. The sales lady told him that the procedures had been completed and was waiting for Zhang Xian to pay the balance and sign. Inside the conference room, Qin Zhengyang was criticized by everyone. His face was full of black lines, but he was sneering in his heart. He wrote down all these people's names, waiting for the reversal, and he wanted to crush these people with the attitude of a winner. I'll let you piss yourself for a bit, but later I'll make you cry. Half an hour later. Are these two really that weak? It takes them so long to go to the bathroom. Qin Zhangyang frowned, but was not overly worried, because he promised to give so many things that no one could refuse. Faced with everyone's accusations, Qin Zhangyang remained silent. Keep talking. If you can get ahead of yourself for a while, I'll make you cry to death. At this moment, the door of the conference room creaked open. Qin Zhangyang's heart was boiling. The two old bastards, Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai, finally decided to come out of the toilet. He stood up suddenly and was about to unleash his might and crush everyone when he saw a young man about the same age as his son walk in. Qin Zhangyang stood there awkwardly, cursing Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai in his heart. Just when he was wondering whose child this young man was, a shocking scene happened. Bai Weiwei and the others stood up and respectfully called out to Zhang Xian, Chairman. Qin Zhangyang was dumbfounded. Chairman? Dongshan Industry was acquired by this young man in front of me? How is this possible? This time, not only him, but all the executives in the company were stunned and looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment. The mysterious man who completed that beautiful sniper battle is the college student in front of us? They looked at each other, unable to believe their eyes. Zhang Xian smiled at everyone, then looked at Qin Zhangyang who was standing there. There were photos of Qin Zhangyang on the internet, so he recognized him at a glance. Everyone, please take a seat. I am now announcing a personnel appointment and dismissal. I believe Mr. Qin Zhangyang is no longer suitable for any position in the company, so I am dismissing him from all his positions in the company. No. When Qin Zhangyang heard what Zhang Xian said, his eyes widened with anger. Not only do they want to acquire his company, but they also want to kick him out of the company? How can this be? This time, he saw his enemy and could no longer maintain his previous composure. He yelled at Zhang Xian angrily. You want to remove me? Do you have what it takes? Don't think you can dominate everything just because you've temporarily gained the upper hand through sneaky tricks. You didn't expect that I can buy back the shares of retail investors at any time, and I've already invited the 4th and 5th shareholders. Bai Weiwei, thank you. If you hadn't diluted my shares, I really wouldn't have any other options. Qin Zhangyang's hawk-like gaze swept over everyone in the conference room, as if he wanted to memorize all their faces. In full view of everyone, he called Su Maokai. Noticing that everyone was looking at him, the smile on his face became even colder and more chilling. The phone rang, and Qin Zhangyang clenched his fists, roaring in his heart, Su Maokai, hurry up and answer the phone. The time for counterattack has come. Bai Weiwei was shocked when she saw this. The stock market had been a little turbulent in the past 2 days, but it was all bought by retail investors. Although she felt something was wrong, she didn't pay attention to it. But when she saw Qin Zhangyang's look, her heart skipped a beat. Although Qin Zhangyang is a bastard, he does have some real abilities. She looked at Zhang Xian. Noticing Bai Weiwei's gaze, Zhang Xian smiled at her and signaled her to be patient. If he guessed correctly, the so-called strong reinforcements Qin Zhangyang must be Ding Taisheng and Su Maokai. If Qin Zhangyang knew that the two men were scared away when they saw him, would Qin Zhangyang still be so hysterical and arrogant? Seeing Zhang Xian's gaze, Bai Weiwei calmed down and then looked at Qin Zhangyang with interest. No one answered? Did Su Maokai fall into the toilet? Qin Zhangyang called Ding Taisheng again, and this time it was even more outrageous. Ding Taisheng's phone was turned off. He was dumbfounded. Something is wrong. It's impossible for two people to fall into the toilet at the same time. Chapter 41 I am Wang Chuan of Taoyuan residence. The other executives who had scolded Qin Zhangyang were also shocked when they heard what Qin Zhangyang said. But seeing Zhang Xian and Bai Weiwei so calm, they also relaxed. If the sky falls, there is someone tall enough to hold it up. The chairman and the general manager are not afraid. What are they afraid of? Seeing that no one answered Qin Zhangyang's call, they laughed. When they heard that the phone Qin Zhangyang dialed was turned off, they almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Old Qin, are you suffering from paranoia? Old Qin, we don't deny your achievements. Dongshan Industrial has achieved certain results under your leadership. However, your past success does not mean that you can unscrupulously use everyone's money to fill your own bottomless pit. For the sake of a female celebrity, you have no bottom line and rashly entered the entertainment industry, leaving the company in tatters. Now the company is not yours alone. If you want to go crazy, we can't go crazy with you. The directors laughed at each other. Zhang Xian glanced at Bai Weiwei, and Bai Weiwei immediately understood what Zhang Xian meant. These directors had bad character and would be removed afterwards. She nodded. She had wanted to do this for a long time, but she was hindered by Qin Zhengyang. Now if Zhang Xian really handed over the power to her, she could naturally make drastic improvements. Thinking of this, Bai Weiwei's mouth was filled with a sweet smile. It can be seen how happy it is to have someone who trusts you. Shut up, all of you. If it weren't for me, would you be sitting here comfortably now? If it weren't for me, would you still be selling vegetables in the market? Qin Zhengyang pointed at one of them and yelled. Then, pointing at the other woman, he said, back then, you begged me to sleep with you, and that was how I got a little share. Now that you've put on your clothes, you dare to point at my nose and call me a loser. When the female director heard his words, her face immediately turned dark. Bullshit. Qin Zhengyang, don't bite people randomly. I'm talking nonsense. I've kept all the evidence. What? Do you want me to put it online? Qin Zhengyang was angry. Since he had already torn his relationship with others, he didn't care about these people's feelings. He pointed at another person. And you, wasn't it the time you sent your wife to my bed? I don't need to provide evidence now, right? Because you were the photographer at the time, and didn't you enjoy the taste of the green-haired turtle immensely? You even wanted to get your 13-year-old daughter in on it. If I hadn't seen that your daughter was still young, I wouldn't know what to call you now. Zhang Xian was stunned. He didn't expect to hear so many exciting things here. Fortunately, all the people who came here today were executives, otherwise this scene would definitely be on the headlines of tomorrow's news, and it would even be on the hot search without buying anything. Rich people really know how to have fun. Everyone Qin Zhengyang pointed at instantly became stiff and showed horror on their faces. They knew that this was Qin Zhengyang's last act of madness. At this moment, no one could provoke him, otherwise they would definitely be bitten by him. You say I have no bottom line? Do you think you deserve it? Qin Zhengyang looked at Bai Weiwei and Zhang Xian, don't think you're sure to win. As he said that, he called Su Maokai again. This time the call was connected, and a smile broke out on Qin Zhengyang's face. Finally, someone was willing to help him. He looked at Zhang Xian arrogantly, this battle was not over yet. But before his smile could fully bloom, Su Maocai's curse came, fuck your grandma Qin Zhengyang, how dare you drag me to deal with Mr. Zhang? Do you know his identity? You want to kill me, don't call me anymore. After saying that, the phone was hung up. Qin Zhengyang was dumbfounded and stared blankly. Gu Qingcheng and Bai Weiwei looked at Zhang Xian in surprise. Although they didn't know who Qin Zhengyang was calling, the person who could be regarded as a life-saving straw by Qin Zhengyang must be worth a lot of money. There are not many people like this in Dongshan City. Who could frighten such a person like that, Mr. Zhang? Who is he? Is it Zhang Xian? Or Zhang Xian's parents? Gu Qingcheng's beautiful eyes narrowed into a slit. It seemed that her student was very mysterious. Well, explore more when you have time. But that's right, who is Xia Meng? She disdains even those movie stars, but she has a special liking for Zhang Xian, a nobody. If this guy didn't have something special, would Xia Meng be interested in him? Gu Qingqing's beautiful eyes curved into a crescent moon, as if she had discovered a new world. Perhaps if she stayed with Zhang Xian for a long time and followed Zhang Xian's interpersonal relationships, she would be able to find the person who initiated the sniper war. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up. Is the reason why Xia Meng is with Zhang Xian really because she likes Zhang Xian? Could it be that he has the same idea as her? If this is true, then Xia Meng is such a terrible woman. Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian. Otherwise, would he be like Xia Meng, staying by Zhang Xian's side and telling others that she was his girlfriend? Forget it, Gu Qingcheng, what are you thinking? Is it worth it to sacrifice your reputation just because you want to find someone? Silly girl. Gu Qingcheng shook her head and threw this hateful idea out of her mind. Bai Weiwei's thoughts about Zhang Xian were much simpler. No wonder Zhang Xian dared to hand over Dongshan Industry to her. It turned out that Dongshan Industry was nothing to him. She felt a little relieved. The stronger Zhang Xian was, the more secure her rear would be. This way, she can carry out her future good plans without any worries. Mr. Qin, do you have any other tricks? I still have time, you can use them now. Zhang Xian crossed his legs and looked at Qin Zhengyang jokingly. Qin Zhengyang's expression changed rapidly. He didn't want to be kicked out like this, but facing Zhang Xian, he felt powerless. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, flashing madly, and he made a phone call. If he couldn't keep the company, then he couldn't let this couple get away with it. The worst that can happen is that both sides will be destroyed. Qin Zhengyang's eyes became more and more crazy. Mr. Wang, I'm Qin Zhengyang. I'm offering you a company. Do you want one? Qin Zhengyang turned on the speakerphone and looked at everyone with resentment. Oh? You don't want to give Dongshan Industry to me, do you? A voice full of majesty came from the other side. What? Mr. Wang can't eat? Qin Zhengyang was like a desperate outlaw who was no longer afraid of anything. What conditions? Save my life. Is it that simple? Give me a sum of money that will ensure I have comfortable food and clothing for the rest of my life. Can. When Qin Zhengyang heard the agreement, he burst into laughter. Looking at Zhang Xian and Bai Weiwei, his eyes were full of teasing and mockery. Mr. Wang, before that, you should discuss it with this gentleman. He is about to expel me from the company. As he said that, he threw his phone on the table. I am Wang Chuan from Teo Yuanju. Wang Chuan's voice came from the microphone. Chapter 42. Is there anything else? Go on, I'm waiting. Boom. The entire conference room was stunned when they heard the voice coming from the microphone. Wang Chuan? The general manager of Teo Yuanju? Gu Qingcheng frowned. If Teo Yuanju intervened, today's matter would be troublesome. Her brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and she found dejected that there was no solution to this problem. She could only give up the interests in her hands. If she became a rival of Teo Yuanju, even 10 Dongshan Industries combined would not be the opponent's opponent. The two are not at the same level of players at all, and Zhang Xian has no qualifications to compete. When Bai Weiwei heard this name, her beautiful eyes turned red. She had been planning for so many years and was finally about to succeed, but then the mysterious Teo Yuanju got involved, and she was unwilling to accept it. Could she just watch the culprit who destroyed her family get away with it? She hates it. But she had no choice. Who dares to ignore Teo Yuanju? She thought of every possibility, but she never expected Qin Zhengyang to go all out. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhengyang laughed more and more crazily. The other directors didn't care. No matter what the outcome was, Qin Zhengyang was out. And if Dongshan Industrial boarded the Teo Yuanju ship, even if they were kicked out in the end, Wang Chuan would probably give them enough benefits. This is also the reason why Teo Yuanju has been so arrogant and domineering over the years, but the higher-ups have always allowed it to exist. Teo Yuanju will not do anything illegal or disorderly. It will devour you within the framework of legality and compliance. When Zhang Xian heard Wang Chuan's voice, he was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Qin Zhengyang would finally ask Teo Yuanju for help. Would it make him seem too inhumane if he laughed out loud at this time? But if he didn't laugh, he would feel uncomfortable. Boy, are you scared now? Pick up the phone. How dare you ignore Mr. Wang? Seeing Zhang Xian's look, Qin Zhengyang thought Zhang Xian was scared and became more arrogant. Zhang Xian pinched the flesh on his thigh hard, forcing himself not to laugh, and continued the conversation in front of everyone. I'm Zhang Xian. Wang Chuan on the other side was stunned for a while when he heard Zhang Xian's voice. Mr. Zhang? Why you? His voice was full of confusion, and after a moment, he immediately realized what was going on. Dongshan Industry, did you acquire it? Yes, you don't have to worry about this matter. I'll talk to you when I get back. Okay. Zhang Xian hung up the phone and threw it to Qin Zhengyang. Time seemed to have been paused by God at this moment. The air suddenly became very quiet. Everyone stared at Zhang Xian blankly. Bai Weiwei still had a look of unwillingness on her face, but now she was filled with astonishment. The directors were so excited that their whole bodies were shaking. It seemed that their new chairman was very powerful and was not even afraid of Teo Yuanju. Mr. Wang, who was famous in Dongshan, seems to respect Zhang Xian very much. This is the first time they heard Wang Chuan use the word you to address someone. Anything else? Go on, I'm waiting. Zhang Xian looked at Qin Zhengyang indifferently. Qin Zhengyang's eyes were full of despair, and he sat down on the chair dejectedly. He didn't understand why Su Maokai said that just now, but now he understood. How could Su Maokai and Ding Taixing dare to help a man whom even Wang Chuan respected? He stared at Zhang Xian blankly, his eyes full of desire, and he seemed to want to say something but stopped himself several times. I have an announcement to make. Starting today, Miss Bai Weiwei will be the president of the new company. As for the name of the new company, you can discuss it together and work together. I will not interfere with any of the company's decisions on a daily basis. If you have any questions, you can contact Miss Bai Weiwei. Okay, President Bai, continue. I have things to take care of. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, he motioned for Gu Qingqing to follow him, and then walked out. Bai Weiwei was stunned, then bowed deeply towards Zhang Xian's back. The other directors were stunned for a moment when they heard Zhang Xian's words, and then when they looked at Bai Weiwei, their eyes were full of envy. Everyone knew that Mr. Zhang was handing over Dongshan Industrial completely to Bai Weiwei. Everyone was full of doubts. What was the relationship between Bai Weiwei and Mr. Zhang? They looked at Bai Weiwei suspiciously. Could it be that they were in that kind of relationship? No matter how you look at this scene, it seems that Zhang Xian bought Dongshan Industrial just to give it to Bai Weiwei. Are you willing to spend all your money just to make a beautiful woman smile? Noticing that everyone's eyes were focused on her, Bai Weiwei was stunned for a moment, and then she guessed what everyone was thinking. She did not clarify immediately, but instead gave Zhang Xian a gentle and admiring look at his back. Although Qin Zhengyang was out, none of these directors were easy to deal with. If these people really wanted to make things difficult for her, her plan would be difficult to carry out. It would be better to take advantage of these people's fear of Zhang Xian to make it easier for her to carry out her plan. Everyone noticed Bai Weiwei's eyes and thought to themselves, as expected, they guessed right. Qin Zhengyang sat dejectedly on the chair. He had failed completely. This company would no longer belong to him, and he can only watch others take the position of chairman without being able to do anything. He used to be full of vigor and vitality, and others were helpless in front of him. He didn't expect that he would experience this feeling so soon. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door and a group of people from relevant departments in police uniforms walked in. When Qin Zhengyang saw these people, his heart skipped a beat and he looked at Bai Weiwei in panic. The relevant department personnel looked around and said, "Excuse me, who among you is Qin Zhengyang? We have some matters here and need him to go back with us." Everyone looked over immediately after hearing this. Suddenly, a fierce light appeared in Qin Zhengyang's eyes, and he rushed towards Bai Weiwei in everyone's astonished gaze. "Don't move! Stop!" When several people saw the scene, they suddenly rushed towards Qin Zhengyang and knocked him to the ground. "What are you doing? I haven't broken any law. I want to go home. I won't go back with you. Who is your leader? I want to find your leader. Your leader and I are good friends. Let me go." Qin Zhengyang was pressed to the ground, struggling desperately, his eyes full of unwillingness and despair. He couldn't go in. Once he went to the relevant department, it would mean the end of his life. He glared at Bai Weiwei angrily. "Bitch, did you call the police?" Just wait, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Are you Qin Zhengyang? Here's your arrest warrant. You're suspected of multiple crimes. Come back with us to assist in the investigation. Several people handcuffed Qin Zhengyang and took him away. Gu Qingqing followed Zhang Xian out in a daze, as obedient as a child. Walking behind Zhang Xian, she secretly glanced at Zhang Xian and suddenly found that she was becoming more and more confused about this student. Gu Qingqing just glanced at Zhang Xian secretly, her eyes full of curiosity. Chapter 43. I am the boss behind Teo Yuanju. Arriving at the sales office, Zhang Xian looked at Gu Qingqing curiously. Along the way, this silly girl sat quietly in the car without saying a word. This incredible scene actually happened to her. Mr. Zhang. Almost everyone in the sales office was looking forward to Zhang Xian's arrival. 100 million. This transaction amount is not low. What a rich man. Not only the sales lady, but even the vice president of their developer was alarmed and came over after hearing the news. Someone who can buy a villa worth 100 million yuan in full is worth making friends with. Maybe there is a possibility of cooperation in the future. The moment Zhang Xian appeared, the entire sales office was in an uproar. The sales lady came up excitedly and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Zhang, Xia, and this lady, you've bought a new house." It was not until the sales lady got closer that she realized that the beautiful woman next to Zhang Xian had changed, and her appearance was no less beautiful than the one from yesterday. As expected, she doesn't understand the world of rich people. Rich people are grooms every day. Without money, you can only be a bag holder. She dressed up specially today because she didn't want to lose too badly to Xia Meng, but compared with this beauty today, she still lost miserably. The vice president looked at Gu Qingqing deeply, envying Zhang Xian's good luck in finding such a beautiful woman. He walked up to Zhang Xian and introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm the vice president of sales here. My name is Zhu Xinho." please follow me. Everyone came to the general manager's office, and the sales lady attentively took out the contract, pen and ink. Zhang Xian carefully read the contract and transferred the money after finding no problems. Seeing that the transfer was successful, the sales lady looked at Zhang Xian even more passionately. That look seemed to ignite Zhang Xian. After Zhang Xian signed and put his fingerprints on the document, the villa completely belonged to him. Zhang Xian brought Gu Qingcheng to his villa. The moment he opened the villa with the key, his heart was excited. When he was on Earth, he couldn't even afford an ordinary house, let alone a villa like this one. He worked diligently for several years, working overtime until late at night every day, and living frugally, but he couldn't even save enough for the down payment on a house. And here, he owns such a luxurious villa and 2 companies with a total market value of nearly 300 billion. All of this was brought to him by the system. Zhang Xian clenched his fists excitedly and roared in his heart, "System, why this?" It is hard to believe that the things that happened to people in online articles where their lives took off in seconds after they got the system would actually come true for him. Zhang Xian slumped on the imported sofa, looking up at the shining starry sky. This kind of life was something he had never dared to imagine before. Just when he was about to sigh at the beauty of life, a sharp pain came from his waist, making Zhang Xian gasp. "Sister, what are you doing? You're trying to kill for money." Looking at the flesh on his waist that had been twisted twice, Zhang Xian's face turned dark. He glared at Gu Qingcheng fiercely. This silly girl had been distracted since she came out of Dongshan Industrial, as if she had gone stupid. No. Zhang Xian stared at Gu Qingcheng. Could this silly girl really be stupid? Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian, frowning. "Are you really in pain?" Zhang Xian was speechless. "Sister Gu, aren't you talking nonsense? Twist your flesh and see if it hurts. I heard that this woman had a boyfriend before. How did that man persist? Anyone who can survive 3 rounds at Gu Qingcheng's hands is lucky." Gu Qingcheng stared at Zhang Xian and pretended to twist again, but Zhang Xian quickly dodged. "Are you really in pain?" Gu Qingcheng still didn't quite believe it and wanted to verify it. Zhang Xian's face turned black. "What the hell, is this fake pain? Since you are really in pain, then what happened just now is true." Gu Qingcheng's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she became alert. She stared at Zhang Xian closely and said, "Boy, why does Wang Chuan from Taoyuan residence listen to you so much?" That's Wang Chuan. Gu Qingcheng still hasn't figured this out. In Dongshan City, besides the boss, is there anyone else who can make Wang Chuan make concessions? Is that why you twist my waist? Why don't you twist your own? Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. Why should I pinch myself? It hurts so much when I pinch myself. Do you think I'm stupid? Gu Qingcheng rolled her beautiful eyes at Zhang Xian. What a powerful logic. It left him speechless. Zhang Xian was conquered by Gu Qingcheng's powerful logic. Who are you, boy? Gu Qingcheng came close to Zhang Xian, staring at him with her beautiful eyes full of curiosity. Zhang Xian. Where's your ID card? It's issued by the state. Who would dare to forge it? Zhang Xian gave the big tiger girl a cold look. Who asked your name? What is your relationship with Wang Chuan? His. Gu Qingcheng suddenly gasped, and her eyes gradually lit up, as if she had discovered some shocking secret. Zhang Xian, you are Wang Chuan's illegitimate son? That's absolutely true, otherwise how could Wang Chuan be so nice to Zhang Xian? No, even if you are Wang Chuan's illegitimate son, he shouldn't respect you. Wang Chuan addressed Zhang Xian as you, but when it came to Wang Chuan's mouth, it was not just a simple matter of address. The fact that Wang Chuan is so respectful to Zhang Xian shows that Zhang Xian's identity is not simple. The black lines on Zhang Xian's face can be woven into a sweater. What the hell is going on? Is he Wang Chuan's illegitimate son? How did Lao Gu come up with such a ridiculous topic? Zhang Xian really wanted to open Gu Qingcheng's head to see if this girl had any brain problems. The late kind. Gu Qingcheng stared at Zhang Xian with her big watery eyes, as if she could see something from Zhang Xian's face. Sister Gu, please stop imagining things now that you're here. I'm going to admit it to you. I'm laying it all out. I'm the boss behind Teo Yuanju. Zhang Xian almost called out Lao Gu's nickname, but fortunately he changed it at the critical moment. Old Gu will know about this sooner or later, so he might as well tell him directly, which will make it easier to ask for leave from him in the future. Zhang Xian stretched out his arms and lay back on the sofa. The sofa was nice. When the Fang family returns home on National Day, Zhang Xian plans to talk it over with his parents to see if they are willing to come here. If not, he will renovate their old home and replace the furniture with new ones. Now that he has money, he can't let his parents suffer anymore, right? Zhang Xian looked at Gu Qingcheng with a smile, quietly waiting for the girl to absorb the news. Sure enough, when she heard his words, Gu Qingcheng was dumbfounded, and her beautiful eyes stared at him intently. Zhang Xian smiled slightly. This answer was indeed hard to accept. But there's no way around it, with the system, he's just so awesome. The next moment, Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. Damn it, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. Are you the boss? I'll beat you to death. If you were the boss, I'd take your last name. Gu Qingcheng raised her fist and punched Zhang Xian in anger. Chapter 44 Good Luck Card. If you don't believe me, forget it. Zhang Xian was speechless. Why did no one believe him when he told the truth? Yang Ming's 3 LSPs were like this, and I didn't expect that Gu Qingcheng, a talented woman, was also like this. So embarrassing. Since these people don't believe it, then forget it. He won't tell them anymore in the future. Anyway, these people will slowly discover the answer themselves. At this moment, Xia Meng called again. Hey, Junior, haven't you finished your work yet? Why haven't you come back yet? Will Sister Qingcheng be unhappy that you've been on leave for so long? Xia Meng's soft voice came from the microphone, making Zhang Xian feel refreshed. Looking at Gu Qingcheng opposite, and then thinking about Xia Meng's voice, it turned out that the campus belle Xia is more suitable to be a girlfriend. How could he be unhappy? I'm with him. Xia Meng, Zhang Xian is so amazing. Gu Qingcheng leaned over and shouted into the phone. Fuck. Zhang Xian was confused and hid aside. This woman went crazy in order to break up him and Xia Meng, and even said such vicious words. Senior, please don't misunderstand. Zhang Xian explained immediately. What misunderstanding, Xia Meng? We are having a great time in Zhang Xian's newly bought villa. Did you know that Zhang Xian bought a villa? The bed here is big and comfortable. We are having a great time here. Gu Qingcheng's voice was so loud that she wished everyone in Xia Meng's dormitory could hear it. Boom! At this moment, a chaotic sound came from the microphone, as if there were a lot of people present. Fuck, Sister Gu is so awesome. I was wondering why Zhang Xian didn't come to military training today. Turns out he went out to have fun with Sister Gu. Hiss, he's already sleeping with his own counselor right after school starts. Is Zhang Xian too awesome? Or is Sister Gu too awesome? Sister Gu, right? Sister Gu, in order to compete with Senior Xia for Zhang Xian, even went so far as to steal his food. Taking Zhang Xian out to get a room, isn't this a small matter? This kind of thing may seem incredible to others, but if it's Sister Gu who does it, then it's very common. Since Zhang Xian is with Sister Gu, then, is the campus beauty of Xia University now unclaimed? We can pursue the campus beauty of Xia University. The classmates in the class quickly uploaded this incident to the campus forum, which caused a huge uproar. In less than half an hour, the number of replies exceeded 100,000. Inside the villa, Gu Qingcheng, who was about to tease Xia Meng, was dumbfounded when he heard the noisy sound coming from the microphone. Her pretty face turned red in an instant. Xia Meng, where are you? Gu Qingcheng's voice changed. The bad feeling in my heart became stronger and stronger. It's at the military training place for finance class 8. Xia Meng's voice was very playful, and it was obvious that she had seen through Gu Qingcheng's plan. You tricked me. Gu Qingcheng was angry. It must be Xia Meng who tricked her, otherwise she wouldn't have made a phone call during military training. She's doomed now. Not only old Tang, but even her parents might know about it. It's over, completely over. Sister Qingcheng, please speak with conscience. When have I ever cheated you? I called Zhang Xian, and you insisted on coming over to make fun of me. Now the joke has gone too far. This has nothing to do with me. The amusement in Xia Meng's voice was no longer concealed. Bang! Gu Qingcheng was extremely embarrassed and angry. She bit Zhang Xian's shoulder and said, it's all your fault. Zhang Xian, who was standing by, heard that Xia Meng didn't take it seriously, so he just ignored the matter. It had nothing to do with him anyway. Unexpectedly, I still suffered an unexpected disaster. Old Gu, you are a dog, why are you biting me? Zhang Xian grimaced in pain, and there would probably be teeth marks on his shoulder. Xia Meng must have done it on purpose. Gu Qingcheng gnashed with hatred. Even if Xia Meng did it on purpose, why did you bite me? You were the one who provoked me, okay? You said you were at the villa with me, and you said you were good at martial arts. What the hell is this? Now that his classmates have seen him, he doesn't know how to explain it to them. Especially Yang Mingyang, the big SP. This guy had set his sights on Lao Gu and was preparing to attack with all his strength, but then Lao Gu did this. How could he explain this to his brothers? I don't care. She likes you, so it's definitely right for me to destroy something she likes. Gu Qingcheng said as she opened her mouth and was about to bite. Mr. Gu, I respect you as my instructor, but you are getting ahead of me. Zhang Xian dodged to the side, and Gu Qingcheng grabbed him with one hand. Zhang Xian rushed forward, dodged Gu Qingcheng's grasp, and ran into the yard. Ha! Gu Qingcheng's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw Zhang Xian's movements. She stomped her foot on the ground and shot towards Zhang Xian like a cannonball. He came in front of Zhang Xian and slapped out with his palm, like a tiger descending from the mountain. A faint tiger roar could be heard in the void. You thief, are you serious? Gu Qingcheng had said before that she practiced Qingyi, but Zhang Xian didn't agree because he was a master of Bajiquan. But when Zhang Xian saw Gu Qingcheng's palm, he concluded that Gu's attainments in Xingyiquan were definitely not low. Well, you dare to call me a thief, but I am your instructor, your homeroom teacher. Once a teacher, always a mother. If you dare to call your mother a thief, I will beat you to death, you unfilial son. Gu Qingcheng did a somersault and changed from a tiger to an eagle. You thief, stop it now, or I won't be polite. Although Gu Qingcheng's Xingyiquan is not weak, it has not reached the master level yet, and is still far behind Zhang Xian. If you keep cursing, I'll beat you to death. Gu Qingcheng vented all his depression through this punch. Ding, the god level selection system is starting. Choice 1, defeat Gu Qingcheng. Rewards, Xingyiquan Grandmaster Mastery, Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Appearance plus 1, Good Luck Card X1. Choice 2, avoid Gu Qingcheng and ignore her. Reward, Wealth plus 100,000 yuan, Title of Ninja Turtle, Popularity with Women 1. Don't blame me if you still dare to attack me. Zhang Xian stomped his foot on the ground, rushed to Gu Qingcheng like an arrow, and punched her. Bang! The two powerful fists collided with each other. Zhang Xian was as solid as a rock, not moving an inch, while Gu Qingcheng was horrified and fell into the bushes beside her. He regretted it after he threw the punch. He was doomed. Not to mention that Lao Gu was a great beauty, Lao Gu was his counselor, and he actually hit his teacher. Sister Gu, are you okay? Zhang Xian walked over immediately. Gu Qingcheng had fallen into the grass with her eyes closed. It was unknown how serious her injuries were. Ding, congratulations to the host for defeating Gu Qingcheng and obtaining the master-level mastery of Xingyiquan. Physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 1, and good luck card has been placed in the storage space. Note, this card is a mysterious one. After use, it grants the host continuous good luck for 24 hours. It possesses mysterious good fortune. Please use it with care. A voice sounded in his mind, and then Zhang Xian felt a warm current surging in his body, and his strength seemed to increase again. Good luck card? Would you like to give it a try? At this moment, Gu Qingcheng, who was lying on the ground, suddenly turned over and controlled Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was now a Xingyiquan master, and his understanding of Xingyiquan far surpassed Gu Qingcheng's. He suddenly hugged her. Chapter 45 Neighbor, Female Star. Let me go. Gu Qingcheng knocked her head towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian turned his head to dodge, but Gu Qingcheng was too fast and their heads collided heavily. Woo-woo. Zhang Xian felt stars in his eyes. Zhang Xian was very angry and ignored the pain. He wanted to see which grandson had hit him. But when he saw it, he was dumbfounded. It turned out to be the tough Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng rubbed his forehead, his face also full of disbelief. Seeing that it was Zhang Xian, he became even more furious and cursed. You walk without eyes, are you in a hurry to reincarnate? After saying that, he slapped me. Are you fighting? At this moment, a pleasant voice came from next door. The voice is ethereal, like an oriole singing in a valley. Zhang Xian and Gu Qingcheng looked towards the source of the sound and saw a slender woman standing there, wearing a pair of large sunglasses that covered most of her face. Who wants to fight with him? If I really attack him, can he be my opponent? Gu Qingcheng snorted coldly, raised his chin, and looked disdainful. Zhang Xian. Forget it, never reason with a woman. This should be the movie star that the sales lady mentioned, but Zhang Xian doesn't know much about movie stars in this world and can't recognize him. Hello, you live next door, right? Then we will be neighbors from now on. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. Zhang Xian said with a smile. You really aren't fighting? The woman seemed disappointed when she heard Zhang Xian's words. She didn't respond to Zhang Xian's meaning and went back to her room on her own. Zhang Xian. That's it, and you're still a movie star? Is there something wrong with your brain? What the hell is expecting him to fight? Hello, I'm sorry, she's a pretty girl came over, pointed at her head, and said apologetically to Zhang Xian and Gu Qingcheng, she has a problem here. My name is Zhang Xiran, and I'll be your neighbor from now on. We don't live here often, so keep in touch. After saying that, he smiled apologetically at the two of them and followed them into the room. Zhang Xian was speechless. He didn't even leave a phone number. How could he keep in touch often? This sounded fake. At this moment, Gu Qingcheng's phone rang. Gu Qingcheng took a look and picked up the phone. Old Tang, what? On the campus forum? Damn it, which bastard has so many hands? Don't let me know who he is, or I'll chop off his claws. It's fake, everything is fake. Okay, you're so nagging. Wait until I get back and write you a detailed report. Is that okay? How can a grown man like you be more nagging than a woman? Gu Qingcheng glared at Zhang Xian angrily. Just as she hung up the phone, it rang again. After taking a look at the caller ID, Gu Qingcheng's pretty face was full of helplessness. This time she didn't dare to be careless. After picking up the phone, she whispered in an extremely soft voice, Grandma, why did you call Nan Nan? Are you missing Nan Nan? Zhang Xian almost dropped his jaw in shock, staring at old Gu in astonishment. Is this gentle woman in front of him the same person as the previous Aunt Gu? Noticing Zhang Xian's gaze, Gu Qingcheng spoke to him gently while glaring at Zhang Xian fiercely, indicating that she would kill him if he dared to say too much. Seeing Lao Gu like this, Zhang Xian felt relieved. Well, this is the Lao Gu that everyone is familiar with. Nan Nan, what's going on between you and that student? Have you found a boyfriend? No, how is that possible? Grandma, don't worry. If Nan Nan finds a boyfriend, she will bring him to you as soon as possible so that Grandma can see him. I won't want a boyfriend if Grandma doesn't like him. Gu Qingcheng said sweetly. Zhang Xian got goosebumps all over his body when he heard that. Lao Gu's acting skills are pretty good. Nan Nan, don't lie to Grandma. Your happiness is the most important. It's fine as long as you like him. Grandma can't always be by your side. The one who will spend your life with you is that young man. Nan Nan, your mother asked me to see that post. Can you bring it back and let Grandma see it? If it's okay, you two can get married. Grandma is old and still wants to hold her great-grandchildren. When Zhang Xian heard the voice coming from the microphone, his face was full of smiles, and his mouth was wide open to his ears. He didn't expect that Lao Gu would be forced to get married. Delicious. It seems that no matter how beautiful a woman is, she has to face this step. Zhang Xian sat leisurely on the stone bench in the yard. He wanted to see how Lao Gu would deal with this matter. Grandma, that post is fake. Those people are just talking nonsense. Nan Nan is really not in a relationship. Really? You made Grandma happy for nothing. She thought she could hold her great-grandson in her arms before she died. It seems there is no hope now. The old man said and hung up the phone. His voice was indescribably lonely. Old Gu's mood was affected and not in a good mood. 3 words were clearly written on her pretty face, unhappy. Seeing the smile in Zhang Xian's eyes, Gu Qingcheng suddenly felt unwell. You laugh, what are you laughing at? If it weren't for you, how could it become like this? Grandma is not easy to fool. Even though she has hung up the phone now, she will bombard her with words when she gets home. What does it have to do with me? This is really an unexpected disaster. What does this have to do with him? He had no involvement in this matter from the beginning to the end, okay? It was old Gu who insisted on teasing the senior, but his cleverness backfired. In the end, he was the victim. You. Gu Qingcheng was so angry that she opened her mouth and was about to bite him, but Zhang Xian's strength was much higher than hers. After thinking about it, she had to give up. She really wanted to beat Zhang Xian up to vent her anger, but she couldn't do it and was so annoyed. Chapter 46 Junior, let us move out. At this moment, a text message alert came on his mobile phone, and Zhang Xian smiled when he saw it. It's a text message from the bank reminding you that the money has arrived. More than 100 billion. It feels so happy to make money. Smiling so lasciviously is definitely not a good thing. Gu Qingcheng sneered. Zhang Xian paused. This woman was planning to confront him. Sister Gu, you are a teacher. How can you be so petty? Are you angry with me, a student? Tisk. Gu Qingcheng sneered, I can't bear the thought of the chairman of Dongshan Industrial being my student. No man in the past could beat her, but now that one has appeared, she is very annoyed. Gu Qingcheng decided to go home and learn more Xingyiquan with her grandmother, and then come back to beat up Zhang Xian, the bastard. Hey! Sister Gu, please do me a favor. This is my fault. I'll treat you to a meal to make amends. Is that okay? It gives me a headache. What is the point of him talking to Aunt Gu? Moreover, Zhang Xian felt a little panic when being looked at by Lao Gu in this way. Then I'll choose the place. Gu Qingcheng said immediately. No problem. Zhang Xian had no objection. He had plenty of money now and would no longer be in the embarrassing situation of having no money to pay for a meal. Come on, I'll drive you there. Gu Qingcheng's eyes rolled and she drove her Grand Cherokee towards Dongshan University. Zhang Xian took a look and knew what this woman was planning. It seems that she is not going to give up until she gets to the bottom of the matter. Sure enough, Zhang Xian guessed right, and Lao Gu took him to Teo Yuanju. Mr. Zhang, you're here. Zhou Yi was on duty today. When he saw that the person coming was Zhang Xian, he immediately came forward excitedly. When Gu Qingcheng saw this scene, there was a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. The lobby manager of Teo Yuanju also showed such respect to Zhang Xian. Who was this guy? What was his relationship with the owner of Teo Yuanju? Where's Xia Meng? Oh, Miss Xia is waiting for you. Zhou Yi said with a smile. When Gu Qingcheng heard that Xia Meng was also here, she immediately got furious. Zhang Xian, didn't you say you'd treat me to a meal? What's the point of inviting Xia Meng? Sister Qingcheng, there doesn't seem to be any conflict between him inviting you and me to have dinner together? Xia Meng's voice came. Seeing Xia Meng, Gu Qingcheng remembered the previous phone call and felt even more depressed. Hey, didn't Sister Qingcheng praise Guan Xian's kung fu? Why are you still, mm? When Zhang Xian heard this, he covered Xia Meng's mouth with his hand. It's over, all beautiful women are poisonous now. The vicious words that came out so recklessly were something that he, as a man, could not accept. Gu Qingcheng's pretty face turned slightly red. She was right. Zhang Xian's kung fu was amazing. Even she was no match for him. Humph, it's all these vulgar people, all they think about is the stuff between men and women. In the eyes of Buddha, everything is Buddha, while in the eyes of pig, everything is shit. Thinking of this, Gu Qingcheng suddenly calmed down. She glanced at Xia Meng provocatively, then took Zhang Xian's arm and said, let's go. Didn't you say you would treat me to dinner? Sir, do you have a private room reserved? You little brat, you want to fight with me? I can be shameless, can you? Do you think confessing your feelings in public is shameless? I haven't made a move yet. If I weren't concerned about some things, once I make a move, even 10 of you wouldn't be my match. Hearing Gu Qingcheng's words, Zhou Yi immediately said, please follow me. Hiss. Zhang Xian's body twitched and he grabbed Gu Qingcheng's hand that was moving around his waist. This woman is so cruel. His waist must be bruised. This move seemed to be a unique skill that every woman could master, without any teacher, and it was extremely lethal. Sister Qingcheng, all the people eating here are students from the University of Tokyo. Do you want to update your hot post with a few more photos? Xia Meng said softly. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingcheng immediately let go of Zhang Xian's arm. But it was too late, someone had already recognized the three of them. Xia Meng stayed by Zhang Xian's side openly. She leaned close to Zhang Xian's ear and whispered, Junior, I haven't seen you all morning. Did you miss me? This looks like Xia Meng is kissing Zhang Xian's ear. Hiss, isn't that the campus beauty of Xia University? Kissing in public, awesome. Don't you say Xia Meng is a cool school beauty? How is this different from a lecherous woman? Cold and aloof, that's for ordinary people. In the eyes of the school beauty, Zhang Xian is not an ordinary person. Hearing the discussions of the people around him and noticing the angry gazes, Zhang Xian could only smile bitterly. The ground where Xiaomeng is the focus. If you want to be with Xiaomeng, you have to adapt to this kind of life. How did this girl get so close to becoming a movie star? Xiaomeng chuckled, Junior, you have to be nicer to me in the future, otherwise you will be torn to pieces. Zhang Xian shuddered all over. The three of them entered the private room and Zhang Xian ordered some dishes. Zhang Xian and Xiaomeng ate slowly, but Gu Qingcheng had no interest in what they were eating. She looked at Zhang Xian and Xiaomeng feeding her dog food, and then glanced at the door of the private room. Zhang Xian laughed in silence. He had already transferred the money to Wang Chuan through the bank. Wang Chuan was very busy at the moment, so Lao Gu could not see Wang Chuan even if he wanted to. Just when he entered the private room, the system reminded him that the task was completed. Sister Gu, we're all full, and we still have military training in the afternoon, what do you think? Get lost. Don't ruin my mood for dinner. It seems that Wang Chuan will not show up this time. Gu Qingcheng was very depressed and waved at Zhang Xian with a look of disgust. Zhang Xian felt as if he had been pardoned and left quickly. Junior, what did you and Sister Qingcheng do this morning? On the way, Xiaomeng suddenly asked. Zhang Xian smiled slightly, I thought senior sister wouldn't ask. Xiaomeng's pretty face flushed, and she muttered, it's okay if you don't want to say it. After she finished speaking, her beautiful eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian burst out laughing. No matter how dumb he was, he knew what Xiaomeng was thinking at this moment, so he told her what happened in the morning. What? Are you the new chairman of Dongshan Industrial? Xiaomeng opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief. Those two detectives had no professional ethics at all. The results of their investigation told her that Zhang Xian's family was of average financial status and it was difficult for them to support Zhang Xian's schooling. This survey result was given 8 months ago. Isn't this nonsense? Can a person go from being a nobody in college to becoming the chairman of Dongshan Industrial in just 8 months? That's Dongshan Industrial, with a market value of hundreds of billions. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed through Xiaomeng's mind, and she pouted. Okay, you, Tian Yushan, it must be you who's causing all this trouble. No wonder you've been forcing me to go home and meet this and that with you. You're trying to break up Zhang Xian and me. How infuriating. Tian Yushan is Xiaomeng's mother. Xiaomeng felt that living with Zhang Xian was imminent, and she thought that only in this way could she completely dispel her mother's thoughts. Even so, Xiaomeng didn't feel very safe. The safest thing was that she could get pregnant with Zhang Xian's baby. The National Day holiday is coming soon. If she can't handle Zhang Xian, she will be surrounded by blind dates for the next 7 days. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Zhang Xian looked at Xiaomeng in confusion. Why did this girl become distracted while talking? Junior, shall we move out? Suddenly, Xiaomeng grabbed Zhang Xian's arm and said. At this moment, everyone passing by was heartbroken. Chapter 47 Xiao Gu, what's wrong with your lips? Hearing Xiaomeng's words, Zhang Xian was a little confused and his face turned red. What the senior said really caught him off guard. The eyes of the people around looked at Xiaomeng differently. The former campus beauty of Xia University was aloof and cold, never speaking to anyone. Even when a big star came, she would still reject him directly. The school beauties at that time were out of their reach. They couldn't even get close to them, for fear that their presence would taint them with worldly influences. But all this changed since Zhang Xian came, just like a fairy suddenly turned into a village woman. Although the school beauty became down to earth, the people she was down to earth with were not them. On the other side, Gu Qingcheng, who had just returned to the teacher's office, immediately felt no less than 10 scrutinizing gazes. Tang Xiaoxing just came in from outside and said lightly, Xiao Gu, come in for a moment. Gu Qingcheng followed in immediately. Ah, I've said it before, how could a girl as beautiful as her be short of men? It's just a matter of whether Xiao Gu wants it or not. Well, this girl really should find a boyfriend. Ever since that bastard, Xiao Gu has never shown any interest in any man. This is not a good sign. Now I finally see her interested in a man, but he's a little younger and he's Xiao Gu's student. You have old-fashioned ideas. What era is this? Are you still thinking it's the time when you and I were young? If you and our teacher Shan were living in the present, you would have already climbed into teacher Shan's bed. Damn, you don't pay attention to the occasion when you speak. If your sister-in-law hears me, will I be alive? There was laughter in the office. What's the background of the man Xiaogu is looking for this time? Have you seen it? He's just an ordinary freshman. His parents are both workers and his family background is clean. But he's been hanging out with Xia Meng a lot lately. Xia Meng? A female professor's voice suddenly became sharp. Everyone was not surprised by this. Xia Meng was the female professor's favorite student. When she was a freshman, she participated in the world-class Olympic competition as the school seed player and won first place. Xia Meng is a child that makes them less worried, because Xia Meng has very high standards and even those male stars are not taken seriously by her. In their opinion, it is difficult to be moved by such a girl. I didn't expect that I would be entangled with a boy just in my sophomore year. What should I do about Xia Meng's grades? Moreover, this is a critical moment and I have to participate in the competition tomorrow. What if I am affected by this? I heard that Lao Xia had already talked to this guy, and he agreed very readily. I didn't expect him to go back on his word. Nonsense. With such a beautiful girl pursuing him, young people love to show off and feel extremely proud. Why should he listen to old Xia? That kid better not make any mistakes, otherwise old Xia will definitely take revenge on him and get rid of that kid, said an old professor with a smile. After he said that, he thought all his colleagues would agree with him, but then he was surprised to see that all his colleagues lowered their heads to work. You've been a veteran for decades, don't you understand this? That was just a joke. This kid dared to mess with our little Xia Meng. I'll see if I can transfer him to the freshman class to teach him. There's always a way to make him get out of here. Okay, Lao Zhou, after you come back from National Day, you can teach freshman finance. Ah, really? Qingyan, you said you looked so beautiful after just a few days of not seeing you. How come you look so beautiful again? When the people in the office heard what Lao Zhou said, they secretly thought he was shameless. Xia Qingyan ignored Lao Zhou and walked into Tang Xiaoxing's office. Go ahead. The principal is here now, so you can tell me now, right? Tell me what happened with Zhang Xian. I asked you to follow Zhang Xian because I wanted to see what he was doing and whether he had been deceived. But you ended up getting yourself into trouble. Tang Xiao was extremely angry and the more he spoke, the angrier he became. Now it's known to everyone. Gu Qingshan was digging her ears, as if she didn't hear what Tang Xiaosheng said, which made Tang Xiaosheng even more furious. Old Xia, look at her, what has she become? After Xia Qingyan walked in, she looked at Gu Qingcheng, sat down, and said softly, Tell me, what did you find? Look, old Tang, this is why you can't be the principal. Look at Aunt Xia, she has the demeanor of a great general. All you do is yell. Does yelling help? Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaosheng was so angry that he almost rolled his eyes. He drank a few sips of tea before he recovered his breath. Zhang Xian is no ordinary guy. He's not just the chairman of Dongshan Industrial. Wang Chuan of Teo Yuanju also respects him. I followed him to Teo Yuanju, but unfortunately I didn't see Wang Chuan. Gu Qingcheng explained. Xia Qingyan frowned when she heard this and asked, What's going on between you and Zhang Xian? Gu Qingcheng was about to vomit blood. He thought Xia Qingyan understood her, so he still asked. Zhang Xian and I are just counselor and student. What could possibly go wrong? Xia Meng called me that day, and I deliberately angered her, wanting to separate her from Zhang Xian. But I didn't expect that little bitch Xia Meng was near my class's queue at the time. She even turned on the speakerphone. That's what happened. As for the villa and what happened in it, Gu Qingcheng didn't say a word, as saying so would only add to the embarrassment. Xiao Gu, what's wrong with your lip? Why is it broken? It's true that the more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Xia Qingyan had good eyesight and noticed that Gu Qingcheng's lips were a little red and swollen, so she asked immediately. Tang Xiaosheng stood up at once and looked directly at Gu Qingcheng's lips. Well, you still say it's fake? Even the teeth marks are preserved. Don't tell me it was a dog bite and not Zhang Xian's. Gu Qingcheng was stared at by the two elders, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. She instantly thought of what happened in the villa, and her face became even redder. Seeing her like this, if Xia Qingyan and Tang Xiaosheng still couldn't guess what happened, they would be fools. Although Gu Qingcheng is a strong-willed child, she is a complete blank when it comes to relationships between men and women. Something must have happened to her. Tang Xiao sat down on the chair angrily, and Xia Qingyan also sat there for a long time without saying a word. Go and call that bastard Zhang Xian over here. It's not enough that he has brought harm to Xia Meng, he now wants to harm my students. What does he want to do? Could he be an undercover sent by another university? Tang Xiaosheng stood up and roared. Gu Qingqing panicked when she saw old Tang's expression. Old Tang, you misunderstood. It's not what you think. It's true that Zhang Xian caused the injury on my lip, but he didn't do it to me. It was the two of us. Principal, listen to this. She's already deeply involved in this and can't extricate herself. She's even using that kid as an excuse. Get out of here. Stop being the instructor for Class 8 and focus on your studies. No. She hasn't figured out the relationship between Zhang Xian and Wang Chuan yet. Seeing her appearance, Tang Xiaosheng and Xiao Qingyin's eyes became even more worried. What an injustice! What on earth was that boy capable of? How could he have snatched the hearts of two of the school beauties at once? Chapter 48. I'll give you a task, spend as much money as you can. Zhang Xian doesn't know what happened in the director's office yet. If he knew, he would definitely cry out for justice. What are these? How come such a simple thing becomes so different when it comes to them? In the afternoon, during military training, the classmates looked at Zhang Xian with ambiguous eyes. Brother Xian, you're awesome. You even defeated old Gu. I admire you. After the last incident, Zhang Huntao became a die-hard fan of Zhang Xian. When he saw Zhang Xian coming, he immediately gave him a thumbs up. Regardless of their purpose, the other people who liked Xiaomeng also nodded approvingly to Zhang Xian. Brother Xian, now that you have earned the title of Dragon Slayer, I heard that many students in school want to meet you. I hope you can control old Gu. Zhang Xian, come on, you can do it. I used to watch movies about teachers and students, but I never thought something like this would happen right next to us. Awesome. Zhang Xian could only respond to these people with a wry smile. For some things, the more you explain, the more obvious they become. Time is the best means of proof. Brother Xian, what you did was not right. Go and apologize to SP Yang. Wang Chang walked over and said in a low voice. Zhang Xian was confused. Apologize? Did he do something? The next second, he reacted. Damn, Yang Ming was a man determined to be a dragon slayer. Now he misunderstood what happened between him and Lao Gu. This LSP must be feeling uncomfortable. Old Yang. Brother Xian, please stop talking. I know it's not your fault, but I won't give up just like that. As soon as Zhang Xian opened his mouth, Yang Ming spoke in a firm tone. Lao Yang, you misunderstood. Lao Gu said that just to create a misunderstanding between me and senior sister. Nothing happened between Lao Gu and me, and I have already decided to be with senior sister. Do you think Lao Gu is more attractive than senior sister? Real? Yang Ming, who originally had a fighting spirit on his face, immediately showed excitement when he heard Zhang Xian's words. If I lie to you, I will be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Zhang Xian immediately assured. Boom! Suddenly, there was lightning and thunder, and heavy rain came in an instant. Zhang Xian. Yang Ming. Everyone ran into the teaching building and looked at Zhang Xian in a daze. Ha, this is a coincidence. Seriously, Lao Yang, if I lie to you, let me be struck by lightning or hit by a car when I go out. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the protruding rain shelter from the teaching building. The shelter was made entirely of glass and was shattered to pieces. Some students were watching the rain under the stage, and the glass hit them, and several students were directly injured. Call 120 immediately. A classmate is injured, call the hospital's emergency number immediately. Everyone was in a panic, and there was a large empty space around Zhang Xian. Everyone looked at him with a changed look. Brother Xian, stop talking. I believe you. Really? Brother Xian, we are all brothers. We are from the same roots. Why are we so anxious to fight each other? Old Yang absolutely believes what you say. If he doesn't believe it, we will beat him to death. When the people heard Zhang Xian swear, their faces turned pale and they looked at Zhang Xian with fear and pleading eyes. Zhang Xian. This is really unexpected. These two thunders are definitely a coincidence. If there really are gods in this world. Gudong. Zhang Xian's face was stunned. Is there really no god in this world? How did he come into this world? What's going on with the system in his body? If there are gods in this world, then everything that happened when he traveled through time and the system in his body can be perfectly explained. The afternoon passed in a flash, and everyone originally thought that the campus beauty of Xia University would show up on time when the get out of class was over. However, after everyone waited for a long time, Xia Meng still did not show up. Not only Xia Meng did not show up, but Gu Qingcheng did not show up either. Seeing this scene, everyone speculated that Xia Meng was angry and broke up with Zhang Xian because of the matter between Gu Qingcheng and Zhang Xian. This speculation went viral on the campus forum, and within an hour, everyone knew about it. School beauty and Zhang Xian broke up. This post instantly became the #1 trending search. Until the next day, the news was still spreading like wildfire and everyone was laughing at Zhang Xian. What are you all talking about? The two school beauties and a few top students from the school are going to participate in the mathematical Olympiad. This time it's a world-class competition, so they'll be gone for a long time. We won't be able to see the two school beauties for a long time. When everyone saw this person's post, they suddenly understood. Many people beat their chests and stamped their feet. It turned out that the school beauty was not going to kick Zhang Xian, but that she was going to participate in the competition. However, some girls immediately became excited after hearing the news. They had wanted to pursue Zhang Xian before, but Xia Meng's aura was too strong, so they didn't dare to appear in front of Zhang Xian. Now that Xia Meng is gone, their chance has come. In the next few days, girls appeared in front of Zhang Xian from time to time. Some of them gave him love letters with blushing faces, and some confessed their love to Zhang Xian in public. Some people feel embarrassed to communicate in front of others, so they send text messages or make phone calls. Zhang Xian receives friend requests on WeChat every day. But something soon changed all this. Someone claimed that he attended the same high school as Zhang Xian and revealed Zhang Xian's family situation. His parents were ordinary workers with low salaries, and the family lived in an old tube-shaped building. As soon as this news came out, the girls who were pursuing Zhang Xian immediately stopped pursuing him. Zhang Xian didn't mind this. He was helpless about being chased by those girls every day. Now that they were gone, Zhang Xian felt at peace. One day, when Zhang Xian was resting under a big tree, the text message notification sounded suddenly. Zhang Xian opened the text message and was stunned when he saw its content. 300 billion was deposited into his bank card. Zhang Xian was very confused, he didn't go out to spend money. Just then, Wang Chuan called. Wang Chuan was out of money again because he discovered a new project, but he misjudged the funding cost of the project. He invested all 30 billion yuan, but it was still not enough. Zhang Xian was stunned. Wang Chuan spent his money, but did that count as his spending? But a 1,000-fold cashback card means 30 billion yuan, so isn't 1,000 times 30 trillion yuan? Is it because he didn't spend the money himself that the 1,000-fold cashback card was discounted? In order to verify what he thought, Zhang Xian transferred 100 billion to Wang Chuan without saying a word. He didn't know that Wang Chuan on the other side was stunned when he received the notification of the arrival of the money. Zhang Xian transferred another 100 billion to Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei on the other side was also startled and quickly called. Don't worry about the money, spend as much as you want. If it's a good project, invest in me and I'll spend it all at once. Remember, this is a mission. No matter what method you use, you must spend at least 10 billion within one day. After hearing Zhang Xian's words, Bai Weiwei, who was holding a senior management meeting, lost her composure. Chapter 49 Director's Withdrawal of Shares. President, what's wrong? Seeing that Bai Weiwei's hands were shaking and she couldn't even hold the teacup steadily, all the senior executives were puzzled, and someone asked in confusion. Bai Weiwei coughed to cover up her previous loss of composure, but her body was still shaking. She couldn't see through the chairman. Why would he issue such a strange order? Zhang Xian doesn't look like a businessman at all. When Qin Zhengyang was the chairman of the board, he would only invest after he was sure that the project's rate of return would reach over 80%. Zhang Xian, however, is not picky about any project and directly transfers the money to her. Isn't he afraid that she will abscond with the money? Although it feels good to be trusted, this is 100 billion, not 10 million. Even if it is 10 million, Qin Zhengyang would not dare to give it to her so generously. After hearing what a department manager said, she thought for a moment and asked, "How much money did you say your department needed this time?" The manager's eyes lit up when he heard this. Did the president agree? He was overjoyed, and fearing that Bai Weiwei would regret it, he immediately said, 5 million, no, let's streamline the budget, 4.5 million will be enough. Afraid that Bai Weiwei would think it was too much, he gritted his teeth and reduced the amount by 500,000. He had finally started this project this time, and he didn't want such a good project to die like this. No need to streamline, everything must be foolproof. I'll give you 50 million, no, 100 million, and start the project today. Don't worry about not having enough money. Ah. The project manager was dumbfounded when he heard that. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Bai Weiwei frowned and looked at the man. She had just listened to this person's project, and the return on investment was still very high. However, because of Qin Zhengyang's scandal, Dongshan Industrial's stock price plummeted and its total assets shrank seriously, so she wanted to focus on stability and was more cautious in her investment. Now that Zhang Xian provided her with sufficient funds, Bai Weiwei immediately felt confident. As for your projects, get them established as soon as you get back. I will allocate 100 million yuan in startup funds to each of your working groups so that the projects can be established as soon as possible. Several other department managers looked at Bai Weiwei eagerly and were about to speak, but they were immediately excited when they heard Bai Weiwei's words. The directors were dumbfounded. Dongshan Industry is now in a state of disrepair and has almost no working capital. They are afraid of being trapped and are about to withdraw, but Bai Weiwei refuses their request to withdraw their shares on the grounds that the company has no money. Unexpectedly, Bai Weiwei just rejected them and then took out hundreds of millions to invest in the project. Isn't this bullying? Several directors looked at each other in bewilderment. Qin Zhengyang's mistress stood up and glared at Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei, are you bullying me? Didn't you say you were out of money and refused to let us withdraw our shares? Now you have money to invest again? I don't care. I'm going to withdraw my shares today. If you don't take over, I'll sell them to retail investors. Yes, although Qin Zhengyang is not a good person, his ability is obvious to everyone. Now that he has been taken down by you, I want to withdraw my shares. I want one too. And me. Almost all the directors who relied on Qin Zhengyang to make their fortunes stood up and demanded to withdraw their shares, with an extremely firm attitude. Seeing this scene, the project managers' faces changed. Their project is ruined. Bai Weiwei frowned, looked around, and said coldly, who else wants to withdraw their shares? The directors looked at him without any fear. Boss Bai, I'm sorry, I also want to withdraw my shares. Although I trust you very much, the current chairman is indeed a bit. I have parents and children to take care of. Please be magnanimous and agree to this. At the beginning, because of Wang Chuan's matter, they were really excited for several days, thinking that Dongshan Industry could climb up the big tree of Teo Yuanju. As a result, they came to the door happily and said that they were from Dongshan Industry. After hearing this, Wang Chuan refused to even meet them. Even though they said their chairman was Zhang Xian, Wang Chuan still didn't meet them. It would have been fine if it was just one person, but the other people who went to Teo Yuanju also met with disappointment. They then concluded that Zhang Xian might have some friendship with Wang Chuan, but that friendship was not deep, and it might even be a one-time thing. Since Zhang Xian was no longer involved with the other party, and he had never appeared since that day, they did not trust such a chairman from the bottom of their hearts. Today, Dongshan Industry has suffered heavy losses due to Qin Zhengyang's scandal and is struggling. If they don't withdraw their shares, those shares will probably rot in their hands. After hearing this person's words, several other directors stood up and looked at Bai Weiwei apologetically. I'm sorry, President Bai, we. These people were all promoted by Bai Weiwei. They also knew that it would be unfair to Bai Weiwei to bring it up at this time, but they have elderly parents and young children to take care of, and they also have to make a living. Bai Weiwei frowned. She didn't expect these people to stand up as well. She said to them, forget it. I won't allow it. Boss Bai, I'm sorry. I know you promoted me, but I'm not alone anymore. I have a wife and children. If I were alone, I would be with you even without a salary, but... I'm sorry, Boss Bai, I've made up my mind. After hearing Bai Weiwei's words, 3 of them immediately sat down, but 2 of them still had extremely firm attitudes. Bai Weiwei, see? Your prestige is useless. For everyone, money is still the most important thing. I don't care whether you borrowed these hundreds of millions or swindled them. As long as there's money in the company's account, I have the right to withdraw my shares. The directors promoted by Qin Zhengyang looked at Bai Weiwei coldly, with mockery in their eyes. Have you made up your mind? Bai Weiwei felt a little tired, especially since she didn't expect that those people she had promoted would also withdraw their shares, but she could understand it. What the company lacks the least now is money. She wanted to keep a few of her confidants, but she didn't expect these people to be so determined. This only means that they have no chance of staying in the company. Bai Weiwei, stop pretending to be sentimental and trying to persuade us. We're not children anymore and we should be responsible for our own actions. Either the company buys back our shares, or we dump them all on the market and bring Dongshan Industrial down. It's up to you. I'm not interested in using the money to play with that kid. Hurry up, I've brought the equity transfer agreement. As he spoke, he took out the contract, and the others also took out theirs. You guys, are you really not going to think about it anymore? Bai Weiwei tried to make a final effort. What are you wasting time for? Hurry up. A director immediately broke down and urged. Well, everyone has their own aspirations, I won't keep you here. Bai Weiwei sneered in her heart, took it and signed her name. Both sides pressed their handprints and the people burst into laughter. I'm free. I'm rich. You want to cheat me out of my money? You want me to waste time with you? Do you think I'm stupid? Several directors cheered unscrupulously. Let's go, there's nothing to linger on. Well, luckily we got out early. If the stock price had hit the lower limit again tomorrow, we wouldn't have even this little money left. Hearing their words, Bai Weiwei smiled. Chapter 50. The director cried with regret. Just when several directors were about to leave, the accountant suddenly ran over breathlessly, with disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Boss Bai, why did you transfer 100 billion to the company's account? 100 billion. Even at the peak of Dongshan Industries' glory, there weren't so many. The accountant looked at Bai Weiwei, as if trying to confirm the authenticity of the matter. Ha! The directors who were about to leave were dumbfounded. Especially the two executives who were promoted by Bai Weiwei but insisted on leaving, their hearts trembled at this moment. They thought of how Bai Weiwei had advised them not to leave twice before. Could it be? They clenched their fists and finally sighed helplessly, realizing that they had let Mr. Bai down. This is their own fault, no one else is to blame. Bai Weiwei, what's going on? The female director was unhappy. 100 billion? There is an extra 100 billion in the company's account? Wouldn't that mean her shares would be worth an extra 700 to 800 million? But her shares were just sold. The female director's eyes suddenly turned red and her breathing became rapid. She personally sold out 7 or 800 million yuan. What's going on? What does this have to do with you? You're no longer a member of the company. Where are the security guards? Please ask these irrelevant people to leave. Bai Weiwei, you tricked us. The company clearly has money, why did you deceive us? This is malicious deception, I will sue you in court. Several directors breathed rapidly and glared at Bai Weiwei fiercely. In their opinion, this was all planned by Bai Weiwei. This is a scam. Malicious deception? You took the initiative to withdraw your shares, and your attitude was unusually firm. I didn't force you to do that. Just now I asked you repeatedly if you were sure? Your attitude was very firm. Bai Weiwei looked at them coldly. If you want to sue, you can, we're here for you anytime. Since the company has over 10 billion in its account, why are you only giving us so little? Bai Weiwei, you're taking advantage of us because we don't understand the law. That's right. It's clearly 800 million, but you only gave us 10 million. If this isn't a scam, what is it? I'll hire a lawyer and sue you. I don't believe there's still law. This is hundreds of millions, and the total amount is tens of billions. This is a huge sum of money, and they can't just let it go like this. You don't understand. This money doesn't belong to the company. The company doesn't even have 100 million. This money was subsidized to the company by the chairman out of his own pocket. What does it have to do with you? Also, even if the money was injected into the company, you've already signed the equity transfer agreement and put your fingerprints on it. I waited for your fingerprints to be put on it before transferring the money from my personal account to the company. No matter which lawyer you hire, this money has nothing to do with you. Want to sue? The chairman can come up with 100 billion yuan at once. Given his relationship with Teo Yuanju, would he be afraid of a lawsuit from a bunch of scumbags like you? Bai Weiwei said disdainfully. Puff. The female director was so angry that she vomited blood and passed out. As long as she has a little patience, her net worth will immediately increase by hundreds of millions. But there is no if in this world, and those hundreds of millions have nothing to do with her anymore. The other directors also felt dizzy, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, their hair turned white in an instant, and they looked extremely pitiful. Bai Weiwei looked at him coldly. Suddenly, one of the directors ran towards the equity transfer agreement on the table. As long as he tore up the agreement, he would become a billionaire. The other directors also reacted and rushed over. Billions are at stake, so they will kill anyone who stands in their way. Throw these people out. The security guards had arrived long ago. Seeing this scene, they grabbed several directors and were about to walk out. Boss Bai, please have mercy on me. I don't want much. 100 million is enough. There is so much money in the company. You don't care about this 100 million, right? Please, give it to me. A director looked at Bai Weiwei pitifully, his eyes full of expectation. Weiwei, please have mercy on us. We don't want much. 10 million is really not enough for us to live on. Several directors were in tears, their noses running, unwilling to miss out on hundreds of millions. They opened their mouths and bit the security guard's hand, trying to fight for the equity transfer agreement. As long as they can destroy it, they are willing to be detained. Pay attention to your own safety. If you are in danger, call me. Don't worry, the company has plenty of money to settle this matter for you. Bai Weiwei said coldly. Some directors even lost their dignity for the sake of money. The security guard was having a headache, but when he heard Bai Weiwei's words, his face showed joy and he smashed the rubber stick in his hand hard. Bai Weiwei, how dare you? You're breaking the law. Seeing that things were not going well, the directors didn't bother to fight for the equity transfer agreement and turned around and ran outside. The managers who listened to Bai Weiwei and stayed looked at Bai Weiwei with gratitude. They had just thought that Bai Weiwei wanted them to stay and work with the company to overcome this difficult time together. Because of their trust in Bai Weiwei, and the pressure in their family was not as great as that of those people, they just went ahead and did it. They didn't expect that Bai Weiwei would give them such a big gift. Once these funds are actually injected into the company, they know what will happen to the company after the news gets out. The shares they hold will immediately multiply several times. Although the faces of those senior executives who had seen the stocks sold to the company were grim, it was them who had to walk this path and they also had difficulties, and there was nothing they could do about it. Boss Bai, we've failed to live up to your trust in us. We're sorry. Bai Weiwei specifically called them out just now because she didn't want them to suffer such a huge loss. Now they understand. But there is no medicine for regret in the world. The pressure at home was too great and there was really no other way. Several people with gloomy faces were about to leave. Wait a moment. Just as they were about to leave, Bai Weiwei stopped them. Several people looked at Bai Weiwei in confusion. That's right, they had betrayed President Bai's trust, so let President Bai scold them. Bai Weiwei called Zhang Xian and told him about these people. It's understandable. Go ahead and hire them. If you feel they're still worth training, I can pretend that the agreement wasn't signed. Bai Weiwei turned on the speakerphone on her phone, so everyone in the conference room heard it. The senior executives looked at Bai Weiwei in disbelief, their whole bodies trembling, and fell to their knees with a thud. Boss Bai, Chairman, Bai Weiwei smiled slightly. I also know a little about your family situation. In the past, even if I wanted to help you, I was unable to do so. Now the chairman is generous. If you follow such a person, you will never suffer any loss. Get up. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Bai. The senior executives clenched their fists excitedly. They would not suffer any loss by following such a leader. Dongshan Industry was injected with 100 billion yuan of funds. When the news spread, the whole Dongshan was shocked. Chapter 51 Zhang Huntao was despised. 100 billion. When they heard the rumors, many people didn't believe it, but when they saw that Dongshan Industrial actually allocated funds to establish the project, they had to believe this fact. Dongshan Industrial's stock price soared instantly, hitting the daily limit several times. Those investors who sold their stocks fainted in the toilet several times from crying. As a result, many people became curious about the new chairman. What kind of person is this? He's really rich. Those journalists heard the news and started asking around for news about Zhang Xian. When Su Maokai and Ding Taisheng learned the news, they collapsed on the sofa and their faces turned extremely pale. At the same time, they were glad that they did not help Qin Zhengyang, otherwise, killing them would be as easy as crushing an ant. Those companies that have business dealings with Dongshan Industry tried every possible means to find out the news, but the employees of Dongshan Industry had been warned that even if someone said it, they would only know a limited amount. The outside world only found out that the new chairman of Dongshan Industry was very young. For a time, many socialites flocked to Dongshan Industrial and often appeared in front of the company, flirting with every young man passing by, hoping to find their own chairman among them. The entrance of Dongshan Industrial's company even became a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities. Zhang Xian didn't know all this. In the afternoon, after the instructor team was disbanded, Zhang Xian was about to go out for lunch with 4 LSPs when he received a call from Wang Xuan, who wanted to introduce him to some business friends. Zhang Xian was naturally happy, so he told the 4 LSPs to go to Teo Yuanju for dinner. Upon hearing this, the 4 LSPs immediately followed happily. "Brother Xian, your family isn't." "I'm sorry, I don't mean to look down on you, it's just..." Zhang Huntao was a little confused. Wasn't it rumored that Zhang Xian was broke? How could a child from a poor family be willing to treat them to a meal at such a high-end place? Are you stupid? The clothes this bastard is wearing cost more than 40,000 yuan. Is he from a poor family? Kid, seeing is believing. Yang Ming patted Zhang Huntao's shoulder and said, "Old Chang, you kid, ah." Wang Chang also came over and patted Zhang Huntao on the shoulder. Fang Shiming walked over and shook his head at Zhang Huntao with a look of disappointment on his face. Zhang Huntao. Damn, didn't these 3 just follow Brother Xian a little earlier than him? What are they bragging about? However, if those girls knew that Brother Xian was so rich, would they be angry and tear apart the person who spread the rumor? 5 people walked towards Teo Yuanju. When passing the corner, a figure suddenly appeared. Zhang Xian was unable to dodge and bumped into the other person. Ah! The other party let out a light cry and fell to one side. Zhang Xian quickly hugged the other person in his arms, thus preventing him from falling. Just as Zhang Xian hugged the other person, a faint scent of soap came, accompanied by the girl's body fragrance. "Classmate, are you okay?" Yang Ming and 4 others came over and asked. Sorry." The girl spoke weakly, her voice so soft as a mosquito's. If Zhang Xian hadn't been close to her, he wouldn't have been able to hear her voice. "I didn't see clearly, are you okay?" Zhang Xian said apologetically. I'm fine. Sorry, I still have to go to my part-time job. I'll leave now." After the girl finished speaking, she trotted away and left in the blink of an eye, like a rabbit that was afraid of being hurt. Zhang Xian and his companions didn't care and walked straight towards Teo Yuanju. "Mr. Zhang." The lobby manager of Teo Yuanju all knew Zhang Xian. Except for Zhou Yi, who guessed Zhang Xian's identity, everyone else only knew that the general manager and Zhang Xian had a good relationship. Zhou Yi was not on duty today. When he saw Zhang Xian coming, he immediately stepped forward and welcomed Zhang Xian and the other 4 into the private room. "Fuck, Brother Xian, you're so impressive. Even the lobby manager is so polite to you." Zhang Huntao's family owns more than a dozen martial arts gyms and has a small fortune. He has come here to eat once or twice, and has never seen the hall manager be so polite to anyone. On the contrary, those rich second generations are as obedient as mice after coming here. Damn, Brother Xian even knows Mr. Wang, so what's a lobby manager? Lao Jiang, just hang out with the brothers from now on and stop making such a fuss. Wang Chang joked. Damn, you. Damn it, can they still play happily together? He has only been playing with Zhang Xian during this period of time. Isn't that normal? But I became even more curious about Zhang Xian. That's really awesome. Everyone who knows Wang Chuan is a well-known figure in Dongshan. Brother Xian's family background is not simple. For brothers, you guys eat. I'm going to do something. If I'm not back in a while, you can go back on yourselves. Zhang Xian said. Go away, and don't forget to pay the bill later. Yang Ming was familiar with the place and waved to Zhang Xian. Wang Chang and Fang Shiming seemed to have known this would happen. They didn't even raise their heads and just waved. Under Zhang Huntao's puzzled gaze, Zhang Xian left the private room. The lobby manager was already waiting at the door and respectfully took Zhang Xian to another private room. Zhang Xian pushed the door open and walked in. Chuan, where is Lin Cheng? Xia Tianjun asked curiously in the private room. I have something for him to do, so he probably won't be back for a while. Wang Chuan looked a little solemn. He sent people to investigate Zhang Xian, but the results of the investigation confused him. If the person sent out was not the one he trusted the most, he would have thought he was being deceived. Both of his parents are ordinary workers. His family is poor and his mother was laid off. How did people from such a family come up with 100 billion yuan? He told his boss about this, and the boss was stunned for a while after hearing it. However, the boss didn't say anything, but just asked him to help Zhang Xian and develop Teo Yuanju. This means that even the boss doesn't know what happened to Zhang Xian. That's the boss. In his mind, the boss has always been a powerful and omniscient being. Even the boss didn't know what happened to Zhang Xian. Manager Wang, who do you want to introduce to us this time? At this time, a fat man asked. When the others heard what the fat man said, they also looked at Wang Chuan curiously. Wang Chuan has a mysterious and powerful boss standing behind him. Who dares to underestimate him? He's a young man. You'll get to know him now that he's here. The boss has already explained that he hopes you'll help him and mentor the younger generation. Hearing Wang Chuan's words, everyone in the private room sat up straight with their eyes flashing. A young man? What is the relationship between this young man and the boss? It actually made the mysterious boss explain it specifically. After all these years of interacting with the boss, they had never seen him treat a young person so well. This young man must have some special relationship with the boss, which is why the boss did this. Just then, the door opened. Chapter 52 Northern Trade Alliance. Zhang Xian pushed open the door and immediately felt more than a dozen eyes focused on him. Mr. Zhang? Xu Xinho from Jinhao Real Estate was stunned for a moment when he saw the visitor, then greeted him happily. Zhang Xian heard someone calling him, took a look, and remembered who it was, Boss Xu. When the people around Xu Xinho saw that Xu Xinho knew Zhang Xian, they poked him. Even Wang Chuan was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Zhang Xian to know Xu Xinho. Xinho, do you know this young man? Someone asked curiously, looking at Zhang Xian with a smile on his face. Old Fong, haven't you always wanted to know who bought your villa? It's Mr. Zhang. Xu Xinho said to Fong Depaying, the fat man next to him. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze towards Zhang Xian immediately changed. Everyone knew that Fong Depaying had encountered some problems in his business recently. Everyone helped him in every way they could, but Fong was still short of some funds and even sold his newly bought villa. Everyone was curious about who bought Lao Fong's villa. None of them were worth 100 million, but those were fixed assets. They could come up with 100 or 200 million, but once they did, it would inevitably affect their company's cash flow. 100 million is not a small amount. 100 million is not a lot of money that can be easily taken out in the whole Dongshan. I didn't expect that it would be bought by the young man in front of me. Being able to come up with 100 million to buy a villa means that the other party's idle funds are definitely more than this number. This young man in front of me is not simple. Fong Depaying immediately stood up and laughed. Brother Zhang, you've really helped me a lot. His villa was worth hundreds of millions, but Zhang Xian only spent 100 million to buy it. He said this out of courtesy, and his main purpose was to get closer to Zhang Xian. Brother Wang, is the person you want to introduce to me Brother Zhang? Xu Xinho asked, changing the address from Mr. Zhang to Brother Zhang, making their relationship closer. Wang Chuan smiled and introduced Zhang Xian, the new chairman of Dongshan Industrial and the current owner of Teo Yuanju. Boom! One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Everyone stared at Zhang Xian blankly, their eyes full of disbelief. Let us talk about the chairman of Dongshan Industrial first. The previous sniper battle was brilliant, and everyone is wondering who this mysterious man is. Looking at Zhang Xian in front of them, it was hard for everyone to connect him with the mysterious business tycoon. In the crowd, Xia Tianjun couldn't help but look at Zhang Xian again. If you were to say who had the biggest impact on Qin Zhengyang's entry into the entertainment industry, it would definitely be him. Although Qin Zhengyang's entry into the entertainment industry seemed to have dragged down Dongshan industry, that was the result of Qin Zhengyang overestimating his own working capital. If Qin Zhengyang was given sufficient financial support, he could really seize a large part of his Xia Entertainment's market share. It can be said that Zhang Xian's acquisition of Dongshan Industrial actually helped him to a great extent. Of course, the identity of the new chairman of Dongshan Industrial was not the most shocking thing to everyone. What shocked them the most was the second identity that Wang Chuan mentioned. The new boss of Teo Yuanju. Everyone trembled and their faces changed when they heard this. Mr. Zhang, sit down. Xu Xinho couldn't help but change the address again. Come, Mr. Zhang, sit down. You are my Fong Depaying savior. No matter what I say today, I will toast you with 2 glasses. The smile on Fang Depaying's face became even brighter. After Zhang Xian sat down, Wang Chuan introduced everyone to him, and then said to him, Mr. Zhang, these are all from our northern faction. We invited you here today so that you can recognize them. Northern school? Zhang Xian was stunned. Why did it sound like something gang-related? Wang Chuan saw Zhang Xian's confusion, so he told him the origin of the northern school. In fact, the northern faction has another name, the Northern Trade Alliance. It is organized by these local companies in Dongshan province. Corresponding to the Northern School are the Southern School, the Kyoto School, and the Magic City School. At the beginning, there was no Northern faction in Dongshan, and everyone was fighting on their own. However, Dongshan province was adjacent to the East China Sea, had the largest seaport in Daxia, and was also close to several small countries in the surrounding area. Its geographical location was very advantageous. The other 3 economic alliances took a fancy to the big cake of Dongshan province, so they came here one after another, hoping to get a piece of the pie. These local companies were just a group of scattered sands and had no ability to fight back against the 3 major alliances. In a very short period of time, many companies were acquired. At that time, a mysterious man appeared and built Taoyuan residence. The appearance of this person instantly curbed the development trend of the 3 major alliances, and even drove away the Magic City faction and the Kyoto faction. Only 1 or 2 companies of the southern faction were left to survive. It was at that time that everyone witnessed the strength of Teo Yuanju and the benefits of the Economic and Trade Alliance, so everyone automatically united together. The mysterious boss of Teo Yuanju sent Wang Chuan to form the Northern Trade Alliance with everyone. Dongshan Industry, although the name sounds like a local company, is actually from the south. Everyone has been preparing for battle and looking for opportunities to defeat Dongshan Industry over the years. However, Dongshan Industry is the nail left by the southern faction here. The southern faction naturally attaches great importance to this place, and everyone has never found an opportunity. Over the past year, Qin Zhengyang's desire to enter the entertainment industry was not just his own idea, but also the southern faction's desire to make a comeback. They have set their sights on the booming entertainment industry and want to use it to open up a breakthrough in the market and return to the Dongshan market. Everyone knows this, so they are preparing to curb the development of Dongshan's industry. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a mysterious man took action and defeated Qin Zhengyang within a day or 2. The speed was so fast that the Southern Trade Alliance had no time to react. They thought it was the boss who did it, but they didn't expect it was the young man in front of them who did it. Mr. Zhang, you look quite young and promising. My bastard son is about your age, and all he knows is asking me for money. Fang Depaying looked at Zhang Xian with some admiration. Although Zhang Xian is young, his net worth is incomparable to theirs. And their next generation, who is about the same age as Zhang Xian, still knows how to ask for money. Old Xia is so lucky. He's so lucky to have a good daughter. I heard that all the successful projects old Xia has made in the past 2 years were discovered by his daughter. Everyone looked at Xia Tianjun with envy. Xia Tianjun was slightly proud. Having such a daughter was indeed his proudest thing. Indistinctly, his daughter had the momentum to become the number 1 of the younger generation of the Northern School, but his daughter was far inferior to Zhang Xian in front of him. Thank you for your compliments. I'm just lucky, not as amazing as you think. I'm only 20 years old and still in school. I'm going to be flattered if you guys praise me like that. Hearing the other party's praise, Zhang Xian pursed his lips slightly and said, "Ha? Still in school?" Everyone was stunned. Chapter 53 Li Mingqi. When they heard that Zhang Xian was still in college, everyone looked at Zhang Xian with even more enthusiasm. Especially those who have daughters, they looked like they couldn't wait to make Zhang Xian their son-in-law. Those who have sons, such as Fang Depaying, feel extremely regretful and wonder why they didn't give birth to a daughter. Only Xia Tianjun also had the urge to let his daughter be with Zhang Xian, but the urge was not strong. After all, his daughter had proved her worth to the world with her strength, and his Xia entertainment would be left to his daughter in the future. As for his son, Xia Tianjun wanted to pick up the table leg and smash it at him whenever he mentioned him. The Xia family can only continue to develop under the leadership of their daughter. If it is given to their son, it will probably go bankrupt within 2 years. I wonder which university brother Zhang is attending. Dongshan University, I'm a freshman this year. Really? My daughter is studying at the School of Finance and Economics right next to the University of Tokyo. I never thought we'd be so destined to meet. Brother Zhang, please come to my house someday. I want to teach her a lesson and let her follow your example. Haha, what a coincidence. My daughter is a junior at Dongshan University. Brother Zhang, I'll introduce you two to each other someday. You young people will surely have a lot of topics in common. My son is also studying at Dongda University. I will definitely let this little bastard learn from Brother Zhang in the future. After a while, the distance between everyone was shortened and the way they addressed Zhang Xian also changed. Zhang Xian exchanged pleasantries with everyone for a while, then apologized to them. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm not here alone. There are a few other students here. I'll leave first. You're busy. Haha, Brother Zhang, you think we're too old and have nothing in common. Go ahead. Someone joked. You want to pay? Can you afford it? This is the latest green submariner, over 50,000. How are you going to compensate? As soon as he walked out of the private room, he heard an arrogant voice. Zhang Xian frowned and walked over. I'm sorry. I'll definitely save up enough money to compensate you. I'll write you an IOU. A somewhat familiar voice came. IOU? Who wants that? Pay me back, now, right now. Damn, how unlucky you are. I spent so much effort to buy this watch, and you knocked it over and broke it. Don't you work here? Call your lobby manager over here. If you can't afford it, make him pay. Yes, you work here, and Teo Yuanju has responsibilities too. Sir, please don't block here and disturb other customers. If you have anything to say, please come with me to my office. The voice of the lobby manager also came over. When Zhang Xian walked over, he immediately saw a familiar figure, the girl he bumped into. Although the girl's face was covered by her hair, Zhang Xian still recognized her at a glance. At this moment, the girl's eyes were full of fear and a hint of despair, and her eyes were full of pleading as she looked at the other person. The other party was 5 young men dressed like playboys, but they didn't look like students, but more like people from society. Go to the office with you? Damn, do you think I'm stupid? If I go in with you, can I still walk out safely? Hurry up and pay the money, and we'll leave immediately. Those people shouted. What's going on? The hall manager frowned and asked the girl. My daughter was on the verge of tears. Manager, I came here to deliver food, and they deliberately leaned over, and then their watches fell to the ground. They said I broke their watches and asked me to pay for them. The girl's voice was always weak, which made people involuntarily want to protect her. What do you mean? Damn, are you looking for death? Do you mean that I deliberately blackmailed you? Hearing the girl's words, the man in the lead showed a fierce look on his face and slapped her. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Choice 1, help Li Mingqi. Rewards, random consumption cashback card x10, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 1. Choice 2, ignore Li Mingqi, choose to leave, and let the lobby manager handle it. Reward, a Koenigsegg Adjura, the title of straight man, and a 1 in popularity with women. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Zhang Xian's mind. What is there to hesitate about? Stop. Zhang Xian grabbed the man's arm and pulled Li Mingqi behind him. Mr. Zhang. The hall manager was about to stop him, but unexpectedly someone got there first. When he saw it was Zhang Xian, he shouted respectfully. Those people noticed the hall manager's gaze, and suddenly a gleam appeared in their eyes. Zhang Xian noticed this keenly and immediately realized that these people were not here to eat, but were deliberately causing trouble for Teo Yuanju. Li Mingqi was just unlucky to be run into by these people. Even if it wasn't Li Mingqi, but someone else, these people would still find trouble when they ran into her. Hearing a familiar voice, Li Mingqi raised her head and saw Zhang Xian's back. Puzzle flashed in her beautiful eyes. Does she know this person? Why does he feel familiar? Li Mingqi was wearing the uniform of a Teo Yuanju waitress, which completely concealed her perfectly curvaceous figure. Her little face was tightly wrinkled, and her eyes were full of despair. 50,000 yuan was simply not something her family could afford. Even the money for her schooling was earned by her working part-time. Her father was sick and bedridden. Not only could he not earn money, he also needed her mother's care. Her younger brother was still young, and her tuition was paid with the money she earned from odd jobs. She is now the only source of income for the family. She cannot earn 50,000 yuan even if she doesn't eat or drink. But she will not shirk it. This is her responsibility. As long as these people agree, she will pay it back even if it takes her 10 years. What? You want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Okay, $50,000, take it. The leader looked at Zhang Xian and slowly approached him. Li Mengqi pulled Zhang Xian's arm, then walked to Zhang Xian's side, poked her head out, and looked at the man pitifully. No need, I bumped into you, I will pay you back. Her stuttering speech showed that she was very nervous at the moment. Hearing Li Mengqi's words, Zhang Xian frowned slightly. He pulled Li Mengqi behind him and looked at those people. At this moment, many people had noticed that something was happening here and walked over, blocking the corridor. How much? Zhang Xian asked. Business is important. As for these people, Zhang Xian naturally would not let them go so easily. Mr. Zhang. These people were obviously here to cause trouble. The hall manager was not a fool and he didn't want to let them go so easily. No one dares to cause trouble in Teo Yuanju. Zhang Xian waved his hand to signal the lobby manager not to speak and that he would handle the matter. The lobby manager didn't say anything, but these people were unhappy. Damn, why don't you want to pay for it? Everyone, please judge for yourself. We came here to eat, and their waiter broke something. How much? Zhang Xian asked again with a frown. None of your business, get out of here. This isn't about money anymore. The man said to Zhang Xian coldly. Chapter 54. Someone is causing trouble. Teo Yuanju is also a large-scale restaurant business. You are bullying customers by taking advantage of your size. Friends, do you think you would feel safe eating in a restaurant like this? Don't feel at ease. Who would dare to come to a store like this? This matter absolutely cannot be let go like this. After the man finished speaking, the people behind him shouted loudly. Go get him 100,000. Zhang Xian said to the lobby manager, then looked at those people. Please don't cause trouble. We, Teo Yuanju, have been in Dongshan for so many years. Whether we are bullying our customers or not is up to everyone to decide. You want 50,000, I'll give you 100,000. Please take the money and leave. You are not welcome at Teo Yuanju. Their watch is fake. I know it. Li Mengqi behind him lowered her head. When she heard Zhang Xian's words, she became anxious and spoke weakly. But her voice was too soft and only Zhang Xian could hear it. The people around nodded when they heard what Zhang Xian said. Teo Yuanju has been in Dongshan for so many years and has always had a good reputation, especially the Dongshan branch. If you bring a student ID to eat there, you can almost get the cost price. This is also the reason why the surrounding college students are willing to come here to eat. You said you weren't bullying customers because of your size, but aren't you trying to drive us away? We're not leaving. You broke my watch, so you should compensate me. We haven't even eaten yet, so why should we leave? The men shouted. Mr. Zhang, they're just here to cause trouble. Ignore them and call the police. The hall manager was so angry that he said. At this time, the people around also realized that there was something wrong with these people. The piece of cloth on the ground was obviously junk bought on the street, and these people asked for 50,000 yuan. This was obviously extortion. Now Teo Yuanju has agreed, but these people still refuse to give in. It would be strange if these people did not have problems. Hey guys, we've already compensated you, why don't you just take the money and leave? Do you have to wait for the authorities to come and arrest you? That crappy watch can be bought for 50 yuan at the store in front of the school. 50,000, these people are here to rip people off, right? The guests around couldn't stand it anymore and started to speak up. Unexpectedly, these people became even more unhappy after hearing what the people around them said. What the hell is this business of yours? Get lost. I said it's worth $50,000, so it's worth $50,000. Besides, do you guys look like you're short of money? I don't want the money, I want an identical watch. This watch was handed down from my great-grandfather. It's an antique. I'll compensate you with an identical one, okay? Zhang Xian stopped these people from being unreasonable and said. Okay, bring it here. Those people looked at Zhang Xian with a smile on their faces. At this moment, there was only Zhang Xian in their eyes, and they didn't even look at Li Mengqi. This made Zhang Xian even more convinced that these people were coming for Teo Yuanju. Then come with me to buy it, guys? Zhang Xian looked at them with a smile on his face. Mr. Zhang, you. Zhang Xian interrupted the lobby manager and looked at several people. The men looked at each other and nodded. Li Mingqi instinctively wanted to step forward and take responsibility. This matter has nothing to do with you. Go to work, I will take care of it. But. No buts, just focus on your work. Since you work at Teo Yuanju, you are an employee of Teo Yuanju, and Teo Yuanju will be responsible for you to the end. Zhang Xian's tone was firm and unquestionable. Li Mingqi's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. Zhang Xian and those people walked out. The hall manager thought about it and immediately went to find Wang Chuan. Although he didn't know Zhang Xian's true identity, the general manager seemed to respect Mr. Zhang very much. Those people obviously had bad intentions, and he was afraid that something might happen to Zhang Xian. Manager, that person, who is he? Li Mingqi looked at the direction Zhang Xian left with concern, grabbed the lobby manager and asked. Oh, that's Mr. Zhang, a good friend of our general manager. Munchi, don't worry, the company will be responsible for this matter to the end. The lobby manager said to Li Mingqi with a smile. Do you have his contact information? Li Mingqi asked weakly. Yes, what's wrong? The lobby manager asked curiously. Give it to me, okay? Li Mingqi took a deep breath and decided that she must pay Zhang Xian back. The lobby manager didn't know what Li Mingqi meant, so he gave Zhang Xian's cell phone number to Li Mingqi and left. These people came by car. After getting in the car, they didn't even ask Zhang Xian where he bought them the same watches, but just drove forward. Zhang Xian sat calmly in the car, not saying a word, and let them take him away. Everyone soon arrived at the suburbs. A few people laughed. Zhang Xian also laughed. Boy, what are you laughing at? Why do you care what he's laughing at? This guy seems to have a high status in Taoyuan residence. With him around, I'm sure we can force Wang Chuan out. Hurry up and call Mr. Qin, it's time to pay the bill. Young Master Qin? Zhang Xian thought it was a competitor of Teo Yuanju, but after hearing the conversation between these people, he became confused. Did Qin Xiaotian ask you to come? No way. Even Qin Zhangyang was arrested, and Qin Xiaotian, a second-generation rich kid, dared to mess with Teo Yuanju? Was he tired of living? When those people heard Zhang Xian's words, they were stunned. Seeing the looks of these people, Zhang Xian was stunned. It was really Qin Xiaotian. Without Qin Zhangyang's protection, does this second-generation rich kid still have the courage to do such weird things? Do you know Mr. Qin? The leader looked at Zhang Xian coldly. Of course, Qin Xiaotian and I are old acquaintances. If you don't believe me, call him and ask. Zhang Xian wanted to meet Qin Xiaotian. He wanted to know what this guy's head looked like. Could it be that it was filled with tofu instead of brains? The leader was half believing and half doubting. He took out his phone and walked aside. After a while, he came over and asked, Boy, Master Qin asked who you are. Zhang Xian smiled slightly. Qin Xiaotian, do you still remember me? Who are you? The voice coming from the microphone was actually Qin Xiaotian's. Zhang Xian was speechless. Qin Xiaotian, have you forgotten your old friend so quickly? I haven't spent all your 5 million yet. It's you. There was silence for a moment, and then Qin Xiaotian's ferocious voice came, Old Yang, you guys keep an eye on him, I'll be there soon. I must make out with him. After saying that, Qin Xiaotian hung up the phone. Those people were stunned for a moment, and their eyes turned playful when they looked at Zhang Xian. Boy, we'll have some fun later. How dare you offend young Master Qin? I didn't expect that in Dongshan City, there would be someone who dared to offend young Master Qin. Several people were talking to each other, and in their words, Qin Xiaotian was clearly the #1 young master in Dongshan. Zhang Xian looked at these people suspiciously, and then thought about how they had gone to Taoyuan residence to cause trouble. He asked, You are not from Dongshan province, are you? When these people heard this, their expressions froze and their eyes turned ferocious as they looked at Zhang Xian. Chapter 55 I know, you are from the Lin family. Boy, do you know us? Several people surrounded Zhang Xian and asked. I guessed it. Zhang Xian said with a smile, as if he didn't notice the little movements of several people. Boy, why do you guess so? The leader narrowed his eyes into slits and stared at Zhang Xian. Qin Xiaotian's father, Qin Zhangyang, has been arrested for a crime. Qin Xiaotian is now a lost cause. This incident has caused a huge uproar, and the entire Dongshan city knows about it. The fact that you keep calling him Qin Xiao proves that you don't know about it, and that only proves that you are not from Dongshan province. Who among the people from Dongshan province is stupid enough to cause trouble in Teo Yuanju? Isn't this seeking death? When Zhang Xian looked at the appearance of these people, he knew that they were not from Dongshan province. What? How is this possible? Brother, this. Several people looked at each other, because they didn't think Zhang Xian was lying. Tie yourselves up. When the relevant authorities come to check if you are fugitives, don't let me do anything. It's not good to hurt you. Zhang Xian's face was full of smiles. Boy, are you mentally ill? Don't you see your situation clearly? Are you hurting us? Those people looked at Zhang Xian in surprise. What? Is there a problem? I'm in such a predicament. The 5 of you are surrounded by me. You have no choice but to surrender. Hurry! As he said this, he took out his cell phone and was about to call the relevant department. Brother, he's going to call the police. Beat him to death. How dare you call the police? Several people suddenly kicked Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian frowned, knocked the leading man out with a punch, and then knocked the other man unconscious with an elbow. The remaining 3 people didn't expect Zhang Xian to be so fierce. They looked at each other, took out their knives, and stabbed directly without any hesitation. Judging from their appearance, Zhang Xian was sure that these people were definitely habitual criminals who regarded human life as worthless and had no psychological burden about killing him. To deal with such a person, Zhang Xian used more force. He broke the man's wrist with one punch, and then his palms suddenly turned into knives to cut. The arms of the other 2 people drooped limply with a crack. However, after a few rounds, 3 of the 5 people lost their combat effectiveness. The leading elder brother looked at Zhang Xian and asked doubtfully, but Jiqun, are you from the Zhang family or the Nanling Lin family? You're so young, yet you have such a strong foundation. Could it be that you are Lin Wuji, the peerless genius of the younger generation of the Nanling Lin family? Zhang Xian remained silent after hearing this. There were 5 prisoners, and judging from the controlled knives they carried with them, it was very likely that they were carrying criminals. The man stared at Zhang Xian. Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't answer, he thought he had guessed right and roared, I am Yang Lin, the Tiger Fist. We are all martial artists and should act according to the rules of the martial arts world. I provoked you and I admit defeat this time. But why did you involve the relevant departments? Looking at his expression, it seemed as if Zhang Xian had made a huge mistake. Okay, since you want to follow the rules of the martial arts world, I'll grant your wish. Zhang Xian put down his phone, suddenly took a step forward, and punched out with both fists. The sound of a tiger's roar was faintly heard in the void. Yang Lin dodged half of the blow by rolling over, but was knocked more than 10 meters away by Zhang Xian. The other one was not so lucky. He flew backwards and fell to the ground unconscious. Zingyiquan? Who are you? Yang Lin's eyes widened. Zhang Xian actually displayed 2 boxing techniques, and his attainments in both were better than his. Are you still going to fight? Zhang Xian's face was full of smiles. The fight with Zhang Juanxian was still so exciting and satisfying. This guy was really too weak. Yang admits defeat. I only ask for your forgiveness. Can you please tell me who you are? Yang Lin said this and sat down on the ground. I can neither fight nor run away, so I can only accept defeat. Zhang Huntao of the Zhang family. Zhang Xian gave Lao Zhan's name without hesitation, said sorry to Lao Zhang in his heart, and then called the relevant department. Didn't you say you'd handle it according to the rules of the martial arts world? You actually. Okay, I get it. You must be from the Nanling Lin family. You shameless villain, colluding with the relevant departments and framing the Zhang family. You Lin family are nothing. Hearing Zhang Xian calling the police, Yang Lin rushed over roaring. Zhang Xian suddenly jumped up and knocked Yang Lin to the ground with a knee strike. He originally thought that Qin Xiaotian would arrive first, but he didn't expect that a few minutes later the police car from the relevant department arrived first. Waste. Zhang Xian was speechless. How could he know that ever since Qin Zhangyang got into trouble, Qin Xiaotian was afraid of being implicated, so he behaved much more low-key outside. He just happened to encounter a traffic jam and was still stuck on the road. Did you call the police? People from the relevant department came over and saw the 5 people lying on the ground, especially when they saw that someone's arm bones were broken. Their eyes changed when they looked at Zhang Xian. Captain, it's the 5 tigers. Suddenly, a team member saw the appearance of Yang Lin and others and shouted in surprise. The captain, who was about to conduct routine questioning on Zhang Xian, heard this and his eyes widened. He didn't care about Zhang Xian anymore and immediately ran over. He recognized at a glance that the 5 people on the ground were the dangerous persons for whom the relevant departments had issued a level wanted warrants. Good boy, you've done a great job this time. Hu Xiqian patted Zhang Xian's shoulder excitedly and said, "By the way, where's your ID card? Why are you here with these people?" Hu Xiqian suddenly remembered that the 5 tigers were skilled in martial arts, especially the big tiger Yang Lin, who was an excellent martial artist. How did Zhang Xian defeat these 5 people? He looked at Zhang Xian. "My name is Zhang Xian, and I'm a freshman at Dongshan University. These 5 people." Zhang Xian recounted what had just happened and took out his ID card. They checked and confirmed Zhang Xian's identity, and immediately relaxed, looking at Zhang Xian with admiration. "Brother Zhang, that's awesome. We'll definitely contact your school this time." "No, big brother, let me go. Just pretend you didn't see me." Before Hu Xiqian could finish his words, Zhang Xian immediately stopped him. "He is already famous enough, he doesn't need to be more famous. Don't worry, brother. We won't disclose your details to the public. This will also be of great help to your future employment." Hu Xiqian thought Zhang Xian was afraid of revenge, so he comforted him. "No need, big brother, you best just hide and wait for a while. The man who hired these people is coming soon. Please take him back with you in a while." "No problem." He hired a killer for attempted murder, and the one he hired was a Class A wanted criminal. "I'm afraid that kid will spend the rest of his life in jail," Hu Xiqian said with a smile. After a while, there was a roar of a car, and Qin Xiaotian arrived. Chapter 56 Zhang Xian, we meet again. There was a sharp sound of wheels rubbing against the ground, 5 cars stopped, and Qin Xiaotian got out of the car with a group of people. A group of people holding baseball bats surrounded him. Qin Xiaotian was smoking a cigarette and walking with great vigor, looking like a gangster boss. Seeing this group of people, Zhang Xian was speechless. "If you don't seek death, you won't die." Now Qin Xiaotian has one more sin to add to his list. Where are Lao Yang and the others? Qin Xiaotian saw Zhang Xian sitting there alone and did not see Yang Lin and the others, so he did not take it seriously and thought that Yang Lin had left for something. Otherwise, Qin Xiaotian is missing something in his brain. You haven't even given him the money yet, and he's leaving without asking for it? Is he crazy? The only thought in Qin Xiaotian's mind at the moment was to kill Zhang Xian. He had been humiliated so badly in Taoyuan residence that he had been trying to get back at the humiliation. So when he received Yang Lin's call, he couldn't wait to gather his friends and bring them here, just to get back the upper hand in front of these people. "Zhang Xian, we meet again, ha ha, you are so proud, you. Walala." At this moment, the group was surrounded by people from the relevant departments. "We are from the relevant department. Put down your weapons and raise your hands, or we will shoot. You have been surrounded, raise your hands and surrender." The people who came with Qin Xiaotian were dumbfounded. They saw that the people from the relevant departments immediately squatted on the ground with their hands raised above their heads. Looking at their skilled appearance, it was clear that they often encountered such things. Qin Xiaotian was dumbfounded. He was kicked to the ground by Hu Xiqian and handcuffed. At this moment, Wang Chuan called. Zhang Xian told him what happened here and hung up. "Brother, this time I might have to do you a favor. If I really get a promotion this time, I'll definitely treat you to a meal." Hu Xiqian was in a very happy mood. Not only did he capture the 5 tigers, he also captured Qin Xiaotian. Qin Xiaotian's identity was very sensitive, which also increased Qin Xiaotian's importance. If Zhang Xian doesn't take credit, then they can add a glorious note to their action report. Not only him, but everyone who came this time was involved. Everyone looked at Zhang Xian with much kinder eyes. He has the ability and gives the credit to them. Why shouldn't they like such a person? Everyone was taken back to the relevant department, and Zhang Xian returned to school after taking his statement. Back in the dormitory, the 4 LSPs were having fun playing PUBG Mobile. The 4 people didn't notice anything unusual about Zhang Xian's return, and didn't even raise their heads. Xia family. Xia Tianjun returned home, but he still couldn't calm down. Zhang Xian is really too young. He is just a freshman in college, but his net worth is worth hundreds of billions. When he was Zhang Xian's age, he only knew how to ask his family for living expenses. During the meal, Tian Yushan noticed that her husband was acting strangely and asked in confusion, "Old Xia, are you missing your daughter? This silly girl, I don't know if she's arrived yet, and she didn't even call to let me know she's safe." Teo Yuanju shook his head and sighed. I saw a young man today, and I felt a lot in my heart. Oh? Whose child is it? Teo Yuanju immediately became interested. She knew her husband's taste. There were not many women in the entire Dongshan province that her husband would like. This young man must be extraordinary to be able to make her husband feel touched. His daughter is so outstanding that it is almost impossible for her to find a boyfriend. Although his daughter is still young, there are not many people as outstanding as his daughter who have the courage to pursue her. The child of her best friend was nowhere near as pretty as her own daughter, Xiao Meng. She had brought home at least 80 boyfriends, if not 100. But what about Xiao Meng? She was already a sophomore, and she hadn't brought home a single boy. This forced Teo Yuanju to worry about her daughter in advance, but she had done it many times, and her daughter simply looked down on the other party, and her daughter became more and more resistant to her interference, which was not a good sign. Especially the last time she tried to match her daughter with the boy from the Lin family. That boy was the one she valued the most. He had a good family background and Zhang Xian was handsome, like a movie star. She originally thought her daughter would like him, but she didn't expect that her daughter would call and threaten to commit suicide when she heard that she was trying to match them up. After what happened last time, Teo Yuanju summed up the reasons for her dozens of failures, and finally she got the answer. It must be that those people were not good enough. How could her daughter, who is so outstanding, look down on people who are far inferior to her? So these 2 days she started looking for a boy who was more talented than her daughter, but she was depressed to find that she couldn't find one in the entire Dongshan province. My daughter's talent is so strong that she has no rivals. 2 years ago, Xiao's entertainment had reached a bottleneck and my husband was so worried that he couldn't sleep. As a result, my daughter came in and gave him some suggestions. That night, my husband slept the best he had in years. After a while, the market value of Xia Entertainment nearly doubled, and Teo Yuanju realized that it was her daughter who proposed a development plan to her husband. Moreover, my daughter has never asked her family for money since she started high school, and she earns all her expenses by herself. Teo Yuanju was worried that it would be difficult to find a boy who was better than her daughter, but unexpectedly, her husband found one. She was overjoyed and almost wanted to see the boy immediately. Teo Yuanju glanced at his wife and instantly saw what she was thinking. He laughed dumbly. Don't worry about it. Our daughter has her own ideas. Besides, this boy may not be interested in our daughter. What do you mean? Teo Yuanju, could it be that this boy's achievements are higher than our daughter's? You know what happened in Dongshan Industrial these past 2 days, right? Teo Yuanju did not answer, but asked back. Teo Yuanju was stunned for a moment, knowing that her husband would never ask this for no reason. Suddenly, a light flashed through her mind. She was shocked by her own thoughts. You're not going to say that the sniper attack at Dongshan Industrial was carried out by that boy, are you? Don't you suspect that it was the boss of Teo Yuanju who did it? In Dongshan province, only the boss could do it so cleanly and efficiently. Yes. Teo Yuanju felt his lips dry. The 5 words boss of Teo Yuanju put too much pressure on him. I guessed right, it was done by the boss of Teo Yuanju. Teo Yuanju suddenly felt bored. She rolled her eyes at her husband and said angrily, since he's the boss of Teo Yuanju, then what about that boy you mentioned? Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and she stared at her husband in a daze. Teo Yuanju sighed, although Wang Chuan didn't admit it, that child is most likely the boss's son. Besides, the Dongshan Industrial incident was someone else's doing. The boss wasn't involved. When Teo Yuanju heard this, her beautiful eyes froze completely. The boss has already transferred Teo Yuanju to that kid. Teo Yuanju dropped another bombshell. Teo Yuanju was dumbfounded. Chapter 57, Excited Teo Yuanju. He just started his freshman year this year and is studying in the same university as our Meng. Even someone as arrogant as Teo Yuanju had to admit that Zhang Xian's achievements really shocked him. Teo Yuanju sat there in a daze. She was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. After a long while, she took a deep breath. Now she knew why her husband sighed like that after returning. I am a freshman now. Chairman of Dongshan Industrial. The new boss of Teo Yuanju. These 3 conditions combined are so incredible that if it wasn't her husband who told her this, she wouldn't have believed it at all. The next moment, Teo Yuanju's beautiful eyes lit up. Good thing. Wasn't she worried that there was no boy in Dongshan province worthy of her daughter? Didn't this guy appear? Husband, have you seen the child? What does he look like? Xia Tianjun knew what his wife was thinking when he saw her expression. In fact, it was not just his wife who was thinking that. Although he was not as strong as others, he also hoped that Zhang Xian could become his son-in-law. He's very handsome, and he's on par with the popular young actors the company is currently promoting. Tian Yushan's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she asked anxiously, "Do you have his contact information? What do you want to do? I'm telling you, don't mess around. If you piss him off, both you and I will be in big trouble." Xia Entertainment's assets aren't even enough to fill his teeth. Xia Tianjun was startled when he saw his wife's shining eyes and quickly reminded her. "It's okay, I know my limits. Would I joke about the fate of our family?" Tian Yushan said this with great confidence, thinking in her heart, provoke? How can selling her own daughter to him be considered provoking? This is a good thing. Even if that person is unreasonable, you shouldn't get angry over something like this. Xia Tianjun thought about it and it made sense. His wife was not the kind of person who liked to do things recklessly, so he told his wife Zhang Xian's contact information. Tian Yushan immediately memorized it and murmured, "Zhang Xian? Xia Meng, listen to these two names, they look like a perfect couple." When Xia Tianjun heard his wife's whispers, his face turned dark. They are just two names that couldn't be more ordinary. How can they be associated with a husband and wife look alike? At this moment, Tian Yushan's cell phone rang. When she saw it was her son, she looked disgusted and picked up the phone reluctantly. In the dormitory. Ding, detected that the host has made a choice: random consumption cashback card x10, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 1. Note, the instant cashback card will generate a certain multiple of the host's spending amount, with a minimum of 2 times and a maximum of 100 billion. Zhang Xian was just about to go to bed when a reminder sounded in his mind. He was stunned. Was there a system delay? In the past, the reward would be given out immediately after he made his choice, but this time it took such a long time to get the reward. Immediately afterwards, a stream of heat surged out from his lower abdomen and flowed through his entire body, making Zhang Xian feel warm and comfortable all over. This was a feeling he had never experienced before, light and airy, as if flying in the void. What does that smell like? Who just took a shit and didn't flush the toilet? Fang Shiming, you bastard, you didn't flush the toilet. Go flush it now. Hearing the voices of several LSPs, Zhang Xian frowned. He also smelled an extremely stinky odor. Suddenly, he felt a sticky feeling on his body and felt very uncomfortable. He was stunned when he looked at his body. He found that a layer of black oil had overflowed from the surface of his body, and the stench in the dormitory was the smell of this oil. Before Fang Shiming could explain, Zhang Xian leaped into the washroom and asked, "Old Fang, are you constipated?" He turned on the faucet, took off his clothes and took a shower immediately. The floor was instantly covered with a layer of black. Zhang Xian washed for more than half an hour before the smell on his body was gone. After wiping it, Zhang Xian came to the mirror and looked at himself in the mirror. The next second, he was stunned. Is this still me? At this moment, he had a handsome face, sharp features, and clear eyes. More importantly, his muscles were angular all over his body, he had 8 abdominal muscles, and his skin was whiter than that of a girl. If you look closely at yourself in the mirror, you will find that you look like yourself on Earth, but not exactly the same. You see more of the way you look in this life, and the two features combined make you look incredibly handsome. Damn, you're so damn handsome. If I were a girl, I would definitely fall in love with you. Zhang Xian boasted, with a hint of confidence between his brows. Damn, what's that scent? Brother Xian, what were you doing in there? Are you practicing the 5 dragons embracing the pillars technique? It's okay, we're all men, we understand you. The school beauty is gone, it's normal for you to have needs, but don't waste perfume like this, it smells so good. What kind of perfume is this? How much is a bottle? Give some to the brothers. Fragrance? Zhang Xian smelled it himself and found that the smell was coming from his body. Damn, won't he become a walking hormone in the future? Oh, this is so annoying. If the senior sees me next time, won't she be unable to resist and pounce on me? Zhang Xian stroked his chin, looked at himself, and couldn't help but sigh. Fuck, get out here, we promise we won't beat you to death. Hearing Zhang Xian's muttering, Yang Ming and the other 3 were about to vomit blood. Zhang Xian pushed the door open and walked out, a faint fragrance wafting out with him. Yang Ming and the other 3 saw Zhang Xian's show-off look and pushed him aside. Where's the perfume? No? How can it smell so good without perfume? Brother Xian, where are you hiding? Fuck, Brother Xian, how come you suddenly become so handsome? The four people looked at Zhang Xian in surprise, and only then noticed the change in Zhang Xian's expression. They undergo military training every day, exposed to the wind and sun, and have long become African refugees, but Zhang Xian's skin is as white and smooth as a newborn baby's. Zhang Xian laughed heartily. Mortals, you finally noticed how handsome I am. I've always been this handsome, but you just didn't dare admit it. I'm sleepy and I'm going to bed. Zhang Xian crawled into bed, and at this moment, his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Zhang Xian thought it was a sales call, so he hung up, but the other party called again immediately. After this happened 3 times, Zhang Xian had no choice but to pick up the phone. Hello, is this Zhang Xian? A timid and somewhat nervous voice came. Li Mengqi? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. It's me. Are you okay? I heard from the lobby manager that you are fine. The voice is still weak, but not offensive. Instead, it makes people feel a desire to protect it. I'm fine, don't worry. As Zhang Xian answered, the girl whose face was always covered by her hair involuntarily emerged in his mind. Chapter 58. Mom, I have a boyfriend. Money, I will pay you back. I'll give you the IOU tomorrow. Li Mingqi on the other end of the phone hesitated for a moment, but still spoke with extraordinary firmness. In her opinion, since Zhang Xian was fine, he must have compensated those people. Otherwise, those people were so vicious, how could they let Zhang Xian go so easily? No need, the matter has been handled and it didn't cost any money. Zhang Xian said with a smile. See you tomorrow. Li Mingqi hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Zhang Xian was at a loss for words after the call was hung up. This girl looked weak, but in fact she was extremely determined. Once she made up her mind, it would be difficult to change it. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xian immediately saw 8 eyes staring at him, which scared him. Fuck, scaring people can kill them. Zhang Xian glared at the 4 LSPs unhappily and said speechlessly. Zhang Huntao stared at Zhang Xian. Tell me, what's going on? You won't let our school beauty Xiao down, will you? Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this, and then realized that these 4 bastards had just eavesdropped on his phone call. He said speechlessly. Didn't I leave first when we were at Taoyuan residence? I took care of something that happened, and this girl thought I helped her, so she called to thank me. What's going on? How can you be so filthy? Ah, did anything else happen in Teo Yuanju? Yang Ming looked at Zhang Xian in confusion. It's okay, it's been dealt with. I'm going to sleep. Zhang Xian was just about to lie down when his cell phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, Zhang Xian picked up the phone. Hey, Junior, who did you call just now? As soon as the call was connected, Xiaomeng's resentful voice came. Zhang Xian's mind immediately appeared Xiaomeng pouting on the other end of the phone, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. When the senior was not around, Zhang Xian didn't feel anything, but after Xiaomeng left, Zhang Xian really felt that something was missing in his life. Maybe I have already gotten used to the presence of my senior? Zhang Xian thought to himself. I'm not here, and you didn't even know to call me, you're not a good boy. When they heard Xiaomeng's voice, the 4 LSPs in the dormitory immediately pricked up their ears. When they heard Xiaomeng acting coquettishly on the phone, the 4 LSPs trembled all over. Senior is acting like a spoiled brat. Who would have thought that the aloof senior schoolmate would actually act like a spoiled child? Junior, while I'm away, you have to behave yourself and don't flirt with me. When I come back, we'll move out. Hearing this, Yang Ming and the other 3 were stunned, staring at Zhang Xian in a daze. Damn it, has Brother Xian and the school beauty already developed to this point? Move out and live together. This is the rhythm of living together. The 4 of them gave Zhang Xian a thumbs up. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. Senior sister, stop joking. There are too many LSPs in the dormitory. Aren't you afraid that this will have a bad influence on you? I'm not afraid. Oh, forget it. My mom called. Let's talk tomorrow. On the other side, Xiaomeng answered her mother's call. Little girl, have you arrived yet? We're here. Why don't you tell your mother? Do you still have your mother in your heart? My daughter, let me tell you, this time, I found a young man for you. He's also from your school. You'll definitely like him. He's from our Dongshan. Mom, if you say this again, I will ignore you. Teo Yuanju was speechless for a while. It seemed that she was wrong. She thought that her daughter looked down on the other party because the other party's ability was not as good as her daughter's. Now it seems that this is not the reason. Xia Meng stopped her from saying anything before she even revealed the other person's identity. I'm only a sophomore, and you've already found dozens of blind dates for me, Mom. Is there no one who wants your daughter? Are you so anxious to marry me off? Xia Meng pouted and said angrily. No, Meng, Mom is not worried about you because of that incident when you were a child. Mom, stop talking. Meng. Mom, I already have a boyfriend, don't worry. After Xia Meng finished speaking, her pretty face turned red. She immediately hung up the phone and turned it off. She knew that once her mother found out, she would definitely get to the bottom of it. Xia Meng still hasn't dealt with her junior yet, and she knows it's a bit early to talk about it now, but she is being harassed by her mother and there is really nothing she can do. This month, her mother has found 7 or 8 blind dates for her. Judging from her mother's expression, she will not stop until she finds a boyfriend for her. No, we must capture this junior as soon as possible. Xia Meng clenched her fists and cheered herself up. He. Gu Qingchang, who had been eavesdropping on the side, curled her lips and sneered. Xia Meng rolled her eyes at Gu Qingchang. The next day. During the military training, it was still the classmates who were doing the training, but Zhang Xian was sitting leisurely under a tree to enjoy the cool air. Everyone was drooling with envy when they saw Zhang Xian like this, but there was nothing they could do. Zhang Xian and the instructors were brothers, so even if they were jealous, they couldn't help it. As soon as they opened their mouths, the instructor would say, I'll give you one chance. As long as you beat me, you can go somewhere to cool off any time. This military training is to train your will. Do you think Brother Zhang's will is weak given his strength? Zhang Huntao had tried many times and was defeated by the instructors every time, let alone ordinary people like them. At this moment, a person walked towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, who was enjoying the cool breeze, suddenly felt a fragrance coming. He looked over slowly and saw a person with long hair covering his face walking towards him. Student Li Mingqi, why are you here so early? Zhang Xian thought he had to wait until night. I have to go to work soon, so this is for you. Li Mingqi reached out and handed over a piece of paper. Zhang Xian was stunned when he saw this. Student Li Mingqi, I really didn't spend any money, you don't have to. You, take it. Li Mingqi handed the note to Zhang Xian without waiting for him to finish speaking, then turned around and trotted away. Zhang Xian. Chapter 59. My junior hasn't promised me yet. Hey, Li Mingqi. Zhang Xian shouted, and something happened that surprised Zhang Xian. Hearing his shout, Li Mingqi not only did not stop, but ran even faster, as if he was a flood or a beast. Zhang Xian looked down at himself. Did he look so scary? Brother Xian, who is that girl? After the team disbanded, Wang Chang immediately ran over and asked curiously. Girl? If it weren't for her long hair, I wouldn't be able to tell how she looks like a girl. Yang Ming curled his lips. He was only interested in beautiful things. Brother Xian is awesome. That girl seems to be from another school, yet she also came to give him a love letter. It seems like my brother Xian's reputation is well known, and he will soon go beyond Dongshan City and spread to the whole world. By then, will there be world-famous female stars coming to give him love letters? Zhang Huntao flattered Zhang Xian, hoping to make him feel good and teach him a few tricks. But he didn't expect that his slap would hit the horse's hoof directly. Zhang Xian glared at him angrily and said speechlessly, Get lost. She's the girl I met at Taoyuan residence yesterday. She always thought I paid her to settle things, so she came here to give me an IOU. What a stubborn girl. When I opened the note, it was indeed an IOU, even the interest was included. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. This girl seemed weak, but she was actually very strong and didn't owe him any favors. But the problem is, this girl doesn't owe anyone any favor at all. Instead, it was because of Teo Yuanju that this girl was implicated. Let's go, let's eat. Zhang Xian and a few others walked towards the cafeteria. Who was that girl just now? She didn't seem to be from our school. Of course not from our school. Who in our school is so superficial that they only care about Zhang Xian's looks? What's the point of following Zhang Xian? Are you going to beg for food when you grow up? But that girl's clothes are also very ragged. She and Zhang Xian are a perfect match. If they can be together, it will be a good thing for us. Damn, Did anyone take any pictures just now? Hurry up and post them on the forum so that the school beauty will know. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, the most terrible thing is that we do nothing. Yeah, damn, why didn't I think of that? I took a picture of it. I'll post it on the forum right now. When the school beauty is not around, I won't be idle either. On how a scumbag is made. 1 foot on 3 women, big feet. Willful. My reputation as a slut has spread throughout the university town. Campus belle, I don't need you. For a time, there were countless people replying to the posts. Their purpose was simple, to let the school beauty see these posts. In order to achieve this goal, some people have been manually pinning these posts to the top. Everyone was waiting for the school beauty's response, but they were disappointed. Xia Meng didn't move. In Xia Meng's dormitory. Wang Shui was furious after reading the post. This Zhang Xian is too arrogant. Meng was so nice to him, but as soon as Meng left, he started flirting with other girls. Mengli also said angrily, Meng never reads campus forums because she feels bored. Call Meng and ask them to break up. Yes, let them break up. The chubby Sun Tian was also angry. Wang Shui immediately called Xia Meng's cell phone. Hey, Shua, why did you bear to call me? Xia Meng's lazy voice came. You are so heartless. Wang Shui was depressed after hearing Xia Meng's words. As soon as you left, Zhang Xian got together with another girl. Really? Who is it? Wang Shui and the others were speechless. How did this girl react? Shouldn't she go crazy after hearing this? Really? Who is it? Is this the question you should be asking? Did Meng become stupid after falling in love? Xia Meng, don't you get the point? Zhang Xian is dating someone else. He betrayed you. Wang Shui said through gritted teeth. Shua, don't be angry. Xia Meng's voice remained neither hurried nor slow. First of all, Junior is not my boyfriend yet, because he hasn't promised me yet. As soon as the words fell, Wang Shui and the other two were stunned, and the entire dormitory fell silent. What did Xia Meng say just now? Zhang Xian hasn't agreed to let Xia Meng be his girlfriend yet? This was definitely the biggest joke of the century they had ever heard. Xia Meng, with over 1,000 suitors, is the most popular campus beauty at Dongshan University. Not only does she have a stunning appearance, she is also worth a lot of money. Moreover, she has always been an excellent student and has participated in several world-class competitions. She has been reported by national channels. The popular young actor personally came to propose to her with flowers. Xia Meng is such a girl surrounded by countless halos. Not to mention being actively pursued by Xia Meng. Even if Xia Meng walked over and said a word to a boy, even if it was just to ask for directions, it would be enough to make the boy excited for a month. Xia Meng took the initiative to pursue Zhang Xian, but Zhang Xian hasn't agreed yet? Just thinking about this matter seems unbelievable, like a fairy tale. Is there something wrong with Zhang Xian's brain? Is his head made of steel? Meng, are you telling the truth? Zhang Xian, that steel, oh no, vibranium straight guy, isn't he your boyfriend? Xia Meng was speechless. She had said so much, but her 3 best friends were still focused on her first sentence? Yes, Zhang Xian just broke up with his girlfriend and hasn't gotten over his previous relationship yet. He said he'll consider dating me after a while. However, Zhang Xian said that his feelings towards me are different from those towards others. Xia Meng's voice showed her happiness and pride without any concealment. When the 3 women heard what came out of the microphone, they couldn't help but slap their foreheads. It's over, Xia Meng's brain is broken. I guess Zhang Xian was just being polite, but the girl didn't hear it and thought Zhang Xian liked her. The 3 people looked at each other. It was really not Zhang Xian's fault. The 2 of them were not even boyfriend and girlfriend. It was their freedom to be with whomever they wanted. Things like feelings are really hard to predict. Meng, what did you say just now? Wang Shui asked. Secondly, Zhang Xian didn't even accept a beauty like me so quickly, so how could he accept other girls? Impossible, this must be a misunderstanding. I guess it's those boring people in school who are stirring things up. After hearing Xia Meng's words, the 3 of them were speechless and mourned in their hearts for those who did this. Those people put so much thought into this, but all they got in return was Xia Meng's word boring. If they knew, would they be so ashamed and angry that they would jump off the building? Don't worry, Zhang Xian will definitely be mine. It's destined for this life. Xia Meng's tone was unusually firm. Meng, there are many good men in this world. You should try with other boys. Yes, Zhang Xian is good, but how do you know that others are not suitable for you? The three people tried to persuade her one after another, but Xia Meng didn't hear anything they said. At this moment, Xia Meng was looking at a photo on her mobile phone. The photo was blurry, but she could vaguely see two children in it, a boy and a girl. Xia Meng looked at the boy in the photo with fascination and murmured, "Xiao Xian, Xia Meng loves you." Chapter 60 Invitation from a high school classmate. Brother Xian, the National Day holiday is coming soon. What do you want to do? Wang Chang asked. My mom just called and asked me to go home. Zhang Xian was already impatient. Family affection was something he had never experienced before. He was both excited and a little scared, afraid that his parents would see that he was no longer the real Zhang Xian. During this period of time, he has gradually made his parents accept that he is making money, but he did not immediately tell his parents that he is now a billionaire worth hundreds of billions. Instead, he said that he has earned some money, enough for college expenses. He gave his parents a heads up and told them that he was working on a new project, and if it was successful, he might earn millions or even tens of millions. This way, when he returns and takes out so much money all at once, his parents won't be unable to accept it. As I was speaking, WeChat on my phone rang. It turned out that someone in the high school group was at ING everyone. Duan Bin, classmates, it's almost National Day, everyone should go home, shall we set a date to get together? Duan Bin was Zhang Xian's class monitor in high school. His parents owned a company and his family was well off. He performed exceptionally well in the college entrance examination and was admitted to Shanghai University. He was also featured in Binchang News and became a household name. Yuan Hongba, okay, we haven't seen each other for a month. I miss you all. I cried several times last night. It's time for us to get together. Li Chao, damn, you're such a jerk. Tears? Any pictures? Squad leader, where are we meeting? Can we bring our girlfriend? Han Funfun, okay, Li Chao, I like you so much, but you actually like someone else. When I see you again, don't blame me for beating the shit out of you. Li Chao, Sister Fun, please spare me. JPG, you loved me, why didn't you say it to me when we were in high school? Now when I think of you, I have to do it myself. Han Funfun, vomit.jpg. Duan Bin, you can bring your boyfriend or girlfriend. Bring your boyfriend. Mr. Xiao 1T refuse. Chaopang, question.jpg, isn't Shouman's boyfriend Brother Xian? Squad leader, are you mistaken? Duan Bin, you might not know this yet, but Xiaoman and Zhang Xian broke up peacefully. Let's not bring this up anymore. Shouman's current boyfriend is Xia Xiao, the real boss of Dongshan. It wouldn't be good if he heard about it. At Zhang Xian, Xuanzi, don't mind it. We were all classmates, and we're still good friends even after breaking up. Zhang Xian took a look and wanted to turn it off. I'm not very familiar with these people, so there's no point in getting together with them. What's more, Duan Bin probably organized this party just to take this opportunity to slap Zhang Xian in the face. There was no need for Zhang Xian to be so stupid as to put his face forward for him to slap. However, Zhang Xian wanted to shut it down, but someone didn't want him to do so. Li Xiaoman at Zhang Xian, let us get together. You still have some of my photos. Please give them back to me, otherwise my boyfriend will misunderstand. When you have a girlfriend in the future, you don't want him to see photos of other girls, right? Duan Bin, yes, at Zhang Xian, let us get together. I miss you so much. Zhang Xian was speechless. Duan Bin was an idiot. Missing him? When did he and Duan Bin become so close? Duan Bin was Li Xiaoman's loyal pursuer at the beginning. Ever since Li Xiaoman chose him, Duan Bin has been finding fault with him intentionally or unintentionally. I didn't expect that after graduating from high school, this guy is still like this. It is not difficult to guess what Duan Bin is thinking. He just wants to use Li Xiaoman's breakup proposal to attack Zhang Xian. If Zhang Xian was still the same Zhang Xian as before, he naturally could not bear such humiliation, but these people did not know that Zhang Xian's soul had long been changed at this moment, and he did not take this matter to heart at all. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Option 1, attend a high school reunion. Reward, 60% of Binchang International shares, physical fitness plus 10, spiritual fitness plus 10, appearance plus 2. Option 2, refuse to attend the high school party. Reward: the host will receive the title of coward, 1 female affinity, and a Shangjiang riverside villa. Note: the recipient of the title of coward will have their constitution passively increased by plus 100. This attribute will remain permanently effective. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Zhang Xian was helpless. Is there any need to make a choice? Isn't Bincheng International where my father works? If his parents agree to follow him to Dongshan to enjoy a good life, then he will let Wang Chuan send someone to manage the business. If his parents are unwilling, then he will let his father manage it. Anyway, Zhang Xian is not afraid of losing that little money. Zhang Xian, no problem, it's a good opportunity to meet you all. Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice. Physical fitness plus 10, mental strength plus 10, appearance plus 2, 60% of Bincheng International shares. The equity transfer agreement has been placed in the storage space. The host can check it at any time. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Xian felt a warm current surging in his body, his strength increased a lot, and his mind became clearer. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but at this moment, Zhang Xian felt that he was extremely energetic and his mind was extremely active. Even if he didn't sleep for a few days, he would not feel tired. After sending the WeChat message, Zhang Xian opened his computer and started reading. I have to say that there are obvious differences between this world and Earth. On Earth, the entertainment industry is extremely rich and colorful, while in this world there are only a few projects such as crosstalk, sketches, TV dramas, etc. As for songs, they are a new project that has emerged in recent years. When Zhang Xian heard the humming song on it, he almost vomited. The TV series are rubbish as hell. If it weren't for online games, Zhang Xian really doesn't know how people in this world would pass the time. No wonder the students in this school chase Xiaomang like a star. They are so spiritually deficient. Among the people he met last time, it seemed that one of them was in the entertainment industry. Zhang Xian felt that he had an obligation to give that person some advice so that he could enrich people's leisure time. Suddenly, Zhang Xian widened his eyes and stared at the woman who appeared on the screen. She looks so familiar. Isn't this his female neighbor? Is this woman really a star? I can't tell. Hey, brother Xian, you are also a fan of Li Zixin. Fang Ximing was a TV fan. When he heard the voice coming from Zhang Xian's computer, he immediately asked, is her name Li Zixin? Is she very popular? Zhang Xian curled his lips when he recalled the scene where the woman walked into the house dejectedly after hearing that he and Lao Gu were not fighting. What kind of character is this? Do you like watching others fight so much? Such a person can actually become a star. Fang Ximing immediately became unhappy when he heard this. Are you really angry? Brother Xian, could you please remove the word ma? Li Zixin became famous all over China with the drama post-daughter-in-law era, especially her original zombie face acting style, which created an era. Brother Xian, you must never insult my wife from now on. In my mind, she is more important than the campus beauty of Xia University. Fang Ximing talked endlessly about Li Zian. He portrayed the role of LSP to the fullest, and his acting skills were much better than Li Zian's. Damn! Acting like a zombie? Doesn't that mean you have no acting skills at all? Zhang Xian was about to vomit. Thinking of the scene when they met that night, Zhang Xian couldn't help but sigh that the woman really looked like a zombie. Chapter 61. Is that woman really a star? Zhang Xian searched online and was shocked. The internet was flooded with praise for her, almost praising her to a peerless beauty who was unparalleled in heaven and on earth. Zhang Xian admitted that she was pretty, but she was at most about the same age as his senior. After watching for a while what Fang Ximing called the zombie face acting, Zhang Xian confirmed that Li Zixin had no acting skills at all and had been relying on that face to fool the audience. Li Zixin? Are you talking about my wife? Hearing the name of the beautiful woman, Wang Chang broke away from the game and asked. Get lost. When did Zxian become your wife? She's everyone's wife. She's a top star from our Dongshan province, the pride of our province. I heard she broke up with her old employer and wants to start her own business. It's a pity my grandfather won't let me use his money, otherwise I would definitely sponsor my wife. Well, to terminate the contract, my wife paid a 100 million yuan penalty. I heard that the young master of the entertainment company behind her had a crush on her, and when his pursuit failed, he drugged her. My wife saw through it and slapped him hard. Then she went back and asked for a termination. The other party used all their connections and even threatened to completely ban her. Anyone who helped her would be an enemy. Fang Shiming said with gritted teeth. Zhang should set up her own studio this time, but I heard that the only one willing to follow her is her assistant agent Zhang Xian. I wonder if the two of them can survive the ban from Zhongzheng Entertainment. Wang Chang said worriedly. After hearing what these people said, Zhang Xian was speechless. A group of people who asked their parents for money actually had the nerve to worry about a female star. That's enough. No matter how poor they are, they still live in villas, drive luxury cars, and have assistants around. What about you? Do you have the nerve to worry about others? You should worry about yourselves instead. Suddenly, everyone in the dormitory looked at Zhang Xian, making Zhang Xian's hair stand on end. Hey, guys, I'm a man, not gay. I'm not into that kind of thing, please let me go. Fang Shiming suddenly said, Brother Xian, your family is quite rich, right? Help Zixin. Wang Chang also said, as long as you help Zxian, I will be your brother for life. Yang Ming also put away the chuckle on his face, Brother Xian, if you have the ability, you really should help Li Zixin. This girl is very inspiring. She has no background, but she has made her way into the entertainment industry with her own ability. It's rare that she can stay clear-headed in this murky entertainment industry. Zhang Xian. I'm speechless. Have these people ever seen the real Li Zixin? He was such a fan of Xiameng before, but I didn't expect that he would be even more cruel to Li Zixin. I don't have money. Even if I have money, for a female star, does she care about my little money? I say, have you ever seen her in person? What's the point of worrying about her when she doesn't even know about it? Zhang Xian curled his lips. The people in the dormitory felt helpless after hearing this, and what Zhang Xian said was right. No matter how rich Zhang Xian is, it is just a drop in the bucket for Li Zixin's studio. At this moment, Zhang Xian's WeChat suddenly showed that 1,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, and instantly thought of the weak girl, and his brows frowned. Judging from Li Mingqi's clothes, her life should be very difficult. She may be working just to earn some living expenses. Zhang Xian asked Joey. Li Mingqi works part-time for 6 hours a day and can only earn about 120 yuan. It is said that her parents are counting on her to send money home every month. Since she gave him 1/3 of her salary, this girl would definitely not reduce the money she sent back home. The only thing that would be reduced would probably be her living expenses. Zhang Xian called immediately. Zhang Xian, did you receive the money? Yes. I'm sorry, this is all I can give you. I'll give you the 50,000 yuan over 5 years. Hearing the soft and weak voice coming from the microphone, Zhang Xian thought to himself, it's this girl. Student Li Mingqi, I really didn't spend any money. Those 5 people. Zhang Xian was speechless. He had already said that he didn't spend any money, so why didn't Li Mingqi believe him? I'm still working. I'll give you the money. After Li Mingqi finished speaking, she hung up. Zhang Xian helplessly called Joey and said, raise Li Mingqi's salary to 6,000. Joey on the other side was stunned when he heard what Zhang Xian said. Mr. Zhang, our part-time job at Teo Yuanju offers the highest salary in this university town. Just do it. But, under what name? Joey was confused by Zhang Xian's order. It's up to you. After saying that, Zhang Xian hung up the phone, leaving Joey on the other end completely confused. How do we do this? If the boss says whatever, he will exhaust his brain cells. After all, there are so many college students working part-time here, he can't just give a salary raise to Li Mingqi, right? You have to find a reason that convinces others. At this moment, a graceful figure passed by Joey, and the wind from the air conditioner blew, revealing Li Mingqi's peerless face that was hidden by her hair. That stunning glimpse made Joey freeze in his tracks. After a while, when everyone had gone far away, Joey came back to his senses. Li Mingqi is so beautiful? Li Mingqi has been working here part-time for so long, but he didn't even notice. The boss had only come a few times when he found this untapped gem. Now he knew why Zhang Xian wanted to give Li Mingqi a raise alone. Joey, who thought he had found the reason, was immediately overjoyed. When he saw Li Mingqi passing by again, he called out to her. Li Mingqi looked at Joey timidly, feeling a little uneasy. Ever since the last incident, she had been worried that she would be fired. Teo Yuanju was the job that offered the highest salary she had found. Because of Teo Yuanju, she was able to continue her studies, earn money to pay for her father's medical treatment, and support her younger brother's schooling. If Teo Yuanju fired her, everything she had would be in vain. Manager, what do you want? Li Mingqi's face turned pale. She was afraid to hear Joey say that he would fire her. Mingqi, do you know Mr. Zhang Xian? Joey has to confirm it, otherwise it would be embarrassing if something goes wrong. Li Mingqi's heart was pounding. It was over. Joey really wanted to talk to her about what happened that day. When Joey heard Li Mingqi admit it, he immediately reviewed the process of his dealings with Li Mingqi. After he was sure that he had not sinned against Li Mingqi, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this is very likely one of the future boss ladies, so I have to serve her well in the future. Student Li Mingqi, in view of your good performance this year, we have decided to hire you as a full-time employee. You will go to the manager's office to sign the labor contract later, and the company will pay for your insurance. Joey said, trying to put a smile on his face. Hearing this, all the waiters passing by were stunned. Chapter 62. Is Zhang Xian really pursuing her? Manager Zhou, us too? Those people asked expectantly. There is a big difference in salary between part-time employees and regular employees. Hearing Joey's words, Li Mingqi breathed a sigh of relief, but her face wrinkled again. Regular employees have high salaries, but also long working hours. However, she also has to study and doesn't have that much time. Manager, I still have to go to school. The reason why Li Mingqi works so hard is to be able to continue her studies. She doesn't want to delay her studies just to come here to work and earn money. Oh, Mingqi, you're so silly. Why do you go to school? Isn't it just to find a job in the future? Teo Yuanju was the best job in Dongshan province. Mingqi, agree to it. The little sisters said immediately. Joey was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then smiled and said to her, don't worry, it won't affect your schooling. Just work according to your normal working hours. This is a student aid benefit that Mr. Zhang applied for you. Okay, go to work. Once I've drafted the contract, I'll call you over to sign it. As for you guys, I've seen your performance during this period. After the new year, the company will definitely improve your benefits. Oh, thank you, Manager Zhou. Long live Manager Zhou. Although those young ladies were a little uncomfortable because they couldn't get regular jobs immediately, they became happy when they heard that they would get a salary increase. Mr. Zhang. Li Mingqi was slightly stunned, then instantly remembered that Joey was talking about Zhang Xian, and her little face immediately wrinkled. She seemed to owe Zhang Xian even more. Mingqi, who is the Mr. Zhang that Manager Zhou mentioned? Is he the handsome guy who talked to you at the Dongshan University Forum? Asked a little sister. Impossible. Did you read what was posted? That person doesn't come from a good family, and the Mr. Zhang that Manager Zhou mentioned is someone even the manager admires. They are definitely not the same person. No matter what, this Mr. Zhang must have taken a fancy to our Mingqi. These young sisters often work together, so they naturally know Li Mingqi's peerless beauty. It is not surprising that Li Mingqi is favored by others. Li Mingqi is no worse than those school beauties, but this girl is afraid of being disturbed, so she not only wraps up her pride, but also covers her beautiful face with her hair every day. They don't understand. If it were them, with such outstanding conditions, they would have found a rich boyfriend long ago. Hearing the discussions of the girls around her, Li Mingqi's pretty face turned red. She lowered her head, her face full of confusion. Could it be that Zhang Xian really likes me? Then Li Mingqi shook her head. It was impossible. They had met less than 4 times in total. Besides, she covered her face every time they met. It was impossible for Zhang Xian to know what she looked like. How could he fall in love with her? Li Mingqi's heart was pounding. She felt a little yearning and a little scared. From childhood to adulthood, all the female classmates around her have been pursued by others, but she has always been alone. It is impossible for her to say that she has no expectations in her heart. But she also knew her appearance and her family conditions, and was afraid that she would meet someone who only cared about her looks. After work, Li Mingqi still sent a text message to Zhang Xian, with only 2 simple words, "Thank you." Zhang Xian smiled slightly when he saw the text message and replied, "You're welcome." 1 month of military training passed quickly. The National Day is here in a blink of an eye. Yang Ming and his 3 LSPs are locals in Dongshan City. They went out last night with Zhang Xian's Porsche keys. Zhang Xian had no choice but to drive Yang Ming's BMW 5 Series home. This is a good thing. That Porsche is too eye-catching, and this BMW is more low-key. It was past 4 in the morning, and Zhang Xian tossed and turned, unable to sleep, perhaps because he was about to meet his parents. Family affection has always been what Zhang Xian dreams of. Zhang Xian was so excited just thinking about the fact that he could have access to it in this life. In the past month, he has called almost every day without fail. Since I can't sleep, I might as well drive back early so there won't be so much traffic on the road. Zhang Xian moved the gifts he had bought long ago into the car and drove out. As I walked out of the school gate, I saw a thin shadow walking in front of me. She was a small person, but she was carrying a very large package, and she was walking with difficulty. Li Mengqi? Zhang Xian recognized it at a glance and drove over. Li Mengqi quickly moved aside, fearing that she would be hit by a car. She looked like a frightened rabbit. Li Mengqi? Where are you going? Why are you out so early? When Li Mengqi heard the person in the car calling out her name, she was stunned for a moment and looked towards the car. After seeing that the person driving was Zhang Xian, for some reason she suddenly thought of the guesses of those young sisters, and her little face turned red. Zhang Xian looked at Li Mengqi with some confusion. Is this girl stupid? Why is she staring at him so intently? Is there something on his face? I looked in the rearview mirror, no? Li Mengqi? Zhang Xian got out of the car, walked up to Li Mengqi and waved. Ah. You. Li Mengqi came to her senses after hearing Zhang Xian's words. Seeing Zhang Xian so close to her, she quickly took 2 steps back. Zhang Xian was speechless. Why did this girl seem so afraid of him? He doesn't look fierce. I'm sorry, I was just about to go home. Just as she stepped back, she suddenly realized that it was very rude to do so, and Li Mengqi quickly apologized weakly. Where are you from? Zhang Xian asked curiously. Unexpectedly, as soon as he asked the question, Li Mengqi immediately looked at him with fear. Classmate Li Mengqi, do I look so fierce? You seem to be very afraid of me. Zhang Xian was speechless. No, I. Li Mengqi suddenly didn't know how to answer and pouted in grievance. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was hard to imagine how such a gentle girl could survive in this world and bear the burden of taking care of the family. It's okay, I was just joking with you, don't mind it. Where is your hometown? Zhang Xian asked curiously. Binchang. Ah. Zhang Xian was stunned. Is this girl from the same place as him? Are you going home? Well, I'm going to the station. Li Mengqi said weakly. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Choice 1, send Li Mengqi home. Rewards, 40% of Binchang International shares, 10 random cashback cards, physical fitness plus 10, spiritual fitness plus 10, appearance plus 2. Choice 2, ignore Li Mengqi and go home. Reward, a Koenigsegg luxury car, the title of straight man, and a 1 in popularity with women. Get in the car. I'm from Binchang too. I'll take you home. Hearing the electronic sound in his mind, Zhang Xian spoke. No need, I'll just take the long-distance bus. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Li Mengqi was frightened and her face turned pale instantly. Did those little sisters guess right? Is Zhang Xian really pursuing her? Chapter 63. Have you met your parents? Get in the car. Zhang Xian could see that Li Mengqi had a very stubborn temper, and if he wanted her to obey him, he had to use force. Without waiting for Li Mengqi to finish her words, Zhang Xian opened the trunk, grabbed her package and put it in the trunk. Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed, 40% of Binchang International shares, 10 random consumer cashback cards, Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Appearance plus 2. Note, the equity purchase agreement has been placed in storage. What's in this thing you got? It's so heavy? Ignoring the electronic sound ringing in his mind, Zhang Xian picked up the bag and tried. The package weighed at least 80 or 90 kilograms, and this girl actually wanted to carry the bag to the bus station. Although the university town is not far from the bus station, it is still 10 miles away. Zhang Xian guessed that the reason why Li Mengqi got up so early was definitely to save the 2 yuan bus fare. He felt a slight pain in his heart. Li Mengqi's appearance reminded him of himself on Earth. Medicine bought for my father. Li Mengqi lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhang Xian. She looked so weak, as if Zhang Xian had bullied her just now. In Li Mengqi's heart, Zhang Xian was bullying her at this moment, like a bully and tyrant. Get in the car. Zhang Xian grabbed her arm and pressed her into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Just as Zhang Xian approached her and fastened her seatbelt, Li Mengqi became extremely stiff, even her breathing stopped, and her eyes became dull. Zhang Xian burst out laughing. Li Mengqi looked like he was bullying her. Where do you live? Where do you live? 2. Lijia Village, Shalibo. Li Mengqi felt very aggrieved. Zhang Xian was too fierce and didn't allow her to question or refute at all. Zhang Xian turned on the navigation and was surprised to find that Lijia Village was not very far from his home, only 12 miles at most. After shifting gears and stepping on the accelerator, the car slowly drove away from the university town and headed towards Binchang. Dongshan International Airport. Xia Meng pushed her luggage and walked quickly outside, looking very excited. Her beautiful eyes were shining and narrowed into slits, as if she was thinking of something happy. Gu Qingcheng next to her was speechless. She had never seen Xia Meng so excited when their team won the championship. But after returning home, she became excited instead. Meng. As soon as they got out of the airport, Xia Meng saw Wang Shui and the other two waving at them, and ran over cheering. Gu Qingcheng curled her lips and said nothing, but felt a little sour in her heart. Xia Meng, also the campus beauty of Dongshan University, had 3 of her best friends come to pick her up, but she had to go back alone. Sister Qingcheng. Wang Shui and the other two greeted each other. Gu Qingcheng smiled at them and then walked away. Auntie Gu was almost entering menopause without the nourishment of a man. Xia Meng said with a pout. Wang Shui and the other two couldn't help but burst out laughing when they heard this. You are such a mean person. Meng Li was speechless and rolled her eyes at Xia Meng. Meng, where should we go for fun during the National Day holiday? Sun Tian's eyes were full of anticipation. 7 days was enough for them to have a good time. When Xia Meng heard Sun Tian's words, she suddenly smiled mysteriously. It's not us, it's you. Huh? What do you mean? Didn't we plan to go out together? We've already paid the tour group deposit, and if you don't go, they won't refund it. That's right. You made it known to everyone, even Aunt Tian knew about it. And in the end, you didn't go. If you didn't go out to play, what were you doing here? Reading books every day? The 3 people looked at Xia Meng in confusion. This girl has been discussing with them on WeChat moments these past few days about where to go for fun. Even their parents know about it. They have already signed up for a tour group, but this girl says she can't go? You guys should go, I'll pay. Xia Meng said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Meng Li and Sun Tian were still confused, but the clever Wang Shui guessed it instantly. Girl, you don't want to go to Zhang Xian alone, do you? Upon hearing this, Meng Li and Sun Tian opened their beautiful eyes wide and looked at Xia Meng in disbelief. Yeah, Shui is great, bingo, you guessed it right. Xia Meng's beautiful eyes were filled with beautiful prospects for the next 7 days, and the corners of her mouth were smiling. Xiao Meng, are you crazy? That's right. If Uncle Xia and Aunt Tian knew about this, they would go crazy. I just don't understand. Zhang Xian is pretty good, but he's not to the point where you're so obsessed with him, right? Why do you have to fall for him? The 3 little sisters were dumbfounded, their beautiful eyes full of confusion. Xia Meng's decision was really too crazy. Do you know what kind of people Zhang Xian's parents are? You're just going there rashly? Aren't you afraid? Wang Shui still felt something was wrong and wanted to stop it. I know. Zhang Xian's parents are very kind. Xia Meng smiled with her beautiful eyes, not worried at all. You know? Have you seen him? I have seen him. Xia Meng said proudly. When she was a child, she often went to Zhang Xian's house for dinner. Her parents were very busy at that time and had no time to take care of her and her brother. The 2 siblings spent almost every day in Zhang Xian's house. Her parents wanted them to recognize Zhang Xian's parents as their godparents. Huh? Have you seen it? Wang Shui and the other 2 were dumbfounded. Even my parents-in-law have seen it. Is it so exciting? Oh, forget it, you 3, go have fun. I'll pay for the trip, but help you hide it from Uncle Xia and Aunt Tian, right? Before Xia Meng finished her words, the 3 of them guessed what this girl was planning. Okay, you guys go and have fun, I'm about to leave too. Xia Meng said as she walked towards the station. After buying the ticket and getting on the bus to Binchang, Xia Meng looked into the distance with her beautiful eyes, which were full of hope. Junior, here I come. Oomph, men who want to humiliate me, are you ready for the arrival of this goddess? Achoo! After a long journey of several hours, they finally arrived at Lijia village. Zhang Xian sneezed and felt a little confused. Who missed him? Seeing the familiar scene, Li Mingqi, who was originally very nervous sitting with Zhang Xian, was completely relieved, and a hint of impatience appeared on her little face. Zhang Xian, just drop me off at the village entrance. I'll go home by myself. Your parents must be getting anxious waiting for you. After the two of them spent the whole journey together, Li Mingqi finally became more fluent when speaking to Zhang Xian, and no longer showed a frightened expression from time to time. You show me the way and I'll take you home. Zhang Xian didn't stop the car and drove straight into the village. Li Mingqi pouted. It seemed that Zhang Xian had her in his grasp. He was too fierce. Just then, someone came towards us on a motorcycle. It's second uncle, second uncle. Seeing the people coming, Li Mingqi excitedly greeted them from the car. Li Yong heard someone calling him and looked around in confusion. When Zhang Xian heard Li Mingqi calling the other party second uncle, he immediately stopped the car and opened the door for Li Mingqi. Li Yong was stunned when he saw Li Mingqi getting out of the car, then he said anxiously, Xiaoqi, hurry to the hospital, your father's illness has recurred. Hearing what her second uncle said, Li Mingqi's little face turned pale instantly. Chapter 64, Help If You Can. Second uncle, Mingqi, hurry up and get in the car, let's go to the hospital. Seeing Li Mingqi's helpless and distraught look, Zhang Xian frowned. Since he had encountered her, he might as well help her if he could. After all, he had plenty of money now. You are, okay. Li Yong didn't bother to ask who Zhang Xian was. He left the motorcycle there and got into the car directly. You. At this moment, Li Mingqi seemed to be completely frightened. She couldn't hear what Zhang Xian said at all, let alone get in the car. Without saying a word, Zhang Xian picked her up and put her in the car, then drove to the county hospital under the guidance of Li Yong. Second uncle, what's going on? Zhang Xian and Li Mingqi are classmates, and there will be no mistake in calling Li Mingqi by his generation. Li Yong was stunned for a moment when he heard Zhang Xian address him. He sighed softly and said, Uremia, an old problem. I've already done it 6 times this year. I'm afraid this time. Although he hadn't finished speaking, Zhang Xian understood what Li Yong meant. At this moment, Li Mingqi's face was pale and he looked out the window with a dull look. Zhang Xian knew that Li Mingqi must be extremely worried and scared at the moment, so he deliberately talked about other things with Li Yong, hoping that this would ease her fear. An hour later, they arrived at the county hospital, got off the car, and the three of them ran all the way to the hospital. Li Hai fell ill and was brought here by Li Yong. This time he went back to get money. But judging from Li Yong's expression, the money is probably still not enough. When they arrived at the ward, the doctor was urging Li Mingqi's mother Bai Mei to pay the money. Bai Mei's face was full of helplessness, her eyes were red, and she promised him everything, but she didn't move. The doctor saw the difficulties Li Hai's family faced. The hospital has already reduced the cost of treatment to the lowest possible level for you. The hospital also has its own difficulties. To be honest, the best treatment is still a kidney transplant. With conservative treatment, the patient's body will become weaker and weaker. Even if he survives this time, the next time. Sigh. I know, doctor, thank you, but... Bai Mei couldn't continue speaking here, and tears still flowed from her eyes. Mom! Li Mingqi ran to the bedside, shouted, and then looked nervously at her father who was lying on the bed. At this moment, Li Hai's face was pale, his whole body was swollen, and he was unconscious. Xiaoqi, you're back? Bai Mei said in surprise when she saw her daughter. Xiaoqi, do you have any money on you? Your father. Bai Mei looked at Li Mingqi hopefully. Li Mingqi's face was filled with despair. Where did she get so much money? When she left home for school, she had already left all her holiday earnings to her mother. Just a month into the semester, she had also given Zhang Xian 1,000 yuan. Where would she have any more money on her? Woo! Seeing Li Mingqi's appearance, Bai Mei couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Sister-in-law, I still have 2,000 yuan here. I know it's not much, but this is all we have in the family. Li Yong stood up and said with a grim expression. The burly man's face was full of guilt at this moment. Thank you, Xiao Yong. We are sorry for the trouble our family has caused you. Bai Mei stood up and bowed to Li Yong. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? My elder brother is sick, and it's only right that I pay for his medical treatment. Li Yong looked at the doctor and said expectantly, "Doctor, the village knows about my elder brother's situation and is raising money. It just takes some time, but illness can't wait. Can you treat my elder brother first?" The doctor's face was filled with apology. "I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do about this. If it was only 7 or 8,000 yuan, I would have paid for it myself, but..." "Doctor, have you found a kidney donor?" Zhang Xian asked. Upon hearing this, the doctor thought Zhang Xian was a family member of the patient and nodded, saying, "We found it a long time ago and it was successfully adapted, but we don't have the money." "Our hospital. Actually, this is the second time. The first one was given to another patient. Kidneys are hard to find. Li Hai was able to find a suitable kidney twice in a row. It must be God's help, but..." The doctor kept hesitating to speak. Zhang Xian understood what he meant and said, "Doctor, does the hospital have the conditions to perform a kidney transplant? If so, then go ahead and do it. I'll go pay the fee right away." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the ward looked at Zhang Xian. Li Mingqi thought about how Zhang Xian helped her get a regular position with just one sentence, and guessed that Zhang Xian must be a rich man. A glimmer of hope suddenly emerged in her beautiful eyes that were full of despair. "Mingqi, who is this young man?" Only then did Bai Mei notice Zhang Xian. When she heard that Zhang Xian wanted to help with the money, she immediately asked, "Oh, Zhang Xian, he is my friend. He was the one who brought me back this time." Li Mingqi spoke weakly. "Auntie, my name is Zhang Xian, and I'm Mingqi's friend. Let's not talk about it for now. Uncle's illness is more important. I'll go pay the bill right away. You guys hurry up and prepare something for Uncle." The doctor glanced at Zhang Xian and said, "Little brother, the cost of the kidney transplant surgery." Judging from Zhang Xian's appearance, he should still be a student. A kidney transplant operation costs about 400,000 yuan. Can a student afford that? Zhang Xian smiled and went to pay the bill. "Xiaoqi, does your friend really have so much money?" Bai Mei asked hopefully. "There should be. Xiaoqi's friend drives a BMW, and that car doesn't look cheap at all," Li Yang said. Li Mingqi was surprised that her father was saved, but she was also a little overwhelmed. She already owed Zhang Xian 50,000 yuan, plus the cost of surgery. How would she pay it back in the future? After a while, Zhang Xian came back with the payment receipt. The doctor took one look and immediately said, "Hurry up and get ready. I'll go get the operating room ready." "Okay. Thank you, doctor, and thank you, little brother. I kowtow to you." Bai Mei knelt down excitedly. "Auntie, what are you doing? Meng Qi is my friend, so it's my duty to help you. Hurry up and get ready, Uncle's surgery is important." The group immediately pushed Li Hai towards the operating room. "Thank you." While waiting outside the operating room, Li Mingqi walked up to Zhang Xian and whispered her gratitude. "It's okay, don't worry, Uncle will be fine." Li Mingqi had never felt so helpless. The appearance of Zhang Xian was like a god descending to earth to her. At this moment, everyone's stomach started growling. Because they were worried about Li Hai's illness and they really had no money, they had not eaten since morning. "Uncle, Auntie, please wait here. I'm hungry. I'm going to buy something to eat." Zhang Xian said this and turned to go buy things. This hospital has performed many kidney transplant operations with a very high success rate. Although Bai Mei and others are still worried, they don't feel as heavy-hearted as before. Chapter 65 I will pay you back. Xiaoqi, Zhang Xian seems to be very rich, and he doesn't look down on us at all. This guy is really good. Bai Mei still has a good impression of Zhang Xian. The kidney transplant surgery cost more than 400,000 yuan, and Zhang Xian directly paid 1 million yuan, including the cost of subsequent treatment. That's 1 million, not 100 yuan. "Mom, I'll give it back to him." Bai Mei glanced at her daughter and sighed softly in her heart. She and her husband were incompetent to leave the burden of supporting the family to a young girl. She owes her daughter too much. Zhang Xian came to the outside of the hospital. There is always a shortage of restaurants outside the hospital. Zhang Xian bought some simple buns, fried dough sticks and soy milk and prepared to go back. Just then, the cell phone rang. When Zhang Xian saw that it was his mother, he remembered that he had not yet told her what happened here. "Hey, Xiao Xian, when will you be home?" The voice of Mother Zhang Xiaoli came. Mom, I just had something urgent to do. I was so busy that I forgot to call you. My friend's father is sick and is undergoing surgery. I may not be able to go back today, and even if I do, it will be evening. Are you sick? Is it serious? Who is your friend? Do you want Mom to go over and check it out? Zhang Xiaoli said with concern after hearing this. It's not a serious illness, just a minor operation. I'll go home after her father comes out of the operating room. Well, be careful on the road, your dad and I will be waiting for you to come back. Back at the hospital, Zhang Xian smiled slightly. Everyone, please eat something. I know everyone is worried, but we are made of iron and rice. Uncle still needs you to take care of him. Don't exhaust yourself. Steamed stuffed bun. When Li Mingqi's younger brother Li Tianchao saw the buns Zhang Xian was carrying, his eyes suddenly lit up and he ran over and started eating them. Eat slowly, there's still a lot. Don't choke, drink some soy milk. Looking at this little guy, it seems like he hasn't eaten buns for a long time. Bai Mei glanced at her son, her eyes full of guilt. She saw that there was no contempt in Zhang Xian's eyes when he looked at her son. Instead, he enthusiastically handed him soy milk, and there was much more enthusiasm in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, right? Thank you for sending Xiaoqi back. You've worked hard along the way. Auntie, you're too polite. I'm Mingqi's friend, and these are things I should do. Zhang Xian, you come with me. When everyone had eaten and were waiting anxiously, Li Mingqi walked up to Zhang Xian and spoke softly. Zhang Xian followed Li Mingqi to the side in confusion. After the two left, Li Yon looked at the direction they left and said, Sister-in-law, this guy is not bad. Bai Mei nodded, it's really good, but I don't know if he has a girlfriend? Zhang Xian followed Li Mingqi to the corridor on the other side. She stopped, lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Zhang Xian, and took out a piece of paper. Zhang Xian was slightly startled. He took it and opened it. It was another IOU. He smiled slightly and said, Classmate Li Mingqi, I just wanted to help you. I didn't think about. No, I will definitely return it to you. Li Mingqi said in a firm tone. All right. Zhang Xian knew Li Mingqi's stubborn personality and did not refuse. It's just 1 million. He just paid the fee and made several million. He received a text message on his phone, notifying him that there was an additional 5 million yuan in his bank card. Seeing that Zhang Xian agreed, Li Mingqi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that she owed Zhang Xian too much. You should go home. Your parents must be worried. Li Mingqi said. It's okay, just wait until uncle comes out of the operating room. Good. Li Mingqi did not refuse this time. The operation went smoothly and Li Hai was pushed out an hour and a half later. Doctor, how is my elder brother? Li Yang asked anxiously. The doctor smiled and said, Don't worry, the operation was successful, but we still need to observe it for a while. Hearing the doctor's words, Bai Mei burst into tears with excitement. Li Mingqi immediately hugged her mother, she knew her mother had shouldered too much. Zhang Xian, thank you so much. This is the IOU for the money we borrowed. I have already pressed my fingerprint on it. We will definitely pay you back. Li Yan's dark face was full of gratitude as he took out a note. No need, uncle, Mingqi has already written me an IOU. Hearing Zhang Xian say this, Li Yang was stunned for a moment and no longer insisted. Zhang Xian, you should go home first. Your parents must be worried about you. Auntie still needs to take care of your uncle. When your uncle is discharged from the hospital, you must come home with Xiaoqi. Auntie will thank you again. Her husband's kidney transplant was successful, and Bai Mei had a smile on her face. All right, I'll go back first. By the way, Auntie, this is to celebrate Uncle's successful surgery. It's not a big sum, but just for the sake of luck. Don't refuse. The money paid to the hospital cannot be withdrawn before being discharged. Seeing Li Tianchao's desperate spirit when seeing Baozi, Zhang Xian knew that Bai Mei had no money on her, so he withdrew 10,000 yuan from the ATM and put it into the red envelope. No, we can't take this money. Seeing the thick red envelope, you know there is a lot of money in it. Bai Mei has just accepted 1 million from Zhang Xian, so how could she possibly ask for more money from Zhang Xian? Auntie, this is a red envelope, just for good luck, don't refuse it. Zhang Xian threw the red envelope on the hospital bed, then turned and left. Li Mingqi looked at Zhang Xian's back with a complicated expression and bit her lips unconsciously. Zhang Xian got into the car and called his mother. What's wrong, Xiaoxian? What happened? As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Xiaoli's worried voice came over. It's okay. My friend's father's operation went well. I'm on my way back now. Ah? You're okay? That's good. Oh, Xiaoxian, don't go home yet. Come straight to the fast food restaurant. It's right next to Teo Yuanju. Just take a taxi and come over. Hurry. Zhang Xiaoli hung up the phone, looked at the heavily made-up woman across from her, and said with a smile, Sister May, I'm so sorry to bother you again. My Xiaoxian is coming back soon, you see. The heavily made-up woman opposite looked impatient when she heard this. Sister Xiaoli, girls are very busy. You're not the only one I want to meet today. I just turned them down, and now you say okay, the other place we're looking for is Teo Yuanju. If you choose this place, Chapter 66 Mother. Oh, Sister May, are you worried about me? Xiaoxian grew up under your care. We are your own children. This is just a small token of my gratitude. I feel really bad for you running all these times. Zhang Xiaoli said as she took out a red envelope and stuffed it into the woman's hand. The heavily made-up woman opposite saw the money, and a smile suddenly appeared on her impatient face. She laughed exaggeratedly. Oh, Sister Xiaoli, you are too polite. Xiaoxian has grown up under my watch. Besides, because of our relationship, I regard him as my godson. Naturally, I will care about his affairs. Although the other family is rich, their son hasn't even graduated from high school yet. Unlike our Xiaoxian, he's a serious Dongshan University student. Girls don't always value money. Maybe the girl is attracted by our Xiaoxuan's talent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask me for matchmaking. As long as Xiaoxian has no problems, the chances of success are pretty good. Sister May said as she quietly put the money away. Then she said, by the way, sister, let me make it clear in advance that although the possibility of success is very high, I can't guarantee it will be 100%. If it doesn't work this time, I can find another one for Xiaoxian. Zhang Xiaoli's face was full of smiles. It's okay, it's okay. I'm sorry to have troubled you, Sister May. Sister, I heard that you, alas, with the outbreak of the financial crisis, it's becoming increasingly difficult to find a job. Sister May sighed softly. Zhang Xiaoli looked unnatural when she heard this. When Zhang Xian arrived, the front of the fast food restaurant was already full of cars. He took a look and luckily there was a parking space in front of his own Teo Yuanju, so he parked his car there directly. Sir, are you here for dinner? Mr. Zhang, why are you here? When Bian Changmin saw Zhang Xian's face clearly, his face turned pale with fright. After he was fired, he looked for many jobs, but no one would accept him. Some companies even expressed their willingness to accept him on the surface, but when he arrived, they directly ridiculed him, making him lose face. Bian Changmin knew that he had been too arrogant in the past and had offended too many people. There was a reason why others did that. After experiencing the fickleness of the world, he found his former good brother, hoping that he would accept him. Unexpectedly, the other party became the lobby manager of Bincheng Teo Yuanju. After knowing his story, the other party was silent for a while and found him this security job. Bian Changmin did not refuse. It was good to have a job at that time. But he didn't expect that he was so unlucky. He was caught by the boss as soon as he arrived. It's you? Weren't you fired? Zhang Xian frowned, looked at Bian Changmin, and asked lightly. Plop. Bian Changmin knelt on the ground and begged, Mr. Zhang, please, I know I was wrong. I just want to go to work peacefully now and will never do those things again. Mr. Zhang, I'm just a security guard now. Can you please spare me? Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Choice 1, forgive Bian Sung Min. Rewards, 100% ownership of the snack food, Bian Chengmin's loyalty, physical fitness plus 10, spiritual fitness plus 10. Choice 2, refuse to forgive Bian Sung Min. Reward, increase your blind date success rate by 100%, earn the title of Sea King, and gain +1 in popularity with women. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard the electronic sound in his mind. Increase the success rate of blind dates by 100%? What the hell? What use does he have for this thing? With his current net worth and the pursuit of the beautiful senior schoolmate, does he need to go on a blind date? Choose one. Zhang Xian was speechless and said to Bian Changmin, get up and work hard here. I will watch over you. Ding, the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed. 100% ownership of the snack food. Dian Chengmin's loyalty, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10. Dian Chengmin no longer cared about his face and cowed out on the ground begging for Zhang Xian's forgiveness. After hearing Zhang Xian's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then tears of excitement flowed down his face. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, thank you, Mr. Zhang. I to Dian Chengmin, swear to heaven that if I betray Mr. Zhang in this life, I will die a miserable death. Get up. Don't kneel down so easily anymore. Work hard. Your performance speaks louder than any words. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, he got out of the car and walked towards the fast food restaurant. Dian Chengmin looked at Zhang Xian's back with gratitude and clenched his fists. Having experienced too many cruel and vicissitudes of life, Zhang Xian's forgiveness of him made him feel warm in his heart. Mr. Zhang, I, Dian Chengmin, will be loyal to you for the rest of my life and will never betray you. Zhang Xian looked at the fast food in front of him, which was quite large. Of course, it is still far inferior to Teo Yuanju next door. However, the geographical location of the non-staple food fast food restaurant is good. If Teo Yuanju and the non-staple food fast food restaurant can be connected together, Teo Yuanju's business will be much better. Xiaoxian, this way. At this moment, a gentle voice was heard. Zhang Xian looked over and saw the woman. His heart warmed. This was his mother. Mom! Zhang Xian walked into the fast food restaurant, came to Zhang Xiaoli, and hugged his mother in his arms. Zhang Xiaoli smiled gently. You kid, you've only been away for a month, why do you seem like you haven't seen me for decades? Sister May, who was standing by, curled her lips in disdain when she saw this, calling him a mama's boy. Xiaoxian, come and meet your Aunt May. Zhang Xiaoli introduced. Zhang Xian glanced at the woman with heavy makeup. He didn't remember her existence, but he still called out politely, Auntie May. Oh, is this Xiaoxian? He's really a handsome man. Please treat me this time. Sister May didn't see Zhang Xian's face clearly at first. When Zhang Xian looked at her, Sister May was stunned. So cool. Even more handsome than those TV stars. She felt hot all over when she saw this, and she wanted to pull Zhang Xian to get a room immediately. It must be very comfortable to be with such a young guy. Thinking of this, Sister May's face flushed. Sister May, where is that girl? When will she come? Zhang Xiaoli saw Sister May's puzzled look and reminded her. Oh, I'll call her right away. Sister May came back to her senses, her face flushed red, which was still clearly visible even through the thick foundation. Xiaofun, aren't you done yet? Zhang Xian is back, don't you want to see Xiaoxian? Come over here. After hanging up the phone, Sister May said to Zhang Xian with a smile, Xiaoxian, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You have become more handsome. Xiaoli, the girl will definitely agree when she sees Xiaoxuan's appearance. Zhang Xiaoli showed a hint of pride when she heard this. Inside Taoyuan residence. Han Xiaofan was charmingly burrowing into a boy's arms and said, Okay, that guy is back, let's go over there. She rolled her eyes at the boy and said, I really don't know what you're thinking. We're already engaged, so why did you have to do this? Is it just to slap that guy in the face? And they asked me to ask a matchmaker to find him. Are they so cheap? The boy laughed and touched Han Xiaofan's body. Let's go, watch me slap him in the face. Chapter 67 Mom, I don't need a blind date. Master, have you finished eating? The lobby manager came towards me and said with a smile. Han Xiaofan felt proud when she saw the lobby manager of Teo Yuanju coming over to greet her in person. This is the lobby manager of Teo Yuanju. Teo Yuanju in Bincheng has only been established for 3 months and is not that famous yet. However, having seen how popular Teo Yuanju is in other places, Han Xiaofan is almost certain that it is only a matter of time before Teo Yuanju becomes popular. The lobby manager of Teo Yuanju came to greet us personally. What a great honor. This is why she is willing to follow Shixingji. Shixingji is a well-known playboy in Bincheng. He changes women as casually as changing clothes, but she has confidence in herself. The reason why those women were replaced so quickly was definitely because they were not skilled enough. She had just returned from the south, and because of her pretty face and good skills in that area, her business was booming, so her family was able to develop within a few years. However, this kind of business is not a good long-term business after all. She still has to find a rich man to marry, and this teacher-student relationship is the most suitable one she has found. The teacher and student were obviously very pleased with the solution. They laughed heartily, wishing everyone could see it. Very good, very good. Manager Wang, I have other business tonight, so I'll be leaving first. The two walked out of Teo Yuanju and came to the parking lot. Oh, it's a BMW 5 Series, a nice car, more than 500,000 yuan, whose is it? Han Xiaofan didn't expect to see such a nice car in this remote area. The teacher and student took one look at the BMW 5 Series worth more than 500,000 yuan, and then looked at their own Volkswagen worth more than 200,000 yuan, and suddenly felt embarrassed. Damn, why hasn't the car I ordered arrived yet? He also ordered an Audi worth more than 500,000 yuan. It would be so face-saving if he drove that car today. Okay, dear, your car is already a top-notch luxury car in a small place like Binchang. I feel so proud. What else are you dissatisfied with? Han Xiaofan, who had done special business, instantly caught the mood of the teacher and students at this moment and immediately spoke. The teachers and students were immediately satisfied and burst into laughter. By the way, dear, you haven't told me why we have to deal with Zhang Xian? Is there something special about him? Because he is a college student? Han Xiaofan looked disdainful. Only a small place like Binchang would value the identity of a college student. It is hard to imagine that Binchang, which is so close to Dongshan City, has such backward economic development. College students? How many college students do I have under my command? After graduation, aren't they still doing the same work as a junior high school student? The teachers and students looked sarcastic, but their minds were drifting far away. He thought of the girl who was as beautiful as a porcelain doll. He liked her so much. The annoying thing was that the girl just didn't like to be with him and liked another fool instead. He had seen his father's methods. As long as he gave women the medicine, stripped them naked, and slept with them, the women would be completely devoted to him. So he stole the medicine from his father, but he didn't expect that after taking the medicine, the girls would resist so fiercely and even jumped into the river. He was terrified and ran home in a panic. Later he heard that it was Zhang Xian who saved the girl. If Zhang Xian had not saved the girl, then once the girl died, nothing would have happened. The hateful Zhang Xian actually saved the girl, making him live in fear. What comforted him was that the girl's family moved away and did not call the police. But this matter has always been hidden in his heart. As long as Zhang Xian exists, he will think of that girl, so he must destroy Zhang Xian. After learning that Zhang Xian and Li Xiaoman had broken up, he came up with this idea when he came back today. He accompanied Han Xiaofan on a blind date, used Li Xiaoman's matter to severely attack Zhang Xian, and then used the blind date to ridicule Zhang Xian. These two things combined would definitely make Zhang Xian devastated. The teacher and student unleashed his 200,000 yuan Volkswagen and came to the door of the fast food restaurant. He arrogantly parked the car sideways and walked straight in. I'm sorry, sir, you can't park your car here, you. Bang! The teacher and the student slapped him. You're blind. I'm the teacher-student relationship coach at Binchang International. Did you see that? I can park my car anywhere, even in the middle of the road. How can I not park here? Get lost. The teacher and student kicked the security guard away and walked in with a swagger. The security guard blushed, but seeing the arrogant look of the teachers and students, even though he felt wronged, he could only endure it at the moment. After hearing what his mother and sister Mei said, Zhang Xian was speechless. How embarrassing, a blind date. He never thought that he would have a blind date one day. Mom, why didn't you tell me earlier? I don't need a blind date. Zhang Xian whispered in Zhang Xiaoli's ear. Don't think Mom doesn't know that you and Xiaoman have broken up. Besides, this time it was she who took the initiative to ask your Aunt May to tell her. Mom has seen her photo and she is much prettier than Xiaoman. You two can talk about it first and try to get along. If you can't get along, then find someone else in college. Zheng Xiaoli knew how much her son liked Li Xiaoman when they were in high school. Now, when she heard from her son's high school classmates that her son and Li Xiaoman had broken up, she was afraid that her son would be devastated. Coincidentally, Sister May came to propose marriage, so she agreed. Aunt May. At this moment, Han Xiaofan came towards him. Seeing Han Xiaofan, Sister May immediately smiled. Xiaofan, come here and sit down. Han Xiaofan walked over on her own and saw the environment here with a look of disgust. Why did you meet here? Is this a place people can come? Teo Yuanju next door is more grand, here. As he spoke, the look of disgust on his face became even stronger. As soon as the words fell, the smiles on Zhang Xiaoli and Sister May's faces froze. Zhang Xian, in particular, felt extremely embarrassed. Ding, the god-level selection system is starting. Choice 1, harshly ridicule Han Xiaofen. Rewards, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 1, and a set of Binchang Guanlan International Villas. Choice 2, actively lick Han Xiaofen's boots. Rewards, gain the title of dog licker, women's popularity 1, Han Xiaofen's favor. Zhang Xian was about to speak when he heard the voice in his mind and was stunned for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth turned up and he smiled. This isn't a place for humans. Why are you here? Are you not human? Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed, Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Appearance plus 1, and a Binchang Guanlan International Villa. The purchase contract and keys have been placed in the storage space. Please check them carefully. Why are you cursing? You. Suddenly, Han Xiaofen couldn't continue speaking. She stared at Zhang Xian in a daze, her whole body frozen there. So cool. No different from those stars. And Zhang Xian is wearing no makeup and no filter is used. Being the girlfriend of such a man, she suffers no loss. Seeing Han Xiaofen's expression, the teachers and students who had been standing aside waiting to make a high-profile appearance to slap Zhang Xian in the face felt relieved. Chapter 68, Arrogant Teachers and Students. Swearing? This isn't a place where people can come. How could I possibly curse? Zhang Xian looked at Han Xiaofen coldly. This woman didn't look like a good person. The aura around her was very much like that of someone working in a special industry. You. Damn, who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you can insult my baby? The teacher and student couldn't help but walked out. When he saw Zhang Xian's face clearly, he was furious. How could Zhang Xian be so handsome? This made him more determined to destroy Zhang Xian. Master? When Sister Mei saw the teacher and student solving the problem, she immediately stood up. Honey, is this the second person you wanted to meet? I was wondering who it was, but it turned out to be poor bastard Zhang Xian. What's going on? You just got dumped, and now you're here looking for comfort? My dear, he doesn't take you seriously at all. He actually brought you to this shabby place. Is this a place for people to come? It's right next to Teo Yuanju. You actually chose to stay here. A poor guy is a poor guy. Oh, no wonder, it's you. You were fired by the company. It's great that you can bring people here. After the teachers and students arrived, they bombarded Zhang Xian and Zhang Xiaoli like machine guns. Zhang Xiaoli's face became more and more ugly, and her face turned purple with anger. Hearing the voices of the teacher and student, Han Xiaofen also came back to her senses from Zhang Xian's handsomeness and said, Aunt Mei, I am the teacher's girlfriend now. You don't need to introduce those cats and dogs to me. The teacher and student walked up to Zhang Xian with a smug look on their faces and whispered, Boy, do you know why Li Xiaoman dumped you? When Zhang Xian heard that his mother was fired, he was about to ask, but when he heard what the teacher and student said, he suddenly felt a blockage in his heart. He was stunned for a moment and realized that it was the residual consciousness of this life that was at work. The teacher-student relationship noticed Zhang Xian's expression change and became even more proud. Ha, you never thought that I was the one who arranged for Li Xiaoman to be with you. Otherwise, how could you think that Li Xiaoman would fall for you, a poor guy like you? What you don't know is that the night Li Xiaoman agreed to be your girlfriend, she climbed into my bed. Her skin is very smooth, and her skills are even better. This is her first time. Zhang Xian, you are a loser, you. The teacher and student were arrogant and domineering, with ferocious faces. They not only insulted Zhang Xian, but also insulted Zhang Xian's parents. I ordered the dismissal of your mother. Not only your mother, but also your father. I will let him go home and rest. You. Zhang Xiaoli was extremely angry and suddenly felt dizzy. Mom. Zhang Xian was quick to support his mother. Xiaoxian, let's go. Zhang Xiaoli's face was pale and her eyes were filled with tears. Mom, don't be angry. Don't worry, Binchang International will invite you back. Seeing his mother's appearance, Zhang Xian felt heartbroken and then furious. Ha ha ha. Teacher and student Jia and Han Xiaofen laughed out loud as if they heard a huge joke. Binchang International will invite her back? Zhang Xian, have you gone crazy because a woman dumped you? Binchang International is my family company. Without my permission, who can let this useless girl go back? You. Bang. Without waiting for the teacher and student to say anything, Zhang Xian slapped them, making them retreat several steps, with a clear slap mark on their face. Roll. Zhang Xian looked at the teacher and students coldly. You. The teacher and student wanted to curse, but when they saw Zhang Xian's expression, they felt a chill all over their bodies. What kind of look is that? It was as if they had just walked out of a sea of blood and corpses. The overwhelming aura made the teachers and students dare not say a word. Why are you hitting someone? This is a society ruled by law. Aren't you afraid of being reported to the relevant authorities for being so arrogant? Han Xiaofan ran to the front of the teacher and student Jia and helped them up. Watch your mouth. I can't guarantee that I won't hit a woman, Zhang Xian said lightly. Han Xiaofan immediately closed her mouth. Mom, why didn't you tell me you lost your job? And you sent me money. Didn't I tell you I can earn my own money now? Zhang Xian's eyes were slightly red. It felt so good to be cared for by others. I'll be able to take care of the work soon. Didn't I tell you? The most important thing for you right now is studying. Don't worry about those messy things. When you learn and graduate, there will be plenty of money waiting for you to earn. Did you hear me? When Zhang Xiaoli heard Zhang Xian talking about making money again, she immediately scolded him, her eyes full of pity. Mom, don't worry. Bincheng International will ask you to come back to work. Not only will they ask you to come back, but they will ask you to come back and be a leader, Zhang Xian said firmly. At this moment, many people gathered around after noticing the commotion here. Seeing that there were people around, the teachers and students thought that Zhang Xian would not dare to hit anyone in front of so many people, and started to show off again. Bincheng International will ask your mother to go back to work? I'm making this clear today. If she can go back to work, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. As he spoke, the teacher and student were afraid that others would not know his identity, so he said lightly, I am the general manager of Bincheng International. As soon as these words were spoken, the way people around looked at the teacher and students changed immediately. Hey, isn't this Master? What brings you here? It turned out to be Mr. Shi. I'm surprised to meet Mr. Shi here. When someone heard the voice of teacher and student Jia, he immediately recognized them, walked over and stood beside them, and gestured to line up for them. Why did I see this kid hitting Master just now? He's looking for death, right? Dare to hit the young Master? Damn, who gave him the courage? Boy, try it again. Some people wanted to show off in front of the teachers and students, so they spoke up. The teachers and students became even more proud when they saw this. Everyone has misunderstood, it's... Zhang Xiaoli saw that her son had aroused public anger, and immediately spoke up to defend Zhang Xian. Just then, a cell phone rang. Zhang Xian was puzzled and picked up the phone. Excuse me, are you Mr. Zhang Xian? I am, who are you? Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm Li Weiping, the general manager of Taoyuan Street Fast Food. When are you free? I'd like to. I'm in the store right now. Wait, I'll be right there. Zhang Xian hung up the phone. Call someone? I'm so scared. Zhang Xian, you just hit me. We can't just let this go. Seeing Zhang Xian making a phone call, the teacher and student Jie thought that Zhang Xian was scared and wanted to find someone to calm the matter down. He sneered. Ha ha ha, calling for help? In Bincheng, with Master here, who would dare to come? Didn't you tell him that the person you provoked was Master? Nonsense, does he dare to say that? If he said it was Master Shi, would the other party dare to answer the phone? Those people knew the character of the teacher and student, so how could they miss this opportunity to flatter him, and they all spoke up. At this moment, Zhang Xian's cell phone rang again. Ha, the other party knew that Master Shi was here, so he called to tell you that he had something to do, right? Answer it. Zhang Xian saw that it was an unfamiliar number, frowned and picked up the call. Hello Mr. Zhang, I am Chen Jun, the acting general manager of Bincheng International. You are the general manager of Bincheng International? Then why does this teacher-student Jia standing in front of me also call himself the general manager of Bincheng International? Zhang Xian looked at the teacher and student explanation coldly and asked indifferently. Chapter 69 Who was Mr. Zhang Xian? Teacher-student solution? After you acquired Bincheng International, his position as general manager was dismissed. Chen Jun explained. When would you like to come to our company? We still need your guidance in restructuring our company. Please contact Director Zhang Ping of your workshop about this matter. I have entrusted him with the position of President of Bincheng International. You must fully assist him. Zhang Ping? Is that Zhang Ping, the workshop director of Workshop 3? After hearing Zhang Xian's words, Chen Jun on the other end of the phone was stunned. They have so many senior executives here, but Mr. Zhang doesn't need them and wants to promote a workshop director to be their new president? Is this a joke? What? Is there a problem? Chen Jun's tone was a little strange. Zhang Xian frowned and asked. Mr. Zhang, Zhang Ping is a capable workshop director, but as for the role of president, with all due respect, I'm afraid his abilities are insufficient. That's why I asked you to help him. Zhang Ping is my father. I bought Bincheng International just for him to play with. Is there anything wrong with this? If not, then I'm hanging up. What does it mean to be incompetent? No one is born to be a CEO. Isn't it enough to practice? Zhang Xian hung up the phone, and Chen Jun on the other end was completely dumbfounded. The company was bought by Zhang Ping's son? Although Bincheng International's market value is not very high, it is still worth more than 10 billion. Is Zhang Ping's family so rich? Go call Zhang Ping, the workshop director of Workshop 3. Forget it, should I go and invite him myself? As soon as Chen Jun finished speaking, he immediately changed his words. He sighed in his heart, rich people really know how to have fun. They are so rich, but they come here and pretend to be an ordinary worker for more than 10 years. Is this interesting? Is this just the bad taste of rich people? Zhang Ping? Minister Zhang has just gone to inform Zhang Ping that he's been fired. You don't need to do this little thing, right? What? Dismissal? Chen Jun was dumbfounded and ran out immediately. Damn it. No wonder Mr. Zhang's tone was off just now. Could it be that he knew this all along? So he didn't want to play with them anymore and just went straight to the point of showing his hand? Chen Jun ran away, and the dozen or so people in the empty office looked at each other in confusion. What happened? Isn't he just a workshop manager? This was the decision made by the teachers and students. They thought that since the company needed to be restructured anyway, the stay or departure of a workshop director would not be a big deal. So they just let him go according to the decision of the teachers and students. It would also reduce the burden on the company and put the blame on the teachers and students. How great is that? Why did Lao Chen react so strongly? Everyone stared at Zhang Xian blankly, even Zhang Xiaoli was a little dumbfounded. The entire space became completely quiet. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xian, you should at least act a little more serious. You bought Bincheng International? You said that in front of me? It turns out you're not an idiot, you're truly insane. No wonder you were dumped by a woman. A man like you who only has delusions is blind to anyone who wants to date you. The teachers and students laughed out loud and some even cried. Zhang Xian said in front of him that he had bought his family's company. Is there anything more suitable for slapping him in the face than this? The teachers and students felt that all their preparations were in vain, as Zhang Xian was putting his face close to them for him to hit. In order to defeat Zhang Xian, he even lied and brought Li Xiaoman out. In his opinion, it was impossible for Zhang Xian to go to Li Xiaoman to verify such a shameful thing, but he did not expect that Zhang Xian would do such a stupid thing in front of so many people. If he had known this, why would he have bothered with this? Han Xiaofan was originally fascinated by Zhang Xian's stunning looks, but after hearing what he said, her favorable impression suddenly faded. A guy like him who only knows how to talk big might be fine for just hanging out together, but if they were to get married? Would she have to live in delusion with Zhang Xian? Sister Mei walked over to Zhang Xiaoli and whispered, Sister, quickly ask Xiao Xian to apologize. This is Master Shi. If you anger him, Zhang Ping might really lose his job. Zhang Xiaoli's face turned awkward when she heard that. She raised her leg awkwardly and was about to take a step forward. Which one is Mr. Zhang Xian? At this moment, footsteps were heard and a majestic old man came over with a few people. It's Li Weiping, the general manager here. Things have gotten out of hand here, and Li Weiping has been alarmed. Nonsense, with Master Shi here, how could Li Weiping not be alarmed? When they saw the person coming, the people around started to speak, but some people held different opinions. If Li Weiping came to solve the problem for teachers and students, why was it Zhang Xian who asked the first question? Who is Zhang Xian? Mr. Li, I didn't expect such a small matter to alarm you. Don't worry, I will handle the matter here quickly and won't cause you too much trouble. A smile appeared on the teacher and student's face. The people around him were talking too loudly just now, and he did not hear that Li Weiping came to find Zhang Xian. When he saw Li Weiping coming down, he thought that he had disturbed Li Weiping, so he walked out with an arrogant look and greeted him. I am Zhang Xian, Li Weiping, right? From now on, all fast food restaurants will no longer welcome teachers and students, including Jieha and this woman. Kick them out. Zhang Xian said lightly. As soon as the words fell, the entire space fell into dead silence. Everyone stared at Zhang Xian blankly again. This time they believed that Zhang Xian was indeed insane. How can anyone say such words without being obsessed with gain or loss? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xian, you fucking. Yes, chairman, come here, kick these two people out. Before the teacher and students could finish their explanation, everyone was stunned by Li Weiping. The teachers and students looked at Li Weiping in disbelief. His face changed rapidly and turned extremely pale. Get out. The security guard who was slapped by the teachers and students had been waiting on the side. When he heard what Li Weiping said, he could no longer hold back. This was an excellent opportunity for revenge. Fuck you, you stinky security guard, how dare you touch me? The teacher and student roared angrily. Being said by Li Weiping in front of so many people, this matter would probably spread quickly in the upper-class circles of Bincheng. Where would he put his face? Li Weiping, what the hell is wrong with you? What are you calling him? Chairman? He's a loser with no money and no power, and you're calling him chairman? How could I be wrong? The chairman just acquired our fast food restaurant. Security, get started, no need to be polite. Although he was surprised at Zhang Xian's youth, even a fool could see that there was a conflict between the teacher-student relationship and the chairman. Was there any need to consider who to listen to? Yes. Several security guards raised their rubber sticks and smashed down. Ouch. The teacher and student screamed, their faces changed, and without any hesitation, they turned around and ran out. I'm leaving now. Han Xiaofan regretted deeply in her heart. She had actually made a mistake. It's okay. Even if Zhang Xian wins this time, what's the big deal? In this society, competition is ultimately about financial strength. Teacher and student Jie is the general manager of Bincheng International, and even if Zhang Xian is the chairman of non-staple food fast food, what can he do? Non-staple food fast food is a chain store, but its strength is no match for Bincheng International. Han Xiaofan thought to herself. At this moment, the teacher and student's phone suddenly rang. The teacher and student answered the phone, and a voice came from the microphone. Xiao Jie, run quickly, our family is bankrupt, and the creditors are coming to our door. Your mother and I are running away, don't let them catch us. Han Xiaofan was right next to the teacher and student, and heard it all clearly. She was dumbfounded. Chapter 70 Boss? Dad, today is October 1st, not April Fool's Day. Are you kidding me? The teacher said awkwardly that he was dumbfounded when he heard his father's words. What a joke, such a huge Bincheng International is bankrupt. That's impossible. That's more than 10 billion. I don't have time to waste on you. Your mother and I are running away first. If you get caught, remember not to say anything. If I ever make a comeback, I'll definitely come back to find you. The person on the other end hung up the phone without a word, and the teacher and student froze in place. Han Xiaofan looked at the teacher and student solution and secretly said it was bad luck. She didn't expect that the Diamond Bachelor teacher and student solution would become a pile of shit, and even the creditors would come to the door. She couldn't bear this bad luck. If the creditors saw this, would they force her to pay back the money? Although she had no legal obligation to pay back the money, if someone was desperate, would they still care about these things? Master, I have something to do at home, so I'm leaving first. What bad luck! This time she was completely wrong. Although non-staple food fast food is not as good as Bincheng International, it is still worth a market value of 100 million. I heard that Teo Yuanju next door has been discussing this matter with non-staple food fast food. If she follows Zhang Xian, she can definitely persuade Zhang Xian to sell it. 100 million is enough for her to live a carefree life in her next life. No, she won't leave yet. She must win Zhang Xian over. She is confident that as long as Zhang Xian agrees to sleep with her, she will make Zhang Xian fall in love with her. Honey, where's the 10,000 yuan I gave you this morning? Give it back to me first, and when I have money. Before the teacher and student could finish their words, Han Xiaofan immediately broke down. Are you okay, master? 10,000 yuan? That's the money I paid to sleep with you. You're not planning to deny it after we've had sex, are you? You want to take back the lady's money? You will be struck by lightning. You. The teacher and student were about to spit out a mouthful of blood. The woman's expression changed so quickly. She was calling dear just now, but now she called herself miss. Bang! The teacher and student slapped Han Xiaofan in the face, and he said with a ferocious look, hand over the money, or I'll beat you to death. You dare to hit me? Han Xiaofan was not a pushover either. She jumped up and down and shouted loudly. Someone, come here, the teachers and students are here. Someone, come here, the teachers and students are here. The teacher and student grabbed Han Xiaofan's bag, got into the car and ran away. Han Xiaofan is also a ruthless person. She immediately stopped the car for money. You crazy woman won't let me, right? Then you'll die. The teacher and the student stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The roar of the car made Han Xiaofan turn pale instantly and gave way. The teacher and student yelled with a ferocious look on their faces, bitch, don't give way. I don't want to live anymore, so I'll drag you to die with me. Teacher and student, you damned bastard, you son of a bitch, you shall not die a good death. Bang! With a loud bang, a large truck happened to pass by. The teachers and students did not see it and crashed into it. The car exploded with a loud roar. The heat wave caused by the explosion shattered all the surrounding glass. Ah! Han Xiaofan was so frightened when she saw the scene that she peed with a loud noise. The chairman's office of a fast food restaurant. Zhang Xiaoli looked at her son who was sitting there handling things with a complicated expression, and her heart was unsettled. Ever since the first day of college, her son told her that he was starting a business. She thought he was just fooling around. Anyone who has been through college knows that some students would wholesale sausages, instant noodles, snacks, and the like at night to sell, which could earn them some living expenses, but not too much, and would affect their studies. So when Zhang Xiaoli heard Zhang Xian say that he wanted to start some industry, she thought that he was going to do this and was afraid that this would affect Zhang Xian's studies. However, she never expected that the industry her son was talking about was so big. There are several chains of fast food restaurants with a market value of more than 100 million. She stared at Zhang Xian in a daze, and suddenly felt that her son was a little strange. Noticing his mother's gaze, Zhang Xian grinned at her, then waved his hand to signal Li Weiping that he didn't need to report anymore. So, the fast food chain has been losing money lately? Li Weiping was embarrassed for a moment, but when Zhang Xian asked, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, yes, our fast food restaurant has always been the best in Binchang. Since Teo Yuanju came here, our sales have dropped a lot. For a while now, the people from Teo Yuanju have been trying to negotiate a merger with us, and that's when you made your move. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. It seemed that Wang Chuan and he had the same idea, so he called Wang Chuan and asked, who was in charge in Binchang? Wang Chuan on the other side was stunned for a moment and asked, it's one of my brothers, but he's been out of the country on business lately. Boss, is there something wrong? It's okay. I've acquired the fast food restaurant. Please arrange for someone to come and talk to Mr. Li about the acquisition. Wang Chuan on the other end of the phone was a little confused. The fast food restaurant was acquired? How is this possible? He has been busy with this matter recently. He has offered 200 million yuan, but the fast food company still refuses to give in. How come he acquired it while Zhang Xian was at home on vacation? After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xian said to the equally bewildered Li Weiping, Teo Yuanju will send someone over shortly. You'll be responsible for negotiating with him. You can rest assured. First of all, your positions will not change after the merger, and Teo Yuanju will take over all the employees. Secondly, after you join Teo Yuanju, your wages and benefits will be the same as those of the original Teo Yuanju workers. Of course, if you don't want to stay, I won't force you. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Li. After hearing Zhang Xian's words, Li Weiping and others became even more confused. Zhang Xian didn't explain. You'll know when they get here. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Mom, let's go home. Oh. Zhang Xiaoli had not yet recovered from her shock. When she heard Zhang Xian's words, she followed Zhang Xian out like a puppet. Li Weiping and his group saw Zhang Xian and his son off. Looking at Zhang Xian's back, he couldn't help but sigh. Every generation has its own talented people. We're still getting old. Mr. Li, do you think it's necessary for us to stay here? What did he mean by what he just said? Could Mr. Zhang be from Teo Yuanju? Can what he said represent Teo Yuanju? Can he represent Teo Yuanju? How is that possible? Do you know Teo Yuanju's current market value? 400 billion. If that's what Wang Chuan said, we would naturally believe it, but we should find another way out. When someone mentioned Zhang Xian, he was very disapproving. At this moment, Mr. Li's cell phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at it. He was stunned for a moment and said to everyone, "It's Wang Chuan from Teo Yuanju." Hiss. Everyone gasped when they heard this. Mr. Li, I'm Wang Chuan. The boss should have told you the conditions, so I won't repeat them. My brother is out of the country these 2 days and doesn't have time. If you are willing, you will be in charge of Teo Yuanju in Binchang in the future. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Boss? Chapter 71 Zhang Xiaoli, does it hurt? What did Wang Chuan mean by what he said just now? Boss? Is their new chairman the mysterious boss behind Teo Yuanju? How is this possible? The legendary boss is mysterious and unpredictable. He single-handedly defeated the 3 major trade alliances, but how old is Zhang Xian? Li Weiping took a deep breath. Since the boss and Mr. Wang still look down on an old man like me, it would be tactless for me to refuse again. Okay, I'll leave the Binchang matters to Mr. Li. We'll contact you anytime if anything else comes up. I'll have someone come over to contact you later to sign a new contract. Okay. Zhang Xian took Zhang Xiaoli's hand and walked out of the fast food restaurant. Just as they were about to walk towards the parking lot, a figure suddenly blocked their way. Mr. Zhang, I'm here to apologize. Please accept my apology, you and Auntie. Han Xiaofan looked at Zhang Xian with fiery eyes, gave him a wink, and leaned down while speaking. This position just exposed her pride in front of Zhang Xian. In places where others couldn't see, there was a hint of pride on her face. No one can resist this move. During her years in the industry, she has learned many ways to tease men, and this one always works. However, she was destined to be disappointed. Because no matter whether it is Xia Meng, Gu Qingchang, Bai Weiwei, or Li Mengqi, none of these 4 women can be compared to her. Even those 4 women can be rejected by Zhang Xian, let alone her. Zhang Xian ignored her and walked straight towards his car holding his mother's hand. Han Xiaofan was left standing there alone, disheveled in the wind. She looked at Zhang Xian's back, gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and followed him. Accustomed to a luxurious life, she didn't dare and didn't want to go back to that ordinary life. Zhang Xian walked into the parking lot holding his mother's hand. He noticed Han Xiaofan behind him, but he didn't care. He didn't want to have anything to do with such a shameless woman. Han Xiaofan watched Zhang Xian and Zhang Xiaoli get into the BMW worth more than 500,000 yuan and slowly drive away, her eyes flashing with brilliance. Zhang Xian, you are definitely mine, for sure. Zhang Xian didn't know what Han Xiaofan was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely sneer at her. Driving his mother to his hometown, Zhang Xian felt a sense of warmth when he saw the old community with peeling walls. Sister Xiaoli, Xiaoxian? Such a nice car had never come into the community. After the security guard stopped the car, he saw Zhang Xian and Zhang Xiaoli sitting in the car and shouted in surprise. Uncle Wang, you are on duty today. Here, take it and smoke it. Zhang Xian took out a platinum crystal liqueur and threw it to Uncle Wang. Although Uncle Wang is just a security guard, when Zhang Xian fell ill with a high fever, his parents were at work and could not take leave. Zhang Xian could not walk when he reached the gate of the community. It was Uncle Wang who noticed that something was wrong with him, so he rode his bicycle to take him to the hospital 10 miles away and stayed with him all night. From then on, Zhang Xian regarded Uncle Wang as his own uncle and would invite Uncle Wang to their home to celebrate the Chinese New Year. You kid. I love you for a reason. Knowing that your uncle likes this kind of guy, I won't be polite. Uncle Wang laughed. He liked this kid Zhang Xian. Don't be polite, you are my uncle. Zhang Xian drove into the community with a smile. Watching Zhang Xian's car drive away, Grandpa Wang was very pleased and said with a smile, I knew that little guy Xiaoxian would have a bright future when he grows up. When I got downstairs and got off the car, I ran into my childhood friend Gu Gang. Wow, Lao Zhang, you're awesome. You actually drive such a nice car. Mom, go upstairs first. Xiao Zhang and I will chat for a while and come up later. Zhang Xian saw Gu Gang and said to his mother. Okay, come up in a minute, Mom has something else to talk to you about. Zhang Xiaoli looked at Zhang Xian with a complicated expression, then went upstairs. Zhang Xian knew what his mother meant. She must be asking about what happened just now. However, he would have to explain this to his parents sooner or later, so he would come clean later. As soon as his mother went upstairs, Zhang Xian took out a platinum crystal liqueur cigarette and threw it to Gu Gang. Gu Gang immediately looked around and saw that no one was watching. He immediately pulled Zhang Xian to the corner and lit the cigarette skillfully. Bang! Hiss! Call! Their movements were smooth and seamless, and one could tell from their looks that they were heavy smokers. Xianzi, why did I hear that you and Li Xiaoman? Gu Gang asked hesitantly. We broke up. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. I told you two weren't suitable for each other. When that woman was with you, she was also with a few young men. I told you, but you didn't believe me. It's better for you to break up. With a face that's only slightly uglier than mine, there's no woman you can't find? Gu Gang said narcissistically. Roll. Zhang Xian sneered. By the way, why did you agree to go to the high school reunion? That bastard Duan Bin clearly has bad intentions. Gu Gang sneered, I heard that bastard might try to make things difficult for you one day. It's perfect for you to borrow this car and give him a good slap in the face. Zhang Xiaoli returned home and saw her husband Zhang Ping already waiting there. Hearing the door open, Zhang Ping stood up immediately. Honey, where's Xiao Xian? I'm going to tell you something you might not believe. I was just fired this afternoon. A while later, General Manager Chen Jun suddenly came to me and said that the new chairman had appointed me as president, and they would assist me in managing the company from now on. As he spoke, Zhang Ping suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaoli. And, you know what? Chen Jun actually said that our son is the new chairman of Bincheng International. Isn't this ridiculous? However, the appointment letter has been signed. I was a little confused, so I came back. Honey, try to hit me twice. I always feel like I'm living in a dream. Bang! Zhang Xiaoli slapped Zhang Ping in the face without any hesitation, leaving a clear slap mark on Zhang Ping's face. Does it hurt? Zhang Xiaoli looked at Zhang Ping nervously. Zhang Ping's teeth were loose and his mouth was wide open. This woman's slap on him was really hard. Pain. If it hurts, it means it's real. I've been confused the whole time because just now, my son called Chen Jun in front of me and said he had acquired Bincheng International. Not only Bincheng International, but also the fast food chain is his. Zhang Xiaoli said with a straight look in her eyes, Hubby, isn't it just been a month? Why do I feel like several years have passed? Where is Xiao Shen? Where is he? Zhang Ping only remembered Zhang Xian at this time. He's outside smoking with that little bastard Xiao Zhang. When this little bastard comes back, I want to see how he explains it to us. Just then, Zhang Xian came back. Chapter 72 Buying a company to help you kill time. Squeak. When Zhang Xian opened the door, he saw his parents blocking the door with the sofa, and they were staring at him. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Zhang Xian was stunned when he saw this. The two of them didn't say anything, but continued to stare at him, which made Zhang Xian feel uneasy. Do you want to ask about Bincheng International? Zhang Xian asked cautiously. Silencing. About the fast food? Silencing. What happened to Tao Yuan residents? What? There's also Teo Yuanju? What's your relationship with Teo Yuanju? When Zhang Ping heard Zhang Xian mention Teo Yuanju, he could no longer hold back and asked. Zhang Xian. Too careless. He thought his mother had guessed it, but she hadn't. Zhang Xian had no idea that when Zhang Xiaoli heard that he was the chairman of Bincheng International, she was already confused and had no intention of listening to what happened next. I parked a car in Teo Yuanju. That car belongs to my classmate. I thought you knew about it. Zhang Xian looked at his parents and smiled awkwardly. Dad, dear Mom, we are a family. Don't look at me like that. It's creepy. If you scare me to death, you won't have such a handsome son. Don't interrupt. What are you talking about? Hurry up and explain what's going on. A month ago, you were a clueless kid. How come just a month later, you've become the chairman of Bincheng International? If I hadn't seen you still so poor, I would have thought you had become a different person in your head. Zhang Ping looked at Zhang Xian and spoke. How come you only know that saying these things is useless? Zhang Xian glared at her husband, then looked at Zhang Xian and asked. Tell me, when did you become the chairman of Bincheng International? Oh, right, not only the chairman of Bincheng International, but also the chairman of non-staple food fast food. And you're in my sight every day, so when did you learn to drive? She is still a little confused until now. That's Bincheng International, with a market value of at least tens of billions, plus more than 100 million in side dishes and fast food. When did they become so rich? She felt dizzy from having so much money. Relatively speaking, it is not surprising that Zhang Xian can drive. Zhang Xian smiled awkwardly at the two elders and told them the excuse he had made up long ago. Mom and Dad, didn't I tell you a long time ago that I want to learn how to trade stocks? Before Zhang Xian could finish his words, Zhang Xiaoli interrupted him. You can make billions in a month by trading stocks? Don't think that your mother is easy to fool just because she's old. If there really is such a person in this world, she would have become a god long ago. Just as Zhang Xian was about to speak, Zhang Xiaoli spoke first. Make up a reason first. If it's full of loopholes, humph. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. Mom, you keep speaking first, you have to give me a chance to speak. Didn't I tell you not to say it? Then go ahead and say it. Zhang Xiaoli glared at Zhang Xian viciously. Zhang Xian looked at his father for help. His mother was obviously being unreasonable. Zhang Ping gave Zhang Xian a helpless look, spread his hands at him, and signaled him not to reason with a woman. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement, admitting that he had seen it. Whether it's my mother, Xia Meng, or Gu Qingcheng, they are all unreasonable. Mom and Dad, do you know about the lottery? Don't tell me you won these billions in the lottery. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe such a reason. Zhang Xian was helpless. Look at you, Mom. I haven't even finished talking, but you interrupted me. Do you want to listen to me or not? Wife, stop interrupting and listen to Xiao Xian. Zhang Xian said helplessly. Of course I know to let Xiao Xian speak, but you keep interrupting. What should Xiao Xian say? Zhang Xiaoli glared at Zhang Ping fiercely. Zhang Xian. Zhang Ping. Zhang Xiaoli felt embarrassed as she spoke and laughed out loud. The father and son were even more speechless. Okay, you can talk now. I promise not to interrupt. I've been learning about stock trading since high school. 2 or 3 years is enough for me to master some knowledge. It just so happened that I bought a lottery ticket on the first day of military training. Hey, just by chance, I won 500 million, and then. What? You won 500 million in the lottery? Why don't you go to heaven? Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli sat there and exclaimed in surprise before Zhang Xian finished speaking. Zhang Xian's face darkened and he stared at his mother in a daze. Are you going to let me speak or not? Zhang Xiaoli smiled awkwardly. There was nothing she could do. She was really too surprised. How come Zhang Xian was so lucky to meet him? This kid has never bought a lottery ticket in more than 10 years, but he bought one this time and happened to win 500 million? What then? Zhang Ping asked nervously. Although winning the lottery sounds ridiculous, it did happen after all, so it's normal for Zhang Xian to win. But 500 million yuan is not enough to acquire Bincheng International, not to mention a fast food restaurant? When I was trading stocks, I met a noble man. That man was the owner of Teo Yuanju. Trading stocks with him, I made 70 to 80 billion in just 1 month. Zhang Xian spoke half-truthfully. He didn't dare tell his parents about Dongshan Industry and Teo Yuanju. If he told his parents that he was now worth hundreds of billions, it would be difficult for him to explain. Although tens of billions are a lot, the brand of the Teo Yuanju boss is strong enough, so there is no need to worry about his father not believing it. Sure enough, when they heard the word Teo Yuanju, Zhang Pin and Zhang Xiaoli opened their eyes wide and looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief. The driver's license thing is even easier. It took 3 months after the college entrance exam. You guys were busy with work every day, and I was able to pass it while I had nothing to do. Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. Zhang Xian didn't look carefully. If he had looked carefully, he would have seen complicated expressions in his parents' eyes. Dad, my main business is stock trading. I bought Bincheng International to help you and my mom pass the time. You've worked in this company for more than 10 years, so you know more about what's going on. Otherwise, I would buy another company for you to play with. Zhang Xian spoke slowly. Zhang Ping. Zhang Xiaoli. Buy it for them to kill time and play with? Bincheng International's market value is over 10 billion? How come this guy doesn't feel any pain in his waist when he talks while standing? It was only a month, but they didn't expect that their son had done so many things without them knowing about it. When Zhang Ping thought about the more than 10,000 employees of Bincheng International being in his hands, he suddenly felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. His brows were twisted into a shape, and his face became more solemn. Dad, if you're worried, I can hand over the company to a professional agent, and you can come with me to Dongshan to enjoy a peaceful life. I bought a villa there. What? And a villa? Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli jumped up immediately, looking shocked. Chapter 73, Promise with Senior. Mom and Dad, don't get excited. You've earned billions and own a villa. Why are you so excited? Zhang Xian spoke slowly. This. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh that what this kid said made a lot of sense, and they were speechless. By the way, I bought a villa for you two elders in Guanlan International in Bincheng. If you have time, you can move in. Zhang Xian pretended to reach into his backpack, and with a thought, the house purchase contract appeared in his hand. He took it out and placed it in front of his parents. Zhang Xiaoli picked up the house purchase contract on the table with a confused look on her face, opened her mouth slightly, and wanted to say something, but at this moment she couldn't say anything. They couldn't understand why the whole world seemed to have changed in just 1 month. They were completely speechless. Before, the two of them were still worrying about what to do in the days ahead. Zhang Xiaoli was fired, and Zhang Ping's job was on the verge of collapse. Their family's life was already precarious, and the couple was so worried about this that their hair was turning gray. Unexpectedly, at this moment, their son brought them such a big surprise, even a shock. Son, is there anything else you need to tell us? Zhang Ping took a sip of water to calm himself down, his heart pounding. No more. Zhang Xian said firmly. Are you sure it's gone? Should I have? Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli looked at each other. These things were big enough to almost scare their hearts out. Their son must be hiding something from them. Zhang Ping felt tremendous pressure when he thought about the fact that he was in charge of the livelihoods of more than 10,000 people. Dad, it's okay. I bought that company just to let you guys have fun. Don't feel so burdened. Besides, don't you have Mom to help you? Zhang Xian's words successfully made Zhang Xiaoli, who originally felt that it had nothing to do with her, become nervous. The couple looked at each other again, feeling like their heads were about to explode. They both just wanted to be quiet. Mom and Dad, are you two okay? I've been driving all day and I have to attend a class reunion tomorrow. I'm tired, so I'm going to bed first. As Zhang Xian spoke, he deliberately yawned, wanting to hide back in his room and let his parents digest what happened today. Wait a minute, why are you still sleeping? Take us to Guanlan International to see the villa. When Zhang Xiaoli thought about having a villa at home, she felt her whole body boiling with excitement and she couldn't wait to move in. Okay, let's go to the villa. By the way, Dad, you are now the president of Bincheng International. At least you have your own car. This way, when you go out to negotiate business, you won't be looked down upon by others. Zhang Xian thought about it and spoke slowly. Do you need it? Zhang Ping asked, his eyes already shining. It was obvious that he really wanted a nice car. Buy it. This kid is rich now. I would be sorry for him if I don't spend some money on him. Zhang Xiaoli said, glaring at Zhang Xian fiercely. Zhang Xian was speechless. Buy, Mom, what do you want to buy? Just tell me, and I'll buy you anything. Let's go see the villa. I own a villa now. Zhang Xiaoli shouted, and the family of three drove towards Guanlan International. Sitting in the car, Zhang Ping moved his buttocks up and down, as if trying to find a more comfortable place and posture. Why are you jumping up and down like a monkey? Behave yourself. Zhang Xiaoli was speechless. Xiaoxian, let's just buy one of these. It's a BMW, it's so comfortable to sit in. Zhang Ping had no intention of taking care of his wife at all, and did not hide his love for this car. You're a CEO after all, how can you drive such a low-end car? This car is only worth over 500,000. Zhang Ping. Zhang Xiaoli. Is it low? It's not low. How much is a car worth more than 500,000 yuan in Bincheng? Ever since country A and Daxia started imposing sanctions on each other, it has become very difficult to buy imported cars in Daxia. A car that costs more than 500,000 yuan is considered very good. It's only 500,000. The couple looked at their son speechlessly. This kid has become rich and showy. Dad, don't worry about it. Leave it to me. Good. As they spoke, the three of them arrived at Villa number 6 of Guanlan International. Zhang Ping and his wife were immediately shocked by the luxurious decoration of the villa. Zhang Xian was a little bored. After all, he already had a villa in Maple Leaf Manor, and this one was indeed not very high-end. Just then, the cell phone rang. Zhang Xian took a look and felt warm in his heart. It was his senior. Hello, dear, Junior. The deliberately drawn-out voice coming from the microphone made Zhang Xian's body tremble. He could not resist this voice. Did you miss me? Senior, is the competition over? Oomph, you don't even care about me. I missed you so much, and you're in my dreams every night, but you didn't even know I won first place in the world. I'm so angry. Zhang Xian was stunned. Is the senior sister so powerful? Number 1 in the world. No wonder she has so many fans at school. Congratulations. Zhang Xian said sincerely. They won first place, and you don't have any expression for it? Xia Meng said playfully. How about this, you agree to one condition of mine? Without waiting for Zhang Xian to answer, she put forward her own opinion. Senior, there are some things. Don't worry, I won't let you do anything that goes against your character. Xia Meng said unhappily. All right. He. Then we have a deal. See you tomorrow, Junior. With that, the phone was hung up. Zhang Xian was stunned, then burst into laughter. He's in Bincheng, see you tomorrow? Could it be that the senior is coming back to Bincheng? This was probably just a joke from the senior student. Zhang Xian didn't take it to heart. He put away his phone and instantly felt himself being locked in two pairs of eyes. Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli were staring at him with wide eyes. Mom and Dad, staring people can be terrifying. Zhang Xian's heart was pounding. Senior? Junior? Did you miss me? See you tomorrow. Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli were talking to each other, their eyes fixed on Zhang Xian. Son, tell me, who is it? Zhang Xiaoli knew her son's feelings for Li Xiaoman and was afraid that the breakup would make Zhang Xian sad, so she arranged a blind date for him. Unexpectedly, her son not only became rich, but also solved his emotional problems by himself. The couple stared at Zhang Xian, waiting to see what he would say. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment and slowly said, Mom and Dad, I haven't made up my mind about the matter between me and my senior. If I am sure, I will bring her to you. Zhang Xiaoli sighed softly and patted Zhang Xian's shoulder. Son, you've grown up now. You can make your own decisions about your relationship. Your father and I won't interfere. Zhang Xian didn't know that at this moment, Villa number 8 was not far from them. Wan Lianlian looked at Xia Meng standing at the door with a confused look on her face. Chapter 74 Nanling, Baji Lin Wuji. Nanling Mountains. Baji Lin family. How's the investigation going? Who is that girl? Lin Wuji asked excitedly. Master, we've already found out. Xia Meng is the daughter of Xia Tianjun, the chairman of a small entertainment company in Dongshan Province. Dongshan Province? Lao Ding, get the helicopter here quickly, I want to go to Dongshan Province. Lin Wuji couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't forget Xia Meng ever since he met her at the Mathematical Olympiad. What's more, the girl actually surpassed him in the field he was good at, which made him even more interested. It's a pity that the other party ignored him at all, but the more this happened, the more excited Lin Wuji became. The harder it is to get, the more interesting it is to him. Master, there is something. Old Ding looked hesitant. If you have to fart, do it now. Lin Wuji said unhappily. Master, Xia Meng seems to be pursuing a freshman named Zhang Xian, and has already followed him to Binchang. Old Ding pondered for a moment, but still told it. Freshman? Ha ha ha, Old Ding, are you saying that I can't beat a freshman? Lin Wuji had a look of disdain on his face and didn't take Zhang Xian seriously at all. This was due to his pride in being a member of the Lin family. He didn't even remember Zhang Xian's name. Master, there's one more thing. The people from the Huban sect have been looking for trouble with us lately, saying that you broke the rules and helped the relevant departments arrest Yang Lin. Master asked you to stay at home for the time being. There's news that Yang Lin has escaped from prison. He said he's going to teach you a lesson. Master, you'd better. Before old Ding could finish his words, Lin Wuji said disdainfully, the Huban sect is courting death. Why would our Lin family go looking for trouble with an ant for no reason? They are pure slander. Besides, young Lin alone is not enough to intimidate me. Let's prepare the plane. Young master. Seeing Lin Wuji's angry look, old Ding had no choice but to bow and retreat. Guanlan International Villa number 8. Wan Lianlian's beautiful eyes widened. What did you say? Are you here to pursue your own love? Xiaomeng, are you okay? Who is Xiaomeng? The campus beauty of Dongshan University. The dream lover of thousands of boys, a goddess who sneers at the pursuit of big stars, would actively pursue a man? Who is this man? In this world, is there any man worthy of the school beauty's active pursuit? If she hadn't heard Xiaomeng say it herself, she would even think that this was the biggest joke she had ever heard in this century. Suddenly, Wan Lianlian stared at Xiaomeng. Are you here to look for Zhang Xian? Ha! Xiaomeng's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard Zhang Xian's name. You're truly worthy of being my friend of over 10 years. You're like a worm in my stomach. Yes, it's Xiao Xian. After getting the exact answer, Wan Lianlian was speechless and said, Xiaomeng, you took those words from a child more than 10 years ago seriously. Xiaomeng's face was full of smiles, and she looked very naive. Of course, why not take it seriously? Forget it, just do what you like. I don't care about you anymore. I don't think Zhang Xian knows you're here, right? Every time you chat with me, you always call me Zhang Xian. I thought you were joking, but who knew you took it seriously? Oh, I really don't know what kind of good deeds that bastard Zhang Xian did in his previous life to make you fall in love with him. Wan Lianlian said that she didn't understand. You got it wrong. I must have accumulated good deeds in my previous life, which is why I met Xiao Xian. Xiaomeng said as if she thought of something, her eyes sparkling with peach blossoms. Wan Lianlian was speechless. She didn't expect that the cold goddess and the campus belle of Tokyo University would also have moments of being infatuated with fans. How do you plan to chase him? Are you going to kill him directly at his house? Wan Lianlian asked curiously. Zhang Xian's classmates are having a reunion tomorrow. His classmates want to make a fuss about Zhang Xian's breakup. I'm here specifically to defend my Xiao Xian. Zhang Xian broke up? I heard he and Li Xiaoman had a very good relationship. Xiaomeng bared her teeth when she heard that, and pointed her white finger at herself. They broke up, it was me who caused it. Wan Lianlian immediately gave a thumbs up. She didn't expect that today she not only saw the school beauty's infatuated side, but also her sinister side. Who could possibly refuse such a lovely and stunning beauty? Wan Lianlian was not only looking forward to Zhang Xian's class reunion tomorrow. The next morning, Zhang Xian was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. When Zhang Xian saw the caller ID, he was stunned. It was Hu Xiqian. He picked up the phone in confusion. Hey, brother Hu. Brother Zhang, something happened. Yang Lin ran away. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. Someone ran out from the relevant department and asked him what Hu Xiqian said to him. Wait, Yang Lin? Yang Lin from the Huban sect? Zhang Xian asked. Good. Hu Xiqian's answer confirmed Zhang Xian's guess. For some reason, Yang Lin acted like an idiot. After escaping, he kept shouting that he was going to cause trouble for Lin Wuji, the genius of the Nanling Lin family. He even said that it was Lin Wuji who helped us catch him. This is good for you, you should be safe, but I still feel I should remind you that it is always right to be cautious, especially when facing a desperado like Yang Lin. Hu Xiqian's slightly doubtful voice came from the microphone. Zhang Xian laughed in silence, and the worry in his heart finally dissipated a little. He was naturally not afraid of Yang Lin's revenge, but he was not alone now, he still had parents. If Yang Lin secretly attacked his parents, the consequences would be unimaginable and he could not bear it. But it's better to be careful. Before Yang Lin is arrested, he should not show up too often to avoid causing trouble for his parents. This incident also reminded Zhang Xian that he should handle things thoroughly in the future and never leave any loose ends, otherwise his family's lives would be threatened. In a small hotel in Binchang, a cell phone rang and Yang Lin jumped up with a start. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was the sound of his cell phone. What's the matter? Yang Lin asked coldly. I've found out. Lin Wuji will arrive in Binchang today. Yang Lin's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Can you find out his exact whereabouts? Just wait. As soon as he arrives in Binchang, I'll tell you the first news. But don't implicate me in this matter. After all, the Lin family is powerful and I can't afford to offend them. Don't worry, you won't be implicated. Yang Lin hung up the phone, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. He clenched his fists and growled coldly, Lin Wuji, just wait for me. Since you don't follow the rules of the martial arts world, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as he finished speaking, a black pistol with a cold glow appeared in Yang Lin's hand. Chapter 75 Duan Bin, the Jumping One. Duan Bin at all members, the venue has been booked. How about the newly opened Teo Yuanju? It's a little bit more expensive, with a large private room starting at 20,000. But don't worry, I will pay for it and you won't spend a penny. I have also invited several teachers, and everyone has agreed. Please don't refuse to come. At Zhang Xian, are you up yet? When Zhang Xian saw the message from Duan Bin, he almost laughed out loud. This guy had locked onto him directly. It seemed like he was going to use him to show off no matter how much he talked about it. To be honest, with the little money Duan Bin's family has, can they show off in front of Zhang Xian? Not to mention that Dongshan University is no worse than Shanghai University. Considering Zhang Xian's current net worth of hundreds of billions, what are Duan Bin's family doing with the 10 or 20 million showing off in front of him? He could predict the series of actions Duan Bin would take after seeing him, which would be nothing more than women, money, and school. It's better to be a student. Even if you are pretending to be cool, you can only think of a few things. They are simple and cute. Duan Bin at Li Xiaoman, is Mr. Xia here? Duan Bin felt that this matter was perfect only because Xia Kai came. At the beginning, he and Zhang Xian pursued Li Xiaoman together, but Li Xiaoman was blind and fell in love with Zhang Xian. He was rich and had good academic performance. He was obviously more outstanding in the class. Why did Li Xiaoman fall for Zhang Xian? Now he has been admitted to Shanghai University and found a girlfriend who is as beautiful as a star. If he doesn't bring her to Zhang Xian to show off, he feels like he has missed out on 100 million. No, this matter must not fail. Duan Bin at Zhang Xian, brother Xian, is it convenient for you to go to Teo Yuanju? Or I can drive to pick you up, it's on my way. Looking at Duan Bin's chat message, Zhang Xian couldn't help laughing any longer. This guy wanted to show off in front of him so much that he mentioned that he had a car. Awesome. Really? And Ruweixin at Duan Bin, squad leader, have you bought a car? Ascend, that's amazing. He bought a car right after entering university. Does that qualify as the life of a second-generation rich kid? He's already tens of thousands of meters ahead of us at the starting line. Duan Bin, speechless.jpg, it's not a good car, just a commuter car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Although he said so, Zhang Xian still heard a strong sense of arrogance in Duan Bin's words. Chao Peng, when did the squad leader and brother Xian become so close? Such a gay relationship. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Option 1, respond to Duan Bin's message. Reward, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Appearance plus 1. Option 2, refuse to respond to Duan Bin. Reward, the host will receive the title of Ninja Turtle, and popularity will be 1. Note, Ninja Turtle title, permanent defense plus 1000. Do I even need to choose? Zhang Xian immediately replied at Duan Bin, squad leader, thank you, but it's not necessary. I'm very close to Teo Yuanju. Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice. The reward has been issued. The Rolls-Royce Phantom has been parked in the parking lot of Villa number 6 at Guanlan International. The car keys are stored in the host's storage space. Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Appearance plus 1. Duan Bin, relax.jpg, brother Xian, I thought you weren't coming. Well, you find a way to come by yourself. Actually, it's not very convenient for me to bring my girlfriend to pick you up. Zhang Xian. Just say it, this idiot is just asking for trouble, and wants to feel superior to him in everything. Fortunately, Zhang Xian has completely let go of Li Xiaoman, otherwise he would really be hit hard by this idiot. Seeing that everyone in the class was praising Duan Bin, Zhang Xian turned off his phone and got up to brush his teeth. After breakfast, I went to the parking lot, where I saw a black Phantom. This is a standard wheelbase version with a 6.7T engine, twin-turbocharged, 460 horsepower, and a displacement of 6,749. Which man can refuse such a majestic car? Zhang Xian got into the car excitedly, couldn't wait to unlock and start the car, and the car slowly drove out. Fuck! Zhang Ping was about to go out for a walk after dinner when he saw the car Zhang Xian was driving and immediately burst into swear words. Dad, I went to a high school reunion. Along the way, when Zhang Xian appeared, there was no car within 10 meters in front, behind, or on either side. A collision would cost hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Who could afford it? When Zhang Xian arrived at Teo Yuanju, he was immediately seen by Bian Changmin. Mr. Zhang, come this way, there's a parking space reserved for you. Zhang Xian frowned when he heard that, then relaxed again. Although he felt disgusted by this, it was a token of his appreciation from the other party after all. Thank you, but don't do this kind of thing again. When Bian Changmin heard what Zhang Xian said, he immediately realized that what he had done was inappropriate and quickly apologized. I don't blame you, but we are a service-oriented industry after all. If we try to be specialized, wouldn't that go against the original purpose of establishing our company? Bian Changmin was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, I understand. Zhang Xian nodded, parked the car and walked inside. Brother Xian, this way. As soon as Zhang Xian appeared, he was discovered. Zhang Xian looked over and saw that it was Zhou Xinpeng. A look of understanding immediately appeared on his face. Zhou Xinpeng was Duan Bin's lackey when he was in high school. Zhou Xinpeng was probably waiting here specifically for Zhang Xian. Everyone is here, we're just waiting for you. When Zhou Xinpeng brought Zhang Xian into the box, Zhang Xian took a glance and saw Duan Bin sitting in the first seat, and a proud-looking girl sitting next to him. The girl has delicate eyebrows and eyes, a tall figure, and long hair tied up on her head, which makes her look very capable. Her fair skin and perfect facial features seem to be naturally carved, exuding a youthful beauty that does not need any embellishment. This girl was Li Xiaoman. The moment he saw Li Xiaoman, Zhang Xian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, which made him cover his heart involuntarily. Zhang Xian frowned, he knew that it was the remaining soul of the owner of this physical body that was causing trouble. Obviously, Zhang Xian loved Li Xiaoman to the core. No wonder his mother arranged a blind date for him immediately after knowing that Zhang Xian had broken up. She was afraid that he could not bear the heavy blow and would abandon himself. Brother Xian, sit here. Seeing Zhang Xian coming, Duan Bin immediately stood up excitedly and spoke. There was only one seat at that table, next to Li Xiaoman. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Option 1, decline Duan Bin's invitation and sit in another seat. Reward, Li Xiaoman changes her mind, and the host will be awarded the title of dog licker and gain one in popularity with women. Option 2, accept Duan Bin's invitation. Reward, a blueprint of Binqing's construction plan for the next 20 years, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 2. Just when Zhang Xian wanted to find another place, the electronic sound of the system rang in his mind. Zhang Xian walked straight towards the position next to Li Xiaoman without any hesitation. Chapter 76 The School Beauty is here. Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed, a blueprint of Binqing's construction plan for the next 20 years, constitution plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 2. Ignoring the electronic sound in his mind, Zhang Xian walked straight ahead. Li Xiaoman is the class beauty and the focus of the class. Wherever she is, she always attracts the attention of everyone in the class. Zhang Xian walked towards Li Xiaoman. When everyone saw the scene, they immediately showed strange looks in their eyes. Everyone was speculating, could it be that Zhang Xian was unwilling to break up with Li Xiaoman and went to ask for a reconciliation? Zhang Xian walked up to Li Xiaoman and greeted her. Long time no see, do you mind if I sit here? Li Xiaoman glanced at Zhang Xian, a hint of disdain flashed in her beautiful eyes, and a hint of arrogance appeared on her face. In her opinion, Zhang Xian must still not be able to accept the fact that they have broken up, and came here to seek reconciliation. Noticing that others were looking at her, Li Xiaoman's face became even more arrogant. Sit down, I have something to tell you. The tone was as proud as that of a queen. Duan Bin saw Zhang Xian sitting down and said with a smile, I didn't expect that Zhang Xian has changed so much in just a month. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Really? No. Duan Bin sneered in his heart, but a smile spread across his face as he asked, Zhang Xian, breaking up with Xiaoman must be very painful for you, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention was attracted. Zhang Xian was slightly stunned. Why do you say that? It's normal for two people to break up when they feel they are not suitable for each other. Why should I be in pain? Li Xiaoman was unhappy when she heard Zhang Xian say this. What does it mean that two people break up just because they feel they are not suitable for each other? She dumped him, okay? How could Zhang Xian be so shameless as to flatter himself? Moreover, everyone knew that she was the one who dumped Zhang Xian. How could she put her face when Zhang Xian said that? Zhang Xian, will you feel better if you say this? Li Xiaoman spoke leisurely, as if nonchalantly, but when they heard what she said, everyone's eyes turned towards Zhang Xian and changed. Zhang Xian didn't take it seriously. He had no attachment to the woman in front of him. Haha, I thought it was really like what Zhang Xian said. So that's how it is. I didn't expect Zhang Xian to still be so shameless. Duanbin laughed exaggeratedly and said, it was just a joke, Zhang Xian, don't mind it. I heard that the campus beauty of Dongshan University is very beautiful. This time, she helped Dongshan University win the first place in the Olympic competition. Although you were dumped by Xiaoman, you have the qualifications to pursue the school beauty, which is a good thing, right? Ha ha ha. Duanbin was waiting for this moment. After hearing Li Xiaoman's words, he could no longer bear it and started to ridicule her. Zhang Xian, I came here today just to ask you for those things I had before. Did you bring them? Since the relationship has been torn apart, Li Xiaoman no longer whitewashes anything and speaks directly. I brought them all. His mother was afraid that Zhang Xian would be reminded of his parents when he saw the things, so she had collected all the things together. Zhang Xian was afraid that he would feel sick when he saw those things, especially the photos. Since Li Xiaoman was willing to take them back, he didn't have to burn them. After handing all the things to Li Xiaoman stood up and said coldly, now that I have the things, I will leave. I don't want to feel uncomfortable seeing some disgusting people. Fuck you, Li Xiaoman, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Brother Xian didn't provoke you, did he? Who the hell have you been acting so high and mighty from the start? Everyone knows you're fickle. Are you so happy selling yourself to a rich playboy? Do you think you've been elevated after being fucked a few times? Do you have the nerve to act like this in front of us? Breaking up from you was definitely the best thing Brother Xian did in his life. Whoever marries you in the future will be cuckolded like crazy. It's a pity that the Nobel Prize doesn't have a Golden Rooster Award, otherwise it would be most suitable for you. Seeing Li Xiaoman treating Zhang Xian like this, Zhao Peng couldn't help it and stood up and cursed. At this moment, the whole place was silent. Everyone stared at Zhao Peng blankly. No one expected that he would curse directly. Some girls in the class cheered secretly. Zhang Xian is the school's most handsome boy. There are countless girls who have a crush on him. However, Zhang Xian has always been obsessed with the bitch Li Xiaoman. Now that the two have finally broken up, their chance has come. Seeing that Li Xiaoman always acted superior, they had wanted to scold her for a long time, but they couldn't say it out loud because of their classmate's face. What Zhao Peng said was exactly what they wanted to say. It's such a normal thing for two people to break up, but Li Xiaoman made it seem like something huge had happened, as if Zhang Xian had lost the whole world if he lost her. Anyone who meets a woman like this will be unlucky. Li Xiaoman's expression changed rapidly, finally settling on a sullen color. She glared at Zhao Peng angrily and said, Zhao Peng, why are you swearing at me? Apologize. Duanbin was so happy at this moment. The development of the things before his eyes had exceeded his expectations, but it was even more exciting than he had imagined. He wanted to record this scene. Apologize? I was wrong? Did I say anything wrong? Zhao Peng stared at Li Xiaoman, no fear in his eyes. Excuse me, is Zhang Xian here? A sweet voice came, sounding particularly loud in this quiet private room. Fog, so beautiful. How can you be so uncultured? You're swearing? Damn, she's so beautiful. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, and even Li Xiaoman couldn't help feeling ashamed when she saw the other person's face clearly. The newly appeared girl seemed like she shouldn't exist in this world at all. She was like a star fairy descending from the earth, high above. Even taking a look at her would feel like a blasphemy to her. Is this girl in front of me looking for Zhang Xian? What is her relationship with Zhang Xian? Zhang Xian was puzzled for a moment, looked over, and his eyes suddenly widened. A pretty girl walked in. Why is this girl here? Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel a headache. He now finally understood what Xia Meng meant by "see you tomorrow" last night. Meeting Zhang Xian's gaze, Xiaomeng winked playfully, and then walked towards Zhang Xian happily, like a little girl in love seeing her lover. Honey, it's so hard to find you here. Xiaomeng held Zhang Xian's arm, pouted and complained softly, but her little face was filled with a happy smile. At this moment, all the boys in the private room were heartbroken. So beautiful. It's so beautiful. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard for them to believe that there was such a beautiful girl in the world. At the same time, everyone looked at Li Xiaoman with suspicion. Are you sure that you dumped Zhang Xian because you disliked him? Who would be interested in you when you have such a beautiful girlfriend? At this moment, Li Xiaoman's originally ashen face turned purple. Chapter 77 Powerful Logic. Li Xiaoman also thought of what everyone thought of. If Zhang Xian came alone today, everyone would definitely believe what she said. However, Zhang Xian did not come alone, but brought a beautiful woman who looked like a fairy. Although she didn't want to admit it, the other person was indeed much more beautiful than her. In front of the other party, the words she had said before were too pale. And what Zhang Xian said before was refuted by her. It seemed like Zhang Xian's pale cover-up was to save the last bit of face for himself. However, with the appearance of Xiaomeng, the matter became that Zhang Xian had been saving face for her before, and it was she who ungratefully tore off this fig leaf. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoman's eyes turned very unfriendly when she looked at Xiaomeng. Moreover, she and Zhang Xian have been together for so long that she has become accustomed to enjoying the fact that Zhang Xian only has eyes for her. But now there is another woman in Zhang Xian's eyes, which Li Xiaoman cannot accept, even though she has broken up with Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, who is she? Li Xiaoman didn't notice that she looked like a resentful woman at the moment, as if she had caught her husband with his mistress. However, she forgot one thing: she was no longer qualified to ask this question. When Duanbin saw Xiaomeng holding Zhang Xian's arm, his whole body trembled with jealousy. Why? In high school, how was he inferior to Zhang Xian? Li Xiaoman chose Zhang Xian and rejected him. At this moment, this beautiful woman like a fairy is actually Zhang Xian's girlfriend. This can't be true. Duanbin's mentality exploded at this moment. If there really was a god, he would definitely pull God over to ask him why. Junior, who is she? Why would she question you? First kill. There was curiosity in Xiaomeng's eyes, and that cute look instantly crushed Li Xiaoman. In front of Xiaomeng, Li Xiaoman was like an ant standing in front of a giant elephant. Oh. Xiaomeng said, as if she had suddenly realized something, and slowly said, she is your money-hungry girlfriend? The voice was neither hurried nor slow, with a hint of contempt. Double kill. You. Li Xiaoman's face turned green with anger. She looked at Zhang Xian resentfully and asked angrily, Zhang Xian, is this how you talk about me to others? Ha ha ha. Hello sister-in-law, my name is Chao Peng, and I'm brother Xian's brother. You came at the right time, otherwise who knows how someone would spread this matter. Chao Peng walked over, gave Zhang Xian a thumbs up, and said to Li Xiaoman sarcastically, Zhang Xian. Li Xiaoman glared at Zhang Xian angrily, her eyes full of grievance and humiliation, and a hint of confusion. What are you looking at? It's obvious that you're materialistic and betrayed Zhang Xian's trust in you. How dare you look at my boyfriend like that? Before, he doted on you and I didn't care, but now he's my boyfriend. What right do you have to question him? Xiaomeng looked gentle, but what she said made Li Xiaoman lose face. Zhang Xian was helpless. Senior sister, that's enough. There's nothing going on between her and me anymore. To be honest, Xiaomeng's appearance broke through the wall that blocked Zhang Xian's heart. Sometimes, being touched happens in an instant. At this moment, Zhang Xian decided that she was the one. Hearing the indifference in Zhang Xian's tone, Xiaomeng was stunned for a moment, and then a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Zhang Xian's indifference proved that he had completely no feelings for Li Xiaoman. When she decided to come, she was always a little uneasy. After all, at school, her offensive was so fierce but she couldn't get into Zhang Xian's heart. This shows that Li Xiaoman is too important to Zhang Xian, and Zhang Xian values this relationship very much. She was afraid that after Zhang Xian met Li Xiaoman, their old love would be rekindled. Now it seems that she was worrying too much. Xiaomeng smiled sweetly, and at that moment, it seemed as if all the flowers were blooming. Duanbin beside her clenched his fists excitedly, wishing he could hug Xiaomeng immediately. He stared at Zhang Xian jealously. What do you mean there's nothing going on between us? Zhang Xian, is this your promise to me? Didn't you say you would love me forever? And now, I just dumped you, and you turned around and found a girlfriend, and you. Zhang Xian was shocked and looked at Li Xiaoman in shock. What a powerful logic. How could such a shameless person exist in this world? Why would his predecessor fall for such a person? Xiaomang was also shocked by Li Xiaoman's powerful logic and looked at her in surprise. The students in the class stared blankly at the scene before them. Shameless. Someone growled. Shameless. How could there be such a shameless woman in our class? Do you still have any shame? It's fine if you just apologize to me, but you're actually using what you said when you were in love to control me. Have you done that yourself? All the girls in the class couldn't stand it anymore. They were defeated by Li Xiaoman's powerful logic and started to scold her. This is a matter between Zhang Xian and me. What does it have to do with you? Li Xiaoman shouted angrily, her eyes red, as if she had suffered a great injustice. At this moment, the door of the private room was opened and Bian Changmin walked in hurriedly. Mr. Zhang, your car was scratched by a child. Huh? Zhang Xian was confused. He had just gotten this phantom and hadn't enjoyed it enough yet. He quickly grabbed Xiao Meng's hand and walked outside. When Xiao Meng's hand was grabbed by Zhang Xian, she was stunned for a moment, and then all of a sudden, all the flowers blossomed, and there was even a hint of crystal in the corner of her eyes. Is Xiao Xian finally willing to accept her? She immediately burst into laughter, tightly grasped Zhang Xian's big hand, and followed Zhang Xian out. Zhang Xian drove here? Go and have a look. Duan Bin was stunned for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking of, and followed him out, with a gleam in his eyes, as if he was thinking of something wonderful. After coming out, I heard a child crying from a distance. A group of people gathered there, and a woman's voice came from inside, as if she was apologizing. Mom, I'm so scared. Woo woo woo, I just wanted to draw a picture. Didn't you say that Nanan's paintings were the most beautiful? Why did they bully Nan? Zhang Xian walked over and saw his car. He almost fainted. Is this still the majestic phantom he had just seen? All I saw were crooked drawings of small animals on it. This is Rolls-Royce Phantom? Put. Is this Zhang Xian's car? Is Zhang Xian's family so rich? Everyone was shocked. Someone quickly took out their mobile phone and searched online. When they saw the online quotation, their eyes widened instantly and they gasped. Seeing the phantom, Duan Bin and Li Xiaoman froze in place. Chapter 78 Lin Ruxin. Rolls-Royce Phantom? Even if they don't know the exact price, they know that this car is not cheap, at least several million. When did Zhang Xian's family become so rich? Especially Li Xiaoman, her mentality is about to explode at this moment. How is this possible? She has been with Zhang Xian for more than 2 years and knows Zhang Xian's family conditions very well. If Zhang Xian is really so rich, she wouldn't have to be disturbed by the outside world. Mr. Zhang, it's her. Bian Changmin glared at the mother and daughter. Sir, is this your car? I'm so sorry, Nan. The woman's face was filled with tears of grievance, but she was reluctant to blame her daughter and could only apologize repeatedly. The woman's eyes were filled with anxious fear. She knew that the car was not cheap and she could not afford to pay for it. She was extremely panicked. Sister-in-law? Xiao Peng heard the sound, came forward, saw the mother and daughter, and shouted in surprise. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard Xiao Peng's voice. Xiao Peng? You? Lin Ruxin raised her head when she heard Xiao Peng's voice. Uncle Xiao Peng, save me, these bad guys are stopping us and won't let us go. When the little girl saw an acquaintance, she immediately became braver and shouted. Xiao Peng glanced at Zhang Xian's phantom, a wry smile on his face. He looked at Zhang Xian and said, Brother Xian, I know this car isn't cheap, but it's really hard for my sister-in-law to raise her daughter alone. How about this? I owe you something. I have a job now, so I'll pay you back a little every month. How about that? He and Zhang Xian have a very close relationship, but Xiao Peng knows that the car is most likely not Zhang Xian's, but rented or borrowed. He knows Zhang Xian's family situation better than anyone else. Zhang Xian smiled and leaned over to look at the little girl. The little girl was a little scared and hid back. Uncle, please don't blame Mom, okay? Nan knows she was wrong. I thought the painting I drew was really beautiful. I will never do this again. At this moment, the little girl's big, gem-like eyes were full of fear, and tears filled her eye sockets, but she did not cry, as if she did not want to make her mother worry too much. Looking at the sensible little girl, Zhang Xian's heart melted instantly. He stretched out his hand to hold the little girl in his arms, but Lin Ruxin snatched her away. She looked at Zhang Xian nervously. "Sir, please have mercy on us, mother and daughter. I will definitely compensate you, but I really can't come up with so much money right away. I can write you an IOU and I will pay you back slowly. Uncle, Nan, I have some money here. Here, please don't blame Mom, okay?" Little girl stretched out her hand from Lin Ruxin's arms, and in her palm was a 1 yuan coin. "Okay." Zhang Xian took the coin with a smile, and then said, "Uncle accepts your apology. Your name is Nan, right? Your drawing is very beautiful, but remember, don't draw on the car next time." As he spoke, Zhang Xian looked at Lin Ruxin and said, "Xiao Peng is my brother, so I'll follow him and call you sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, Nan has already compensated me, so let's just forget about this matter. But next time you go out, you still have to keep an eye on Nan. This time it was just a scratch on the car. What if she gets lost? It would be a shame to lose such a lovely daughter, don't you think?" Lin Ruxin was stunned. This was hundreds of thousands of dollars. She looked at Zhang Xian in surprise, her eyes turned red. She bowed to Zhang Xian with her daughter and kept saying thank you. "Brother Xian." Xiao Peng didn't expect Zhang Xian to do this. He was stunned for a moment and clenched his fists excitedly. Xia Meng looked at her beloved man with a smile, her heart filled with pride. Xiao Xian is still as loving as he was when he was a child. Holy crap! This phantom costs over 7 million. Repainting it would cost at least 500,000. And they just waived it? Is Zhang Xian's family so rich? Why didn't I see it when I was in high school? Some girls looked at Zhang Xian with even more passion, and when they looked at Li Xiaoman, their eyes were full of teasing. What is this? Picking up sesame seeds and losing the watermelon? Li Xiaoman looked at Zhang Xian in a daze. She thought that this car was rented by Zhang Xian, but now it was scratched like this. If it was rented, Zhang Xian would definitely ask the other party for compensation, but she didn't expect Zhang Xian to just let it go. Is Zhang Xian really rich? A trace of regret welled up in her heart. Seeing Zhang Xian and Xiaomeng holding hands tightly, she clenched her fists and wanted to take a step forward, but found that she had lost the qualifications to take this step. You did the right thing, young man. Good job. At this moment, the area was already full of people. Seeing this scene, they all praised Zhang Xian. Hearing the praises from the people around him, Duan Bin was unhappy. He organized this party not to give Zhang Xian a stage, but to humiliate Zhang Xian and show off in front of his classmates. In the end, he spent the money. Force, let Zhang Xian pretend. What the hell is going on? However, he glanced at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Although he was unwilling to admit it in his heart, if this car really belonged to Zhang Xian, then Zhang Xian would become a person who could not be messed with in the future. Duan Bin's heart was filled with resentment. He could not accept this change in status for a while. Ha, kids don't understand anything. If they make a mistake, they should be forgiven. Kid, it's okay, uncle won't blame you. Duan Bin reached out and stroked Xiao Nanan's head, as if he was the one who forgave Xiao Nanan. The next moment, he couldn't pretend anymore. Whose trumpchi is this? It's scratched too, a security guard shouted. Almost at the same time, Duan Bin immediately looked in the direction where he parked his car. When he saw the car that looked like it had been scratched by a dog or cat, he was dumbfounded. Ah! Who did this? His eyes were red, and his breathing became rapid. He glared at Xiao Nanan viciously, grabbed her neck, and roared, "Is it you? You have to pay for my car. Cough cough cough, uncle, let me go." The little girl was strangled by the neck, and her whole face turned blue and purple in an instant. She looked at Duan Bin in disbelief, her beautiful big eyes full of fear. Let you go? You scratched my car like this, and you want me to let you go? Duan Bin's face looked ferocious. Zhang Xian grabbed an acupoint on Duan Bin's arm, and Duan Bin shuddered and let go. Duan Bin, what are you doing? Zhang Xian frowned. Fuck you, you want to put on a brave face, but I don't. Duan Bin said, and slapped him. Zhang Xian grabbed his hand. Class monitor, didn't you just say that the child is still young? Won't you blame her? A girl couldn't stand it anymore and said. Can your young age be used as an excuse to evade responsibility? Besides, if this car was mine, he could have scratched it, but this car was stolen from my dad. If my dad knew, he would beat me to death. Duan Bin roared, looking close to collapse. Chapter 79. Duan Bin is about to collapse. But, Uncle, I didn't scratch your car. I only drew on this uncle's car. Little Nan Nan said aggrievedly. Lin Ruxin held her daughter in her arms and looked at Duan Bin warily, fearing that he would do something bad to her. Sir, my daughter wouldn't lie. She wouldn't lie either. She even admitted to owning this gentleman's car worth over 8 million yuan. How could she not admit to owning your Trumpchi worth only a few 100,000 yuan? Lin Ruxin presented irrefutable evidence. Everyone nodded when they heard this. It was obvious that little Nan Nan was not the kind of person who liked to lie. He admitted to scratching a car worth more than 8 million yuan, but he doesn't dare to admit that your Trumpchi is worth only tens of thousands of yuan? Bullshit. You just don't dare admit it. She's the one scratching my car. Who else could it be but her? 2,000 yuan, not a penny less. You also have to compensate me for lost work and mental damages. Duan Bin roared at the top of his lungs. TSK, you were speaking so nicely just now, but now you've turned into a wolf dog, biting whoever you catch. Is your double standard so obvious? So it's not your car. You can say whatever nice things you want. But when something happens, you're done. Hypocrite. Several boys who already disliked Duan Bin said disdainfully. Get lost, you poor bastards. I'll try changing it into your car. Duan Bin roared. You are a bad person, it's not me, Mom, he wronged me. The little girl, who didn't cry just now, cried as if she had suffered great injustice when she heard Duan Bin's words. Don't cry, Nan Nan. Mommy believes you. Seeing that Zhang Xian really wouldn't blame her, Lin Ruxin calmed down. She looked at Duan Bin and said, There are surveillance cameras here, right? You can go check them. Yes, surveillance. Where are the security guards? Stop them and don't let them leave. If they see that she scratched my car, I'll make them pay for it. Duan Bin woke up as if from a dream and immediately yelled at the security guard. Dian Chengmin immediately looked at Zhang Xian, and Zhang Xian nodded. Dad, come out and see, my painting is so beautiful, much better than that girl's. At this moment, a boy's voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw a little fat boy trying hard to pull a helpless-looking man out. Wow, there are so many of you. You came at the right time. I order all of you to be judges. Take a look, is my painting better looking than hers? The little fat boy said in a domineering tone. The way he spoke seemed like he was used to giving orders. Dian Chengmin was about to check the surveillance footage, but that was no longer necessary because the real murderer appeared. Everyone glanced at the man, then looked at Duan Bin jokingly. The fat boy came to Duan Bin's Trumpchi, pointed at it proudly and asked, Dad, see? This is the painting I drew, and that is the painting my daughter drew. Whose painting do you think is better? The man frowned slightly when he saw his son had drawn the Trumpchi in a mess. When he looked in the direction of his son's hand, his expression froze, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Phantom. At this critical moment, to be able to get such a luxury car, the power behind the car owner must be extraordinary. Duan Bin was dumbfounded when he saw the man and the fat boy coming out. Even if he was a fierce man, he could not recognize who the man was. He often appears in the news. Although he is not the boss of Bin Chang, he has considerable power. The atmosphere became awkward at this moment. But that was none of Zhang Xian's business. He smiled slightly and leaned over to say to little Nan Nan, give your uncle a kiss, and we'll be even. Zhang Xian loves the sensible little girl very much. Little Nan Nan came to Zhang Xian obediently and kissed him, with tears on her little face. Nan Nan, can you give your auntie a kiss? I'm your uncle's girlfriend. Xiameng reached out and picked up the little girl. The little girl was not shy and kissed Xiameng. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, and thank you, Mississippi. I will pay you back. You are generous of me for not blaming Nan Nan, but she must take responsibility for her mistakes. We cannot evade this matter. Lin Ruxin said with a determined look on her face. Zhang Xian immediately looked at Lin Ruxin with admiration. He then noticed that although she was not dressed well, she was very clean and had an irresistible temperament. Sister-in-law, why are you here? He saw the book clip still in Lin Ruxin's hand, which should contain a resume. A light suddenly flashed through his mind, and he asked. By the way, sister-in-law, let Brother Xian take a look at your resume. Maybe he can help you. Xiao Peng said as he took the book clip from Lin Ruxin's hand and handed it to Zhang Xian. When the man over there heard the conversation here, he immediately realized that Zhang Xian was the owner of the phantom. He frowned, then relaxed. He walked towards Duanbin, who was standing next to the trump chi. "Little brother, this is my business card. Go and assess the damage and give me the price. Don't worry, my son is responsible for this matter, and I won't shirk it." Duanbin broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. How could he dare ask for any compensation? But if he didn't, his father would beat him to death when he saw the state of the car. Mr. Zhou, the scratches aren't serious. Before Duanbin could finish his words, he was interrupted by Mr. Zhou waving his hand. "This is a matter of principle, call me." The man said this and left with the little fat boy. Before leaving, he glanced at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian didn't notice that when he looked at Lin Ruxin's resume, he didn't expect that her previous resume was so rich and exciting. "Mr. Zhang, this person cannot be used." At this moment, a person quietly walked up to Zhang Xian and whispered in Zhang Xian's ear. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, looked at the man, and recognized that he was Li Weiping's deputy, whose name seemed to be Du Peng. The Hu family in the capital has already announced that anyone who uses her words will be against the Hu family. Du Peng said in a low voice. Seeing Du Peng appear and whispering something in Zhang Xian's ear, Lin Ruxin's eyes, which were originally expectant, dimmed. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Option 1, hire Lin Ruxin. Reward, 30% of Jingjing Entertainment's shares, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, appearance plus 1. Option 2, refuse to hire Lin Ruxin. Reward, gain the title of coward, 1 favorability with women, plus 10 defense. Zhang Xian looked at Lin Ruxin and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, your resume is very impressive. My father just needs your help. Would you be willing?" Before he finished speaking, Du Peng was a little confused and stopped talking. After all, Zhang Xian was the boss and he was just an employee. Lin Ruxin, who had already prepared herself for rejection, was stunned. She looked at Zhang Xian in surprise, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "May I ask where your father is employed?" "Bincheng International, Zhang Ping. If you have time now, you can go find him and tell him that it was Zhang Xian who asked you to go," Zhang Xian said with a smile. Puff. Mr. Zhou left, and Duanbin, who was hiding aside, started to show off again. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, he really couldn't help but laughed out loud. An ordinary workshop director still needs help? Chapter 80, Still Calling Me Junior, Do You Have Any Special Fetish? Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed, 30% of Jingjing Entertainment's shares, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, and appearance plus 1. Ding, congratulations to the host, your appearance has reached the ceiling of the human world, unlocking the peak of appearance achievement, and your popularity with women plus 10. Hearing the voice in his head, Zhang Xian was confused. Has his appearance reached the ceiling of the human world? He sensitively caught the word human world, and his face was gloomy and unclear. Could it be that there really are gods in this world? Zhang Xian clenched his fists and felt the strength in his body. He was full of doubts. He thought that the force of his punch was probably more than 1,000 kilograms. Generally speaking, the weight of a person's punch will not exceed 150 pounds, which is about 60 kilograms. Even for a boxing champion who has undergone special training, the maximum weight can reach about 300 kilograms. Zhang Xian's casual punch could weigh over 1,000 kilograms. Could he still be considered an ordinary person at this point? He actually looked a bit like a warrior from a TV drama or a martial arts film. Zhang Ping? Are you the young master of Mr. Zhang Ping's family? At this moment, a group of people passed by. When they heard Zhang Xian's words, the person was stunned for a moment, then walked over and greeted him enthusiastically. Yes, may I ask who you are? Zhang Xian looked at the man in confusion. His father had just been appointed as president and it had not been announced to the public yet. How did this person know about it? Ha ha ha. I'm Ma Jianxin from Ford Auto Trading and Processing. I've been working with Bincheng International. I went to Bincheng International today and was surprised to find that Mr. Zhang has been promoted to president. I've always said that gold shines wherever it goes, so Mr. Zhang's promotion isn't surprising at all. Ma Jianxin kept talking, but the parking lot had become quiet. Duanbin's face was as red as a monkey's butt, and he felt a little scared. He knew Ma Jianxin because his family's company was also affiliated with Bincheng International and made a living by taking on odd jobs from Bincheng International. Only at this moment did he clearly realize that Zhang Xian, whom he once looked down upon, was no longer in the same class as him. His previous little actions probably made him look like a clown in Zhang Xian's eyes. Li Xiaoman in the crowd was regretting her decision so much that her intestines turned green. If she had known that the Zhang family would turn things around, she would never have left Zhang Xian. Based on Zhang Xian's previous love for her, it was a foregone conclusion that she would become the young lady of the Zhang family. Li Xiaoman bit her lip, her eyes dim. When everyone returned to the private room, the atmosphere had obviously changed. The original protagonists of the party had shifted from Duan Bin and Li Xiaoman to Zhang Xian and Xia Meng. Even after the teacher came later, nothing changed. In fact, the class reunion ended in a hurry. Zhang Xian's aura made everyone present feel awkward. After the party, Duan Bin left in a daze and even forgot about his promise to treat everyone. Zhang Xian and Xia Meng walked slowly on the street hand in hand. As for the phantom, Zhang Xian had it sent for repainting. Holding Zhang Xian's hand, Xia Meng's mouth corners were slightly upturned. Neither of them spoke a word, they just kept walking forward. Junior, I appeared in front of you like a god descending from the sky. Are you touched? Xia Meng said playfully with an unusually sweet smile on her face. This is the life she longs for, walking forward hand in hand with her beloved Xiao Xian. This scene once appeared in her dream, but she didn't expect it to come true today. But what was different from her dream was that Xiao Xian beside her seemed like a fool. They were already holding hands, and Xiao Xian should have tacitly acknowledged their relationship. According to the procedure, shouldn't they kiss? But this idiot didn't show any reaction at all, and didn't even take the initiative to speak. Shouldn't a boy break the silence between the two of them? Senior, I want to ask you something. Can you tell me the real answer? Zhang Xian stared into Xia Meng's eyes, and he could clearly feel the love she had for him. He was a little confused. Xia Meng was not an emotional person and would never fall in love with someone casually. But he fell in love with her for no reason. Something must have happened that he didn't know about. Want to ask me why I fell in love with you? Xia Meng saw through Zhang Xian's thoughts at a glance. I won't tell you. I'm waiting for the day when you find the answer yourself. As she spoke, Xia Meng rolled her eyes at Zhang Xian. At that moment, she was so charming that Zhang Xian was mesmerized for a moment and couldn't take his eyes off her. Noticing Zhang Xian's gaze, Xia Meng smiled sweetly. It seemed that she was not so insignificant in Zhang Xian's heart. Then why was Zhang Xian indifferent to her before? Junior, am I your girlfriend now? Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian expectantly, her beautiful big eyes blinking. Zhang Xian was startled and held Xia Meng's hand even tighter, saying with a smile, "Of course it counts, even God can't separate us." Really? Xia Meng threw herself into Zhang Xian's arms, raised her little head and looked at Zhang Xian hopefully. Her burning eyes could melt people. If this doesn't count, then I've taken advantage of you for nothing? Zhang Xian smiled slightly, and amid Xia Meng's exclamation, he lowered his head and kissed her. People passing by on both sides and seeing the two people kissing responded with kind smiles or envy. After a long time, their lips parted. Xia Meng was no longer as carefree as before, but lowered her head with a blushing face. You bullied me. Seeing Xia Meng's blushing face, Zhang Xian's eyes were full of smiles. Ever since the two of them met, Xia Meng always looked like a female hooligan. This was the first time he saw her in this kind of little woman's form. Don't you like it? Xia Meng nodded, then shook her head and said sweetly, I like it. She looked at Zhang Xian happily. Before coming, she had prepared for a protracted battle. After coming, she didn't expect it to be so easy. A class reunion broke Zhang Xian's heart. Just at this moment, my father Zhang Ping called. Zhang Xian knew it must be about Lin Ruxin. He looked at Xia Meng gently and answered the phone. Xiao Xian, did you ask Lin Ruxin to come here? Well, I've seen her resume. It's very impressive. With someone like her assisting you, things will be much easier for you. But let's make it clear, Dad. Letting Lin Ruxin go over there is only temporary. I will call her over when I need her. Xiao Xian, do you know the relationship between her and the Hu family? The father's worried voice came from the microphone. No. Okay then, as long as you understand what's going on, I'll have someone go and get her the employment paperwork. Junior, let's go to the amusement park. Seeing Zhang Xian hang up the phone, Xia Meng said with interest. Zhang Xian chuckled and hugged Xia Meng in his arms. You still call me Junior, do you have any special fetish? Xia Meng's face suddenly turned red. Chapter 81 The Magical Use of Spirit. Looking at Xia Meng's blushing face, Zhang Xian laughed and kissed her hard. Ouch. Xia Meng took a bite. This big bad guy actually dared to bully me. Snort. Xia Meng blushed, opened her mouth slightly and bit Zhang Xian's shoulder. But as soon as he bit it, he was afraid of hurting it, so he quickly let go. Just when he wanted to check Zhang Xian's face to see if he was really hurt, he just raised his head and a big face came over. When the warm touch reached her brain through her mouth, Xia Meng's mind instantly went blank. So blank, I forgot to breathe. Zhang Xian noticed Xia Meng's ashen face, was stunned for a moment, and quickly let go, thinking she was angry. When he could no longer hear Xia Meng's breathing, Zhang Xian realized that she had forgotten to breathe because she was too nervous. Zhang Xian was stunned. No way, has the senior sister never kissed anyone before? Am I her first boyfriend? Breathe, little idiot. Zhang Xian quickly reminded. Ah. Oh. Ha. Ha. Xia Meng looked embarrassed and lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhang Xian. So embarrassing. I was actually suffocated by the kiss. Fortunately, no one saw it here, otherwise it would be really embarrassing. Wow, look, that sister is suffering from oxygen deprivation from the kiss. A primary school student's joking voice came. Xia Meng. She covered her face with her hands, too embarrassed to see anyone. It's all this bad guy's fault. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xian laughed, put his arm around Xia Meng's waist, got into a taxi, and headed towards the amusement park. Came to the playground. Zhang Xian followed Xia Meng in playing every project, and only then did he realize how playful his senior sister was. Even though he was scared and screaming, he still enjoyed it and was persistent in every project. Xiao Xian, I want that big cat. Xia Meng pointed at a ragdoll cat and said. Zhang Xian looked over and saw that this was a shooting event, and there were already two couples playing there. The boy was concentrating on shooting, while the girl was shouting excitedly or frustrated. Hey buddy, 20 shots for $10, all 20 hit the target. See that car over there? It's yours. That's the Jade Guanyin statue, 19 hits. That's the ragdoll cat. The boss said, pointing to the Peugeot 301 next to him. Although the Peugeot is not worth much, this award is still attractive enough for young people who have just graduated and are still working hard. Zhang Xian immediately scanned the code and got the gun. Xiao Xian, you have to hit 18 shots to win the ragdoll cat for me. Xia Meng said immediately. Come on, young man, the boss also encouraged him kindly. Hey! Boss, what a lousy gun you have. I shot 20 times and couldn't even hit 5 times. A young man had used up all 20 bullets and was only hit by 4 bullets. He said a little depressedly. After complaining, he turned around and saw Xia Meng. He was instantly shocked by Xia Meng's peerless beauty and felt that his girlfriend was no longer attractive. Not only him, but also the young man next to him stopped shooting and instead secretly glanced at Xia Meng. He was pinched hard by his girlfriend next to him, but he still did not repent. Zhang Xian fired a shot, but it missed the target. This gun has been tampered with, but it's not the boss's fault. This gun has been specially treated, and its trajectory is inherently unpredictable. Even professional shooters find it difficult to hit the target with every shot. However, what surprised Zhang Xian was that when he shot and aimed, as long as he concentrated, the speed of the bullet seemed to slow down. This should be the reason for the increase in spirit. Are the things written in those novels true? Is there really someone who can make others' lightning-fast movements appear as slow as a snail in his eyes? In order to verify his idea, Zhang Xian pulled the trigger again this time. At the moment when the bullet was about to be fired, he suddenly moved the muzzle and the trajectory changed instantly. Although he still did not hit the target, Zhang Xian's mouth corners were slightly raised. Hey! Xiao Xian, take aim before you shoot. Don't be anxious. The boss isn't rushing you. Why are you rushing? Xia Meng was shouting and screaming, then she scanned the code and paid 10 yuan, and asked the boss to give her another 20 bullets. Boss, can it be accumulated? Xia Meng looked at the boss eagerly. After getting the boss's affirmative answer, she immediately cheered excitedly beside Zhang Xian. The two of them, the man was handsome and the woman was pretty, immediately attracted many couples to come over. The boss was so happy to see the business coming to him that he couldn't stop smiling, but the next moment, he couldn't smile anymore. Bang! A balloon popped. Zhang Xian's palms were sweating with excitement. He was excited not because he hit the balloon, but because he discovered a wonderful use of the spirit. I got it. Xia Meng was even more excited than Zhang Xian. She hugged Zhang Xian and kissed him. This aroused the envy of the onlookers. What's so great about that? If he can hit 5 shots, I lose. The guy next to him was unhappy because his girlfriend complained about him, so he muttered. Bang! Another balloon burst, causing Xia Meng to cheer again. Tisk, it's just a coincidence. Before the boy could finish his words, Zhang Xian acted as if he had activated a cheat. Every time he fired a shot, a balloon would burst. The boy's face turned black, and even blacker was the boss's. When Zhang Xian had fired all 40 bullets, except for the first 2, the rest hit the target. The boss is about to cry. That car was just a gimmick to attract people. He didn't want to really give it away. He had saved up for a long time to buy that car. Now all these years of work have been in vain. The boss's eyes were red. You idiot, look at them, there's nothing wrong with their guns, it's obviously your fault. The girlfriends of the 2 guys were unhappy and complained. No matter how dumb the 2 young men were, they knew that Zhang Xian next to them was a great god. Only those who have fought with him know what it means to hit the target with every shot. Little brother, can you help us fight? A little girl suddenly felt her eyes light up, ran to Zhang Xian and pleaded in a low voice. Brother, please, I've met a true god. I'm running a small business. If you keep playing around, all my years of work will be in vain. When the boss heard what the girl said, his face turned pale and he spoke. Hearing that the boss only refused him to continue playing, but had no intention of refusing to pay, Zhang Xian smiled slightly and slowly said. How about this, boss? I don't want your car anymore, but how about giving me that ragdoll cat and that Jade Guanyin statue? Hey young man, how much is that car? That Jade Guanyin statue and the ragdoll cat are only 50 yuan in total. What are you thinking? That's right. If you want a car, the boss won't dare to deny the payment because we're your witnesses. The people around were dumbfounded when they heard this and began to try to persuade him. Okay, it's settled. Thank you, brother. Thank you. The boss took the Jade Guanyin and the ragdoll cat without any hesitation and handed them to Zhang Xian. Chapter 82 Lin Wuji is here. Xia Meng knew that Zhang Xian was rich, so she naturally wouldn't take the Peugeot 301 seriously. She happily held the ragdoll cat, which was as tall as her, in her arms. Zhang Xian took the Jade Guanyin in his hand and looked at the boss curiously. Boss, where did you get this Jade Guanyin? The moment he touched it, a warm and cool touch flowed into his body from his arm, and Zhang Xian felt his whole body light and fluttery. This feeling was very comfortable. Seeing that Zhang Xian did not want his car, the boss was still very grateful to Zhang Xian and said frankly. I found it at a flea market in Bincheng. It's obviously an old item and should be worth tens of thousands of yuan. But since I wasn't sure about its value, I'm giving it away as a second prize. In fact, the boss lied. After he bought it, he asked several experts to appraise it. This thing looks like an old item, but the texture of the jade is not very good, the jade type is not optimistic, and it looks more like glass than jade. It is 90% fake. The boss wanted to sell it, but the price was only 50 yuan, and no one was willing to bid more, so the boss took it as a prize, since it was not worth much anyway. In order to verify his idea, Zhang Xian put the Jade Guanyin into the hands of his senior sister. Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian doubtfully. Xiao Xian, men wear Guanyin and women wear Buddha, so you should wear it. Senior, don't you feel anything special? Zhang Xian asked. Feeling? Xia Meng heard Zhang Xian ask this, took the Guanyin in her hand and looked at it carefully. Xiao Xian, this is a piece of glass. It looks like jade, but it's not jade. It's artificial jade, fake. Xia Meng said with certainty. The boss looked embarrassed when he heard this. Girl, don't say that. This is really an old item. Zhang Xian laughed dumbly. Okay, boss, don't be afraid. It doesn't matter whether it's fake or not. I won't regret asking for your car. Let's go. He took the ragdoll cat and walked away holding Xia Meng's hand. The figures of the 2 people slowly lengthened in the sunlight, and everything looked so beautiful and sweet. Everyone was staring at it in amazement. Seeing Zhang Xian walking away, the boss finally breathed a sigh of relief. and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That car was all he had saved up this year. Look at them. Hurry up and get on with it. Even if you can't get me a ragdoll cat, at least get me a small teacup, right? The girl saw the two men's backs and was so envious that she turned around and said to her boyfriend, "Tisk, why compete with others? If you were as pretty as that girl, I would even sell my kidneys." The boy muttered softly, picked up the air rifle and continued shooting. "Let me try it too. Boss, give me $10. Many people spoke up. The boss was feeling a little upset at first. After all, Zhang Xian spent 20 yuan and earned more than 100 yuan worth of goods. Now that he saw that the business was booming because of the two of them, he became excited. No one else has Zhang Xian's ability. Bintan Private Airport. A helicopter slowly descended. Lin Wuji walked down, sniffed it, and didn't frown for a moment. How come the air in such a remote place is so bad? There are no resources here, so we can only sacrifice the environment in exchange for economic development, replied the old servant. Have you found out Xia Meng's location? Lin Wuji said casually, not really caring. A car came speeding over, and several men in black respectfully approached Lin Wuji. "Master, you've arrived just in time. Where's the person? Have you found him?" "Found it, at the playground." "With whom?" Lin Wuji frowned, subconsciously feeling that Xia Meng should be with that freshman. "With a man." The man in black didn't dare to lie and told the truth. "Take me there." Lin Wuji already had murderous intent in his heart. Xia Meng is his exclusive love, his private property, but now she is with someone else. Regardless of whether Xia Meng is willing or not, that person must pay the price for it. "Master, this is Dongshan, not Lingnan," the old servant reminded. The other men in black breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. They also wanted to remind the young master, but they did not have the qualifications to speak. Only Uncle Dong had the qualifications. Lin Wuji said arrogantly, "What can Dongshan do?" Uncle Dong heard this and said calmly, "Don't forget, there is another person here named Zhang Jingyang." Lin Wuji, who originally had an arrogant look on his face, suddenly showed a hint of fear in his eyes when he heard the name Zhang Jingyang. "Uncle Dong, I understand. No one will be killed, but you can at least teach that kid a lesson, right? I don't allow anyone to touch my woman." Lin Wuji was a little helpless. Uncle Dong is a veteran of the Lin family for 3 generations. Even his Bajiquan was taught by Uncle Dong. His father agreed to let him come here because he promised to let Uncle Dong follow him. Uncle Dong pondered for a moment after hearing this and nodded. Lin Wuji breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. A group of people drove towards the amusement park. In a small hotel, Yang Lin was skillfully disassembling and assembling the pistol. At this moment, the cell phone on the table rang. Murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes and he picked up the phone. "Bincheng Amusement Park, be careful. That old fool Lin Dong is following us." "Lin Dong? Not dead yet?" Yang Lin was stunned when he heard the voice coming from the microphone and asked in surprise. "We'd like to know this, too. It's rare for those of us who practice martial arts to live long, yet this person has lived for over 120 years, and his martial arts prowess remains undiminished. This alone is proof enough that he's no ordinary person. You'd better be careful. This is my final advice to you." It can be heard that the person on the other end of the phone is very wary of Lin Dong. "Thank you. If I survive my revenge today, I'll owe you a favor," Yang Lin said lightly. "You'd better survive first. Remember, we have never met." Then he hung up the phone. Yang Lin squeezed it lightly, and the fruit phone in his hand turned into slag. He threw it into the trash can with disdain. "Chinese mobile phones are still better, at least I can't crush them." He loaded the pistol, wiped it, then stood up and walked out. By the stream, Xia Meng pulled Zhang Xian, looked at the river with a complicated expression, and stood there motionless. "Senior, is there anything special about this place for you?" Xia Meng had been dragging him to the river for more than half an hour. Without saying a word, she just stared blankly at the river, as if there was some strange sight in it. Zhang Xian was puzzled. This was just an ordinary river. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Xia Meng sighed softly in her heart, feeling helpless. "Xiao Xian, how could you forget? It was here that you rescued me. It was here that I decided I didn't want to live anymore. It was your promise to marry me in the future that gave me the courage to live on, and also made me decide that I would marry you in this life. Chapter 83 Hu Xiqian's request for help. Zhang Xian, this place, you really have no impression of it? Xia Meng stared at Zhang Xian's eyes. Zhang Xian took a look, then tried hard to look through his memory, but he didn't have any memory about this small river. Could it be that this small river has some special meaning? At this moment, he felt the urge to urinate, and Zhang Xian said to Xia Meng, Senior, I'm going to pee. Ah? Letting go? Is there such a project here? Is it fun? Xia Meng was stunned for a moment when he heard that, and suddenly his eyes shot out a gleam, and he was obviously very interested. Zhang Xian was speechless. This was a simple sentence on Earth, but it didn't work here. Only then did he realize that although the two worlds looked very similar, they were still two worlds after all. Zhang Xian whispered to Xia Meng about the meaning of releasing the water. Xia Meng's pretty face instantly flushed, and even her neck turned red. Hurry up! Zhang Xian immediately walked into the public toilet. He didn't notice that just as he left, a person slowly walked towards Xia Meng. I'm so angry. Zhang Xian just can't remember saving me. What should I do? After Zhang Xian left, Xia Meng immediately opened WeChat and asked. Lynn, no way, even though it's been over 10 years, it's such a big thing, he should have some impression of it in his memory. Xia Meng, I just asked him, but he doesn't remember anything. He has no impression at all. It's as if he has never been here. If he wasn't exactly the same as he was when he was a child, I would have suspected that my mother hired someone to pretend to be him. Lynn, curious.jpg, why don't you just tell him directly? Xia Meng, no, I have to wait until he remembers it himself, otherwise I won't let him touch it. Lynn, vomit.jpg, I'm curious, can you hold it in? Xia Meng, get lost. Miss Xia, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. At this moment, Lin Wuji straightened his robe, walked over in a self-assured manner, and a confident smile appeared on his face. I told you that we are destined to be together and that we will definitely meet soon. As expected, lovers will eventually get married. Xia Meng frowned and looked at Lin Wuji, a look of confusion flashed in her eyes. Who are you? Hearing this, Lin Wuji's face, which he thought was very cool, suddenly froze. Then he burst into laughter and said, Miss Xia's way of joking is really unique. Xia Meng turned around disdainfully and was about to leave. Lin Wuji was extremely embarrassed, his face full of disbelief. Xia Meng really doesn't remember him? How is this possible? Is there really a woman in this world who doesn't remember him? Ever since he came back, he has been thinking about Xia Meng day and night, but Xia Meng has forgotten him? Who is he? The eldest son of the Lingnan Lin family, this alone is enough to attract all the beauties in Lingnan. I don't know how many women dream of climbing into his bed, and how many women want to enter the Lin family and offer themselves to him. What's more, he was so brilliant in the Olympic competition. If he called himself a peerless genius, I'm afraid no one would object. Xia Meng was speechless. Why were there so many narcissistic people in this world? Who would joke with him? She and Zhang Xian had enough jokes together, so why would she joke with others? Is there something wrong with this person's brain? He came up to me and tried to get close to me for no reason. Who knows him? Especially that title. Miss Xia. She didn't want to swear. In today's society, there are people who call others like that. Aren't they afraid of being scolded? You are the lady, your whole family are ladies. There's something wrong with your brain. Xia Meng cursed in her heart, then walked towards the bathroom, getting close to this mentally ill person. She was afraid that she would be infected. Miss Xia, please take a good look at me. I am Lin Wuji, from the Lingnan Lin family. We have competed together in the World Olympiad. Lin Wuji introduced himself almost word by word. He absolutely did not believe that Xia Meng had forgotten him. In his opinion, Xia Meng must be playing hard to get. You're sick. Xia Meng couldn't bear it anymore, and after cursing, she walked straight forward. I was in a perfect mood, but the moment I met this mentally ill person, I felt completely terrible. You dare to scold me? I am Lin Wuji, from Lingnan, the Lin family. Lin Wuji. Lin Wuji has been highly respected since he showed his extraordinary talent since he was a child. When has he ever been ignored like this? What a shame and humiliation. He almost shouted these words. Bang! At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came. A bullet hit Lin Wuji's back and sent him flying. Puff! Lin Wuji's face instantly darkened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! He fell to the ground, face first. Ah! Xia Meng had never seen such a scene before. She was so scared that she screamed. The people in the amusement park were all ordinary people, all shouting and running away, and the scene was in chaos. Protect the young master. Those men in black immediately ran desperately towards Lin Wuji, but the scene was too chaotic and they couldn't get through at all. Hurry over there! Uncle Dong, who was secretly serving beside him, growled and strode towards the direction where the bullet came from. The scene was too chaotic, and he had to buy enough time for the people below. Bang! The second bullet hit him head-on. Uncle Dong's face changed, and a golden knife appeared in his hand, which he chopped towards him. There was a sound of metal clashing and sparks flew. Uncle Dong also saw the other person's face clearly at this time. He roared, "Damn it, Yang Lin, you're courting death. Not only you, but everyone in the human sect deserves death. You're bringing disaster upon the sect behind you." Upon hearing this, Yang Lin, who was hiding in the dark, had a look of determination in his eyes and fired several shots at Lin Dong. "Get started!" he roared. Lin Dong, who had just dodged a bullet, changed his expression drastically upon hearing this and quickly pulled back. "Protect the young master!" He just shouted, and the next moment, his face changed drastically again. Bang! A bullet instantly shot into his brow, and a stream of blood shot out from the back of his head. Lin Dong's eyes instantly lost their expression, filled with despair and unwillingness, and he completely lost his breath of life. Uncle Dong! The men in black panicked. Uncle Dong was their greatest guarantee. Now even Uncle Dong was dead. How could they protect the young master? After Yang Lin killed Uncle Dong, all the bullets in his gun were used up. His face turned grim and he threw the gun into the river, then rushed towards the men in black. As soon as Zhang Xian came out of the bathroom, the phone in his pocket rang. Seeing the caller ID, he picked up the phone in confusion. "Brother Hu, how have you been lately? Brother Zhang, where are you now? Big brother needs your help with something." Hu Xiqian's anxious voice came from the microphone. "What's up?" Zhang Xian was even more confused. Hu Xiqian was from the relevant department, which was a national authority department. Why would he ask him for help? "Hurry up and go to your Bincheng amusement park and rescue a man named Lin Wuji. Yang Lin has gone there. He is your defeated opponent. You should be able to deal with him if you go there. By the way, Yang Lin has a gun in his hand, be careful." Chapter 84 The Pause. Have a gun? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian quit immediately. Isn't this just asking him to die? Bang! At this moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out, followed by the scream of the senior sister, and Zhang Xian's face changed. "Brother Zhang, what's that noise over there?" Hu Xiqian asked hurriedly. When Zhang Xian heard the senior sister's scream, he no longer had the heart to argue with Hu Xiqian. He hung up the phone and strode towards the river. Bang, bang, bang. After hearing several gunshots in succession, Zhang Xian was extremely anxious. What happened to his senior sister? When he turned the corner, he saw the senior student running towards him, and behind her, a man was chasing after him after killing several men in black. Yang Lin. How could it be such a coincidence? Zhang Xian didn't have time to think about these questions. He rushed to his senior sister and protected Xia Meng behind him. After Yang Lin killed all the men in black, he glanced at Lin Wuji who was lying on the ground, and his face immediately changed. Oh no, he was tricked. The person he shot was not Lin Wuji, it was a trap. He looked at Xia Meng who was running away. The girl just now was standing with the fake Lin Wuji on the ground. She must be a member of the Lin family. As long as he caught the girl, he could force her to tell him Lin Wuji's whereabouts. Now that he has taken action, he is in a difficult situation. Once the Lin family knows that he is the one who took action, they will definitely take action against the Huban sect. There is no way out. Since he even killed Lin Dong, it means that he has already broken half of the trap. At this moment, he saw Zhang Xian running towards him and burst into laughter. Lin Wuji, you are still here. Die. When Yang Lin saw Zhang Xian, he became frightened and ran towards Zhang Xian quickly. Senior, protect yourself. Zhang Xian used a soft force to throw Xia Meng to the other side of the flower bed, then rushed towards Yang Lin. When Zhang Xian heard Yang Lin address him, he instantly understood that Lin Wuji was taking the blame for him. The person Yang Lin really wanted to kill was him, not Lin Wuji. However, when he signed up, he registered as Jiang Huntao, and he also used Bajiquan and Xingyiquan. All of this was misunderstood by Yang Lin, who thought his real identity was Lin Wuji, so he planned this assassination. Among the dozen or so people lying in a pool of blood around him, some were obviously ordinary people. Zhang Xian's heart was filled with murderous intent. Yang Lin was a desperado who would act without any scruples at all. It is definitely very dangerous to have such an enemy hiding in the dark. Yang Lin must die today. If Yang Lin escapes and his true identity is discovered, the lives of his parents and senior schoolmate will be threatened. After taking a look at the pistol thrown on the ground by Yang Lin, Zhang Xian felt relieved. Fortunately, the bullets should have been used up. Facing the hot weapons, Zhang Xian felt a fear from the depths of his soul, but Yang Lin, without hot weapons, posed no threat to him. Die! Yang Lin waved the dagger in his hand and stabbed at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian dodged to the side, and at the same time, his palms turned into tiger claws, and with a tiger slap, he hit Yang Lin hard. Suddenly, for some reason, he felt a palpitation in his heart. Oh no, there is danger. At this moment, Zhang Xian's mind was in turmoil, thinking about any possibility that might threaten his life. Without his firearms, Yang Lin could never be his opponent. Where did this feeling of palpitations come from? Bang! At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from a distance. The sound was very small, but was caught by Zhang Xian's keen ears. There are snipers in the dark. In order to kill him, Yang Lin actually used himself as bait. Die! Yang Lin's face suddenly turned ferocious, and he rushed towards him without any hesitation. At this moment, the feeling of palpitations in his heart became stronger and stronger, as if he would be shot in the next second. Suddenly, time seemed to stop at this second. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, then snatched the dagger from Yang Lin's hand and threw it in the direction of the bullet without any hesitation. Puff! The bullet had already been fired, and Zhang Xian only had time to hug Yang Lin and block him in front of him. This sniper rifle was obviously very special. It pierced Yang Lin's body and hit Zhang Xian's chest. A huge force came and knocked Zhang Xian away. Xiao Xian! Xia Meng's scream rang in my ears. Zhang Xian ignored it and looked in the direction where the dagger was shot. If that man didn't die, the lives of both him and Xia Meng would be threatened. Seeing the dagger piercing the sniper's eyebrows, Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and then suddenly twisted Yang Lin's head off. Hands up! At this moment, a group of people from relevant departments rushed over, with dozens of black gun muzzles pointed at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian raised his hand while enduring the severe pain. At this moment, he felt extremely dizzy. Plop! Finally, Zhang Xian could no longer hold on, fell to the ground and passed out. We absolutely cannot let this matter go like this. This person must be handed over to our Lin family. A deep voice sounded. Bullshit, if it weren't for brother Zhang, Lin Wuji would have been killed long ago. He saved someone from your Lin family, and you still want us to hand them over to you? Are you crazy? Does your Lin family's power override that of the nation? Say that again, if you have the guts. I'll pass this on to the higher-ups, and our leader will wipe out your Lin family. Hu Xiqian's voice also rang out. He saved my son? If it weren't for him, how could Yang Lin assassinate my son? This person must have lied to Yang Lin and said that he was Lin Wuji, which led Yang Lin to misunderstand and then assassinate my son. Hu Xiqian, you don't have to yell at me. This matter is too strange. My Lin family and the Huban sect have no grudges in the past or in the present. Just because this kid helped your relevant departments capture Yang Lin, the Huban sect took action against my Lin family. Tell me, if it's not this kid's fault, then whose fault is it? You can ask Yang Lin, you can ask Hubanman, how would I know about this? All I know is that brother Zhang risked his life to save your son on my behalf, but now you are here making trouble and trying to take my brother Zhang back to your Lin family. Lin Kong, do you really think this is still the Republic of China era? Can your Lin family resort to lynching? I say it again, don't try to fight against the country. If the country can destroy the Zhang family, it can destroy your Lin family. It's even easier. There was a hint of anger in Hu Xiqian's voice. Then came the exasperated voice. Someone from my Lin family heard Yang Lin shouting Lin Wuji to this person before he died. I have witnesses. Now so many people from my Lin family have died because of this kid. You want me to just go back like this? And even thank him? Wishful thinking. Chapter 85 The Arrogant Family. Hearing the voice, Zhang Xian opened his eyes, and what came into his sight was Hu Xian, whom he had not seen for a long time, and a strong man in green cloth. The sturdy man had an ancient bun on his head and had a burly and handsome figure. If Hu Xian, who was wearing a police uniform, had not been standing next to him, Zhang Xian would even have thought that he had traveled through time again, this time to ancient times. "Brother Zhang, are you awake?" Hearing the voice, Hu Xian looked at Zhang Xian in surprise. This time it was really too dangerous, and it was a great favor that Zhang Xian could help him. This time, even the people above noticed Brother Zhang, and some even asked to meet Zhang Xian. "Boy, did you kill Uncle Dong? What's your intention in putting the blame on my Lin family? Who sent you?" Lin Kong glared at Zhang Xian and roared loudly. Hearing Lin Kang's words, Zhang Xian frowned and ignored him. Instead, he looked at Hu Xian. "Brother Hu, where is the girl with me? Is she okay?" Hu Xian immediately replied, "Don't worry, she's just a little frightened. She's out now and will be back soon." Then he gave Zhang Xian a thumbs up and said, "Brother Zhang, you have good taste. It's so damn beautiful." Zhang Xian. How should he respond to this sentence? Seeing Hu Xian and Zhang Xian chatting as if no one was around, he got angry. As the head of the Lin family, when had he ever been ignored? Staring coldly at Zhang Xian, Lin Kong gritted his teeth and roared, "Boy, didn't you hear what I said? I'll ask you again, Yang Lin." Before Lin Kong could finish his words, Zhang Xian slowly interrupted him. "Sir, first of all, it was me who saved Lin Wuji. Even if you can't bring yourself to thank me, you should still show me some respect. Secondly, this matter is between Yang Lin and your Lin family. I just happened to be there. If you want to blame me because someone in your Lin family died, damn your ancestors." Zhang Xian cursed loudly. He had been holding it in just now. Who allowed him to have these bad habits? Even if Yang Lin misunderstood and originally wanted to kill him but attacked Lin Wuji instead, it could only be said that Lin Wuji was unlucky and had nothing to do with him. It wasn't him who pretended to be Lin Wuji to Yang Lin. This old guy is such a fucking idiot. If Hu Xian wasn't there, Zhang Xian really wanted to beat this old bastard up. "How dare you? You're courting death." Lin Kong was furious and punched out. "Lin Kong, what do you want to do?" When Hu Xian heard Zhang Xian's curse, he knew that he was in trouble. Lin Kong had wanted to attack Zhang Xian for a long time, but because he was here, Lin Kong was still hesitant. Now that Zhang Xian cursed, Lin Kong thought he had found an excuse, so he naturally took action. As for if someone asked if it wasn't Lin Kong who started it first, Hu Xian would think to himself, "Ha." In Lin Kang's eyes, what he did was not looking for trouble, but what he should do. This matter is very strange, and Zhang Xian has the obligation to accompany them to find out the reason. As for whether Zhang Xian is willing or not, that is not something the Lin family should consider. Not only the Lin family, many aristocratic families in Daxia have this mentality: I would rather let the world down than let the world let me down. This kind of morbid mentality has existed in the hearts of these families for thousands of years and has long been deeply rooted. With the establishment of a new country and the constraints of the country, these families can be more restrained. In the previous dynasty, these families controlled the entire country and did not care about the lives of ordinary people at all. Seeing Lin Kong taking action, Zhang Xian decided not to indulge his bad habit anymore. He jumped up from the bed and met his attack with a punch. Lin Kong sneered at the sight. A young man was so arrogant that he dared to confront him head-on with his fists. Wasn't he courting death? He seemed to have seen the scene of Zhang Xian's arm being crippled by him. Bang! A muffled sound. Lin Kang's expression suddenly changed drastically. "Lin Kong, go back to your Lin family. If you dare to use violence again, don't blame the country for taking action." Hu Xian roared. Zhang Xian's abilities are not low, but that is only relative to the younger generation. Compared with old guys like Lin Kong, he is still a little lacking. The next moment, a figure flew backwards, and a teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking was heard. Hu Xian's face changed drastically. Brother Zhang's arm was about to be broken. Lin Kong, this old man, had been immersed in Bajiquan for decades and once broke a small tree as thick as a cow's leg with one punch. But when he saw the man flying backwards, he was dumbfounded. Bang! Lin Kong flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, his arm almost twisted. His face was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "I respect your age, but your age cannot be a reason for you to act arrogantly in front of me. Zhang Xian looked at Lin Kong coldly. I risked my life to save your Lin family. Not only did you not even say thank you, but you also slandered me as the reason for their death. If it was because of me, I would have watched Yang Lin kill your useless son, and then I would have killed Yang Lin myself. Even you are a waste. Do you think I need to resort to these evil methods to attack your Lin family? Idiot. After exchanging punches with Lin Kong, Zhang Xian had a clear understanding of Lin Kang's strength. The strength of about 800 kilograms was far less than his. He just didn't know what level of strength Lin Kong was at. You. Lin Kong looked at Zhang Xian in shock. When he heard Zhang Xian's words, he was so ashamed and angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He, the head of the Lin family, was actually humiliated by a junior. If this matter gets out, how can he continue to survive in the martial arts world? At the same time, he was even more shocked by Zhang Xian's strength. The power that just surged out of Zhang Xian's body was too violent. Hu Xiqian was shocked, but also felt relieved. Fortunately, there were only injuries and no one was killed. He looked at Zhang Xian. He had never seen Zhang Xian defeat Yang Lin before, and he didn't know Zhang Xian's true strength. Now he had seen it. Lin Kong was given the title of master by the country. This title is not given for nothing. It is given by the country only to those who are truly powerful. He didn't expect that Lin Kong couldn't even withstand a single move from Zhang Xian. This is no longer something that can be simply described as awesome. If the higher-ups knew about Zhang Xian's current situation, he would have a good chance of being awarded the title of master. As for the injured Lin Kong, Hu Xiqian sneered in his heart. Serves you right. It's entirely your own fault. Now is a new era, but some people are still living in the old era, fantasizing that the world revolves around them. So stupid. If it weren't for giving face to Big Brother Hu, do you think I would care about your son's life or death? Look what happened now. I saved your son, but you turned your kindness against your enemy and attacked me, your benefactor. No wonder the Lingnan Lin family looks so unimpressed whenever it's mentioned. Brother Hu is here today, I'm giving him this face, so get out of here. Zhang Xian said calmly with his hands behind his back. Chapter 86 Unfair Provisions. Xiao Xian, you're awake. Just as the people from the relevant departments were carrying Lin Kong out, Xia Meng came over from outside. When she saw Zhang Xian standing there, her beautiful eyes instantly lit up. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole sky had cleared up. Seeing this, Hu Xiqian tactfully went out and indicated that he would contact him later. Are you okay? Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian, her beautiful eyes full of worry. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she was sure that Zhang Xian was completely fine. Xiao Xian, you are so lucky. That person's body was pierced by a bullet, but you are fine. It's really great. Xia Meng hugged Zhang Xian excitedly, then immediately reacted and her fair face turned red instantly. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this. Yes, the special bullet shot by the sniper at that time penetrated Yang Lin's body and hit him. Why didn't he have any injuries on his body? Zhang Xian quickly looked at the place where he was shot, where he saw a light red mark, which was very faint. If he didn't know the exact location, he wouldn't be able to find it. Is it because the bullet lost its force after penetrating Yang Lin's body? Also, what about that 1 second when someone pressed pause? He needs to dig out all of this. By the way, Xiao Xian, your mother called you just now and I answered the phone. Xia Meng was extremely shy. Although she had met Zhang Xiaoli before, the relationship between her and Zhang Xian had changed. When she saw Zhang Xiaoli again, she felt extremely shy. Oh, what did you say? Zhang Xian could almost predict his mother's reaction. If she knew that Xia Meng was his classmate, she would definitely warmly invite her to visit her home. Aunt Zhang invited me to her house. Xia Meng became even more shy, her head almost buried in her chest. Then let's go back. We will meet sooner or later anyway. Since you are fine, there is no need to stay here. Really? Are you willing to let me meet your parents? Xia Meng opened her eyes wide with excitement, her beautiful eyes flashing with brilliance, and the corners of her mouth were almost grinning from ear to ear. Xiao Xian is willing to take her to meet Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang. Does this mean that Zhang Xian has completely accepted her? You are my girlfriend, isn't it only a matter of time before you meet them? Shouldn't the senior be nervous when asked to meet her parents? Why do you look so happy? Aren't you afraid? If his senior asked him to go with her to meet his parents-in-law right now, Zhang Xian would definitely be scared. Xia Meng nodded vigorously. Yes, she is the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family now. Isn't it her duty to meet their parents? Oh, so exciting. Is there finally a place for me? Xia Meng blushed and was so excited that she almost shouted out loud. She even forgot about the shooting she had seen before. When they arrived at the door, Hu Xiqian was still waiting there. Zhang Xian knew that he must have something to say to him, so he asked Xia Meng to wait for him in front. Brother Zhang, you have to be careful. Lin Kong is a narrow-minded person and might attack you secretly. Hu Xiqian reminded him kindly. Brother Hu, that old immortal won't attack my parents, right? This is what he fears the most. Don't worry, the country has clear regulations on this matter. He may deal with you secretly, but his family will not be harmed. This is the red line drawn by the country. Hu Xiqian assured. Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. But they can still use some overt means, such as causing your parents to lose their jobs or endanger their lives. They don't dare. That's good. As long as his family is not harmed, Zhang Xian is not afraid of the Lin family at all. But you still have to be careful. The Lin family still has old monsters. They are not people that ordinary people can mess with. They made great contributions to resisting imperialist aggression, so the country will not touch them easily. This is why they are so unscrupulous now. If they attack me, can I kill them? Cannot. Hu Xiqian said in a decisive tone. What if my life is in fatal threat? Zhang Xian stared at Hu Xiqian. No, at least not now. Hu Xiqian said again. Zhang Xian frowned. What kind of rule is this? The other party can attack him, and according to Hu Xiqian, the other party can even kill him, but he cannot kill the other party. This doesn't seem like the rule of Daxia. Daxia emphasizes rule of law. What is this law? It's unfair to him. Hu Xiqian noticed Zhang Xian's expression and sighed softly. Not to mention Zhang Xian, even he, who was from the relevant department, felt furious when he first heard about this regulation. Especially because of this regulation, people from the family were unscrupulous and even ignored the law, which he disagreed with even more. But the people above him kept asking him to restrain himself, saying that one day he would understand why people from these families had such privileges. However, this situation should soon pass. Many people at the top have objections to this regulation, and the state has already reviewed it. Hu Xiqian said with a smile. After I return this time, I will report today's events to the higher authorities. The state will soon grant you the title of master. By then, these families will no longer dare to be so presumptuous towards you. Master? What's that? Zhang Xian was puzzled. Why is there such a strange title? And it's given by the country. Because back on Earth, once the word master was mentioned, people would associate the word with a liar. When your title comes, someone will tell you. Before you get it, I have no right to tell you. In fact, he has already committed a foul, but Zhang Xian is very strong, so no one will say anything if he does this. Okay, the reason I called you back was so that you could restrain yourself for a while and try not to get into conflict with those bastards. Okay. Zhang Xian agreed readily, but he didn't take it seriously in his heart. What a bullshit rule. As long as those people dare to show up, as long as those people dare to endanger his life or the lives of those he cares about, Zhang Xian doesn't care about any bullshit rules. Hu Xiqian looked suspicious when he saw Zhang Xian agreed so readily. Brother Hu, I'm taking my girlfriend home to meet my parents first. We'll talk when we have time. Zhang Xian said and walked straight to Xia Meng. Hu Xiqian looked at Zhang Xian's back, and for some reason, he suddenly had a feeling in his heart that if the Lin family did not know what was good for them, they would be the ones who would suffer. On the way, Xia Meng suddenly became nervous. She had to be nervous. Although she had met Zhang Xian's parents when she was a child, this time she was meeting them as a daughter-in-law. The change of identity made Xia Meng unable to adapt for a while. Xiaoxian, we. What's wrong? Senior, if you're not ready, forget it this time. No, this is my first visit, shouldn't I buy something? It's impolite not to bring a gift, right? Yeah, that's right. I don't have your daily necessities yet, so I really need to go buy a set. Huh? Xia Meng was confused. She just wanted to visit Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang, but didn't want to stay there to sleep. Chapter 87. You are Zhang Xian. Xiaoxian, we. Although she has always loved Zhang Xian and dreamed of becoming his wife, is their relationship developing too fast? Zhang Xian just agreed to start dating them, and they haven't even had a date yet, but he's already meeting his parents and wants her to stay overnight. If Xiao Xian asks her to do something else, will she agree or not? It's so confusing. This is a question worth thinking about. To be honest, Xia Meng was a little at a loss when she heard Zhang Xian say that. What's wrong? Senior. Zhang Xian looked at Xia Meng in confusion. At this moment, Xia Meng's face was red like an apple, and her beautiful appearance made Zhang Xian want to take a bite. Don't worry, my parents are very good-tempered. Besides, I'm here with you. Thinking that Xia Meng was worried, Zhang Xian immediately spoke. No, Xia Meng was a little embarrassed. She didn't want to transform from a girl into a woman so early. Let's go shopping first. Let's take it one step at a time and see what happens. Xia Meng and Zhang Xian went to a shopping mall, bought some daily necessities, and bought some things for their parents. Senior, let's go buy you some change of clothes. Oh, I really have to buy it. It's over, it seems Xiao Xian can't wait any longer. Xia Meng was both excited and afraid. Good. Xia Meng responded weakly in a low voice. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. In his mind, Xia Meng had always been a person who dared to love and hate, and was carefree. He was a little uncomfortable with her sudden change to this state. The two walked towards the women's clothing area. They didn't know that just after they left, several people came over with their mouths wide open. That is, it seems to be Zhang Xian and the campus beauty Xia. They are moving in together. They even bought daily necessities. Fuck, I wonder how many people will shed tears now. Get lost, I want to cry now. What are you crying for? Don't worry, you will never have any contact with the school beauty in your life. Damn, even though what you said is true, your words are too hurtful. This is breaking news. Hurry and spread it on the campus forum. Several people immediately opened the campus forum and uploaded the photos they had just taken. Shocking news, Campus Beauty and Zhang Xian are living together. When it was first posted, no one believed it and thought it was a clickbait title. But when people clicked on it and saw Xia Meng looking like a little woman being led around by someone, they were excited. Damn, why? The school beauty is mine. Who is Zhang Xian? Why is he holding the school beauty's hand? The forum administrator, who was also a fan of Xia Meng, was furious when he saw the photos. In his anger, he directly set the two words Zhang Xian as sensitive words. When typing Zhang Xian, the two words would become two. Students at the University of Tokyo soon discovered this, and so "You are very Zhang Xian" became a greeting between them. All of a sudden, the campus forum that had been silent for a day exploded. Xia family. Tian Yushan, who was applying a facial mask at home, heard the news and immediately took out her mobile phone and opened the campus forum. When she saw her daughter, who claimed to have been traveling with her three little sisters, affectionately holding a boy's hand, she was so angry that her black hair stood up. Xia Meng, how dare you lie to me? Tian Yushan was furious and kept calling Xia Meng's cell phone, but no one answered the call. She immediately called her husband. Wife, I'm in a meeting here, what do you want? Bullshit, your daughter didn't go traveling, she went to live with a boy. Tian Yushan yelled angrily. There was a sudden crack of a cup falling to the ground and a flurry of activity. Xia Tianjun was very angry. He had never worried about his daughter's emotional problems because she was very talented and she didn't like ordinary men at all. In his opinion, his daughter was destined to take over his business. As for the son-in-law, if his daughter was willing in the future, he could recruit a live-in son-in-law. So when other people saw Zhang Xian, they wanted to immediately throw their daughters into Zhang Xian's arms, but he was not in a hurry at all. But now, it's only been a few days, how come my daughter has found a boyfriend? This doesn't go in line with his plan. If he had known this would happen, he would have tried to match his daughter with Zhang Xian. Because in his opinion, in the entire Dongshan city, Zhang Xian and his daughter are probably the most suitable match. No, we can't just let this matter go like this, break them up. They must be broken up. Xia Tianjun was no longer in the mood for the meeting. He said something to the vice president and immediately returned to his office. Where did you see it? Todai's campus forum. Does it say what the man's name is? Xia Tianjun was extremely angry. He wanted to teach that man a lesson. It's blocked, I can't see anything. Wife, this time, we must join hands and break them up. Yes, I think so too. I think the Zhang Xian you mentioned is pretty good. I agree. I'll call my brother Zhang right now and try to bring them together. I'm sure my daughter will fall in love with someone else after she sees him. Xia Tianjun, are you crazy? Do you call your son-in-law brother? Xia Tianjun. Xia Tianjun did it right away and called Zhang Xian. Xia Meng went into the fitting room to try on clothes when her cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, brother Xia. Ha, brother Zhang, where are you being so cool now? I'm shopping with my girlfriend. Oh, when did you break up? Zhang Xian. What the hell, how can he respond? Is there anyone who speaks like this? He and his senior had just gotten together, and people were asking him when they would break up. It felt a bit like a curse. Brother Xia, don't make such jokes anymore. If nothing unexpected happens, she will become your brother's wife. Xia Tianjun on the other end of the phone was still a little unwilling. Brother Zhang, don't jump to conclusions so early. My daughter is very beautiful, really. I'll send you her photo right now. Take a look, you will definitely like her. Besides, she goes to the same school as you. You can cultivate your relationship and see her often at school. You don't have to worry about her fooling around with other men. How great is that? More importantly, my daughter has a great talent for business. She will definitely be a great helper to you. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this. This was a promotion for his own daughter. No need, brother Xia. My girlfriend will be angry if she sees it. Brother Zhang. Brother Xia, if you say that again, we'll just pretend we've never met. Zhang Xian said bluntly. Okay, then I wish you happiness. But, brother Zhang, if you break up, please inform me immediately. I'll go buy some firecrackers to celebrate. Zhang Xian hung up the phone directly. Damn, why didn't I notice it when we met? Xia Tianjun must be crazy. Why are you so eagerly hoping that he will break up with his senior? Chapter 88. Sir, you have a good vision. What's going on? Let them meet first. Tian Yushan asked anxiously. That's true, but brother Zhang has already warned me that if I mention this matter again, he will pretend not to know me. Then he said helplessly, invite brother Zhang to have a simple meal when you are free in the future, and then we will see. In the fitting room. Xia Meng's pretty face flushed red. She finally decided to give herself to Zhang Xian, but was shocked to find that she had her period. I felt embarrassed but also relieved. Just then, the cell phone rang. Xia Meng saw that it was Wang Shui and immediately picked up the phone. Xiaoxue, did you guys have fun? Xia, campus beauty, you guys can go out and have fun all you want. How did someone take a picture of you? Now the whole Dongda University knows about it. Aunt Tian just called us and she knows about it. Uncle Xia probably knows too. You should explain it to Aunt Tian yourself. Wang Shui's helpless voice came from the microphone. Xia Meng was a little confused when she heard this. Was someone taking a photo of her? Immediately, she didn't care anymore. After all, she and Xiao Xian were already together, so let them be photographed. It was not something shameful. She is now going to meet Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang, and then take Xiao Xian to meet her parents. With Xiao Xuan's current achievements, she believes her parents will not refuse. It's okay, just go ahead and shoot. Have fun. The money has already been paid. I won't say anything more. I have to go meet Xiao Xuan's parents and I'm nervous. As soon as Xia Meng finished speaking, the place became quiet. Ah, Xia Meng, are you guys developing so fast? Meet your parents? You're not really living together already, are you? Before the holiday, you were still a young girl, but I didn't expect that after school started, you were already a woman. Xia Meng was speechless. The three little sisters always had such weird focuses. Okay, I'll tell you guys when I get back. I'm hanging up now because of something. Xia Meng put on her clothes and walked out. In an instant, everyone in the store focused their attention on her. Zhang Xian's heart was pounding. The senior sister was so beautiful. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, but this saying is not appropriate for my senior. The design of that dress was not very eye-catching, but when worn by the senior student, the dress instantly looked much better. The perfect proportions of the body made Zhang Xian unable to take his eyes away. Xia Meng saw Zhang Xian staring at her, and she felt sweet but shy. The junior's gaze was so fiery that it almost set her on fire. Zhang Xian also came back to his senses. He stared at the senior student in front of him. What kind of luck did he have that he could have such a girl? Sir, you have great taste. This dress is a perfect match for your girlfriend. The sales clerk immediately walked up to the two of them and encouraged them. She had already predicted that this dress would become a hit. So beautiful. Sir, is your girlfriend a movie star? The clerk asked eagerly, holding a small notebook. At this moment, a man in a suit and tie walked up to Xiaomeng step by step, greed surging in the depths of his eyes, and said, "My beautiful lady, please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gu Fuqing, a talent scout for Xia Entertainment. It would be a shame if someone with your talent didn't make it into the entertainment industry. Miss, please tell me your cell phone number. I will never allow you to be buried in this vulgar world." Gu Fuqing said proudly that this sentence has been proven to be effective. "Get out of the way, you're blocking me." Zhang Xian frowned. The man's gaze made him very uncomfortable. Gu Fuqing seemed not to hear it and continued to look at Xiaomeng's peerless face greedily. He believed that no woman could refuse his invitation. His body became hot. Where should he go to get a room? He had slept with many women, but he had never met anyone of Xiaomeng's level. For a girl like this, no one can refuse him as long as he tricks her. He didn't expect that when he returned to his hometown, he would meet such a beautiful girl. "Get out of the way." Xiaomeng frowned. This person looked at her with naked eyes. Could such a person be from her father's company? It seems that my father hasn't paid much attention to the quality of the company's scouts recently. Ha! Gu Fuqing was stunned, as if he hadn't heard Xiaomeng's words clearly. "Miss, I am." "Get out of the way." Before Gu Fuqing could finish his words, Zhang Xian pushed him aside. "Fuck you, how dare you!" Bang! Zhang Xian was very experienced in dealing with people who spoke dirty words. He kicked Gu Fuqing out of the store. "Boy, just wait for me." Gu Fuqing was furious. Not only did he fail to play with the girl, but he was also beaten. Since he became a scout, he has never encountered anything like this. He didn't care about Gu Fuqing's affairs at all, but continued to choose clothes with Xiaomeng. After a while, they finished choosing, and then the two got in a taxi and drove towards Guanlan International. Xiaomeng was so nervous that she didn't even realize that Zhang Xian was going to take her to Guanlan International. Guanlan International Villa number 8. Gu Fuqing was still furious and stood at the door of the villa. Lynn, open the door for me." He yelled so loudly that the neighbors frowned. The door opened, and an old woman came over. She glanced at Gu Fuqing indifferently and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, please go back. My lady will never see you again." Gu Fuqing, who was already in a bad mood, became even worse after hearing this. He glared at the old woman angrily and roared, "Fuck you! What's your business between me and Lynn? Open the door for me. I'll go talk to Lynn myself. When I get married to Lynn, I will definitely fire you." The old woman glanced at Gu Fuqing indifferently and said, "Let's talk about it after you and the young lady are married. But the master has already said that if you dare to make a move, he will have your limbs broken and you castrated." "Humph, how dare he, that old, inconvenient being." Gu Fuqing was cursing, and at this moment, his cell phone rang. He saw the caller ID and his face immediately changed, and he picked up the phone. "Boss. How's the matter going?" A majestic voice came from the microphone. "Boss, this Xia Entertainment brand is not very effective. There are very few beautiful and wealthy women who actually listen to me." Chapter 89, Bringing Girlfriend Xiaomeng Home. "Boss, please get me a position as the manager of Teo Yuanju. Teo Yuanju's brand is strong enough to be used in any city in Dongshan." Gu Fuqing complained. "Gu Fuqing, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Never try to get your hands on Teo Yuanju. Remember this, Teo Yuanju is far from as simple as you think. By the way, if the Wan family can't handle it, try this person. I've sent you the photo. This time, you can use some other methods." Gu Fuqing opened WeChat. When he saw the photo sent by the boss, he was stunned for a moment and laughed, "Beauty, what a fate. It seems that you are destined to be mine." The taxi slowly stopped at the entrance of Guanlan International Community. "Brother, this is a villa area, our taxi can't enter." "It's okay, just go to villa number 6. They'll let you in when you get to the door." The driver was also curious about what the villa inside looked like. After hearing what Zhang Xian said, he drove inside. When they arrived at the door, the security guard stopped them. Zhang Xian opened the car window and said, "Brothers, it's me. I bought a lot of things. It's Brother Zhang. Where's your Rolls-Royce Phantom?" The reason why the two security guards recognized Zhang Xian at a glance was because of this thought: Zhang Xian was the only one driving such a flashy car. Hiss! The driver gasped. As expected, those who can live in the villa area are not ordinary people. Zhang Xian threw out 2 packets of platinum crystal lacune, and the 2 security guards immediately opened the railing with a smile. The taxi slowly drove into the villa area. "Senior, we're here, let's go in." Zhang Xian spoke to Xia Meng beside him. Ah! Xia Meng was in a daze. When she heard Zhang Xian's words, she clenched her fists, her heart was pounding, and she was extremely nervous. "Come in, do you want me to carry you in?" Crash! Xia Meng stood up with a start. If she was carried in, she would be so embarrassed. "Thanks, brother." Zhang Xian took out a box of cigarettes and threw it to the driver. The driver grinned and drove away. Just then, the phone rang. "Mom and Dad, stop fighting, we're home." Zhang Xian howled, and Xia Meng's little face turned red instantly. She hid behind Zhang Xian, looking very shy. She had always wanted to marry Zhang Xian, and she had dreamed of this scene many times, but when it really happened, she panicked. "Senior, aren't you very cool? Why are you shy?" Zhang Xian said casually. Xia Meng's face turned even redder. I'm very nervous." "Why are you nervous?" "I'm here for you. My parents are very open-minded and reasonable." Zhang Xian took Xia Meng's hand and walked into the yard. The two of them didn't notice that the moment they entered, a man appeared stealthily outside the yard. Gu Fucheng didn't expect to meet Zhang Xian and Xia Meng here. He clenched his fists and looked at Zhang Xian's back angrily. "Boy, just wait for me. Not only will I sleep with your woman, I'll also kill you." Zhang Xian didn't notice anyone outside the door. He took Xia Meng's hand and walked into the yard. "Xiao Xian, you hurt me," Xia Meng said weakly, as if she was about to retreat. Zhang Xian knew that Xia Meng was looking for an excuse to escape, so he didn't care and pulled her inside. Xia Meng stuck out her tongue when she realized that her little thoughts were seen through. At this moment, the two of them had arrived at the door. Although she was afraid, there was nothing she could do because she could see that the door was about to open. Xia Meng hid behind Zhang Xian, with her head lowered. She was so nervous that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Fortunately, Zhang Xian held her hand, and Xia Meng felt a little safe. Crack! A head popped out. Zheng Shaoli saw the beautiful girl being held by her son at a glance, and her eyes lit up. "My son has such good taste. His future daughter-in-law looks like a movie star." She fell in love with it instantly. "Mom, this is my senior and my girlfriend, Xia Meng." Zhang Xian pulled Xia Meng from behind him to his front and introduced her. "Hello, Aunt Zhang." Xia Meng's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head and said shyly, "Well, you too. Come on in, your uncle's cooking is almost done." Zheng Shaoli spoke with a smile on her face, then turned and shouted towards the kitchen. "Lao Zhang, my son and his wife are back, hurry up." Boom! Xia Meng's face instantly turned as red as a shrimp, and she froze in place. Aunt Zhang actually called her daughter-in-law. Xia Meng felt that her heart was like a small boat before a tsunami, with turbulent waves and about to be capsized and thrown under the waves at any time. Zhang Xian was speechless. Wasn't his mother too anxious? Although he had decided on Xia Meng, he and Xia Meng had just become boyfriend and girlfriend, and it was also Xia Meng's first time visiting. Wasn't it a bit too early for his mother to directly call her daughter-in-law? Zhang Shaoli grabbed Xia Meng's hand and looked at her future daughter-in-law, smiling from ear to ear. "Xiao Meng, don't be restrained. This is your home. Don't worry. If Zhang Xian dares to bully you, Auntie will take care of it for you." Xia Meng was no longer as cool as she was at school. Her little face was flushed and she looked more uneasy. "Mom, you should go help Dad. You'll scare the senior girl." Zhang Xian noticed Zhang Xian's uneasiness and reminded him in a low voice. At this moment, a burnt smell suddenly wafted from the kitchen. Then there was a burst of thick smoke. "What kind of broken appliance is this? It doesn't work." Then Zhang Ping ran out with a shovel in his hand, covered in dust. That miserable look was extremely funny. "Ha, you must be Xiao Meng, sorry, uncle made you laugh." Ding, the God level selection system is starting. Option 1, cook a meal for your family. Reward, recipes for the 8 major cuisines, Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 10. Option 2, continue to let Zhang Ping cook. Reward, the host will receive the title of scumbag, his popularity with women will decrease by 1, and his wealth will increase by 10 billion. What is there to hesitate about? Dad, you should take a rest. Let me do it. Zhang Xian rolled up his sleeves and walked into the kitchen. You can do it? At home, it was always Zhang Ping who cooked. He was a wife-loving maniac and had never let Zhang Xiaoli cook in his life. The reason why it turned out like this time was because he was not used to the kitchen utensils in the kitchen. Zhang Xian's eyes widened. Dad, how can a man say no? Roll. Zhang Ping reacted quickly and reprimanded in a low voice. Zhang Xiaoli also spat. Uncle, aunt, I'll go help Xiaoxian. Xia Meng immediately followed Zhang Xian into the kitchen. Child, no need. In our Zhang family, men cook and women just take care of being beautiful. Zhang Xiaoli grabs Xia Meng. Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed. Recipes from the 8 major cuisines, Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 10. Wife, this guy has never cooked a meal before, can he do it? Zhang Ping was a little hesitant, as he knew his son well and knew that he had never cooked since he was a child. The 3 people sneaked into the kitchen and were dumbfounded when they saw the scene inside. Chapter 90. The Lin family is about to take action. Inside the hospital. Lin Kong was lying on the bed, his face pale and his spirit extremely weak. At this moment, an old man in tang suit walked in with a group of people. When the old man saw Lin Kong lying on the hospital bed, anger filled his eyes. Who did it? The old man asked calmly. The people around were silent, intimidated by the old man's aura and dared not say a word. Zhang Xian. Lin Kong said with difficulty. Zhang Xian? From the Zhang family? The old man frowned, looked at the person next to him, and asked, does the Zhang family have a master named Zhang Xian? The man was asked by the old man, and after a moment's hesitation, he answered with certainty, the Zhang family has never recovered since that incident. Now, there are only 3 or 2 masters, and they are all old and immortal. There is no one named Zhang Xian. He's not from the Zhang family? How dare he hit the head of my Lin family? He's courting death. A powerful aura suddenly burst out, and the old man looked at the person at the back of the crowd. Shiwei, go check this person out. I want to see who dares to touch anyone from my Lin family. Jin Lao, I've checked. Zhang Xian is still a freshman at the moment and has no background. However, he has currently taken over Zhang Jingyang's Teo Yuanju, and it's very likely that he has some connection to the Zhang family. Just when I was about to investigate further, the higher-ups took action. Master Jin, if you want to take action, do it as soon as possible. The higher-ups intend to award him the title of master. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around were in an uproar, especially those who had not yet received the title of master. Their eyes were bloodshot. Nonsense. A freshman? How could he deserve such an honor? How much have we done for Daxia? We haven't even become masters yet, but he, a student, can be given the title of master? Are those people above us crazy? Humph, the people above must have seen that this person is quite powerful and wanted to train their own people to hold us hostage. Shut up. Jin Lao said calmly, but his words gave people an irresistible power. Hasn't he become a master yet? We don't know about this either. Send a few people. Those idiots above won't hold our Lin family accountable for one dead person. After the old man finished speaking, several people from the Lin family immediately turned around and left. At this moment, Lin Kong, who was lying on the bed, suddenly said, Jin Lao, bring him back. I want to kill him and eliminate the demon in my heart. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded. Tell me, what's going on? Lin Kong gestured to the person beside the bed, and the person understood and told him about the amusement park. Upon hearing this, the old man slammed his palm on the table, and the table was immediately broken into pieces by his palm. How dare you stir up hatred between my Lin family and the Huban clan? This person deserves death. Some people in the Lin family's crowd seem to be hesitant to speak after hearing this. This matter is obviously between their Lin family and Hubanman. What does it have to do with Zhang Xian? Lin Kong wanted to take people away by force, and he did it in front of people from relevant departments. Zhang Xian was not from the family. If he was from the family, and he killed Lin Kong, the Lin family could only blame themselves for the bad luck. Of course, if Zhang Xian was a member of the family, Lin Kong probably wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. But his words are of little importance, so I won't say much. Zhang Xian didn't know about Lin Kang's affairs. At this moment, the kitchen knife was flying in his hands. He took a look at the ingredients in the kitchen, and several dishes took shape in Zhang Xian's mind. The three people outside were stunned. Was that still a kitchen knife in Zhang Xian's hand? It was like a light elf dancing in Zhang Xian's hand. Xia Meng was mesmerized by the sight. Zhang Xian looked so handsome when he was concentrating on cooking. At this moment, her heart was beating so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of her chest. It turns out that cooking alone can be so cool. Especially when seeing Zhang Xian removing the bones, the kitchen knife in his hand accurately cut at every joint. In ancient times, there was the Pao Ding cutting up an ox, which was probably nothing more than this. Wife, our son. Zhang Ping didn't know what to say. His son went to the same university, which gave him too many surprises and shocks. Can a person change so much in just 1 month? Ah, I saw it. Old Zhang, was Xiaoxian possessed by someone like what was shown on TV? Zheng Xiaoli's tone was dry, and she didn't know what to say. Half an hour later, when Zhang Xian finished the last dish, he noticed the three people at the door who were completely dumbfounded. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Serving food. Zhang Xian was speechless. He was busy here, but three people just stood there watching him stupidly. Okay. Zhang Ping couldn't hold back any longer when he smelled the aroma of the food. He immediately ran in, picked up a plate of shredded potatoes, and couldn't wait to take a bite with his chopsticks. Suddenly, a strong fragrance wafted into the air. Tasty. Zhang Ping's taste buds were filled with deliciousness at this moment, and he couldn't help but take another bite. The same is true for Zheng Xiaoli and Xia Meng. Serve the food first, we'll eat together later. Zhang Xian urged silently. Oh. The three of them woke up as if from a dream, immediately brought the food to the table, and couldn't help but take another bite. Son, that's great. From now on, you will be the one cooking for our family. Zheng Xiaoli gave a thumbs up, and Zhang Ping and Xia Meng nodded repeatedly. As she spoke, Zheng Xiaoli became depressed, her fair face twisted into a knot, and she said, What will I eat when you start school? I used to think your dad's cooking was delicious, but after eating what you cook, how can I still eat what your dad cooks? Zhang Ping rarely argued with his wife because he was also impressed by Zhang Xian's cooking skills. Zhang Xian smiled slightly, and the four of them sat together to eat. What Xia Meng worried about did not happen. Zhang Xian's parents were attracted by the food and did not ask about her situation at all. They just chatted for a few minutes. Xia Meng ate and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Zhang Xian winked at Xia Meng. Xia Meng immediately knew that her thoughts had been seen through by Zhang Xian, and her pretty face turned red. After dinner, Zhang Ping was reluctantly sent to wash the dishes. What Xia Meng worried about finally happened. Xia Meng, how old are you this year? Hey, you look like my former neighbor. What's more, her name is also Xia Meng, the same as yours. When Xia Meng heard Zhang Xiaoli's words, her heart began to beat fast. Oh, is Aunt Zhang going to recognize her? Auntie, I am 20 years old. Xia Meng's face flushed slightly as she spoke weakly. 20? That's the legal marriage age. Wait until you have 2 years. Mom! Zhang Xian's face was full of black lines. Is his mother so lively when chatting? After just a few words, they started talking about marriage. If they continue like this, will they start talking about how many children they want to have? The senior student was so nervous at this moment that she forgot to breathe, and her uneasy look was heartbreaking. Chapter 91 Embarrassing Things. Oh, it's a bit early to talk about this, isn't it? Mom finally realized her abruptness, and then said to Xia Meng with a smile. Girl, don't blame your auntie. It's strange. The first time I saw you, I felt like I got along very well with you, as if I had met you before. Xia Meng was a little frightened when she heard this. Of course they had met before. Didn't she live in Zhang's house every day before? Ah, auntie, me too. Xia Meng was no longer as eloquent as usual. She stuttered and couldn't even speak clearly. She could only look at Zhang Xian for help. Mom, this senior is meeting you for the first time and she's a little nervous. You should talk about something lighter and not scare her. Zhang Xian spoke helplessly. Oh, okay, let's change the subject. Zhang Xiaoli finally noticed Xiaomeng's nervousness and looked at Xiaomeng with an embarrassed look on her face. Xiaomeng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Zhang Xian with appreciation. This guy finally played a role. It's okay, Auntie, it's a pleasure chatting with you. Xiaomeng tried hard to force a smile, but it was a stiff smile and looked extremely awkward. Really? That's what I said. Zhang Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief and spoke to Xiaomeng with a friendly look on her face. Then let's continue the previous topic? Ha ha ha. As soon as the words came out of her mouth, Zhang Xiaoli noticed that Xiaomeng's face changed and she laughed out loud. Xiaomeng came back to her senses and realized that Zhang Xiaoli was joking with her. She was speechless. Aunt Zhang still loved to joke like she did more than 10 years ago. No more joking. Auntie is old. Staying with you young people will only make you feel restrained and not annoying. Let Xiaoxian take you to find a bedroom and go to bed. Okay, Auntie. Treat this place as your own home. Don't be nervous or afraid. Got it? Zhang Xiaoli held Xiaomeng's hand affectionately and said with a kind face. Xiaomeng felt warm in her heart when she heard this. Thank you, Auntie. You're so polite, kid. Zhang Xian immediately took Xiaomeng upstairs. Xiaoxian, take me to your room first. After leaving her parents, Xiaomeng was no longer as nervous as before and watched curiously. Suddenly, she was stunned. It was not until this moment that she realized that this was Guanlan International, the same place as her best friend Wan Lianlian. Xiaoxian, this is Guanlan International, didn't you see it when you came in? Hearing Xiaomeng's question, Zhang Xian was a little amused. This girl was so nervous that she didn't remember anything. Which villa is this? Number 6. Xiaomeng was about to vomit blood. Number 6? The villa was less than 50 meters away from Wan Lianlian's. She and Wan Lianlian had walked around the entire villa area last night, but they didn't even find Zhang Xian's family here. What's wrong? Zhang Xian looked at Xiaomeng in confusion. There was something wrong with this girl. Xiaomeng told others that her best friend Wan Lianlian lived in villa number 8. Zhang Xian laughed dumbly and stroked Xiaomeng's head. That's normal. We just moved in yesterday. Ah? Xiaomeng blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhang Xian in surprise. Seeing Xiaomeng's dumbfounded look, Zhang Xian laughed and hugged her. Xiaomeng's eyes suddenly widened, and her beautiful and delicate little face turned red all of a sudden. Her heart was pounding, and she could even feel Zhang Xian's breath hitting her face, which was itchy and made her addicted to it. Zhang Xian's face was getting closer and closer, and Xiaomeng couldn't help but close her eyes. Right at this moment, Xiaomeng's cell phone rang. Zhang Xian was slightly stunned and motioned Xiaomeng to answer the phone. Xiaomeng took the opportunity to walk aside, feeling relieved but also a little lost. Xiaomeng, what are you doing? It's so late, and you haven't come back yet. If you don't tell Zhang Xian that he can't remember you, won't you give yourself to him? Xiaomeng quickly turned down the volume of the microphone, but it was too late. Senior, what do you want me to remember? When Xiaomeng heard Zhang Xian's voice behind her, her body stiffened. Humph, I won't tell you, let you figure it out yourself. He could even forget such an important thing. Xiaomeng suddenly felt a little aggrieved. She had waited for Zhang Xian for more than 10 years for this matter, but Zhang Xian had no memory of it at all. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Xiaomeng curled her lips and snorted. Zhang Xian looked at Xiaomeng in a daze. Could it be that he really had some involvement with the senior sister in the past? He searched his memory but still found nothing. Senior, give me some tips. Looking at Xiaomeng's expression, it seemed like something big had really happened between the two of them. Zhang Xian was puzzled. Could it be that something that was common between men and women had really happened between them? No. Xiaomeng said angrily. Will you give it to me? Zhang Xian approached suddenly, close enough to see the tiny pores on Xiaomeng's face. Xiaomeng's heart started beating violently again. What do you want to do? Xiaomeng didn't know why. When she was in school, she could be very proactive, but since the moment Zhang Xian agreed to become their boyfriend and girlfriend, she was always very nervous about Zhang Xian's approach. Seeing Zhang Xian's face right in front of her, Xiaomeng closed her eyes nervously. Crack. Xiaomeng, I remember now, you girl. The door opened, Zhang Xiaoli pushed it open, and was halfway through her words when she happened to see the expressions of the two people. Her eyes widened and her voice stopped abruptly. Zhang Xian, holding Xia Meng, was surprised to see his mother looking at them in amazement. Even though Zhang Xian was thick-skinned enough, his face turned red at this moment. Why is the light in the room so dim? I can't see anything. Zhang Xiaoli came to her senses, found a lame excuse to leave, and even closed the door considerately. Zhang Xian. So embarrassing. Besides, why can't mom just knock on the door? When he was alone before, his mother could do whatever he wanted, but now he has Xia Meng, right? Fortunately, they were not doing anything. If they were doing something, wouldn't it be extremely embarrassing? The room was extremely quiet. The two could even hear each other's heartbeats. It's all your fault. It's so embarrassing. Xia Meng patted Zhang Xian's chest. Zhang Xian laughed shamelessly and hugged Xia Meng in his arms. Xia Meng resisted for a moment and then calmed down. At this moment, the two of them were close to each other and felt an unprecedented peace. The other side. Zhang Xiaoli closed the door, let out a long breath, her heart pounding. The scene just now was too exciting. Wife, have you asked Xiao Meng? Zhang Ping ran over and asked excitedly. Ever since they met Xia Meng, they felt that this girl looked very similar to a former neighbor of theirs, but their two families hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years, so they couldn't be sure. Zhang Xiaoli rummaged through boxes and drawers to find the treasured photo, and immediately saw the face that was almost identical to Xia Meng's. At the beginning, she was afraid of forgetting their names, so she wrote the names of Xia Tianjuan's family on the back of the photo. The same name, the same appearance, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? They confirmed it almost immediately. Xia Meng was the little girl who used to live in their house. Chapter 92 Human Trafficker, Gu Fucheng. No. Zhang Xiaoli came to her senses and thought to herself that her son was so quick. Could it be that this guy had done something to that girl in school? No, they will find a chance to tell this brat later. Although they really want to have grandchildren, the two children are still in school and they must not let any accidents happen at this time. No? You are too embarrassed to ask? Then I will go ask. Zhang Ping had always liked Xia Meng and her brother and sister and was about to adopt them as his godson and goddaughter. Unexpectedly, Xia Tianjun changed his job and moved. At that time, communication was not as developed as it is now, so the two families lost contact. Unexpectedly, after many years, the little girl Xia Meng came back again, and she became more beautiful, even more beautiful than Tian Yushan when she was young. The young people are talking in private in the room. Why are you, as an elder, going in? Zhang Xiaoli scolded angrily. Oh. Zhang Ping turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly came to his senses. His wife's expression just now was not right. Why was it so strange? Suddenly, Zhang Ping thought of something and his eyes widened. No way? These two kids are inside. Have you reminded them not to have children for the sake of momentary pleasure and affect their studies? Zhang Ping whispered. Got it, I'll remind Xiaoxian later. Zhang Xiaoli took a long breath and went downstairs. Hey, little girl surnamed Xia, you're not really living in Zhang Xian's house, are you? Wan Lianlian's voice came from the microphone. The two of them came to their senses at this moment. After being interrupted by their mother Zhang Xiaoli, they actually forgot that they had not hung up the phone yet. Xia! Are you still here? If you don't come back to live here, tell me, or I won't leave the door open for you. Get out, I want to talk on the phone. Xia Meng glared at Zhang Xian, who was looking at her curiously. No need to leave the door unlocked, she's staying here today. Zhang Xian snatched the phone and said slowly. Wow! This is exciting. Can we have a video call? Stop being so rude, I'll be there in a minute, leave the door open for me. Xia Meng said this and hung up the phone. I have enough rooms here, why don't you stay here? Zhang Xian frowned. Do you want me to live here? Xia Meng pretended to be a female hooligan and drooled at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was speechless. This girl was obviously very shy, and her previous lecherous behavior was all fake. Okay, my mom saw it anyway. Zhang Xian is as fearless as a dead pig. You wish. Xia Meng was immediately defeated. I've already promised Lian that I'll play with her for a few days. When we get back to school, As she spoke, Xia Meng's face turned red and she couldn't continue. Okay, I'll take you there, wherever she lives. She's right next door to you, Villa number 8. Zhang Xian. So, the senior sister lived next door to him last night? No wonder the girl asked where this place was just now. Xia Meng and I arrived at the door of Villa number 8, where a lovely girl was waiting. Wow, I haven't seen you for a few years. Zhang Xian seems to have become more handsome. When Wan Lianlian saw Zhang Xian, her eyes lit up, she jumped over and spoke. Zhang Xian. Does he know the girl in front of him? My dear, you finally come out to see me. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, Wan Lianlian frowned. Why are you here again? Are the security guards at Guanlan International idiots? Why do they let anyone in? Gu Fucheng, who was about to accept Wan Lianlian's hug, suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. He always thought of himself as a popular lover and no girl could resist him, but as soon as he showed up, Wan Lianlian didn't want to see him? He is a talent scout for Xia Entertainment, and he can help thousands of girls realize their dreams of becoming stars. How could such a brilliant person like him be rejected? Gu Fucheng's heart was filled with anger. In his opinion, Wan Lianlian must be acting like a spoiled child to attract his attention. Honey, I know you're kidding me, right? Ha, this is not a very friendly way to attract my attention. Seeing this man, Xia Meng frowned. Is he that scumbag? How the hell are you talking like that? With you. Gu Fucheng, who was about to burst into curses, saw that it was Xia Meng who was speaking, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Beautiful lady, I didn't expect that we meet again. Last time you didn't seem to care about my self-introduction. I am Gu Fucheng, the 5-star explorer of Xia Entertainment. Thanks to my discovery, Zhang Hanyu, Li Zirwei, and several others became instant stars. You and Lianlian are no less talented than them. If you trust me, I will make you international superstars, living under the spotlight every day. Gu Fucheng said unwillingly that he didn't believe there was a woman in the world who didn't like being a star. As he spoke, he reached into his trouser pocket. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Option 1, destroy the plan of human trafficker Gu Fucheng. Rewards, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, wealth plus 10 billion. Choice 2, allow Gu Fucheng to carry out his evil plan. Reward, Ninja Turtle title, female affinity 1. Human trafficker. Zhang Xian looked at Gu Fucheng in front of him in surprise, and just saw his hand reaching into his trouser pocket. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian kicked forward. Gu Fucheng's face was full of smiles, but his heart was full of resentment. Although he didn't look at Zhang Xian, his mind was all on Zhang Xian. At the amusement park, Zhang Xian beat him up. Since he followed the boss, he had never been beaten by anyone. This time, he not only wanted to play with the 2 women in front of Zhang Xian, but also wanted to castrate Zhang Xian. By the way, Zhang Xian lives in a villa area, so his family must be very rich. Maybe I can kidnap someone and then kill them after getting the money. Boy, who made you offend me? Today I will let you know the price of offending me. Gu Fucheng seemed to see the scene of Zhang Xian kneeling at his feet and begging, and a ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't notice him, Gu Fucheng suddenly took his hands out of his trouser pockets and waved them towards the 3 people. Almost at the same time, several figures ran towards this side in the dark. Bang! Just when Gu Fucheng thought that the matter was settled, Zhang Xian kicked him hard. Gu Fucheng seemed to be hit by a train and flew backwards. The thing in his hand was also raised up, and a gust of wind blew by, covering the black shadows running over. Under the stunned gaze of Xia Meng and Wan Lianlian, the speed of several black shadows rushing forward suddenly slowed down, and then they fell softly to the ground. You! Seeing that because of Zhang Xian, several men in black were knocked unconscious by the drugs he had spread out, Gu Fucheng felt so ashamed that his head tilted and he passed out. Chapter 93: The Anxious Xia Tianjun and His Wife. Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10, wealth plus 10 billion. At this moment, the cell phone in Gu Fucheng's pocket rang. Zhang Xian frowned and took out the cell phone from Gu Fucheng. The caller ID showed only a series of symbols. He pondered for a moment, signaled Xia Meng and Wan Lianlian to keep quiet, and then answered the call. After the call was connected, no one spoke on the other end and the call was hung up after about 10 seconds, as if it was a wrong number. But Zhang Xian was sure that this call was definitely not a wrong call. It was very likely that the person who called was in cahoots with Gu Fucheng and called just to ask about something. Zhang Xian called Hu Xiqian and told him what happened here. Hu Xiqian was busy with an important case, so he called the relevant departments in Bincheng and asked them to handle it. They would send someone over soon. Zhang Xian fumbled around Gu Fuqing's body, and a small red card pulled out of his pocket. There was a small blank circle on it, and a rainbow was printed inside the circle. If you don't look closely, it looks like a business card, but Zhang Xian feels that this card is more than just a business card, it is more like an ID card of an organization. After thinking about it, Zhang Xian put it in his pocket. Apart from this card, this guy has nothing valuable on him. As for those men in black, Zhang Xian did not take any action. He decided to leave it to the relevant departments to resolve the matter. After a while, people from the relevant departments arrived. With Hu Xiqian's care, these people were very polite to Zhang Xian and did not take him back to take a statement. Lynn, who was standing by, cautiously walked to Xia Meng's side and whispered, "Zhang Xian seems to be very imposing. I've never seen anyone from the relevant department treat anyone with such respect." When Xia Meng heard someone praising her lover, she immediately became proud. "That's right, my Xiao Xian is the best." Lynn. This bite of dog food really caught me off guard. Xia family. I'm so angry, so angry. Xia Tianjun, look at your daughter, she's too old to be kept at home. She still hasn't answered my calls. Tian Yushan was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She walked around in circles in the hall, feeling very anxious. The longer my daughter stays out, the greater the possibility that something like that will happen between her and that bastard. Okay, stop spinning. You're making me dizzy. What's the point of getting anxious? You agreed to let her go on the trip, and now that it's happened and you can't find her, there's no point getting anxious. Xia Tianjun already had a headache, and after his wife did this, his headache hurt even more. How can I not be anxious? What if Zhang Xian cares a lot about a woman's virginity? Tian Yushan said, her face full of worry. What era is it now? Do you think it's still the same as our time? Don't worry, Brother Zhang won't care about this. Let's wait and see. I'll contact Brother Zhang right now and invite him to our house when school starts. As for you, just pretend nothing happened, call Xiaomeng home, let them meet, and leave the rest to God. Xia Tianjun is quite open-minded. What are you waiting for school to start? Hurry up and invite Zhang Xian to our house. I'll also find a way to get that little girl back. Tian Yushan said impatiently. This kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later. Who knows what will happen if the two young people become so passionate? Once things got out of control, she had no place to cry. Let Xiaomeng come back? I wonder if you have a way. Xia Tianjun looked at his wife curiously. Tian Yushan frowned. Her daughter was too opinionated. It was difficult to get her to go home obediently. Mom and Dad, I'm back. At this moment, the voice of his son Xiakai came. A light suddenly flashed through Tian Yushan's mind, and she looked at her son with fiery eyes. Xiaokai, come here. Xiakai was stared at by his mother, and his body couldn't help but tremble, as if something bad was waiting for him. Mom, I'm sleepy and going to bed. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Xiakai was about to slip away when Tian Yushan grabbed his ear. Oh, Mom, it hurts so much, I'm going to die. Xiakai quickly begged for mercy. Boy, where is your sister? Do you know? Have no idea. You answered so readily, it seems you really know. Tian Yushan knew her son too well. Looking at his expression, this kid must know something. Xiakai was speechless for a while. His mother was too cunning and it was almost impossible to deceive her. Tell me, where did your sister go? I found out that your sister gave you over 200,000 yuan some time ago. You must have done something for her. Tian Yushan looked at Xiakai with a smile. Mom, I'm your older sister's younger brother. You and Dad don't give me money, so isn't it normal for my older sister to give me money? I'm not saying anything bad about you, Mom and Dad, but you only give me 10,000 yuan a month. What can I do with it? I'm in college, not high school. If it weren't for my sister, your son would have starved to death long ago. Xiakai looked at his parents speechlessly. Xia Tianjun was furious when he heard this, and he pointed at Xiakai's nose and scolded him. 10,000 yuan is too little? Do you know how much your father's monthly living expenses were when he was in college? 150 yuan, and even then I had to split it with your mother. I give you 10,000 yuan a month, and you think it's too little? When your sister comes back, I'll tell her that if she gives you another penny, I'll sever all ties with her. Xia Kai was very disdainful when he heard this, and muttered, severing the father-daughter relationship? My sister would love it. What did you say, kid? Xia Tian's handsome neck has become thick. Don't let him change the subject, Xia Kai, tell me the truth. Where is that boy from? If you tell me, I'll give you 200,000 yuan in pocket money every year. If you don't, not only will I not let your sister give you anything, but your 10,000 yuan living allowance will also be reduced to 1,000 yuan. Tian Yushan grabbed Xia Kai's ears fiercely. No, I can't be a traitor. Xia Kai said righteously and sternly. 300,000. No. 400,000, will you tell me or not? If you don't, I won't get a cent. I don't know. I can't betray my sister. Xia Kai clenched his fists and vowed to stand by Xia Meng. Then he unlocked his phone screen, put it on the table, turned and left. Humph, little bastard, I can't cure you? Tian Yushan picked up Xia Kai's phone, found Xia Meng's number and dialed it. Beep, beep. The moment she dialed the number, Tian Yushan's face was instantly filled with black lines. She was actually blocked by her own daughter. Hey, bro, why are you calling me? Did Lao Tian force you to tell me my whereabouts? Don't tell her, I've blocked her for the past 7 days, she'll never be able to find me. Chapter 94 Brother Zhang, you have to do me a favor. The black lines on Tian Yushan's face could almost be woven into cloth. Get back here right now, or I'll take your ID card and household registration booklet and find someone to get a marriage certificate with you. This girl actually blocked her own mother. How despicable. Upon hearing this, Xia Meng on the other end of the phone jumped up from the bed. Lao Tian, you want to force me to death? Xia Meng knew that her mother was not just talking, but could really do it. She was also puzzled, how could her ID card be lost at home? It must be that her mother hid it. Although she applied for a new one, she had the old ID card, plus the household registration booklet, so her mother could really do it with some unusual means. After taking a look at the caller ID on her phone, Xia Meng immediately concluded that it was her younger brother who had betrayed her. You damn bastard, don't even think about asking me for a penny from now on. Xia Meng was furious. What do you mean I'm driving you to death? You're the one driving me to death. I trusted you so much, but what about you? You said you were traveling with Xiao Shuai and the others, but you were actually having a tryst with a man. I'm giving you 2 options now. 1, come back here honestly, and I won't force you to go on blind dates anymore. Break up with that boy and go to school honestly. If he really loves you, I'll give him a chance after you graduate. 2nd, bring him back now and let me see him. If you can convince me, I will never again interfere in your affairs. These are the only 2 options, take your pick. Seeing her mother give an ultimatum, Xia Meng pouted, feeling very aggrieved. What are you afraid of? Zhang Xian is not bad. Just take him to meet your parents directly. Lian on the side whispered a reminder. Xia Meng was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up and she immediately said, Okay, Mom, we have an agreement. I will take my junior back right away. No problem. Tian Yushan gave Xia Tianjun an okay gesture and hung up the phone. Seeing this, Xia Tianjun immediately called Zhang Xian's cell phone. Zhang Xian was stunned when he received Xia Tianjun's call. Brother Zhang, you have to help your brother this time. Brother Xia, what's the matter? Tell me. So you agree? Zhang Xian's face darkened when he heard this. You haven't said anything yet, so he won't agree to anything. You speak first. Well, my daughter is just a sophomore in college, and I placed my greatest hopes in her. I'm going to hand over Xia Entertainment to her in the future, but she's in a relationship. Doesn't this affect my plans? So, brother, you must do me this favor. Don't misunderstand me, I'm not asking you to really become my son-in-law. Just by showing up, I'm sure that person will give up. Hearing Xia Tianjuan's words, Zhang Xian frowned. This was asking him to break up a young couple. This is too immoral, and Zhang Xian subconsciously feels disgusted with doing such a thing. Brother, don't feel bad. That man is just after our Xia family's wealth. He was even arrogant enough to admit it in front of me. He was definitely deceiving my daughter. Brother, if you don't help me, our Xia family will be finished. After hearing Xia Tianjuan's words, Zhang Xian's discomfort instantly disappeared. So this is what was going on. In TV dramas, there are many such shameless people who rely on the trust of girls and do unscrupulous and immoral things. Okay, but brother Xia, I'm with my girlfriend right now, let's wait until school starts. No, that guy will be here tomorrow. He's using the emperor to control the other princes. He's here with my daughter to confront me. If you're not here, I might jump off the building. Xia Tianjun was unhappy when he heard that Zhang Xian still wanted to accompany his girlfriend. Zhang Xian is his chosen son-in-law, so how could he allow Zhang Xian to accompany other girls? Besides, Xiao Meng is about to bring that bastard back. If Zhang Xian is not here, won't their plan be ruined? Zhang Xian frowned when he heard Xia Tianjun say this. He had just returned, and finally had parents and a girlfriend. Now he just wanted to spend these 7 days with his family. Since the time is not right, then brother Xia, please find someone else. Bye. No, brother Zhang, aren't you just watching someone die without helping? How about this, you look at your time, and I'll try to delay for a few days, okay, brother Zhang? Seeing that Xia Tianjun said so, Zhang Xian had no choice but to agree. After hanging up the phone, Xia Tianjun immediately told Tian Yushan what Zhang Xian said, and Tian Yushan was depressed. I don't want to wait even a single day. If I wait one more day, that damn girl will be in danger. What will you do if they come back and tell you, Mom and Dad, congratulations? You're going to be grandparents? Thinking of that scene, Xia Tianjun couldn't help but shudder. But Zhang Xian didn't want to come, and there was nothing he could do. Zhang Xian's strength was above his, and he could only suppress him. He had no ability to force Zhang Xian to do anything. The old couple sat together inside Villa number 8. Well, Xia Meng was a little confused. She looked up at the starry sky, not knowing how to tell Zhang Xian. What are you so fussing about? Isn't it just about meeting his parents? You've already met his parents, so isn't it only natural for him to meet yours? Wan Lin enjoyed the moonlight bath and said with a pout. But I just met Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang today. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to ask Zhang Xian to go back with me today? Xia Meng was conflicted. You are stupid. Just say it directly. Then Zhang Xian's parents will take action without you urging them. As Wan Lian finished speaking, Xia Meng's beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance. Lying on the roof of the villa, Zhang Xian looked up at the starry sky and reviewed what had happened in the past month. Everything seems so dreamy. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. After thinking for a long time, I had no clue at all, so I simply stopped thinking about it. The starry sky in the two worlds is exactly the same. Is this really not the Earth? Zhang Xian murmured. Just then, a shooting star streaked across the sky. Zhang Xian murmured, I'm most afraid that I'm just like that shooting star. Although it's brilliant, it only lasts for a moment. As he spoke, he couldn't help but focus all his attention on the shooting star. The next moment, a scene that made him dumbfounded appeared. In his eyes, the meteor that disappeared like lightning suddenly slowed down. Zhang Xian widened his eyes. How could this be possible? It happened again. That moment when I was at the amusement park and paused. At this moment, even the speed of the meteors slowed down. No, it's not that the meteors are slowing down. Nothing has changed, it's just that his perception has become faster, so everything seems to have slowed down. It's just like when two trains are traveling at the same speed, they appear to be motionless. The principle is the same. Relative stillness. Is this a change brought about by mental power? Zhang Xian clenched his fists excitedly. Is everything in the novel true? Chapter 95 Wan Lianlian's shock. The next moment, a feeling of dizziness suddenly came over Zhang Xian, and he quickly closed his eyes and dared not look at the meteors anymore. He understood why he fainted in the amusement park last time. Mental overuse. This time, his mental strength increased, so he did not fall into a coma. If his mental power continues to increase, can he even become the Flash? I closed my eyes, and after half an hour, the uncomfortable feeling disappeared completely. At this moment, a feeling of palpitations suddenly emerged. Zhang Xian stood up. Looking around, he saw a few people slowly walking towards him. Those people seemed to be just taking a walk, but Zhang Xian was very sure that their target was him. Moreover, the strength of these people is not inferior to Lin Kong. As if they noticed his gaze, those people smiled at him, and one of them stretched out his hand and hooked his finger at him. Zhang Xian's expression was startled. These people came with ill intentions and were most likely sent by the Lin family. I didn't expect the Lin family to act so quickly. Similarly, the impression of the Lin family in his mind became even worse. These people came at the right time to verify his guess. Zhang Xian jumped down. Bang! It fell to the ground with a dull thud. Zhang Xian walked towards those people. He didn't notice that this scene was seen by Lynn in Villa number 8. She stared blankly at Zhang Xian's back, her little face flushed. That's a 3-story villa. Zhang Xian jumped straight down from a height of more than 10 meters, and nothing happened to him at all. His body didn't even bend, as if he had just jumped from a staircase. Lynn looked at Xiaomeng beside her, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. No, how can I steal my best friend's boyfriend? Lynn shook her head vigorously. But, he's so handsome. Only a man like this is worthy of me. It must be very comfortable to be with a man like this. Thinking of some scenes that are not suitable for children, Lynn blushed. Lynn, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Xiaomeng looked at her best friend curiously and asked. Nothing, maybe it's the cold weather, I caught a cold. Lynn explained absent-mindedly. Xiaomeng looked at the sweat on the two men, speechless. Lynn pondered for a moment, then asked cautiously, Xiaomeng, what would you do if another girl also fell in love with your boyfriend? Xiaomeng didn't think much about it and said casually, what's the big deal? This just shows that I have good taste. Besides, it's normal for a man as outstanding as Xiao Xian to have more women who love him. But I am confident that Xiao Xian belongs to me alone. Lynn pondered for a moment and continued, what I mean is, if that girl is very capable, and Zhang Xian likes you and also likes her, what would you do? Xiaomeng laughed dumbly, if that girl is so capable, then I don't mind sharing Xiao Xian with other girls. Really? Lynn sat up, her eyes shining as she looked at Xiaomeng. Seeing her best friend's big reaction, Xiaomeng asked suspiciously, Lynn, are you attracted to Xiao Xian? How is that possible? Lynn was embarrassed when she was found out, and she immediately denied it. I know he is your lover. How could I possibly fall for him? Besides, if I fell for him, I would have taken him away long ago. Why would I leave him to you? Although Xiaomeng was suspicious, she believed that what Lynn said was true. This girl is a crazy woman. If she had taken a fancy to someone, she would have taken action long ago. Xiaomeng, I have something to do, so I'll be out for a while. If you feel sleepy, go to sleep first. No need to wait for me. Lynn couldn't wait to see what Zhang Xian was going to do. All right. Xiaomeng didn't care, but just lay there with her eyes narrowed. Zhang Xian walked up to those people. You're quite courageous. The leader spoke calmly, but it gave people a great sense of pressure. Zhang Xian laughed in silence and said calmly, you guys are quite courageous. Presumptuous. Court death. Upon hearing this, several members of the Lin family were furious and wanted to take action immediately, but because of the rules, they held back. Let's go somewhere where there's no one. The leader said. Zhang Xian felt relieved when he saw that these people didn't want to fight here. It seemed that Hu Xiqian was right. These people didn't dare to really violate the country's regulations. This is a good thing, it means parents are safe. Several people walked towards the lake. Several people from the Lin family locked their minds on Zhang Xian, and Zhang Xian was also wary of the Lin family members taking action. Both sides actually didn't notice that there was a little tail following them. Lynn followed nervously behind, her heart about to jump out of her chest. She didn't dare to breathe deeply and followed closely behind. Just when she was wondering what Zhang Xian was going to do with these people, Zhang Xian and his companions arrived at the lake. Roar! Suddenly, a member of the Lin family turned around, stepped on the ground with one foot, and shot towards Zhang Xian like a sharp arrow, leaving a footprint on the ground. Ah! Lynn almost screamed when she saw this scene. She looked at the man in surprise. How could one person be so powerful? How is this different from what's shown on TV? What should Zhang Xian do? Was she going to die here? Was she going to die too? At this moment, Zhang Xian moved, retreated with one foot, and at the same time, his right hand turned into a tiger and punched out. Bang! The man from the Lin family flew backwards. Let's do it together. He's quite powerful, let's attack together. When several people from the Lin family saw the scene, they suddenly blocked all of Zhang Xian's escape routes and rushed towards Zhang Xian together. Ah! Seeing this scene, Wan Lianlian exclaimed in surprise. The two fighting parties immediately discovered Wan Lianlian in the dark, but at the moment they were fighting fiercely and no one had time to pay attention to her. Seeing several people coming at him together, Zhang Xian put away his fist, stood upright, and focused his mind. Humph, are you scared? You think we'll let you go if you surrender? Wishful thinking. Die. Seeing Zhang Xian like this, several people from the Lin family sneered and moved even faster. Zhang Xian, run! Wan Lianlian stood up and shouted. Kill her right away and destroy the body. We won't be able to find any trace of her. Good. The Lin family discussed unscrupulously. Zhang Xian closed his eyes, and when he opened them, the whole world seemed to slow down. Zhang Xian was overjoyed, it really worked. He suddenly bent his knees and charged forward. Boom! A member of the Lin family was knocked away and spat out a mouthful of blood. Without stopping, Zhang Xian punched the other man in the chest. With a crisp sound of bones, his fist hit the man and several of his ribs were broken. At the same time, Zhang Xian suddenly jumped up and hit the necks of the two Lin family members with his knees. Crack! Both had broken necks. Zhang Xian's hands turned into crane palms, and like a sharp sword, he gently slashed the necks of the other two people. Crack! In the end, the two men fell limply to the ground, their eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Chapter 96 Brother Zhang, you are awesome. All this seems to take a long time, but in fact it only takes 2 seconds. After doing all this, Zhang Xian felt dizzy. He quickly grabbed hold of a poplar tree and avoided falling down. My head aches like something is about to burst out of my head. Wan Lianlian closed her eyes and screamed in panic. When she realized there was no movement and opened her eyes, only Zhang Xian was sitting there by the lake. She was so frightened that her pants were wet. Fortunately, this place is far away from the residential area, otherwise I would definitely be scared sick by her screaming. Zhang Xian sat down cross-legged. When she realized it was really safe, Wan Lianlian immediately ran over. Zhang Xian opened his eyes and looked at her. He didn't even want to move at this moment. Zhang Xian, are you okay? Not caring about being scared to death, Wan Lianlian asked cautiously. Seeing those people lying on the ground, I didn't know whether they were dead or alive. Help me take my cell phone out of my pocket. Zhang Xian said in a dry tone. Wan Lianlian immediately leaned over and took out the cell phone from Zhang Xian's pocket, and dialed a number according to Zhang Xian's instructions. Hey, Brother Zhang, what's up? Hu Xiqian's heroic voice came from the microphone. Brother Hu, I have something to trouble you with. Hu Xiqian on the other end of the phone immediately stopped smiling and felt a pang in his heart. It's over, something happened. What's up? Hu Xiqian did not agree directly, but asked. He can help Zhang Xian, but the prerequisite is that Zhang Xian has not committed any crime. The relevant departments belong to the country and the people of Daxia, and they cannot be accomplices to the evil. The Lin family is here. Wait, I'll be right there. When he heard that it was someone from the Lin family, Hu Xiqian swallowed hard. At the same time, anger rose in his heart. The Lin family was too presumptuous. He actually dared to send someone to take action. He immediately dialed a number. What's going on? Your sister-in-law and I are doing that. Get lost, have you behaved yourself? Before the person on the other end could finish his angry words, he was interrupted by a female voice. Hu Xiqian looked embarrassed, but Zhang Xian's matter was too important. Boss, the Lin family has taken action against Zhang Xian. What? Damn, do the Lin family members want to die? Send me the address. I'll go take a look. Damn, I want to see what the Lin family is planning to do. Wife, tomorrow, don't worry, I promised you 7 times, and I will definitely give it to you. Roll. Hu Xiqian quickly hung up the phone, not daring to listen any further. Some things can be fatal if you know too much. 7 times? Oh my god, the boss is so awesome. Zhang Xian, you are so awesome, are you Superman? Wan Lianlian's eyes were about to turn into hearts, and she looked at Zhang Xian with such fiery eyes that it almost melted Zhang Xian. So awesome. Zhang Xian closed his eyes to rest, probably because his mental strength was exhausted. At this moment, people from the relevant departments of Binchang arrived. They must have received instructions from Hu Xian and sealed off this place after they came here. Fortunately, it was nighttime and not many people passed by here. A man walked up to Zhang Xian and saw the scene. His eyes froze. It was obvious that he knew these people from the Lin family. When he looked at Zhang Xian again, his eyes had changed. "Brother Zhang, are you okay?" Zhang Xian opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, the Lin family only sent these few people, otherwise he would really be in trouble this time. No one else knows what Zhang Xian is thinking. If they knew, he would spit out all the water he drank. Although the Lin family only sent a few people, they are all masters. These masters are undoubtedly strong men who can fight against 30 people at the same time. Each of these people is a treasure of the Lin family, and this time 5 or 6 of them died at once. The Lin family is about to cry. "It's okay. Thank you, Brother Chang." Cheng Yong shook his head repeatedly. Zhang Xian had a good relationship with the higher-ups and was very likely to be developed into one of their men. With Zhang Xian's skills, he would definitely be a high-ranking official once he entered the relevant department. Just then, a helicopter flew over from a distance. Cheng Yong knew that Hu Xian had arrived, and quickly asked someone to lead the way. Zhang Xian's spirit finally recovered. He didn't know if it was his illusion, but after he recovered, his spirit seemed to be stronger than before after exhausting his spirit. But he really didn't want to experience the pain he just felt again. "It felt like my head was about to be pried open, as if something was about to come out." "Damn it, you sons of bitches from the Lin family, stand still. You're so brave. You actually dared to start a fight here? Don't you want to live anymore?" A loud voice was heard, and Zhang Xian saw 2 people walking towards him from a distance. The leader was wearing shorts, a vest, and slippers. Instead, Hu Xian walked behind the man with a respectful look on his face, wearing a uniform, and each step seemed to have been measured out. Cheng Yong saw the man walking in front of him and immediately stood up straight. He whispered to Zhang Xian, "Brother Zhang, that's Shi Jun, the deputy director of the relevant department in Dongshan." Zhang Xian didn't know what position the ministers of relevant departments in this world were equivalent to on Earth, but looking at the expressions of Cheng Yong and Hu Xian, he knew that Shi Jun had a very high status. Shi Jun wanted to curse again, but as he walked, he was dumbfounded and even a little confused when he saw several people lying on the ground. Hu Xian was in a similar mood. He hurried to Zhang Xian's side and asked in a low voice, "Brother Zhang, did you do this?" When Hu Xian saw that Zhang Xian admitted it, he was stunned for a moment. Awesome. He originally thought he knew enough about Zhang Xian, but it seemed that he underestimated him. These are all masters. Just died like that? Is Zhang Xian so powerful? Shi Jun's eyes froze, but his mind was in a whirlwind at this moment. Zhang Xian didn't know that Shi Jun was feeling very excited at this moment and kept calling him awesome. He looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment, not understanding when such a great god appeared in Dongshan. Awesome. Those who were killed were not ordinary people. Each of them was extremely powerful and would be at the deputy ministerial level in relevant departments. If these people fought against him, he would beat them up if they were picked alone, but if they joined forces, he would be no match for them. But just these few people were killed by Zhang Xian. Shi Jun didn't think that these shameless people from the Lin family would show any righteousness or morality and challenge Zhang Xian to a one-on-one duel. No, people like this must be brought into the relevant departments of Dongshan. This way, their strength will be improved and they will be able to handle cases with ease. Shi Jun made a decision at this moment. Now that the decision had been made, everything was easy to talk about. Shi Jun came up to Zhang Xian and said, "Ha, you're the brother Zhang that old who was talking about, right? You're really quite handsome. Is this your girlfriend? She's so damn pretty, she's as pretty as my wife." Cheng Yong, Hu Xian, Zhang Xian. Wan Lian was stunned at first, but then she felt happy. "Brother Zhang, come with me and explain everything." Good. Since they were going to the relevant department, Wan Lian naturally couldn't follow. Fortunately, this place was very close to Villa number 8, so Cheng Yong sent someone to take her back. Zhang Xian and his team came to the relevant departments in Binchang. Chapter 97 Consultant. Wan Lian returned to the villa, still in shock. "What's wrong, Lian?" Xia Meng asked in confusion when she saw Wan Lian like this. Nothing. Hearing Xia Meng's voice, Wan Lian felt a little guilty, as if what she was about to do was to snatch a toy from her best friend. "I won't give up. I'm sorry, Meng Meng. Thinking of the moment she had seen before, Lian's belief became even stronger. She absolutely cannot give up on such an excellent man so easily, otherwise she will regret it for the rest of her life. Relevant departments of Binchang. After hearing Zhang Xian's description, Shi Jun was shocked. Of course, Zhang Xian did not tell anyone about his mental power. This is his last resort to save his life, and it must not be known to outsiders unless it is absolutely necessary. You said that when they surrounded you, you entered a strange state? And you didn't know what happened, and when you came to your senses, they were dead. Shi Jun fell into deep thought and looked at Hu Xiqian. They are all martial artists and are very envious of Zhang Xian's condition. To those who practice martial arts, this state is a rare epiphany. And in battle, it is the most difficult to encounter. In this state, it is easy to grasp one or two exquisite kung fu moves. Articles are naturally formed, and they are created by a skilled hand. The same principle applies to martial arts training. As long as a martial artist writes down the moves performed in that state, it can easily become his unique skill. Shi Jun had entered this state before, but Zhang Xian might have encountered too many enemies and was too nervous to remember it, so such a good opportunity was wasted. But they also understood. After all, their opponents were 5 or 6 masters of the same level. It was good enough for them to survive. How could they have the mind to remember these moves? Well, the two of them silently felt sorry for Zhang Xian as it was such a good opportunity. But it's good to be able to survive. Zhang Xian is still young, so he has a chance. Brother Zhang, I have an idea. I wonder if I should tell you about it. Shi Jun thought for a moment and spoke. What's the matter? Brother Shi, tell me. Zhang Xian was puzzled. Shi Jun was the kind of carefree person. What could have happened that made him so shy? Let me tell you. Hu Xiqian looked at Shi Jun. Seeing Shi Jun nod, he smiled and looked at Zhang Xian. Brother Zhang, we want to recruit you into the relevant department. What do you think? Cheng Yelm, who was standing by, heard this and thought to himself that it was indeed true. The eldest brother likes people like Zhang Xian who are not from the family the most. Because such people have a higher level of awareness of the government, unlike those from aristocratic families. In their eyes, the family comes first and the country comes second, and everything they do is for the welfare of their own family. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this. Enter the relevant department? He had never imagined in his mind that something like this would happen. For him, the relevant department, whether on earth or here, is a department he dare not hope for. However, once you enter the relevant department, according to the regulations, you will have to give up your business activities. After all, important officials are not allowed to do business. This is an iron rule. Hu Xiqian said. Once you have power, it's easy to make money. Shi Jun was stunned when he heard this and looked at Zhang Xian. He asked Hu Xiqian to investigate Zhang Xian, but he hadn't looked into it yet. He really didn't know that Zhang Xian was doing business. But it's not his fault. After all, who would have thought that a freshman would go into business? Shi Jun didn't care. In his opinion, he was just a freshman. Even if he worked regularly, he was mostly relying on his parents' support. It was no big deal if he gave up some small business. However, Shi Jun didn't know. Zhang Xian felt disappointed when he heard this. He really couldn't give up a company worth hundreds of billions of dollars. I still have too many things to do, and it concerns the livelihoods of many people. This time I can only thank my 2 brothers for their consideration. Shi Jun was a little confused. Was he rejected? Hu Xiqian thought to himself that this was indeed the case. When Shi Jun mentioned it on the plane, he knew it was unlikely. When he saw the investigation about Zhang Xian, he was also shocked. He is so young, yet worth hundreds of billions. What a genius! What is more important is that Zhang Xian's strength is too strong. Cheng Yang on the side was a little dumbfounded. Zhang Xian refused? It shouldn't be. Brother Zhang, you can entrust the company to a professional manager and just take the profits. Shi Jun still didn't want to give up. Brother, the plate is too big, I don't trust you to hand it over to others. Zhang Xian was really worried about leaving such a large industry to a professional manager. Cheng Yang and Shi Jun were stunned when they heard this. The plate was too big? How big? Boss, you don't know yet, Brother Zhang is the chairman of Dongshan Industrial. Hiss. Shi Jun was confused. He is also the new boss of Teo Yuanju. Fuck. Sure, June couldn't help but swear, and Cheng Yan's eyes widened. Isn't Zhang Xian just the chairman of Bincheng International? How come he has two such big identities? No wonder Zhang Xian was reluctant to let go. Hundreds of billions. It's not that the plate is too big. The place is too big. Especially the new boss of Teo Yuanju. What does this mean? Cheng Yang doesn't know yet, but sure June knows. He smiled bitterly. In that case, Brother Zhang, I would like you to serve as a consultant for the relevant departments of Dongshan. What do you think? When we need your help, we also hope that Brother Zhang will lend a hand. No problem. Zhang Xian agreed readily. Sure, June and Hu Xiqian breathed a sigh of relief, and Hu Xiqian threw the certificate representing Zhang Xian's consultant identity to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian and Sure June were stunned. It seems that Hu Xiqian had guessed this would be the result a long time ago. Brother Zhang, don't worry. I will fend off the Lin family for you. Damn, I want to see how bold the Lin family is. They even dare to touch our people. After the task was accomplished, Sure June and Hu Xiqian did not stop and left directly by helicopter. When Zhang Xian came out of the relevant department, the sun had already climbed to the horizon. After not sleeping all night, he didn't feel sleepy at all. I stopped a taxi and headed towards Guanlan International. Xia Meng nervously pressed the doorbell. The door opened. When Zhang Xiaoli saw that it was Xia Meng, she immediately welcomed her in warmly. Auntie, where is Xia Shen? I don't know. It seems that this dead boy went out early in the morning and is not in the room. Zhang Xiaoli replied nonchalantly. Xia Meng felt lost. Xiao Meng, you're here just in time. Let's have dinner together. Zhang Ping brought out breakfast and saw Xia Meng coming. He immediately said enthusiastically and signaled his wife with his eyes to ask quickly. Zhang Xiaoli took Xia Meng's hand and came to the sofa. Xiao Meng, come here, Auntie asks you something. Xia Meng followed Zhang Xiaoli and sat on the sofa in confusion. Xiao Meng, is your father's name Xia Tianjun? Is your mother's name Tian Yushan? Ah. Xia Meng was stunned for a moment, and her little face turned red instantly. Unexpectedly, the bastard Zhang Xian didn't remember it, but Aunt Zhang remembered it first. I'm sorry, Aunt Zhang, It's really you. Zhang Xiaoli's eyes lit up and she reached out and stroked Xia Meng's head. Xia Meng immediately became as obedient as a kitten. Chapter 98. The son-in-law I have chosen is Zhang Xian. Zhang Xiaoli had always liked Xia Meng when she was a child, and now she looked at Xia Meng with even more loving eyes. Girl, Auntie has decided that you are the daughter-in-law of my Zhang family since you were little. I didn't expect that you would come to my door after growing up. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaoli held Xia Meng in her arms and laughed happily. When Zhang Ping heard what his wife said, he knew the result and the smile on his face became even brighter. Xiao Meng, don't worry. Your uncle Zhang and I will definitely stand by you from now on. Zhang Xian won't dare bully you. Zhang Xiaoli has already regarded herself as a mother-in-law. Thank you, Mom. Xia Meng was stunned for a moment, a blush appeared on her fair neck, and she spoke in a low voice. After saying that, her face turned even redder. I accidentally called out Mom. Good. When Zhang Xiaoli heard the word Mom, she felt completely melted. Mom, Xiao Xian. Xia Meng pointed at his head and asked doubtfully, did something go wrong? It seems like he has lost some of his memories. Hearing Xia Meng's words, Zhang Xiaoli did not hide it, nodded and said, Xiao Xian had a serious illness when he was 10 years old, and it almost burned his brain. He can't remember anything before the age of 10. Xia Meng thought to herself, no wonder. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Just then, Zhang Xian came back from outside. When Xia Meng heard Zhang Xian's voice, her eyes lit up. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoli's eyes were full of smiles. Daughter, eat some of this. Daughter, this is not bad either, eat more. The four of them sat together, and Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli started feeding the babies like crazy. Zhang Xian was speechless. From this scene, Xia Meng looked like the old couple's biological daughter, and he was the one who adopted her. Eat, you little brat. I don't know how lucky you are to meet a girl as nice as Xiao Meng. Noticing Zhang Xian's gaze, Zhang Xiaoli glared at Zhang Xian and sneered. Zhang Xian. He was depressed. What happened to his mother? Kid, remember, be nice to Xiao Meng in the future and don't bully her. If anything happens, you're a man, remember to give way to Xiao Meng and don't let her get wronged. If I find out, I'll beat you to death. Did you hear that? Zhang Ping also started to scold. Well, Zhang Xian was confused. What happened to his father and mother? Was Xia Meng casting some kind of spell on me? He. Xia Meng was very satisfied with the result and looked at Zhang Xian proudly. Zhang Xian was speechless. Mom and Dad, I don't think I bullied her, did I? I know you don't have it. If you did, your mother and I wouldn't be telling you right now. I would have picked up a stick and hit you. Zhang Ping glared at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was even more speechless, his face full of black lines. Don't worry, elders. How could I bear to bully such a good daughter-in-law? I will definitely protect her like a treasure. Why does it seem like he is the son-in-law and Xia Meng is the daughter? Zhang Xian muttered to himself. Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli nodded in satisfaction. Xia Meng lowered her head shyly. When she noticed Zhang Xian's gaze on her, she glared at Zhang Xian fiercely, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised in satisfaction. She now has the support of Zhang Xian's parents. If Zhang Xian treats her badly in the future, someone will stand up for her. Xiao Xian, hurry up and take Xiao Meng back. Go to Xiao Meng's house. Since you two are together, you should at least tell brother Xia about this. Zhang Ping said calmly. He was extremely satisfied with Xia Meng as his daughter-in-law, and of course the sooner they decided on her, the better. However, this is an in-law relationship between two families, which requires the consent of both families. I haven't stayed home long enough. Zhang Xian was dumbfounded when he heard this. It had only been 4 days since he returned, and school still had 3 days before it started. Wasn't it too early to go back? Your mother and I were so eager for you to leave so we could spend some quality time together, but you came back just a month after leaving. Do you think we care about you? Go back. Zhang Ping said with a look of disgust. Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian jokingly, saying that it felt good to have someone protecting you. Unlike Lao Tian and Lao Xia, who were eager to marry her off quickly. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Hey! Hearing Xia Meng calling Mom and Dad, Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli were so happy that they could hardly sit still. Zhang Xian. Didn't he go out all night? What exactly happened this night? Why does it seem like a century has passed? Did he miss something? Even your parents are called? Yesterday, this girl was shy when she met her parents, but today she became cocky. Xia Meng stuck out her tongue at Zhang Xian, who was full of confusion, with a smug look on her fair face. It's better to do it sooner rather than later. After you finish your meal, go back quickly. Once you get the consent of Lao Xia and the others, we'll arrange an engagement for you during the new year. Zhang Xiaoli looked at the two young people and felt a little relieved, but also a little emotional. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Back then, the two little guys couldn't even stand steadily, but now they are getting engaged. After dinner, Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli drove Zhang Xian out regardless of his reluctance. Mom and Dad, you must pay attention. As for the company, it's just for you to play with. Leave anything to Sister Ru Xin and Chen Jun, don't do everything yourself. Get lost, I know. Zhang Ping waved him away with a look of disgust. Let's go. Zhang Xian looked at his father and mother, started the car and drove away. Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli watched Zhang Xian's car slowly disappear from their sight, but they were still reluctant to go back. Zhang Xiaoli's eyes were already filled with tears. Oh, my son has grown up. There was a hint of solemnity in the depths of Zhang Ping's eyes. What's wrong? Zhang Xiaoli felt her husband's seriousness and asked in confusion. Xiao Xian is involved with Teo Yuanju. Have you forgotten that Teo Yuanju belongs to that person? Now that person is cooperating with Zhang Xian, is this matter so simple? Zhang Xiaoli's face suddenly became anxious when she heard this. What does he want to do? We raised Xiao Xian. Well, let's wait and see. I told Xiao Xian to apply to Magic City University, but he refused. Is this fate? Hearing Zhang Ping's words, Zhang Xiaoli's beautiful eyes became filled with worry. In the car. Senior, how did you do that? Zhang Xian asked with a smile. Humph. Xia Meng pinched her waist. I won't tell you. Anyway, if you dare to bully me in the future, you can try it. How could that be? We in the Zhang family don't have the gene to bully women. Hey. Xia Meng laughed, feeling more relaxed than ever before. I'll inform my parents and go see them when I get back. Good. After all, Zhang Xian is now a wealthy man worth hundreds of billions of dollars, so he is not afraid of this matter. Xia Meng said this and called her mother Tian Yushan. Hey, do you still have your mother? Tian Yushan's voice, clearly filled with resentment, came from the microphone. Xiao Xian and I will go there tonight, you get ready. Hearing this, Tian Yushan became nervous. Damn, is this little bastard who dared to seduce her daughter finally willing to show up? Humph, this time, she is going to teach this little bastard a lesson. The son-in-law I've chosen is Zhang Xian. Anyone who comes will be kicked out by me. Chapter 99. Something happened. Okay, Xiao Xian, are you nervous? Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian curiously. No, I like you, not your parents. If they agree, I will treat them well. If they don't agree, I will kidnap you and make you live in darkness in the villa every day. When you give birth to a baby, we will see if they will recognize it. Zhang Xian said viciously. Xia Meng spat, but there was a smile in her eyes. It feels so good to hear the man you love say that he likes you. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Option 1, vigorously develop Bincheng. Rewards, wealth plus 100 billion, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10. Option 2, give up developing Bin Duong. Reward, the host will receive the title of ungrateful and a Koenigsegg. Note, after the host obtains the title of ungrateful, defense will be permanently increased by 1000, and agility will be permanently reduced by 1000. Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, then arrived at the service area and stopped. Xia Meng went to the bathroom, and Zhang Xian called Wang Chuan's cell phone. Mr. Zhang. I've got a copy of Bincheng's urban planning map for the next 20 years. Study it carefully. Don't worry, this map is absolutely reliable. The planning map provided by the system will never be wrong. Now, wealth is just a string of numbers to Zhang Xian, without any substantial meaning. What Zhang Xian values is the increase in physical and mental fitness rewarded by the system. Wang Chuan on the other end of the phone widened his eyes full of disbelief. Urban construction plan map? Zhang Xian was actually able to get such confidential stuff. Wang Chuan had no doubt about Zhang Xian's words. In recent times, Zhang Xian had continued to inject funds into the company, and Teo Yuanju's market value continued to grow. He became more and more confident in Zhang Xian's strength. By the way, don't you want to expand the influence of the Northern Trade Alliance? Get a few more companies involved. Dongshan Industrial and Bincheng International are also mine. Take charge of them. Zhang Xian warned. Wang Chuan had no objection and agreed. Zhang Xian sent the plan to Wang Chuan via mobile phone. Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed, wealth plus 100 billion, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10. Feeling that the strength in his body had increased again, Zhang Xian's face was full of smiles. What surprised him even more was the spiritual growth. He experimented with it and found that he could enter that state more easily, and it should last longer. On the other side, Wang Chuan, after seeing the plan map sent by Zhang Xian, immediately confirmed that the map was real. He immediately thought of Xia Tianjun. The development of Xia Entertainment had reached a bottleneck. As an important part of the Northern Trade Alliance, Wang Chuan naturally has to lead it. He immediately called Xia Tianjun. Mr. Wang, why do you think of your brother? Mr. Zhang has obtained a city construction plan. Are you interested? Yes, of course. Please wait for me, I'll be there soon. Xia Tianjuan's face was full of joy when he heard Wang Chuan's words. When he heard that the plan was obtained by Zhang Xian, he became more determined to match his daughter with Zhang Xian. Just after hanging up the phone and about to take action, his wife called. Xia Tianjun answered the phone in confusion. Old Xia, hurry up, Xiao Meng is bringing that little bastard home, you need to come back quickly. After hearing what his wife said, Xia Tianjun was instantly in a dilemma. His daughter's affairs were naturally a big deal, but Xia Entertainment had already fallen into a huge bottleneck. He was about to transform, but had no direction. It was a good thing that Wang Chuan was willing to give him a hand. After pondering for a moment, Xia Tianjun made a decision instantly. He was not only Xiao Meng's father now, but this matter also concerned the livelihoods of nearly 1,000 employees of Xia Entertainment. He could not delay so many people because of his own affairs. Wife, I'm going to Teo Yuanju to meet Wang Chuan. You can handle the family matters yourself. After hearing this, Teo Yuanju also realized the seriousness of the matter and said that she could handle it herself by letting Teo Yuanju go and do it. Come out of the toilet. Xia Meng's cell phone suddenly rang. Hey, Lynn, what's going on? Xia, where have you been? Why is your luggage gone? Did you move to Zhang Xian's house? Lynn was jealous to death. Hearing that her best friend's tone was not right, Xia Meng thought that Lynn was angry that she left without saying goodbye, and laughed. Zhang Xian and I went back to Dongshan. My parents said they wanted to meet him. What? Lyn's voice instantly rose several degrees, and she immediately realized her mistake. Xia Meng, why are you so confused? Are you ready? What if your parents don't support you? Lynn was extremely anxious. She finally fell in love with a man, and this man was so powerful that she would never allow herself to fail in the competition. Xia Meng was a little confused. There was something wrong with this girl. It was this girl who suggested asking her to bring Zhang Xian home for her parents to see. Why did she react so strongly when she came back? Moreover, this girl's reaction has exceeded the boundaries of a friend, and her heart is full of doubts. Just then, two men came towards them. Xia Meng didn't care, hung up the phone, and walked aside to make way. Hi, long time no see. Beautiful lady, we meet again, let's go together. Suddenly, two people greeted her enthusiastically, as if they were very familiar with her. One of them waved a handkerchief at Xia Meng, and the next moment Xia Meng felt an extreme dizziness. She was terrified and wanted to scream, but she was horrified to find that she had no strength left in her body, and the next moment she knew nothing. Hey, beautiful lady, what's wrong with you? Call the doctor quickly, is there a doctor around? The two people shouted anxiously, looking very anxious. I'm a doctor. Are you friends? Let me take a look. I'm a doctor too. I'm a doctor too. 5 or 6 people stood up, and one of them even took out a first aid kit. The people around them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the scene, and sighed that there were still many good people in Daxia. It still doesn't work. Who of you drove here? Her condition is very dangerous. She must be sent to the hospital immediately, one of the doctors diagnosed. Several other doctors immediately agreed. We drove here. The two people who greeted Xia Meng spoke immediately, sweating profusely, as if they were extremely worried. As they spoke, several people lifted Xia Meng up and walked out. The relevant department personnel of the service area watched the incident from beginning to end and became alert immediately, but there were too many people in the service area, and when he came over, the person had disappeared. He quickly notified his colleagues and asked them to pay attention. Chapter 100. This group of people is in cahoots with Gu Fucheng. Hurry up, the patient's condition is not optimistic. Please, doctor, save my friend. Several people carried Xia Meng towards a car, acting cautiously as they walked. Although the people around them were surprised, they relaxed after hearing their conversation. Joy emerged in the depths of several people's eyes. Make way. Several people are getting faster and faster. Just then, a person appeared in front of them. Brother, please move aside. My girlfriend is sick and needs to be taken to the hospital. One of them shouted at Zhang Xian with an anxious look on his face. When he looked at Xia Meng, his eyes were filled with worry and tenderness. However, instead of moving aside, the man walked towards them. Brother, get out of the way. If you delay my girlfriend's medical treatment, I'll kill you. The man looked like he was ready to go through fire and water for Xia Meng. Seeing this, the people around gave a thumbs up to this kind and righteous man, and then blamed the people who were blocking the way. Young man, make way. You delayed the patient's treatment. Can you bear the responsibility? Zhang Xian didn't expect that the thieves nowadays were so arrogant and robbed people in public. He really didn't know what else they would not dare to do. Seeing that Zhang Xian refused to move aside, several people exchanged glances. The man pretending to be Xia Meng's boyfriend had a fierce look in his eyes. He gave his seat to another person and then rushed towards Zhang Xian. At this moment, Zhang Xian moved. He put his feet on the ground, suddenly bent his knees and rushed out, his whole body like a cannonball, with his right elbow across his body, rushing forward fiercely. Bang! Before the man could rush over, he flew backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Xian's power remained undiminished. He came to Xia Meng's side, jumped into the air, spread his arms like a flying crane, and kicked those people away with his legs. Then he held the unconscious Xia Meng in his arms. His movements were smooth and it took only the blink of an eye to complete all this. The people around were dumbfounded, and someone had already called the police. At this moment, the relevant personnel of the service area also heard the noise and chased over. Zhang Xian handed the unconscious Xia Meng to one of the women and then rushed towards those people. His anger was rising. These people were too presumptuous. He had stopped them, but what if no one noticed something was wrong? Wouldn't these people succeed? Looking at the expressions of these people, you can tell that they are already very skilled and this is not their first time doing it. I don't know how many girls have been violated. These people deserve to die. Stop. People from the relevant departments shouted loudly. It's too late. Zhang Xian had already rushed in front of several people, suddenly grabbed one of them's knee and squeezed it hard. Crack. There was a sound of bones cracking. Ah. The man was trembling all over and his face was distorted. Ah. The people around were frightened and screamed when they saw this scene. Zhang Xian did not stop. Every time he caught someone, he crushed his knees. By the time the relevant department reacted, these people's knees were already broken. Put your hands up, or we'll be rude. Several people from relevant departments surrounded Zhang Xian, their faces full of vigilance. They knew that they were definitely no match for Zhang Xian. The people around spontaneously surrounded Zhang Xian and prevented him from leaving. Seeing this, Zhang Xian quickly took out his ID and said, "Don't get me wrong, they are our friends. They knocked my girlfriend unconscious. They are bad guys." He showed the ID that Hu Xiqian had given him to the people in the relevant departments. When they saw the ID, they relaxed their vigilance. The people around were dumbfounded. The reversal of events was so swift that they were dumbfounded. The man who they thought was loyal and righteous turned out to be a bad guy who kidnapped people, and the person who acted cruelly was from the relevant department. Soon, people from the relevant departments arrived. They were acquaintances, Hu Xiqian's deputy Huo Qiming. He had met Zhang Xian last time and knew Zhang Xian's skills. Seeing this scene, he secretly gave Zhang Xian a thumbs up. At this moment, a card fell out of someone's pocket. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, then walked over and picked it up. "What's wrong? Brother Zhang, is there anything strange about this business card?" Huo Qiming asked puzzledly when he saw Zhang Xian's expression. Zhang Xian took out Gu Fuqing's business card and handed it to Huo Qiming. The two business cards are exactly the same, the only difference is the name and the work unit. Seeing this scene, Huo Qiming, who was handling the case, froze his eyes. In the previous case, they always thought that Gu Fuqing was going to target Zhang Xian, but now it seems that there might be something wrong with the direction of their investigation. These people are most likely going to attack Xia Meng, and of course the possibility of capturing Xia Meng to threaten Zhang Xian cannot be ruled out. But with one more direction of investigation, we might find a breakthrough. The forensic doctor examined Xia Meng and confirmed that it was just a drug and she would wake up after sleeping for a while. Only then did Zhang Xian breathe a sigh of relief. After saying goodbye to Huo Qiming, Zhang Xian carried Xia Meng into the car and slowly drove towards the Maple Leaf Villa district. When they arrived at the villa area, Zhang Xian carried Xia Meng into the villa. Just as he put her on the bed, Xia Meng happened to wake up. "Xiao Xian, save me!" Xia Meng shouted in a daze. Zhang Xian immediately comforted, "It's safe, don't be afraid." Xia Meng slowly opened her beautiful eyes. After seeing Zhang Xian, she breathed a sigh of relief and then began to cry in grievance. She was terrified. Zhang Xian hugged Xia Meng and comforted her carefully. The two of them hugged each other quietly, and the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Zhang Xian quickly stood up. He couldn't go on. He didn't know if he could control himself if he continued. Xia Meng's little face was red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look into Zhang Xian's eyes. They were so close that they could hear each other's heartbeats. "I'm fine now. Let's go to my house." "Xiao Xian, what happened today?" "I won't tell your parents." Zhang Xian knew what Xia Meng wanted to say and spoke. "Yeah," Xia Meng said softly. The two soon arrived at the shopping mall. "Oh, you changed your name?" Xia Meng looked at the name of the mall in surprise, and Zhang Xian then noticed that the name of the mall had been changed to Teo Yuanju. It seems that this place has been acquired by Wang Chuan. The two bought a watch for Xia Tianjun and a bunch of cosmetics for Tian Yushan, and then drove towards Xia's house. Xia family. Tian Yushan paced back and forth anxiously, her mind racing as she thought about how to deal with her daughter's boyfriend. "Mom, can you please stop? You're making me dizzy. Xia Kai looked at his mother speechlessly, mourning for his sister in his heart. My elder sister probably doesn't know this yet. She is probably still hoping that Zhang Xian will get my mother's approval after he arrives. Little did he know that his mother had rejected Zhang Xian from the very beginning, and was now trying to make Zhang Xian give up. Chapter 101. I have already picked a son-in-law. What do you know, little brat? This concerns your sister's lifelong happiness. Teo Yuanju glared at Xia Kai and said angrily. This concerns my sister's happiness, so she should make her own decision. Why are you interfering here? It's my sister who's getting married, not you two. The emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. Xia Kai muttered softly. What did you say? Teo Yuanju glared at her son. Xia Kai immediately backed off. I have something else to do, I'll be leaving first. Zhang Xian and the other person came to the Xia family's villa. If it were in the past, Zhang Xian would definitely have backed off when he saw such a luxurious villa. However, now, the villa is no different from a lollipop in his eyes. Madam, miss, and the others are here, the maid shouted immediately. Upon hearing this, Teo Yuanju immediately ran to the window and looked out. When she saw Xia Meng and Zhang Xian getting out of a BMW, she said disdainfully, Did you rent a car just for today? Madam, could it be that the young lady bought it for him? The maid suddenly spoke up. Teo Yuanju was stunned when she heard this, and her heart skipped a beat. This possibility was indeed not impossible. Madam, you have really good taste. That guy is really handsome. Upon hearing this, Teo Yuanju glanced at Zhang Xian, her eyes flashing with brilliance, and then she curled her lips. In today's society, what's the point of being handsome? You need money to live, and being handsome can't make a living. This time, the maid disagreed. Madam, you can't say that. With his qualifications, if he wants to enter the entertainment industry, he can make money just by standing there without saying a word. Teo Yuanju curled her lips, but this time she rarely refuted. She had to admit that Zhang Xian was really handsome. Go open the door. Teo Yuanju said, not forgetting to add, no need to be nice to him. You should be the villain. I don't dare. I watched Xiao Meng grow up. The maid said this as she arrived at the door with a smile on her face. Teo Yuanju. After all this time, it turns out she is the only bad guy. Xiao Meng, you're back? Is this your boyfriend? He's really handsome, come in quickly. The maid looked at Xia Meng and Zhang Xian lovingly and welcomed them in. Auntie Wu. Xia Meng called sweetly. Zhang Xian also shouted. Seeing that Zhang Xian was so polite and there was no discrimination towards her in his eyes, Aunt Wu had a better impression of Zhang Xian. Many people came to Xia Meng's house, but after knowing that she was a servant, they ordered her around. Those with good tempers were only polite to her on the surface, and their eyes were full of contempt. Zhang Xian looked at her with clear eyes, without a trace of contempt, the same as the way Miss Xia Meng looked at her. Just by looking at her, Aunt Wu concluded that Zhang Xian was not a bad kid. Huh, you still remember to come back? I thought you had completely forgotten that you even had this family. Teo Yuanju snorted coldly and spoke. As for Zhang Xian, she didn't even look at him. Zhang Xian knew that Teo Yuanju was angry that Xia Meng followed him home, but he didn't mind and called out politely, Auntie Teo. No, I can't bear it. Teo Yuanju said coldly. Old Teo, there's no need for us to continue chatting like this. Xia Meng was angry when she saw her mother being so rude to Zhang Xian, and she whispered. There's nothing much to say about this matter. Teo Yuanju looked at Zhang Xian with an aggressive look in her eyes. Young man, do you feel you are worthy of our family? Teo Yuanju asked calmly. Mom. Xia Meng knew that these were the words her mother would say to Zhang Xian when she saw him. When she heard her mother say this, she felt depressed, not angry, but ashamed. Aren't you asking for trouble by showing off what you have in front of Zhang Xian? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian looked around the villa curiously. Seeing this, Teo Yuanju waited leisurely. They spent more than 3 million to buy this villa. Although it was too expensive for them, they still gritted their teeth and bought it. Now the price of this villa has increased to more than 10 million. A villa worth more than 10 million yuan is not something that ordinary people can afford. How do you like it? Can you afford it? If you can, I won't say another no to your business. If you can't, there's the door, please go ahead. Mom. Xia Meng felt even more embarrassed when she heard this. The house Zhang Xian bought cost 100 million yuan. How can you compare it with this junky house of yours worth over 10 million yuan? Don't talk. Seeing Xiaomeng want to speak, Teo Yuanju glared at Xiaomeng fiercely. Xiaomeng was at a loss for words and was so angry that she simply shut her mouth and waited quietly for her mother to be slapped in the face. Zhang Xian looked at the villa, nodded, and said, "Not worthy of it." Aunt Wu was stunned when she heard this, and she secretly wondered what was wrong with Xiaomeng's boyfriend. Even if he was telling the truth, it depends on the situation. At this time, the lady was obviously mocking him. Even if he had to bite the bullet, he should have put on a brave face at this time. As a result, the silly kid just told the truth honestly. Aunt Wu was speechless about Zhang Xian. She blinked at Xiaomeng, indicating that Xiaomeng should teach Zhang Xian how to speak. Teo Yuanju sneered when she heard this, "So you know this? I admire you a little bit. At least you are honest." Zhang Xian smiled at Teo Yuanju and said, "Thank you." Puff. Teo Yuanju was about to vomit blood. Was she praising him? How did my daughter fall for this guy? Can't she even tell the difference between good and bad? She looked at her daughter, her eyes full of inquiry. "Is this the person you like?" Xiaomeng was speechless. She understood what Zhang Xian meant. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "Aunt Wu, let's eat." "Good. That's right. Let us eat. At least we can talk less." Aunt Wu quickly brought the food to the table. "What's your name?" "Go help Aunt Wu." Teo Yuanju gave instructions to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian had no objection. He smiled at Aunt Wu and walked over with her. "Mr. Tian, stop it. Your daughter has already decided on him. If you don't agree, we can elope." Xiaomeng's face darkened as she walked to her mother and whispered, "I just said a few words just now, and I've already given you enough face. I said, I will not agree to what you are doing." Teo Yuanju simply changed the subject and said, "Your father and I have found someone more suitable for you. Mom believes that if you meet, you will definitely like each other." You know Dongshan Industrial, right? That man is the chairman of Dongshan Industrial. Your father wants to bring you together so that you can help each other in business in the future. Seeing Xiaomeng speak, Teo Yuanju immediately threw out the trump card. Xiaomeng was stunned when she heard this, and looked at her mother in surprise, who was looking at her with a burning gaze. "Good job. I'm just a good guy. I brought the chairman of Dongshan Industrial to you, but you said no and wanted to introduce the chairman of Dongshan Industrial to me." Chapter 102 Gu Qingqing's Request. Seeing her daughter's look, Teo Yuanju thought that Xiaomeng's heart had wavered, and she couldn't help but feel secretly proud. "How about it? Xiaomeng, are you still insisting on staying with this big fool? How could your parents betray you? From childhood to adulthood, your parents have always loved you the most." Seeing Xiaomeng looking at her curiously, Teo Yuanju decided to add another chip. She looked at Xiaomeng excitedly and said, "Also, the person your parents are going to introduce to you is not only the chairman of Dongshan Industrial, but he also has another identity. Didn't you admire the boss of Teo Yuanju the most before? He is the new boss of Teo Yuanju." Puff. After hearing what her mother said, Xiaomeng really couldn't help herself this time and spat out the water she had just drunk. "Zhang Xian is the owner of Teo Yuanju? When did it happen? She has been pursuing Zhang Xian since his first day as a freshman. Except when he is sleeping, she almost never takes her eyes off him. It's fine that Zhang Xian can become the chairman of Dongshan Industrial, but how could he become the boss of Teo Yuanju? Teo Yuanju is such a huge industry. At least 200 or 300 billion. Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang had already told her about Zhang Xian's rise to wealth. When he was a freshman, he had less than 10,000 yuan on him. How did he do this in a month? No, not even in a month. It's unrealistic. How hateful. Zhang Xian is such a bastard. He even hid such an important thing from her. No, how did my mother know about this? My mom has never seen Zhang Xian. Are there two Zhang Xians in this world? Mom, have you met the owner of Teo Yuanju? No, but your dad has seen him. They met at the Northern Trade Alliance meeting, and your dad said Zhang Xian is very handsome." Seeing Xiaomeng's expression, Teo Yuanju felt that there was something going on and continued to tease her. She said that only a genius like Zhang Xian could be worthy of a genius like her daughter. "This big fool in front of me is so stupid. Apart from being handsome, he has no other good qualities. Such a person is not worthy of my daughter at all. Xiao Meng, what do you think? Are you still insisting on being with this big fool in front of you? Xiao Meng ignored her mother's words, but was really shocked by Zhang Xian's identity. I'm a little angry. What? She is already this guy's girlfriend, but he has no intention of revealing his identity to her. Now that she knew what her parents were thinking, and that everything between her and Zhang Xian was settled, she had nothing to worry about. In this case, let us punish Zhang Xian and prevent him from confessing. By the way, embarrass my parents. She really wanted to know how embarrassed they would be when her father brought Zhang Xian here again. Okay, I'll listen to my parents. But Xiao Xian is my classmate after all, and I don't want to embarrass him too much. I'll break up with him when I get back, and I promise you that I won't be with him in this life. How about that? Really? My baby daughter is so obedient. Hearing Xiao Meng's words, Tian Yushan breathed a sigh of relief and was delighted. Very good. If she had known that Zhang Xian's identity would be so useful, she would have brought it up earlier. It also saved her from having to think of so many messy methods. Okay, I'll be nicer to this big fool, don't worry. Tian Yushan had no doubt about her daughter's words. Xiao Zhang, why did you say that just now? Just looking at that scene, you have to exaggerate even if you have to. Entering the kitchen, Aunt Wu immediately whispered instructions to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian smiled slightly and didn't care. Thank you, Aunt Wu. It's okay. Senior sister is mine. No one can take her away from me. Aunt Wu disagrees with Zhang Xian's mysterious confidence. At this moment, Zhang Xian's WeChat rang. When I opened it, I saw it was sent by Xiao Meng. You lied to me. Seeing these 3 words, Zhang Xian was a little stunned. What did I lie to you about? Zhang Xian replied. Xiao Meng, I'm waiting for you to confess. If you don't, I'll make you suffer. Angry.jpg, hit.jpg. Zhang Xian, please forgive me.jpg, please give me some instructions, senior sister. Xiao Meng.jpg, no matter what happens later, you have to cooperate with me and act well, and I will forgive you a little. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly and walked out with the dishes. During the meal, just when Zhang Xian thought Tian Yushan would continue to intimidate him, he was shocked to find that Tian Yushan's attitude towards him had taken a 180-degree turn. Zhang Xian looked at Xiao Meng in surprise, but saw that Xiao Meng didn't even look at him. Aunt Wu sighed softly when she saw this, and she knew what was going on. Zhang Xian's performance just now must have disappointed Xiao Meng, and she decided to give up this relationship. After dinner, Tian Yushan enthusiastically sent Zhang Xian out. Xiao Meng blinked at Zhang Xian but didn't speak to him. However, her eyes let Zhang Xian know that her love for him had not diminished in the slightest. The two had originally planned to reveal Zhang Xian's identity as the chairman of Dongshan Industrial. In this way, Tian Yushan would definitely not hinder them from being together. However, since Tian Yushan didn't blame him anymore and Xiao Meng didn't signal to him, the matter was not mentioned. Zhang Xian returned to the villa. A WeChat friend request lights up. He ignored it. Suddenly, Lao Gu called. Zhang Xian picked up the phone doubtfully. Zhang Xian, where are you now? Help me out, please. As long as you can help me deal with this, you can take any leave you want this year. After hearing what Lao Gu said, Zhang Xian instantly became interested. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Option 1, help Gu Qingcheng. Rewards, free use of storage space including taking out and receiving, Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 10. Option 2, reject Gu Qingcheng's request for help. Reward, a Koenigsegg, wealth plus 100 billion, the title of straight man, and 1 popularity with women. Zhang Xian, who was already very interested, became even more interested now. The right to use the storage space at will? Does this mean he can put anything he wants into the storage space? What is the difference between this and the storage ring in online novels? As for the reward for option 2, if Zhang Xian had just obtained the system, he would definitely choose this, but at this moment, money is not so attractive to him. Tell me, Lao Gu, as long as it doesn't require me to sacrifice my body, what kind of trouble is it? Just ask, and I'll help you solve it. Zhang Xian said with great pride. However, after hearing his words, Gu Qingcheng on the other end of the phone fell silent. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Oh my god, could it be that Lao Gu really is coveting his body? Sister Gu, we are family for now. I treat you as my own sister. We can't do this. Zhang Xian said quickly. Get out. Gu Qingcheng couldn't suppress her anger anymore and roared. What's going on in this bastard's head? Apart from the things between men and women, can't you be a little purer? Chapter 103-120, Can I beat him? Good. Zhang Xian hung up the phone. I murmured to myself, this old Gu looks very young, why does his temper seem like he's in menopause? Gu Qingcheng on the other side was dumbfounded. Was she hung up on? Damn it! She was the only one who hung up on others, but no one had ever hung up on her. Zhang Xian wants to go to heaven. Angrily dialed Zhang Xian's number again? Zhang Xian saw the phone ringing and picked it up in confusion. Zhang Xian, you dare to hang up on me? Do you want to die? When Zhang Xian heard the call coming from the microphone, he was a little confused. Didn't T Lao Gu tell him to get out? Sister Gu, didn't you tell me to get out? I told you to get lost because you were talking nonsense. Did I tell you to hang up the phone? Okay, what is it? Are you free tomorrow? By the way, where are you now? I'm back in Dongshan, at Maple Leaf. That's good. Tell Xia Meng tomorrow that you don't need to look for her anymore. I'll pick you up. I need something. Okay. Hang up. Lao Gu said and hung up the phone. Just at this moment, Li Mengqi called and Zhang Xian was stunned. Zhang Xian, thank you, my father is discharged from the hospital. Li Mengqi's soft and weak voice came. That's good, Mengqi, what's the matter with you calling? Don't you have enough money? I can give you. No, I have enough money. I still have 200,000. I'll go back and pay you back. Hearing that it was not because of lack of money, Zhang Xian burst out laughing. No need. Your father just got out of the hospital and still needs recuperation. The cost of recuperation is quite a bit. You should keep it and don't let Uncle Li get sick. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then Li Mengqi's voice came. Thank you, I will return the 1.05 million to you. Zhang Xian hung up the phone, smiled and shook his head. What a stubborn girl. He helped her without expecting anything in return. It's like you have 1,000 yuan and lend someone 1 yuan. If they don't pay you back, would you mind? What's more, that 1 million is not even 1 yuan to Zhang Xian. Alas, Xiaoqi, Zhang Xian's kindness to our family is really too great. Li Hai sighed, and his face looked much better at this moment. I Mei said nonchalantly, it's okay. Xiao Xian likes our Xiaoqi anyway, so let Xiaoqi marry him. Swish. Li Mengqi's little face turned red instantly, and even her fair neck was stained with a layer of red. This time, I surprisingly didn't feel disgusted by this sentence. Stop talking nonsense. Zhang Xian has never said that he likes Xiaoqi. Maybe he has a girlfriend, Xiaoqi, do you know? Li Hai looked at his daughter. Li Mengqi lowered her head and shook her head. I don't know. Li Tianchao said with a grin, of course not. Otherwise, who would be willing to spend over 1 million and not pay it back? This isn't the way to spend money. Bai Mei agreed with her son's theory very much. Of course, she didn't value Zhang Xian's money, but she had a good impression of Zhang Xian as a person. Zhang Xian's family is very wealthy, but he does not have any of the arrogance and habits of those rich second generations. He is gentle and polite, and his treatment of people makes people feel like they are in the spring breeze. Such a person is perfect for their Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi is too gentle when dealing with others, and they are always afraid that Xiaoqi will suffer in the future. If Xiaoqi and Zhang Xian are together, they don't have to worry about this problem at all. Because they believe in Zhang Xian's character. Li Mengqi lowered her head, her pretty face flushed. Okay, stop imagining it. If you have the chance in the future, just ask Zhang Xian. It's possible that Zhang Xian just has good intentions and doesn't have any feelings towards our Xiaoqi. After Li Hai finished speaking, he closed his eyes and rested. 1.05 million. How is my sister going to pay it back? Selling a kidney? Even if she sells both kidneys, it still wouldn't be enough. Li Tianchao pouted disapprovingly and continued to mutter. It would be better to let Zhang Xian become my brother-in-law. Not only will our family be able to live a good life in the future, but my sister won't be bullied. Bai Mei glared at her son but did not refute what he said. I will find a way to pay him back. Li Mengqi said firmly. Okay, sis, I'll help you when I grow up. Li Tianchao looked at his sister with admiration. Bai Mei looked at the pair of children with satisfaction. Although God did not give her a wealthy family, He gave her a pair of sensible children. With such children, her life was worth it. Now her husband's condition has improved. Once he recovers, their family life will get better and better. Thinking of this, Bai Mei became even more grateful to Zhang Xian. All these changes started with the appearance of Zhang Xian. If Zhang Xian hadn't appeared, their family would have been completely ruined. Zhang Xian came to the top of the villa, looked up at the starry sky, and his heart completely calmed down as he looked at the stars. Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed, free use of storage space including taking out and receiving, Constitution plus 10, Spirit plus 10. The moment the electronic sound rang in his mind, everything around Zhang Xian changed instantly. The boundless darkness enveloped him. The muscles in my body felt like they were going to explode, and my head ached like it was about to split open. Zhang Xian was not surprised but happy. Is his spirit going to undergo another transformation? Severe pain enveloped him. Zhang Xian couldn't breathe and was almost suffocated. His whole body was in pain. The abnormal activity of his mental power made the pain worse, and Zhang Xian felt extremely uncomfortable. It was unknown how long it took for Zhang Xian to come out of that scene. He knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his whole body drenched in sweat. At this moment, he couldn't muster any strength, but after the severe pain, he felt warm and comfortable. Zhang Xian fell to the ground, feeling extremely comfortable. Are you dying? At this moment, a cold voice came. What was surprising was that he actually heard curiosity in the cold voice. This feeling is very special. It's that female neighbor, the female star Li Zixin. I looked to the side, and sure enough, I saw a pair of cold but curious eyes standing on another roof looking at me. Cold, yet curious, such a complicated look actually appeared in a person's eyes. Zhang Xian was speechless. When did you show up? Zhang Xian stood up, his whole body felt warm and he felt his whole body was clear. It feels like the legendary opening of the run and do meridians throughout the body. Li Zixin looked at Zhang Xian curiously, and replied, it starts when you feel uncomfortable. Zhang Xian. This woman is sick and has no sympathy at all. He was in so much pain, but this woman just watched him and remained indifferent. Have you called 120? Zhang Xian decided to give her a chance. 120? What's that? A person? Can I hit him? Li Zixin blinked her innocent and hazy big eyes and looked at Zhang Xian, with curiosity in her eyes becoming even stronger. Zhang Xian. Chapter 104-120. He didn't provoke me, why should I hit him? Yes, I can. Next time, when you see the ambulance, you must beat him to death. Zhang Xian was a little angry. Is this woman a fool, or does she really know nothing? Real? Li Zixin's eyes were eager to try. Zhang Xian was completely speechless and turned around and walked away. This woman was either a lunatic or a fool. At this moment, there was a layer of black stuff on his body surface, emitting a foul smell, which was extremely disgusting. He went to take a shower to feel comfortable. Seeing Zhang Xian leave, Li Zixin's eyes became dim. Xiao Xin. Zhang Xian walked up and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Zixin standing here. Ran, am I annoying? Li Zixin was very disappointed. How could that be? You have a pure heart, and those who understand you can't wait to love you enough. Zhang Xian comforted her like an older sister. But that person didn't want to pay attention to me just now. Li Zixin complained. Ah? Zhang Xian was curious. Just now when I came up, that man collapsed on the ground in pain. I was afraid something might happen to him, so I stood there watching him for a full hour. But after he was no longer in pain, he didn't even say thank you. He even asked me if I had called 911? 911 didn't offend me, so why would I have called 911? Li Zixin continued to accuse, her eyes full of loss. Puff. Zhang Xian tried hard to suppress his laughter, but he couldn't help it and laughed out loud. This girl. You're laughing at me. Li Zixin pouted, looking unhappy. No, I'm not making fun of you, Xiaoxin. 120 is the emergency number. Mr. Zhang must have had some kind of illness just now. If you see a scene like this, you should call the emergency number immediately. Although you were concerned about Mr. Zhang just now, you just watched and did nothing. It's normal for Mr. Zhang to be angry. Oh. After hearing Zhang Xian's explanation, Li Zixin showed a hint of guilt in her eyes. It seems like she can do nothing but acting. I just went to Xia Entertainment. They agreed to help us, but they have a condition. They want to take 85% of the first TV series. I promised them on your behalf. Is that okay with you? Zhang Xian sighed inwardly. She had approached countless entertainment companies during this period of time, but as soon as they heard it was Xiaoxin, they directly refused. Xia Entertainment was the only company willing to help them. The demands they made were excessive, but they had no choice but to accept them. It is estimated that Xia Entertainment made such an excessive request to reject her, but the other party did not expect that she would agree. There is no other way around it. Xiaoxin really needs a chance to prove herself. What celebrities fear most is being blacklisted. Even if they pay money but don't make any money this time, they have no choice but to go ahead with it. They have no power and grew up in an orphanage. If they want to survive in this society, they can only fight. It's up to you to decide. Li Zixin was still very disappointed and went downstairs. Zhang Xian came to the door of Zhang Xian's villa. Zhang Xian had just finished taking a shower when he heard someone ringing the doorbell. He opened the door in confusion. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I hope I didn't disturb you. Zhang Xian, standing outside the door, looked at Zhang Xian apologetically. Hello, what can I do for you? Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Xian in confusion. I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of Xiaoxin. Xiaoxin. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Zhang Xian smiled freely. He didn't mind, he just didn't want to have anything to do with such a cold person. However, since the other party came to apologize, Zhang Xian couldn't be too serious. Come in. Zhang Xian let Zhang Xian in. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment and followed Zhang Xian in. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang, Xiaoxin. Zhang Xian explained the matter of Li Zixin. Zhang Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that there would be such a person in this world with such a pure heart. Such people are extremely smart, but there is only a fine line between them and fools. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Option 1, help Li Zixin release a song. Reward, 30% of Jingjing Entertainment's shares, physical fitness plus 10, spiritual fitness plus 10. Option 2, refuse to help Li Zixin. Reward, the host will receive the title of Invincible Straight Man, 100 female popularity, and plus 100 billion in wealth. Zhang Xian. Damn, these multiple choice questions set by the system don't require any choice at all. They are forcing him to choose one. Is he the one who is short of the 100 billion? It's so easy to release a song. Although he is not a professional composer, he can hum to professional composers. With the level of those people, it is very easy for them to come up with a song. There are no singers in this world at all. If she brings those popular songs from Earth here, she will definitely become an instant hit. Ms. Zhang, is Ms. Li's voice okay? It should be good, otherwise the system would not give him this option. Mr. Zhang, don't you watch TV dramas very often? When Zhang Xian heard Zhang Xian's words, he guessed that Zhang Xian definitely didn't watch TV dramas very often, otherwise Zhang Xian wouldn't ask such a question. The theme songs of several dramas were made popular by Xiaoxin. Zhang Xian said proudly. She and Li Zixin both came from an orphanage. They have experienced many ups and downs together, so they are like sisters. Seeing that Li Zixin has achieved such great success, Zhang Xian is prouder than anyone else. I have a few songs here that I can give to her. Really? Zhang Xian became excited instantly when he heard Zhang Xian's words, but then felt disappointed again. Currently, the only small entertainment company that dares to cooperate with them is Xia Entertainment, and Xia Entertainment's main focus is TV dramas, and it has no involvement in music at all. What's wrong? Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Xian in confusion. When Zhang Xian asked the question, Zhang Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that there were so few entertainment options in this world. When I was on Earth, there were many small music studios, but here, there wasn't even Xia Entertainment. However, since he has made the choice, Zhang Xian will naturally see it through to the end. He called Xia Tianjun. Ha, brother Zhang, I was just talking to Mr. Wang about you when you called. Where are you now? Xia Tianjun's hearty voice came from the microphone. I have something to do, so I'm going back to Dongshan. Brother Xia, I have a friend who I want to help release a few songs for. Do you want to work with me? Zhang Xian knows nothing about the entertainment industry, and Teo Yuanju's focus is no longer on this aspect. If it involves the entertainment industry, Teo Yuanju will also ask Xia Tianjun for help. However, this is also an opportunity for Teo Yuanju. He will take the lead and cooperate with Xia Tianjun to develop the entertainment industry in Dongshan. Back to Dongshan? That's great, brother Zhang. Don't forget what I told you the other day. You want to make a song? Of course you can, but you also know that the music industry in Daxia is not doing well, so your friend better be mentally prepared. It's okay, I have confidence. Zhang Xian said with a smile. Okay, come to my house tomorrow and we'll discuss it in detail. The day after tomorrow, I have something to do tomorrow. Zhang Xian said this and hung up the phone. Mr. Zhang, the person you just spoke to was? Zhang Xian asked hopefully. Oh, Xia Tianjun, the chairman of Xia Entertainment. Zhang Xian said slowly. G.A. Zhang Xian stood up suddenly. Zhang Xian, do you know Xia Tianjun? Chapter 105. This woman is really a man. This is really a pleasant surprise. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xian actually knew Xia Tianjun from Xia Entertainment. In this way, Xiaoxin will not be completely banned in the entertainment industry. Mr. Zhang, what is your relationship with Director Xia? Zhang Xian asked hopefully, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Friends, there are some areas for business cooperation. That's great. I wonder if Mr. Zhang could make an introduction for me. Zhang Xian was not very interested in the songs that Zhang Xian mentioned. Just like Xia Tianjun said, the music scene in Daxia was not very popular and some stars were not keen on singing. However, Zhang Xian did not explicitly reject Zhang Xian. After all, Zhang Xian also meant well. It is always better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Of course, no problem. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. I have something to do tomorrow and don't have time. Okay, thank you Mr. Zhang, you can take a rest, I'm leaving first. Zhang Xian bowed respectfully to Zhang Xian and left. 5 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Xian, get up quickly. Zhang Xian was still asleep when a voice sounded in his ears. He looked over with sleepy eyes and saw an extremely beautiful face right in front of him. Ha! Why did I dream about Lao Gu? Hey, luckily it wasn't a wet dream, otherwise it would have scared me to death. Zhang Xian thought he was dreaming, smiled awkwardly and muttered. Get out of here. Gu Qingqing's face turned dark instantly. What did this bastard mean by this? What does it mean that dreaming about her can scare him to death? Is she that ugly? Back then, there were no fewer people chasing after her than Xia Meng, okay? She grabbed Zhang Xian's ear and twisted it twice. Hiss. A sharp pain woke Zhang Xian up, and he woke up instantly. Sister Gu, what are you doing? Let go, it hurts. Did you ignore what I said to you yesterday? What time is it? Why haven't you gotten up yet? Gu Qingqing pinched Zhang Xian's ear and was very angry. This guy didn't care about her at all. Zhang Xian took the phone and was so angry when he saw the time. Gu, at 5 in the morning, you came to my house and asked me why I didn't get up. Are you sick? It's 5 in the morning, not 5 in the afternoon. Looking at Gu Qingqing's attitude just now, Zhang Xian thought it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon and he was late. It was the same last time I went to Dongshan Industrial, and it was the same this time. This woman is crazy. You know it's 5 in the morning. We martial artists are all up early at this time, and you're still lying in bed. I don't know how you practiced your boxing skills. Get up. Gu Qingqing knelt on the bed, trying to lift Zhang Xian up, but she didn't expect that Zhang Xian's bed was too soft. She grabbed Zhang Xian's shoulders, and her knees had no fulcrum, so she lost her balance and fell down. The two people's lips touched. Zhang Xian was stunned. Gu Qingqing was also dumbfounded. The two people looked at each other blankly, neither of them expected something like this to happen. Get up quickly and follow me. Gu Qingqing pretended to be calm, stood up as if nothing had happened, and walked out. Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Gu Qingqing leave. Damn, this is so embarrassing. He had forgotten how many times he and Lao Gu had kissed. The senior sister is his girlfriend, but it seems that he has kissed her less than he has kissed Lao Gu. So depressed. Also, he shouldn't have given Lao Gu the key to his villa the last time he came, otherwise this problem wouldn't have occurred. Asking Lao Gu to be more self-aware would make her more uncomfortable than killing her. Zhang Xian really didn't know how this woman became a counselor. No, I must draw a clear line with Lao Gu from now on. He is not alone now, but has a girlfriend. From now on, he will be devoted to his senior sister and will never have any misunderstandings with any woman other than his senior sister. After Zhang Xian got up and washed up, he got into Lao Gu's Grand Cherokee and the two drove away from the villa. On the way, things got a little awkward in the car. Zhang Xian didn't dare to look at Lao Gu at all. Gu Qingchang was in a similar situation, with an embarrassed blush appearing on her fair face. She decided to try her best to draw a clear line between herself and Zhang Xian in the future. She also knew that Zhang Xian and Xia Meng had already confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, and it would obviously be inappropriate if they continued like they did today. Think of this. Ahem. Gu Qingchang coughed a few times and said, I might need you to help me compete with others later. Competition? Old Gu, have you made an appointment to fight with someone? Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard that. If someone else said this, Zhang Xian might still be skeptical, but coming from Lao Gu, it was very normal. This woman is a thief. Gu Qingchang rolled her eyes. My grandmother had a fight with the other party. They're old now, so it's my turn. I can handle this myself. You may not be needed. I'm dragging you along just in case. Zhang Xian gave a thumbs up. She is worthy of being Lao Gu's grandmother, so awesome. Zhang Xian still agrees with Lao Gu's strength. Since Lao Gu said that he didn't need to take any action, Zhang Xian closed his eyes while sitting in the car. Lin family. Bang! The old man smashed the table with one palm. Zhang Xian, I will definitely kill you. Those who died were the best fighters of the Lin family. He felt sad to see several of them killed at once. Jin Lao, calm down. Zhang Xian cannot be touched at this moment. The relevant departments have already known about this matter. If we take action against him, it is very likely to cause displeasure from the Dasha officials. Everyone in the Lin family offered their condolences. The old man's expression changed for a while, and finally he snorted coldly and asked, How is Wuji? Gunshot wounds don't heal that quickly. Alas, then this time my Lin family will lose to the Gu family. The Gu family has only produced Gu Qingcheng among its younger generation. At worst, we can just send a few more people to compete. Although such behavior may be shameful, it's better than losing. The Lin family members spoke again. The town elder also nodded, but for safety's sake, let's go and invite that person over. Yes. As long as that person is here, my Lin family will have nothing to worry about. Okay, let's go. We'll decide on Zhang Xian's matter when we get back. The old man waved his hand, and everyone got in the car and set off. Wake up, we're here. Zhang Xian woke up when he heard Gu Qingcheng's voice. He looked around and instantly realized that this place was not simple. The architectural style is not modern at all. If Zhang Xian hadn't seen the cars parked in the yard, he would have thought he had come to ancient times. The place is filled with ancient charm, carved beams, and painted buildings, and is breathtakingly beautiful. There is only the sound of birds singing in the courtyard, and other than that, it is extremely quiet. Moreover, the air here is very good, and Zhang Xian couldn't help but take a big breath of it with satisfaction. You look so handsome when you haven't seen the world. Gu Qingcheng said with a pout. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Xian took another breath. It's so cool. It's rare to find such a paradise in such a materialistic age. Gu Qingcheng. Forget it, just ignore him. She had witnessed how shameless this guy was. Chapter 106 The Gu Family's Misunderstanding. Sister Qingcheng. Sister Qingcheng. People passing by greeted Gu Qingcheng respectfully when they saw her. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian was shocked and looked at Gu Qingcheng. Sister Gu, you have a high status in your family. Gu Qingcheng rolled her eyes at Zhang Xian and ignored him. Zhang Xian shrugged helplessly. After the two of them went in, the Gu family members who had disappeared reappeared, looking at Zhang Xian's back with wide eyes. What do you think? Is this guy Boss Gu's boyfriend? Of course she is. Otherwise, why would Lao Gu bring him here at this critical moment? This is to tell everyone, win or lose, don't pay attention to her. She's already taken. Tisk, Boss Gu did the same thing 5 years ago, but that guy just gave up because he couldn't get Boss Gu's body. I think this kid is no different from that kid. They are both ordinary people, not martial artists like us. With that kind of physique, they can't even get close to Boss Gu's body, and you still want to take advantage of him? We have a better chance of winning this time. I heard that Lin Wuji, the strongest of the younger generation of the Lin family, was injured. When mentioning Lin Wuji, several people's eyes were full of caution, but when mentioning Lin Wuji's injury, everyone's eyes were full of gloating. Zhang Xian had no idea what these people were thinking. After walking in the yard for a while, he fell in love with this place. Sister Gu, this place is great. Where did you buy your house? I want to buy one too. The Gu family's yard is not small, covering at least several thousand acres, and there are no less than 500 people living there. Zhang Xian didn't expect that the Gu family is so rich. If you marry Xiao Qingchang, there will naturally be a small courtyard here for you. As soon as Zhang Xian finished speaking, someone suddenly responded. Looking up, I saw a middle-aged woman standing there, as calm as water, and her eyes were full of kindness when she looked at me. Feeling the woman's gaze, Zhang Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness in his heart. Auntie, you. Hiss. Before Zhang Xian could finish his greetings, he was interrupted by Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng pinched the soft flesh on Zhang Xian's waist and said angrily, "Why are you yelling? This is my grandma." Puff. Zhang Xian looked at the woman in astonishment. The woman had black and beautiful hair, and he was sure it was not dyed. There were no age spots or wrinkles on her face. It was absolutely safe to say that she was in her 30s or 40s. Do women nowadays love beauty so much? Someone of such old age still has plastic surgery and cosmetic injections? Call me grandma. If you dare to call me grandma again, I won't forgive you. Gu Qingqing's fair face was covered with black lines, and she was so embarrassed that she was almost knitted into a sweater. Aunt? Zhang Xian calls her auntie, so shouldn't I call Zhang Xian uncle? This guy is obviously taking advantage of her. Ha 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 ha. I like you, kid. The woman laughed out loud, laughing so hard that she fell backwards. Women, who doesn't want to be young? Zhang Xian was extremely embarrassed, he really didn't notice it. Tianshan child fairy? Grandma. Zhang Xian immediately called out respectfully. Come here, let grandma see. The woman smiled and waved at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian walked over awkwardly. The woman looked him up and down with such a fiery gaze that even though he had a thicker skin than a city wall, he still felt it burning hot at this moment. Grandma, that's enough. This kid is my student. We are not in the relationship you think. Seeing the look in her grandmother's eyes when she looked at Zhang Xian, Gu Qingcheng knew that her grandmother had misunderstood, and explained speechlessly. Grandma knows. You don't need to explain. I just feel that this child is very attractive to me. I want to take a closer look. Is that not okay? The woman waved at Gu Qingcheng and said to Zhang Xian with a smile. Gu Qingcheng was speechless. She knew that her grandmother had decided that Zhang Xian was her boyfriend, and she was too lazy to explain. Did you talk to Xia Meng when you came to my place today? Gu Qingcheng asked in a low voice. I told you, she is my girlfriend. If I don't make it clear, do you dare to come? Tisk. Gu Qingcheng curled her lips in disdain. Aren't you very arrogant? Rejecting the aloof school beauty is such a great gimmick. How can you not be arrogant? Zhang Xian. Old Gu is crazy. He came here to help, but this woman always likes to ridicule him and has no sincerity in asking for help. What? Did I get it right? Men are all LSPs. Gu Qingcheng curled her lips. Zhang Xian simply ignored this woman. Old Gu didn't know what was wrong with him at the moment. He was like a hedgehog, and anyone who got close to him would be pricked. The woman noticed the two people whispering behind her and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Laugh. Gu Qingcheng didn't notice her grandmother's expression and sneered at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was speechless. He leaned close to Gu Qingcheng's ear and said, Little Gu, call me brother, or I'll turn around and leave right now. You? Gu Qingcheng became angry when she heard Zhang Xian's words. This little bastard is really asking for a beating. He actually dared to make such a rude request. School has started, don't even think about asking for a day off from me. Gu Qingcheng clenched his fists and threatened. Tisk, I'll go ask the principal for help. I don't believe that if I donate 10 million to the school, the principal will refuse my request. Zhang Xian was as fearless as a dead pig. Xiao Gu, you only have 5 seconds to think about it. I'm leaving now. You. Gu Qingcheng was about to explode with anger. 5. Zhang Xian stretched out one hand and spread it out. You want to die. 4. Zhang Xian. 3. 2. Elder brother. Gu Qingqing compromised. There were only a few masters of the younger generation, and they had all been targeted by the major families. Zhang Xian was a skilled player she discovered by accident. Besides, it was about to begin. If Zhang Xian quit, where would she find someone else? Where's the key to the villa? Hand it over immediately. Something like what happened this morning absolutely couldn't happen again. Besides, he was living with his senior, so it was inevitable that something inappropriate for children would happen. If old Gu showed up at this time. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian shuddered. No, the key must be taken back. Here you go. Miser. You little bastard who takes advantage of others, just wait for me. Gu Qingqing angrily threw the key to Zhang Xian, cursing MMP in her heart. She circled Zhang Xian several times in her heart. This guy actually dared to threaten her. These accounts are recorded and need to be repaid. Oh, little sister Gu, you are so good. Zhang Xian happily showed the recording function on his mobile phone to Gu Qingqing. Little bastard, you, humph. I'm so angry. Seeing Zhang Xian's provocative look, Gu Qingqing pouted, walked to the woman and held her arm. Zhang Xian smiled slightly. Xiao Qingchun, Zhang Xian, right? When are you getting married? Grandma wants to have a great-grandchild. The woman looked at Gu Qingqing beside her. Grandma, I've already told you, he's not my boyfriend. He has a girlfriend. There's no way we can be together. Gu Qingqing was speechless. Why did her grandma decide that Zhang Xian was her boyfriend? Tisk, Xiaoshuan's voice is the boy you were with last time, right? If you really don't have anything to do with him, why would you bring him to see grandma after we became suspicious? The woman's eyes sparkled, as if to say, I've seen through you. Gu Qingqing. Chapter 107. How could this kind person be so vicious? Xiao Qingcheng, is this your boyfriend? What a handsome boy. Ha ha, my niece, is this my niece-in-law? He's really good looking. Has he practiced martial arts? Young man, you need to practice martial arts, otherwise you will be beaten up by Xiao Qingcheng after you get married. This girl has had a bad temper since she was a child. Get lost. How can you say that about your niece? Young man, don't listen to his nonsense. Our little Qingcheng is very gentle. The Gu family's yard was very large. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they entered a yard. The woman told Zhang Xian that they had arrived at the real Gu family's house. And those courtyards outside were just outer courtyards. Zhang Xian was shocked. What an awesome Gu family. After coming in, a large group of people walked out, all staring at Zhang Xian closely. Their eyes looked as if they wanted to crush Zhang Xian into pieces and look at him again. Hearing what these people said, Zhang Xian tried hard not to laugh. Gu Qingqing's face turned the color of liver. Judging from her appearance, she was about to explode. Zhang Xian quickly walked to the other side of the woman. It would be better not to provoke this female devil at this time. Mom, why did you go out again? Your injury. A burly man walked over, his face full of worry. As he spoke, the big man glared at Gu Qingqing fiercely. You still remember to come back? As for Zhang Xian, the big man didn't even bother to look at him. This is my home. I can come back whenever I want. What's it to you? Gu Qingqing looked at the big man with a calm expression and said lightly, then helped the woman walk into the house. Zhang Xian looked at the scene in confusion. The big man should be Lao Gu's father, but it seems that the relationship between her and her father is not very good. Can you two please stop fighting each other every time you meet? Do you think it's fun? The woman looked at the father and daughter speechlessly. Mom, you're the one who spoiled her. Look at her, she doesn't even look like a girl anymore. Gu Yanming looked at his daughter helplessly. She was so beautiful, but she was so aggressive in doing things. I spoiled her? Who raised my little Qingcheng as a boy when she was a child? Now that she has grown up, I want her to change it. Is it so easy to change a habit formed since childhood? The woman glared at Gu Cheng, and Gu Yanming immediately backed down. Okay, big brother, everyone from each family is waiting there. Gu Lauer on the side reminded. And you, a bunch of grown men, can't even produce a genius, and you still have to ask my little Qingqing to take action. Aren't you ashamed? Upon hearing this, the woman glared at Gu Lauer fiercely and shouted angrily. Gu Lauer immediately shrank his neck and dared not say another word. Zhang Xian gave the woman a thumbs up in his heart, but his impression of the Gu family also improved a bit, which showed that the Gu family attached great importance to filial piety. Sister Gu, what's going on? Why do you want to have a martial arts competition? Zhang Xian was extremely curious. If Zhang Xian hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that there would be such a thing as martial arts competitions in modern society. Ha! Xiao Qingcheng, didn't you tell Zhang Xian when you came? The woman had excellent hearing. Although Zhang Xian's voice was very soft, she could still hear it. Zhang Xian. How embarrassing. So, he was joking with Lao Gu just now, and the woman heard it? Usually I don't need his help. I can solve it myself. Why should I tell him? Gu Qingcheng said indifferently. The others didn't notice anything when they heard this, but the woman's look when she looked at Zhang Xian changed. In her eyes, Zhang Xian was obviously an ordinary person with no signs of martial arts training on his body, but Xiao Qingcheng said that she brought Zhang Xian here to ask for his help. She knew her granddaughter's strong character. If the person was not a strong person recognized by the girl, she would never say the word help. What does this indicate? This shows that in Gu Qingcheng's eyes, Zhang Xian's strength is above hers. The woman couldn't help but look at Zhang Xian again. Noticing the woman's gaze, Zhang Xian looked up and saw the woman looking at him. He couldn't help but smile slightly. The woman was stunned. Was it a coincidence? Or did Zhang Xian really sense her mental power? It must be an illusion. How could Zhang Xian, at such an old age, possibly have the ability to develop spiritual power? These are just some shameless tricks used by the old men to bully the smaller clans. However, over the years, as the country has grown stronger, the smaller clans have gradually stopped practicing martial arts. This competition has become the basis for the division of interests among the remaining clans. The woman explained in a low voice. Division of interests? Zhang Xian wondered. For example, in the relevant departments of daxia, families like ours have a certain say. Now, people from the Zhang family hold some positions there, but 5 years ago, it was our Gu family who held these positions. In fact, the country has now realized that the family is no longer a talisman for daxia, but a leech. The country has taken back the real power. So, winning or losing doesn't matter now. Winning isn't that useful, it's just about saving face. Of course, there will be some stakes in a competition. This is why the major families don't want to lose. In fact, even if we lose, if we don't admit it, they won't be able to do anything to the Gu family. The woman explained patiently. Passers-by saw the woman talking patiently to Zhang Xian, their eyes filled with shock. Some people kept watching and banged their heads against the wall without realizing it. Zhang Xian looked at these people in surprise. Old Gu, you are incredibly charming. Have you ever spoken to these people? Go over and give it a try. Maybe your future life will be settled. Zhang Xian said with a smile. Get out. Gu Qingcheng was so angry that she grabbed Zhang Xian's soft flesh and hit him hard twice. Hiss. Zhang Xian took a breath. This woman. It's so fucking cruel. Stop talking nonsense. These people are looking at you, not me. Gu Qingcheng knew why Zhang Xian said that, and whispered to Zhang Xian. Me? Zhang Xian was confused. In my family, Grandma has never been so nice to anyone other than me. Grandma is very mean to other people. Gu Qingcheng explained. Very fierce? Zhang Xian looked at the woman when he heard this, his mind full of doubts. Isn't this nonsense? What a kind person. And it's beautiful. On par with Gu Qingcheng and her senior schoolmate, this is a kind of beauty that is unique to middle-aged women and is different from that of youth, with an extra touch of charm. Zhang Xian couldn't imagine such a person looking very fierce. Could he be the kind that looked fierce but not aggressive? Gu Qingcheng was also a little confused. The last time that bastard came, Grandma had not been so kind. Although Grandma wanted her to find her own home as soon as possible, the last time that person followed her, Grandma didn't even meet him and went into seclusion directly. When that little bastard Zhang Xian came, Grandma not only saw him, but also stood at the door waiting for her. Gu Qingcheng even felt that her grandma was not waiting for her, but the little bastard beside her. Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian. Is there anything strange about this little bastard? Chapter 108 Arena Competition. Xiao Xian, what do your parents do? The woman asked kindly, her eyes full of curiosity. Ah. Grandma, my parents set up their own small company. Zhang Xian was about to call her auntie but was glared at by Lao Gu fiercely, so he immediately changed his words. Snort. Gu Qingcheng snorted coldly. This guy is very dishonest and always wants to take advantage of her. Asshole. Seeing this, the woman burst out laughing. Grandma is just asking casually. It doesn't matter what your parents do. The Gu family is not short of money. When you get married, Grandma will give you enough money to live on. Grandma. Gu Qingcheng was unhappy. This little bastard and I really don't have that kind of relationship. Besides, he's the chairman of Dongshan Industrial and very rich. He doesn't need you to give him money. Oh? Isn't Xiao Xian your student? How could he? Oh, haha, Grandma underestimated Xiao Xian. I didn't expect my grandson-in-law to be so amazing. The woman laughed out loud, attracting the attention of people around her. Grandma. Gu Qingcheng stomped her feet in disbelief. Damn, I actually saw the feminine side of Sister Gu. It wasn't easy. It seems that boy has a way. Not only did he turn Sister Gu into a real woman, but he also made Grandma love him so much. He's really impressive. Everyone started talking about it when they saw this. You know what, even after becoming a woman, Sister Gu is still very beautiful. A young man stroked his chin and sighed. The next moment, there was a blank space within a dozen meters around him. The young man was embarrassed. He looked around and was depressed to find that everyone around him was looking at him like a fool. Grandma, let's just go to the ring. It's probably going to be a huge fight there. Gu Qingcheng really couldn't stand the gazes of the people around her. The woman nodded, but her face showed disapproval of the ring match. On the contrary, Gu Qingcheng attaches great importance to this so-called competition. After turning around a few times, Zhang Xian heard the sounds of fighting and cheering from a distance. Zhang Xian also became curious. He had only seen ring matches on TV when he was on Earth. This was the first time he had watched a ring match in real life. Bang! As soon as they entered the yard, a person fell towards them. Gu Qingcheng stretched out one hand and gently pulled, and the force on the man was removed, and he stood up steadily. The man was still in shock. When he turned around and saw that it was Gu Qingcheng who had attacked him, he quickly thanked her. The other party was standing on the ring and was slightly stunned when he saw his opponent was helped to stabilize. He deliberately wanted to embarrass this person from the Gu family, so he attacked without leaving any room for him to fight back. Oh, isn't this Aunt Gu? You finally showed up. I thought you were too scared to show up. The reason why he acted so ruthlessly was to force Gu Qingcheng to show up. Now that Gu Qingcheng finally showed up, his face lit up with excitement. Xiao Xian, come and sit with me. The woman affectionately took Zhang Xian's hand and walked to the Gu family's camp. When the woman appeared, someone from the Gu family immediately gave up their seat. Get out of here. As for Zhang Xian, no one gave up his seat for him. When the woman saw this, she immediately spoke to an old man next to her. The old man looked helplessly at the woman and said, Sister-in-law, I am a member of the Gu family after all. Besides, I am old enough, so please give me some face. Grandma, I'm young, I can just stand. Zhang Xian said quickly. The old man looked to be at least 100 years old. Wouldn't it be an insult to him to ask a 100-year-old grandfather to give up his seat for him? When the old man heard this and looked at Zhang Xian, his eyes became much kinder. It's okay, let him grab someone else's seat. I'm here, so there's no place for him to sit, said the woman domineeringly. Zhang Xian was shocked. Old Gu had said before that her grandmother was very domineering, but Zhang Xian didn't believe it. But now he believed it. Child, come here and sit next to Grandma. After the old man finished speaking, his expression suddenly became extremely peaceful when he looked at Zhang Xian. The old man. How could the expression change so quickly? Zhang Xian smiled bitterly. Grandma, I'm only 20 years old. If I let this grandpa give up his seat, I'll shorten my life. I'd better stand. Those sitting in the Gu family camp were at least 80 or 90 years old. Even when old Gu's father came, he didn't have a seat. If he had sat down, he would have endured countless cold stares. Grandma, let's watch the competition. Seeing that the woman wanted to speak, Zhang Xian quickly shifted everyone's attention to the ring. Bang! The man who was so arrogant before was kicked out by Gu Qingcheng and fell heavily to the ground, and dust flew up instantly. Is this the kind of stuff the Lin family is? If so, don't come up and embarrass yourself. Find someone more powerful. Where is Lin Wuji? Let him come up. Gu Qingcheng shouted. Lin Jia's face turned dark when he heard this. Everyone knew that something had happened to Lin Wuji, and Gu Qingcheng brought it up obviously to embarrass them. Lin family? Zhang Xian couldn't help but look towards the Lin family's camp, and the old man in the lead happened to look over there as well. Their eyes met and then separated. Zhang Xian concluded that this person was quite strong, at least not weaker than him. The old man was puzzled. Was it his imagination? Why did he sense a faint threat from that young man? Continue. The old man was not angry because of Gu Qingcheng's words, but spoke calmly. Next, the Lin family sent out more than a dozen people to fight. Although Gu Qingcheng won every time, her physical strength was limited after all. At this moment, Gu Qingcheng's face was covered with sweat. Now, not only the people of the Gu family, but also people from other families noticed that something was wrong with the Lin family. This was the first time they had seen such a shameless fighting style. Old Master Zhen, isn't this a bit too much for the Lin family? In the other camp, an old man respectfully clasped his fists toward Zhenlao and asked. The old man glanced at the old man calmly and said, "This is the Gu family's competition, not your Zhang family's. If the next champion is from my Lin family, you can do the same. My Lin family will definitely not say anything." Zhenlao. Everyone was speechless. How could such shameless words come out of the mouth of a highly respected martial arts master? Rules. There is no order without rules. Continue, said the old man indifferently. Lin Jin, you're still as shameless as ever. When you were young, you were the most shameless among us. I thought that after 100 years, time would have made you a little less shameless, but I didn't expect you to actually practice martial arts on your face. The woman said coldly. Zhang Xian shook his head. The Lin family's shamelessness was indeed innate. Zhang Yuding, this is the rule set by all the major families. I am also following the rules. If you feel it is inappropriate, you can withdraw from the competition for this quota. Lin Jin said lightly. Only then did Zhang Xian know the woman's name was Zhang Yuding. No wonder he felt so close to the woman, perhaps they were a family 500 years ago. Don't waste time, let me do it. At this moment, a man wearing a hooded sweater stood up from the Lin family's camp. Chapter 109, Wuhui Sword Bianjinshan. The wheel tactic is ultimately a minor trick, not worthy of being considered a serious technique. Even if you win, you'll still be criticized. I, Bianjinshan, disdain such tactics. If it weren't for the 1 billion, I would have killed your men long ago. They lacked the passion of a warrior. As the man spoke, he lifted his hood, revealing a handsome face. It's Bianjinshan of Wuhui Sword. It's really him. The Lin family is so shameless. Bianjinshan's appearance instantly broke the silence around him. Everyone was talking about it, and when they looked at the Lin family, their eyes changed. This competition was jointly organized by all the major families for the purpose of distributing benefits for the next 5 years, but everyone has been very restrained. After all, they were all comrades who fought together in the past. The Lin family's move has completely torn their relationship apart. The old man of the town was very satisfied with the sensation caused by Bianjinshan's appearance, which was why he spared no expense to invite Bianjinshan. As for what other families think about this matter, does he need to care? Today, the alliance among the major families is in name only. Everyone is looking after themselves, and there are frictions between them. For example, his Lin family and the Zhang family have been fighting for the title of Bajiquan Authentic for so many years, and people have even died for this matter. Is it possible for them to be able to continue like before? He had anticipated that the Lin family might not be favored by the major families in the future, but the Lin family needed the prize this time too much and had to win it before other families knew about it. Mr. Zhen, although we can ask for external aid, Bianjinshan doesn't seem to be a prodigy of the younger generation, right? Some people questioned Bianjinshan's age and believed that he was not qualified to participate in the ring competition. That's right. Bianjinshan is at least 40 years old this year. If you let him participate, can we also send a strong person from our family? Lin Jin smiled faintly. Okay, sure, you can do whatever you want. Bianjinshan is 49 years old this year and will be 50 in a month. He hasn't violated any regulations. You can send anyone under 50. However, the champions this time are the Gu family. If you want to send someone, you can only do it next time. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian laughed triumphantly, then looked at Zhang Yuting and said, Sister-in-law Yuting, your Gu family can admit defeat. The other major families wanted to say something else, but now they realized what was happening. Yes, it's none of their business, why should they bother about it? This is what the Gu family should worry about. Everyone in the Gu family looked unhappy. Dian Jinshan is nearly 2 meters tall, and his whole body exudes a fierce murderous aura. This is because he has been in the foreign mercenary circle for many years. Although the mainstream of the world has been peaceful in recent years, there are still reports of masters being killed. Every time a master's death is related to Jinshan here. Rumor has it that Jinshan's strength has long surpassed the scope of a master, but he has not done anything beneficial to the country, so the country did not award him a master's certificate. Is this Bian Jinshan? Rumor has it that his strength has surpassed that of a master, but I don't know if it's true. Overseas, he's known as Wu Hui Jian, the sword without return, he said. His aura is truly extraordinary. The appearance of Bian Jinshan immediately caused a commotion among the younger generations of the major families. The older generations of the major families don't use the internet much, so they don't know much about how powerful Bian Jinshan is, but these young people can access news from abroad. It was also because of the appearance of Bian Jinshan that many young masters of Dashao went abroad to join mercenaries, hoping to make a name for themselves and become famous throughout the world. Among the major families, those who were about the same age as Bian Jinshan looked at Bian Jinshan with complicated expressions. Fortunately, Bian Jinshan is not from a family, otherwise all the families in Dashao will live under the glory of this person. Bian Jinshan walked onto the stage and looked at Gu Qingcheng with admiration. Little girl, you are quite good. It is rare in the world to be able to practice Xingdiaquan to such a high level of perfection at your age. However, your strength is still not enough in front of me. Besides, you're a woman, and women always have to rely on the strong. Why don't you come with me? I promise to make you the happiest woman in the world. Zhang Yuting frowned when she heard this. Not only her, but everyone else frowned as well. This is the Gu family. Bian Jinshan flirted with the women of the Gu family in front of so many people. This is not just a matter of seeking death. Ever since Bian Jinshan appeared, Zhang Xian has been keeping a close eye on him. Bian Jinshan gave him a very strange feeling. This aura was different from the feeling given to him by the warriors from the major families. What's going on with this guy? Zhang Xian frowned slightly. The aura of this guy seemed to be the same as that of the warriors from the major families, but he could clearly sense that there was another very special aura emanating from Bian Jinshan's body. At this time, as if noticing Zhang Xian's gaze, Bian Jinshan also turned his head and looked at Zhang Xian. Their eyes met. Zhang Xian smiled slightly and carefully sensed the other person's breath, trying to find out what was wrong. Bian Jinshan looked at Zhang Xian for a while, and his eyes instantly became indifferent and cold. Just an ordinary person, not worth his attention. He looked at the beautiful Gu Qingcheng and felt a surge of heat in his heart. Although he had played with all kinds of beauties abroad, this was the first time he had seen someone as pure and beautiful as Gu Qingcheng. Such a woman is of the highest quality, and Bian Jinshan doesn't want to miss out on such a woman. As for whether the other members of the Gu family will be angry, does he need to be afraid? In the past, he would have to worry about the Gu family, but now he came in with the Lin family, unless someone from the younger generation of the Gu family could defeat him fairly. You may be dissatisfied in your heart, but I'll give you a chance. I'll give you half an hour to recover. No need, let's just start. Gu Qingcheng looked at Bian Jinshan with disdain. A 50-year-old man competing with her, who was in her 20s, was shameless and pretended to be profound. Such a person was a hypocrite and was not as good as Zhang Xian. Well, as long as I beat you. Before Bian Jinshan could finish his words, Gu Qingcheng stomped her right foot on the ground and shot towards Bian Jinshan like an arrow from a bow, attacking like thunder and roaring like a tiger. Gu Qingcheng moved very quickly, hoping to catch Bian Jinshan off guard. However, she still underestimated Bian Jinshan's reaction speed. Bian Jinshan must have real ability to have created such a great reputation in a foreign country. Just as Gu Qingcheng's fist hit Bian Jinshan's chest, he moved. He grabbed Gu Qingcheng's fist accurately and pulled it into his arms. Presumptuous. Seeing this scene, the people of the Gu family were angry. Anyone who teases them in front of so many people is looking for death. Chapter 110. Did he guess wrong? Shameless. This is the Gu family. This person is so presumptuous. He must be relying on the fact that he came from the Lin family. Won't the Gu family take action against him? Seeing Bian Jinshan's actions, the crowd was outraged. There was a flash of panic in Gu Qingqing's eyes. At this moment, when everyone thought she would be captured, Gu Qingqing suddenly turned into a snake. Her body was extremely soft and she broke free from Bian Jinshan's hands, and at the same time, her arm suddenly chopped out. Bang! With a muffled sound, Bian Jinshan frowned and stepped back involuntarily. Good. So the cannon fist can be used like this. After a moment of panic, Bian Jinshan calmed down instantly, dodged to the side, and at the same time struck out with an elbow. Gu Qingqing transformed into a horse, with Tai Chao lock on his body. At the same time, he swung his legs and his body suddenly turned around. He turned into a gyroscope and rushed towards Bian Jinshan. The two men's movements became faster and faster. Gu Qingqing's boxing skills were more varied, but they were all taken by Bian Jinshan. Sister Qingqing is so amazing. She's definitely going to win this time. Of course. Sister Qingqing is the best of the younger generation of our Gu family. No matter how powerful Bian Jinshan is, he's just rampant outside. After today, our Gu family is destined to be famous throughout the world. The younger generation of the Gu family began to get excited and couldn't wait to dance and cheer. Zhang Xian was ready to take action. Gu Qingqing was no match for Bian Jinshan. He finally discovered what was wrong with Bian Jinshan. Bian Jinshan's movements were very stiff. This was not his true strength. It was as if he had taken some medicine to increase his speed. His body was strong and his reactions were quick. Apart from that, his fighting style was disorganized, unlike Gu Qingqing, whose every move and style had a traceable pattern. Bian Jinshan was hitting randomly, but his speed was too fast and his reaction was too quick, so if you didn't look carefully, you couldn't see it. Jinshan's real strength here should not be strong, otherwise Gu Qingqing might not be able to take even one of his moves. I didn't expect that there would be such a magical medicine in this world. If this kind of magical medicine is controlled by the country, it can definitely produce a large number of powerful people in batches. But I can tell Brother Sure about this discovery, he will definitely be interested. Besides, Jinshan is a mercenary, and there must be murders under his command. As long as we catch him, we will definitely be able to find out something. Thinking of this, he directly dialed Shi Jun's number. Hey, Brother Zhang, what's up? Brother Shi, is there any murder case on Bian Jinshan? Zhang Yuding, who was standing next to him, was stunned for a moment when she heard what Zhang Xian said. She glanced at Zhang Xian, a faint smile appeared on her face, and then she looked at the ring. Overseas Norwegian Bian Jinshan? Shi Jun was stunned when he heard this. Yes, this guy is an internationally wanted criminal. What's wrong? I'm at the Gu family. I came here with the Lin family. Are you interested? Wait a minute, brother. Bian Jinshan is not as simple as he appears. There may be a powerful force behind him. He is not a lone wolf at all. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then he felt relieved. Without power, Bian Jinshan alone would not be able to get that kind of medicine. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Option 1, capture the traitor Lin Jingjun. Rewards, Grandmaster level Qi, Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 50, Wealth plus 100 billion. Option 2, let the traitor Lin Jingjun go. Reward, the host will be awarded the title of Turtle and Wealth 100 billion. Note, when the host's wealth value is negative, the host's lifespan will be reset to 0. Fuck. Zhang Xian was startled. Lifespan reset to 0? Isn't that just burping? This is not a multiple choice question, it is a question that forces him to make a choice. Besides, where could he find Lin Jingjun? Looking at this surname, could it be related to the Lin family? Gudong. Suddenly, Zhang Xian looked at Bian Jinshan on the stage. Could it be? In order to verify his thoughts, Zhang Xian asked in a low voice, Brother Shi, is there someone named Lin Jingjun in the Lin family? Shi Jun on the other end of the phone was stunned when he heard the name coming out of Zhang Xian's mouth. He didn't answer Zhang Xian's question, but asked, Brother Zhang, tell me, where did you hear this name? Zhang Xian was stunned. Judging from Shi Jun's tone, this Lin Jingjun seemed to be no ordinary person. Lin Jingjun was the most talented person in the Lin family back then. When he was around, the Lin family even compared him to Zhang Yendao of the Zhang family. More than a decade ago, the two of them earned the nickname Zhang in the north and Lin in the south. Unfortunately, one of them betrayed the country, and the other died in a rebellion. Lin Jingjun was killed while trying to protect a mysterious potion developed by our country. At this moment, Zhang Yuding beside him suddenly spoke. Zhang Yan said. When he heard this name, for some reason, Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat, as if something was touched. Perhaps after hearing Zhang Yuding's voice, Shi Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Zhang, did you hear what Yuding's sister-in-law said? She's right. Lin Jingjun was my good brother back then, but... Shi Jun seemed reluctant to discuss the matter further and continued, Zhang Yandao and Lin Jingjun are the only two people from the same family that I like. They don't have the arrogance of aristocratic families at all. But brother, why are you asking this suddenly? Dad? How is this possible? The system said it was the traitor Lin Jingjun. When did the system fail? It seems that the matter was not as Zhang Yuding and Shi Jun said. It is more likely that Lin Jingjun concealed it from everyone and became a hero in people's eyes, and Lin Jingjun put the blame for all this on Zhang Yandao. It must be so. So why did the system suddenly let him make a choice at this time? Looking back at the time he traveled through time, every choice he made was made after he met that person, and the system was triggered before he could make a choice. It seems that Lin Jingjun must be here. Zhang Xian looked around and said, Brother Shi, what if I say that there is a high possibility that Lin Jingjun is not dead? What? This time, not only Shi Jun, but also Zhang Yuding beside him looked at Zhang Xian with eyes wide open. Child, tell me, why do you say that? Zhang Yuding stared at Zhang Xian intently, as if trying to see something. Brother Zhang, why do you say that? Zhang Xian did not answer, but looked around. The system had never made any mistakes. So, among these people, who was Lin Jingjun? Grandma, did Bian Jinshan become famous before Lin Jingjun's death, or after his death? He asked doubtfully. Because Zhang Yuding mentioned the word medicine in her words just now. Considering the mysterious aura he sensed from Bian Jinshan, could this Lin Jingjun be Bian Jinshan? Zhang Yuding was startled when she heard this, then smiled bitterly and said. Although Bian Jinshan became famous in recent years, he had been abroad for a long time. When the incident happened, Bian Jinshan was assassinating a senior official abroad. That battle was also Bian Jinshan's famous battle. Bian Jinshan and Lin Jingjun cannot be the same person. Zhang Xian was stunned when he heard this. Did he guess wrong? Chapter 111 Zhang Xian takes action. At this moment, Gu Qingcheng was careless and was hit on the shoulder by Bian Jinshan's punch, causing her to lose balance. Bian Jinshan's eyes were cold, he seized the moment and attacked fiercely. Bang! He kicked Gu Qingcheng in the chest again and knocked her off the ring. Bian Jinshan had no intention of stopping, but followed down from the ring, intending to capture Gu Qingcheng. Presumptuous! Zhang Yuding was furious and swung out with her palm. A wave of air flashed past and hit Bian Jinshan. This is... Zhang Xian was stunned. It was the first time he saw a gust of air. There was even a sound of explosion in the void. Sister-in-law, this is a contest between younger generations, it is inappropriate for you to take action. The old man of the town suddenly took action and met with a punch. To attack Qingcheng in front of us is courting death. When Gu Qingcheng's second uncle saw this scene, he could no longer bear it. He leaped in front of Bian Jinshan. His face was solemn and he punched him without mercy. Bian Jinshan had a blank expression on his face, and even showed a scornful smile at Uncle Gu's attack. Seeing this scene, how could second Uncle Gu bear it any longer? After all, he was a well-known figure in Daxia, respected wherever he went. When had he ever been despised like this? The other major families were silent and looked at everything in front of them indifferently. After all, this matter had nothing to do with them. Second Uncle Gu's speed was extremely fast. He could see that Gu Qingcheng lost because of her lack of speed, and Bian Jinshan knew nothing about martial arts techniques except speed and physical strength. Or maybe Bian Jinshan wanted to hide something and did not use his martial arts. Bang! Uncle Gu's speed was already fast enough, but he was still blocked by Bian Jinshan. After a muffled sound, the two men retreated more than 10 meters each. Second Uncle Gu snorted coldly and increased his speed again. But what no one expected was that what happened just now was not Bian Jinshan's limit. He actually took on all of Uncle Gu's moves perfectly. But in just a few seconds, the two of them exchanged dozens of rounds of attacks. But everyone could see clearly that it was only a matter of time before second Uncle Gu was defeated. He had already given it his all, but Bian Jinshan still seemed to be at ease. Sure enough, after more than 10 moves, Bian Jinshan found a flaw in Uncle Gu and punched him, knocking Uncle Gu flying backwards. At this moment, the eyes of the major families looking at Bianjinshan became solemn. They are afraid of Bianjinshan's strength. Although it is the Gu family that is having a headache at the moment, who knows if it will be their turn to have a headache in the next competition. Seeing Gu Qingcheng being knocked down from the ring by Bianjinshan, Zhang Xian used a moon-grabbing hand to remove the force from Gu Qingcheng and then held her steady. However, at this moment, everyone's attention was attracted by Uncle Gu and Bianjinshan, and no one noticed this. Bianjinshan's kick was extremely heavy, and Gu Qingcheng suffered internal injuries, and her face looked extremely ugly. Zhang Xian, it looks like you'll need to take action this time. Although Gu Qingcheng is from the younger generation of the Gu family, her strength is not much weaker than that of her second uncle. It is only a matter of time before her second uncle is defeated. Only Zhang Xian has the strength to defeat Bianjinshan at the scene. Zhang Xian knew the importance of the matter and this was not the time to joke, so he nodded and agreed. Seeing that Zhang Xian agreed, Gu Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xian was afraid that others would hear it and alert the enemy, so he used WeChat to tell Shi Jun and Hu Xiqian that Bianjinshan was most likely Lin Jingjun. Shi Jun called immediately, and it was obvious that he was very anxious. Zhang Xian frowned and hung up the phone. At this moment, Uncle Gu was indeed blown down. Zhang Xian noticed that Bianjinshan's eyes were red, and he obviously had murderous intent. He took a step forward and followed closely. From the looks of him, it seemed as if he wanted to kill Uncle Gu. Looking at Bianjinshan who was bombarding him, Zhang Xian no longer waited. He took a step forward, his body whistling, and rushed towards Bianjinshan. Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed. Grandmaster level Qi, Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 50, Wealth plus 100 billion. At the moment Zhang Xian took action, a lot of knowledge suddenly emerged in his mind, and he was certain of one thing at this moment: Bianjinshan was the traitor Lin Jingjun. This is something to watch. Someone from the Lin family actually betrayed the country, and the Lin family called him back. Calling back a traitor shows that the Lin family's connection with the other party has never been interrupted. What does this mean? Bang! With a dull thud, Zhang Xian and Bianjinshan collided with each other, and then each took a step back. Zhang Xian only felt the blood and energy in his body surging, and he looked at Lin Jingjun in surprise. The power in Lin Jingjun's body is actually comparable to his. This was the first time he met someone who could compete with him in strength. Little did they know that Lin Jingjun on the opposite side was even more shocked at this moment. Ever since he was injected with the strengthening potion, he has never encountered anyone who can compete with him in physical strength. He stared at Zhang Xian in a daze, and the people around him were also shocked by this scene. Especially the people from the Gu family, who were with Zhang Xian just now. They were very sure that Zhang Xian was just an ordinary person, without any strength in his body, and with delicate skin and tender flesh. In their opinion, Gu Qingcheng must have chosen Zhang Xian because of his handsomeness. However, they never expected that Zhang Xian's physical strength was so powerful. This time, even Zhang Yuding was a little stunned, then burst into laughter. He is worthy of being the man my granddaughter has set her eyes on. Lin Jingjun stared at Zhang Xian. In an instant, Zhang Xian appeared in front of Lin Jingjun and whispered, "Lin Jingjun." Lin Jingjun's expression changed, and then became indifferent, as if he didn't know what these three words meant. But in that instant, Zhang Xian was able to make a conclusion. In other words, he had already concluded that the system had never made any mistakes, but the change in Lin Jingjun's expression made Zhang Xian even more certain of this. Cannon fist. Bang! There was a muffled sound in the void, and Zhang Xian punched out. A fierce look flashed in Lin Jingjun's eyes, and a murderous intent rose up. On the other side, Zhang Yuding and Lin Jin slapped each other fiercely. Lin Jin's face changed and he flew backwards. Zhang Yuding's face also turned pale. The two of them were evenly matched in this palm strike. At this moment, they saw the duel between Zhang Xian and Bianjinshan. A gleam of light flashed in Zhang Yuding's eyes, and then she stopped attacking and looked at Lin Jin with a playful look in her eyes. Lin Jin frowned. Zhang Xian's appearance completely disrupted his plan. He looked at Lin Jingjun and asked, "How?" Lin Jingjun did not answer Lin Jin's words, but stared at Zhang Xian. The next moment, he suddenly moved at an extremely fast speed, leaving a footprint on the ground. Seeing that the two were about to confront each other again, Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian with worry. Chapter 112 Sister Qingcheng, your boyfriend is so awesome. Where did this kid come from? He's so powerful, he's on par with Bianjinshan. Could it be the peerless genius hidden by the Gu family? The people watching the game exclaimed in amazement. When the Gu family saw how vigorous Zhang Xian was, they opened their mouths in surprise. Lin Jingjun rushed over and punched out. Zhang Xian dodged, this time without a head-on collision. He dodged sideways, brushing past Lin Jingjuan's fist, and punched out fiercely. Seeing this, Lin Jingjun threw a punch, but Zhang Xian ducked his head to avoid it, and at the same time, he kicked out with a sweeping kick. Bang! He hit a stone pillar on the ring and it shattered instantly, which shows how heavy Zhang Xian's kick was. If an ordinary person was swept by the wind, he would definitely be killed or injured. Buzz! There was a loud bang in the air, and Lin Jingjun leaped into the air, kicking out with both legs at the same time. His kicks were so powerful and swift that they were like an iron whip. Zhang Xian dodged again and his body suddenly retreated backward. The air in front of him suddenly exploded, as if a bomb exploded. His eyes widened. He had only seen such scenes on TV before, but had never seen them in real life. Lin Jingjun landed on the ground, and Zhang Xian took advantage of his unstable body and struck him with a palm. Suddenly, something in the body seemed to be mobilized, and a mysterious force suddenly burst out from the dantian. Bang! The void exploded, as if the void was stirred, and a ray of light suddenly appeared, like a sharp sword shooting towards Lin Jingjun. Although it was still weak, it was somewhat similar to the airwave Zhang Yuding had just used. What? This is. Use force to transform into energy. Who is this person? When did such a person appear among the younger generation of our great Xia? Seeing this scene, people from all the major families could no longer remain calm. Zhang Yuding and Lin Jin stood up in shock, and Gu Qingcheng covered her mouth involuntarily. The ray of energy instantly hit Lin Jingjuan's chest. Roar! Lin Jingjun roared in pain, but the roar did not sound like a human voice at all, it sounded more like a seriously injured wild beast. The ray of energy blew him away, and while he was still in the air, a stream of blood spurted out. Zhang Xian was also stunned for a moment, and then he understood that this was the master-level qi energy. But this was not the time for him to be dazed. Zhang Xian was fearless and took the initiative to attack. Lin Jingjuan's expression changed, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He reached out and picked up the package on his back. With a slight shake of his hand, the package instantly broke into strips of cloth, and a sword appeared. Sister Qingchun, which family is your boyfriend from? He's so awesome. A little baby with a pacifier in his mouth staggered over, looked at Zhang Xian curiously, and asked. Gu Qingcheng originally wanted to beat up the person who was talking nonsense, but when she saw the little kid next to her, the anger in her eyes turned into helplessness. Little girl, why did you come out? Little Nan Nan turned around and pointed at a few people in the Gu family group, and said in a baby voice, the brothers asked Nan Nan to come over and ask Sister Qingcheng questions. They didn't dare to come over themselves, saying that they were afraid of getting beaten. They don't have the courage, but Nan Nan has the courage. Nan Nan is not afraid of Sister Qingcheng, Nan Nan loves Sister Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng looked at those people coldly. Seeing that they were betrayed so easily, those people were dumbfounded. Sister Qingcheng, which family is your boyfriend from? He's so awesome. Nan Nan looked at Gu Qingcheng curiously, and the others also looked at her eagerly. They looked at Zhang Xian with admiration, he was so awesome. Use strength to transform into energy. Even in their Gu family, not many people understood it. They did not expect to see such a shocking scene in a young man. He's not my sister's boyfriend. Gu Qingcheng corrected Xiao Nan Nan in a low voice. Oh, sorry, which family is Sister Qingcheng's boyfriend from? Xiao Nan Nan apologized sincerely and asked again. Gu Qingcheng. She was speechless. She had long guessed that bringing Zhang Xian here would lead to this situation. But at this moment, Gu Qingcheng no longer had the mind to pay attention to this. She looked at Zhang Xian in shock. How did Zhang Xian transform strength into energy? No, I'll have to ask later. Gu Qingcheng's strength has been stuck at this bottleneck for 3 years. As long as she breaks through, she will be able to transform her strength into qi and release the qi outwards. Zhang Xian had no idea what Gu Qingcheng was thinking. He and Lin Jingjun were fighting each other, and the air was filled with dense noises. Various exquisite moves of Bajiquan and Xingyiquan were presented one by one in his hands. The surroundings were silent and quiet, and everyone was staring at the two fighting parties. The level of this ring match was far higher than before. In the past, the elders of the major families would not be able to help but comment on the younger generations competing in the ring. But now the two people on the ring are stronger than them, they can only learn and have no right to comment. Jin Lao. Everyone in the Lin family looked at the arena worriedly. Now they had offended the Gu family. If the final result was failure, their Lin family would become a laughingstock in Daxia. Lin Jin looked at the two people in the field with a grim expression, and no one knew that his fists, which were tucked into his sleeves, had been clenched. He looked at Zhang Xian, shocked and filled with murderous intent. The appearance of Zhang Xian completely disrupted his plan. More importantly, Lin Jingjuan's identity must not be exposed, but if Zhang Xian keeps pestering him, Jin Lao cannot guarantee that Lin Jingjun can resist using the Bajiquan that belongs to their Lin family. Lin Jingjun, holding a sword, became much stronger, and Zhang Xian was forced to retreat for a while. However, after a period of confusion, Zhang Xian became more and more adept at dealing with the situation, and his nervous mood gradually relaxed. Laugh. Suddenly, Zhang Xian turned his hands into swords and slashed out fiercely. Two rays of light flashed through the air, like two electric snakes appearing. Lin Jingjuan's face changed drastically. When the old man saw this scene, he secretly thought that it was not good. Lin Jingjuan's body slid as if he was wearing roller skates, and he flashed past with precision and sharpness. This is the Lin family's Baji swordsmanship. When the people from the major families saw the scene, they stood up in shock again. Bang! The sword and the aura collided with each other, the void exploded, and Lin Jingjuan's face changed, and his expression changed rapidly. At this moment, another ray of light passed through his sword and hit his chest, piercing it instantly and sending up a stream of blood. We give up. Seeing that Zhang Xian was about to take action, Jin Lao dared not wait any longer and shouted immediately. He had a good idea and wanted to take Lin Jingjun away immediately and secretly arrange for Lin Jingjun to leave Daxia, but he was destined to be disappointed. Zhang Xian has already confirmed that Bian Jinshan is Lin Jingjun, so how could he let this traitor leave? At this moment, his vast mental power emanated from his body, and the time around him seemed to slow down. Zhang Xian flashed in front of Lin Jingjun, grabbed his arms with both hands and pulled them hard. Crack! Everyone's expression changed. Chapter 113: The Arrogant and Domineering Shijun. Presumptuous. You dare to break our rules? You're courting death. Jin Lao was cold and ruthless, with murderous intent in his chest. He punched down, and an even more violent aura blasted towards Zhang Xian. This is my Gu family, Lin Jin, do you think I'm dead? Seeing Lin Jin take action, Zhang Yuding could no longer hold back, raised her left foot, and shot out. Old man, do you really think I have a good temper? Zhang Xian was also angry. This old immortal actually attacked him by surprise. Almost at the same time when Zhang Yuding made her move, Zhang Xian's figure flashed over like a dragon, and a mighty mental force burst out of his body, locking onto Lin Jin. Zhang Yuding waved her hand, and a ray of light flashed across the sky, piercing through the void. Bang! The next moment, everyone was horrified and extremely shocked. Two rays of light collided in the void, and ripples suddenly spread out, but those ripples exuded a terrifying aura. A strong man felt it and his face changed instantly. If he touched this ripple, he would surely die. This is just the aftermath of a fight between two powerful men. They sighed. Even the younger generations of the major families saw for the first time a fight between such powerful men. This is too scary. The two strong men seemed to have transformed into martial arts masters in TV dramas. They could step in the air for a short time and even leap to a height of more than 20 meters. The strong men from the major families felt heavy in their hearts, and the two strong men were like two mountains pressing down on their heads. This is the real master. Someone sighed. In the past, master was a realm, and only when a warrior reached the realm of transforming strength into energy could he be qualified to be called a master. After the founding of Daxia, master gradually became a title, a semi-official position linking the government and the martial arts world. It did not necessarily require you to cultivate to the level of transforming strength into qi. If they hadn't seen Zhang Xian's energy today, they would have almost forgotten this. Bang! Zhang Xian's energy collided with Lin Jin's fist, making a dull sound. The energy transformed into a fist and came towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Yuding waved her sleeves and dispersed the aura. The two men waved their sleeves at the same time, and their auras collided again. Zhang Xian frowned. He could sense the gap between himself and the two strong men. He wanted to help, but he was unable to do so. At this moment, the roar of a helicopter came from a distance. Stop! The helicopter landed and Shijun's voice could be heard from afar. Zhang Yuding frowned, then smiled and stopped. However, Lin Jin's face changed and he secretly signaled the Lin family to take Lin Jingjun away. Zhang Xian had long been wary of the Lin family's ability to do this, so he stood beside Lin Jingjun and stepped on the seriously injured and unconscious Lin Jingjun. Boy, you want to die. The murderous intent in Lin Jin's eyes was no longer concealed. I don't think I've provoked you, so watch your mouth. Zhang Xian's face was full of smiles, but what he said made the people around him change their expressions, especially the people from the Lin family. Kid, lift your feet. Bianjinshan is a helper hired by my Lin family. When the major families hold a competition, they cannot harm each other's lives. This is the bottom line. You are hired by the Gu family, so you should know this. An old man from the Lin family glared at Zhang Xian and said, Boy, kneel down there honestly and beg for my forgiveness, and I might spare your life. Lin Jin locked onto Zhang Xian tightly, his mind racing, and when he realized that there was nothing wrong, he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Jingjun has the identity of Bianjinshan. Although Bianjinshan is an internationally wanted criminal, he has not committed any crime in Daxia. With him around in the Lin family's face, I believe that the relevant departments of Daxia will not force Lin Jingjun to stay. The Stone Army is here. The various families had different attitudes towards the Shi Jun's arrival. Some people had smiles on their faces, while others frowned, obviously disliking the relevant departments. Old Shi, why are you here? Uncle Gu saw Shi Jun, walked up to him, and the two hugged each other. Lin Jin frowned and looked at Shi Jun, disdain flashing deep in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, This is the business of my major families. Do you want to get involved in this? I remember that the country promised us absolute autonomy. Shi Jun laughed at Lin Jin. Oh, isn't this Mr. Jin? You have a long life. I miss you so much. Every time we meet, I want to take a photo with you. I am always afraid that I won't be able to see you again. As he spoke, Shi Jun suddenly muttered to his uncle Gu beside him, Damn it, good people don't live long, evil people live 1,000 years, old people who won't die, they still won't die. However, the murmuring sound was so loud that everyone within a radius of 10 meters could hear it. Puff. Zhang Xian couldn't help but give Shi Jun a thumbs up. Awesome. The young people from other major families also felt uncomfortable. Shi Jun, what the hell do you mean? Someone from the Lin family roared. Fuck you. I hate people who spew shit and speak rudely. If you curse at me again, I'll kill you. As soon as the man finished speaking, Shi Jun roared. Zhang Xian. Shi Jun had always given him the impression of being generous, but he didn't expect that he had such a domineering side. You. The scolded Lin family member was so angry that he couldn't speak. You curse yourself, how can you have the nerve to despise others for insulting you? Lin Jin glared at Shi Jun, looking like he was ready to attack at any time, but Zhang Xian could see that Lin Jin was obviously afraid of something and didn't dare to actually take action. I'm shameless, so I can curse people. I'm from the city, not from a noble family like you. You have the blood of a noble race flowing in your bodies. You are all cultured people, how can you degrade yourself and compare yourself to me? Zhang Xian was speechless. Brother Shi was definitely the first person in history who could describe himself as shameless in such a refreshing and refined way. Bang! At this moment, Zhang Yuding slapped Shi Jun on the head and said, Be more restrained and stop swearing. There are children here. Do you want to teach my daughter bad things? Grandpa Shi, give me a hug. Nan Nan misses you. At this moment, a little kid squeezed out of the crowd and opened his arms toward Shi Jun. Oh, little girl, Grandpa Shi misses you too. Ha ha ha. Shi Jun picked up the child, his eyes full of doting. What a cute little baby, my dear. Wait until your Grandpa Shi comes home and try your best to spend more time with your grandma. Pa, I want to give birth to a baby as cute as you too. Zhang Xian. Everyone around. Chapter 114. Shi Jun was embarrassed. Shi Jun looked at Zhang Xian, Brother Zhang, where is Lin Jingjun? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Shi Jun and Zhang Xian in astonishment. Lin Jingjun? What an ancient name. No one expected Shi Jun to bring it up at this time. When Lin Jin heard this, his face changed instantly. Without any hesitation, he punched Zhang Xian. Bang! There was a muffled sound and flames shot out, as if something hit Lin Jin's hand. Lin Jin's expression changed drastically. He looked around, cautious and alert. Crash! There was a large empty space around him. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in astonishment. No one expected that things would suddenly turn out like this. Sniper rifle. There is a sniper in the dark who can kill the master. Some people who had something to hide looked grim and were wary of their surroundings. Of course, there were also some people who looked at the Lin family members jokingly. The sniper attacked Lin Jin, which means that the Lin family must have done something that displeased the country. Now that Shi Jun has arrived, he must have grasped some information, which is why he is so powerful. Without paying attention to the thoughts of others around him, Shi Jun looked at Lin Jin coldly and said in a calm tone, "Lin Jin, I'm giving you face by calling you Jin Lao, so don't be so shameless. You know what you have done over the years. The country has given you enough honor for the sake of the Lin family's ancestors. If you don't know what's good for you, be careful that I will destroy your Lin family." Boom! After hearing what Shi Jun said, everyone became more certain of one thing: the country really knew something about the Lin family, and if things didn't go well today, the country would settle this matter. Considering that Bian Jinshan had just displayed the Lin family's Baji swordsmanship at the critical moment, some people figured something out and their eyes towards the Lin family changed. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became weird. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Jin. Being scolded by Shi Jun in front of so many people and feeling hundreds of eyes focused on him, Lin Jin's anger reached its limit. But he didn't dare to do it. Today's Xia is no longer the weak Xia that it used to be. It still has ways to deal with martial artists at the master level. What's more, after Shi Jun arrived, he took the initiative to provoke again and again. He was definitely prepared, even. Lin Jin looked at Bian Jinshan, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Could it be that the country really knows? If that's the case, today's matter will not end well. Lin Jin glared at Shi Jun and said coldly, "Shi Jun, you'd better make it clear. We have sacrificed our lives for the safety of Xia. We are Xia's heroes, not your sinners." He could only guess that the country did not have any substantial evidence, otherwise, with the country's means, the Lin family would have ceased to exist by now. The Zhang family back then was a precedent. That was an extremely powerful Zhang family. Even if 10 Lin families were combined, they were no match for the Zhang family. However, the Zhang family was still destroyed by the country. Overnight, only a few cats and kittens were left in the entire Zhang family. Everyone only knew that the country had taken action, but no one knew how the country did it. Later, the appearance of the master of killing sniper rifle confirmed everyone's speculation. "Brother Shi, what's going on?" Someone has a good relationship with Shi Jun and the Lin family. Now that the two sides are targeting each other, he steps forward to act as a peacemaker. Shi Jun glanced at Lin Jin coldly, then walked to Zhang Xian under the gaze of everyone. "Brother Zhang, are you sure?" Shi Jun asked in a low voice. "Sure," Zhang Xian said with certainty. "The system has never made mistakes. Bian Jinshan must be Lin Jingjun without a doubt. Is there any evidence?" "Brother Shi, you should have Lin Jingjun's DNA, right? Bring Bian Jinshan back and have him tested, and the truth will be revealed." When Shi Jun heard this, his face suddenly turned dark. "Brother Zhang, you've tricked me to death. You have no evidence." "No, so I caught the person for you. You'll know when you bring him back." Zhang Xian looked innocent. He didn't let Shi Jun come over to offend Lin Jin. Bian Jinshan is an internationally wanted criminal. No one will suspect anything if the relevant departments arrest him, because this is the job of the relevant departments. After returning, I will quietly conduct an appraisal. Once I have evidence, it will not be too late to take action. Puff. Shi Jun is about to vomit blood. This is so fucking embarrassing. If you think about it carefully, Zhang Xian's method is very safe, but he still thought that Zhang Xian had substantial evidence. He was already feeling guilty towards brother Zhang, so he confronted Lin Jin as soon as he came. Now he has alerted the enemy. Everyone followed Shi Jun's actions and fixed their eyes on Zhang Xian. In an instant, everyone understood that Shi Jun's actions must have something to do with Zhang Xian. The eyes of the Lin family members looking at Zhang Xian changed. Zhang Xian. Damn, what does this have to do with him? But it doesn't matter. His relationship with the Lin family was not good anyway. After killing several so-called masters of the Lin family, will the Lin family remain indifferent? He was originally wondering why the Lin family did not make any moves after he killed several people from the Lin family. When he came here, he found out that the Lin family had more important things to do. I guess after this matter is over, the Lin family will have time to deal with him. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian didn't care anymore. Since it was already an irreconcilable contradiction, it didn't matter if he added another one. Lin, you are not unaware of Bian Jinshan's identity, are you? He's an internationally wanted criminal. Your Lin family is so bold to actually associate with such a person. If our people hadn't discovered him, would your Lin family have secretly sent him out of the country? Shi Jun glared at Lin and said coldly. Everyone in the Lin family breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. It turned out that it was because Bian Jinshan was an internationally wanted criminal. Did they really think that Shi Jun appeared because he discovered something? What? He's Bian Jinshan? This damn thing, he told me he was just an ordinary boxer. As Lin spoke, he suddenly moved, leaped next to the unconscious Lin Jingjun, and stepped on him. Old man, after all, you are the one who helped your Lin family. Are you so heartless and ungrateful? As Zhang Xian spoke, he suddenly rushed forward, like a savage beast from ancient times. When Lin saw Zhang Xian appear, he was filled with anger. He had long harbored murderous intentions towards Zhang Xian, and now that Zhang Xian had come to him on his own initiative, he naturally didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Seeing that Zhang Xian was performing Bajiquan, Lin showed disdain in the depths of his eyes. Isn't it like showing off one's skills in front of an expert to perform Bajiquan in front of him? Facing Zhang Xian, who was rushing towards him, Lin gripped the ground with both feet firmly and punched out at the same time. Brother Zhang! Shi Jun was shocked. Bang! A flash of fire shot out. Lin expression changed slightly, and a dagger appeared in his hand. He suddenly shot it towards the fire, and continued to kill Zhang Xian. Chapter 115, Head-on Confrontation with Lin. Everyone was stunned. Lin actually risked getting injured to kill Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, then he figured out some things. It seems that there are people arranged by the Lin family in the relevant departments. Combined with Shi Jun's address and attitude towards him just now, Lin guessed his identity. Facing the surging Lin, Zhang Xian calmed down, and suddenly, everything around him slowed down. Zhang Xian sneered and raised his fist to hit Lin. This is his way of saving his life. He will definitely have a headache for a while afterwards, but compared with the life-threatening danger at the moment, that little pain is nothing. Lin seemed to have noticed something and frowned. Almost at the moment when Zhang Xian threw the punch, a sharp pain came from his head. The pain made him break out in cold sweat all over his body, and his mind was in a trance for a moment. This caused the fist that was originally aimed at Lin head to deviate and hit Lin chest. Bang! With a dull thud, Lin fist hit Zhang Xian's chest. Both of them flew backwards at the same time, crashing to the ground and splashing dust all over the sky. Everyone stared at all this in a daze, their eyes filled with disbelief. Zhang Xian and Jinlao went head-to-head, but he didn't lose. How is this possible? Although they didn't want to believe it, everything happening before their eyes forced them to believe it. Shi Jun was cursing in his heart, brother Zhang was so awesome. The reason why he dared to be so arrogant in front of Lin was because he had the country standing behind him. All the major families know this and dare not touch him, so he is so fearless. Although Zhang Xian is a consultant to the relevant department and has a high status, not many people know this. After today, brother Zhang will probably become famous. Zhang Xian was able to fight Lin head-on and was evenly matched with him. Just based on this fact, it was enough for those people in the relevant departments to shut up. After he and Hu Xiqian returned, someone found out that they had given Zhang Xian the credentials of a consultant for the relevant department and held them accountable, saying that Zhang Xian was just a college student with some ability, but definitely not qualified to serve as a consultant for the relevant department. When today's incident gets back, he wants to see who dares to talk nonsense again. Zhang Xian felt like his head was about to explode. He forced himself to stand up, his eyes turning red due to the intense pain. Backlash. This must be the result of excessive use of mental power and backlash. Lin, what a powerful strength. The last time Zhang Xian synchronized with the meteor, he didn't feel so much pain, but when he synchronized with Lin, it backfired. Is Lin's speed even faster than the meteor? That's definitely impossible. Zhang Xian knew that he had no idea how to use mental power. If he knew, this wouldn't have happened. He didn't know that Lin opposite him was even more shocked than he was. Just at that moment, he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that something had happened that he didn't know about. The scene just now was so weird that he even felt his life was threatened. Lin looked at Zhang Xian in shock, his eyes full of suspicion and fear. The whole place was silent, and everyone stared blankly at what was happening before them. Just now. Zhang Yuting looked at Zhang Xian in shock, with a gleam in her eyes. Is it her illusion? Why did she feel like she had experienced that moment before? He took a step forward and came to Zhang Xian's side, protecting Zhang Xian and the unconscious Lin Zhengjun. Lin Zhen, who was about to strike again, frowned when he saw this and said coldly, "He's an internationally wanted criminal, anyone can kill him. My Lin family has been deceived, and now we are willing to kill him. Why are you protecting him? Get out of here!" Zhang Yuting yelled angrily, "Do you want to silence me? Who knows if you really don't know Bian Jinshan's identity? You didn't seem surprised when Bian Jinshan introduced himself just now. That's enough, Bian Jinshan. I want to take him away. No one has the right to judge him except the country." Shi Jun clenched his fists. At the moment when Lin Zhen attacked Zhang Xian, he understood something in murderous intent rose in his heart. There is actually someone who is betraying my own people. I must find this person when I get back. Since he has joined a State Department, is eating the state's food, but is doing things for his family, such a person deserves to die. Over the past few years, they have cleared out a batch of them, but they didn't expect that there are still some that slip through the net. At the same time, Shi Jun became even more wary of the immortal Lin Zhen. The threat posed by the sniper rifle was actually not as great as he had imagined. After returning, I must report this matter. Lin Zhen is not the most powerful person in the Lin family. What if it is the most powerful one? Does sniper rifle still have any effect on it? Shi Jun used to be very confident about this, but after seeing Lin Zhen's strength, he became skeptical. He remembered that when Brother Zhang was in the relevant department, he told him that the direction of national research was wrong. The country should increase research on Chinese martial arts and the development of human potential. But everyone scoffed at what Brother Zhang said, believing that thermal weapons were the future development direction. After that incident happened, everyone completely denied what Brother Zhang said. Not only that, they also increased their research on thermal weapons. Later, the world's overall strength was indeed developing rapidly, and he was still sure of the country's policies, but at this moment, he was not so sure. "Sister, brother-in-law is so awesome." The little girl opened her mouth wide and murmured in a baby voice. What a powerful strength. Young generation, this man should be respected. The Lin family is so damn lucky that such a treasure was discovered. The people from the major families were shocked by Lin Zhen's powerful strength, and they were also shocked by Zhang Xian's strength. Lin Zhen is powerful, that's as it should be, given his age. Although everyone was shocked, they easily accepted it. But Zhang Xian looks like he is only in his 20s, yet he is already so powerful. If he is given time, who in this generation can be Zhang Xian's opponent? Let's go. Lin Zhen glared at Zhang Xian and Shi Jun fiercely, snorted coldly, turned around and left with the Lin family members. Today should have been the most dazzling moment in the moment with the greatest harvest for the Lin family, but because of the appearance of Zhang Xian, it became a mess. Moreover, after he returns, he must find a way to kill Lin Zhengjun, otherwise the incident will explode sooner or later. Although his Lin family is powerful, it is far from being powerful enough to ignore the country. After today, the relevant departments will definitely conduct a thorough self-inspection, and their people will be cleared out soon. If he wants to take action, he must do it quickly. I remember who he is. He's Zhang Xian. Suddenly, a young man from the Lin family team growled through gritted teeth. Lin Zhen paused for a moment after hearing this, then continued walking forward. Chapter 116. Zhang Xian, is he from the Zhang family? You are Zhang Xian. Everyone in the Lin family looked at Zhang Xian and asked calmly. Their tone was calm, but it gave people the feeling that a volcano was about to erupt. I am Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's face was full of smiles. You're great. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Everyone in the Lin family clenched their fists, turned around and walked out, leaving a footprint on the ground with every step they took. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Zhang Xian in confusion, not understanding what was going on. Those who knew that several masters of the Lin family were killed looked at Zhang Xian in shock. They were wondering who was so awesome that he dared to touch the Lin family's beard. They must be tired of living. They didn't expect that Zhang Xian was also the one who did it. It seems that the conflict between Zhang Xian and the Lin family has become a complete deadlock. No one was optimistic about Zhang Xian because the Lin family was too powerful, much more powerful than people imagined. Over the years, no one who offended the Lin family had a good ending. Unless Zhang Xian becomes a member of the Gu family, he will definitely die a miserable death. Oh, by the way, there's one thing I want to tell you all. Brother Zhang has become a consultant for the relevant department in Dongshan. I hope that if you encounter him in the future, you can help him to the best of your ability. Shi Jun spoke. After the words fell, everyone was stunned for a moment, and their eyes turned towards the Lin family members with a playful look. Haha, no problem. From now on, if Brother Zhang has any problems, just let me know. My Jiang family will definitely help you with all their strength. My Chen family will also provide full assistance. My Hu family is the same. Before, Zhang Xian had offended the Lin family. Although Zhang Xian was very powerful, they did not dare to take the risk of offending the Lin family by making friends with Zhang Xian. Things are different now. Zhang Xian is from the relevant department. Does the Lin family dare to take action? Upon hearing this, Lin Jin paused again, then left as if nothing had happened. After the Lin family left, everyone became more enthusiastic about Zhang Xian. Everyone can see that Zhang Xian will definitely become a rising star in the future. If you don't make friends with them now, what are you waiting for? As for the ring match, with Zhang Xian here, who cares about that thing? Originally, no one except the Lin family cared about the ring match. If the Lin family hadn't insisted, everyone would have decided by drawing lots. The one who changed his attitude the most was Gu Qingqing's father. He grabbed Zhang Xian's hand and kept calling him a good son-in-law. Zhang Xian wanted to explain, but was stopped by old Gu every time. Zhang Xian was speechless. It seemed that he had become Lao Gu's shield. Old Gu, remember you owe me a favor. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingqing glared at Zhang Xian fiercely and said through gritted teeth, I'll remember this. As to whether he remembered the favor or held a grudge, that is another matter. Damn boy, so smart. Isn't it just using him as a shield? With her looks, there are plenty of men who want to be her shield, but this guy actually said that she owed him a favor. Seeing Gu Qingqing gritting her teeth, Zhang Xian felt particularly happy. Seeing Zhang Xian's expression, Gu Qingqing felt depressed. This bastard was probably laughing at her in his heart at this moment. Thinking of this, Gu Qingqing grabbed the soft flesh around Zhang Xian's waist, and then... hiss. Zhang Xian's face was twisted in pain. Old Gu's move was becoming more and more perfect. She was at the grandmaster level without any practice. She could easily establish her own school with this move. Wow, Sister Qingqing, you're screwing your brother-in-law. At this moment, little Nanan's voice suddenly drew everyone's attention here. Swish. Gu Qingqing's little face turned even redder. Nan, don't talk nonsense. At this moment, Gu Qingqing wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It was so embarrassing to be seen by so many people. I'm not talking nonsense. I saw you twisting your brother-in-law. Little Nan pouted and blinked her big jam-like eyes. She clearly saw it, so why did Sister Qingqing like to tell lies with her eyes open? Ha ha ha. Little Nanan's words immediately brought a burst of kind smiles from those around her. My dear son-in-law, where are you from? Call your parents over someday so that our parents can meet and discuss the date for your wedding. Gu Yanming walked over and spoke loudly to Zhang Xian. When he looked at Zhang Xian, his eyes were full of admiration, as if the person who had been so cold and rude to Zhang Xian before was not him. On a helicopter. Lin Jin clenched his fists, veins popped on his face, and anger rose in his eyes. Jin Lao. Stop talking. Lin Jin closed his eyes, his face full of unwillingness and ferocity. After a while, he opened his eyes. Go check. I want all the information about Zhang Xian and his family. I don't believe an ordinary person would suddenly learn martial arts. There must be someone behind him. Lin Jin's eyes sparkled, and the feeling from before. He remembered. Back then, there was a person who gave people this strange feeling when fighting with others, as if the flow of time around him had slowed down. And that person, his surname is Zhang. Zhang Xian, also surnamed Zhang. Is there any connection between the two? If Zhang Xian is really related to that person, then all of this has a reasonable explanation. The other party is here for revenge. Suddenly, Lin Jin thought of another possibility. What if that person didn't die? Thinking of this, Lin Jin's eyes suddenly widened and his body shuddered involuntarily. That was a person who made him feel afraid from the bottom of his heart. If that person had not died, the Lin family would have been doomed. Remember, if you find out that Zhang Xian is related to the Zhang family, don't alert them. Zhang family? After hearing what the old man said, everyone in the Lin family was confused. How did this matter involve the Zhang family again? Besides, even if it's related to the Zhang family, so what? Do they need to be afraid? The Zhang family today is no longer what it used to be. They can easily kill a few big or small cats. When Lin Xian saw the expressions of his tribesmen, he knew what they were thinking. He did not explain, as it might cause panic if he did. The most important thing for the Lin family now is stability. Send out the assassins to rescue Bian Jinshan. If you can't rescue him, then kill him. He gave orders calmly. He was the only one on the plane who knew Lin Jingjuan's identity. After he finished speaking, Lin Jian's heart was bleeding. Lin Jingjun is the most talented generation of the Lin family. If it is not absolutely necessary, he really does not want to kill Lin Jingjun. You must know that Lin Jingjun is a very important card of the Lin family. Once Lin Jingjun dies, the loss suffered by the Lin family will be immeasurable. But there is no way around it. Lin Jingjuan's identity must not be known by Daxia. If Daxia knows it, the Lin family will be finished. Zhang Xian, I will kill you. Lin Xian growled in his heart. Everything is because of Zhang Xian. If it weren't for Zhang Xian, none of this would have happened. Chapter 117: The Arrogant Lin Family. After politely declining the Gu family's invitation to stay overnight, Zhang Xian flew to Dongshan on Shijun's helicopter. Zhang Xian didn't know that after he left, everyone from the Gu family sat in the conference room. What do you think of Zhang Xian? What are you looking at? Such a young and extraordinary genius must be brought into our Gu family's camp. Isn't he Qingqing's boyfriend? Since they have this relationship, why not use it? Yes, transforming strength into energy, the goal we strive for, has been easily achieved by him. Such a genius is also related to our Gu family. If we don't bring him in, God will punish him. As everyone spoke, their eyes fixed on Gu Qingcheng, who was sitting in the corner without saying a word. Seeing that she still didn't say anything, everyone was helpless. Gu Yanming coughed and said, "Daughter, I'm just here to sit in on the class. Don't ask me anything you want to do." Let me make it clear again, Zhang Xian is not my boyfriend. Gu Qingcheng scoffed at the family's idea. People still have to rely on themselves. Pulling Zhang Xian into the Gu family's camp is not as practical as making the Gu family itself strong. Tisk, he's not your boyfriend? Qingcheng, do you believe what you said? You think we're blind? Two people are so affectionate, how can two strangers be so close? I believe it. Gu Qingcheng said as a matter of course. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it. Alright, let's investigate Zhang Xian's identity, then have the two parents meet and settle this matter. Gu Yanming didn't even ask his daughter's opinion, which set the tone for the matter. The others nodded immediately. Even those who usually liked to contradict Gu Yanming did not stand up this time. Mom, look, is this okay? Everyone looked at Zhang Yuding nervously. Today they once again witnessed the old lady's power. Some people who wanted to make trouble secretly couldn't help but put away their little thoughts when facing the old lady. No, I've already told you that Zhang Xian has a girlfriend. I called him over here to help. Have you considered his feelings before doing this? Have you asked him what he thinks about this matter? Gu Qingcheng was so angry that she laughed when she saw her father made the decision on his own. We should ask Xiao Zhang what he thinks about this matter. Gu Yanming nodded. Why don't we just investigate who Zhang Xian's girlfriend is, put some pressure on her, and make her withdraw? I don't believe there's anyone in Daxia who wouldn't give our Gu family face. This method is inappropriate. What if it angers Zhang Xian? The relationship between men and women is unpredictable. Although our starting point is good, Zhang Xian may not see it that way. Why not just let Qingcheng and that girl marry Zhang Xian together? Why would there be so much trouble? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, which man can refuse such an offer? Gu Qingcheng's face turned dark. These people were discussing packing her up and sending her away right in front of her. Are there such shameless people? Grandma, I'm leaving first. She couldn't stay any longer. If she stayed, she would be pissed off to death by these people. What era is this? We're still living in the old society. Let her and Xia Meng marry Zhang Xian together. 3 wives and 4 concubines? A Huang and Vang? Are these people's heads full of tofu? If these people were not from her Gu family, she really wanted to take a look at their skulls. Anyway, Grandma is here and won't let these people do anything wrong. Gu Gu Qingcheng got up and left. On the plane, Shi Jun stared at the unconscious Lin Zhengjun with a serious expression. Zhang Xian just watched quietly. He could see that Shi Jun must have known something, or mastered something. Otherwise, Shi Jun would not have rushed here directly just because of his words. His relationship with Shi Jun is not that good yet. Shi Jun seems reckless, but he is actually careful and meticulous. It is impossible for a rough and rude man without any brains to become the deputy minister of the relevant department in Dongshan. Brother Zhang, how did you figure out that Jinshan here is most likely Lin Zhengjun? Shi Jun stared at Zhang Xian, as if trying to see something. Zhang Xian felt embarrassed. He really had no way to answer this question, especially in front of Shi Jun. If he lied, Shi Jun had plenty of ways to prove the truth of his words. Brother Zhang, is that person really not dead? The next moment, a scene that surprised Zhang Xian happened. Before he could answer, Shi Jun's gaze towards him suddenly became complicated, and tears even welled up in his eyes. Zhang Xian was stunned. That person? Who? I was saying it, how could a genius appear in this world for no reason? It turns out you were trained by him. Shi Jun stared at Zhang Xian, his eyes filled with admiration, guilt, and yearning for the future. Zhang Xian was even more confused, and got goosebumps all over his body. What is Lao Shi doing? Okay, please don't be so sentimental, okay? Especially between two grown men. He told you not to tell me, right? Then don't tell me. Just follow the path he arranged for you. Come to me if you have any problems in the future. Before, when he got into trouble, I was too weak to help him. But now I am no longer that little chicken that can be slaughtered at will. I will help you clean up the ordinary troubles. Shi Jun reached out and patted Zhang Xian's shoulder. Looking at Shi Jun's expression, Zhang Xian knew that Shi Jun must have misunderstood something. Zhang Xian did not explain. It just so happened that he couldn't explain the matter of Lin Zhengjun. Since Shi Jun didn't need his answer, he might as well let the matter go. However, this also reminded him that it would be better to be more cautious in the future. The system's affairs must never be exposed to the world, and he doesn't want to be a guinea pig on the experimental table. At this moment, a roar came from a distance. 10 helicopters surrounded them. Shi Jun's expression changed instantly, but he quickly regained his composure. The Lin family, what a powerful Lin family. Zhang Xian paused when he heard this. Did the Lin family come to rescue them? Of course, if they can't save him, they'll probably kill him to silence him. It's awesome that they sent 10 helicopters to rescue people, and they rescued them from the relevant departments. A small family dares to go against the country. Isn't this seeking death? However, here, the Lin family dared to do so. How confident they are. But judging from Shi Jun's appearance, he must have expected the Lin family to do this a long time ago and had already made preparations. Boom! The next second, there was a loud bang and a shock wave came. Zhang Xian looked through the window in the direction where the shock wave came from, and saw a huge fireball exploding there. Idiot! Shi Jun looked at the fireball coldly and spoke. The Lin family has become increasingly arrogant over the past 2 years, even disregarding the state's authorities. It seems we really need to give them a beating. Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. When he was on Earth, he had only seen such scenes on TV and in movies, but now he was experiencing it in person. That kind of passion cannot be felt in 3D movies. Chapter 118 Weird Senior. At this moment, several missiles roared over. Seeing this, the helicopters immediately turned around and tried to escape. But they underestimated Daxia's missiles. It was as if they were positioned. No matter where the helicopters flew, the missiles would shoot straight at them. There were several more loud noises. The 9 helicopters turned into 9 huge fireballs, and no one inside escaped. In the distance, on a mountain, Lin Zhen, who saw the scene through the telescope, punched the huge rock beside him hard. Crack! A crisp sound was heard, and a crack appeared on the boulder. Daxia had anticipated this a long time ago. They have never let down their guard against us. Our ancestors risked their lives for Daxia, but in the end, they still couldn't earn Daxia's trust. Everyone in the Lin family was filled with indignation. Lin Zhen's expression became even uglier. That's enough. The Sure army will probably guess that it was us who did it. Let's take action in advance. Hearing this, everyone's expressions gradually became solemn. In reality, some people are just like the Lin family. They feel that others will remember their efforts for a lifetime after giving them a little, and they can also unscrupulously bully the ones they have given to. When the other party is oppressed and forced to resist, these people feel that the other party has no conscience. Brother Sure, are we just going to let this matter go? Seeing that the helicopter continued to move forward and showed no sign of stopping, Zhang Xian asked curiously. Sure, Jun doesn't seem like the kind of person who wouldn't fight back if he was beaten. Sure, Jun smiled slightly. To deal with this kind of person, you can't use ordinary moves. If you decide to attack, you must use your ultimate move. Now is not the time to do so. Sure, Jun's face was full of smiles, but Zhang Xian was silently mourning for the Lin family in his heart. The plane landed on the apron of the relevant department. Brother Zhang, don't go back tonight. I'll call Lao Hu over to have a drink. Sure, Jun said to Zhang Xian. No, Brother Sure, I have to meet my girlfriend tonight. He has to help Xia Tianjun tomorrow. Zhang Xian was speechless when he thought about this. After he goes, Xia Tianjun will inevitably ask him to help play the bad guy. Ah? Girlfriend? That's Xiao Gu. Sure, Jun knew Gu Qingcheng and even thought of bringing the little girl into the relevant department, because there were still a few aristocratic families who had not changed their original intentions. When I was at the Gu family, everyone in the Gu family called me brother-in-law and son-in-law all the time. Aren't Zhang Xian and Gu Qingcheng a couple? Seeing Sure Jun's expression, Zhang Xian knew that he had misunderstood, so he told him about his help. This girl. Sure Jun laughed in silence. Brother Zhang, you might be being used as a shield by Xiao Gu. Be careful. The Gu family doesn't recognize someone so easily. But now that they have recognized you, it won't be easy for you to get out. Especially the old sister-in-law, she is not someone who gives up easily. The way she looks at you is different from others. You better be careful, and she is still you. Having said that, Sure Jun stopped and looked at Zhang Xian with a smile. Since Zhang Xian had something to do in the evening, Sure Jun naturally did not want to keep him any longer and asked someone to drive Zhang Xian back to the villa. As soon as I returned to the villa, I received a call from Xia Tianjun. Brother Zhang, don't forget our agreement tomorrow. Xia Tianjun's voice came from the microphone. Zhang Xian was speechless. Did this guy install a positioning system on him? At this moment, Xia Meng also called. Brother Xia, my girlfriend is calling, please wait a moment. As he spoke, Zhang Xian answered Xia Meng's call. Xia Tianjun. After all, he is the chairman of Xia Entertainment. In Zhang Xian's eyes, his status is not as good as Zhang Xian's girlfriend. On the other hand, wouldn't it be better if such a loyal and righteous man really became his son-in-law? Thinking of this, Xia Tianjun laughed out loud. Hey, Xiao Xian, how was your visit to Gu's house? When I heard Xia Meng's voice, it was as if I saw Xia Meng pouting. This girl was obviously jealous. Zhang Xian was speechless. He was not going there to play at all. However, he couldn't tell Xia Meng about this kind of thing. Zhang Xian didn't want his senior to know about the things in that circle. It would be better for him to let her maintain her original innocence. Senior, come out and play tonight. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Tisk, no way. I have an appointment tonight. Oh, who were you talking to just now? Didn't you get enough of the intimacy at Gu's house? Are you still in love with old Gu? It's a business friend who wants me to discuss some business matters tomorrow. By the way, are you free to accompany me tomorrow? It is not difficult to guess what Xia Tianjun is thinking, but Zhang Xian does not want to do anything to let Xia Meng down, so he might as well take Xia Meng with him to avoid some embarrassment. If it is really as Xia Tianjun said, it would be okay for him to help. It would be best to let the senior student follow so that she knows what is going on to avoid misunderstandings. Xia Meng on the other end of the phone lit up when she heard this. Business friend? Is that old Xia? It must be Lao Xia. Mom and Dad couldn't wait to introduce Zhang Xian to her. Considering that her mother just came over and told her that she would take her on a blind date tomorrow, it must be like this. Will it be revealed tomorrow? Xia Meng began to look forward to it. You go. I won't go, maybe there will be a surprise. Xia Meng said this with a smile and hung up the phone. She was afraid that if she called again, she would not be able to help laughing out loud. Thinking of what was going to happen tomorrow, her beautiful eyes narrowed into slits. Didn't old Tian want his junior to be her son-in-law? Xia Meng wanted to see if old Tian would be embarrassed when he met Zhang Xian tomorrow and found out that the son-in-law she wanted was the same person she rejected. After the call was hung up, Zhang Xian was a little dazed, especially the senior sister's last sentence, which made him even more confused. Surprise? What surprise? Zhang Xian called Xia Meng, he still had something to say. What? I'm busy here and don't have time to answer the phone. Xia Meng hung up the phone and sent a WeChat message. Zhang Xian was speechless. He had time to send WeChat messages but no time to answer calls? Zhang Xian, I have something to take you with me tomorrow. That business friend of mine wants me to ruin his daughter's marriage. How can I do such a wicked thing? If you come with me, it will be easier for me to refuse. When Xia Meng saw the content of the WeChat message sent by Zhang Xian, her beautiful eyes narrowed into slits and her face was full of happy smiles. The junior student is so nice to her. He never hides anything from her and is still as honest and reliable as he was when they were little. Xia Meng, I really have something to do tomorrow. You will know what it is tomorrow. Zhang Xian, what should I do? If you don't go, I have to find another girl to follow, otherwise I can't refuse. Xia Meng, it's up to you. You might be the one who gets embarrassed. I'm busy now. No need to chat anymore. Zhang Xian. Why is this little girl so weird? It seemed like something was being hidden from him. Chapter 119 The Extraordinarily Enthusiastic Xia Tianjun. On the other side, Xia Meng turned off her phone, wrinkled her nose slightly, and snorted coldly. You're not a good person either. You're the boss of Teo Yuanju, but you didn't tell me. I'll see how you explain it to me tomorrow. After saying that, Xia Meng's mouth widened. Naturally, the more capable a boyfriend is, the better. He is worthy of being the man that Xia Meng values. If you dare to bring another girl here tomorrow, I'll bite you to death. Humph. Xia Meng said this and watched the show happily. Brother Zhang, are you done with the call? Xia Tianjun called again. He wanted to finalize things for tomorrow. For this reason, he even cancelled all the schedules originally scheduled for tomorrow. Brother Xia, don't worry, I won't break my promise to you. That's great, haha. See you tomorrow at the Ruikalai Hotel. Xia Tianjun laughed out loud. He was very confident in his daughter and he didn't believe that Zhang Xian would refuse her when he saw her. As long as Zhang Xian comes tomorrow, everything will be easy. Wife, tell Xia Meng to go to Ruikalai tomorrow. Tian Yushan was delighted when she heard this and immediately went to find Xia Meng. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xian went next door. Seeing that the lights were on in the villa, he rang the doorbell. Zhang Xiran walked out and when he saw Zhang Xian, his face was immediately filled with smiles. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I have already made an appointment with Xia Tianjun from Xia Entertainment tomorrow. If you are free, come with me tomorrow. Zhang Xian explained his purpose. Great, thank you Mr. Zhang. We are always waiting for you. Please come in, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Xiran was overjoyed. They had been running into obstacles everywhere during this period, and now they realized the importance of connections. All those old friends now look down on me and don't even bother to pay any attention to me. During this period, they fully realized the saying, if you are poor in a busy city, no one will care about you. If you are rich in a remote mountain area, you will have distant relatives. Zhang Xiran believes in Li Zixin's ability. As long as she is given a chance, they will definitely be able to make a comeback. Now that Zhang Xian is willing to give them this opportunity, Zhang Xiran is so excited that she wishes to be with him for the rest of her life. No, I have something to do tonight. Let's go together tomorrow. After saying this, Zhang Xian turned and left. Looking at Zhang Xian's back, Zhang Xiran was a little dazed. She always thought that Zhang Xian was willing to help because he was attracted by Xian's peerless beauty. This time Zhang Xian helped them so much, and it was a good time to make a request. She didn't expect Zhang Xian to just turn around and leave like that. This is not the same as the script she imagined. Are there really such good people in this world who do good things without expecting anything in return? The next day, Zhang Xian drove Yang Ming's BMW 5 Series to the next door. Zhang Xiran was already waiting at the door. Where's Li Zixin? Let's get in the car and go. Zhang Xian got out of the car and opened the door. Zhang Xiran looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I really can't get away today. Could you please take Xiaoxin with you first? I'll be there in half an hour at most. Zhang Xian frowned when he heard this. Seeing Zhang Xian frowning, Zhang Xiran actually breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, she was certain of one thing, that is, Zhang Xian really had no bad intentions towards Xiaoxin. If there was, they would just think she was a burden and not want to bring her along, but Zhang Xian was obviously not that kind of person. She really had no other choice about what happened today. What she was about to do was very important, and meeting Chairman Xia was equally important. Xiaoxin was the only one around her at the moment, so she can only go and do that thing first and then rush over. Ms. Zhang, you are her agent. Without you, she can do it on her own, is that okay? With Li Zixin's silly look, isn't she afraid of being sold out by him? Zhang Xian smiled slightly. I believe Mr. Zhang. No, you should take her and do your thing first. I'll go see Xia Tianjun by myself. Oh, I might need Li Zixin's help with a small favor. Zhang Xian briefly explained the situation, and Zhang Xian immediately guaranteed that there was no problem. Okay, that's settled. I'll go first. If you need anything, I'll let you know via WeChat. Zhang Xian said as he drove away. Of course, what does that guy want me to help with? Li Zixin, who had been eavesdropping behind the window, trotted out and asked curiously. Zhang Xian glanced at Li Zixin with amusement and said, Mr. Zhang might want you to pretend to be his girlfriend. I don't. Li Zixin seemed to have stepped on the cat's tail and jumped up. Zhang Xian looked at her best friend unhappily. I didn't mean to do that either, it's just that Mr. Zhang's girlfriend had something to do today, otherwise why would you have to act like that? I think Mr. Zhang is a pretty good person. If he had any ill intentions towards you, he could have just taken you away today. Li Zixin said when she heard that. At this moment, Zhang Xian's cell phone rang. Ruwakelai Hotel. As soon as Zhang Xian arrived, he was discovered by Xia Tianjun, who was standing at the door. Brother Zhang, ha ha ha, I finally see you. Xia Tianjun held Zhang Xian's hand tightly and pulled him into the hotel. Hey, isn't that Director Xia? Who's with him? What a great honor. A young man, is there another big company moving into Dongshan? This scene was seen by people passing by, and everyone talked about it, looking at Zhang Xian with curiosity. Xia Tianjun ignored those people and took Zhang Xian's hand and walked into the private room. Hurry up and serve the food. Don't disturb me for a while. Brother Zhang and I have something important to discuss. Xia Tianjun was very familiar with the manager here, and he started talking after sitting down. Upon hearing this, Rue Kailai's manager looked at Zhang Xian with shining eyes. There were not many people in the whole Dongshan city who could be called brother by Xia Tianjun. He didn't expect that this young man, who looked young, actually had a great background. After Xia Tianjun finished speaking, he had no intention of introducing them to each other. The manager understood that Zhang Xian was not someone he was qualified to contact, so he looked at Zhang Xian meaningfully, remembered his face, and then tactfully retreated. Wang Chuan will be here soon. Brother Xia, I still feel that about what you said. No, Brother Zhang, it's good that you're here today. Xia Tianjun enthusiastically interrupted Zhang Xian and poured him some wine. I thought to myself, I won't say anything today. If I let you meet my daughter, I don't believe you won't be tempted. As for the girlfriend Zhang Xian mentioned, Xia Tianjun never took her to heart. In Dongshan City, is there any other girl who can compare to his daughter? Seeing that Xia Tianjun didn't mention his daughter, Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This time, it's all thanks to Brother Zhang. Those projects in Binchang are all very good. I'm really benefiting from your brother's help this time. Ha ha ha, when Lao Yang and the others heard about it, they were so envious. Xia Tianjun was in high spirits, and at the same time he valued Zhang Xian even more. The planning map for Binchang for the next 20 years is not something that ordinary people can get. If you grasp the future trends and take action first, you will definitely make money. He was originally skeptical about this plan, but after launching several short-term projects and seeing the benefits, Xia Tianjun no longer had any doubts. Chapter 120. I just acquired it for fun. Brother Zhang, excuse me for asking you, where is your girlfriend from? Xia Tianjun was very curious about who was so lucky to be with Zhang Xian. Oh, she's also from Dongshan. She goes to the same university as me and is my senior. Zhang Xian chuckled and replied. His senior, black stockings, which man doesn't love them? Ahem, that. Xia Tianjuan's eyes lit up, and then he immediately realized that Zhang Xian was next to him. This was his future son-in-law. He quickly coughed to cover up his embarrassment. What the hell, it's a bit weird that the father-in-law said this in front of his son-in-law. Back then, those people couldn't wait to sell their daughters to Zhang Xian, but he scoffed at them. Unexpectedly, before others took action, he became the one who couldn't wait any longer. Alas, this is all caused by my daughter. Who would have thought that my daughter, who was always rude to all men in the world, would suddenly show up with that little bastard? If he doesn't take action now, his daughter will really become someone else's. Zhang Xian. This LSP. I didn't expect that Teo Yuanju, who looks elegant, is actually so reserved and reserved. Come on, brother Zhang, let's go. Teo Yuanju was extremely embarrassed. Zhang Xian raised his glass and drank with Teo Yuanju. Brother Zhang, what do you want to do with that music studio you mentioned last time? Teo Yuanju didn't forget the main business. Zhang Xian immediately expressed what was in his mind. Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed, 30% of Zhengjing Entertainment's shares, physical fitness plus 10, spiritual fitness plus 10. At this moment, the electronic sound of the system came to my mind. Almost at the same time, in the office of the chairman of Madu Zhengjing Entertainment. Bang! Hu Weiyong threw the teapot to the ground. You bastards, a bunch of good-for-nothings. 60% of your shares were acquired for no reason, and you actually said you had no idea. Why am I keeping you guys around? Don't you know your shares have been bought out? Is he a god? How can he buy out shares for no reason? Without any action at all? The others stood aside, silent as a mouse, with their heads lowered and their bodies trembling. Investigate, find out who did it. Since he acquired so many shares, he will definitely apply for company restructuring, so that we have enough room for maneuver. Hu Wei's courage exploded. The company's shares were bought out for no reason, and he didn't even get a hint of the news until the other party acquired 60% of the shares. Only then did these idiots realize the severity of the situation and come to tell him. Someone is taking action against his Hu family. Hu Weiyong was filled with murderous intent. Chairman, we've found out. The other party is the chairman of Dongshan Industrial and is currently a freshman at Dongshan University. General Manager Wan Di came prepared and shared the information he had found out about Zhang Xian. Hu Weiyong was so angry at Wan Di's words that he laughed. Are you kidding me? A college student, and he's the chairman of Dongshan Industrial? He can buy 60% of my shares? Do you know how much that would cost? Wan Di sighed inwardly. God knows he had the same reaction when he received Zhang Xian's message. How could a freshman acquire a company? He specifically checked the news for this purpose. When he saw the stock sniping battle, even he couldn't help but excitedly slap his desk and shouted, "Beautiful!" But now the other party has repeated the same trick, and they, such a big company as Zhengjing Entertainment, didn't even notice it at all. They only realized it when the other party acquired 60% of his shares, but it was too late. Business genius. Business genius. If this kind of thing doesn't happen to you, you won't feel anything. He still remembered that when the news of Dongshan Industrial's acquisition came out, he publicly mocked Qin Zhengyang as an idiot who couldn't even keep a company and just handed over such a big company to someone else. Wan Di handed the investigation results to Hu Weiyong. When Hu Weiyong saw the contents of the investigation report, he froze in place and looked at Wan Di in a daze. Wan Di nodded. This kid, what a talent. Lao Wan, call him to the Magic City. I want to meet him. If he can be used by me, our business empire will be even more powerful. If someone else said this, Wan Di would definitely laugh at the other person's wishful thinking. But the person who said this is Hu Weiyong from the Hu family, that's another matter. In Shanghai, there is nothing that the Hu family cannot accomplish. Even if the other party has complete control over Zhengjing Entertainment, as long as Hu Weiyong wants it, the other party will have to give it up. Here, the Hu family is the sky. Wan Di also became excited. He also wanted to see what kind of person Zhang Xian was. In the private room. Brother Zhang? Brother Zhang? Teo Yuanju looked at the dazed Zhang Xian and shouted. Ha! Oh, I just remembered something, so I got distracted. It seems that Li Zixin was banned by the serious entertainment industry. He remembered that Yang Ming and the other 3 LSPs said so. Now he owns 60% of the shares, which means Zhengjing Entertainment is his? What's the matter? Teo Yuanju asked subconsciously without taking it seriously. Oh, I just acquired 60% of Zhengjing Entertainment's shares. Zhang Xian said indifferently. He would know about this sooner or later, so it's better to say it directly. Awesome. Brother Zhang, your method is vicious. Anyone who falls in love with you will be crippled if not dead. Xia Tianjun was startled when he heard this and said with a wry smile. Zhengjing Entertainment, what kind of a name is that? Besides my Xia Entertainment, is there another Zhengjing Entertainment in Dongshan? Brother Zhang, didn't we say we would open a music studio together? What's wrong? Don't you trust your brother? How could that be? I was just buying it for fun. Zhang Xian smiled. It was a gift from the system. He didn't even know where to find Sirius Entertainment. Sirius Entertainment, the name just sounds like, what? Sirius Entertainment? Xia Tianjun stopped talking and his eyes suddenly opened wide. Brother, are you talking about Sirius Entertainment in the Magic City? In Shanghai? Zhang Xian murmured. So far away? The system is cheating him. He is in Dongshan. Why would the system give him a company in Shanghai? Puff. When Xia Tianjun heard Zhang Xian's muttering, he spat out the wine. Damn it, Zhang Xian doesn't he know where Sirius Entertainment is? Is what he said reliable? Brother Zhang, don't you know where the proper entertainment is? Xia Tianjuan's neck has become thick. Is Zhang Xian kidding him? Zhengjing Entertainment, the largest entertainment company in Shanghai. Even in the whole world, it ranks among the best. Xia Entertainment is considered a big company in Dongshan, but in front of Zhengjing Entertainment, it is not even a younger brother and has no qualifications. For such a big company, Zhang Xian actually said that he didn't know where Sirius Entertainment was. I don't know. I haven't been there. I just acquired 60% of its shares. Zhang Xian was speechless. Zhengjing Entertainment was not a landmark enterprise of Daxia. Wasn't it normal that he didn't know about it? The black lines on Xia Tianjuan's face instantly turned into a sweater. Never been there. Just acquired 60% of its shares. Just return? Chapter 121, Hundreds of Billions of Assets Added. The two were chatting and didn't even notice Wang Chuan came in. Wang Chuan, who had just entered, heard Zhang Xian's words and his raised foot paused in the air for a few seconds. He gave full marks to this pretentious guy. When it comes to Sirius Entertainment, he knows much more than Xia Tianjun. Sirius Entertainment is not scary. What is scary is the Hu family behind Sirius Entertainment. That is a family that has absolute power in the Magic City. Qin Zhengyang is a member of the Southern Trade Alliance on the surface, but in fact he is a member of the Hu family and secretly accepts assignments from the Hu family. Qin Zhengyang stayed here, most likely to find the boss. Wang Chuan guessed that the boss was so simple and easy to explain because he was afraid of the Hu family. He was a little suspicious when Zhang Xian easily acquired Teo Yuanju before. Now that he saw Zhang Xian taking action against the Hu family, his doubts may have been explained. Brother Zhang, do you know what Zhengjing Entertainment represents? You acquired 60% of their shares, and that's all. Xia Tianjun held Zhang Xian's hand tightly. Damn it, you made a lot of money, why didn't you take him with you? If I had taken him along and let him get a few percent of the shares, his net worth would have increased significantly, and he would have been completely integrated into the entertainment industry. Now, he has at most entered the entertainment circle and is wandering around the edge. Those large entertainment companies don't take Xia Entertainment seriously at all. Even though Xia Tianjun is considered a big shot in Dongshan, he is nothing outside of Dongshan. Although he doesn't want to admit it, this is a reality. Zhang Xian quietly acquired 60% of Zhengjing Entertainment's shares. This method shocked him even more than the acquisition of Dongshan Industrial. Coming? Zhang Xian saw Wang Chuan, nodded and spoke. When did the acquisition of Zhengjing Entertainment take place? Wang Chuan tried his best to look normal and took a sip of wine to calm his turmoil. Just now. As Zhang Xian spoke, he took out his cell phone and searched it. The next moment, he sucked his teeth. System, YYDS. Awesome. He has another company with a market value of hundreds of billions? So wonderful. Wang Chuan tried hard to keep a smile on his face, but his heart was in turmoil. He was very sure that Zhang Xian's expression just now was really calm and peaceful, as if he was saying something as simple as buying a piece of candy in the supermarket. That's Sirius Entertainment. Brother, are you shopping in the supermarket? Puff. Wang Chuan's concentration was still good, but Xia Tianjun couldn't help it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother Zhang, how did you do that? After saying that, he looked at Zhang Xian eagerly. Oh my god. In his eyes, Zhang Xian is simply a godlike strong man. He became even more determined to make Zhang Xian his son-in-law. This skill is amazing. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm really shocked. This involves business secrets, and it was a bit too much for him to ask. However, Xia Tianjun was a little more confident about what Zhang Xian said about cooperating to set up a music studio. Someone like Zhang Xian would never bring up something for no reason. Since Zhang Xian brought it up, it means he must be sure of it. Not only him, but even Wang Chuan had a certain degree of confidence in the matter proposed by Zhang Xian. Brother Zhang, tell me, how do we set up a music studio? I'll listen to you this time. Xia Tianjun waved his hand heroically. There are a few people in Xia Entertainment who understand music, but it's not easy to get good songs. Otherwise, the music of the whole world would not be so weak. When I was free, I thought of a few songs, but I'm not a professional, so I need some professionals to make them. There are so many good songs on earth. If he just composes a few of them, it will probably stir up the entertainment industry in Daxia. Well. Xia Tianjun and Wang Chuan, who were originally full of expectations, looked at each other and were a little dumbfounded when they heard this. A song that Zhang Xian came up with? Isn't this funny? They admit that Zhang Xian's talent in business is godlike. However, every stick has its own strengths and weaknesses, and it is impossible for a person to become a god in all aspects. Seeing Xia Tianjun's expression, Zhang Xian knew that he was not very interested in this. He was speechless, but it was not Xia Tianjun's fault. Daxia's music industry was too weak and it didn't have any popular songs. Most of them were monotonous melodies. Zhang Xian could imagine what kind of sensation it would cause when he released the songs from Earth into this world. If Brother Xia isn't interested, could you lend me a few experts in this field? That would be okay, right? It doesn't cost much to set up a music studio, and inviting Xia Tianjun to join is also to give him a helping hand. Since Xia Tianjun is not very interested, he will do it himself. Brother Zhang, you're hitting me in the face. How could I not be interested in your brother's affairs? Damn it! Xia Tianjunho said angrily that although he was extremely pessimistic about this matter, if it could bring him and Zhang Xian closer together, he would pay some compensation. Xia Tianjun didn't know what a huge opportunity his decision would bring to Xia Entertainment, and it also laid the foundation for Xia Entertainment to become the leader in the world entertainment industry. But brother, it's easy to set up a studio, but it's hard to find singers. If we find some famous ones, people will look down on the singing industry. If we find some unknown ones, we will need to spend a lot more money to make us famous. This is also the reason why Xia Tianjun is not interested in this. Zheng Entertainment once spent 100 million to create a song, which was very hyped. People were full of expectations for the song, but after the song was released, there was a lot of criticism on the internet. The innocent singer couldn't stand the criticism and committed suicide by cutting his wrists. Zheng Entertainment spent more than 100 million yuan, but it didn't even make a ripple. It can be said that it was a complete loss. At the beginning, many entertainment companies were eagerly waiting, hoping that Zheng Entertainment would take off so that they could have another money-making project. However, the fate of Zheng Entertainment made all entertainment companies and stars give up the idea of developing into the singing industry. The singer is already here, she will be here soon. Zhang Xian looked at the time on his phone and frowned. Zhang Xiran said it would take no more than half an hour, and half an hour had already passed. Could something have happened to the two girls? Oh. Who was so lucky to be noticed by Brother Zhang? Xia Tianjun and Wang Chuan looked at Zhang Xian curiously. You should know her, Li Zixin. It's her. Wang Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and there was something more in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Xian. Brother Zhang, Li Zixin has been banned by Zheng Entertainment. You. At this point, the voice stopped abruptly. Now 60% of Zheng Entertainment's shares belong to Zhang Xian. Isn't it easy for Zhang Xian to lift the ban? Mr. Zhang, serious entertainment is not that simple. Wang Chuan pondered for a moment and spoke. Chapter 122 The Horrible Hu Family. Someone originally bought 50% of Zheng Entertainment's shares, but within 3 days, that person returned the shares and held a month-long banquet to apologize to the Hu family behind Zheng Entertainment. As soon as Wang Chuan finished speaking, Xia Tianjun also remembered this and hurriedly said, yes, this is also the reason why Zheng Entertainment can dominate the entertainment industry in Shanghai. Everyone knows that they are not easy to mess with. Some time ago, I heard from my subordinates that Li Zixin came to us, so I asked them to send her away. Brother, you bought the shares of Xingzheng Entertainment, so find an opportunity to sell them. It's enough to make a profit. Don't offend the Hu family because of this. In fact, Zhang Xian's acquisition of 60% of Xingzheng Entertainment's shares has already offended the Hu family. However, the Hu family's influence is limited to Shanghai and is not very useful in Dongshan. This is why Xia Tianjun is not very scared. Wang Chuan also nodded, agreeing with Xia Tianjun's statement. Ding, the God-level selection system is being activated in an emergency. Option 1, refuse to return the Xingzheng Entertainment shares. Rewards, Master Level Lyrics, Master Level Composition, Physical Fitness plus 10, Spirit plus 10, Wealth plus 500 billion. Option 2, voluntarily return the Xingzheng Entertainment shares. Reward, the host will be awarded the title of Coward and Wealth Value plus 10 billion. Hearing the electronic sound in his mind, Zhang Xian, who had originally not intended to return the shares, naturally became more determined in his thoughts. Return it? I earned this with my own ability. How can I return it to him? Who do you think the Hu family is? Zhang Xian said lightly, his calm tone could not hide his contempt for the Hu family. He even offended the Lin family. Could it be that the Hu family is more powerful than the Lin family? What made Zhang Xian suspicious was the prompt sound just now, which indicated that the emergency was being activated. Could something have happened? At this moment, Zhang Xian's cell phone rang. Seeing that the caller ID was Bai Weiwei, he picked up the phone in confusion. Chairman, the Hu family in Shanghai called to inform you to go to Shanghai. Bai Weiwei's slightly nervous voice came from the microphone. It can be heard that she also knew about the Hu family. Xia Tianjun and Wang Chuan became nervous when they heard this. Zhang Xian frowned. The Hu family was so arrogant. Moreover, he could guess that what the Hu family said on the phone was definitely much more arrogant and proud than what Bai Weiwei said. Is this why the system says emergency start? With these 500 billion, does he need to be afraid of the Hu family? Kill him. System, why Dias? Did they say what would happen to them if I didn't go? Zhang Xian said with a smile, full of confidence. Chairman, you'd better go over there. The Hu family's methods are not something that ordinary people can withstand. Besides, the Hu family threatened that if you don't go, they will launch a sniper attack on our company. Damn, who does he think he is? This is Dongshan, not his magic city. Don't pay attention to him. If you can sell it, sell it. If you can't sell it, just keep it and disgust him as long as it doesn't depreciate. As a member of the Northern Trade Alliance, Xia Tianjun is not afraid of the Hu family. The Hu family understands the principle of being out of reach, and they still called to threaten us. What idiots! Xia Tianjun's bloodiness was also aroused. Wang Chuan also frowned. The Hu family's behavior showed that they were not taken seriously at all. If Zhang Xian really went to Shanghai, where would the Northern Trade Alliance put its face? But if they don't go, without the boss, can they really be a match for the Hu family? If the two alliances really fight, it will cost a lot of money. During this period, Teo Yuanju has expanded its business very quickly and injected a lot of capital, but its working capital is not that much. Wang Chuan is worried that if they fight with the Hu family, other business alliances will take the opportunity to take action. Don't worry, Sister Bai, if the Hu family wants to play, we will play with them. Don't worry about losses. Zhang Xian's face was full of smiles, but in Xia Tianjun's eyes it meant, this man has plenty of money. Damn, where can I find such a good son-in-law? You dare to confront the Hu family head-on, you are awesome. This further strengthened Xia Tianjun's idea of introducing his daughter to Zhang Xian. He quietly sent a text message to his wife, asking her to bring their daughter over quickly. Wang Chuan is not as optimistic as Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian has injected a lot of funds into the company during this period. Does he still have so much money? There was a knock on the door. Zhang Xian and Li Zixin came over. Both of them had smiles on their faces, but Zhang Xian could see that the two girls were forcing their smiles. It seemed that the things they had just done were not so smooth. You're here, just in time. Let me introduce you. This is Xia Tianjun, chairman of Xia Entertainment, and this is Wang Chuan, general manager of Teo Yuanju. Zhang Xian introduced them with a smile, then pointed at Li Zixin. I don't think I need to introduce this one, Li Zixin. Hello? Wang Chuan and Xia Tianjun were unsure of the relationship between Li Zixin and Zhang Xian, so they took the initiative to extend their hands and greet them. Li Zixin and Zhang Xian were stunned when they heard Zhang Xian's introduction. The general manager of Teo Yuanju? Zhang Xian knew the general manager of Teo Yuanju? Why didn't he tell me in advance? So that they can be mentally prepared. Seeing that the other party took the initiative to show goodwill, the two of them stupidly stretched out their hands and shook hands with each other. It just so happens that Jingjiang Entertainment wants to challenge us. We can use Miss Li Zixin to challenge him. As Zhang Xian spoke, he asked the waiter for paper and pen and started writing. After Zhang Xian mentioned that Li Zixin had sung a song, Zhang Xian went to listen to it specifically and was shocked at the time. I didn't expect that such a naive girl would have such explosive power when singing. It's not an exaggeration to call her an iron lung. At that time, he decided to persuade this girl to pursue a singing career. As for her zombie face and superb acting skills, he decided not to mention it anymore because it was too embarrassing. When everyone saw Zhang Xian finished speaking and then lowered his head to write, they all looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was doing. Okay, Zixin, see if you can sing it. Zhang Xian's master-level lyrics and composition skills allowed him to perfectly reproduce a song he had heard on Earth. It was so easy. The melody and lyrics were already there, he just had to write them down. Xia Tianjun. Wang Chuan. Zhang Xian. Bro, are you serious? In just a short while, you made a song? However, they are not experts, and seeing that Zhang Xian's words were so convincing, they could only look at Li Zixin. When they looked at Li Zixin, they saw that her eyes were filled with tears. Did you write this song for me? Li Zixin looked at Zhang Xian eagerly. When everyone saw this, they wondered if the song Zhang Xian wrote casually was actually of good quality. The next moment, everyone was stunned. Suddenly, a white shadow jumped into Zhang Xian's arms. Crack! The door opened. Chapter 123 Misunderstanding. Thank you. Li Zixin is indeed a natural-born singer. One can immediately see the emotion of not wanting to be bound by fate expressed in the song. Isn't the protagonist in this song referring to herself? Li Zixin hugged Zhang Xian tightly and spoke in a muffled voice in Zhang Xian's arms. Zhang Xian was stunned, the beauty threw herself into his arms. He had his arms outstretched, not daring to put them down. In front of so many people, he didn't know whether to put his hands down or not. It was very embarrassing. Zhang Xian was also dumbfounded. It was the first time she saw Xiaoxin being so intimate with a stranger. Even she, who grew up with Xiaoxin, has never hugged Xiaoxin. This girl has severe misophobia. This is also related to her experience of growing up in an orphanage. Miss Zxin, can you please let go? Zhang Xian said awkwardly. Oh. Li Zixin was too excited for a moment and her emotions were out of control, so she made such a reckless move. For a moment, her heart was pounding and her face turned red all the way to her neck. Crack! The door opened. Two people walked in and saw this scene. Xia Meng looked at the two people hugging each other and froze there for a moment. When Tian Yushan saw Zhang Xian and Li Zixin hugging each other, she was stunned at first, and then she realized in an instant that this was arranged by her husband in advance. He sent them a text message to notify them to come just to let their daughter see this scene. Tian Yushan immediately gave her husband a thumbs up and secretly praised him. That's really thoughtful. Xia Tianjun was completely confused. How could it be such a coincidence? He was afraid that they might misunderstand and was about to explain when he saw his wife giving him a thumbs up. He was stunned. Xia Tianjun quickly waved to his wife, indicating that this was not what they saw and there was a misunderstanding. Li Zixin and Zhang Xian were stunned. Did you meet Zhang Xian's girlfriend? So embarrassing. That me. Li Zixin hurriedly wanted to explain for Zhang Xian, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Tian Yushan pointed at her nose and scolded her. Zhang Xian instantly understood what was going on and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Damn, why has he never thought about it in this way? My senior sister's family is so rich. In the whole Dongshan, it seems that the only wealthy family with the surname Xia is Xia Tianjun's family, right? After all the talk, Xia Tianjun asked him to come just to help Xia Tianjun drive him away? Is he the toad? Vomiting blood. What a bloody plot this is. When Xia Tianjun saw his wife pointing at Zhang Xian's nose and starting to argue, he was stunned for a moment, then he instantly understood what was going on. Seeing Zhang Xian looking at him, he also smiled bitterly. Mad, this is so. The flood washed away the Dragon King temple? He invited Zhang Xian here to make Zhang Xian give up? Brother Zhang, are you Xiaoming's boyfriend? Xia Tianjun asked awkwardly in a low voice. Yeah. I didn't expect that Brother Xia brought me here to force me to retreat. Zhang Xian replied with the same embarrassment. Because the matter happened so suddenly, the two of them couldn't change their way of addressing each other for the time being. However, Xia Tianjun obviously didn't notice this, and the two of them were just embarrassed. Tian Yushan was still chattering about Zhang Xian's faults. In her words, Zhang Xian became a modern Shen Shimmy, who was always looking at the pot while having his fill. Ma'am, you misunderstood, Li Zixin wanted to speak up to defend herself, but was interrupted by Tian Yushan as soon as she opened her mouth. Zhang Xian pulled the innocent Li Zixin, who was about to cry, aside and signaled her not to explain. Auntie? No, I'm not qualified to be your auntie, Tian Yushan had finally found such a good opportunity, so she naturally couldn't let it go. Besides, where was Mr. Zhang? Would he be here soon? Only by driving Zhang Xian away immediately can we avoid affecting our daughter's blind date. There is no better opportunity than this. Tian Yushan gave her husband another thumbs up in her heart. But she didn't know that Mr. Zhang was Zhang Xian. Shut up. Seeing that his wife was still chattering, Xia Tianjun felt that he could dig out a villa with his toes out of embarrassment. It's already this late, and you're still saving face for this little bastard? Tell him to get lost, how dare he stay here? Tian Yushan thought her husband was saving face for Zhang Xian and said. By the way, she also reminded her husband that Mr. Zhang was about to arrive and if Zhang Xian stayed here, something bad would happen. See, Xiaoming, he's a scumbag. Fortunately, you listened to your mother, otherwise you would. Poochie. Xiaoming saw that Zhang Xian was a little confused, and Li Zi and him did not look close in their expressions. Also, seeing her father here, she guessed that the scene he had just seen was definitely not what she imagined, and there must be a misunderstanding. Zhang Xian and that girl don't look like a couple. Zhang Xian looked at Xiaoming speechlessly. When he heard her laugh, he knew that this girl had known about this scene for a long time. No wonder this girl said weirdly yesterday that she would give him a surprise today. What a surprise! It was really a big surprise. Tian Yushan was about to continue slandering Zhang Xian when she heard her daughter laugh. She was speechless and looked at Xiaoming in surprise. You can still laugh? Xiaoming smiled and looked at Zhang Xian with her beautiful eyes teasingly. Ask this guy not to tell her everything, and now the two of them are even. Snort! This time, Lao Tian should scold this bastard for a while longer. She has become his girlfriend, and this guy should be completely open with her. Do you know that Zhang Xian is the owner of Teo Yuanju and the chairman of Dongshan Industrial? Xia Tianjun looked at his daughter in a daze and asked. Yes. I know. Didn't my mother tell me not to be friends with Zhang Xian? She even introduced me to Mr. Zhang, the owner of Teo Yuanju, saying that Mr. Zhang is young and promising. Chapter 124 Awkward Foot Picking. What? This guy is Mr. Zhang, the owner of Teo Yuanju? When Tian Yushan heard her daughter say that she knew about Zhang Xian and this girl, before she could finish being surprised, she heard her husband's words, turned around and looked at her husband, and her whole body froze in place. So embarrassing. So surprised. What a humiliation. She didn't even dare to look at Zhang Xian's eyes. The best son-in-law in her dreams was actually the same person as the guy she hated the most. She now felt embarrassed and wanted to walk to the door of the private room, pick at it to make a crack, and then get in. It was difficult for her to connect the legendary owner of Teo Yuanju with the boy in front of her. Thinking back to what Zhang Xian said when they were at home, she originally thought that Zhang Xian was stupid, but now it seems that he didn't say any nonsense at all. Instead, she looked like a clown. At this moment, she was in a dilemma whether to speak or not. Embarrassing foot picking. Xia Tianjun saw his wife's embarrassment, and as a husband he could only step forward to act as a peacemaker. Brother Zhang, Xiaoxian, your aunt and I really didn't know you were with Xiaoming. Big brother, don't take what your uncle said to heart. For a moment, Xia Tianjun wanted to change his name but couldn't. It's okay, Zhang Xian was very embarrassed. He glared at Xiaoming fiercely. It was all the fault of this little girl. She knew it a long time ago, so why didn't she point it out? If I were to tell the truth, why would it be so embarrassing? Wang Xuan, who was standing by, understood what was going on and tried hard to suppress his laughter. The boss is in love with Lao Xia's daughter. They don't know that the boss is the one dating their daughter, so they try to obstruct it in every possible way. They invited the boss here today, hoping to use the boss's noble status and means to make that person give up, so it's so embarrassing. Moreover, the boss didn't know either. The only person who knew was Lao Xia's daughter. Today's performance was really wonderful. I just found out about the relationship between my senior and you two. If I had known it earlier, there wouldn't be so many misunderstandings. Zhang Xian said with a smile. It's fine as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up. Mom and Dad, someone wants to see you. Before Zhang Xian could finish his words, Xiao Meng made a video call. Zhang Ping and Zhang Xiaoli appeared on the screen. Lao Xia, Xiao Tian, long time no see, do you still remember us? Zhang Ping laughed heartily. Xia Tianjun and Tian Yushan froze in place for a moment when they saw two familiar faces. After a while, they jumped up with joy. Brother Zhang, sister-in-law. Tian Yushan had a good memory and remembered it immediately. As she spoke, she was suddenly stunned for a moment and looked at Zhang Xian in surprise. Brother Zhang, sister-in-law, Xiao Xian is not your. Yes, it's fate, ha ha ha. When they were little, I thought Xiaoming was our daughter. I didn't expect that she really would become our daughter. Ha, this is fate. Zhang Ping laughed heartily. Zheng Xiaoli also said happily, you don't know, when Xiaoming appeared in front of me that day, my heart was sore, and I suddenly remembered what she looked like when she was a child. Time flies so fast, more than 10 years have passed in a flash. Xia Tianjun and Tian Yushan were a little dumbfounded. After all this time, Zhang Xian was still their old acquaintance. Mom and Dad, do you know Uncle Xia and Aunt Tian? Zhang Xian was completely confused. What is going on? When they were little? Did he and the senior know each other when they were young? Thinking about what the senior sister had said before, Zhang Xian seemed to understand a little, but why did he have no impression of it at all in his memory? When you were 10 years old, you fell ill and you don't remember anything before that. You used to say you wanted to marry Xiao Meng, but now you've grown up and you don't remember anything. Zheng Xiaoli said. Brother Xia, Miss Xiaotian, you are busy now, right? Come back and visit us when you are free. I also have business to discuss here. Let's talk when we are free. Someone appeared on the screen, and Zhang Ping smiled and waved his hand to hang up the phone. Snort. Xiaoming walked to Zhang Xian's side, snorted coldly, and then stepped hard on Zhang Xian's foot. You girl, you're asking for a beating. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were looking for Xiao Xian? Her daughter had told her once before that she wanted to wait for Zhang Xian, but Tian Yushan didn't take it to heart. Who would take a little girl's words seriously? I didn't expect that this girl took it seriously and really waited for Zhang Xian. Is there really such a thing as fate in this world? Xia Tianjun and Tian Yushan looked at Zhang Xian and Xiaoming standing together, and couldn't help but sigh at the magic of fate. Now that she knew that Zhang Xian was the little brat from her childhood, Tian Yushan no longer felt embarrassed and apologized generously. Xiao Xian, I'm sorry for you. When they were young, they almost adopted Zhang Xian as their godson. The relationship between the two families was as close as one family, but they lost contact because it was inconvenient to communicate at that time. Now, after the video call, those times in the past instantly came to their minds. Xia Meng made a face at her mother. I wanted to tell you, but you kept trying to introduce me to Mr. Zhang, the owner of Teo Yuanju. This idiot kept his identity a secret from me. Why should I tell you? You guys are going to meet eventually anyway, and I'm not the one who's embarrassed. Zhang Xian was innocently caught in the crossfire and quietly explained, I told you, but you didn't believe me. Blame me. Things like this will all be known slowly, so why would he hide it? Is it fun to show off to his family? You told me that? Xia Mengqiang wrinkled her nose, suddenly remembering that Zhang Xian seemed to have really told her that. But is this her fault? That's the famous owner of Teo Yuanju in Daxia. The idol she has always admired and the man she dreams of meeting. Then suddenly one day, someone you are very familiar with tells you that he is the owner of Teo Yuanju. Do you believe it? Who would believe it? It's like a teacher who's been teaching you for a long time, a very ordinary one. Suddenly one day, he tells you that he's an authority on something. Would you believe him? Not laughing out loud is the highest form of self-control, right? What? Mr. Zhang is the owner of Teo Yuanju? Zhang Xiran and Li Zixin were stunned and stared blankly at the young man beside them. Their neighbor is the owner of Teo Yuanju? If these words had not come from the mouth of the chairman of Xia Entertainment, they would never have believed it. That's the boss of Teo Yuanju. The most mysterious existence in the legend. The reason why the two of them fled to Dongshan was because they heard about their boss's deeds. It is impossible for other places to offend the Hu family because of these two women. Only the boss of Dongshan would do so, because Li Zixin has cursed the boss more than once through Hu Jigang's mouth. He said that in this world, only the boss did not give him face. After they came here, they have been secretly looking for the boss, hoping to seek his protection, but it turns out that the boss lives next to them? Chapter 125 The Challenge from the Hu Family. Not only does he live next door to them, but he also takes the initiative to help them and write songs for them? All of this sounds so dreamy. It is so beautiful. Okay, now that everything's out of the way, Auntie Tian, please take a seat. By the way, let me introduce you. This is the famous movie star Li Zixin, and this is her agent, Ms. Zhang Xian. I brought them here to discuss a collaboration. Zhang Xian introduced her to Tian Yushan so that Tian Yushan would not misunderstand that he really had something going on with Li Zixin. I'm sorry, Miss Li. I'm your fan and I've watched every drama you've acted in. I'm really sorry for what I did just now. Tian Yushan said apologetically to Li Zixin. It's okay, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved. Li Zixin smiled faintly at Tian Yushan, with a friendly yet distant expression on her face. Zhang Xian looked at her in a daze. Is this still the same big fool? Their response at this moment was very similar to those of the movie stars Zhang Xian had seen on Earth. Could it be that their expressions when facing their fans were specially trained? Yes, you really misunderstood just now. Xiaoxian wrote a song for Miss Li, and Miss Zixin was moved by the song. Xia Tianjun said with a smile. Xia Meng's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard that. Can this junior write songs? Zxin, don't act in TV dramas anymore. That zombie-faced acting of yours, ahem. Anyway, just focus on singing from now on. I can guarantee that you'll achieve greater success than you ever did as an actor. Zhang Xian looked at Li Zixin and said after a moment of hesitation. Cough cough cough. Xia Meng touched Zhang Xian's arm. How can you talk like that? Isn't this clearly saying that they have no acting skills? However, a scene that made Xia Meng stunned appeared. Aha! Li Zixin nodded vigorously. She was conquered by Zhang Xian's song. Everyone looked at Li Zixin in astonishment. It seemed that this song was really good. Uncle Xia, when you go back, find a place to apply to set up a new studio. If you are not very interested, I will let Wang Chuan take charge of this matter. Zhang Xian said. Interested, very interested. How could he not be interested in an industry that even his own son-in-law is interested in? Xia Tianjun can no longer contain his inner excitement and excitement. Zhang Xian turned out to be his future son-in-law. Just thinking about it makes me laugh out loud. Now, even if Zhang Xian asked him if he was interested in murder and arson, he would nod and say yes without hesitation. We are a family from now on. Your uncle Zhang and I believe in you. Just tell us what you want to do. Uncle and aunt will support you with all their strength. Tian Yushan also nodded repeatedly. I used to feel uncomfortable looking at Zhang Xian, but now, I like him no matter how I look at him. Let Brother Xia take charge. We have too many projects underway recently and we are a little short of manpower. Wang Chuan said with a smile. He said this obviously perfunctorily, he just wanted to take Xia Tianjun with him. Mr. Zhang, since we own shares in Zhangzheng Entertainment, it would be unreasonable not to make use of them. Please authorize those shares to me, and I will give the Hu family some money. Wang Chuan thought for a moment and suddenly said. Good. Zhang Xian had no objection. These things were really dispensable to him. At this moment, Bai Weiwei called again. Zhang Xian picked up the phone doubtfully. Mr. Zhang, the Hu family has informed us again that if you don't go to the Hu family to apologize, their general attack will begin immediately. Bai Weiwei's worried voice came from the microphone. The faces of the people in the private room changed slightly, especially Li Zixin and Zhang Xian, whose bodies began to tremble slightly. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Option 1, actively meet the Hu family's challenge. Reward, challenge special fund 100 trillion, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10. Option 2, follow the Hu family's arrangements and submit to them. Reward, the host will receive the title of coward, gain 1 in popularity with women, and plus 1 billion in wealth. Note: challenge funds are exclusive funds and can only be used for a war of attrition with the challenged party. Zhang Xian. He was stunned for a moment when he heard the electronic sound in his mind. He had never cared about the challenge from the Hu family, and now with these 100 trillion, he had nothing to worry about. I haven't even started yet, but they're already rushing to their deaths. Wang Chuan, get started. No matter how much it costs, make the Hu family behave. Zhang Xian spoke in a calm tone, but gave people a sense of dominance that no one else could do it better than him. Wang Chuan frowned upon hearing this and said, Mr. Zhang, the Hu family isn't as simple as you think. It's okay to embarrass the Hu family, but if we fight to the death with them, our Taoyuan residents will be severely damaged, or even unable to recover. He was worried that Zhang Xian was young and frivolous, so he gave him a kind reminder. Yes, Xiao Xian, we don't need to fight the Hu family to death. We can just use the 60% shares to deal with the Hu family. The strength of the Hu family is far beyond our imagination. Xia Tianjun also said quickly. What is the total assets of the Hu family? Zhang Xian asked. The system gave him 100 trillion. It can't be that this much money is not enough, right? At this moment, Wang Chuan's cell phone vibrated. He opened it and his eyes lit up. The Hu family's total market capitalization is approximately 6 trillion yuan, but they have a large family business and 9 businesses, so the funds they can mobilize are probably around 3 trillion yuan. Hiss. Everyone in the private room gasped. 3 trillion. How much is it? Can't we build a building if we convert it into paper money? Zhang Xian was really surprised. It was only 3 trillion. He thought the Hu family was as powerful as the Gu family. He called Shi Jun and got the same result. Moreover, the information Shi Jun gave him was even more detailed. The total funds of the Hu family exceeded hundreds of trillions, but most of the funds were not in daxia. Instead, they were quietly transferred out. When the country discovered it, it was too late. When Shi Jun heard that Zhang Xian wanted to compete with the Hu family economically, he suddenly became excited and said that he would help. The country has long been angry about what the Hu family has done in the past 2 years. Now that someone wants to take action against the Hu family, Shi Jun is naturally happy. What Wang Chuan said is correct. The Hu family has a total asset of several billion, but most of it is overseas. The maximum amount of funds they can mobilize domestically is 3 trillion, which is not a lot. So we don't have to be afraid of him at all, Wang Chuan, just go ahead and do it. We have much more funds available than the Hu family. Zhang Xian spoke in an orderly manner, but he didn't know that the others were dumbfounded at the moment. 3 trillion, is that not a lot? What is considered a lot? Wang Chuan, your mission is to eat up the 3 trillion yuan that the Hu family has in daxia. I think the Hu family has finally transferred the funds abroad, and they will definitely not use that money in China again. Daxia is eager for the Hu family to mobilize, and it would be best if all of them were mobilized, so that the country will have a goal. Is that woman in this private room? Li Zixin, get out here. Bang! An arrogant voice was heard and the door was kicked open. Chapter 126 Hu Bingsheng. Sir, please don't make trouble. This private room is full of our most distinguished guests. Bang! Before the manager could finish his words, he was interrupted by a slap in the face. Fuck you. I'm doing something, what the hell does it have to do with you? Get out of the way, or I'll shut down your hotel, believe it or not. A fat man with big glasses and small eyes moved in step by step, followed by a dozen big men in black. When the manager was beaten, a large group of security guards immediately gathered around, but they were stopped outside by the big man in black next to the fat man. General manager, he. The manager saw Wang Chuan in the private room at a glance and spoke. Wang Chuan saw the fat man frowning. General manager? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment. Wang Chuan, is this also our property? When these words were spoken, Xia Tianjun and the others were stunned. Boss, don't you know how many industries you have? Wang Chuan, who was about to speak, was choked by the words and coughed repeatedly. Ahem, Mr. Zhang, please come to the company and take a closer look some other day. As he spoke, Wang Chuan thought of something and continued, it's not Teo Yuanju of Dongshan University, it's our headquarters. Zhang Xian. It was so embarrassing. If Wang Chuan hadn't mentioned it, he would have really thought that Teo Yuanju at Dongshan University was the headquarters of Teo Yuanju. A boss who doesn't even know how much property he owns is truly incompetent. Xiao Xinxin, I finally found you. I told you that you can't escape from my grasp. The fat man came in and looked around. He saw Li Zixin hiding behind Zhang Xian at a glance and laughed. It's just that he is too fat, and he looks even uglier when he smiles. His facial features are squeezed together, making him look extremely uncoordinated and distorted. Seeing the little fat boy, Li Zixin became even more frightened and grabbed Zhang Xian's arm tightly. The little fat man looked at Li Zixin's hand grabbing Zhang Xian's arm, and his originally smiling face instantly turned cold. He said calmly to the big man in black beside him, "Whoever dares to touch my little Xinxin, chop off that person's arm." Yes. The big man in black didn't hesitate at all, as if it was natural. These people seemed to have completely ignored the country's laws and relevant departments. Everyone was irritated by the fat boy's attitude. At this moment, the little fat boy suddenly saw Xia Meng next to Zhang Xian, and his little eyes suddenly lit up. "Catch her too, I want a threesome." The little fat boy looked at Xia Meng with lustful eyes, and his fat body was trembling. Everyone was annoyed by the fat boy's unbridled and arrogant attitude. Just as the big man in black was about to come over, a man moved. Wang Chuan raised his foot and kicked the black-clad man out, saying to Rui Kailai's manager, "Break his hands and legs, and then throw him to the hospital entrance." Yes. The manager was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and immediately signaled the security guard to take action. "Mad, you dare to do this? Do you know who I am? I am Hu Bingxing of the Hu family. How dare you touch me?" The little fat man was angry and looked at Wang Chuan in disbelief. He couldn't believe that there was someone in Daxia who dared to touch him. Hu family? Is it the Hu family in Shanghai? Are you from the Hu family in the Demon City? Zhang Xian stopped Wang Chuan, who wanted to continue, looked at the fat man and asked with a frown. Seeing that Zhang Xian knew about the Hu family in Magic City, he looked proud. "That's right. Now that you know you're from the Hu family in the Magic City, you know what to do about this, right? Cut off your own hands and feet, and let this beauty and Li Zixin go with me, and I'll spare your lives." The little fat man spoke casually, as if he was talking about a commonplace matter. In his eyes, breaking off hands and feet is the greatest grace to the other party. But he must die. The little fat man said with a dark face, pointing at Wang Chuan, who had taken action. Just as these words fell, Zhang Xian moved. Zhang Xian grabbed the fat boy's knee like lightning. Crack! A heart-pounding sound of bones cracking was heard. Ah! The two girls, Li Zixin and Xia Meng, had never seen such a scene before. They closed their eyes tightly and dared not look, their bodies trembling violently. Zhang Xian is too fast. The fat boy stood there for several seconds before he knelt on the ground with a plop. Blood was all over the floor and screams were heard in the private room. Zhang Xian showed no mercy to him for being so indifferent to human life. The whole place was silent. The two girls, Xia Meng and Li Zixin, looked at Zhang Xian with gleaming eyes. This was the first time they saw Zhang Xian like this. If Zhang Xian had attacked another ordinary person, they would still think that Zhang Xian was cruel, but what Hu Bingxing said just now annoyed them. People like Hu Bingxing are not worthy of anyone's sympathy. The big men in black were also dumbfounded. They stood there stiffly, not daring to move, with cold sweat on their foreheads. Wang Chuan was stunned for a moment, and then his gaze towards Zhang Xian changed. "Can you talk properly now?" A cold voice sounded. Zhang Xian walked up to the little fat man and spoke calmly. "Ah! You dare to hit me? I am Hu Bingxing of the Hu family. You dare to hit me? Are you all dead? Kill him. Kill him quickly." Hu Bingxing screamed, but none of the men in black dared to move. They were all stunned by Zhang Xian's move just now. "Who is the current head of the Hu family?" Zhang Xian asked Wang Chuan. "Hu Guicheng. Do you have his contact information? Call him." Wang Chuan was stunned for a moment, then dialed a number. At this moment, Zhang Xian's aura was so strong that the entire private room fell completely silent. Even Hu Bingxing endured the pain in his knees and glared at Zhang Xian fiercely. "I want to see if you have any weight in the Hu family. If not." Zhang Xian looked at Hu Bingxing, smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth. Hu Bingxing was trembling all over. Although Zhang Xian seemed to be feeling refreshed at the moment, he actually made him feel terrified. Only at this moment did he realize that Zhang Xian was definitely a ruthless person. If he dared to say another word of nonsense, Zhang Xian would probably really kill him. The little fat man wanted to tear Zhang Xian into pieces at this moment, but when he saw Zhang Xian smile, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Even Hu Bingxing himself didn't understand why he was afraid of Zhang Xian. Is it because of Zhang Xian's ruthlessness just now? Obviously not. He had encountered a situation even more dangerous than this before, but he still managed to use his aura to pressure the other party into letting him go. Hello, who is this? The call was connected and a cold voice came. Hearing this voice, Hu Bingxing suddenly roared, not knowing where he got the courage from. Uncle, quickly send our warriors to Dongshan. I want to kill this bastard. No one in my Hu family will be humiliated like this. Bingsheng? Hu Guicheng on the opposite side was stunned when he heard Hu Bingxing's voice and asked hesitantly. Uncle Xia, please go to another private room first. I'll take care of things here. When Zhang Xian finished speaking, he looked at Hu Bingsheng with a smile on his face. Chapter 127 Where to Find Such a Good Son-in-Law. Who are you? Hu Guicheng's voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it gave people an unquestionable feeling. Zhang Xian. It's you. It's me. You are very brave. It's not a matter of courage in normal business activities, but Hu Bingxing has been killing people at every turn since he came here. He may not be able to go back. Zhang Xian said with a smile. Hu Bingxing's expression froze. Hu Guicheng, who was standing opposite him, was also visibly hesitant. If you can bring Bingxing back safely, I will spare your life, and you can even be a dog of my Hu family. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xian couldn't help laughing out loud. Hu Guicheng was too funny. Is what I said funny? Isn't it funny? It seems that my Hu family hasn't taken action for a long time, and some people have forgotten our methods. If anything happens to Bingsheng, your whole family will die. Hu Guicheng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Hu Bingsheng laughed heartily. Boy, did you hear me? Go and get treatment for me and let those two girls accompany you, otherwise. Crack. Zhang Xian broke Hu Bingxing's jaw and said to Rui Kailai's manager, send it to the relevant department and say it was sent by Zhang Xian. Investigate this fat man thoroughly to see if he has committed any murder. Considering Hu Bingxing's arrogant and domineering attitude, it would be strange if he didn't have a murder case on him. Upon hearing this, Rui Kailai's manager looked at Wang Chuan. He didn't understand Zhang Xian's identity, he only knew Wang Chuan. This is our boss, do as he says. Boom. The manager's head is about to explode. Is this the mysterious boss behind Teo Yuanju? Yes. The manager waved the security guard to arrest the man. Hu Bingxing was frightened when he saw this scene. Go to the relevant department? He was not worried about dealing with these gangsters. After all, his identity as a Hu family member was a talisman. However, it was different when he entered the relevant department. If it is some minor incidents, the family identity may still be useful, but when it comes to murder cases, the Hu family is nothing in front of the country. Ah. Hu Bingxing's previous arrogance disappeared, replaced by a hint of panic. Take it away. Zhang Xian waved his hand. The manager immediately ordered the security guard to take Hu Bingxing, who was struggling hard, away. Wang Chuan looked at Zhang Xian in confusion, not understanding when Zhang Xian became a member of the relevant department. But this is a good thing. With this identity, if the Hu family wants to make a move, they will have to think carefully. Just then, the cell phone rang. Zhang Xian took a look and a weak girl appeared in his mind. He smiled slightly and picked up the phone. Zhang Xian, my dad. Mom and Dad said that jade was found on the mountain here, and my parents want to give this mountain to you. Li Mingqi's soft voice came. Is Uncle feeling better? Zhang Xian asked. Well, okay, thank you. If you have any difficulties, please tell me. I'm busy now. My dad asked you to come over and sign a contract. Li Mingqi said seriously. Don't worry, I trust my uncle and aunt. I'm very busy with work recently and don't have time to go. Maybe later. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, there was a brief silence over there. It was obvious that the girl had gone to talk to her parents. Xiao Zhang, please don't mind me. We're poor, and we don't know how much the mountain is worth. Come over and take a look, and give us an estimate. Li Hai's honest voice came. Uncle Li, you misunderstood. Mingqi and I are friends. It doesn't matter whether she pays back the money or not. We can talk about it after she gets a job, okay? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian knew that Li Hai's family might have misunderstood and thought that he despised the mountain for being worthless, so he immediately explained. Xiao Zhang, you can see that my uncle's health is ruined. After the kidney transplant, I can last for more than 10 years. After more than 10 years, I don't want to drag Xiaoqi down anymore. Li Hai's voice was full of embarrassment. Zhang Xian could tell that Li Hai didn't want Li Mingqi to owe him money, and he was also afraid that this matter would drag down Li Mingqi's life. Uncle Li, don't worry. Xiaoqi and I are friends. I never thought of asking her to pay back the money. That won't do. It's only natural to pay back what you owe. There's no precedent in our Li family for not paying back money owed. Li Hai said this decisively. After that, he stammered and asked. Xiaozhang, you lent us so much money, are you thinking of doing something with Xiaoqi? Hearing this, Zhang Xian knew that Li Hai's family had misunderstood, and quickly clarified with a smile. Uncle Li, don't worry. I have a girlfriend. I consider Mingqi a friend, so I'm helping you. You and Aunt Bai must not misunderstand me, and don't think that I have ulterior motives. If you're still worried, I'll give you another 5 million and I'll consider the mountain as my purchase, okay? No. The 1 million you lent us is enough. Li Hai breathed a sigh of relief and quickly refused. Uncle Li, you also said that follow-up treatment is also crucial. Don't you think about Xiaoqi and Tian Chao? Li Hai on the other end of the phone fell silent after hearing Zhang Xian's words. After a while, his voice finally came into the microphone. Okay, Uncle Li, thank you. You are a good boy. Uncle Li. As he spoke, sobbing sounds came from the other side. Zhang Xian, thank you. Li Mingqi hung up after saying this. Li family. Li Hai's sallow face was filled with embarrassment, and he sighed softly, alas, how can I ever repay Xiao Zhang's kindness in this lifetime? Bai Mei, who was standing beside her, could no longer hold back. Upon hearing her husband's words, she angrily shouted. I'll let you show off. Everyone can see Xiao Zhang's feelings for our Xiaoqi. Now go find someone outside who can easily lend Xiaoqi $1 million. What's wrong with letting Xiaoqi and Xiao Zhang be together? Now, Xiao Zhang, in order to prevent you from worrying, has directly told you that he doesn't want Xiaoqi anymore. Do you think you can find a man in this world who treats Xiaoqi better than Xiao Zhang? Li Hai frowned. I just don't want Xiaoqi to marry a man she doesn't like because of me. Besides, Xiao Zhang didn't say he doesn't want Xiaoqi anymore. Can you please stop talking nonsense? Bai Mei looked at her husband angrily. He already said he has a girlfriend, doesn't that mean he doesn't want Xiaoqi anymore? Oh, let my sister and brother-in-law handle their own affairs. Mom and Dad, don't worry about it. Li Tianchao said speechlessly. Li Mingqi stood aside, quietly, as if what was being discussed was not her business. Her mind was a little confused. At this moment, Li Hai received a text message on his mobile phone. He opened it and took a look, and was dumbfounded. What's wrong? Bai Mei looked at Li Hai in confusion. Xiao Zhang really transferred 5 million to us. Li Hai said blankly. What? Bai Mei snatched the phone away, and when she saw the content of the text message, she hit Li Hai hard on the shoulder. Where can you find such a good son-in-law? He gave us over 6 million without asking for anything in return. Although your broken mountain said there was some jade, can it be sold for 6 million? If Xiao Zhang had no interest in our Xiaoqi, would he be so generous? The whole family stood there in a daze. For a moment, the expression on Li Mingqi's little face became more complicated. Chapter 128. The Hu family was angry. Hu family. Everyone sat in a row, their faces full of confusion, not understanding what the head of the family had called them to do. Only Hu Weiyong sat there calmly, with his eyes closed. Hu Guicheng, who was sitting in the first seat, frowned, and a surge of murderous intent grew in his heart. Brother, what's the matter with calling me back? At this moment, a gentle-looking man walked in and looked at Hu Guicheng and asked in confusion. Especially when he saw Hu Guicheng's bad face, he became even more confused. Hu Guicheng glanced at the person who came, then looked at Hu Weiyong, tell me. Hu Weiyong coughed and then said, everyone, 60% of Xinjing Entertainment's shares have been secretly acquired. Presumptuous. Who is it? Are you looking for death? We've always been the ones acquiring others, yet this guy actually dared to acquire us? Let him kneel down and apologize. As soon as these words were spoken, the room exploded. Everyone in the Hu family was furious. They looked like they wanted to kill the person who bought their shares immediately. Even if it is a normal business behavior, as long as the Hu family suffers a loss, it is the other party's fault for them. This idea is deeply rooted in the hearts of everyone in the Hu family. The last person who came in looked at the eldest brother Hu Guicheng in confusion. There must be more to it than just this little thing, and this little thing was not worth the eldest brother getting so angry. Hu Guicheng looked at the last person who came in and said solemnly, "Yanwei, where is Bingsheng?" When Hu Yanwei heard his elder brother's question, his heart skipped a beat. It was all over. Was it his son Hu Bingshen, that little bastard, who caused the trouble? And it seems that the trouble caused by the little bastard is much bigger than the 60% stake in Zhengjing Entertainment. Who knows what this little bastard is doing? Big brother, is this little bastard causing trouble again? Hu Yanwei showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. His son Hu Bingsheng had no idea how many troubles he had gotten into since he was a child while carrying the Hu family's banner, and he had to clean up all of them. When the others heard this, they showed disdain on their faces and were obviously very unhappy with Hu Bingsheng. Just now, Zhang Xian from Dongshan Industrial, the man who acquired 60% of Zhengjing Entertainment's shares, called me and told me that Bingsheng is in his hands. Hu Guicheng said, unable to hide the anger in his tone. Before Hu Guicheng could finish speaking, the people of the Hu family could not wait any longer and were all filled with anger. Master, send out the strongest men in your family to kill him. That's right. Zhang Xian dared to provoke my Hu family. No matter what his purpose is, he must die. Hu Yanwei heard his son in Zhang Xian's arms, and the marble tiles under his feet made a crackling sound. Inside the hall, everyone in the Hu family's faces turned stern, and they looked at Hu Yanwei with fear. Although Hu Guicheng is the head of the Hu family, the strongest person of this generation is Hu Yanwei, which is why Hu Guicheng values Hu Yanwei so much. Hu Yanwei's strength has improved again. Although I don't know if he has taken that step, he should be almost there. Brother, let me go to Dongshan. Hu Yanwei said lightly, but his calm tone could not hide his anger. Hu Guicheng frowned. Yanwei, that place used to be Zhang Yandao's territory. Although Zhang Yandao is gone now, Zhang Jingyang is still there, so you'd better be careful. We have no information about Zhang Xian, also surnamed Zhang, and his relationship with Zhang Jingyang. It would be unwise for you to go there now. Master, what are you afraid of? Yanwei is a true master, not just to show off. The Zhang family has only a few big and small people now, so why should we be afraid of Yanwei? Master, is there any need to be so fearful? Even Zhang Jingyang is just a Shibei master. Yanwei will definitely be able to solve this problem perfectly if he goes there. If there's any connection between Zhang Xian and that Zhang Jingyang, Yanwei can handle it together. When the other members of the Hu family heard Hu Guicheng's words, they all spoke up. Shut up. What are you thinking? Do you think I don't know? We are all family. Only if strong people continue to appear in the family can we ensure that our Hu family will continue to be strong. If you can't become strong, then just enjoy your life honestly and don't hold our Hu family back. Hu Guicheng naturally knew what these people were thinking, as he had thought the same way before. Brother, you don't have to say anything, I have to go. At this moment, Hu Guicheng's phone suddenly rang. After taking a look at the caller ID, he quickly picked up the phone. After a while, his expression became increasingly grim. When everyone saw his expression, they became more and more confused. Brother, you. Zhang Xian handed Bingsheng over to the relevant departments in Dongshan. Our people are too low-ranking and could only report us a message and dared not do anything. He said this was the last time he would report this to us. The Sher army was once again carrying out an internal purge, and he didn't want to be purged. Hu Guicheng's voice became colder and colder, and his anger grew. Bang! A punch hit the armrest, and the armrest instantly broke into several pieces. The terrifying power made everyone in the hall silent. Only then did they realize that the patriarch's strength had unknowingly increased to this level. Yanwei, go to Dongshan. Wei Yon, I'll leave the task of destroying Dongshan industry to you. Remember, this time you have to make Zhang Xian come to the magic city from Dongshan on his knees, otherwise I will kill his entire family. Hu Guicheng said with a ferocious expression. Hu Yanwei turned and left without saying anything. In front of the villa, Xia Meng stood there awkwardly, pouting. What's wrong, senior sister? Don't you want to live with me? Zhang Xian took a look and asked with a smile. Of course not, it's just that I was kicked out by Lao Xia and Lao Tian, and I feel a little uncomfortable. Xia Meng pouted, looking unhappy. Come in. Zhang Xian pecked Xia Meng's mouth and pulled her into the villa. Ha ha, senior sister, you will be mine from now on. Zhang Xian declared his sovereignty and pecked Xia Meng's mouth again. Xia Meng's fair cheeks suddenly turned red, and even her neck was stained with a layer of red. Zhang Xian smiled slightly when he saw this. Where did this girl's previous initiative go? What are you laughing at? Humph. At this time, the momentum must not be weak. Xia Meng snorted and pulled the suitcase into the room. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Option 1, live in the same house with the school beauty Xia Meng. Reward, 30% of Jingjing Entertainment's shares, physical fitness plus 10, spiritual fitness plus 10. Option 2, live separately from the school beauty Xia Meng. Reward, the host will be awarded the title of Straight Man of Steel, gain 1 in popularity with women, and plus 1 trillion in wealth. Hearing the electronic sound ringing in his mind, Zhang Xian was speechless. Damn, the system is looking down on him. Is he someone who is short of those shares? He just heard that women's beds are always only 18 degrees, and he wanted to verify it. He didn't have any other ideas. Seeing Xia Meng standing stupidly in the living room, not knowing where to go, Zhang Xian walked straight over and took Xia Meng's hand and walked towards his bedroom. Chapter 129, Each lives his own life. Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed, 30% of Jingjing Entertainment's shares, physical fitness plus 10, spiritual fitness plus 10. Feeling the softness in his palm, Zhang Xian ignored the electronic sound in his mind. Xia Meng was extremely well behaved at this moment. Zhang Xian took a look at her and smiled slightly. Noticing Zhang Xian's gaze, Xia Meng rolled her eyes at him and followed him to the second floor. This is our bedroom. Take a look and see if there's anything missing. We'll go buy some later. We're out of food at home, so we can't cook tonight. Xia Meng's little face was so charming, but she was stunned when she heard Zhang Xian's words. We really have to live in the same room? Nonsense, you are my girlfriend. Uncle Xia and Aunt Tian asked you to live with me so that I can take better care of you. Only if we live together can I take better care of you, right? Zhang Xian lied. Pooh. Xia Meng stuck out her tongue, showing a cute expression, and her little face turned even redder. But after thinking about it, isn't this the life she had always dreamed of? Thinking of this, Xia Meng opened the suitcase and started to get busy, like a beautiful butterfly flying in the room. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xian was stunned. Will this girl be his from now on? Recalling the past with his senior, Zhang Xian grinned. Since God has sent you to me, I will definitely love you well and make you the happiest girl in the world, he murmured. Okay, let's go to the mall and buy some groceries. Xia Meng put all the clothes away, then skipped in front of Zhang Xian and said with a smile. Okay. Zhang Xian looked at Xia Meng lovingly, and the two walked out. The two came to the mall. It was Xia Meng's first time to buy groceries in the mall, and she seemed very excited. Hey, sis. As soon as the two arrived at the mall, a surprised voice came. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of dense footsteps, and a gust of wind blew over, rushing towards Xia Meng and hugging Xia Meng in his arms. Xiao Kai? Xia Meng was a little surprised. After seeing that it was her younger brother who was hugging her, she pushed him away in annoyance. Hearing the word sister, Zhang Xian did not take action, otherwise he would have enough time to kick Xia Kai away. Xiao Kai, is this my sister? At this moment, a somewhat familiar voice sounded. Zhang Xian, why are you here? Li Xiaoman walked over and asked very gently. When she smiled and wanted to greet Zhang Xian who was beside Xia Meng, she saw Zhang Xian's face clearly and cried out in surprise. When he saw Li Xiaoman again, there was no ripple in Zhang Xian's heart, and he smiled at her. In fact, in his heart, Zhang Xian was a little grateful to Li Xiaoman for breaking up with him, otherwise he would not be able to be with his senior sister. When Xia Meng saw that Li Xiaoman was angry, she grabbed Xia Kai's ear and walked aside. What do you want to do? Didn't I tell you to separate from her? You want to die? What if your brother-in-law finds out? Xia Meng said viciously. Oh, it hurts, sister, please spare me. Do you think I want it? I also want to change my girlfriend, but I have no money. Only in Li Xiaoman's eyes am I still a rich second generation. Xia Kai said depressedly. No money? I gave you 200,000, and only a month has passed, and you tell me you have no money? Did you burn it? Xia Meng raised an eyebrow. There's a transfer student in our class who loves to show off and act like a rich man. How can I compare to him? So, now I am the real rich second generation in the class, and that guy is scared. Xia Kai said proudly. You? Xia Meng was really angry. Just to show off, you spent 200,000? She found that her parents were right and should not spoil her younger brother too much. This guy has no idea how hard it is to make money. That is 200,000 yuan, not 20 yuan. This guy is only 1 year younger than Zhang Xian, but Zhang Xian is now the boss of Teo Yuanju. In order to compete with the Hu family, he casually took out trillions. This guy spent the money she gave him and even had the nerve to compete with others to see who was more pretentious. Forget it, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to go find my brother Xian. He's rich now. I won't come to you when I need money in the future. When Xia Kai was a child, he was Zhang Xian's follower. If anyone dared to bully him, Zhang Xian would definitely stand up for him. Now Zhang Xian is his brother-in-law, and he is also very rich. Xia Kai is drooling. Xia Meng was happy when she heard what her brother said. Xia Kai, you still want to ask your brother-in-law for money? What are you thinking? How can you be so shameless? Xia Kai, who was about to turn around to find Zhang Xian, froze in place when he heard this. Damn it, I forgot about this. This is really a fucking question, so embarrassing. Seeing his sister laughing like a little fox, Xia Kai became furious and said, I treated you like my own sister, and you tricked me. Tuliolu. Xia Meng stuck out her tongue and made faces at Xia Kai. Damn it. I shouldn't have agreed to you in the first place. I'm so angry. Xia Kai was in tears as he had been tricked by his sister. On the other side, Li Xiaoman looked at Zhang Xian, opened and closed her mouth several times, but didn't know what to say. Zhang Xian smiled slightly when he saw this and said, Xiaoman, is Xia Kai the boyfriend you were talking about? Yeah. Li Xiaoman regretted it to the extreme at this moment, but what had happened could not be undone. She is not as good as Xia Meng. At this moment, in the high school group, she became a joke and became the fool who gave up thousands of acres of sesame fields for a grain of sesame. She looked at Zhang Xian, hoping to see the former infatuation in his eyes, but she was destined to be disappointed. At this moment, Zhang Xian looked at her with such calm eyes, as if she was just an ordinary friend. Don't feel awkward. Feelings are never forced. Li Xiaoman felt bad when she heard Zhang Xian say this, but they had already broken up and were now living their own lives and were no longer related. At this moment, Xia Meng and her brother came over. The whole scene instantly fell into awkwardness. Xia Meng glanced at Li Xiaoman, whose eyes were full of regret, and then glanced at Zhang Xian, who was looking at her calmly. A smile appeared on her face. Brother Xian, we finally meet again. Xia Kai shouted exaggeratedly and hugged Zhang Xian in his arms. Xiao Kai, I'm sorry, I have lost my memory before I was 10 years old. So? Zhang Xian said apologetically. It's okay, it's okay. We will be a family in the future anyway. There is plenty of time for you to reminisce. Xia Kai held Zhang Xian's hand, as if he was back in his childhood. On the contrary, Li Xiaoman, looking at the three people standing together, suddenly felt that she was a little redundant here. Huh? Isn't this the class beauty, Li? At this moment, a surprised voice was heard. Chapter 130. The Lin family came to Dongshan. Hearing the voice, Zhang Xian looked over and saw several people walking towards them. The leader was wearing casual clothes. His face looked gentle, but his eyes were full of arrogance. Behind him walked a group of sloppy people, all dressed in strange clothes, with words like "I am not a good person" written on their faces. The leader looked at Li Xiaoman with shining eyes, and before he came over, he said, Class beauty Li, I finally found you. Li Xiaoman smiled reservedly when she saw him. It's Lin Chutian, aren't you from Lingnan? Why are you visiting Dongshan? Lingnan? Zhang Xian looked at this person meaningfully. He is from Lingnan and his surname is Lin. He must be from the Lin family. Lingnan is hundreds of kilometers away from Dongshan, and Lin Chutian is Li Xiaoman's classmate, so he must be studying at Shanghai University. Lingnan goes to Shanghai without passing through Dongshan. Is this person's coming to Dongshan a personal act, or did someone from the Lin family come to Dongshan? Lin Chutian was about to speak when he saw Xia Meng beside Zhang Xian, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in the depths of his eyes. I said I came here specially to see you, do you believe me? Before he finished speaking, he smiled faintly. I'm just kidding. My Lin family came to Dongshan for some business. There are still a few days before school starts, and I think I haven't been to Dongshan to play, so I followed my family here. Class beauty, don't listen to the boss's nonsense. He came here just for you. That's right, Class Beautyly, look how infatuated the boss is with you. Our boss is the one who is deeply in love with you. He is much more devoted than that guy named Xia. Oh, isn't this Xia Kai? I'm so sorry I didn't see you, but please forgive me, you're really inconspicuous. Fuck, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. Isn't this Xia Kaixia, the rich second generation? Your unremarkable outfit really lives up to your status as a rich second generation. Ha ha ha. A group of people were talking recklessly, and they didn't take other people into consideration at all. But in Zhang Xian's eyes, these people did this more like they were deliberately trying to provoke Xia Kai, and their methods were extremely despicable. Damn it, Lin Shutian. This is Dongshan, my territory. You'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, if you piss me off, you might not be able to return to school. Xia Kai was angry, especially in front of his woman and family. These people humiliated him so unscrupulously. Any man could not stand it. Fuck you, you dare to scold me. When the man saw Xia Kai cursing, his eyes lit up with joy and he punched him. Xia Kai has always been a prominent figure in school, but he is not the type of person who would not fight back if beaten. He is also the vice president of the Taekwondo Club of Shanghai University, and he is quite capable. Seeing the man punching at him, he suddenly jumped up and did a roundhouse kick. Hey, Machete, stop it. Lin Shutian grabbed the man called Machete and pointed his finger at Xia Kai's calf. Zhang Xian moved. If he didn't move, his brother-in-law would be bullied. Lin Shutian is so scheming. He seems to be trying to stop the fight, but in fact he is attacking Xia Kai. Zhang Xian grabbed Xia Kai's belt and pulled him back. At the same time, he lightly pointed his finger, and an unnoticeable energy force suddenly hit Lin Shutian's ankle. Ouch! Lin Shutian's legs went numb and he fell forward. In a panic, he grabbed the machete beside him. However, he had just pulled the machete back and had not yet stood firm. So, oops. The two grown men fell down together while hugging each other. Be careful. Zhang Xian kindly blocked it with his legs, and coincidentally kicked the back of the machete's head. Machete's head couldn't help but tilt forward, and then... The two men hugged each other and kissed each other. At this moment, their eyes suddenly widened. Vomit. The two of them felt a surge of turmoil in their stomachs and were extremely nauseous. They quickly separated, leaving a crystal line on their lips. Vomit. This time, not only the two people who were kissing, but everyone around who saw this scene felt nauseous. You are so bad. Xia Meng didn't believe that all this was a coincidence. She had seen Zhang Xian's skills. If Zhang Xian was not behind this, she would never believe it even if she was beaten to death. I have something even worse, do you want to see it? Zhang Xian leaned close to Xia Meng's ear, blew a breath, and whispered. Roll. Xia Meng's fair little face turned red in an instant and she spat. Are you all right? Zhang Xian's face was filled with smiles as he enthusiastically helped the two of them up. Mad, did you do this on purpose? Can Dao was embarrassed and angry, and punched Zhang Xian regardless of the churning in his stomach. Ouch! Zhang Xian seemed to have lost his balance and twisted to the side, but he just happened to avoid the machete's punch. Bang! The machete hit the pillar of the mall with a punch, making a dull sound and cracks appeared on the tiles. Hiss! Machete's eyes turned red, he gasped, then covered his hand with his other hand, and stomped his feet in pain. How powerful! Zhang Xian took a few steps back and looked at the pillar, which still had blood residue on it. Silly. Good. That's great. Ha ha ha. Xia Kai clapped and laughed. The people around were a little dumbfounded, and they all felt the pain for the machete. Machete, are you okay? Boy, did you do this on purpose? You must have done this on purpose. Those people were unhappy and surrounded him one by one, wanting to fight. What? Are you here to cause trouble? The mall security rushed over at this time and scolded. Stinky security guard, what do you want? Get out of the way, or I'll smash your mall. These people from the Lin family are not easy to deal with, and they all shouted. What's going on? In a large shopping mall like this, the relevant departments have special patrol personnel. Someone happened to walk here and saw a lot of people gathered here, so he walked over. Those people from the Lin family were about to cause trouble, but when they saw the people from the relevant departments, they immediately backed down. These guys are disrupting the order in the mall and even smashing the tiles here. We'll pay. Lin Shutian seemed to be very afraid of the people from the relevant department. He interrupted the security guard and immediately took out 500 yuan. He looked at Zhang Xian meaningfully and then left with his men. When the people from the Lin family were leaving, they all looked at Zhang Xian, as if they wanted to remember him. Zhang Xian smiled tearfully, not caring at all. These idiots blame Brother Xian for their own misfortune. Xia Kai was very happy. Sister, Lin Shutian is the idiot I just told you about. Zhang Xian looked at the backs of Lin Shutian and others as they left, and wondered in his heart the purpose of these people from the Lin family coming to Dongshan. Chapter 131 Meng Meng, you were so happy. Zhang Xian immediately called Chang Yon. Brother Zhang, why did you have time to call me? Chang Yon's generous voice came from the microphone. Brother Chang, has there been any unusual activity in Binchang recently? Abnormal phenomena? No. Brother Zhang, did you find anything? I want to ask Brother Chang if anyone from the Lingnan Lin family has appeared in Binchang. You mean the Lin family? They're here to invest. Don't worry, we're keeping an eye on them. Boss sure knows you're worried and has already arranged for someone to stay with your parents. Thanks. Zhang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? Xia Meng walked over and asked carefully. It's okay. Zhang Xian said with a smile. He's sneaking around, it's definitely not good. Xia Meng looked at Zhang Xian, curled her lips and muttered. Let's go. Zhang Xian reached out and took Xia Meng's hand. Li Xiaoman, who was standing by, saw the scene, her eyes dimmed and she clenched her fists. Xia Meng was stunned for a moment by Zhang Xian's sudden action, then she clenched her hands with a smile, but her already rosy face became even redder in an instant. There are so many people watching in the mall at this moment. She used to want to hold hands with this guy like a little wife, but she didn't expect that after the two of them confirmed their relationship, this guy became so bold. But she likes it. Xia Meng smiled foolishly. Sister, let's go home together later? Xia Kai said. Old Xia and old Tian kicked me out. Xia Meng said speechlessly. Ah? Xia Kai was curious. Auntie Tian wants me to take better care of your sister. Zhang Xian explained with a smile. What, you guys are living together? Xia Kai opened his eyes wide and chuckled. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoman's face became even gloomier. Okay, get out of here, we still have to go buy groceries. Brother Xian, sister, take me, another day. Xia Kai was embarrassed to find that he was still with Li Xiaoman. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing if he took Li Xiaoman with him? He decided to break up with Li Xiaoman when he returned, and he would not be ashamed to meet Zhang Xian with Li Xiaoman. I bought some food and returned to the villa. Senior, wait for me first, I'll go cook. Good. When Xia Meng heard that Zhang Xian was going to cook, her beautiful eyes instantly lit up. Thinking of the meal she had at Zhang Xian's house, Xia Meng is still savoring it. She couldn't understand how Zhang Xian made a simple meal so delicious. After a while, a strong fragrance gradually emanated from the kitchen. Xia Meng was intoxicated. This fragrance cannot be described in words or language. As soon as you smell it, your taste buds will be stimulated instantly, as if this smell should not appear in the world. Xia Meng couldn't help but stand up, sniffing the fragrance in the air with pleasure. It smells so good. Xia Xian, how did you make it? It's over. From now on, everything I eat will taste like wax. I won't be able to eat anything. You have to compensate me. Xia Mengzhong's nose kept moving, like a little hamster waiting to be fed. Gudong. At this moment, a sound of swallowing saliva was heard. Who? Xia Meng looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Zixin and Zhang Xiran standing at the door with knives, forks, and plates in their hands, staring intently. Meng Meng, what did you buy? It smells so good. Give us some. After coming out of Ruikalai, the relationship between the three girls has become very good and they talk very casually. Come in, come in. Xia Meng laughed so hard that she forgot to close the door. The fragrance drifted to the next door and attracted two little greedy cats over. Hey, hey. Li Zixin and Zhang Xiran giggled and ran to the dining table. Oh, was it Zhang Xian who did it? Zhang Xiran was shocked. He can cook. Li Zixin was surprised. Yes, this kid is so talented that even Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang don't know him. Xia Meng was very happy. Zhang Xian had said that she caught him cooking for the first time after he learned how to cook. Zhang Xian is so capable and can cook too. Meng will be happy from now on. Li Zixin said enviously. You two can live here and come over for every meal. Xia Meng said with a smile. May I? Li Zixin blinked her beautiful eyes, full of anticipation. Well, let's just think about it. You and Zhang Xian still have to go to school, and once the studio is launched, Xiaoxin will be busy. So come over for dinner often when you have time. Zhang Xian said with a sigh. Li Zixin's face suddenly fell, and she looked as aggrieved as a child. Ha ha. Seeing Li Zixin's expression, Xia Meng laughed out loud. Hey, you two are here? Perfect, let's eat together. Zhang Xian came out and said with a smile when he saw the two girls. You say it. Xia Meng curled her lips. The three girls looked at the food on the table and their mouths watered. Soon the three women had no interest in paying attention to Zhang Xian. The fragrant aroma whetted their appetites, as if there was nothing else in their eyes except the food on the table. So full. Li Zixin ate 3 big bowls of rice, patted her belly, and sat comfortably on the sofa. The same goes for Xia Meng and Zhang Xian, they have completely lost the image of ladies. Instead, Zhang Xian was washing in the kitchen. Meng, you are so happy. Li Zixin said sweetly. Zhang Xian nodded repeatedly, feeling that he was surrounded by great happiness at the moment. No way. Xia Meng rolled her eyes at the two of them. Chapter 132 Hu Yanwei is here. Eat and drink enough. Go back and don't disturb our world of two. Zhang Xian pulled the confused Li Zixin away. When there were only 2 people in the villa, the atmosphere immediately became charming. Thinking about what might happen in a while, Xia Meng was both excited and afraid. Senior, do you want to wash first, or should I? Zhang Xian saw Xia Meng's expression and teased her. Me first. After Xia Meng finished speaking, she hid in the bathroom as if escaping. Zhang Xian's breathing became rapid and one of his legs lifted up uncontrollably. Plop, plop. My heart is beating so fast. Is it the past or the past? This choice is so difficult. No peeking. You, humph, as expected. A little head popped out and saw Zhang Xian's raised legs. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shyness and she shouted. Zhang Xian quickly lowered his legs and explained awkwardly, Senior sister, scaring people can kill them. I was just about to leave when you scared me so much that my legs went limp. Get lost. Don't think I don't know what you men are thinking. If you peek, I'll make you soft. Xia Meng said through gritted teeth. Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows. Are you willing to give it up? The happiness of the rest of your life depends on it. Get lost. Xia Meng spat, stop peeking. I know. You have to trust me. Zhang Xian was helpless. Is he that kind of person? Tisk, men's mouths are full of lies. Xia Meng wrinkled her nose and went back in. Listening to the sound of dripping water coming from inside, Zhang Xian suddenly had some wild thoughts and suddenly felt very thirsty. Zhang Xian. The senior student's voice suddenly came from the bathroom. What's wrong? Zhang Xian's breathing quickened. Could it be that the senior wanted to? It's okay, I just wanted to see if you were eavesdropping outside the door. It seems you're pretty obedient. Zhang Xian. I am bored. Is he that kind of person? But this incident also reminded him of something. We need to speed up the process. Otherwise you can only wait outside the door, which is very uncomfortable. He didn't know that Xia Meng in the bathroom was feeling hot all over and had difficulty breathing. The person she liked was waiting outside the door, while she was naked inside, with only a door between them. Can this door really stop Zhang Xian? Will he come charging in? Xia Meng pouted and her face became hot. If he really rushed in, I. While Zhang Xian was waiting anxiously outside the door, Hu Xiqian called. Zhang Xian picked up the phone doubtfully. Hello, brother Hu. Brother Zhang, be careful. You handed Hu Bingxing over to the relevant authorities. He has been sentenced. Hu Yanwei of the Hu family may take action against you. Hu Yanwei. Zhang Xian was stunned. Suddenly, a fierce aura came from outside the villa. Zhang Xian's expression was stern. He's here. Brother Zhang, be careful. Rumor has it that Hu Yanwei is a true master with extraordinary strength. Brother Hu, if I kill him, will anything happen? From now on, Zhang Xian is no longer alone. He wants to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. He is here today. What if he is not here today? Thinking of the consequences, Zhang Xian's murderous intent continued to rise. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Hu Xian hesitated for a moment. If you are sure, Dongshan will help you. Thanks. What Zhang Xian wanted was exactly what Hu Xian said. Even if he couldn't bring himself to kill, he had to make others afraid of him. Brother Hu, the Lin family is here. I'm leaving my family in your care. Don't worry, the matter between you and the Lin family was originally caused by me. If the Lin family really dares to take advantage of the opportunity to make a move, I promise you that the Lin family will be destroyed. Zhang Xian hung up the phone and walked out. There was a car parked outside the door, and two people were standing outside the car. If you don't want to alert others, come with us. One of the big men with big tattoos on his arms said with a sneer, and the other man wearing sunglasses locked his eyes on Zhang Xian, then opened the car door and motioned Zhang Xian to get in. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Option 1, agree to Hu Yanwei's challenge. Rewards, Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 50. Option 2, delay and wait for the relevant authorities to arrive. Reward, the host will be awarded the title of coward, with a wealth value of 100 billion. Hearing the system voice ringing in his mind, Zhang Xian got into the car without saying a word. There was another person in the car, wearing a tang suit, with bulging temples, eyes closed, and a special rhythm in his breathing. Zhang Xian glanced at the man and closed his eyes. Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice, Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 50. The two men got in the car and drove straight outside. The car was very quiet except for the sound of breathing. As waves of power surged into his body, Zhang Xian felt more powerful. Suddenly, he discovered that Hu Yanwei beside him was breathing very unusually, with a strange rhythm, very much like the breathing method in martial arts novels. Zhang Xian watched for a while and couldn't help but try to follow the rhythm. This breathing method is sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and the rhythm is not always the same. Zhang Xian concentrated his mental strength, time seemed to stand still, and Hu Yanwei's breathing was infinitely prolonged. It works indeed. Zhang Xian remembered this rhythm firmly. He found that this breathing method had a cycle of 1 minute. The breathing would be light and heavy and paused continuously within 1 minute. After 1 minute, it would end and then repeat itself. At this moment, he felt a sharp pain in his head again. He quickly stopped and found that Hu Yanwei did not notice his actions just now, so he felt relieved and resumed his work. After more than 10 minutes, the car drove to a deserted mountain and stopped. Kid, go down and jump yourself. Otherwise your family will die because of you. The big man with a big tattoo on his arm turned around and looked at Zhang Xian, grinning with a ferocious look on his face. Chapter 133 Mysterious Breathing Technique. Zhang Xian noticed that Hu Yanwei beside him did not open his eyes from beginning to end and just sat in the car. If you couldn't hear his breathing, it would be easy to ignore his presence. It seems you still need our help. Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't move, the man with tattoos smiled grimly, got down from the driver's seat, opened the car door, and grabbed Zhang Xian. At this time, Zhang Xian reached out and grabbed the tattooed man's hand, then twisted it hard. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Hu Yanwei next to him opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. If Zhang Xian had not been paying attention to him all the time, he would never have noticed it. The man with tattoos was stunned for several seconds before realizing that his wrist was broken by Zhang Xian. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Zhang Xian gave a light push, and the man with tattoos retreated more than 10 steps, then staggered and sat on the ground. No wonder my son fell into your hands, you're quite capable. Hu Yanwei turned to look at Zhang Xian and spoke. Cripple your own hands and feet, then hand over all your assets, and I will spare your life and the lives of your parents. Spare my parents? How dare you involve my family? Zhang Xian met Hu Yanwei's gaze with no fear on his face. I won't move. I'll let others do it. Boy, there are a lot of killers in this world. Hu Yanwei threatened blankly. Zhang Xian lost his patience in communicating with Hu Yanwei. This person was even more hateful than Lin because he had no bottom line. It is the most troublesome thing to offend such people. He clenched his fist and punched out. Hu Yanwei reacted quickly and also punched out. Bang! The two fists collided hard. Zhang Xian sat there without moving, but Hu Yanwei's face changed, and he bumped into the car door, breaking it and falling down. Looking for death. The man in the passenger seat was stunned, then took out a pistol and pulled the trigger without any hesitation. As soon as they met, Zhang Xian noticed that the man had a pistol on him, otherwise he would have killed both of them as soon as they met. With a point of his finger, a stream of energy suddenly shot into the man's brow, and at the same time, the man took advantage of the momentum to jump out of the car. There was a bloody hole between the man's eyebrows, blood was flowing out, and his eyes gradually dimmed. The man with tattoos sat on the ground and watched all this, his face full of shock. Use force to transform into energy. Master. Such a young master. The two of them have been with Master Hu for more than 10 years and have seen all kinds of battles, but they have never seen a genius as young as Zhang Xian. Seeing that Zhang Xian had his back to him, the man with tattoos took out a pistol with his intact hand and shot Zhang Xian in the back. Bang! Zhang Xian's expression turned stern, and he stomped on the ground suddenly, then dodged to the side with a roar. The bullet hit the car door and went straight through it. Zhang Xian was shocked. The gun in the tattooed man's hand was definitely not an ordinary pistol. Ordinary pistols were not so powerful. Die! Hu Yanwei suddenly jumped into the air and kicked towards Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian noticed that when Hu Yanwei leaped, his breathing immediately changed and became another breathing method. Does every set of martial arts skills correspond to a corresponding breathing method? You can ask Shi Jun about this. Bang! The man with tattoos fired another shot, blocking Zhang Xian's other escape route. Zhang Xian rolled over, picked up the pistol dropped by the man in the car, picked it up, and shot the man with tattoos. Bang! The bullet hit the tattooed man in the chest. He fell to the ground with a look of unwillingness on his face, and lost his life forever. Bang! Hu Yanwei kicked a tree nearby, and the tree that one person was hugging was broken with a snap. Zhang Xian was also blown by the wind from his legs and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Bang! Zhang Xian shot Hu Yanwei in the head. Hu Yanwei's face changed slightly, and he punched out in front of Zhang Xian's surprised gaze, sending sparks flying. The bullet hit his fist and made a metallic collision sound. As a master, you actually use mortal methods to deal with me. How ridiculous! Then he opened his mouth and let out a roar that could pierce the eardrums, and suddenly a terrifying force hit him. Zhang Xian noticed that after Hu Yanwei roared, the energy on his face became noticeably weaker. This was not what shocked him the most. What shocked him was the scene where Hu Yanwei caught the bullet with his fist. If Zhang Xian hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed his eyes. This absurd scene was playing out right before his eyes. However, Zhang Xian also noticed that after Hu Yanwei took the bullet, his breathing became obviously disordered. This shows that the reason why Hu Yanwei was able to do all this is inseparable from his mysterious breathing method and is related to the qi in his body. Zhang Xian couldn't do this. Although he could emit qi, there was no qi in his body. Or, he had qi but couldn't actively call upon it. Zhang Xian didn't say a word and fired continuously. Even if he couldn't kill him, he would at least consume the energy in Hu Yanwei's body. Hu Yanwei's expression changed as expected. He no longer took the blow head-on, but instead relied on his body movements to dodge. However, what made Hu Yanwei feel helpless was that Zhang Xian's mental strength was obviously superior to his. Whenever he wanted to dodge, Zhang Xian would notice it in advance and shoot in advance. Hu Yanwei could only bite the bullet and take it. Sparks flew everywhere, and when the last bullet was fired, Hu Yanwei was already pale and his breathing was completely disordered. It's a pity that the other gun fell down the mountain, otherwise Zhang Xian would have been able to kill Hu Yanwei without any effort. Putting the pistol into his pocket, Zhang Xian's face was full of smiles. You have no martial ethics. You are not worthy of being a warrior. Hu Yanwei roared in anger. Who the hell told you I'm a warrior? Zhang Xian made a quick move, flashed in front of Hu Yanwei, and punched him. The air was blown up, and a loud bang was heard. Hu Yanwei's face changed drastically and he quickly dodged, revealing the huge rock behind him. Bang! Zhang Xian's fist smashed down, making a dull sound, and the boulder cracked instantly with incredible force. Seeing this, Hu Yanwei's face changed again, and he wanted to distance himself from Zhang Xian. However, Zhang Xian's physical fitness has now improved to a level that was previously unimaginable. His speed was so fast that he kicked Hu Yanwei before he could dodge. A shadow flashed by, and Hu Yanwei flew backwards, crashing into a big tree with a loud bang, breaking the tree directly. Blood gushed out of him, and he collapsed on the ground several times. Zhang Xian walked up to Hu Yanwei, who looked miserable. Suddenly, a feeling of extreme palpitations came over Zhang Xian. He suddenly felt a warning sign and felt his whole body go hairy. A chill went from the top of his head through his spinal cord to the soles of his feet. Bang! A flash of fire lit up in the distance. A bullet shot out, aiming straight at Zhang Xian's head. Chapter 134 Huge Benefits. This is obviously a modified sniper rifle. Zhang Xian felt that the bullet had hit the back of his head, and he even felt his hair touching the bullet. In the next second, or even less than a second, just 1/10,000th of a second, the bullet would pierce his head. Zhang Xian's pupils contracted sharply. In the blink of an eye, a vast mental force burst out of his body and time stopped at this moment. A severe headache made Zhang Xian unable to help but hug his head and curl up on the ground. Bang! The sniper bullet pierced Hu Yanwei's eyebrows, sending his body flying and splashing a stream of blood. Before the body hit the ground, the head exploded, blood splattered everywhere, mixed with white brain matter. Bang! The man in the dark fired again. Bold! Kill him! At this moment, people from the relevant departments took action. With a buzzing sound, the two bullets collided with each other. Several gunshots followed. But all this has nothing to do with Zhang Xian. His head is about to explode. The intense pain came like a tidal wave, one wave higher than the other. Zhang Xian clenched his fists and pounded the ground violently, making a dull sound. It seemed that only this could distract him from the pain in his mind. Brother Zhang! Hu Xiqian ran over and saw Zhang Xian like this, his eyes full of worry. He took a step forward and was about to stop Zhang Xian's self-harm. Don't touch him! Shi Jun's voice caused Hu Xiqian's hand to stop in mid-air. Lao Shi, hurry up and help Brother Zhang! The stone army came running quickly, as fast as lightning. Don't touch him! Brother Zhang is undergoing a transformation. We should not disturb him. This may be his chance. Shi Jun looked at Zhang Xian enviously and spoke. Chance? Hu Xiqian was shocked. At this moment, Zhang Xian was bleeding from all 7 orifices and looked extremely miserable, but there was no sign that it had anything to do with chance. It seemed more like if they didn't take action, Zhang Xian would die. You don't understand. Brother Shang's mental strength should be transforming. If he can make it through, the relevant departments in Dongshan may be able to add another master. Shi Jun said with eager eyes. He stared at Zhang Xian intently, fearing that something might happen to Zhang Xian. Spiritual power? Hu Xiqian was puzzled. It was obviously the first time he heard of this. What do we warriors practice? Shi Jun asked when he saw that Hu Xiqian didn't understand. Practicing qi, that's why in ancient times we warriors were called qi practitioners. Hu Xiqian replied. Isn't spiritual power an ethereal thing? Unlike qi, it exists within our bodies and we can sense it. Is spiritual power the same as will? Hu Xiqian's eyes were full of doubts. Willpower is only the foundation for the birth of spiritual power. Only with the birth of spiritual power can a person become stronger. I can't explain this to you clearly. In short, people with spiritual power are stronger than ordinary Qigong practitioners. Shi Jun looked at Zhang Xian with shining eyes. Hu Xiqian curled his lips and said, You don't even understand it yourself, why are you showing off to me? However, after listening to what Shi Jun said, he understood one thing, that is, Brother Zhang is going to become even more awesome. No one knew that at this moment Zhang Xian felt that the heaven and earth were resonating with him. A gas emitting a faint fragrance between heaven and earth was inhaled into his body. Zhang Xian felt that all the cells in his body were cheering. At this moment, he felt the rhythm of heaven and earth. Apart from that, all other sounds were abandoned by his ears, as if only this rhythm remained between heaven and earth. Zhang Xian's breathing involuntarily changed to Hu Yanwei's. The next moment, he discovered the benefits of this breathing method. As he adjusted his breathing rhythm, the rhythm of heaven and earth became clearer, and the smell of the fragrant gas became stronger and easier for him to inhale into his body. It turns out that the breathing method is to make oneself more in tune with the world. Under this breathing method, Zhang Xian clearly felt that his body and spirit were gradually getting stronger. More importantly, he felt as if there was an extra breath in his body. With this energy, Zhang Xian felt that his life became more vigorous. The pain in his head was rapidly subsiding, and slowly, he felt unprecedented relaxation. The pores all over his body opened up, greedily absorbing the surrounding air. After the gas is inhaled into the body feels warm, as if there is a heat current flowing. Zhang Xian threw himself into it wholeheartedly, but he didn't know that Hu Xiqian and Shi Jun were looking at him with their jaws dropping. As Zhang Xian breathed in and out, a faint golden light appeared on his body, making him look like a god. But this light is very weak, and only strong people like Shi Jun can detect it. Brother Shi, is Brother Zhang going to become a god? Hu Xiqian felt that his eyes and brain were not enough. The scene before him could only be seen on TV. He did not expect it to appear on the Zhang brothers they were familiar with. Shi Jun opened his mouth wide, wanting to answer, but no sound came out, or perhaps he didn't know what words to use to describe it? The two of them just stared blankly at Zhang Xian for a long time. When Zhang Xian opened his eyes, 3 hours had passed. He felt relaxed and refreshed, better than ever before. Brother Shi, Brother Hu, what are you two doing? Zhang Xian had just opened his eyes and was about to carefully feel the changes in his body when he suddenly saw two big heads coming in front of him, and each other's breathing was clearly audible. Zhang Xian felt a chill and quickly took a few steps back, asking in surprise. Brother Zhang, come here and let me touch you. Hu Xiqian opened his eyes wide and murmured. Hiss. Zhang Xian took a deep breath and took several dozen steps back before he felt a little safer. These two LSPs. I actually like this tune. He felt goosebumps all over his body and was about to fall to the ground. Brothers, you know I have a girlfriend and my sexual orientation is normal. I don't really agree with the special hobbies in your circle. Zhang Xian said tactfully. Shi Jun and Hu Xiqian were stunned for a moment when they heard this, and then their expressions gradually changed. Brother Zhang, we regard you as our brother. Is this how you view us? You are gay, our sexual orientation is normal, okay? The two were furious. What was Zhang Xian's look? Are they gay? Look at yourself. Hu Xiqian said unhappily. Zhang Xian looked at himself in confusion, and the next moment, his jaw almost dropped. At this moment, his body was emitting a light golden glow. Could this be the legendary golden body? Chapter 135 Boy's Raincoat. However, this situation only lasted for a short while, and Zhang Xian's body returned to normal. This is amazing, Brother Zhang, how did you do it? Shi Jun exclaimed. Zhang Xian wanted to try out this breathing method to see if others could practice it. If so, he could teach it to his parents and senior classmates. Even if they can't practice martial arts, it's always good to keep fit. At this moment, Zhang Xian felt so comfortable and energetic, as if he had endless power in his body. Come on, two brothers, pay attention to my breathing and adjust your breathing frequency to be the same as mine. Zhang Xian said, breathing slowly. Shi Jun and Hu Xiqian were deeply moved to see that Zhang Xian was really willing to teach them, and they quickly adjusted their breathing. Zhang Xian breathed comfortably, feeling that doing this was the ultimate enjoyment. Puff. The next moment, a scene that surprised him happened. Hu Xiqian and Shi Jun's faces suddenly changed and they spat out blood. Brother Shi, Brother Hu, how are you? Zhang Xian was very nervous. Is it possible that this mysterious breathing method is not applicable to others? It's okay. There was still blood at the corner of Shi Jun's mouth, but his eyes were shining. Is this a method of cultivating internal energy? It's too profound. One breath contains more than a dozen changes. I can't learn it. Hu Xiqian was a little depressed. I did catch a hint of its charm, but it's hard to learn. Too hard. Shi Jun also sighed. But I sensed a rhythm, and from it I discovered a breathing technique that suits me. I felt changes within my body. Although it's not as profound as Brother Zhang's, it's enough for me. Shi Jun looked at his hands and seemed to see some changes. Hu Xiqian looked at Shi Jun with envy. Is it difficult? Zhang Xian didn't find it difficult. He learned his breathing method from Hu Yanwei. He made some changes when he was feeling the world just now. He learned Hu Yanwei's breathing method in one go. It's very simple. Brother Zhang is here, so you can learn anytime you want. Let's deal with Hu Yanwei first. He's still your cousin after all. Shi Jun patted Hu Xiqian's shoulder and comforted him. Gah! Zhang Xian looked at Hu Xiqian in surprise. Hu Yanwei is Hu Xiqian's cousin. I left the Hu family a long time ago. The Hu family's affairs have nothing to do with me. Stop fussing with these nonsense. Hu Xiqian pushed Shi Jun away angrily. Shi Jun laughed out loud. The Hu family still retains the servant system from the Republic of China era. My mother grew up in the Hu family and had never been exposed to the outside world. She always thought she was born to be a servant of the Hu family. I was born to an old man in the Hu family who got drunk. My birth was not allowed in the Hu family. They wanted to kill me. My mother didn't want me to die like this, so she escaped with the help of my grandparents. My grandparents were tortured to death by the Hu family. Seeing Zhang Xian's confusion, Hu Xiqian gritted his teeth and explained. But today's incident has reminded us that there are still some traitors among us. Hu Xiqian's face showed a cold expression. The sniper in secret just now should have been arranged by the Lin family. Someone leaked the information. Shi Jun nodded and said coldly. Go back and dig out those rats. Shi Jun ordered his men to take Hu Yanwei's body away. Hu Xiqian drove Zhang Xian back to the villa. Damn Xian, how dare you stand me up? I'll beat you to death, I'll beat you to death. As soon as I returned to the villa, I heard the angry voice of my senior schoolmate coming from inside. Zhang Xian burst out laughing. Xia Meng was furious. She was taking a shower in the bathroom and was afraid that Zhang Xian would rush in. But after she finished showering, there was no movement outside. When she wanted to go out, she realized something was wrong and she didn't bring her towel and bathrobe. She was so embarrassed, but she couldn't just stay in the bathroom all the time. She thought that sooner or later she would be Zhang Xian's person anyway, so it didn't matter whether she saw him sooner or later. So she asked Zhang Xian to help her get a bath towel and bathrobe. But no matter how she shouted, there was no response. She wondered if Zhang Xian had gone downstairs. This was perfect. She ran out carefully, took the towel and bathrobe on the bed and ran back to the bathroom, her heart almost jumping out of her chest. After she came out wearing a bathrobe, she still didn't see Zhang Xian coming up, so she went downstairs and looked for him, only to find that Zhang Xian was no longer in the villa. Call, the phone rang on the bed. Xia Meng was the only one in the huge villa. She was scared and quickly hid in the quilt. She was angry and scared, so she started cursing. Zhang Xian adjusted his breathing and slowly approached Xia Meng. The girl was so busy scolding him that she didn't notice anything. Senior, are you thinking about me? Who would have thought that if a bastard like you dared to leave me here alone, I would beat you to death? Xia Meng responded subconsciously. As she spoke, she suddenly reacted and turned her head to see Zhang Xian's smiling face. Oh, whoa! Xia Meng was happy at first, then her eyes turned red and she threw herself into Zhang Xian's arms, opening her mouth and biting Zhang Xian's shoulder. You bad guy! Where have you been? I'm so scared. Xia Meng took a few bites and started crying in Zhang Xian's arms, venting her grievances. The sound was so loud that even Li Zixin and Zhang Xiran next door could hear it clearly. Zhang Xiran's face flushed red and she spat secretly, but she saw Li Zixin walking out. She quickly grabbed Li Zixin and asked, "What are you going to do?" Meng Meng is crying, I'm going to go check it out. Zhang Xiran was speechless. The couple is doing exercises before bed. What are you doing over there? Exercise before bed? Yoga? Then why is Meng Meng crying? Is it in pain? Li Zixin asked curiously. Maybe this is Meng Meng's first time, and it hurts the first time. Zhang Xiran explained, and Li Zixin nodded as if she understood. Inside the villa. Xia Meng pouted and glared at Zhang Xian angrily. What did you do? Brother Shi and brother who asked me to go over and take care of something. Otherwise, I wanted to break into the bathroom to see you. Get out. Xia Meng spat before Zhang Xian could finish his words. Shall we go to bed? As soon as Zhang Xian said this, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became charming. It was already very late and Xia Meng was already sleepy. She lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. I'm going to take a shower first. Zhang Xian said as he walked into the bathroom. Xia Meng hid in the quilt, not knowing what would happen next. Both excited and scared. Listening to the sound of water dripping from the bathroom, her heart could not calm down, and her little face was flushed and hot. Zhang Xian quickly finished his shower and walked out wrapped in a bath towel. Xia Meng immediately buried herself in the quilt, not daring to look, her heart was about to jump out. Zhang Xian was also very excited. He walked to the bed and was about to hug the girl who belonged to him. I didn't buy that. Just when Zhang Xian was about to touch Xia Meng suddenly spoke. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. Didn't buy anything? Xia Meng's face flushed red. She pinched Zhang Xian and whispered, You boys' little raincoats. Chapter 136 The First Night. A little raincoat for boys? What the hell? Oh, that's the one, made of rubber. Xiaomeng saw that Zhang Xian still didn't understand, and she gestured with her hands in anger. Zhang Xian finally understood and couldn't help but burst out laughing. It's just a condom, why don't you just say it? What are you laughing at? We're both still in school. Do you want me to go to school with a big belly? Xiaomeng hid in the quilt, poked her little head out and asked Zhang Xian viciously. Okay, go to sleep and don't think about those messy things. Zhang Xian crawled into bed amid Xiaomeng's exclamation. You squeezed me. Xiaomeng's little face was instantly covered with red clouds, feeling a little embarrassed and shy. Zhang Xian hugged the senior sister in his arms and then laughed. What are you laughing at? Xiaomeng hid in Zhang Xian's arms and asked unhappily. Nothing. I am so lucky, the senior sister has a lot of information. After the lights were turned off, the entire room was instantly plunged into darkness. Both of them opened their eyes wide, and their breath hit each other's faces. Xiaomeng didn't dare to move, her body was tense. She was extremely nervous now. This kind of life was what she had always dreamed of, but when it really happened, she became nervous again. Zhang Xian knew Xiaomeng was nervous and kissed her on the forehead. Go to sleep. When you're ready, I'll have you again. Zhang Xian kissed Xiaomeng again, then turned over and faced away from her. In the darkness, Xiaomeng's tense body slowly relaxed, and she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Time is passing. After fighting with Hu Yanwei and competing with the sniper, Zhang Xian was indeed tired and soon fell asleep. Listening to Zhang Xian's steady breathing, Xiaomeng leaned towards Zhang Xian, mustered up her courage, hugged Zhang Xian tightly from behind, and put her little face on Zhang Xian's back, feeling unprecedented security. The next day, early in the morning, the sky brightened. Zhang Xian woke up and suddenly smelled an alluring body fragrance. Not only that, his arms were held tightly, a soft feeling surrounded him, and a long white leg was placed on his legs. Zhang Xian tilted his head and looked over, only to see a beautiful face. The distance between the two people was so close that he could even feel the breath of the senior sister hitting his face, with a faint fragrance that was intoxicating. At this moment, the senior student seemed to be dreaming. She swallowed her saliva, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her hands tightly hugged Zhang Xian's arms. Feeling the soft touch, Zhang Xian felt like he was about to explode. So comfortable. At this moment, perhaps noticing Zhang Xian's gaze, the senior sister opened her eyes were hazy and confused, looking cute. Gradually, Xiaomeng was a little confused, her beautiful eyes staring at Zhang Xian's handsome face, and then, swish! Xiaomeng's little face turned red instantly. Senior, are you awake? Zhang Xian said with a slight smile. Xiaomeng pretended to be calm, but the arms that were holding Zhang Xian involuntarily exerted some force. Suddenly she felt that this posture was even more embarrassing, so she quickly let go, but unexpectedly exposed her more beautiful scene in front of Zhang Xian. Hiss! Zhang Xian's breathing involuntarily became rapid, and he hugged Xiaomeng tightly in his arms. What a little goblin! What are you doing? Xiaomeng's whole body tensed up as she asked nervously. Senior, let's get up. Zhang Xian felt like his body was about to explode, especially since it was morning. The reaction was even greater. Holding such a beautiful woman in your arms but not being able to do anything is simply a hellish torture. Better get up quickly, or he'll really explode. Zhang Xian sat up and put on his clothes. Xiaomeng hid in the quilt, leaving only her little head exposed. Looking at Zhang Xian's angular muscles and figure, her little face turned even redder. It's over. Xiao Xian has a great figure. And 8-pack abs. Xiaomeng couldn't help but reach out and touch it twice. If you want to touch it, you can. Zhang Xian noticed Xiaomeng's gaze, smiled and said, showing off his muscles frankly. Swish! Xiaomeng's face was red, and her little head hid in the quilt, not daring to come out. Zhang Xian laughed and pulled back the quilt. Ah! Xiaomeng screamed. Zhang Xian walked out with a big laugh to avoid Xiaomeng from feeling shy and embarrassed. You little brat! You only know how to bully me. Seeing Zhang Xian closing the door, Xiaomeng pouted and muttered. When she came out after getting dressed, the aroma of food was already wafting from the kitchen. Senior, hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. You can eat soon. Good. When the meal was ready, Li Zixin and Jiang Shiran came over with sleepy eyes and sat there waiting. Seeing Zhang Xian bringing out the millet porridge, the three of them smelled the aroma with pleasure and were completely intoxicated by it. Li Zixin picked it up and wanted to drink it, but Zhang Xian snatched it away. What are you doing? Li Zixin looked aggrieved like a child. Have you two washed your faces and brushed your teeth? Zhang Xian saw eye boogers in the corners of Li Zixin's eyes. These two girls must have just gotten up and come here. Oh, I forgot. It's okay, Ran and I often eat without washing our faces or brushing our teeth. Li Zixin said indifferently. Zhang Xian was speechless. Why did this girl say anything? Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. This is so unhygienic. We're waiting for you. Zhang Xian was defeated by Li Zixin's invincible remarks. He used to think that this girl was a fool, but only after interacting with her for a long time did he realize how cute this girl was. Don't want. Li Zixin was very protective of her food. She put her mouth into the bowl, took a sip, and then looked at Zhang Xian happily, completely ignoring the rice grains on her face. At this moment, she no longer has any idle image at all, and is just like a girl who has never grown up. Come back with me. Zhang Xian couldn't bear it anymore and dragged her back to the villa to brush her teeth. When they came back, Zhang Xian was speechless. Li Zixin came directly with her own toiletries. This girl really doesn't consider herself an outsider. Senior, I'm going to take Zixin and the others to record a song later. Do you want to come with us or just play by yourself? As she was speaking, Xia Meng's cell phone rang. It turned out that Wang Shui and her friends had returned from their trip and wanted Xia Meng to pick them up. The newly opened studio is located in Xia Entertainment's office building. Zhang Xian and the other two drove over and entered the office building. No, this room is my favorite. Why should I give it to someone else? Hurry up and throw these messes out. Don't make me angry. When we arrived at the place Xia Tianjun mentioned, an arrogant voice came. Mr. Jiang, this is the chairman's plan to establish a new music studio. If you want to occupy it, at least tell the chairman. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to do it. Then a soft and weak voice was heard. I told you to move, so just move. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Who are we, Hanyu? We are the chairman's cash cow. You've wasted our time and affected our mood. Can you bear the consequences? Zhang Xian and the other two watched closer and looked over, and happened to see a sign there, Xinmeng Studio. Zhang Xian frowned. Chapter 137, Popular Student Jian Hanyu. What's going on? Zhang Xian asked. Who are you? What do you have to do here? Get out of here. A sissy said coldly when he heard the voice. Turning around and seeing Zhang Xian, she was stunned for a moment, then smiled coquettishly and said, Hey, handsome boy, are you new in the company? Do you have an agent? Jiang Jia, you're here. Mr. Zhang wants to use this place to rest. Look. Xia Tianjun arranged a young assistant for Zhang Xian. The young assistant had just graduated and no one dared to offend him. He was worried about it, but when he saw Zhang Xian coming, he felt relieved and quickly said, Oh, I was wondering who has such a great honor. It turns out to be the famous Queen Li. The sissy said sarcastically when he saw Li Zixin. Then he continued to look at Zhang Xian. Little brother, my name is Meng Xian, you can just call me Xiao Xinxin. I am our Hanyu's manager. If you just follow me, I guarantee that you can be as famous as Hanyu. Hello? Li Zixin greeted politely. Oh, I don't deserve it. Don't say hello. If people in the serious entertainment industry see us, we're afraid we'll be banned. Meng Xian waved her hand with disgust. You? Zhang Xian glared at the other person angrily. Li Zixin's face was gloomy. If it were in the past, who would dare to talk to her like this? When the Hu family first spoke, she would definitely argue with them, but after going through so many things, she has become accustomed to it. Zhang Hanyu standing next to him is a handsome young man with an aloof look on his face. However, in terms of handsomeness, he cannot compare with Zhang Xian, but he is already very handsome. He just stood there, indifferent to what the sissy and others said, as if the matter had nothing to do with him. Little brother, how is it? The sissy stared at Zhang Xian, her saliva almost dripping. Zhang Xian frowned, pushed Chen Mengxin aside, and walked straight into the room. However, I saw that the equipment inside had been buried by some debris. What's going on? Zhang Xian looked at the assistant and asked. The young assistant felt aggrieved. She didn't know Zhang Xian's identity, but Zhang Xian came with Li Zixin, so in her eyes, he was her boss. Why are you like this? Didn't you hear what people were saying to you? Chen Mingxin got angry when she saw Zhang Xian ignoring him. As the gold medal agent of Xia Entertainment, he is sought after wherever he goes, but he didn't expect to be ignored in front of Zhang Xian. Get out! Zhang Xian said coldly. He really couldn't stand this man. He was neither male nor female and so arrogant. He was obviously a man, but he dressed like a woman and even put on foundation. It was disgusting. You? Chen Mingxin widened his eyes. He didn't expect that someone in Xia Group would dare to speak to him like that. He pointed at Zhang Xian with his index finger pinched and was so angry that he couldn't speak. At this time, Zhang Hanyu looked at Zhang Xian. The young assistant didn't expect Zhang Xian to be so awesome. Although she had just entered the industry, she also knew the name of the gold medal agent Chen Mingxin. The assistant lowered his head and stuck out his tongue, explaining, I've already told them, but they said there's nowhere else to put these things. This is the only place that has space, so they put them here. Zhang Xian was very angry. Someone was trying to intimidate them again. Go call the security and have them throw these things out. A tiger in dire straits is often bullied by a dog. Zhang Xian was once a gold medal agent, and her fame was even higher than that of Chen Mingxin. They had met before, and Chen Mingxin was so humble and lowly that she wanted to lick her shoes. Now that something happened to her, Chen Mingxin dared to show off in front of her. If it were a few days ago, she might have swallowed her anger, but now they have someone to support them and are no longer motherless children, so why should she endure this humiliation? What's more, they dared to scold Zhang Xian even when Hu Weiyong and Wan Di came, not to mention a little Chen Mingxin. Chen Mingxin was stunned for a moment when she heard Zhang Xian's words, then she laughed and said, Oh, you're so arrogant, Zhang Xian, are you still living in the past? Go ahead and shout, and see if the security here will pay any attention to you. I'm making this clear today, we Hanyu have taken over this place, and no one else can stop us. Go call the security guard. Zhang Xian said calmly to the assistant, then looked at Zhang Hanyu and Chen Mingxin, get out. Damn it, I gave you face, didn't you hear what I just said? This is... Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't give him face, Chen Mingxin got angry and jumped up and down and cursed. Bang! Then a crisp sound interrupted his cursing, and Zhang Xian slapped him and sent him flying. He hit the wall with a bang and fell unconscious. Zhang Hanyu on the side was dumbfounded, his body couldn't help but tremble, and there was more fear in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Xian. Do you want to get out of here by yourself, or should I help you? Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Hanyu and spoke calmly, giving people an irresistible feeling. Zhang Hanyu looked at Zhang Xian in astonishment, pointed at his nose in surprise and said, Are you talking to me? You know. Bang! Zhang Xian kicked Zhang Hanyu out. It seems he chose to let me help him. Zhang Xian said with a smile, then smiled slightly at the assistant. Go call the security. Ha! Oh, I'll go right away. Please don't hit me. The young assistant was so frightened by Zhang Xian's gaze that he turned pale and ran out holding his head. Zhang Xian. Li Zixin. Zhang Xian. The entire room fell into a dead silence, and then... Ha ha ha. The assistant's reaction was so funny that Zhang Xian couldn't help it. As for whether Zhang Hanyu would be hurt after being kicked away by Zhang Xian, Zhang Xian never worried about it. Not to mention that Zhang Xian is the boss of Teo Yuanju, just because Zhang Xian is Xia Tianjuan's son-in-law, Zhang Hanyu is nothing. A star like him who relies on traffic has no foundation at all. It is too easy to bring him down. You dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? You think you're Li Zixin's man, so you dare to hit me? And you still think you're a big star? Boy, this matter absolutely cannot be let go like this. Just wait for me. Zhang Hanyu's stomach ached. He covered his stomach with his hands as cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Looking at the closed door, he roared angrily. Isn't that Zhang Hanyu? What happened to him? It seems like someone beat me up. Who dares to hit him? He's the cash cow of Xia Entertainment and the chairman's darling. Hiss, didn't you notice Sister Meng Xin behind Zhang Hanyu? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the unconscious person. When they saw that it was Chen Mingxin, they all gasped. Seeing this scene, some people were worried, some were gloating, and everyone had different expressions. Zhang Hanyu felt even more embarrassed and angry when he felt everyone's gaze on him. He went straight to the chairman's office angrily. Get out of here! Wherever he passed, people made way for him. Chapter 138 Can you speak properly? Several security guards followed the assistant. Brothers, help me clear this place. Zhang Xian took out a few boxes of cigarettes and threw them to the security guard. Seeing that it was Bo Jinglikan, the security guard immediately smiled and said, Okay. But brother, don't blame us for not warning you. It seems that these things were put here by those thugs to mess with you. If you throw them out like this without telling them, you might offend a lot of people. The security guard kindly reminded Zhang Xian, but he didn't care and said, It's okay, just help me, I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Okay. Several security guards picked up things and threw them outside. Let me see who dares to throw my things. Damn it. This is outrageous. How dare you throw my things away? Are you looking for death? Just as the things were thrown away, a chaotic sound of footsteps was heard, accompanied by a burst of cursing. Several security guards who had previously been on friendly terms with Zhang Xian and threatened to stand by him disappeared in an instant. Zhang Xian's face changed. There was quite a commotion outside and it seemed that a lot of people had arrived. Don't worry, we just need someone to wipe the tables and mop the floor, and they'll be here soon. Zhang Xian patted the two women on the shoulders, motioning them to rest assured, and then walked out. Bang! A man kicked the door and walked in. Zhang Xian frowned. The man saw Zhang Xian and cursed, Mad, you. Bang! Can you speak properly? Zhang Xian asked calmly. There was a clear slap mark on the man's face. The man was stunned and stared at Zhang Xian blankly, Xiao you. Bang! Can you talk properly? Zhang Xian's face was full of smiles. He lit a cigarette, took a puff, and blew out a smoke ring comfortably. You. Bang! Can you talk properly? Zhang Xian looked at the other person indifferently. The group of people following behind were dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone so arrogant before. Bang! I'm asking you one last time, can you speak properly? Zhang Xian looked at the other person indifferently. Able. The man was dumbfounded, his face was swollen and half of his teeth were missing. You dare to hit our people? I think you are. Someone next to him blared at Zhang Xian and spoke. Bang! I forgot to hit you. Can you speak properly? Zhang Xian slapped the person and looked at the person who spoke. The others all covered their faces, fearing that they would be the next to be hit. Can you talk properly? Zhang Xian looked around and spoke calmly, but his powerful aura made everyone around him quiet down. These things belong to you, right? You made this place dirty, so clean it up. Zhang Xian looked at these people coldly, I don't want to say it again. Although those people didn't want to listen to Zhang Xian, when they saw Zhang Xian smile, their hearts started pounding, and in the end they started cleaning reluctantly. Just then, footsteps were heard. Who dares to cause trouble here? Hearing this sound, everyone who was cleaning the house stopped. The chairman is here, kid, this is Xia Entertainment, not your home, just wait. Let me see how you're going to explain this to the chairman later. Everyone clenched their fists, looking forward to seeing the moment when Zhang Xian was scolded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Zhang Hanyu walking towards them with a look of grievance on his face, following Xia Tianjun. At this moment, Zhang Mengxin, who was unconscious, woke up. He saw Zhang Xian at first sight. Without any hesitation, he stood up and rushed towards Zhang Xian with a fist raised. If you dare to hit me, I'll smash your face. The voice is so coquettish that it makes people laugh. Stop it, Mengxin. Zhang Hanyu shouted loudly. Hearing Zhang Hanyu's voice, Chen Mengxin hesitated for a moment and stopped. When he turned around and saw Xia Tianjun, a look of aggrieved immediately appeared on his face. Chairman, look at this guy. He actually hit someone. How disgusting. He turned around and coldly whispered to Zhang Xian, boy, you're in trouble this time. You're destined to be kicked out of Xia Entertainment. You might even be kicked out of this circle completely. Don't you want to know who organized this incident? Chen Mengxin said with a sinister smile in her eyes. It's me. I just don't want this bitch to have any chance of getting up again. A person who has been banned by the Hu family still wants to make a comeback? Wishful thinking. As she spoke, Li Zixin looked at Chen Mengxin, sneered, and whispered, Chen Mengxin, Master Hu asked me to remind you that unless you agree to be Master Hu's woman, you can forget about staying in this circle for the rest of your life. Mr. Hu? Zhang Xian suddenly realized that it was Hu Bingsheng. Did Hu Bingsheng come to Dongshan just to do this? Unfortunately, Hu Bingsheng met him. Zhang Xian walked up to Chen Mengxin in full view of everyone. Chen Mengxin was so frightened that her face turned pale. She took more than 10 steps back before she felt a little safer. Did Hu Bingxing ask you to do this? Zhang Xian looked at Chen Mengxin coldly and asked. Chairman, please call the police and have this guy arrested. He dared to hit me. Chen Mengxin retreated to Xia Tianjuan's side and complained like a woman. Bang! A slap landed on Chen Mengxin's face, causing him to stagger and sit on the ground. You're a traitor. You earn my money, but you obey the Hu family's orders. Xia Tianjun walked up and kicked him a few more times. Zhang Hanyu was dumbfounded. The chairman had always respected him and even smiled at everyone in the company. This was the first time he saw the chairman angry today, and he was stunned. Just now, the chairman heard that he was beaten and was extremely angry. He wanted to come over and scold the person who beat him. But after coming here and seeing that person, his attitude suddenly changed. It's all because of the person in front of me. Who is this person? If Zhang Hanyu still couldn't guess that Zhang Xian's identity was extraordinary at this time, he would be a fool. Uncle Xia, your company management is terrible. Zhang Xian shook his head. The company's gold medal agent is considered a senior executive of the company. He must know that the company and Zhengjing Entertainment are in competition. But Chen Mengxin actually listened to Hu Bingxing's words. It is impossible for such a person to do this without any thoughts in his mind. Even Zhang Hanyu probably had some thoughts in his mind. When the people around heard Zhang Xian say this, their scalps tightened. No one in the company dared to speak to the chairman like this, not to mention that the chairman was angry at the moment. It was estimated that this kid was in trouble. But the next moment, they were stunned. After hearing what Zhang Xian said, the chairman suddenly laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, kid. But if you think your uncle's management is not good enough, I will let you manage the company. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Hanyu, who was standing by, stared at the scene in front of him with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He looked at Zhang Xian in surprise. Who is this person? Chapter 139. You want to leave, that is great. However, before they could finish being shocked, an even more shocking scene occurred. Zhang Xian said helplessly, You should take care of it yourself. I have a lot of things to do. Ah, that's your business. Uncle is getting old, and the company will still be yours in the future. You have to take care of it even if you don't want to. Xia Tianjun laughed out loud, grabbed Zhang Xian's arm affectionately and walked in. Zhang Xiran looked at Chen Mengxin coldly and walked in with Li Zixin. Idiot. You even dare to offend Xia Entertainment's son-in-law. You are so stupid. What's more, Xia family's son-in-law is not Zhang Xian's most impressive identity. Just as Zhang Xian was about to step into Xinmeng Studio, the electronic sound of the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Option 1, expose Chen Mengxin's crime of industrial espionage. Reward, 10% of Xingjing Entertainment's shares, physical fitness plus 10, spiritual fitness plus 10. Option 2, ignore Chen Mengxin's sins. Reward, a Lamborghini sports car, wealth value plus 10 billion. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment. Chen Mengxin had been so arrogant just now, and he had no intention of letting her go. After hearing the system options, he said to Xia Tianjun. Uncle Xia, this person has close ties with the Hu family. He might have other plans in mind. We should call the police and investigate thoroughly. Ding, it's detected that the host has made a decision. Rewards are being distributed, 10% of Zhengjing Entertainment's shares, physical fitness plus 10, spirit plus 10. Feeling a surge of power in his body, Zhang Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly with satisfaction. At this moment, he is facing Lin again, and it is still unknown who is stronger. Xia Tianjun was slightly stunned. Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't look like he was joking, he turned around and said to the security guard who appeared out of nowhere. Detain Chen Mengxin, call the police, and investigate whether he's suspected of industrial espionage. As soon as the words fell, Chen Mengxin's face changed drastically and her body couldn't help but tremble. Zhang Xian saw all of this. It seems that there is really something wrong with Chen Mengxin. Chairman, are you kidding me? Why? I have made such a huge contribution to the company. The company is now in such a brilliant situation. I, Chen Mengxin, deserve at least half of the credit. Most of the stars in the company were discovered by me. Just because of what this kid said, you treat me like this? This is unfair. You will disappoint the veterans in the company by doing this, don't you agree? Chen Mingxin also wanted to drag others to cause trouble, and she hated Zhang Xian to the extreme. He couldn't stay at Xia Entertainment anymore. He went back and finished all the things and left immediately without leaving any traces. Chen Mingxin gave a look to several old employees. Yes, Chairman, you can't do this. Sister Mingxin is a veteran of the company and a hero. Without Sister Mingxin, Xia Entertainment would have been finished long ago. Sister Mingxin has discovered many big stars over the years, such as Han Yu and Xiaolin. You treat Sister Mingxin like this just because of a word from this kid. It will make us feel disappointed. Chairman, let's make this clear today. You can't treat Sister Meng Xian like this. As long as she's here, we'll be here. If she leaves, we'll leave too. Some people even made direct threats to Xia Tianjun. Chen Mingxin was very proud and glanced at Xia Tianjun and Zhang Xian. He had been running the company for more than 10 years, so how could he not have any backup plan? He said that connections are second only to others, and no one dares to claim to be first. Xia Tianjuan's actions this time further strengthened his idea of leaving Xia Entertainment and joining the Hu family. Zhangjiang Entertainment is a big-name entertainment company with abundant resources, many stars, and many partners. Although Xia Entertainment has been operating for decades and is a large company in Dongshan, it is far behind in terms of scale and connections. He has been in the industry for so many years and has a very good reputation in the circle. If he goes into serious entertainment, he will definitely reach a higher level. Chairman, we've worked together for many years, so I have no choice but to give you this opportunity. If you want me to continue working for the company, you can. As he spoke, he pointed at Zhang Xian angrily and said through gritted teeth, but he must get out of this company. Looking at the clown like Chen Mingxin, Zhang Xian and Li Zixin were speechless. Chen Mingxin had no idea what outcome was waiting for him. He stood there with great momentum, completely ignoring Xia Tianjuan's thoughts. He now only wants to kick Zhang Xian, the instigator of this incident, out of Xia Entertainment, and then he will make a high-profile job change and join Zhangjiang Entertainment with a few stars he has trained. Yes, Chairman, if you want us to stay, you must get this guy out of Xia Entertainment, otherwise we will leave. Seeing Chen Mingxin's encouraging eyes, those people became more courageous, spoke up, walked behind Chen Mingxin, and gestured to stand with Chen Mingxin. Xia Tianjun froze in place, looking at these people with a complicated expression. These people became even more proud when they saw Xia Tianjuan's expression. However, the next moment, they could no longer laugh. Mad, that's great. Just when they thought Xia Tianjun was going to kick Zhang Xian out, Xia Tianjun slapped his thigh and shouted excitedly. Secretary Jean, write down these people's names and take them to sign the termination contracts later. Damn it, the company is bloated now, and this sissy has hired a bunch of people who are not needed by the company to collect salaries without working. I have wanted you guys to get out for a long time. I didn't expect you to actually bring this up. Secretary Jean, did you record what these people just said? Otherwise, it would be hard to bring it up at the labor arbitration. Secretary Jean said coldly, it was recorded, Chairman. Well, take these people and terminate the contract. Where's the security? Call the police and arrest them. Investigate this damn sissy thoroughly. After saying that, Xia Tianjun and Zhang Xian walked into the room. Come in. Xiaoxin. Zhang Xian pulled Li Zixin into the room. Before closing the door, he said to the dumbfounded people, you are a bunch of idiots. You are actually using the owner of Teo Yuanju to threaten the chairman. Are you that important? He. Li Zixin couldn't help but laugh out loud. After hearing Zhang Xian's words, those people were already confused, and now they were shocked. The owner of Teo Yuanju? Is it true? So young? In the crowd, Jiang Hanyu clenched his fists. No wonder. No wonder the chairman attaches so much importance to Zhang Xian that he even comes here and abandons his own cash cow. It turns out that this person is the owner of Teo Yuanju. It all makes sense. He thought about it, then turned and left. Several security guards had long been fed up with Chen Mingxin's arrogance. They walked over, grabbed his arm and walked towards the security room. What are you doing? What gives you the right to arrest me? What you are doing is illegal, let me go. Chen Mingxin panicked. He knows best what he has done and how much he has done over the years. Now he has been caught before those things have been dealt with. What consequences await him? Chapter 140 School starts. Fuck you. What are you doing? Didn't you hear what the chairman just said? Call the police. Just wait, someone will come and take care of you. The security guard slapped Chen Mingxin in the face. The other security guards were often bullied by Chen Mingxin. Now that they finally had a chance to take revenge, they naturally wanted to take the opportunity to hit her a few times. What do you want to do? You're breaking the law. I'm telling you, I have connections in the relevant departments. I'll remember you, and you'll have to pay for it. Chen Mingxin glared at the security guard who beat him and threatened. After saying that, she looked at those people again and roared, "Are you all dead? Pull these security guards away. I'm done, and you're going to eat shit too." At this moment, as long as he is not handed over to the relevant departments, everything will be fine after today. Chen Mingxin had a good idea, but his idea was destined to fail. At this moment, those who were placed in the company by him were dumbfounded when they heard that the company was going to fire them. When they heard that they had offended the boss of Teo Yuanju, they froze there and could not hear anything Chen Mingxin said. Enter the studio. Several people tacitly agreed not to mention what had just happened. Where was Li Zixin recording songs, and Zhang Xian also performed several songs that are familiar to Chinese people around the world. When several musicians arrived and heard that they were going to play a song, they were still very resistant. However, when they saw the music written by Zhang Xian, they were overjoyed and wanted to kneel on the ground and kowtow to Zhang Xian. Several people's eyes lit up. They didn't expect the song could be played like this. The appearance of these songs seemed to open a door to a new world for them, and they even felt that their world had been turned upside down. They feel that all the knowledge they learned before was in vain. Everyone has already imagined what a huge response the release of these songs will cause in the market. It is definitely a global shock. It was an absolute honor to have their names appear on the song. Thinking of this, several people stayed in the studio almost without sleep. Outside, Xia Tianjun began to build momentum. Zhang Xian directly invested 100 million yuan in advertising. When this incident happened, the whole Dongshan was shocked. Everyone was laughing at the joke of Xia Entertainment and Dongshan industry. After all, the previous lesson of serious entertainment was still there. This time, Zhang Xian invested the advertising fees in the name of Dongshan Industrial. At this moment, a major event happened. Zhang Hanyu, the mainstay of Xia Entertainment, announced in a high-profile manner that he would join Zhengjing Entertainment. However, Zhang Hanyu's top agent Chen Mingxin was exposed for commercial espionage and faces more than 10 years in prison. Everyone realized that someone was gambling, and no one dared to join in without permission. However, no one was optimistic about Xia Entertainment and Dongshan Industry. Although Dongshan Industry has been injected with a large amount of capital, Bai Weiwei is more suitable for defending the city, and her methods are gentle and steady. At this time, Bai Weiwei and Xia Tianjun can never be the opponents of the old fox Hu Weiyong and the wise man Wan Deke. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Teo Yuanju announced that it had acquired Zhengjing Entertainment in full and officially entered the entertainment industry. Everyone was stunned and shocked by Teo Yuanju's generosity. The person sent by Teo Yuanju is even more interesting, Lin Ruxin, the former president of Zhengjing Entertainment. Once this news was broadcast, the entire entertainment industry was shocked. However, Zhang Xian did not pay attention to these things. With Xia Tianjun, Wang Chuan, and Lin Ruxin around, the small Hu family was not enough to be a basis for investigation. Today is the first day of school at Dongshan University. When he woke up in the morning, Zhang Xian felt as if he was being pressed down by a mountain. He looked up speechlessly, only to see Xia Meng lying there in a disgraceful manner, her head pressed against his chest, her little mouth smacking unconsciously, her saliva flowing onto Zhang Xian's body. The soft body was pressed tightly against Zhang Xian, and the thin pajamas could no longer cover the charming scenery, revealing the fair skin. Buzz! Zhang Xian's head was about to explode. This girl has such a great figure and exudes a charming fragrance. Zhang Xian is almost unable to control himself, especially since it is early morning. Zhang Xian looked up. Don't get up, what's the point? This girl is on her period these 2 days, it won't work. Zhang Xian grumbled helplessly. Last night, the atmosphere was just right and he had prepared a small raincoat for boys, but this girl got her period. After this girl got her period, she still refused to behave herself, causing him to take cold showers more than a dozen times and hide in another bedroom before falling asleep. But she followed him again. Just then, a pair of somewhat confused eyes gradually opened, noticed Zhang Xian's gaze, smiled foolishly, and then stood up without any concern about exposing herself. Some people are not well behaved at night. Xia Meng was the first to complain, smiling like a little fox. Zhang Xian always remembers the saying, never reason with a woman. Without saying a word, he reached out and grabbed it. Oh. You. Xia Meng's beautiful eyes were about to drip with tears, and she pouted and looked at Zhang Xian angrily. Zhang Xian chuckled, got up, washed, ate, and then drove Xia Meng to school. Back to the classroom. Brother Xian, this way. As soon as Zhang Xian entered the classroom, Yang Ming's voice rang out. In an instant, everyone looked towards the classroom door. Damn, Brother Xian, something's wrong with you. We're all tanned and peeling after a month of military training, but you're okay? Wang Chang said, looking at Zhang Xian with envy and jealousy. Yeah, what kind of skin cream did you use? Look at the girls in our class, their skin color changed after using skin cream, but yours didn't get darker, it became even whiter. Yang Ming couldn't help but touch Zhang Xian's skin, feeling a little envious. His skin was better than any other girl's. Get out of here. When Zhang Xian saw Yang Ming's LSP look, he felt goosebumps all over his body and felt nauseous. Hello, is Zhang Xian in this class? At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded from the classroom door. The originally bustling classroom suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone looked towards the door and saw a pretty girl with a haughty expression standing there. The girl was wearing a leather jacket and a leather miniskirt, looking very fashionable. She had a bun on her head, and what caught people's attention was that she had a black mole at the corner of her mouth. The existence of this black mole not only did not destroy her beauty, but instead added a bit of charm to her. When Zhang Xian saw the girl, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't know her, but he still stood up with a smile. When the girls in the class saw another girl coming to see Zhang Xian, they suddenly felt unbalanced. Why? Zhang Xian is in their class, and they haven't made any move yet. How do these girls know Zhang Xian? So annoying. What do you want to talk to Zhang Xian about? A female classmate in the first row asked with some jealousy. The girl was chewing gum and was not at all nervous being watched by so many people. When someone asked, she smiled. My father asked me to find Zhang Xian and want him to be my husband. Zhang Xian, who had just taken a few steps, said. His face was covered with black lines. Chapter 141 Li Baowan. Is she the daughter of some bastard from the northern faction? Some time ago, many people wanted to introduce their daughters to him, but no one came during that time. Zhang Xian thought these people were just joking, but he didn't expect that someone really came. When the girl saw Zhang Xian's face, her eyes suddenly lit up. Well, my dad didn't lie to me, you are so handsome. Thank you. Who is your father? Zhang Xian asked curiously. Oh, it doesn't matter who my father is. Come out with me and let's talk and see if you are the right one for me. The girl said nonchalantly, then reached out to pull Zhang Xian's arm. Boom. Everyone in the class was in an uproar when they saw the scene. Want to communicate? How to communicate? Just chatting? Or, a deeper level of communication? Someone in the classroom whistled. Shameless. Pooh. The girls were jealous. School had started, and they had gathered up their courage during the National Day holiday, ready to confess their feelings today, but someone else got there first. The class flower must not be leaked out. Almost at this moment, the girls in the class reached a consensus. At this moment, a graceful figure came and saw Zhang Xian and the girl at the door at a glance. Li Baowan, why are you here? Gu Qingcheng, what are you doing here? I was the first one to find Zhang Xian. He's mine. Li Baowan glared at Gu Qingcheng and secretly cursed, what a shame. Why did this fierce woman come here? Although she is not ugly, she is still far inferior to Gu Qingcheng, who is known as the volcano school belle. I'm telling you, we did it last night, he's mine now. Li Baowan stopped in front of Gu Qingcheng and said something shocking. Wow. The people around were in an uproar and looked at Li Baowan in shock. Hey, classmate, please don't. Zhang Xian was stunned. Whose daughter was this girl? She was so powerful. If this matter gets to his senior, he won't be able to explain it even if he has 100 mouths. I'm the instructor of this class. What do you think I'm doing here? Gu Qingcheng glanced at Li Baowan unhappily, then raised her left arm and placed it on Zhang Xian's shoulder. Boy, come inside with me, I have something to tell you. And you, get out of here, don't waste time here. This guy has a girlfriend, Xia Meng, the most famous campus beauty. Do you think he will be interested in you if he has Xia Meng? Gu Qingcheng stood at the door of the classroom and turned to Li Baowan and said, Tisk, I'm not married yet. I have plenty of opportunities. As long as I wield the hoe well, there's no corner I can't dig down. Zhang Xian, I'll pick you up after school. Li Baowan said as she blew Zhang Xian a kiss, then turned around and left with her hips twisted. The enchanting back made the boys around her swallow their saliva frantically. Boy, you're so lucky. Another butterfly is flying around you. Gu Qingcheng curled her lips and looked at Zhang Xian sideways. Under the envious gaze of everyone, Zhang Xian returned to his seat. As soon as he returned to his seat, Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Brother Xian, what is your relationship with Sister Gu? Is there really nothing going on between you two? Zhang Xian kept saying that there was nothing between him and Gu Qingcheng, but the way they were being intimate just now didn't seem like nothing. Wang Chang and Fang Shiming also looked at Zhang Xian with envy. Zhang Xian was so lucky. It's nothing, don't worry, my senior and I are a couple. Oh, by the way, let's go out for dinner tonight. My senior and I will move into the villa and warm up the pot. Hiss. Damn it, Brother Xian, you're here just to attack us. You are living with the school beauty? Are you? Although I know there's no hope for us, please don't say it out loud. It's over, my school beauty. The boys around also heard Zhang Xian's words and immediately wailed. They felt a pang of suffocation in their hearts when they thought that their favorite campus beauty had slept with another man. All right, everyone, focus on yourselves. The holidays are over, and it's time for you to study hard. But before that, the school has decided to hold a welcome party for you. The school stipulates that every class must participate and prepare at least 2 programs. Is there anyone who has volunteered to participate? Teacher Gu, I'd like to sign up for the piano solo. I perform crosstalk. Me, martial arts performance. As soon as Gu Qingcheng finished speaking, the classmates raised their hands. The welcome party was an opportunity to show their faces. Maybe their chance to find a partner would be that night. Okay, Zhang Xian, you're one. Gu Qingcheng wrote Zhang Xian's name on the registration form without thinking. Zhang Xian looked at the hands raised high around him, and it seemed that he was the only one in the class who did not raise his hand. This woman definitely did it on purpose. Everyone around looked at Zhang Xian. Didn't you say there is no relationship between you two? When they thought that Zhang Xian not only lived with the most famous sophomore campus beauty Xia Meng, but also had an affair with the first-year graduate school beauty Gu Qingcheng, they were jealous to the point of going crazy. Zhang Xian was speechless. What were the looks from the people around him? Wasn't it okay for him not to raise his hand? He has a wife now, so he doesn't need any opportunities to show his face. I refuse, I'm busy. Zhang Xian raised his hand. Refusal is invalid. Is there anyone else? Okay, you. Gu Qingcheng randomly selected a few people and said to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian, come with me, I have something to ask you. Yang Ming looked at Zhang Xian with resentment. Brother, accept your fate. With Brother Xian around, you will never be able to catch up with the campus beauty Gu. Wang Chang patted Yang Ming on the back and comforted him. Well, luckily I shifted my focus quickly. Do you know that my wife is going to release an album? Fang Shiming said excitedly. Everyone knows that Li Zixin has almost dominated the top 3 trending searches recently. It's obvious that she bought the trending searches. It's a good thing that Zhang has the opportunity, but why did she choose to release a song? Who likes listening to music these days? Aha and like flies buzzing around, it's so awful. I don't care. I just want to support Zhang. Even if Zhang says a few words, I will pay for it. Don't worry, didn't Xia Entertainment make an announcement? They hired Mysterious Brother to write the lyrics and compose the music this time. They guarantee that Mysterious Brother's work will be groundbreaking. It's clear that Xia Entertainment has a lot of trust in this mysterious guy, even promising that if our listeners don't like it, they can get Li Zixin's autograph for free, and there's also a mysterious gift bag. After Zhang Xian and Gu Qingcheng left, the hot topic in the class instantly became Li Zixin's song release, and the 3 words Mysterious Brother also became a hot topic. I came out of the classroom and walked to a place where there were few people. Sister Gu, what's the matter? Zhang Xian asked curiously, looking at Gu Qingcheng. It seemed that something really happened. Something happened. Gu Qingcheng said, do you still remember the last competition? Zhang Xian nodded and asked in confusion, I remember. What happened? Is there a problem with the ring match? A few times ago, the major families even held a meeting to give up the competition. Because there are fewer cultivation resources in the world now, the major families don't care about the results of the competition anymore. This time, the Lin family insisted on holding the competition. We were very confused at first, so Grandma sent people to investigate the matter, and there are results. Listening to Gu Qingqing's words, Zhang Xian's heart suddenly moved. Could the Lin family's appearance in Dongshan during this period be related to what Gu Qingqing said? The Lin family discovered a mine. It's very likely that the mine contains spiritual stones. There might even be relics of ancient warriors. Gu Qingqing's beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance. Chapter 142 Zhang Hanyu's Terror. Spirit stone? Is it the kind of spiritual stone that monks absorb when they practice in novels about cultivating immortals? Zhang Xian frowned. Were there really immortals in this world in ancient times? What is a spirit stone? Zhang Xian asked. It's a kind of jade stone that contains enormous energy. Warriors can absorb it directly into their bodies and transform it into qi. It can be said that with a spirit stone, a faction can cultivate masters in large quantities. Therefore, spirit stones are very important to major families. Let me tell you this, the energy contained in a spirit stone the size of a fingernail is equivalent to that of a nuclear bomb. Hiss. Hearing Gu Qingqing's words, Zhang Xian took a breath. It seems that the spiritual stones in this world are not the same as those described in online novels on Earth. They are more like a kind of mine containing huge energy, which is more precious than uranium. What did you call me for? He looked at Gu Qingqing and asked curiously. This kind of mine is so precious that all the major families will definitely fight for it, and even the country will definitely take action. The country will never allow this kind of power to be controlled by a single family. Thinking of this, Zhang Xian began to want to retreat. It's not that he's afraid, but he doesn't want to cause trouble. He was sure that the country would take action, and those families that coveted the spirit stones would inevitably be destroyed. He did not want to become the target of destruction by the country. Grandma wanted me to follow you and get involved. She predicted for me that my chance lies in the spirit stone mine. Gu Qingqing looked at Zhang Xian eagerly. No. Zhang Xian refused bluntly. It would be a huge trouble. Whoever went would be in trouble and might even lose his life. How can you be like this? I'm your teacher, and you've taken advantage of me so many times. What's wrong with asking you to help me once? Gu Qingqing pouted and grabbed Zhang Xian's arm and shook it hard. This is what she learned from TV dramas. In TV dramas, even the coldest male protagonist cannot resist the coquettishness of a woman. However, she had no idea what a sensation this scene caused. After seeing this, the people around just froze in place, looking at the scene in disbelief. Fuck, Zhang Xian and the school beauty Gu are actually here. Hiss, look. Aunt Gu is actually acting like a spoiled brat. Did the sun rise from the west? Ha ha. I've already filmed it. How can I enjoy such a wonderful moment alone? Zhang Xian. He was speechless. He didn't expect that Lao Gu would bring him to the famous rendezvous spot for couples at the University of Tokyo. I quickly pulled Lao Gu to another place where there was no one, but the campus forum was still dominated by this post. The tenderness of the campus beauty of Gu University that you have never seen, at tenderness blooms only for you. At Xiameng, campus belle, did you see that? The guy you're looking at is a scumbag. Break up with him right away. There are still many good men in the world. You two timing scumbag, Zhang Xuan, I want to duel with you. Admin, release that bastard's name. I want him to be infamous. I want to protect the school beauty. Sophomore Finance Class 1. Meng Meng, look at the campus forum. Wang Shui suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the campus forum and said to Xiameng. Several people immediately opened their phones and gasped when they saw the post on the forum. Meng Li said angrily, Meng Meng, we can't just let this go. Call Zhang Xian and ask him what's going on. Sun Tian was also very angry. Isn't our Meng Meng beautiful? He's eating from his bowl and still thinking about what's in the pot. What a scumbag. All the classmates around me were looking at their phones, then looked over here, pointing and talking, obviously discussing something. Xiameng curled her lips and studied seriously, not paying any attention to the discussions around her. How is that possible? She lives with Xiao Xian and even sleeps in the same bed. This guy can control himself, so she is very confident in Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian can control himself in front of her, but will he be unable to control himself in front of that bad-tempered Gu Qingcheng? At this moment, there was a bustling sound outside, as if a large group of people were coming. Everyone in the class looked towards the classroom door, only to see that the classroom was surrounded by a crowd. A boy holding a rose was walking towards Xiaomeng step by step from the classroom door. Hiss! Zhang Hanyu! It's the big star Zhang Hanyu! The class was suddenly in an uproar. The big star Zhang Hanyu is here again. The girls in the class looked at Xiaomeng, their eyes full of jealousy. Last year, Zhang Hanyu came and proposed to Xiaomeng with a rose in his hand. At that time, Zhang Hanyu was the most famous, and even the whole school was in an uproar. Unexpectedly, a year later, Zhang Hanyu came again. Meng, I like you, be my girlfriend. Zhang Hanyu came in front of Xiaomeng, and in full view of everyone, he suddenly knelt on one knee, and spoke to Xiaomeng with deep affection in his eyes. Boom! Everyone was boiling with excitement again, looking at the scene before them in disbelief. That's the popular young actor Zhang Hanyu. He is young, rich, and most importantly, handsome. Which woman can say no to a man like this? Together! Together! I don't know who shouted, but everyone in and outside the classroom started shouting, and the sound was so loud that it hurt people's eardrums. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. It seemed that there was only Xiaomeng in Zhang Hanyu's eyes. He stared at her closely, completely ignoring the gazes of everyone around him. Love, love. What a loving man. There are so few good men like Hanyu in this world now. Xiaomeng is so lucky. She is both lucky and unlucky. Fate made her meet that scumbag Zhang Xian, but also made her meet that infatuated man Hanyu. School belle, we don't agree with you following Zhang Xian, but we bless you to follow Hanyu. Yes. We wish you two all the best. Be together. Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke. Meng. Seeing that Xiaomeng was indifferent, Zhang Hanyu suddenly stood up and pretended to hug Xiaomeng. I've already given you enough face. Get out of here, or I'll make sure you don't get into this business anymore. Don't think I don't know why you're doing this. Just when everyone thought that Xiaomeng could not withstand Zhang Hanyu's attack, Xiaomeng raised her head and spoke coldly to Zhang Hanyu. Zhang Hanyu froze in place and said awkwardly, "Dream." Xiaomeng took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, girl, what's up? Are you and Xia Xian coming back for lunch? Xia Tianjuan's voice came from the microphone. Hearing this voice, Zhang Hanyu's face changed. How did Zhang Hanyu deal with it? Xiaomeng asked. Block him. All his announcements have been given to others. He signed a 10-year contract with us, so for the next 10 years he'll just have to be a warehouse manager. The penalty for breach of contract is 2 billion. Zhang Hanyu's expression changed again, and there was pleading in his eyes when he looked at Xiaomeng. Really? Isn't he working today? How come he has time to come to Dongshan University? Plop. After hearing Xiaomeng's words, Zhang Hanyu knelt directly on the ground. Chapter 143, Spirit Stone Mine, is it his? On the other side, Zhang Xian followed Gu Qingcheng to a deserted place. He didn't know that Zhang Hanyu came to find Xiaomeng. Zhang Xian, please help me, okay? Gu Qingcheng grabbed Zhang Xian's arm and shook it, looking at Zhang Xian with her beautiful eyes. Sister Gu, I'm busy. The Hu family and I are fighting, and the Lin family wants to attack my family. How can I have time to go to the mine? Zhang Xian said helplessly. Gu Qingcheng heard this and said, Don't worry. This time, it's about spirit stones. The Hu and Lin families don't have time to bother with you. Do you think that if they smell shit and don't come to eat something good like this, they're just dogs? Zhang Xian was speechless and glanced at Gu Qingcheng sideways. He was a dog and smelled the smell of shit. You also followed the smell, so who are you? Get out. As if she had noticed what Zhang Xian was thinking, Gu Qingcheng gave Zhang Xian a cold look and said. However, after hearing what old Gu said, Zhang Xian felt relieved. That's right, with the spirit stone mine there, the Hu family and the Lin family should not have the energy to disturb him during this period. Ding, the God-level selection system is starting. Option 1, donate the spirit stone mine to the country. Rewards, Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 50, and a mysterious breathing technique. Option 2, voluntarily give up the spirit stone mines to the major families. Reward, friendship among several families. The host will be awarded the title of coward, and popularity with women 10. Note, mystical breathing technique, followed by a supreme method to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If you practice it to a high level, there is a chance to obtain mysterious runes. Hearing the electronic sound ringing in his mind, Zhang Xian was a little confused. Voluntarily donate the spirit stone mine to the country? The spirit stone mine is not his, so how can he donate it to the country? He couldn't make the choice the system asked him to make. He couldn't just tell the country that this spirit stone mine was his and he was giving it to the country. The people above heard it and thought he was a fool. Will you come with me? Okay? I've been feeling like I've been stuck for 2 years now, and I've tried everything but can't break through. This is my chance. Gu Qingcheng grabbed Zhang Xian's arm and continued to act coquettishly, rubbing her body against Zhang Xian's body like a puppy. Why me? Sister Gu, your Gu family is full of strong people, and Grandma is here. With her by your side, who would dare to hurt you? Zhang Xian's scalp tingled. Even gods can't stop such a beautiful girl from acting coquettishly towards you. In order to get him to follow him, Lao Gu deliberately pulled down his collar, revealing 2 huge white breasts. Gu Dong. There must be an expert guiding this girl, otherwise old Gu would not be able to learn this stuff by himself. Do you think I don't want Grandma to follow me? Grandma has more important things to do. Gu Qingcheng pouted, looking unhappy. Then she hugged Zhang Xian's arm, rubbed it, and said coquettishly, Brother Xiaoxian, come with me. Puff. Zhang Xian had been sleeping in the arms of his senior sister every day these days, and he was already feeling uncomfortable. How could he bear such a situation? He felt his nose getting hot, his throat feeling sweet, and blood was flowing from his nose and mouth. Zhang Xian was so embarrassed, he wiped it off quickly. Damn, his concentration is getting worse and worse. Fortunately, his cell phone rang at this moment, resolving his embarrassment. Hello? Who is this? Is that Xiao Zhang? I'm Xiao Qi's father. Oh, it's Uncle Li. What's the matter? Zhang Xian was puzzled. Why did Li Hai call him? Someone came to me the past 2 days, wanting to buy that mine and offering over 10 million. I told them I'd already sold it to you, but they didn't believe me and insisted on asking me to sign a contract. Xiao Zhang, do you want to sell it? If so, come here quickly. After hearing Li Hai's words, Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment, and a flash of light instantly flashed through his mind. Someone wants to buy that mine for 10 million? Could it be the Lin family? So, that mine is the spirit stone mine? Is it so bloody? Of course it is, the system 1T make mistakes. He immediately called Shi Jun, who picked up the phone quickly. Brother Zhang, what do you want to talk to me about? Shi Jun's hearty voice came. Brother Shi, where are the Lin family members now? Bin Shang, don't worry, Brother Zhang. The Lin family is here to do business. They want to buy a mountain to build an amusement park. Our people are always with them. Don't worry about your family's safety. After hearing Shi Jun's words, Zhang Xian was finally certain that the mine in Li Mingqi's family was the spirit stone mine. Brother Shi, have you heard recently that all the major families are looking for spirit stone mines? Shi Jun was silent for a moment after hearing this. Brother Zhang, I treat you as one of my own. Now that you've heard about this, I won't hide it from you anymore. Yes, after the news of the spirit stone mine came out, the country immediately intervened, but the location of the spirit stone mine had not yet been determined, so the country did not stop the major families. Brother Zhang, the spirit stone mine is very important to the country. I advise you not to get involved. Are the whereabouts of all the major families under state surveillance? Zhang Xian asked curiously. If this is true, the country should have discovered what happened to the Lin family. Why did Shi Jun still claim that he had not discovered the existence of the spirit stone mine? Brother Shi, what is Lin Jin doing? The people sent out by the major families are all on Kunlun Mountain at the moment, and a small number of people are on Dongshan Mountain. These 2 mountains are the most likely to contain spirit stones. In ancient mythology, these 2 mountains can give birth to gods, and 2 great gods, Queen Mother of the West and Emperor Taishan, were born there. Lin Town is in Kunlun Mountain, so Bincheng is very safe, Brother Zhang, you can rest assured. Shi Jun said on the phone. Lin Jin is deliberately setting up confusion. Use yourself as bait to attract everyone's attention. What a calculation. Zhang Xian understood instantly. Brother Shi, where are you now? I'm in Dongshan. Someone followed me to Kunlun Mountain. Brother sure, tell the country and the powerful people in the past to leave a few people with them and return to Dongshan. I should know where the spirit stone mine is. Real. Sure, Jun and Gu Qingcheng asked this question almost at the same time. The probability is very high, but it cannot be guaranteed 100%. Zhang Xian did not dare to say it with certainty, but with the system, there should not be any big problems. Brother Zhang, where are you now? Sure, Jun's voice changed obviously. Dongshan University. Just wait, we'll be there soon. Zhang Xian, where is the spirit stone mine? Seeing Zhang Xian hang up the phone, Gu Qingcheng immediately jumped up and down excitedly. I knew it. Grandma never lies to me. She told me that my chance is the spirit stone mine, but the greatest chance should be meeting you. I didn't believe what Grandma said just now, but now I do. Zhang Xian. The stone army appeared much faster than expected. It seems that the country attaches more importance to the spirit stone mine than Zhang Xian imagined. Brothers, come with me. Zhang Xian got into the car and drove everyone to Lijia village. Chapter 144 Return to Li village. Lijia village. Brother, 20 million is our limit. If you still don't agree, we can only give up. The Lin family member looked at Li Hai, held up 2 fingers and said. The people in the surrounding Lijia village breathed rapidly. That's 20 million. When had they ever seen so much money? If Li Hai became rich, with Li Hai's temper, it would be equivalent to the entire Lijia village becoming rich, and some lazy people in the village began to breathe rapidly. Uncle Li, please agree to it quickly. That's right, this boss is so sincere. It's just a broken mountain. Although there are some jades, they are only worth more than 200,000 yuan. The boss gave you so much more. Uncle Li, what else are you dissatisfied with? Several people were talking to each other, and it looked like they were eager to agree to this matter on Li Hai's behalf. Hey, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you? This mountain is no longer mine. I sold it to someone else. Li Hai was so angry that he stamped his feet, his heart full of doubts. Is the person in front of him mentally ill? It's just a broken mountain, worth 200,000 at most. But this person insisted on buying it for 20 million. Is there something wrong with his brain? If he hadn't sold the mountain to Zhang Xian, he would have sold it happily long ago. But he sold it to Zhang Xian. Although he and Zhang Xian had not signed a contract yet, Li Hai's character prevented him from going back on his word. The owner of the mountain is coming soon. When he arrives, you can discuss it with him. I've already called him. It will be quick. After Li Hai finished speaking, he closed the door, blocking everyone out. Uncle Li, who did you give it to? Why would you give your mountain to someone else? Did you ask for our opinion before giving it to someone else? Are you a fucking idiot? Who told you to give it to someone else? How much did that person give you? Damn, you're so fucking stupid. A few ruffians came to the door and tried to stop Li Haiguan from opening it. How can I give it as a gift? Li Hai sold his things to this boss, and they asked Li Hai for some money, but Li Hai would not refuse. But if I give it to others, and they get 20 million, how can I give them money to spend? Not everyone in this world is as stupid as Li Hai. This mountain belongs to Li Hai. If I give it to others, they will not acknowledge it. Get out of the way, don't block my door. Li Hai glared and kicked the leader down. These people were ruffians in front of others, but they didn't dare to act rogue in front of him. This illness made Li Hai see many things clearly, and he is no longer the good guy as before. The people in the yard looked at the closed door in astonishment. Why did they feel that Li Hai had changed? The people of the Lin family had smiles on their faces, but murderous intent was deep in their eyes. The few of them walked to a deserted place. Lin Chutian gritted his teeth and asked, "Third uncle, why waste time talking to these people? We are the Lin family. We have made our identities clear to these people. How dare they refuse us?" That's right, third uncle, why are we being so humble? They are just a bunch of lowly people. If we are so polite to them, our Lin family will lose face. Several younger generations of the Lin family looked at the third uncle in confusion. According to their dandy habits, they put their family status on the line. How could these people dare to say no? Mr. Lin San looked at the next generation of the Lin family, his eyes filled with sighs. The younger generation of the Lin family is really useless. Apart from Lin Wuji, there is no one capable person in the entire younger generation of the Lin family. I hope that after obtaining this spirit stone mine, the Lin family's strength can be greatly improved. Fortunately, this time, the people who came with him were all the playboys of the Lin family, otherwise the people from the major families would definitely doubt their purpose of coming here. Only with these people coming, the major families and even the country did not doubt his purpose. I don't know whether this is luck or misfortune for these people. Forget it. These people have always been a disgrace to the Lin family. This time they have contributed to the family, and their names will be recorded in the history books of the Lin family in the future. Don't worry, didn't Li Hai say that person would be coming soon? I've hinted that Li Hai really did sell the mountain for over 6 million, so his illness could be cured. There was a gleam in Mr. Lin San's eyes. He was able to remain so calm because their action was not noticed by outsiders as a surprise. However, he was full of worries. This time, the town elder used him as bait. If those families knew that they were fooled, the town elder's safety would be worrying. All he could do now was to finish the job quickly and quietly without alerting any other family and get the spirit stone mine to the Lin family. Brother Shi, why did you let Lao Gu follow you? Zhang Xian asked Shi Jun beside him in a low voice. You can just ask me directly, no need to ask Uncle Shi. Gu Qingqing turned around from the passenger seat and glanced at Zhang Xian, and asked softly. Sister Gu, you misunderstood. There's no misunderstanding, Qingcheng. Brother Zhang just didn't want you to follow him. Hu Xiqian betrayed Zhang Xian in an instant. Zhang Xian looked at Hu Xiqian speechlessly. This guy was so disloyal. My sister-in-law called me and said that Xiao Qingqing's opportunity lies in the spirit stone mine. The elder agreed to this. That's right, the elder has agreed. Zhang Xian, if it weren't for me this time, do you think you could have asked for leave? Gu Qingqing frowned and snorted coldly. We're almost there. Just ahead. As he was speaking, Xia Meng called. Zhang Xian hit himself. Damn, he forgot to tell his senior. Senior. Xiao Xian, where have you been? Yang Ming and the others told me that you didn't attend class today. Zhang Xian signaled the people in the car to stop talking, then replied with a smile, Senior sister, Brother Shi has something to talk to me about, so we are going back to Binchang. Zhang Xian put the phone to Shi Jun's lips. Shi Jun understood and said, Little girl, Brother Zhang is with me. I need his help with something. Don't worry. I won't let him mess around. Okay, Uncle Shi, Xiao Xian is young, so if he says something wrong, please don't blame him. Just after hanging up the phone, the car drove to the entrance of the village. It's here. Zhang Xian said quickly. At this moment, several cars followed. Zhang Xian glanced back and looked at Shi Jun. We are one of us. Zhang Xian nodded. Lao Shi, Lao Hu. People got out of several cars and greeted Shi Jun and Hu Xiqian enthusiastically. Zhang Xian looked over. Those people seemed to be walking very slowly, but their speed was not slow, and every step seemed to have been measured. Just as Zhang Xian was looking at those people also looked over at the same time. Shi Jun and Hu Xiqian looked over, and when he saw some people in the crowd, the smile froze on his face. Hu Xiqian walked to Zhang Xian's side and whispered, Brother Zhang, don't talk for a while. Lao Shi and I are here to take care of everything. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he understood. It seemed that some of these people had something against him. Chapter 145 Someone dislikes him, so just beat him up. Hiss. What are you doing? A sharp pain came from his waist, and Zhang Xian knew without looking that it was the woman Lao Gu who did it. Why don't you want me to follow you? Gu Qingcheng glared at Zhang Xian fiercely with her beautiful eyes and asked with bared teeth. Isn't it because I'm afraid something might happen to you? Zhang Xian touched the place where he was twisted. This woman was too cruel. Tisk, are you so kind? Gu Qingcheng rolled her eyes, not believing what Zhang Xian said. Stop talking for a while. Some of these people don't like you. Gu Qingcheng seemed to know something and gave a reminder. Why? Zhang Xian asked curiously. Some of these people have received favors from the Lin family, and some have received favors from the Hu family. Although they are now working for the country, the incense they have for each other still exists, so naturally they won't be polite to you. Gu Qingcheng explained. Zhang Xian suddenly realized it, but he didn't take it seriously. If the enemy comes, we will fight him. If the water comes, we will block it with earth. Brother Zhang, let me introduce you. No need, just take us there quickly. Shi Jun was interrupted by a fat man as soon as he finished speaking. The man looked at Zhang Xian coldly. Lao Shi, you asked us to come here just because of someone else's words. Do you know how busy we are? Besides, several major families and even the country haven't found him yet, but you can find a little bastard who hasn't even grown all his hair yet? The other one was even more impolite, saying directly that Zhang Xian's words should not be believed. Shi Jun and Hu Xiqian's expressions changed instantly. What these two people said not only slapped Zhang Xian in the face, but also slapped them in the face. I asked you two old bastards to come? Just when Shi Jun and Hu Xiqian were about to speak, Zhang Xian suddenly spoke. What he said made the two men change their expressions. Although the others didn't say anything, it was obvious from their expressions that they cared about what Zhang Xian said. You're looking for death. The man who spoke earlier frowned and looked at Zhang Xian. You don't have to say anything. If you don't want to come, it's still not too late to get out now. They started calling him a bastard. If these two people were not from the relevant department, Zhang Xian would definitely give them a lesson. Boy, how dare you talk to us like that? Another person walked up to Shi Jun and said, his eyes full of threats. Shi Jun was about to speak when Zhang Xian waved his hand to signal Shi Jun not to worry. He smiled and looked at the two men. Under the gaze of the two people, Zhang Xian's smile gradually turned cold. Who do you think you are? Why shouldn't I dare to talk to you like this? Presumptuous. As soon as Zhang Xian finished speaking, the two men seemed to have found a reason to attack. They took a step forward together, and the blood in their bodies suddenly began to flow. A mysterious force suddenly erupted, putting pressure on Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian quickly adjusted his breathing, and his whole body became one with the world. This is the unity of heaven and man. My friend, please show mercy. At this moment, Zhang Xian was clearly standing in front of everyone, but he seemed to have disappeared between heaven and earth. This shocking scene shocked everyone. Someone thought of something, his face changed drastically, and he shouted quickly. But it was too late. These two people came here specifically to target Zhang Xian. We all contribute to the country, but there is no need to indulge such people. With one foot stepping on the ground, there was a dull thump sound, and Zhang Xian seemed to have shot a sniper bullet that instantly appeared in front of the two men. Before the two men could react, they felt a huge force coming at them, as if they were hit by a speeding train, and the whole person flew backwards. Puff! Before the man hit the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Xian suddenly jumped up, raised his fist and punched the two men in the chest. Bang! The two men were knocked to the ground, and everyone clearly felt a muffled buzzing sound coming from the ground. You! The two were so ashamed and angry that they tilted their heads and passed out. This was the result of Zhang Xian holding back. If he had used all his strength, these two people would not just be unconscious. All this happened in a flash, and by the time everyone reacted, it was all over. Zhang Xian returned to his original position as if nothing had happened, with a smile still on his face. Gu Qingchang gave Zhang Xian a thumbs up when no one was paying attention. My boy Zhang Xian greets all the uncles. Zhang Xian smiled and clasped his fists to everyone, as if what happened just now was not done by him. Ha ha, brother Zhang's strength has improved again. Shi Jun laughed as if he didn't see the two people unconscious on the ground. Haven't the two of them heard of Zhang Xian's strength? You two pseudo-masters are undefeated in a head-on confrontation with Lynn. What qualifications do you have to show off in front of Zhang Xian? Do you really think you can be likable by packaging yourself as a nostalgic person? Two idiots. Not to mention Zhang Xian, if these two guys could last 10 moves at his hands, it would mean that half of his life would have been wasted. It seems that I will have to give some advice to the ministers above me when I get back. Don't accept any garbage in the future. At least it's better not to have people like these two who are just trash. It's a complete loss of brains. The reputation of the relevant departments will be affected. The country is the biggest thing. A nostalgic character is good, but it should not be reflected here. Anyone can understand how important the Spirit Stone mine is to the country. You are showing off your ridiculous personality at this time. Aren't you courting death? After all, this world is one where the strong are respected. The others were instantly shocked by Zhang Xian's strength. Meet brother Zhang Xian. Amazing. As expected, he can stand up to Lin and remain undefeated. Take Lao Wu and Lao Chen back to the car, let's go. On one side is the strongest person, and on the other side are two unconscious idiots. How to choose? It's an easy multiple-choice question. A group of people soon became close to Zhang Xian and treated him like brothers. Gu Qingcheng looked at the two unconscious people in the car from the back of the crowd and curled her lips, idiot. However, it seems that Zhang Xian's strength has improved again. Gu Qingcheng looked at Zhang Xian's back with sparkling eyes. No, I must figure out Zhang Xian's method of practicing quickly. In Gu Qingcheng's opinion, there must be a way for Zhang Xian's strength to improve so quickly. When I get back, I'll move into Zhang Xian's villa. I don't believe I can't figure out Zhang Xian's methods. Gu Qingcheng made up her mind to live with Zhang Xian when she returned. She would definitely be able to figure out Zhang Xian's method of practicing quickly. Zhang Xian, who was walking in front, suddenly felt cold all over. He turned around and saw Gu Qingcheng's eyes looking at him, and he couldn't help but shiver all over. Damn, it seems like he has been targeted by Aunt Gu. Zhang Xian, who was not afraid of the masters, was scared when facing Gu Qingcheng. Gu Qingcheng smiled at Zhang Xian. She had decided to move into Zhang Xian's villa when she returned. Facing her future landlord, she smiled and flattered him a little. However, just as she laughed, she saw Zhang Xian felt a chill, shivered all over, and quickly turned around. Gu Qingcheng was angry. What did this little bastard mean? Is her smile so ugly? Chapter 146 Meeting Lin Chutian again. Brother Zhang, can you tell me why you brought us here? Shi Jun asked in a low voice. Brother Shi, stay calm. The spirit stone mine you were looking for should be my asset, but I'm not very sure. I need you to send someone to explore it. Zhang Xian said cautiously. Puff. What? Shi Jun's eyes widened as he looked at Zhang Xian. Brother Zhang, this is no joke. Are you serious? What's wrong? What is it? Everyone looked at Zhang Xian and Shi Jun in astonishment, not understanding why Shi Jun was so shocked. It's okay, it's okay. Shi Jun put his arm around Zhang Xian's neck and walked aside. Everyone looked at him in confusion, as Shi Jun didn't look like he was okay. What happened to them? Everyone looked at Hu Xiqian. Hu Xiqian and Shi Jun have a very good relationship, like they are wearing the same pants, so he must know. Hu Xiqian spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't know either. The other side. Shi Jun's expression changed, and he looked at Zhang Xian nervously. Brother Zhang, you are serious? Are you serious? How is this possible? All the major families and even the country have been busy outside for so many days without any clues, and then Zhang Xian said that the spirit stone mine might be his asset? As soon as Zhang Xian explained the situation, Shi Jun's eyes lit up. What a clever trick the Lin family used. I just didn't expect them to run into you. It's their bad luck. Brother Zhang, this spirit stone mine. I donated it to the country, but I need to first find out whether the spirit stone mine is real. After all, everything is just my guess. Okay. Shi Jun clenched his fists. This was a spirit stone mine, so precious and its value was inestimable. He had thought that it would take a lot of effort to convince Zhang Xian to hand it over, but he didn't expect Zhang Xian to hand it over directly. Shi Jun looked at Zhang Xian in shock. What a young man. Good young people of the country. Let's go and take a look. Shi Jun dialed a number while walking and told the person what happened here. Zhang Xian knew that Shi Jun must have reported this to his superiors. He felt helpless. If that mountain was not a spirit stone mine, wouldn't that be embarrassing? The two returned to the team and walked towards Li Hai's house. Before getting close to Li Hai's house, I saw that Li Hai's house was crowded with people, and a group of people were pointing and talking about something. There are several luxury cars parked at the door. Zhang Xian smiled coldly, looked at Shi Jun, and walked forward. Uncle Hai, have you thought about it? That's 20 million. With this 20 million, the village will be prosperous. Yes, Uncle Hai, please come out. It's not a good idea to let the bosses wait outside. Let them go in and talk. Everyone shouted at the door. Even the head of Lijia village came out and shouted, Brother Hai, Sister Bai, open the door. I'm the head of the village. Boss Lin has decided to buy all the land in our village. Everyone in the village has agreed. Your family is the only one left. Come out and discuss this. Zhang Xian noticed that those who spoke immediately looked at the people from the Lin family after they finished speaking, and the people from the Lin family nodded slightly. Among the Lin family members, Zhang Xian saw Lin Chutian. Amazing. Who would have thought that the Lin family would send a few playboys to do this? Lin, what a character! After seeing this scene, Shi Jun became more certain about the spirit stone mine. The rest of the people are not fools. If they still can't guess anything after seeing this scene, then they really have a problem with their brains. Everyone's eyes flashed with brilliance, and they looked at Li Hai's house with burning gazes, especially those from the Lin family. They reacted instantly and snorted in their hearts, thinking that the Lin family was so calculating. Brother Shi, you two should hide for a while. Let me see what the Lin family is planning to do. Zhang Xian looked at the people from the Lin family and said with a smile. Shi Jun and others knew what Zhang Xian meant, so they stayed outside and did not follow him in. Uncle Li, I'm here. Standing behind the crowd, Zhang Xian shouted, "Make way, everyone make way." Everyone looked back when they heard the shout and saw Zhang Xian. They frowned and asked, "Who are you?" "Xiao Xian is here?" Hearing Zhang Xian's voice, the door opened. Li Hai and Bai Mei walked out and looked at Zhang Xian with surprise. Seeing this scene, the people in the village knew that the owner of the mountain had arrived and immediately looked over. When Lin Shutian saw Zhang Xian, he was stunned. "It's you! Shutian, do you know this young man?" Mr. Lin was stunned for a moment and then he was overjoyed. If Shutian knew this person, then this matter would be easy to handle. Machete was injured by him. Lin Shutian said with a cold snort. "Uncle San, I'll go talk to him." When Mr. Lin San heard this, he immediately grabbed Lin Shutian and said, "Damn, we can't cause any trouble at this time. As long as this kid is willing to sell, even if he kills the machete, they will still welcome him with a smile." Mr. Lin San shook his head at Lin Shutian, then forced a smile on his face and walked towards Zhang Xian. "It was you who cheated my Uncle Hai out of his mountain. Now I order you to hand it over, or you won't be able to go back today. You're a liar. I don't know how you tricked Uncle Hai. Hand it over, or I'll sue you for fraud." The ruffians from Lijia village surrounded Zhang Xian, rubbing their hands in anticipation, wishing they could beat Zhang Xian up. In their opinion, Zhang Xian must have known that someone would come to buy the mountain, so he used some small favors to trick the other person into buying the mountain in advance. Just now, Boss Lin raised the price of the mountain to 100 million. How much does that cost? They had never seen so much money before. The money originally belonged to them, but was cheated away by this kid. How could they just accept it like that? This kid must return the mountain, otherwise they will never let him go like this. That's 100 million, enough for them to squander for a lifetime. In their eyes, Li Hai's money belongs to them. Li Hai is so honest, they have plenty of ways to get money from him. When Mr. Lin San saw that the Li family had come forward, he hesitated for a moment and did not show up. It would be best if the Li family could get Zhang Xian to hand him over. Hand it over. A thug stood up, holding a hoe in his hand, looking at Zhang Xian viciously. "Get out of here." Li Hai slapped the thug on the head. "Uncle Hai." Although these people thought Li Hai was a fool, Li Hai had indeed helped them many times over the years. Li Hai was highly respected in Lijia village. Facing Li Hai, these people retreated. Zhang Xian was about to attack, but when he saw the scene, his clenched fists loosened. No wonder Li Mingqi said that everyone in the village was very nice. Even those vicious ruffians subconsciously retreated when facing Li Hai. It can be seen that although these people were greedy, they were not bad to the core and could still be saved. Shi Jun and others outside the yard originally wanted to arrest these people, but they burst out laughing when they saw the scene. They had previously thought that there would be some unruly people in this village, but they didn't expect such a scene to happen. It seems that even the bad guys in Daxia are quite simple. This is the pride of Daxia. Chapter 147. Boy, I am from the Lingnan Lin family. Uncle Hai, this guy is lying to you. A man glared at Zhang Xian fiercely. When facing Li Hai, his eyes were somewhat retreating and fierce. Get out of the way. Are you lying to me? Don't I know? Do you think I'm stupid? If it weren't for Zhang Xian, he would have died long ago. Besides, he was the one who forced this mountain on Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian had never even seen it, so how could he lie to him? Uncle Hai, the man shouted unwillingly. Roll. Li Hai glared at the man. Then he pulled Zhang Xian towards the room. Mr. Li, this little brother, please stay. Seeing that the man did not succeed, Mr. Lin San had to walk out by himself. Xiao Xian, this is Mr. Lin. He's willing to pay 100 million to buy that mountain to build an amusement park. Do you want to sell it? This time Li Hai did not refuse directly. He thought this deal was really suitable. Uncle Lin San's face was full of smiles. My dear little brother, Bincheng is my second hometown. I have always had a wish, which is to give back to Bincheng. I plan to build an amusement park in Bincheng so that people in Bincheng can have a place to play on weekends. After choosing and choosing, this is the only place that is most suitable. I would like to ask this little brother to fulfill my wish. From Mr. Lin San's words, he became a good man who gave back to his hometown. The people around were deeply moved by what Mr. Lin San said, and their eyes were red. Even Li Hai opened his mouth several times when he heard this, obviously wanting to sell it to Mr. Lin San, but he had already sold the mountain to Zhang Xian, so he didn't want to make the decision for Zhang Xian. Boss Lin, there's no need to ask him. The mountain still belongs to my Uncle Hai. The two haven't signed the contract yet. This kid can't make the decision. Uncle Hai, are you stupid? That's 100 million. You don't want 100 million, but you have to take this kid's 6 million? Li Tianchao was young and couldn't keep secrets, so some people with ulterior motives found out about it. These people were very disappointed with Li Hai and didn't understand whether his head was full of shit. He doesn't want 100 million, he insists on 6 million. Is there something wrong with your brain? With 100 million, they can squeeze out a little more money from Li Hai. 6 million, if it were in the past, they would definitely be ecstatic, but with that 100 million, who would be satisfied with only 6 million? 100 million? Oh my, Boss Lin is quite generous. Zhang Xian had a smile on his face, but he was pouting in his heart. It seems that the Lin family is determined to get the Spirit Stone mine. But Mr. Lin San's expression was stern. Although Zhang Xian looked very happy, he could see that Zhang Xian was not as excited about the figure of 100 million as he had imagined. This person is not easy to deal with. Mr. Lin San immediately understood this. Little brother, are you interested in talking in the car? Being able to come up with 6 million shows that Zhang Xian still has some money. He doesn't want to spend more money, but in order to get the Spirit Stone mine quietly, it is worth paying a little more. Let's go to Uncle Li's room and talk. Zhang Xian wanted to see what the Lin family was going to do. If he made it clear that he would definitely not sell it, the Lin family probably wouldn't be so kind. Boy, you'd better behave yourself. I know your family is a bit wealthy, but don't push your luck. I am from the Lingnan Lin family. I think you've heard of the Lin family. Lin Shutian took advantage of no one's attention, walked to Zhang Xian's side, and threatened in a low voice. Mr. Lin San looked around, as if he didn't hear anything. The next moment. Bang! Zhang Xian kicked Lin Shutian away. Threatening me? This is Dongshan, not Lingnan. You'd better understand this. Zhang Xian looked at Lin Shutian coldly and said in a calm tone. After saying that, he looked at Mr. Lin San, and the smile on his face became even brighter. I'm sorry, Boss Lin, I'm really sorry for this. It was a subconscious action. I'm sorry. Zhang Xian quickly stepped forward and helped Lin Shutian, who had been kicked away, up. I'm sorry, brother Lin Shutian, right? I've never been spoken to like that in Dongshan. I'm so sorry. Mr. Lin San's eyes narrowed into slits, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Boy, what do you want to do? You dare to hurt anyone from my Lin family? Are you looking for death? Who were the people from the Lin family who came this time? They were all the Lin family's dandies. When had they ever been insulted like this? In their opinion, Zhang Xian was simply seeking death. Zhang Xian did not take action this time, but looked at Mr. Lin San with a smile, indicating that the matter should be left to Mr. Lin San to handle. Alright, don't you see that this little brother has already given our Lin family enough face? Do you think this is Lingnan? You can do whatever you want and kill people without paying for it? Third Master Lin was obviously scolding these playboys of the Lin family, but everyone knew that these words, especially the last one, were meant for Zhang Xian to hear. Thank you, Boss Lin, for your kindness and for not arguing with me. Let's go in. Zhang Xian smiled and took Li Hai into the room. Third uncle. Lin Shutian was stunned. He was slapped in the face. Was this matter just going to be let go? Master Lin San held Lin Shutian down and whispered, Hold on. Once we get the mountain, I'll let you kill him with your own hands. Uncle San, why don't you kill him now? Lin Shutian was puzzled and clenched his fists. As long as they got the Spirit Stone mine, their Lin family would not even need to fear Xia. He didn't understand why his third uncle was so wary. There are too many people here. He can't die now. Master Lin San looked at the eyes of the tribesmen around him and knew what they were thinking. He said in a cold voice, "Even if we kill everyone here, it will still take time for us to move the spirit stone mine. During this period, absolutely no accidents can happen. Put away the murderous intent in your hearts. If anyone makes a mistake in this matter, I will skin him alive." Obviously, Mr. Lin San scolded these people not because they had murderous intentions, but because doing so would affect the Lin family's plans. In the eyes of Mr. Lin San, the lives of more than 1,000 people in Lijia village are not as important as their family's plans. Seeing that the Lin family members had not yet entered, Zhang Xian hurriedly showed his ID to Li Hai and said, "Uncle Li, I am from the relevant department of Dongshan. Let's leave this matter to the state. If you get involved, your lives will be in danger. This matter is not simple. Don't speak for a while." When they saw Zhang Xian's ID, Li Hai and Bai Mei were stunned for a moment. Before they could come to their senses, they were stunned when they heard what Zhang Xian said. At this moment, a group of people from the Lin family walked in. Zhang Xian gestured to Li Hai and his family to go to the inner room. Outside the yard. Seeing the Lin family members go in, Jun and others looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The kick Zhang Xian gave Lin Shutian just now was so satisfying. Let's go in and see what Lin Laosan wants to do. The elder is on his way. He ordered us to quickly prove the authenticity of the spirit stone mine. Also, regardless of whether the spirit stone mine is real or not, these people from the Lin family. As the man spoke, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. The others nodded indifferently. Only one person closed his eyes and sighed slightly. Chapter 148, Donating Spirit Stone Mine. Old Li, you don't still remember the Lin family's kindness, do you? Everyone noticed that the man looked strange and asked. The man glanced at the person who spoke and said, "If you can't speak, just shut up. Between the country and the Lin family, I still know what to do. I just can't understand why the Lin family's ancestors sacrificed so much for Daxia and were absolute heroes, but how come they became such selfish people in this generation?" Old Li, people change. When Mr. Sun founded the Republic of China, did he ever imagine that his successors would become callous rulers? Others felt the same way. At the beginning, the major families did not dare to be so arrogant, so they made friends with many heroes and provided a lot of help. However, with the establishment of Daxia, national policies became better and better, and people lived and worked in peace and contentment. There is no need to fight wars like before, life is safe and peaceful, and some people's hearts are no longer at peace. Okay, go ahead. Jun said with a smile. The group walked towards Li Hai's yard. "Little brother, please fulfill my little wish. I know you bought me for 6 million, and you probably don't lack money. You should have heard of my Lingnan Lin family. As long as you fulfill my little wish, you can not only make 94 million yuan in one go, but also gain the friendship of my Lin family. I can guarantee that the friendship of my Lin family is much more precious than your 94 million. Mr. Lin San looked at Zhang Xian and said, his tone was so calm, but it gave people a feeling that could not be questioned. Zhang Xian's face was full of smiles, but he was thinking MMP in his heart. The Lin family, apart from anything else, are definitely number one when it comes to bragging, they are so awesome. Third Master Lin looked at Zhang Xian with a smile. He didn't believe that in Daxia, any rich person would dare to refuse the Lin family's reputation. He took the contract and put it on the table, but he was thinking in his heart how he would get the money back once Sean got it. When doing business, no one can make money from the Lin family. At this moment, Jun and others appeared outside the door, and Zhang Xian looked over. Jun nodded at Zhang Xian. The people on the other side have completed the survey and found that the mountain is a spirit stone mine, and the mineral content is not low. Zhang Xian smiled. The system was indeed as reliable as ever and had never made a mistake. Seeing the smile on Zhang Xian's face, Mr. Lin San also smiled. Little brother, you won't regret your decision. With the friendship of the Lin family, you will. Zhang Xian smiled and said, my name is Zhang Xian. So it's brother Zhang. Sign the contract. 100 million will be transferred to your account soon. Mr. Lin San laughed out loud. Zhang Xian didn't say anything, just smiled and looked at Mr. Lin San. As Mr. Lin San was speaking, he looked at Zhang Xian's smile, and his smile gradually froze on his face. You. Third Master Lin frowned and stared at Zhang Xian, hesitantly saying, you don't want to sell it to my Lin family? Is the money too little, or? Mr. Lin San's face was full of smiles, but the murderous intent in his heart was rising strongly. Mr. Lin, right? You didn't hear me clearly. I meant, I. Zhang Xian pointed at himself and said with a smile, My name is Zhang Xian. I know your name is Zhang Xian, this name. Mr. Lin San's open mouth stopped abruptly. He pointed at Zhang Xian, his whole body trembling. You? Zhang Xian? It seems that Mr. Lin San knows me. Do you think I would be so stupid as to sell the spirit stone mine for 100 million? Zhang Xian still smiled. Are you kidding me? Uncle Lin gritted his teeth and glared at Zhang Xian. You'd better be kind. This is Dongshan. You should know the importance of this mine to the country. If I kill you now, the country will only applaud. Zhang Xian took a step forward, and my relationship with your Lin family just doesn't happen to be that harmonious. You. Mr. Lin San took more than 10 steps back before he felt a little safer. Boy, your third uncle asked you to sign. Is it so difficult for you to sign? Lin Shutian didn't hear what Zhang Xian said just now. He walked over and glared at Zhang Xian fiercely. Zhang Xian laughed. Seeing Zhang Xian smile, Master Lin's expression changed drastically. Shutian, run. Just when Lin Shutian was trying to figure out why his third uncle said that, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and his body flew backwards involuntarily. Zhang Xian, they didn't provoke you. Mr. Lin shouted loudly, but he sounded timid. Okay, Brother Zhang, arrest these people. Hu Xiqian shouted. Zhang Xian had no objection and nodded. Uncle Lin San heard the sound and looked back. When they saw Shi Jun and others, their faces changed drastically. What do you want to do? We don't seem to have done anything illegal. Shi Jun and others sneered. It was not against the law. Does Lin Lao San believe what he said? Uncle San, come with us back to the relevant department? The two men smiled at Uncle San Lin, including Old Li. When Lin Lao San saw Lao Li among them, he felt a little comforted. He didn't know that when Old Li saw Mr. Lin San looking at him, he sighed in his heart. I'm sorry, Third Master. The Lin family has indeed gone too far over the years. Daxia is my home. Lin Lao San didn't know that the matter of the spirit stone mine was too important. The Lin family actually wanted to embezzle the spirit stone mine. What awaited him was life imprisonment, or being beheaded. Uncle Lin San winked at Lao Li and signaled him to let him go later. People from these families are most afraid of people from relevant departments, because most of them have criminal records, and due to some regulations to protect the family, the relevant departments generally will not arrest them. But once they are caught, it will be difficult for them to get out. Unless their family members protect them, it is basically impossible for them to get out. Seeing that Lao Li was escorting them, the people from the Lin family were very quiet and did not make any noise. This saved Shi Jun and the others trouble and they did not have to take action. After the Lin family members left, Shi Jun looked at Zhang Xian and said, Brother Zhang, are you really willing to donate this spirit stone mine to the country? This is a spirit stone mine, and the country cannot just occupy it casually. It has to buy it. No matter how much money Zhang Xian and the country ask for, as long as the country can afford it, it will definitely pay, and will also remember Zhang Xian's favor. The others also looked at Zhang Xian nervously. Zhang Xian smiled casually, Of course I am willing. I want to mine a spirit stone mine myself, but it would be risky. If I want to use the spirit stones mined by the government can't stop me from using them, right? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and laughed heartily. Don't worry, Brother Zhang. The state will sign a contract with you. If you or your family want to use spirit stones, as long as the amount does not exceed the limit, the state will not refuse. That's all right, isn't it? I agree to donate to the country. Ding, it's detected that the host has made a choice. Rewards are being distributed, Constitution plus 50, Spirit plus 50, and one mysterious breathing technique. Just as Zhang Xian finished speaking, the electronic sound of the system rang in his mind. Chapter 149 Ultimate Breathing Technique. Note, the mysterious breathing technique has been stored in the storage space. The host will randomly choose one when taking it out. Hearing the system voice ringing in his mind, Zhang Xian smiled. Brother Zhang, let's go take a look at the spirit stone mine? Shi Jun said with a smile. Okay. It just so happened that Zhang Xian also wanted to see what the spirit stone looked like. At this moment, the people in Lijia village outside were dumbfounded. They didn't understand why Boss Lin was arrested when he just came to invest. Those who accepted Mr. Lin San had worried expressions in their eyes, fearing that this matter would implicate them. Uncle Li, let's go. Zhang Xian shouted to Li Hai in the house, then walked towards the spirit stone mine. After Zhang Xian and the others left, Bai Mei hit Li Hai's shoulders several times. What are you doing? Li Hai looked at his wife in confusion. You shouldn't have fought? Did you see that? These people are all officials from Dongshan. Zhang Xian is on friendly terms with them. How capable is he? Why don't you let Xiaoqi follow him? Bai Mei became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and hit him a few more times. Li Hai was speechless. I'm not stopping them anymore. As long as Zhang Xian and Xiaoqi feel it's right, they can get married anytime. But he felt relieved. The Lin family offered 100 million to buy the mountain. He was always worried that his son and wife would blame him for selling it to Zhang Xian for 6 million. Now that he saw that his wife and son didn't say anything, he was still very happy. However, through this incident, he admired Zhang Xian even more. After buying it for 6 million, he donated it directly to the country. Although he didn't know what was so important to the country on the mountain, Zhang Xian donated it to the country without hesitation. This shows that Zhang Xian has a strong sense of national responsibility, and such a person has excellent character. My daughter will definitely not be wronged if she follows such a person. Maybe it is really good to have such a son-in-law. Thinking of this, Li Hai smiled slightly. A group of people soon arrived at the Spirit Stone Mine. Martial law has been imposed here, a cordon has been set up, and people from relevant departments have set up sentries with guns, with one person every 3 meters. Jun and others took out their IDs and then walked in as a group. As soon as Zhang Xian reached the mountainside, he felt a fresh fragrance entering his nose, and his body felt extremely comfortable. The surrounding air was sucked into his body through his mouth and nose, forming a very faint golden light on his body surface. The same was true for the others, but their color was even lighter than his. Seeing this, Zhang Xian guessed that this was related to his mysterious breathing method, because he saw that the light on Jun's body was brighter than that of others. Others also noticed it and looked at Zhang Xian in surprise, but they felt more convinced of Zhang Xian in their hearts. He was worthy of being the one who could confront Lin head-on and remain unscathed. Zhang Xian suddenly thought, and wondered what kind of breathing method the mysterious breathing method rewarded by the system was. Products produced by the system are definitely extraordinary. Zhang Xian became excited. Just when he was about to take out the mysterious breathing method, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have obtained a lucky scroll. I wonder if it will be better after using the lucky scroll. Zhang Xian's mind moved, and a scroll appeared. While no one was paying attention, Zhang Xian immediately pinched it, and the next moment the scroll disappeared. He waited nervously, but nothing happened. Zhang Xian was confused. Is that it? A thought came to my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for triggering the lucky attribute. It has been detected that you have already mastered the thunder breathing technique. The thunder breathing technique has been upgraded to the ultimate breathing technique, sky thunder breathing technique. The next moment, Zhang Xian felt something extra in his mind and subconsciously adjusted his breathing. At this moment, the golden light on his body became even more intense. Zhang Xian felt his body warm and numb, as if an electric current was passing through it. How amazing! Is this the heavenly thunder breathing technique? He could feel that his physical fitness and mental strength were growing little by little. Maybe it was because he was in the Spirit Stone Mine at the moment, but Zhang Xian could clearly feel that his breathing and physical body were improving faster. There was even a sound of thunder in my mind, as if thunder was exploding in my mind. Crack! Zhang Xian suddenly felt electric snakes emerging from his fingertips. Hey, you guys! Did the power go out? Did you hear that, too? Everyone quickly came to their senses and stopped breathing, looking around carefully. Zhang Xian also stopped breathing. Hearing what everyone said, he wondered if it was not just an illusion just now, and there were really electric snakes coming out of his fingertips? He didn't continue. This was his secret, and he must not let anyone else know about it until he figured it out. After all, he didn't know whether all of these people were on the country's side. Could it be? Someone pointed at the Spirit Stone Mine under their feet. After all, they had never seen a Spirit Stone Mine, so they could only attribute the previous phenomenon to the Spirit Stone Mine. Zhang Xian agreed, but decided that he would never practice the heavenly thunder breathing technique in the presence of other people. Even the system calls the Tianlei breathing method the ultimate breathing method, which means that this breathing method must be extremely complicated. It's getting foggy. Someone murmured softly. Only then did everyone notice that a thin layer of light blue mist was rising around them. Moreover, the mist showed signs of getting thicker, and everyone frowned. Hurry up and inform the minister about what's happening here. This spirit stone mine doesn't seem to be that simple. Someone suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement. A slight feeling of palpitation surged in Zhang Xian's heart, but it was very faint. Bang! At this moment, a muffled sound was heard. Then a thick fog appeared. What happened? Shi Jun and others hurried towards the direction where the sound came from. It collapsed. There's a hole here. Someone exclaimed. When everyone rushed over, they saw thick fog coming out from a hole. The fog was surging and steaming. As the sun sets and shines on the mist, rainbows appear in front of everyone. The scene is extremely beautiful. So beautiful. What is this? Reiki? Not all the people present were martial artists. For some of them, it was the first time they saw such a beautiful scene and they were instantly captivated by it. Is the fairyland on the other side of this cave? I really want to go and take a look. Everyone seemed to be intoxicated, with expressions of ecstasy on their faces, and they couldn't help but walk towards the cave entrance. It seems like there's someone on the other side of the hole. I heard it too, they are calling us. They walked and murmured, their faces full of piety. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with these people. Zhang Xian's expression changed. Ha! Where is this place? Isn't that Zhang Xian? Zhang Xian, what are you doing there? You're late for work. At this moment, Zhang Xian felt that the scene in front of him had changed. Chapter 150 Phantom. Zhang Xian, how long has it been since you came back to see me, an old man? A kind voice sounded in my ears. Zhang Xian couldn't help but look over and saw a kind-faced old man standing there looking at him. Grandpa Dean? Zhang Xian looked at the old man in disbelief, tears of excitement rolling down his eyes. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen the Dean for 10 years. Grandpa Dean is the person Zhang Xian respects most in his life, and the person who loves him the most. Because of the existence of the Dean, Zhang Xian can feel a trace of family affection on Earth. But when Zhang Xian was 20 years old, the Dean's grandfather died of cancer. From then on, Zhang Xian could no longer feel the presence of family love. Now seeing the Dean again, Zhang Xian couldn't hold back any longer. He ran over, hugged the Dean and started crying. Why are you crying, kid? Don't you want to see me? The Dean looked at Zhang Xian kindly and said with a smile. Grandpa Dean, I thought I would never see you again. Zhang Xian cried so hard that he couldn't speak. The director's face was full of doting. How could that be? Didn't we agree? When you grow up and make money, you'll renovate the orphanage. Aren't you rich now? At this point, the Dean's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely ferocious, and even growing fangs. He looked at Zhang Xian with resentment and said sternly, You, did what you promised me, did you do it? Zhang Xian, I've raised you for over 20 years, and this is how you repay me? Grandpa Dean? Zhang Xian looked at the old man in surprise. Is this still the kind and amiable Grandpa Dean? Don't call me Grandpa. You're a scoundrel who doesn't keep his word. What qualifications do you have to call me Grandpa? Why don't you just die? Perhaps your death would be your greatest contribution to society. Orphans are all the trash of society, otherwise why would your parents be willing to abandon you? The old man's words became more and more vicious, and Zhang Xian felt the blood in his body surging violently. Die! Who would have thought that at this moment, the old man moved at an extremely fast speed, with a brilliant blue light emitting from his body, as if black butterflies were flying around his body. When Zhang Xian saw the Dean coming to kill him, he lost his mind instantly and did not dare to resist. The person opposite him is his most beloved Dean. Die! You scum of society! The old man waved his hand casually, and a ray of light suddenly came out, cutting through the void and even causing a sonic boom. Puff! Zhang Xian was knocked away by the ray of energy, and his internal organs were instantly displaced. Zhang Xian's blood and energy surged violently, and he quickly adjusted his breathing. Lightning and thunder flashed in his body, and the lightning filled his body, and thunder exploded in his mind. At this moment, Zhang Xian felt as if something was emerging from his body, the energy in his body surged, and his mind became clear again. Looking again, I saw that the Dean had disappeared. He was still standing on the mountain, but at this moment Jun and others were spitting blood and falling to the ground, already unconscious. Many soldiers rushed into the cave, and the thick fog around them had become very light. The fragrance smell also disappeared. There is something wrong with this fragrance. Zhang Xian understood instantly and knocked out those soldiers who wanted to jump into the cave. There was still thick fog spreading out from the cave, emitting an alluring fragrance. The mist looked like rays of sunlight, very gorgeous and colorful. Zhang Xian looked around and finally found an extremely huge stone. He hurried over, spread his arms, grabbed the stone suddenly, poured strength into his arms, picked up the stone, and then walked towards the cave entrance step by step. Zhang Xian, what do you want to do? Do you want to kill me? The dean appeared again and looked at Zhang Xian in disbelief. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth and tried hard to squeeze the old man out of his mind. The dean grandpa is fake and it is impossible for him to appear here. However, the dean's voice seemed to be ringing in his mind, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not block the voice. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth, and every time he took a step, his feet made a dull dong sound when they hit the ground. When he arrived at the cave entrance, Zhang Xian took a deep breath and smashed the stone at the entrance, blocking it. Zhang Xian sat down cross-legged, holding his breath and concentrating, trying hard to regulate his breathing. As he breathed, the surrounding spiritual energy flowed into his mouth and nose, and his body emitted a light blue light, as if electric snakes were moving and dancing on his body. At this moment, the sun was rising, and traces of essence mixed with spiritual energy were swallowed into Zhang Xian's body, cleansing his body and purging his spiritual consciousness. Buzz. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound in the body. Almost at the same time, there was a loud bang in the air, as if a muffled thunder had exploded in the air, deafening. Zhang Xian felt as if his bones were being crushed and reassembled, and the severe pain almost made him faint. Zhang Xian endured the pain and tried to stay awake. Although he didn't know what was happening, Zhang Xian had a hunch that this change was his opportunity. As long as he could get through it, his strength would definitely be greatly improved. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xian opened his eyes. He felt very comfortable inside. He had never felt so comfortable before. Not only that, he felt a surge of energy in his body, flowing through his body unobstructed. He could even hear the crackling sound of the electric snakes in his body. As the electric snakes surged, Zhang Xian felt his body filled with vigorous power. Not only that, he clearly felt that several bones in his right hand were different from other bones, and seemed to be harder and stronger. Zhang Xian felt that even if he was unlucky, he could still block the sniper bullet with his hard bones. At this moment, a groan was heard. Zhang Xian saw that it was Jun who woke up. He quickly ran over and said, "Brother Shi, you're awake." Jun's eyes were full of confusion, but when he heard Zhang Xian's voice, they gradually became clear. He quickly sat up and looked around. "Brother Zhang, what happened?" Zhang Xian recounted what had happened before, but did not mention the changes in his body. Jun looked at the blocked cave entrance, a look of fear still in his eyes. At this moment, another voice sounded, and slowly, everyone woke up. Unlike Zhang Xian, these people had completely forgotten what happened before. Their memories, like Jun's, stopped at the moment they arrived. So, among us, only Brother Zhang can still remember what just happened. Could it be Brother Zhang's hallucination? Someone asked doubtfully. It shouldn't be. Maybe Brother Zhang is stronger than us, so he retains his memory. Jun shook his head and said after pondering for a while. Good. At this moment, a low voice was heard.